Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of Is It Reasonable for a Slime to Beat a Dragon? Right here on GMT Recap. On the beautiful beach, a scene from the mortal world suddenly appeared before the male protagonist. A stunningly beautiful woman, wearing a red swimsuit, knelt on the sand, holding a slice of watermelon and eagerly feeding it to him. On one side, the beautiful woman was feeding him watermelon, while on the other side, another beauty allowed him to rest his head on her thigh. This was truly a rare and extraordinary scene from the mortal world, something every man, like Chen Shu, the male protagonist, would dream of. Chen Shu was ecstatic, smiling so wide his eyes almost disappeared. If these two beauties told him to die right now, he would probably drop dead right in front of them. But how could such a scene from the mortal world be real? Because when Chen Shu opened his eyes, reality struck him. What he saw was a middle-aged man glaring at him, asking, "How do you want to die?" Chen Shu jolted, his expression looking at Mr. Li, his teacher, as though he had just seen a ghost. Mr. Li snorted and said, "Are you awake now? If you are, then read the history of Beast Tamer's opening." Chen Shu stared blankly at Mr. Li, still feeling drowsy and not fully understanding what Mr. Li had said. What was Beast Tamer? His gaze shifted to the projector on the teacher's desk, and he looked around in confusion, feeling more and more puzzled. Did I walk into the wrong class? Is this a science and technology exhibition? Where's my desk mate Jean Dely? This doesn't look right. I think it's best if I leave quickly. Chen Shu forced a smile, hastily finding an excuse to say to Mr. Li, then quickly slipped out of the room. But before he could even make it to the door, Mr. Li grabbed him by the head and turned him around. Where are you going? Jean Dely is no longer your classmate. You are now one of the members of Beast Taming Class 5. Below the classroom, the students started gossiping about the new member, just like in every novel. Moreover, the things they said were far from kind. Before Chen Shu could fully process the information he had just received, an electronic screen suddenly appeared in front of him. It displayed something about a mission and a reward system, and its sudden appearance almost gave Chen Shu a heart attack. He reached out and poked the screen, and to his surprise, it was interactive. When did their school start incorporating such high-tech gadgets? But it seemed that only Chen Shu could see this thing, while Mr. Li saw nothing and thought that Chen Shu had just dozed off and was daydreaming. Don't forget, it was you who cried and begged to join the beast taming class yesterday. If you can't answer now, you might as well go back to your regular class and see how disappointed your parents will be. Chen Shu temporarily put aside his thoughts about beast taming for now. The immediate concern was answering Mr. Li's question. His gaze fell on a book on a female classmate's desk in the row below. This was Xia Bing, who was kindly helping him review the lesson. Chen Shu silently made a note of her act of saving him. Chen Shu smoothly read aloud from the book, but the more he read, the more confused he became. Wasn't he still in the 21st century that he was familiar with? What was this about beast tamers and contract spirits? Mr. Li's face darkened, but he couldn't scold Chen Shu any further. He could only utter a quick reprimand before sending Chen Shu back to his seat. Chen Shu obediently returned to his place, growing more and more confused as he thought about it. His mind was tangled, like a mess of knots. Clearly, Mr. Li was the math teacher, wasn't he? And when did he ever request a class transfer? This was all so strange. As soon as Chen Shu sat down, a mechanical sound suddenly echoed in his mind. He turned around and whispered to the person sitting below him. Hey, did you hear anything? The classmate shook his head. I didn't hear anything. Before Chen Shu could ask the next question, a red-colored tube appeared on the palm of his hand, along with that bizarre mission he had seen earlier when standing at the classroom door. Damn it, if someone in this day and age didn't know about time travel and systems, they were probably living on a mountain. Chen Shu was so excited that he almost couldn't contain himself and jump up in the classroom, but he buried his face into the desk, trembling with joy. Damn it, I'm the main character. Ha ha ha, I'm the main character. Having just arrived in this parallel world and already receiving a system, Chen Shu felt very reassured. However, he knew he needed to gather more information about this world first, the sooner the better. The safest solution was to go ask Zhang Deli. But just as he was about to head out the door, he heard loud noises coming from outside. It turned out that some students from another class had come to cause trouble with Class 5. There were fights, and they were even trying to earn some extra rewards. But Class 5, it seemed, didn't know their own strength, as they had already lost 3 consecutive matches, handing over quite a few beast-taming orbs to the other group. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind the group of 5th grade students, "Stop!" The 5th grade group immediately parted to the sides and looked back, wondering who the fool was that was looking for trouble. But to their surprise, it was the new student who had just transferred, Chen Shu. Having just stepped outside, he was startled by the intense stares and quickly began to backpedal in denial. Of course, the one who had spoken wasn't Chen Shu, the timid new arrival to this world, but rather the person who had saved him earlier that morning. Xiaobing, who had long been displeased with the situation, could no longer hold back and decided to take action against the 3rd grade bullies. As soon as the 3rd grade thugs saw Xiaobing appear, they immediately began mocking her. "Isn't that Xiaobing, the class representative from the 5th grade? What's this? Afraid that one beast-taming orb isn't enough for you, so you're here to give me another one?" Xiaobing coldly replied, "Come at me all together. Let's head to the battle hall. I'll take on the entire 3rd grade group by myself. If I win, I'll return double the beast-taming orbs that Wang Mang lost earlier." Chen Shu, standing behind Xiaobing, cracked his knuckles eagerly and said, "You want to fight? That's my specialty." When the surrounding crowd heard Chen Shu talk about wanting to throw punches, they all burst out laughing. A transfer student from the school, who hasn't even used a contract spirit, dares to say such arrogant words. Students from other classes also joined in the fun. Let's see if this girl can defeat a group of tyrants. The only one who'll be embarrassed here is Chen Shu. It is unclear whether someone with a kind heart loudly said to Chen Shu, "Since you can't win anyway, isn't it better to go watch the fight?" Chen Shu was filled with intense anger, gritting his teeth and glaring at the foolish, kind-hearted person who had mocked him so openly. His gaze was so sharp that it made the person uneasy. He quickly told his group to go watch the fight at the arena. The match had started, and the group of 3rd-year students loudly left. Chen Shu watched the group of 3rd-year students, who were grinning smugly. His intuition told him that they were probably thinking of something extremely unpleasant. However, there was something else that concerned him more at the moment: the contract spirit. Ever since it was first mentioned, this term had appeared quite often. Chen Shu decided that he would quickly find Zhang Dili to ask about the information regarding this world, and then rush over to help Xiaobing. He didn't like owing anyone a favor. At the arena, the 3rd-year students had gathered in large numbers, while the 5th-year side only had Xiaobing participating. The leader of the 3rd-year group, as usual, stepped forward and threw out provocative words to stir up the atmosphere. The 3rd-year students behind him all raised their heads arrogantly. After all, taking on a whole class like this, even if Xiaobing was strong, it would still be hard for her to win. However, Xiaobing had been irritated by these people long ago. She didn't want to listen to their nonsense and directly summoned her contract spirit. A stream of light blue energy enveloped her arm, slowly forming into a huge wolf, all white as snow and extremely fierce. This was the Cold Ice Wolf, a level 5 beast, symbolizing that Xiaobing was a level 5 beast tamer. The crowd watching the commotion took a sharp breath. They had known for a while that Xiaobing was strong, but they never expected him to be at level 5. Chen Shu was, of course, surprised as well, but his surprise came from the fact that what had just materialized from thin air was a wolf, right? The leader of Class 3, Zhang Yi, who was also the most arrogant one, had only reached level 4. Upon seeing a level 5 beast tamer, his first reflex was to feel fear, but he quickly reminded himself of their own strengths. More than 20 people, taking turns to fight against a level 5 beast tamer, even if they were strong, surely couldn't lose. One by one, the Class 3 members summoned their own contract spirits. They took on all shapes, including a humanoid skeleton wielding a sword. This was the only spirit beast at level 4, and it belonged to Zhang Yi. After Zhang Yi gave the signal, the Class 3 members commanded their spirit beasts to charge forward and attack Xiaobing, without a shred of hesitation about ganging up on him. The frozen demon wolf, as expected of a level 5 spirit, effortlessly flicked a small creature out of the battle with just a swipe of its front paw. There was a slight unease in everyone's hearts. Xiaobing hurriedly raised his voice to reassure them, "Don't panic, everyone, retract the automatic mode and switch to manual control." The eyes of the Class 3 members all changed simultaneously. Indeed, his method of combat was quite effective. In just a short time, the frozen demon wolf was surrounded by countless spirits. The frozen demon wolf glanced around, its massive body leaping forward to dodge, but it was clear that on its own, it couldn't take on the whole group of spirit beast pets. Suddenly, its body froze, and it turned back to look behind. A creature resembling mud had latched onto its hind leg. He smirked, his expression one of provocative arrogance. Xiaobing scoffed coldly, yet her face bore a confident smile as she boldly countered her opponent. From the frozen demon wolf's body, a thick wave of cold energy surged out, forcing the mud creature clinging to its leg to hurriedly retreat. The wolf had frozen it. At that moment, another chameleon rushed forward, but somehow, in its clumsy fighting style, it struck its own teammate. The audience was in stitches, laughing at the absurdity of the scene. Chen Shu looked at the monsters on the field, curiously asking, "Do I have a contract spirit? How do I bring it out?" The friend sitting next to him asked, "Didn't it always stay there since the beginning?" Chen Shu stared at him in confusion. He pointed at the creature right beneath Chen Shu's seat. Chen Shu jumped, scooting to the side, his gaze landing on a slime that had been squashed flat. The third-year students watching the scene threw mocking, disdainful looks at Chen Shu. They had only just thought about it and the creature had already appeared, further cementing their impression of him as someone from the regular class. A weak contract spirit like that, even if it always stayed outside the beast taming space, was still without any proper bond. At this moment, Chen Shu truly didn't know what else to say. He held his contract spirit in his hand and opened its status panel to take a look, and he was left speechless. It looked unbelievably foolish, with terrible stats, just like a mere decoration. At this level, it didn't even have the qualifications to fight. Chen Shu sighed, cradling his slime, which was sleeping as soundly as if it were dead. "Aren't we supposed to be the protagonists? Shouldn't we at least have some kind of divine beast or divine dragon or something?" Suddenly, Chen Shu's gaze landed on the mission that had just appeared. The smile on his face slowly faded, becoming something almost inhuman. Below, the situation was growing increasingly dire for the frozen demon wolf. The skull with crossbones and a creature resembling a centipede were both surrounding and attacking it. The forearms of the skull were holding blades, slashing rapidly at the frozen demon wolf's body while it was distracted. The frozen demon wolf howled in pain, fresh blood spilling out and staining its beautiful fur. Xiaobing gritted his teeth, no longer calm as before, growing increasingly anxious. He leaned against the wall, watching the battle with smug satisfaction. If nothing unexpected happens, they'll definitely win this time. Yes, the premise was, of course, if nothing unexpected happened. Though Chen Shu's pet was a bit weak, he, himself, was not. His agile body slipped behind the man, covering his mouth to prevent him from shouting, then dragged him to a quiet place and kicked him against the wall. Of course, in this world, when you strike someone, you should never let them know your identity. If you don't get avenged by those royal beasts, then it's certain that Chen Shu would be the one to die. No one knows where Chen Shu pulled out a cement bag from, but he directly threw it over his head, then dragged his legs, making a dragging sound on the ground. Just as he was about to shout out, Chen Shu punched him in the stomach. The pain stunned him, and he couldn't say another word. It was clear that his face, hidden under the cement bag, was probably contorted in pain. The man yelled angrily, "Do you know who I am?" Chen Shu punched him again, this time straight in the back, cursing loudly. "What does that have to do with me?" He twisted his wrist and uttered the classic line of shameless male protagonists. Listen here, I don't change my name, and I don't change my family name. On the battlefield, because he had lost his controller, Zhang Dili's contract spirit began to slow down noticeably. The frozen demon wolf charged forward and attacked it, but it was still able to block the attack as usual. The two sides struggled for a moment. But suddenly, Zhang Dili's skull, which had seemed so full of strength before, now wobbled and fell back weakly. How could Xia Bing let this opportunity slip away? This was a perfect chance, even though she didn't know who had created it. She quickly commanded the frozen demon wolf to use its extreme cold territory to wipe them all out at once. The frozen demon wolf took a step back, howled loudly, and the icy cold atmosphere spread throughout the battlefield, freezing the spirits of all the third-grade students in one fell swoop. The students from the 5th grade excitedly shouted, "We won!" At this moment, Chen Shu had already returned to his position. The third-grade students, realizing they had lost, felt extremely frustrated, especially hating the guy, wondering where he had gone at the most crucial moment. As soon as they mentioned him, he appeared. It seemed like Zhang Yi had managed to escape from the restroom, but the cement bag was still over his head. So, even though he tried to call for help, the third-grade students had no way of recognizing him. They were even so frightened that they rushed over in panic, as his appearance now resembled a mutated contract spirit. The third-grade boys gathered all their courage, ran towards him, and beat him up again, even worse than when Chen Shu had dealt with the opponent. Chen Shu glanced at Zhang Yi, who was now as broken as minced meat, before he was finally freed from the cement bag. He couldn't help but feel immense satisfaction. Zhang Yi, lying on the stretcher, pointed towards the 5th grade and yelled, "It must have been the people from the 5th grade who did this to me. You and I are not done yet." Chen Shu reached out to hold a few of his fingers and smiled, saying, "Don't slander others. The people from my 5th grade beast control class are all upright and honest. How could they do something so shady?" Before Zhang Yi could say anything else, Chen Shu twisted his fingers with a sharp jerk. Zhang Yi trembled in pain, his expression contorted in agony, and his face had been beaten so badly it looked like a pig's head. The more you looked at him, the more grotesque it became. Chen Shu once again pretended to be concerned for you, holding his hand affectionately and smiling as he said, "Don't worry, I'll personally investigate this. With my reputation, I'll definitely give you a satisfactory result." Watching the person leave, Chen Shu couldn't help but sigh, "It really is too pitiful." After teaching him a lesson, Chen Shu then brought his foolish slime back home. The contract spirit needed to reach level 3 to qualify for combat, and he was only a level 2 beast tamer, so the road ahead was still long. Does it level up too? If so, does that mean the level of the contract spirit synchronizes with the beast tamer's level? While talking to his lamb, Xia Bing came over to call him. Chen Shu turned to look at her. "This is Xia Bing." He took out a small blue gem and said, "If it weren't for you stepping in today, I wouldn't have one so easily. This beast taming orb is for you." Chen Shu scratched his head and laughed foolishly. "Step in? What do you mean step in? I didn't do anything." Xia Bing looked at him helplessly and said, "Don't play dumb. I saw the bags of urea you hid in your bag. The battle between beast tamers is extremely dangerous, and you really have no awareness at all. Doing that could get you hurt." Chen Shu wanted to help others, not listen to lectures. He laughed foolishly and quickly ran off. "What's the big deal? I've always loved ambushes." Xia Bing didn't call him back, but she couldn't help but feel a little more favorably toward Chen Shu. This guy really doesn't make it easy to stop worrying about him. Chen Shu ran to the garage, casually grabbed his bike, and rode off. While cycling, he happily used his phone and hummed a tune. Truly, a young man in the rebellious phase of life. The incident where he was beaten up was something Chen Shu had no intention of sharing with anyone other than his close friend. If anyone found out, so be it, but he would seriously play the fool and accept the compliments from his friend. On his way home, Chen Shu happened to encounter two young men robbing a middle-aged woman. The noisy scene didn't seem to attract much attention from passers-by. The plump woman, with her eyes tightly shut, gripped the strap of her bag, pulling it while shouting, "Even if you take my body, you'll never have my heart." Chen Shu curiously glanced over. Are they robbing and assaulting her at the same time? How outrageous! He was about to think about what to do when the system's mission appeared directly. He quickly scanned the options and the inhuman grin returned to his face. Looking at the three choices, he naturally chose the one with the most rewards. So, while the two robbers were struggling over the handbag, Chen Shu shouted loudly, drawing all three of their attention toward him. He set his bike down, struck a super cool pose, and said, in broad daylight, cough cough, under the cover of night, you dare commit a crime in front of so many people. Zhang Dili here will never let you off easily. The two robbers stood frozen, their mouths agape as they stared at Chen Shu. The middle-aged woman was also very quick-witted. While Chen Shu was drawing their attention, she managed to snatch back her purse and run off. By the time the two robbers noticed, she had already gotten quite a distance away. As for Chen Shu, taking advantage of their distraction, he hopped onto his bicycle and didn't forget to wave them off with a casual goodbye. The two robbers were so angry they nearly exploded. Damn it, that brat! If we ever run into him again, we won't let him go. Chen Shu didn't care about them. He was still delighted thinking about the reward he would receive. But more importantly, after getting the reward, the medicinal plant feature would also be unlocked. When Chen Shu arrived home, he felt a bit cautious stepping into his house since it was still a strange world to him. However, as soon as he entered the living room, he saw his familiar mother holding a plate of stir-fried food, smiling warmly and kindly saying, "You're back? Go wash your hands and come eat." Chen Shu glanced at his father sitting in the living room and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Everything was fine. His parents were still his parents. Chen Shu felt the burden lift from his shoulders and happily went upstairs. Only then did he have time to check the low-level medicine the system had given him. This fire flame powder must be for drinking, right? The system is really stingy, only giving me this low-level medicine. Chen Shu quickly grabbed a cup, poured the medicine into it, and then brought it downstairs to the living room to join his parents for dinner. He curiously asked, "Are both of your parents beast tamers as well?" Chen Shu's father laughed and scolded, "Nonsense, I'm working at a beast taming unit." Suddenly, his father put down his chopsticks, looked at Chen Shu, and then took out a blue box. Inside, there was a small red vial, which he eagerly showed to Chen Shu. "This month's performance has been outstanding. Here's the company's reward, low-grade fire leaf medicine." Chen Shu almost choked on his water. He looked at what Chen Shu's father was holding, then glanced at his own cup. Wasn't that the very thing he had just drunk earlier? Chen Shu set his cup down and cautiously asked, "Is this medicine really that valuable?" Chen Shu's father nodded. "Of course. Flame medicine can permanently enhance the fire attribute of a contract spirit. A vial like this costs several thousand yuan." Chen Shu was stunned. "It's that expensive?" Chen Shu's father smiled gently and explained, "Each vial of medicine is made with a pharmacist's full attention and time. They must observe changes carefully before they can refine it. The failure rate is incredibly high, which is why it's so valuable." At this point, Chen Shu's mother sighed, "It's a pity that the young lady's contract spirit isn't a fire attribute, so we have no choice but to sell it and buy some household items instead." Chen Shu forced a smile and asked, "So what will happen to the person who drinks it?" Chen Shu's father said indifferently, "Who would drink it? If they did, wouldn't they be seriously ill?" Chen Shu suddenly felt that today's meal wasn't very tasty. He quickly finished eating, then took his cup and went up to his room. As soon as he placed the cup down, Chen Shu couldn't help but cry bitterly, wailing, "What a disaster, this is truly a disaster, several thousand yuan, and just a few sips are gone already." After crying, Chen Shu knew that there was nothing else he could do, so he simply changed clothes and jumped onto the bed to search through the system. Sure enough, he found it the poison system, but all the types were ones that Chen Shu hadn't unlocked yet. Among them, there was a type of poison, Dili, which could permanently increase the strength of contract. The required ingredients were less than 30% of the total ingredients needed. Chen Shu clicked to check. As expected, the materials were insufficient. Although the required materials were listed, they were still lacking. However, this was still a great deal, as each time he crafted it, his success rate for crafting would increase. Chen Shu glanced through the list of materials, most of which seemed easy to find. The main ingredient, the flower of great strength, appeared to be a medicinal ingredient from another dimension. At that moment, Chen Shu's phone rang with a new message notification. It was from Zhang Dili. Chen Shu chuckled softly, this kid really showed up at just the right time. Chen Shu immediately asked Zhang Dili about the flower of great strength. Zhang Dili didn't respond immediately, but asked a few more questions like is this weak, is that weak? Left with no choice, Chen Shu had to use his father as a shield. Zhang Dili agreed to go with him to buy the medicine after school the next day, but as soon as Chen Shu mentioned borrowing money, the other party ran off. Chen Shu put the phone down, temporarily having no other tasks at hand. Although this world had a history of over 100 years of alchemy, due to the inherent instability and randomness of the potions, the process of concocting medicine was incredibly complex and delicate. The products from the alternate dimension space had still not been accurately analyzed by human scientists, and there was no way to mass-produce them in factories. As for Chen Shu, all he needed to do was scan the material code for the appropriate ingredients, and the system would take over the entire refining process. The output and quality would definitely surpass those of a grandmaster-level alchemist. A senior alchemist's annual salary was in the hundreds of thousands. Even more esteemed alchemists, with their high salaries and social status, had reached heights that ordinary people could never hope to attain. Chen Shu imagined it, saliva practically dripping from his mouth, and he chuckled quietly to himself, I'm going to get rich, and with money, I'll be able to refine vast amounts of potions for the slime. When that happens, it'll be absolutely perfect. The next day, at the entrance to the black market, Chen Shu's dream was directly shattered by the guards. For some reason, the two of them were not allowed to enter this place. Chen Shu and Zhang Dili had no way of getting inside, because they weren't beast tamers of level 5, and without a level 5 beast tamer to guide them, they were not allowed entry. Chen Shu tried once more, but the guards simply tossed to get lost. In his face. Chen Shu lowered his head and pulled Zhang Dili's wrist, leading him away. Alright, he wasn't going to force it. Zhang Dili frowned in displeasure and said, Chen Shu, it seems like we can't get in. If not, next time I'll have my dad take you there. Suddenly, Chen Shu spotted a familiar figure, and his face instantly lit up. Dili, I know how we can get into the black market now. Saying this, he excitedly ran toward the girl with pink hair he had just seen, calling out loudly, Sister Xiaoyu. This Xiaoyu's full name was Su Xiaoyu, a top student who had always ranked at the top of the class year after year. The two of them ran up to Su Xiaoyu and introduced themselves first as a greeting. Su Xiaoyu nodded and coldly asked, what do you need from me? Chen Shu put on a pitiful expression, pointed toward the black market, and asked the senior, we want to walk around the black market, but we can't get in. If you're going, would you mind taking us in? Su Xiaoyu nodded and said, sure. With Su Xiaoyu as their protector, Chen Shu confidently walked straight in front of the security guard, even giving him a provocative look. Once inside the market, Su Xiaoyu didn't stay with them anymore and split off to take care of her own matters, leaving them to explore on their own. Chen Shu didn't insist on her staying with them. Instead, he and Zhang Yi took a stroll around the black market, which was bustling with business, offering all sorts of things. The most annoying part was that, aside from genuine products, there were also occasional counterfeit ones. Chen Shu's gaze landed on a stall. Flower of great strength was being sold there. The owner had even put up a large sign for it. Chen Shu then stepped forward and asked the shopkeeper, how much is this flower? The shopkeeper replied, 5,000. At that moment, Zhang Yi appeared out of nowhere, eager to snatch the item from Chen Shu's hands. I'll pay 10,000, this flower is mine now. Chen Shu, this shameless bastard, dares to ambush me? I won't let you get away with this. You want the flower of great strength? Wait for your next life. While Chen Shu was still wondering how Zhang Yi knew it was his doing, Zhang Dili leaned in close to his ear. I admitted to everyone that you were the one who did it, I've made you famous now, no need to thank me. Chen Shu turned sharply to look at Zhang Dili's plump face. This guy really made him want to punch someone. And it was spot on. Never fear a strong enemy, only fear teammates who betray you. Suddenly, the system assigned him a new mission. Chen Shu happily watched as Zhang Yi held the flower of great strength in his hands. It turned out the flower was a fake, a man with ethics and conscience. Chen Shu decided to choose the third mission, to provoke Zhang Yi into treating money like dirt, buying the flower of great strength made with dye at an inflated price. Chen Shu gave a sly smile and softly said, "Boss, I'll offer 20,000. Zhang Yi. I'm taking this flower today no matter what, no matter how high the price is." As soon as Zhang Yi heard this, he jumped straight into the trap Chen Shu had set for him. "Oh really? You can try. As long as I'm here, you won't get it." The amount of money kept increasing, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached 50,000. Only the fake goods seller was getting more and more pleased with himself. Of course, Chen Shu was also quite considerate toward the fake goods seller, so he didn't raise the price any further and accepted the 50,000 price. Before leaving, Chen Shu kindly reminded Zhang Yi, "Next time you need colored pens, just come directly to me. I guarantee a great discount." Zhang Yi paid and received the flower of great strength, but suddenly had an uneasy premonition in his heart. After Chen Shu and Zhang Dili had walked a fair distance, Zhang Dili curiously asked Chen Shu, "You're just giving away the flower of great strength to Zhang Yi like that? What will you do then?" Chen Shu smiled happily and said, "It's fine, I gave away the flower of great strength, but I got something better." In his hand was still a bottle of mid-level medicine, which made Zhang Yi spend money and still receive such a big reward. Now, that was the real joy. Earlier, Chen Shu was so busy trapping Zhang Yi that he hadn't paid attention. Now that the matter was settled, he remembered how this Zhang Dili had dared to sell him out behind his back. Zhang Dili held his head, and although Chen Shu grabbed his collar, he wasn't afraid. He only laughed and said, "I was just trying to help you become more famous, don't hit me." Suddenly, Zhang Dili looked at Chen Shu with fear in his eyes. "Are you even my brother? You're going to hit me, fine, but why summon a contract spirit?" At this moment, Chen Shu also looked behind him, where a level 7 blazing flame bird was fighting another spirit. Zhang Dili pointed at the two spirits fighting and asked, "If it's not you, then who? Isn't it possible to summon a contract spirit in the black market?" "That's Zhang Dili over there." Zhang Yi simultaneously looked towards Su Xiaoyu. "So, that blazing flame bird belongs to Xiaoyu, huh?" The beast let out a roar, and the black shadow successfully knocked blazing flame to the ground, causing it to groan in pain. Zhang Dili laughed and said, "Looks like the winner is already decided, but how can a female supporting character beside the main character lose?" Sure enough, the system had just issued the quest, and Chen Shu immediately left. He patted Zhang Dili on the shoulder and laughed, "With me, Chen Shu, around, the winner is still undecided. Dili, let's go and beat some people up." As he spoke, Chen Shu took out a familiar bag of urea fertilizer from behind his back. Zhang Dili gasped in surprise. "Wow, no way, Chen Shu actually carries a bag of fertilizer around with him?" It didn't take long for Chen Shu to find the culprit, thanks to the system's automatic target locking function, which was truly powerful. Chen Shu moved in to check, and the slime on his head was excited, with him ready to throw the bag of urea at any moment. This person was actually a level 9 beast tamer, but Chen Shu wasn't afraid. The slime, following Chen Shu's command, jumped in front of the opponent, distracting him. Immediately, Chen Shu swiftly grabbed the bag of fertilizer and threw it at the beast tamer's head. Suddenly, the world went dark. Chen Shu played maliciously by kicking directly at the younger brother, a 9th level beast tamer's life on the line. While beating him, she excitedly shifted the blame to someone else. "The head of the 3rd grade beast taming class, let's knock him out and deal with it later." Zhang Dili, understanding the hint, laughed and cooperated with Chen Shu. "Our class 1 from the 3rd high school, Wang Deng, will do this, and nothing will happen, right?" Chen Shu glanced over at the battle between the two beast tamers. The blazing flame bird had successfully defeated the spirit of the 9th level beast tamer. Chen Shu arrogantly lifted her chin and said, "See, I told you, with me here, who wins and who loses isn't certain." Zhang Dili was truly speechless at Chen Shu's level of arrogance. No one could compare. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu also noticed them and ran over directly. She seemed a bit surprised to see Chen Shu and Zhang Dili here. Chen Shu raised 2 fingers, smiling happily. "Sister Xiaoyu, no need to be polite, we're just eliminating harm for the people." Su Xiaoyu nodded. "My good impression of Chen Shu has definitely increased. So you guys are here because of that guy Lu Wuyi?" Chen Shu thought for a moment, realizing that Lu Wuyi must be the 9th level beast tamer who had just been beaten up by him earlier. He was still shaking as he walked now. Su Xiaoyu, unaware of the details, happily thanked Chen Shu. "Thank you so much for capturing Lu Wuyi." Chen Shu laughed, unashamed despite Zhang Dili glaring at her from the side. "Nothing much, it's my favorite thing to do, standing up for justice." Su Xiaoyu said, "I will remember this kindness. If there is anything necessary, you can tell me any time." Necessary? Whatever is beneficial. Chen Shu's mind worked incredibly fast. He immediately asked, "Sister Xiaoyu, can I come to your family's pharmaceutical company 666 during the summer vacation?" Su Xiaoyu was surprised. "The pharmaceutical company? Do you want to work as a security guard there?" "Of course not. In this world, to become an alchemist, one must master complex pharmaceutical knowledge and undergo countless experiments. And the pharmaceutical company would allow me to conduct experiments without needing to examine the herbs. It's truly an excellent choice." Chen Shu answered enthusiastically and honestly, "No, I want to go there to become an alchemist." In the end, Chen Shu was still rejected by his senior, Xiaoyu, but fortunately, Su Xiaoyu agreed to let him do an apprenticeship. Well, an apprenticeship is an apprenticeship, at least he would have the chance to get involved with alchemy. Chen Shu entered the classroom in a good mood. As soon as he stepped in, the 5th grade students, having heard about his story, rushed over to praise him, flattery pouring out so much that he felt overjoyed. Just then, at the door, a person strutted in, his shirt unbuttoned, looking arrogant as he shouted in a high-pitched tone, "Get out of the way, don't block the damn road." "Who is Chen Shu?" He glanced around the class and then walked over to Chen Shu, glaring as he asked, "So you're the one who bullied my little brother, and tricked him into spending 50,000 to buy fake stuff?" Chen Shu calmly grabbed the young man's wrist, applying enough force that the other person couldn't immediately shake him off. The young man had dared to hit Lu Wuyi, a level 9 beast tamer, so why would he be afraid of a level 6 beast tamer? The system's task had appeared as well. Chen Shu immediately adopted a bold, provocative posture, stepping closer to taunt the young man. "So what if I did? Are you not satisfied?" Without showing any mercy, Chen Shu slapped the young man across the face, leaving a bright red mark. The young man was so angry that his eyes went completely white, his whole body was seething with rage. Used to his usual arrogance, he now found himself slapped back, and with no reasonable justification for his anger, he was sure that Chen Shu was going to make him so mad he'd explode. Facing such an enraged young man, Chen Shu, on the contrary, smiled calmly and asked, "What's wrong? Is this all you've got? Are you summoning a spirit already? If you dare summon it, we'll call the spirit sealing division." The young man flinched. He too was afraid of getting caught by the spirit sealing division. Several of Chen Shu's classmates stepped forward in unison to back him up. That's right, the government has long since enacted the Beast Taming Code, prohibiting beast tamers from summoning contract spirits casually. If you dare summon one, you're as good as dead. The young man reluctantly retracted his aura and looked at Chen Shu, then issued a challenge. "If you've got the guts, follow me to the beast taming pavilion." Unfortunately, Chen Shu was not someone who was particularly brave. He calmly smiled and said, "Do you think I'm like you? Willing to turn myself in just to get beaten up? Honestly, after playing the game for more than 180 minutes, my brain's completely fried." Jin Nan was so angry that he could only utter one word. "You." Chen Shu continued to shut him down. What's with the you? He stepped forward and gave a loud slap to the face of the volunteer. If there's nothing else, get lost. The young man stormed out of the 5th grade classroom, seething. Right now, he couldn't do anything to Chen Shu, but he didn't believe there was no way to deal with this guy. As he walked away, with his expression frozen, the classmates in the room couldn't help but genuinely worry for Chen Shu's safety, but also couldn't help but admire how he dared to do whatever he wanted. Just in time, Mr. Li walked into the classroom, so Chen Shu didn't gather his friends together anymore. As soon as Mr. Li entered, he shared some good news with everyone. Tomorrow, we get a 3-day break. During these 3 days, make sure to review your lessons so you're ready for the final exam next month. Chen Shu, sitting at the back, happily fiddled with his system. After all he'd done, it was all for the slime to acquire 3 battle skills. Even if a fight broke out, he wouldn't make it easy for anyone to defeat him. Mr. Li continued, in addition, to encourage everyone, the first place will receive an enlightenment pill. The top 5 will get a mid-level beast taming certificate. If you place in the top 30, you will receive a beast taming orb. Everyone must work hard. Enlightenment pill is a legendary drug that, when consumed, offers the chance to acquire a skill for the contract spirit. Although the slime already has 3 skills, Chen Shu wouldn't mind adding another one. Zhang Shui really knows how to spend money to grab the attention of his students. Once the announcement was made, Mr. Li resumed teaching as usual. Before long, the school bell rang, signaling the end of class. As soon as the bell rang, Xiaobing approached Chen Shu and quietly asked him, "Do you need me to come over to your house and tutor you?" Chen Shu shook his head in refusal, then picked up his bag. "I'm going for an interview first, and then I'll stay home to study diligently." Xiaobing responded with a disappointed tone and left. Outside, one of Chen Shu's friends nudged him with an elbow, eagerly gossiping. "Chen Shu, you just turned down Xiaobing's offer like that?" Chen Shu was about to say something when a young man, along with a few of his cronies who all wore flashy clothes, appeared and blocked Chen Shu's way. Chen Shu immediately smiled mockingly. "Isn't this Nan, brother? Why does your face look even more swollen?" One of the young man's underlings stepped forward and warned Chen Shu. "Chen Shu, don't get too carried away with your words. In a minute, you're going to regret it." "Brothers, get him." Chen Shu, showing his loyalty, directly stepped in front of his classmate B and said, "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you." He took a deep breath and, with all his might, yelled, "Help me! A third-year student is trying to kill me." The 2 security guards of the school immediately appeared and surrounded the group of young people. As soon as Chen Shu saw them, he rushed to hug someone's arm, looking weak and pitiful as he tattled. "Uncle Wang, it was these people who said they wanted to kill me to commemorate the youth that has passed." When Uncle Wang heard that the young man wanted to kill someone, his expression darkened, and his sharp gaze locked onto the young man. "Do you want to kill someone?" Jin Nan was speechless. His group of companions had already been replaced by numerous security guards surrounding him. Chen Shu, with tears in his eyes, trembled with a pitiful look, continuing to tattletale to Uncle Wang. "Uncle Wang, I'm really scared. This young man dared to slander us in front of you." No matter how you looked at it, the mild and obedient-looking Chen Shu seemed harmless compared to the thug-like young man. Uncle Wang immediately believed Chen Shu's words. He shot a glare at Jin Nan. "How dare you slander others in front of me?" Jin Nan weakly waved his hand and said, "I didn't." At that moment, Mr. Li came over, scolding them sternly. "What's going on here? The boss has already heard the noise you guys are making from far away. Jin Nan is about to take the exam, and you're still not studying. What are you doing here?" As soon as the young man saw Mr. Li, he ran over to tattletale first. It's said that the one who tattles first is the one who wins. "Mr. Li, that Chen Shu." Mr. Li waved his hand. "What about Chen Shu? He even knows how to capture wanted criminals. You, a student, are still here causing trouble and stirring up rumors." Chen Shu's face darkened. What? You want me to capture a wanted criminal? At this moment, Chen Shu noticed the man standing next to Mr. Li. He thought for a moment and guessed that the man must be from the spirit sealing division. Mr. Li confirmed the thought running through Chen Shu's mind. That's right. That's why the leader of the spirit sealing division specially came here to give him a gift. All you do is cause me more trouble. Hurry up and go back to reviewing for me. Jinnan left, and by this point, there was nothing more that could be done. Mr. Li also urged him to leave quickly, then walked up to the person from the spirit sealing division, whispering with a smile, "Old one, this is Chen Shu." The man nodded and smiled. "Hello, I'm Wang Qian from the spirit sealing division. I've come specifically to thank you for helping us capture that wanted criminal." Wang Qian took out a stack of bright red bills. "This is the 100,000 yuan reward from the spirit sealing division." Chen Shu said with his mouth that he didn't need it, since serving the people was part of his duty, but his hands were very honest, and he had already placed them on the stack of money with no intention of taking them off. Wang Qian laughed and played along with Chen Shu. "Take it. Also, I have one thing I'd like to ask you." As he smiled, Wang Qian's expression immediately turned serious. "I want to ask, how did you find his location back then?" Chen Shu scratched his head. This couldn't be explained by saying he had a system to guide him. So, his brain began to rapidly turn, coming up with a reasonable excuse. Chen Shu said seriously, "I can tell that person has an evil look on his face, just by looking at him. It's obvious he's not a good person." Wang Qian twitched the corner of his mouth. "Is that all? What if he's not the one?" Chen Shu arrogantly raised his face towards the sky. "It's fine, we've covered ourselves up, he won't be able to see us." Wang Qian felt a headache coming on after hearing this. He rubbed his forehead and had no intention of asking further. "Anyway, I still want to thank you for saving Su Xiaoyu. If nothing else happens, the little one can go back now." Chen Shu nodded and happily left. Doing the system's task and getting the chance to try something new was really fun. Watching Chen Shu and Zhang Deli's backs as they walked away, Wang Qian still had many doubts in his heart. Was it really just a coincidence? As soon as Chen Shu and Zhang Deli were free, they headed straight to Pharmaceutical Company 666. They approached the reception desk, smiling. "Hello, I'm Chen Shu, a classmate of Su Xiaoyu. I have an appointment with her. I'm here for the alchemist interview." At this moment, a cold-looking woman approached and coldly asked, "You want to be an alchemist?" Chen Shu confidently nodded. "Yes, I want to give it a try." The cold woman directly rejected him. "This is not a place for kids to come and play. Go back." "Xiaoyu, what's going on? You introduce anyone to the company, and they just end up causing trouble for others." The cold older sister turned around and instructed the guards not to let them in. Chen Shu, dissatisfied, called out to the figure that was already walking away, "My interview hasn't even started yet." The cold older sister did not turn back, coldly replying, "It's already over." Things weren't as simple as that, because the system had appeared again. Zhang Dili anxiously asked Zhang Yi, "What should we do now?" Although Chen Shu was quite tempted to choose the second option, taking advantage of the opportunity to give that girl a kick in the rear to disrupt her composure, he immediately became defensive due to his embarrassment. However, when he looked at the guards and the prize, was there still a need to ask? Of course, they had to run inside. Only Chen Shu needed to get inside, so Zhang Dili, who was playing the role of the bait, was definitely the one to act. While Chen Shu had to wait for the right moment, Zhang Dili jumped out in front of the guards, using verbal force to attract their attention. Unfortunately, Zhang Dili could not escape, and was quickly pinned down by two guards. Chen Shu snuck in, silently thanking his good friend. It truly had been a tough task. While the guards were occupied with beating someone, they suddenly stopped and looked behind, as if sensing something. However, the feeling came a little too late, so they didn't see Chen Shu sneak inside in time. As soon as Chen Shu slipped in, a quick walk led him to find a set of experimental pharmacist robes. He was lucky. Compared to the outer robe he was wearing, this set of clothes seemed much more reliable. Chen Shu smoothly entered the room, even casually greeting an unfamiliar pharmacist who was researching. As soon as he stepped into the laboratory, it didn't take long for his gaze to fall upon a pile of magnolia, so abundant that it filled the entire table. The system appeared and said, "The ingredients for crafting daily medicine are complete, would you like to refine them?" Although Chen Shu had expected this, it was his first time doing it, so he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious with anticipation. Excited, he pressed the refine button that appeared in front of him. The process was as smooth as flowing water, the system refining, the ingredients gathering together. And what was Chen Shu doing? Of course, he had to strike a perfect pose, looking as cool as possible. The result was a successful batch of daily medicine appearing before him, the speed so fast that anyone would be stunned. His proficiency in crafting daily medium-grade medicine was also a 3/10. Other alchemists in the room were wide-eyed in amazement at the speed and quality of Chen Shu's refining, staring intently at his finished product. They knew that the system was impressive, but to be this good was truly exceptional, practically flawless. If he had enough materials, he could truly soar to the skies. This scene was conveniently witnessed by his cold sister, who had initially rejected him, but now her expression was one of sheer astonishment. You're actually this good?" "It's done," Chen Shu smirked, mocking his cold sister. "I'm just a kid here for a stroll. No need for you to call security, I can leave on my own." The cold-hearted older sister hurriedly said, "Sorry, earlier I was too negligent and didn't realize you were the genius pharmacist. If possible, I would like to respectfully invite you to become an alchemist in our department." The system's mission appeared, and Chen Shu's eyes brightened as he stared at the first option. The reward was incredibly tempting. By simply agreeing to become a professional alchemist for Su Qingxue's company, he would unlock all the potion-making books, but the contract spirit would disappear. However, he didn't fully intend to only be an alchemist, he preferred the beast tamer role. Chen Shu stroked his chin and said with a smile, "Sorry, the journey I've chosen is to wander everywhere. So, I can only stay here for 2 months during the summer break." Su Qingxue didn't refuse and agreed to collaborate with Chen Shu. Even though he would only be working part-time during the summer break, Su Qingxue still gave him a lot of benefits and perks. Moreover, she agreed that if he could really reduce the loss of materials during the refining process, he would be rewarded with corresponding potion prizes. For 3 consecutive days during the break, Chen Shu spent each day at the 666 pharmaceutical company refining potions. 3 days later, at Chen Shu's house, he was in his room holding his yellow slime. In front of him were countless daily test tubes he had obtained through grinding. He hoped that this time, it wouldn't disappoint him. With that, he handed the potion bottle to the yellow slime. The slime happily took the bottle and drank. The slime's consumption speed was incredibly fast, and in no time, it had almost finished the entire test tube. In the blink of an eye, only countless empty jars remained scattered on the ground. The slime let out a satisfied burp, its plump body floating up into the air. Chen Shu leaned back, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at the object glowing brilliantly in the sky. "This is about to give birth, it's about to give birth." The slime let out a cry, and the light grew even brighter. Chen Shu gaped, staring at it. The slime's body contorted for a moment, and its face wrinkled up again. Finally, it let out another burp, its eyes dull and sleepy, and its body fell down, only to be caught in Chen Shu's arms. He quickly opened up the slime's stats. Although he had used some daily medicine to permanently increase the slime's strength by 20%, if he wanted to continue, he would need to use the intermediate daily medicine. Over the past few days, he had already used quite a bit of the ingredients for 666. Luckily, Su Xiaoyu had previously helped him get a pass to the black market. He would have to make a trip there tomorrow. The next day, at the black market, Chen Shu, with his backpack, entered early in the morning without any trouble. After a thorough sweep, he managed to acquire a lot of good materials. Chen Shu happily sighed. Indeed, this world was one where you could top up to get ahead. As soon as he topped up, so many good things appeared. But just as Chen Shu passed by the restroom, a system mission suddenly appeared in front of him. Go home and craft medicine, or craft medicine in the restroom. Seeing the enticing reward for choosing the restroom, Chen Shu glanced over. A strange smell, typical of any public restroom that rarely gets cleaned, hit his nose. However, he didn't want to give up on this reward. For the sake of my great spirit in what I've accomplished, Chen Shu encouraged himself, closing his eyes and pinching his nose as he entered the restroom. At this moment, someone else was also rushing in. There was only one stall in this restroom, and the young man used all his strength to close his legs tightly, shivering, while knocking on the door and shouting to the person inside. "Bro, emergency, emergency." Hearing no response, the young man suspiciously peered inside. Could it be that no one was in there? So, he climbed up to take a look. It was unclear what kind of alchemy Chen Shu had practiced, as even when someone knocked, he couldn't hear it. His mind was entirely focused on brewing the medicine. But just as Chen Shu was about to drink the potion he had made, his gaze immediately landed on the person with the mushroom head, who was staring at him. The person was so shocked that their face twisted in disbelief. Chen Shu quickly fled the restroom, and the mushroom head naturally followed, even snapping a photo of Chen Shu from behind. Such an epic moment couldn't go unshared on social media. As a result, not long after, 2 posts by the mushroom head about Chen Shu brewing potions in the restroom gained viral attention, sparking much debate. However, the person involved rarely cared about the news, so he remained completely oblivious to this. But just because Chen Shu couldn't read it didn't mean that others couldn't. In fact, quite a few students noticed him the moment they laid eyes on him, and their gazes inevitably turned into a form of discrimination. Chen Shu, ever the optimist, used his rose-colored lens to transform their discriminatory looks into expressions of admiration. He couldn't help but wonder if he was the long-lost son of some wealthy family. Suddenly, a green snake fell from the sky and attacked Chen Shu, causing him to jump in shock. With a cry of surprise, Chen Shu summoned his slime. The little slime, facing off against the green viper, was known as 191. A golden light enveloped the snake, creating a somewhat beautiful scene. Normally, Chen Shu would have ignored it, but this time, the snake had dared to sneak up on him, completely disregarding martial ethics. The system quickly detected that the person who attacked Chen Shu was hiding behind a nearby tree, observing. Without a sound, Chen Shu swiftly moved behind the person. The attacker, completely unaware that Chen Shu had already positioned himself behind, continued to boast. "My snake is already a mid-level contract spirit. Let's see where that Chen Shu can run to this time." Chen Shu smiled warmly and said gently, "Run? Of course, I'll run straight toward you." Even though it was clear that the attacker was targeting Chen Shu, for a brief moment, the student had the distinct feeling that he had just seen the Grim Reaper coming for his life. His body instinctively stepped back, only to crash into the tree behind him. Chen Shu leaped forward, exuding a dark aura around him. The person was so scared that they trembled, collapsing to the ground, their face pale as if they had just seen a ghost. Chen Shu tightened his fingers, his smile becoming increasingly twisted and eerie, like that of a villain. "I thought it was someone important, but turns out it's you. Jin Nan's lackey, daring to sneak attack me. Today, I'll show you what happens when you try to sneak attack me. Now you're scared, but it's too late to turn back." What followed was a quick and one-sided beating, unsuitable for children to witness. Only a moment later, the person was beaten to the point of having a swollen face, lying helplessly by the base of a tree. Chen Shu, looking as handsome as ever, walked away. His S-level had successfully crushed that persistent green snake, bullying it until it cried. Just as he finished the beating, he heard footsteps approaching. It seemed the Spirit Sealing Division had sent people because of the contract spirits fight. Chen Shu, though somewhat arrogant, still had a sense of caution. He glanced at the person lying on the ground and left a final warning. "I'll let you off this time, but if you dare to do this again next time, I will make sure you and your contract spirit have no place to be buried." The slime even helped by pressing the person down, causing the green snake to cough up another mouthful of blood. Watching Chen Shu's retreating figure, the student trembled as he sat up. He had truly changed. Chen Shu returned to his home, handing his parents the 100,000 reward from the Spirit Sealing Division, and explained everything to them in detail. This is the 10,000 reward from the Spirit Sealing Division. I bought things with it, and the remaining 90,000 are all in this card. Who would have thought that Chen Shu's father would directly refuse, saying that the family didn't need that amount of money for now? Now that you're cultivating beast control abilities, if you need any medicine, just buy it yourself. If you don't have enough, let me know. Chen Shu's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked his father, "Don't need it? Dad, aren't you a rich second generation?" His father chuckled, took a sip of water, then raised his chin and said to Chen Shu, "Don't worry about it, we don't need it in the house. It's getting late, you still have school tomorrow, so go rest." Chen Shu nodded and went to his room. He looked at the parents in the living room, smiling and chatting with each other. Chen Shu knew that his family had always been a regular working-class family, so why was his father acting like they weren't short of money? Also, there was the attitude of Mr. Li and Uncle Zhang De Li's father, toward his father. They seemed to show respect for him, even though the two of them weren't exactly ordinary people. Could there be some other reason for this? Chen Shu felt that, no matter what the reason might be, it wasn't something he could figure out right now, so he decided to just stay quiet. Sooner or later, his father would explain. Looking at the slime sleeping soundly on the table, Chen Shu turned off the lights and went to bed. In the blink of an eye, it was morning, and he had to go to school. Chen Shu walked into the classroom, still yawning and drowsy. His classmates, without any prior agreement, gathered in front of him, staring at him without blinking, scaring Chen Shu stiff. "Damn it, what's going on? Why are they looking at me like that?" Li Wushuang's sense of smell is really ridiculously good. As soon as Chen Shu arrived, the old man opened the classroom door, stuck his head in, and called him out for a moment. Chen Shu replied with a yes, dazed and confused, following Li Wushuang to the professor's office. As soon as they entered the room, Li Wushuang immediately got to the point. "Chen Shu, did you go to the black market yesterday?" Chen Shu turned pale, his smile slowly becoming forced, anxiety creeping in. Could it be that his fight yesterday had been discovered? It was better to try and talk his way out of it and delay the explanation. But just as Chen Shu was about to speak, Li Wushuang held up his phone and asked him, "Is this you?" Chen Shu froze, took the phone, and looked at it. It was an article titled "Someone is making drugs in a public restroom." There were numerous shares and comments beneath it. Chen Shu panicked. It really had gone viral. He had only made a random drug, yet it had spread throughout the city. If it was this matter, then it was easier to handle. Chen Shu returned the phone to Li Wushuang, nodded, and smiled, saying, "Yes, that's me." Li Wushuang also seemed relieved, without any sign of blame. "I knew it was you. Even though there's only a corner of your face visible, your arrogant attitude is something I can always recognize. However, right now, everyone online is searching for the person in that public restroom, so you need to be extra careful lately to avoid attracting the attention of illegal traders." Chen Shu obediently nodded. "I understand." Chen Shu's story was quickly wrapped up. At this moment, Xiaobing and the Data also arrived at the teacher's office to meet the teacher, to discuss their participation in the special 12th grade class. In previous years, the special 12th grade class was only organized in the second semester of the 12th grade, but this time it was being organized earlier, which was indeed strange. Chen Shu looked over at Xiaobing, who was deep in thought, and felt more and more puzzled inside. Was something happening? A tiring day at school came to an end, but Chen Shu still hadn't gotten the answer he was looking for. He and Zhang De Li were riding their bikes home. Zhang De Li laughed cheerfully and said, "You're famous now." Chen Shu humbly responded, No, it was just an ordinary photo. I never expected it would go viral and make social media hunt me down." Suddenly, Chen Shu stopped his bike and looked at a crowd by the roadside, causing Zhang De Li, who was behind him, to almost crash into his bike. Following Chen Shu's gaze, they saw a group of people dressed in old-fashioned, supply and demand style uniforms, demanding money from a woman who was holding a little girl by her side. Zhang Dili asked. "What's going on? Do you know them?" Chen Shu shook his head. "I don't know them, it's just that the system's mission suddenly popped up." Without feeling embarrassed at all, Chen Shu boldly said, "I don't know them, but courage and righteousness are the guiding principles of my life." As he spoke, he tossed his bike aside. Zhang Dili also threw his bike to the side of the road and eagerly ran after him. "Chen Shu, you're awesome. I'm sticking with you." The debt collectors immediately became alert when they saw Chen Shu and Zhang Dili approaching. "Kid, what do you want to do?" Zhang Dili was about to say something heroic, like saving the damsel in distress, but Chen Shu suddenly shifted from his cool demeanor to a cowardly one, covering his face with both hands and shaking his head vigorously. "I didn't see anything, I didn't see anything." The scene suddenly became eerily quiet. Zhang Dili was stunned. Was Chen Shu's display of righteousness just a pretext to say that line? He had wanted to be the hero who saves the beauty. Little did Zhang Dili know, that simple sentence was all it took for him to gain the skill. Watching the system rewards pop up, Chen Shu let out a sigh of relief. He was about to back off, but the little girl hiding behind Miss Wang looked at him with a gaze full of resentment, or rather, she was glaring at the debt collector behind him, but Chen Shu still felt a little guilty. And then, the hero within him rose again. Chen Shu pointed at the debt collector's face, widened his eyes, and snapped. "Idiot, trash, only good at bullying women. You bastard, what did you say? Stop right there." The debt collector, provoked, began chasing after Chen Shu. Chen Shu and Zhang Dili quickly turned and ran. The two people who owed the debt also quickly fled while the collectors were distracted. Chen Shu couldn't resist adding more fuel to the fire, taunting the debt collector. "Come on, catch me. If you catch me, I'll back off." True enough, the debt collector, now thoroughly provoked, chased after them. The golden afternoon sun gleamed warmly as Chen Shu and Zhang Dili ran into a crowded area, ducked behind a building, and grabbed 2 sticks for disguise. Just as they finished their camouflage, a few debt collectors passed by. However, their eyes seemed to be purely ornamental, as they completely failed to notice the two of them hiding nearby, and continued on their way, chasing after someone else. In Zhang Dili's eyes, Chen Shu's behavior was truly abnormal and problematic, but how could someone without a system possibly understand? He only needed to do that to easily obtain skills, while others, despite their complaints and laments, might never achieve the same. Chen Shu affectionately threw an arm around Zhang Dili's shoulder. "Let's go, I'm in a good mood today, and I'll treat you to a meal." Suddenly, a car stopped right in front of them. Zhang Dili immediately assumed a defensive posture, scaring the person, though whether that person was actually frightened was uncertain. Chen Shu also summoned her slime, ready to fight. But when the car window rolled down, it revealed a familiar face to Zhang Dili. "Son, young lady, hop in." The person was none other than Zhang Dili's father. The two quickly climbed into the car. Uncle Zhang looked at Chen Shu with a smile and asked, "Young lady, I heard you've been taking beast taming class. You're quite ambitious. It's a pity Dili doesn't have the talent for beast taming, otherwise, I would have dragged him into Black Iron rank." Chen Shu looked at this familiar uncle in surprise. Black Iron rank was a realm above level 9. It was incredibly difficult for ordinary people to reach. As for him, thanks to the system, he was strong even without making an effort. But how could Uncle Zhang talk about it so casually? Chen Shu curiously asked Uncle Zhang, "Can you tell me about the other dimension?" Uncle Zhang smiled and asked in a gentle and pleasant tone, "Do you want to go?" "Miss, although there are many precious resources inside, the beasts are very fierce. Without strong strength and a trustworthy beast taming group, I advise you not to take the risk." Uncle Zhang's words were indeed not wrong at all. His strength wasn't enough, but with the system, things might be different. However, Chen Shu still politely thanked Uncle Zhang. That night, in Chen Shu's room, as soon as he entered, he began to cultivate seriously. Serious cultivation meant absorbing all the knowledge from the system's rewards. However, if he wanted to take the next step, he still needed a lot of medicinal materials. The black market was no longer sufficient. If given the chance, he would still want to visit the other dimension. Chen Shu happily opened the book introducing the other dimension. Suddenly, his phone rang, and the message notification was from Xiaobing. What could her embarrassed appearance be about? Could it be that she liked him? Chen Shu thought to himself that such a confession could never be made by a girl, but his hands quickly typed a message, "You like me, right? Fine, I'll let you pursue me." To his surprise, Xiaobing was actually contacting him to borrow money. Chen Shu felt silly, typing for so long, thinking it was something difficult to say. Well, now that he thought about it, borrowing money was indeed a bit awkward to bring up. The system suddenly displayed a new task. Chen Shu glanced over it and immediately spotted the reward for the fourth option. Now, he already had most of the high school knowledge, all he needed was the beast taming geography, and getting into the special 12th grade class would be no problem at all. Chen Shu quickly sent a message to Xiaobing, "I'll lend you the money, but I'll charge interest." The next morning, as agreed, Chen Shu brought the money along with the beast taming orb to Xiaobing. Xiaobing courteously said, "Thank you." Chen Shu chuckled and replied, "We're friends. No need for formalities like thank yous. How about you write me an essay praising me instead?" Xiaobing angrily retorted, "Fine, I'll do it." Chen Shu headed back to class. Just as he was about to go to the bathroom, he suddenly ran into Zhou Xiaoming, nicknamed Zhou Fatty, a former classmate from his regular class, who had recently been beaten up into a swollen mess. As soon as Zhou Fatty saw Chen Shu, he rushed over, arms wide open, and hugged him while crying and complaining. "Shu brother, Jinan and Zhang Yi from class 3 are bullying me." Chen Shu raised a finger to stop the chubby guy from coming any closer. "Stop. Didn't they avoid picking on regular people? Did you provoke them?" Zhou Fatty acted as if he was terribly wronged. I peed on them." Chen Shu burst into laughter, nearly choking on his saliva. He fell onto the ground, laughing uncontrollably, slapping the floor with a loud thud as he struggled to stop. Zhou Fatty, still crying, said, "Shu brother, I know you're really strong now. Can you help me take out some of my frustration?" Logically speaking, the one at fault is Zhou Fatty, but the targets are the two people over there, so there's no way Chen Shu wouldn't take on this case. He stood up, patted Zhou Fatty on the shoulder, and said plainly, "All right, but there needs to be more money involved. I want your shop to sign a joint partnership with me." Zhou Fatty, surprised, asked, "Huh? But I can't make decisions for my family business." Chen Shu, casually draping his arm over Zhou Fatty's shoulder, said warmly, "Don't worry, just push for it when the time comes. Now, let's talk about your revenge. What about it?" Zhou Fatty nodded. "All right, tell me everything again." Chen Shu interrupted him. "Wait, you said Zhang Yi is at the graduation ceremony right now with Jinnan? Very good, very good. This is perfect for settling both old and new grudges at once." On the podium, the principal was still deep into his speech about the future and life after graduation for the 12th grade students. It didn't take long before Chen Shu spotted Zhang Yi and Jinnan sitting at the graduation ceremony. Just as expected, they're here. He sneaked in, dressed like a petty thief. Without anyone noticing, he quietly hid behind their seats. The two of them were still innocent and carefree, talking about their future plans. For example, how Jinnan would likely get into the prestigious beast taming university. Chen Shu bent down, pretending to tie his shoelaces, when suddenly Jinnan asked, "By the way, that kid Chen Shu, he hasn't caused you any trouble recently, has he?" Zheng Yi bit his nails, gritted his teeth, and said with a glare, "No, recently I've been hanging out with that group of people. There's no way he could have the chance to lay a hand on me." You're a level 6 beast tamer. When are you going to teach that kid a lesson?" Jinnan shook his head and said softly, "That kid is no simple matter. He managed to injure Wuli severely. Wait until I gather enough people, then we'll deal with him." Zheng Yi was taken aback and exclaimed in shock, "What? Boss Wu, a level 4 beast tamer, was hurt?" Jin Nan exhaled heavily and rubbed his temples. Maybe he's hiding his strength, so this time, we'll have to get a group of thugs to give him a lesson. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yi gritted his teeth and cursed, slamming his fist onto the armrest of his chair. Damn it, Chen Shu was really a bastard. The people around them secretly glanced at Zheng Yi, and Jin Nan couldn't stop talking about Chen Shu either, otherwise, he'd be so pissed off. After sitting for a while, Zheng Yi stood up to go to the bathroom. Chen Shu was in high spirits. He had just sat and listened to them curse him out, and now the opportunity was coming so quickly, it really felt like a godsend. He thought he'd have to wait a little longer. Chen Shu followed Zheng Yi into the bathroom, just as Jin Nan happened to turn around to face his younger brother. For some reason, Jin Nan suddenly felt that Chen Shu's back seemed oddly familiar. In the restroom, Zheng Yi was still dealing with his personal troubles when a wave of resentment washed over him. Chen Shu entered the restroom with a smile, raising his hand to greet him. "Good afternoon. Friend Zhang, are you using the restroom?" From the expression on Chen Shu's face and the bag of urine in his hand, it was obvious that he had no good intentions. Zheng Yi turned around, intending to flee, but Chen Shu was one step faster. Zheng Yi wouldn't be able to run away. Chen Shu spoke, and the bag of urine was thrown at Zheng Yi with no unnecessary movements. All Zheng Yi could see in front of him was darkness, and a strange smell surrounded him. Zheng Yi froze, shouting and cursing at Chen Shu, "Damn it!" Chen Shu calmly grabbed Zheng Yi by the head and dragged him into a corner. This time, Zheng Yi was more prepared than before, even summoning the Dry Tower spirit to fight. Chen Shu looked at the Dry Tower spirit in the corner of the restroom, who was staring at him. "Summoning a contract spirit, huh?" Chen Shu said. "He has a contract spirit too." The supreme yellow slime appeared. Zheng Yi arrogantly commanded, "Slime, you know what to do, right?" The slime grew in size, and in the blink of an eye, the Dry Tower spirit was crushed by the slime, unable to resist. Chen Shu coldly said, "This time, no one will be able to save you. Jin Nan dared to send the Beast Tamers Society to deal with me. If I don't deal with you harshly today, you won't even know why the flowers are blooming." Chen Shu sneered. He had originally come to help Zhou Fatty vent his anger, but who would have thought that these two would gift him with yet another fight? Zhang Yi's desperate cries for help echoed through the air. After finishing his task, Chen Shu retrieved the bag of urea fertilizer, leaving only Zhang Yi's body lying on the ground, beaten so badly that his entire body was bruised purple. Beating up Zhang Yi was truly satisfying. Chen Shu cheerfully sang as he walked out of the restroom. The sky was clear today, and everywhere looked beautiful. But just as he stepped out of the restroom, he suddenly ran into Jin Nan. Of course, this guy wasn't alone. He had brought along a bunch of his brothers to block the restroom entrance. "So it really was you." Jin Nan stood with his hands on his hips, looking at Chen Shu with smug satisfaction. Jin Nan stared at Chen Shu and asked in a cold voice, "Where's my younger brother?" Chen Shu smiled calmly, lying without blinking an eye. "Your brother, Zhang Yi? I think I saw him go into the ladies' restroom." Jin Nan threw out a sentence. "Keep an eye on him and my boys for me." Then he headed toward the restroom. Jin Nan's gang immediately surrounded Chen Shu, not allowing him to move forward or retreat. Standing in front of the restroom, Jin Nan suddenly hesitated. Even though Chen Shu's attitude was so calm it made people want to believe him, knowing that this guy had a nasty nature, Jin Nan quickly turned and went to the men's restroom instead. He peeked inside but didn't see anyone, beginning to half believe that Zhang Yi had really gone into the women's restroom. Still not fully reassured, Jin Nan stepped in to take a closer look. Who would have thought he'd find Chen Shu's bag of urea fertilizer covering Zhang Yi's head? Jin Nan hurriedly ran over to check on his younger brother. Outside the bathroom, right after Zhang Yi left, a system prompt appeared with 4 options for a new task. Chen Shu quickly glanced over the rewards for completing the task. The first 3 reward options weren't bad, but the reward from the 4th choice suited him the most at this moment. As long as he completed the task, he could level up his beast companion. And once he managed to level up his beast companion by one more rank, reaching the special 12th grade would no longer be a distant dream. As for how to convince the four people to turn from friends into foes, Chen Shu was confident in his ability to talk his way through things. After accepting the task, he immediately switched into his mode of casual banter and walked over to pat the shoulder of the junior who seemed the easiest to convince. "Hey, buddy, don't be so tense. Actually, my relationship with Jin Nan is pretty good. Don't be fooled by my tough exterior. We've been best friends since we were kids." The guy looked at Chen Shu with some suspicion. "Then why did you bully his little brother?" Chen Shu casually smiled and replied, "It was just a bit of playful teasing. In reality, Zhang Yi is like a little brother to me. We often mess around like this." The guy was still a bit unconvinced but seemed to be softening up. Chen Shu then added the finishing touch. "Think about it. If we really had a problem, I would have run off long ago. There's no way I'd be standing here, calmly talking to you guys." Then Chen Shu walked over again, put his arm around a few other friends, and pretended to show sympathy. "Focus on making up stories. Let me tell you, since childhood, Jin Nan has always loved acting, and every year there are several times like this." 5 minutes later, everyone had been completely fooled by Chen Shu's words. Jin Nan had just taken Zhang Yi, who had been beaten to a pulp, out, and upon hearing their conversation outside the door, felt strange. Chen Shu, still full of enthusiasm about the matter, didn't realize that the person involved had just come out of the bathroom. "At first, we were even worse than now. Jin Nan even wore women's clothes and asked me to play the role of the heartless person." Jin Nan, extremely angry, snapped. "Wang Yu, what are you guys doing?" Wang Yu and the others were still laughing at the story Chen Shu had fabricated. Seeing Jin Nan so angry, they didn't pay much attention and simply laughed, saying, "We're just talking. Jin Nan, you're really something. We never expected you'd have that side to you too." The more Jin Nan listened, the more confused and uncomfortable he felt. "What do you mean by that?" Now, Jin Nan's group of friends all believed Chen Shu's words, and they all thought Jin Nan was still playing some kind of act with them, being as close as brothers. Jin Nan, furious, slapped away the hand of a friend resting on his shoulder and shouted, "What are you talking about? What the hell are you saying?" The friend, rubbing the reddened spot on his skin, helplessly said, "Jin Nan, it's all just acting, there's no need to curse at us." Chen Shu smiled and said, "Jin Nan is just like that, easy to get into character, we have to be understanding. Everyone should give a little. Jin Nan, you shouldn't hold it against your good friends. Alright, it's getting late, and you all still have the 12th grade graduation ceremony tonight, so let's all disperse." Jin Nan's gang simultaneously left. "Any doubts?" Chen Shu waved his hand at them, "You guys go ahead." Jin Nan was still in character, "Should I help you?" Jin Nan placed Zhang Yi down. Chen Shu watched as his companions walked further away, and the smile on his face immediately shifted into a more sinister, darker expression. "Nan brother, let's start now." Chen Shu approached, extending his hand to cover Jin Nan's mouth. Jin Nan, startled, cried out for help. His friends, still some distance away, heard the strange noise from behind, sounding like someone was calling for help, and an ominous thought simultaneously crossed their minds. Without hesitation, they hurriedly rushed back. As expected, Chen Shu had indeed tricked them. He had just spoken of their close bond, but now he was sitting on top of Jin Nan, pounding relentlessly on his face, turning him into a swollen mess, like a pig's head. Upon seeing the group enter, Chen Shu curled his lips and sighed, "Looks like I'd been caught, that was easy." Now, Chen Shu had not only offended Jin Nan but had also made enemies with a whole group of people. His talent for stirring up trouble was second to none, no one could claim to be better than him in that regard. Judging by their expressions, Chen Shu could feel that if he didn't get beaten today, something was definitely wrong. But how could Chen Shu let himself fall into such a situation? He quickly said, No, everyone is civilized here. If you guys make a move, I will scream." Jin Nan was dazed from the beating. Hearing the word scream, his mind suddenly cleared up. The last time this kid screamed, the guards rushed over immediately. Now it was the time for class to end. If he screamed again, with the final exams coming up, it could damage Chen Shu's contract spirit, and the opponent would have no way of entering the special class. This kind of revenge was much more satisfying than just beating him up, and who knows, it might even call the guards again. So, Jinnan said, "Wait a minute, Chen Shu, you're a beast tamer. If you have the guts, let's settle this in a duel at the beast taming pavilion." Normally, Chen Shu would have rejected it immediately. But this time, the system's mission appeared. Seeing the reward, Chen Shu thought for a moment. After the previous selection, he was now a level 5 beast tamer, and fighting against Jinnan, who was level 6, wasn't necessarily impossible to win. Chen Shu then looked at Jinnan's group of followers. If he was ganged up on by them, he was as good as dead. This time, whether he won or lost, those people would definitely take the chance to beat him up badly. Even Xiaobing, the strongest in the class, might not be able to beat them. But if it was just Jinnan alone, it wasn't an impossible situation. Jinnan nodded and said, "I agree, but I have doubts about your character. I want to find a witness." At the beast taming pavilion, Chen Shu quickly brought a witness to the scene, who turned out to be Su Xiaoyu. Jinnan glared at Chen Shu, clearly thinking that the only way to deal with him would be during the decisive battle. Having Su Xiaoyu as the witness made Chen Shu feel a lot more at ease. He politely exchanged a few words with Su Xiaoyu, who, on the other hand, was worried about Chen Shu, thinking that he had no way to defeat Jinnan. Chen Shu smiled and said, "Don't worry, Sister Xiaoyu, I'm confident. Even if I'm not confident, I still have to make it work." Chen Shu sighed. After all, the talent was right there in front of him, and if he didn't take it, he would be a fool. Chen Shu and Jinnan quickly took their positions. The battle began, and both sides summoned their contract spirits. Jinnan's contract spirit was of the non-flying type. A ferocious blue eagle appeared and immediately lunged toward the small, weak slime. Its sharp claws dug into the slime, lifting it into the air. The slime, growing more anxious, desperately tried to think of a way to counter the attack. The speed of Jinnan's contract spirit could easily crush the slime. If they continued fighting in the usual way, they would definitely lose. Therefore, the only option left was to find some way to turn things around. On the battlefield, Chen Shu's slime fought valiantly and with great courage. Jinnan's eagle continuously clawed at the slime, pushing it to become a small, weak, and pitiful creature. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shu pretended to tear up, faking embarrassment while crying out, "Please stop, I admit defeat." Jinnan, seeing the advantage tilt in his favor, felt more and more pleased, especially at the thought of accidentally killing Chen Shu's contract spirit. How could he stop now? In fact, his thirst for battle only grew stronger as he ordered his own contract spirit to teach the slime a lesson, showing it what true strength meant. Eagle let out a mighty cry and charged towards the slime, its posture proud and majestic, like a predator hunting its prey. Chen Shu had been waiting for this moment. All he had to do was prod a little, and Jinnan would willingly deliver the opportunity right into his hands. Wasn't this the perfect chance? If something wasn't given to him, he could create it himself. The slime's smile began to lose all traces of humanity, resembling Chen Shu's appearance. Jinnan's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly had a bad feeling when he saw that mischievous expression. The slime, which had been at a disadvantage, suddenly became fierce again, both adorable and bloodthirsty. It leaped at the eagle. Who said slimes couldn't fly? Slimes usually couldn't fly, right? But the golden slime only needed to leap into the air to reach the contract spirit's level. In Jinnan's eyes, blood vessels were visible, and only one thought remained in his mind: I'm doomed. On the arena floor, as soon as slime reached a particularly advantageous angle to approach eagle, it used its skill of gigantification. Its small, frail body naturally swelled, becoming 6 or 7 times larger than the eagle. Chen Shu was trying to use the tactic of overpowering with sheer mass, a wild fighting style that matched his personality perfectly. Slime expanded, crushing the blue bird beneath it. Its weight was enough to crack the ground below. The blue bird struggled under the weight of the slime. A look of shock appeared on Jin Nan's pig-like face. I didn't expect Shen Shu's contract spirit to be so powerful, he thought, and it even has several skills. Jin Nan was not a fool to tie himself up. If he couldn't win, he couldn't win. In front of Su Xiaoyu, he could do nothing but admit defeat. Shen Shu arrogantly gave a hum of acknowledgement. The slime shrank, coiled around Shen Shu's arm, and then disappeared. He walked towards Su Xiaoyu, and they left together. Zheng Yi also rushed over to Jin Nan's side, concerned for him. Jin Nan sighed, his whole body exuding a pitiable weakness. I'm fine. From now on, I won't stay at Nanjiang. Don't pick fights with Chen Shu anymore. Zheng Yi wasn't blind, and he wasn't foolish enough not to know his own limits. He could only grit his teeth and follow Jin Nan's advice, no longer provoking Chen Shu. Outside the schoolyard, Su Xiaoyu and Chen Shu strolled leisurely together for a while. Just now, Su Xiaoyu witnessed the match and couldn't help but feel curious. Chen Shu, is your contract spirit a 3-star universe level suppressor? The feeling it gives off is even worse than my flame condor. Chen Shu smiled and said, of course not. In reality, my contract spirit is a universe level, 3-star, ultimate waste disposal. As they were walking, Chen Shu suddenly saw Zhou Fatty ahead. Su Xiaoyu, puzzled, asked Chen Shu, ultimate waste disposal at the universe level? I've never heard of such a contract spirit before. Chen Shu didn't answer Su Xiaoyu's question. He could only promise to talk to her another time and quickly ran toward Zhou Fatty. Su Xiaoyu watched him leave and couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with Chen Shu. He was now a level 5 beast tamer. If he could acquire the beast taming orb in this period of time, he might even be able to enter the special class. Chen Shu, however, had no idea that Su Xiaoyu thought so highly of him. Right now, he was only concerned with finding Zhou Fatty's parents to discuss business. Zhou Fatty looked at him in shock. Right now? However, he didn't ask many more questions and directly took Chen Shu to his home to discuss with his parents. After a while of explaining and negotiating, Chen Shu finally achieved what he had set out to do and cheerfully bade Zhou Fatty farewell. Even though he hadn't been able to gather all the materials needed to refine the top-grade strength-enhancing medicine at the black market, the business deal was now done. Zhou Xiaoming's parents also agreed to leave the designated space materials for the medicine, so there was no need to worry about the raw materials anymore, but the Zhou family wasn't selling the medicine. Chen Shu sighed, wondering how to deal with the bottles of medicine at home. Just then, his thoughts turned back to the black market. The slime didn't need any medicine, leaving it there wouldn't serve any purpose, so he might as well head to the black market to give it a try. The black market was as crowded as ever. Chen Shu quickly secured a corner to set up his stall. He placed a few of his powerful medicine bottles on the table and eagerly began promoting them. Come here, take a look. Freshly made mid-tier strength-enhancing medicine, guaranteed authentic. If you get a fake, you'll get your money back. Don't miss out, folks. However, no one paid any attention to his medicines. After all, his products were mid-tier, and he was selling them at a cheap price. Chen Shu could only scoff at the lack of intelligence and discernment of the people around him. At that moment, a crafty-looking scammer approached Chen Shu. Kid, your scam is too old-fashioned. Want to learn some real tricks from me? Chen Shu twitched his mouth in confusion and looked at the newcomer. The scammer, holding a book in one hand, tried to tempt him. For just 998, you can learn how to scam in the black market. If you can't sell anything, you'll be at a loss, so why not check it out? Chen Shu looked at the title of the book and was speechless. A collection of rare scams in the black market. What kind of nonsense is this? Who in their right mind would pay for a book like this? Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively. Scamming, and there's a book for it? And a rare edition at that? His eyes then landed on a billboard in front of him, and his crafty mind instantly knew how to attract customers. He then took out a wad of money and handed it to the old scammer, whispering, "Uncle, I need your help with something." The man holding the money left, and after a while, returned with a group of people. They were all part of the troupe the old scammer had arranged for him. Chen Shu scanned them and nodded. Not bad, their features are all fairly average, perfect for the role he's looking for. Let's get started. In the black market, which had been peaceful, a group of people suddenly gathered together. In front of Chen Shu's stall, they started arguing and fighting over some strength-enhancing medicine, causing a huge scene and drawing attention. Damn it, do you not know the order of things? You still dare to compete with me? After a few exchanges, they ended up in a chaotic fight. Chen Shu calmly observed the scene, thinking to himself, as expected, whenever there's a good show, there will always be an audience. They're really putting on a great performance, so much so that even I almost believed it. Audience, come buy my goods. Chen Shu pretended to pick up his bottle of medicine, making it seem like he was trying to mediate but actually flexing in a rather unsubtle way. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Don't fight over a middle-tier strength-enhancing medicine worth 800 coins. Passers-by were startled and turned to look at Chen Shu. A middle-tier strength-enhancing medicine for 800 coins? Is it real or fake? At that moment, one of the people from the crowd, badly beaten, crawled up to Chen Shu's stall, trembling, and said, "Give me the middle-tier strength-enhancing medicine, or I'll never close my eyes if I die." Before Chen Shu could hand it over, the man's wig flew off, and the performance was just too perfect. A crowd of people fought for the middle-grade strength pills, causing passers-by to start out somewhat skeptical, but eventually they completely believed in it. High-end customers rushed for the goods. Chen Shu laughed happily and said, "Okay, those of you lying on the ground are winking at him." Not long after, Chen Shu's stock was completely sold out. He sent a pile of money to the people that the old scammer had sent, and cheerfully said, "Thank you all, let's cooperate again next time." Next came the time to buy the materials to refine the high-grade strength pills. Chen Shu eagerly looked into the black market. Inside Chen Shu's room, countless high-grade strength pills were laid out, with the system handling the process. Soon, several bottles of top-tier medicine were filled. Chen Shu nodded, smiling and saying, "I hope this slime won't disappoint me this time." A pile of strength pills was laid out in front of Chen Shu as he summoned the slime. The slime leaped towards the pile of pills with its fastest speed, quickly devouring the entire pile, even to the point of feeling content, with its stomach full and its strength increased by another 20%. Chen Shu gently patted his slime. The strength pills had leveled it up to its peak. He was confident that he would achieve good results in the upcoming final exams. Time passed quickly, and the day of the final exams arrived. At the exam site, Li Wushuang stood at the podium, scanning the students below, then said, "Students, today is your final exam day. After finishing the cultural subjects, you will proceed to the beast taming pavilion to gather and take the royal beast exam. I hope everyone can achieve good results. Now, the written exam begins." Below the classroom, Chen Shu's pen danced on the paper, writing quickly, because he already knew all the material. It was just that as soon as he finished writing, the system activated another task. Chen Shu looked up and, by chance, caught Li Wushuang staring at him with a sharp, bullet-like gaze. Chen Shu was certain that if he made even the slightest mistake, Li Wushuang would immediately hang him out to dry. He sighed, then looked back at the task list, unable to stop himself from feeling sorry for his fate. Why was this task so hard to choose from? But the reward was so tempting that Chen Shu couldn't resist picking something. The students in the class had no choice but to take risks. He picked up his test paper and fiddled with it, making some noise. Just flipping it back and forth a little, the whole class turned to look, and Mr. Li walked straight over to him. The task was completed, and Chen Shu didn't expect it to be so simple. It seemed that the candidates' mental states weren't quite right this time. Li Wushuang reached Chen Shu's desk, knocked on it twice, and scolded, "If you don't know what you're doing, just sit still. Don't flip it around like that." Chen Shu nodded and smiled, "Okay." Li Wushuang went up to the podium, and Chen Shu immediately laid down on his desk for a nap. After all, the reward had been earned, the exam was done, and sleeping seemed like the best choice. Chen Shu woke up from his nap, and the papers had already been collected. Everyone was anxious because the exam this time was incredibly difficult. His classmate, who often walked with Chen Shu, stepped forward to ask him, "This exam was really difficult. How did you do?" Chen Shu smiled and said, "It was just an ordinary exam." "All right, as long as it's over. The Royal Beast exam is about to start soon, let's head over there." At the Beast Taming Pavilion, as soon as they arrived, Chen Shu and his friend saw a long line waiting for the test. They joined the queue, and after half an hour, it was finally Chen Shu's turn. Before leaving, Shaolin patted Chen Shu on the shoulder and encouraged him, saying, "Take care, bro, and don't cry when you get your score." Chen Shu grinned and walked inside. He was confident in his current abilities. The ones who were truly surprised were his classmates, who couldn't believe that he had reached level 5 in such a short time. Chen Shu scratched his head and pretended to sigh dramatically, saying, "Oh, even though it's only been a month since I went from a beast tamer level 1 to level 5, I'm still pretty weak." Can you believe it? Chen Shu's classmates genuinely couldn't accept what he was saying. Weak at level 5? While Chen Shu was still chatting with his classmate, Li Wuxuang approached. He glanced around at the students and then smiled, saying, "All right, the final exam is over. The results will be sent to everyone's phones. You all can disperse now. I hope you have a wonderful holiday." The students in the Beast Taming Pavilion were gradually leaving. At this moment, Shaolin took the opportunity to rush to Chen Shu's side, eagerly asking, "Kid, you're impressive. Without a word, you've already reached level 5. How did that happen? During the break, would you like to come to my Royal Beast School and train together?" Chen Shu shook his head. "No need, I have things to do." Shaolin asked curiously. "Things to do during the break? What's that?" Chen Shu raised both hands to the sky and declared with solemnity, "Of course, something meaningful." 10 days later, at the 666 Medicinal Pharmacy Company, in the laboratory, Chen Shu had already gained a certain amount of reputation and prestige among the alchemists after the previous break. They treated him with great respect, even calling him Master Chen. Chen Shu put on his lab coat. The work he wanted to do was at the pharmaceutical company. How could the Beast Tamer chief, who had barely earned a little upgrade through sheer effort, be faster than mixing potions? The work of potion brewing under Chen Shu's guidance was progressing very smoothly. Until one day, just as Chen Shu had barely crafted much, Su Qingxue brought the flower of great strength to him, along with the news that this batch of flower of great strength was the last one in the company. Chen Shu was stunned, staring at her, his voice echoing loudly through the hallway. "What? Is the company going bankrupt?" The corner of Su Qingxue's mouth twitched. How could their company possibly go bankrupt so easily? Could Chen Shu have a bit more confidence in their company? She placed the flower of great strength on the table and explained, "A new power has been competing for our flower of great strength. But don't worry, recently, the company's guild went to another space, so soon we'll have a new flower of great strength." The task appeared immediately. Chen Shu glanced at the task and made a quick decision. Is there any option other than this one? Then it must be done. "Miss Su, I also want to go to another space." After getting Su Qingxue's approval, Chen Shu immediately returned home to prepare the items he deemed necessary. After a month, he was finally able to go to the other space. Since Uncle Zhang had told him about it, Chen Shu had longed to go. It was only because Su Qingxue had agreed to let him that he could. However, once there, they could not guarantee Chen Shu's safety entirely, so he had to be cautious himself. Chen Shu had thought that Su Qingxue would not agree, and had even prepared himself with 7,749 reasons to make up, but to his surprise, she agreed immediately. Looking at the items on the table, Chen Shu wondered if he should bring everything, since he had no outdoor survival experience, and bringing extra wouldn't hurt. Oh, right. Chen Shu tapped his head, almost forgetting about the survival skill book the system had given him. Chen Shu reached out and grabbed the skill book, then summoned the slime. He used the skill book on it. The slime's stats increased significantly, and along with that, it gained a skill called Contract Spirit, an absolutely overwhelming ability. This was a passive skill, meaning any creature suppressed by the slime would be unable to use its skills. Of course, this move would be ineffective against contract spirits of a higher tier. Chenshu nodded as he examined the new skill he had just acquired. This skill was really useful. He felt there was nothing else to prepare for. All that was left was to get a good night's sleep and set off tomorrow. Suddenly, his phone lit up with a series of message notifications. Chenshu looked at his ranking and the score he had earned. Second in his class and 20th in the whole year. This was pretty good, just as he had expected. As soon as the scores were released, Li Wuxuang immediately called Chenshu. The moment he picked up, Mr. Li loudly congratulated him over the phone for making it into the special 12th grade class. It seemed Mr. Li was both surprised and delighted. Chenshu hadn't expected Mr. Li to be this happy. He was happy too. Wasn't this just what he had anticipated? He was already this old, yet something like this still made him so emotional. Mr. Li, feeling emotional, said, "Previously, I misjudged you. I truly did not expect you to be a piece of golden dung." Chenshu remained arrogant, ignoring Li Wuxuang's words. But just 2 seconds into his arrogance, his mind quickly returned to the main point. What did Mr. Li just say about golden dung? Li Wuxuang, his face unchanged, said seriously, "Don't mind these small details. Alright, I have to inform one more person. Remember to keep studying hard during the break." After saying that, he hung up and quickly ran away. Chenshu, still in high spirits, couldn't stop grinning. Since Mr. Li had already informed him, it was only natural for him to share the good news with his classmates. He was ready to accept the praise from everyone. Chenshu then wrote a group message to all his friends, announcing that he had made it into the special 12th grade class. As expected, an explosion of excitement followed. Chenshu, feeling pleased with himself, puffed up his nostrils, showing no sign of modesty. Now that he was in the special class, Chenshu felt this still couldn't compare to entering another dimension. Once he conquered that, wouldn't it be even more impressive than the special 12th grade? After a busy day, the slime had fallen sound asleep. Chenshu stretched and climbed into bed to sleep. If we don't sleep now, I'm afraid that if we oversleep tomorrow, it won't be good. The next morning, as expected, Chenshu arrived at the company's car to head to the other world. Sitting next to him was Su Xiaoyu, along with 2 other senior beast tamers. Chenshu gazed out of the window and could already see a heavily guarded area in the distance. From the outside, it was impossible to see anything inside the gate. This was the gate to the other world. Seeing Chenshu's expression, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. "We've arrived at Qingyuan County." Chenshu asked curiously, "Qingyuan County? There's a gate to the other world there, isn't that the other world?" The car stopped to wait for them. Su Xiaoyu explained, "The gate to the other world is just designed in a way that prevents people from misunderstanding it as the actual other world. The real other world is in Qingyuan Forest within the town. No vehicles are allowed in Qingyuan County, so we have to get off the car now." Chenshu nodded and got out of the car with everyone else. To enter, each person needed an identity verification card, so if someone wasn't a beast tamer, they probably wouldn't even have the right to enter. Chenshu smoothly passed through the security gate into Qingyuan County. The place looked no different from where they lived. It really was quite magical. To prevent Chenshu from causing trouble, Su Xiaoyu warned in advance, "That's right, you absolutely must remember, here you must obey Uncle Joe and follow the rules. If not, the army will take care of you right on the spot." Chenshu was startled and worried. Is it really that serious? They can deal with someone causing trouble here? Chenshu's gaze fell on the guns held by the guards. He swallowed and nodded obediently. "I understand." Chenshu said, "Other dimensions are the most important areas of the country, and the rules here are crucial. Before doing anything, I'll ask Uncle Joe." Chenshu's attitude was relatively obedient, and Zhou Shiduan was not someone too harsh. Hearing this, Zhou Shiduan said, "It's not actually as complicated as you think here, just don't get into fights or cause trouble." Chen Shu obediently nodded. He won't do that, unless he's forced by the system too much. They walked a bit further and arrived at the hotel they had booked in advance. Today, there was no rush to enter the forest, so they decided to rest here temporarily and prepare. Of course, no one objected, since other dimensions were full of dangers. They spent the whole afternoon packing, and it quickly became evening. At the restaurant, only Chen Shu and Mr. Deng went down to have dinner, while Su Xiaoyu stayed in his room. Chen Shu said, "Sister Xiaoyu said she wants to rest." Zhou Shiduan nodded, indicating that he understood. Su Xiaoyu is grown up now, so he doesn't manage her too much. Zhou Shiduan's gaze quickly swept over the menu and ordered enough food for all three of them. The waiter wrote up the bill and left. This was Chen Shu's first time here, so Zhou Shiduan kindly shared some basic knowledge with him. Qingyuan Forest is near the small town, so the meat of the fierce beasts isn't too expensive. It's also a local specialty. At first, Chen Shu was shocked upon hearing this, but after Zhou Shiduan explained, he no longer felt as shocked as before. What was originally a group of people enjoying a meal unexpectedly became disrupted when Zhou Shiduan's old enemy, Huang Wei, showed up with a group of his own, looking for trouble. "Oh, isn't this the famous royal beast Zhou Shiduan?" Huang Wei took a sip of water, smiling mockingly. "Are you still not satisfied after being beaten last time, Huang Wei?" One of Huang Wei's underlings rushed forward, raising his fist threateningly. "You wanna die?" Huang Wei, however, remained remarkably calm. He told the underling to fall back and chose a seat relatively close to Zhou Shiduan's group. Seeing that his underling was still upset, Huang Wei waved his hand, signaling for him to sit down at the table and eat. Zhou Shiduan couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. The timing was just right, and the food was probably about to be served. However, at that moment, the system suddenly popped up with a task. Chen Shu glanced over the available options. Among them was one that would directly promote him to Black Iron rank and offer an international flight ticket, but the condition was that he had to summon a yellow slime and immediately attack someone. Chen Shu was drooling with anticipation, but he wasn't foolish enough to rush in and provoke the group of armed men standing outside the door. Chen Shu leaned in close to Huang Wei and whispered, "Uncle Zhou, if I use contract spirit on them now, what will the consequences be?" The water in Zhou Shiduan's mouth was instantly spat out, his face turning pale as panic surged through him. He silently screamed, "Didn't you always avoid causing trouble? Don't do anything rash, Chen Shu. It's not just punishment if we act now, they'll kill us on the spot." Chen Shu valued his life highly and knew he couldn't just pick option 1. But choosing option 3, showing them a little color, would still lead to conflict, and the soldiers would likely show up. However, choosing option 2, obediently sitting down to eat, didn't sit right with him at all. Chen Shu's quick mind whirred as he stood up, slipping his hands into his pockets. "Uncle Zhou, I'm going to show them some color." Zhou Shiduan panicked and shot up from his seat, reaching out to grab Chen Shu. "Damn it, don't go. It's too late." Chen Shu was already at Huang Wei's table. He slammed his hand down on the surface with a cheerful laugh and said, "I'm here to show you all some color." Huang Wei glared at Chen Shu and shouted, "Hey, kid, what do you think you're doing?" He thought to himself, "Just a little color, nothing more." A few sheets of colored paper appeared in Chen Shu's hand. He pointed to the first one and said, "All right, take a look, this is red." He held up another piece of paper, "This is yellow, and what color is this?" "That's right, this is green." Chen Shu has made everyone here completely lose their minds. Huang Wei's eyes were bloodshot with anger, his face dark with rage. "Kid, are you joking with us?" Chen Shu smiled and said, "I really just wanted to show you all some colors." Huang Wei's subordinates saw how furious he was and quickly pointed out the window. Huang Wei gritted his teeth, muttering to himself, don't get angry, your life is just like a play." Chen Shu, taking advantage of the situation, put on a friendly expression and said, "Looking at all of you, I'm sure you've recognized the correct color now." I've given you these cards, you can practice them at home when you have free time. No need to thank me. Huang Wei grew even angrier, but he had not yet lost his mind to the point of being reckless enough to risk his life. So he could only grit his teeth and mutter 7,749 reasons to himself to hold back his anger. Chen Shu, satisfied with the reward, left contentedly. Zhou Shiduan had been suppressing his laughter, and it had really been a struggle. After walking for a while, Zhou Shiduan finally couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed, asking, "Xiao Chen, aren't you afraid of offending Huang Wei?" Chen Shu smiled and replied, "I was just teaching them to recognize colors, how is that offending them?" Of course, seeing Huang Wei so angry, I do find it amusing, but I also understand what kind of person Huang Wei is. And I do quite like you, so I'll remind you, Huang Wei is not easy to deal with. Even though today you were just kindly teaching him some colors, next time, don't provoke him like this. Otherwise, after leaving Qingyuan City, if he causes trouble for you, it won't be surprising. Chen Shu laughed and said, "It's fine, he doesn't know me, he only knows you." Moreover, Chen Shu reached into his bag, where he kept the goat dung powder. If Huang Wei really does this, he not only has the goat dung powder but also the system. It's still unclear who will win and who will lose. Outside the hotel, the air was thick with fog. Chen Shu looked at the forest ahead and asked, "Uncle Zhou, is this the entrance to Qingyuan City?" Zhou Shiduan nodded, "Yes, tomorrow morning we will pass through Qingyuan Forest to reach another dimension." At this moment, in front of the forest, a group of people seemed to have just returned from an exploration. The members of the team were all injured, but they managed to bring back a cage containing a green snake. One of them shouted, "A mutated green-eyed snake. If you're willing to pay a high price, you can have it." Upon hearing about the mutated green-eyed snake, everyone quickly started bidding. In the blink of an eye, someone offered 800,000. Chen Shu asked in astonishment, "A basic level beast can be sold for such a high price?" Zhou Shiduan shook his head, then nodded, "A normal green snake wouldn't be worth much, but if it's mutated, it's a completely different story. The snake's gallbladder can not only help level up the royal beast power, but the snake's eyes also have a chance of helping the contract spirit comprehend the skill of keen vision. So, they're not just selling the beast, they're selling that probability." Zhou Shiduan patted Chen Shu's shoulder, "All right, it's getting late, we should head back. Hopefully, we'll get lucky in this adventure too." Late at night in the hotel, everyone was deep asleep, but Chen Shu couldn't sleep very soundly. Strange sounds woke him up, causing him to slowly stir from his slumber. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the task selection board. Chen Shu sat up, yawning a few times, then wondered, "What on earth brings this to me in the middle of the night?" He glanced over the rewards. Although the 5% additional defense from the slime was quite good, it was still just a temporary upgrade. The guidebook mentioned that crafting potions was a long-term solution, so he could only go to the Beast Tamer Association alone. Chen Shu got out of bed, put on his clothes, and sneaked out of the room. Zhou Shiduan was still fast asleep. Once outside the hotel, Chen Shu hurried to the Beast Tamer Association, muttering to himself, "Potion, I've come for you." It didn't take long before Chen Shu arrived at the Beast Tamer Association building. It was a tall, modern-looking structure. Even though it was already night, there were still many beast tamers around. Chen Shu walked around for a bit. There were places for buying and selling information, otherworldly maps, pictures of fierce beasts, and the mission hall. It seemed to cater to a variety of professions. After wandering around for a while, he didn't know what to do first. In the end, he casually walked toward the mission hall, thinking that perhaps he might stumble upon something useful. He looked over the board. Most of the tasks listed were fairly ordinary. Until the system task suddenly appeared, Chen Shu looked at the reward. As long as he could kill the Ice Lord Rabbit, the reward would be extremely generous. In his mind, he pictured an aggressive rabbit glaring at him, and he couldn't help but shudder. Is this a joke? Although this type of bloodline wasn't very strong, even if it were weaker, it was still not something a level 5 beast tamer like him could handle. However, the slime relied on its size to attack, and if the slime could be enlarged, it would gain an additional power, which also meant that other abilities would be enhanced as well. It was truly too tempting. But Chen Shu didn't rush into making a decision. Instead, he went to ask a staff member at the association for more information. "I'd like to ask, if I don't complete the task, will there be any penalties?" The staff member at the association gave Chen Shu a professional smile. "Hello, sir. In order to take on a task, you need to pay a security deposit. If the task fails, the deposit will be deducted." Chen Shu thought to himself that he currently had about 100,000 Huaxia coins. If it didn't work out, then it would be like buying a skill, so he asked how much the Ice Lord Rabbit task required. The staff member felt a bit puzzled inside but still maintained a professional and friendly attitude while replying. This task was issued by the military, so no security deposit is required. As long as you manage to hunt it successfully, you'll receive the reward. In other words, it's free. Chen Shu no longer had any doubts. He immediately accepted the task. After receiving the mission, Chen Shu went to the mission counter to complete the necessary procedures. He looked at the information provided by the military. The rewards were abundant, but this mission was indeed very difficult. Not only did it require extreme luck, but it also demanded formidable abilities. However, fortunately, the system only instructed him to accept the task, not necessarily to complete it. Chen Shu then decided to be a little crafty, pretending not to see anything and moving on. After taking care of everything, Chen Shu felt at ease and began to grow drowsy again. He yawned several times, feeling mentally exhausted. It was time to return to the hotel for some rest. Chen Shu expertly opened the door. "Are you still sleeping?" He climbed onto the bed and closed his eyes with satisfaction. The next morning, he was full of energy. After breakfast, everyone gathered in front of the forest to prepare for departure. Chen Shu obediently nodded and followed along. Right at the entrance to the otherworldly space, there were also military personnel guarding it, in large numbers, with identity verification machines. Zhou Duan and his group still took out their ID cards, swiped them to verify their identity, and then entered the white mist. Chen Shu was unsure how long he had walked through the mist. When he finally emerged from it, he found himself transported to another dimension. As it was the entrance area, there were quite a few people gathered here. Chen Shu looked around excitedly. "Is this Qingyuan Forest?" Zhou Duan nodded and smiled. "Yes, let's go." Leaving the Spirit Guardian General's base, Su Xiaoyu's blazing flame bird flew ahead to scout the way. It seemed quiet here, but danger was lurking everywhere, always ready to strike. Chen Shu hummed cheerfully as he walked, happily taking in the surroundings. A tree behind him stirred slightly, and a sound reached his ears. Chen Shu quickly turned around, only to see a long snake charging toward him. "Damn it, this is just bad luck," Chen Shu thought to himself. "We just entered the forest, and already these animals are greeting me like this." The three of them, Zhou Duan included, were startled and reached out toward Chen Shu, calling his name, worry evident in their eyes. But who was Chen Shu? He was someone incredibly reckless. After just 2 seconds of stunned silence, by the third second, a wicked smile appeared on his face, and golden light radiated from the palm of his hand. A slime appeared, in its giant version, and with one strike, it crushed the snake that had dared to ambush him. Chen Shu took a step back, sighed in relief, and said, "I was actually quite startled just now." The snake, pinned under the slime, struggled and thrashed about, but it was powerless to escape. Chen Shu stuck out his tongue and teased it. "Lulu, not even close." The snake, enraged, tried to lunge towards Chen Shu. Chen Shu leapt a step forward, keeping a safe distance in front of it. "I'm back." He then jumped back another step. The snake, weak and pitiful, could only watch helplessly, its anger burning inside. Chen Shu continued jumping back and forth, doing this several more times, right in front of the snake, leaving Zhou Duan's group speechless. The snake, pinned beneath the slime, thought to itself, "If I don't kill Chen Shu today, then I'll die without peace." And indeed, it died without being able to close its eyes. Because there was no way to touch Chen Shu, it died of pure frustration. Zhou Shiduan let out a sigh. Oh, it's just a level 5 old snake, why does it have to endure all this? By the way, it's time to feed Black Wolf. Zhou Shiduan spoke as he summoned his contract spirit. The black dog moved forward and swiftly devoured the snake in one gulp. The method was indeed quite wild. Zhou Shiduan chuckled, let's go, little girl. You go ahead and scout on the sky-high fire pillar. Su Xiaoyu nodded and then summoned her own contract spirit, looking 10 times cooler than the slime. Chen Shu had never experienced riding a contract spirit flying in the sky before. Now that he had the chance, his eyes brightened, and he quickly said to Su Xiaoyu, let me carry your backpack for you. Su Xiaoyu declined, but Chen Shu nimbly climbed up behind Su Xiaoyu and took her backpack. It's fine, I have some news for you. I've made it into the special class for 12th grade, so from now on, we'll be classmates. Helping each other is only natural. Su Xiaoyu was surprised. You got into the special class? Chen Shu chuckled and scratched his head modestly. Yes, I accidentally passed the entrance exam. Su Xiaoyu fell silent. Could someone really get into the special class just by being careless? Chen Shu sat firmly and then commanded Fiery Bird to take off. Zhou Shiduan, seeing this, could only shake his head and smile softly. This guy Chen Shu has excellent reaction speed and fighting ability with his contract spirit, but he's a bit sly. The group continued their journey, with Chen Shu and Su Xiaoyu scouting from the sky, while Zhou Shiduan and Mr. Deng followed on the ground according to their planned route. Chen Shu worked with great seriousness, his eyes scanning the surroundings. He turned his gaze to a cliff, where several flowers were growing. These were the flower of great strength. The distance was so far that even Mr. Deng was surprised. Kid, do you have eyes that can see 1,000 miles? Zhou Shiduan switched to a more serious mode, scanning his surroundings cautiously before reminding everyone. Rare medicinal herbs or minerals are often protected by dangerous beasts. Everyone, keep quiet. Mr. Deng, release your contract spirit to check it out. Mr. Deng raised his hand to adjust the frame of his glasses and nodded. A faint blue aura appeared around him. Mr. Deng's pet was a creature resembling a chameleon, a reptile with exceptional camouflage abilities and an excellent sense of direction. Mr. Deng and Zhou Shiduan hid behind a rock, observing the movement of contract elegance. It moved a little closer to Flower of Great Strength, and immediately, numerous sharp beams of light descended from the sky. The green salamander, thanks to its agility and slender body, managed to dodge several of the beams. But before it could escape, a group of rabbits surrounded it. Without any prior coordination, the rabbits opened their mouths, gathering energy inside, and beams of light shot toward the green salamander. This time, the angle was fairly accurate, causing the surroundings of the green salamander to freeze solid. Zhou Shiduan, surprised, said, "These are wild ice rabbits, but they can easily deal with them." He immediately summoned his black wolf, commanding it to move forward and eliminate the ice rabbits. The black wolf was unleashed, charging forward ferociously, its sharp claws piercing into the bodies of the ice rabbits. The ice rabbits could only bully weaker, smaller animals, but against the black wolf, they stood no chance. After just a few strikes, the rabbits hurriedly turned and fled. Though the rabbits were fast, the speed at which the black wolf struck was far quicker than theirs. In the blink of an eye, the black wolf had slaughtered the entire group of rabbits. Although Su Xiaoyu was stronger than Chen Shu at present, facing such a bloody massacre still filled her with fear. On the contrary, Chen Shu, sitting behind her, looked at the rabbits with a dazed expression, muttering and drooling. "It's good, but the spicy ones are even better." Su Xiaoyu helplessly looked at Chen Shu, not understanding why she was scared earlier and had hoped that Chen Shu would be scared as well. What exactly was going on? Chen Shu, watching Black Wolf fight with great intensity, quickly jumped down from the back of Fiery Bird. "Big black dog, don't eat that rabbit." Black Wolf stopped, licking his claws a few times. Zhou Duan, seeing Chen Shu gathering the rabbits into a bag, chuckled and said, "Xiao Chen, a normal wild ice rabbit isn't worth much. Chen Shu continued gathering without slowing down, excitedly replying. I know, I'm not planning to sell them. I just want to keep them for grilling tonight. After finishing the collection, Chen Shu quickly tied the bag and then looked up at the flower of great strength growing on the cliff. It was time to pick the flower. Chen Shu opened his backpack, took out a silver plate, and summoned a slime to serve as a foothold for him to climb and pick the flower. Zhou Duan, watching Chen Shu skillfully carry out the task from below, couldn't help but praise him. Kid, you've learned materials well. Nice job. You know you need silver to pick the flower of great strength, right? Chen Shu proudly replied. Of course, with 396 points in cultural studies, do you understand? Zhou Duan didn't believe it. Do you really think Uncle Zhou never went to school? No matter how good you are at cultural studies, not many can score above 390. Chen Shu slid down from the cliff and placed the flower of great strength into his backpack. Without any argument, he simply smiled and said, yes, perhaps that's true. After all, he's one of the few people who scored over 390. The nonchalant attitude and smooth movements were hard to imagine coming from Chen Shu. Chen Shu put the backpack on. You're really good at storing things, just keep it with you for now, Zhou Duan said. He nodded and then took out a deodorizing spray, using it on the spot where they were standing. Once the task was finished, the group set off again. This time, both Zhou Duan and Mr. Deng kept their contract spirits outside as a form of guard. Suddenly, Black Wolf stopped and howled, seemingly having detected some monsters. Zhou Duan also realized that a pack of steel rats was heading toward them, and he quickly summoned his own summoned beast. The second one was the Black Eagle family, a contract spirit of the flying type. The Black Eagle appeared, and Black Wolf was called back. The Black Eagle landed on the ground, and both Zhou Duan and Mr. Deng hurriedly climbed onto its back. Before taking off, they reminded Su Xiaoyu to have the flame condor fly as high as possible. The Black Eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky. Zhou Duan sat on its back, guiding it to fly at maximum speed. Behind them, the rats were getting closer and closer, the sound growing louder. Chen Shu looked down, his eyes wide as if they were about to pop out. That wasn't just any rat, it was a rat turned into a demon. Moreover, the number was incredibly large and ferocious. No wonder Uncle Zhou said they had to run away so quickly. The rats followed in swarms, but they weren't chasing Zhou Duan and the others. Instead, they were after a group of beast tamers who had entered before them. These rats had been led here by them, but the gap between the two groups was rapidly closing. You're about to be caught and torn apart by the rats. Zhou Duan's group rode their contract spirits, which were of the flying type, soaring high in the air. Below, people could be seen frantically crying for help, the scene utterly tragic. Su Xiaoyu's heart wavered at the cries, but she didn't dare to descend recklessly. She turned to Zhou Duan, seeking his opinion. Brother, can we help them? Zhou Duan shook his head sadly. Below, those who couldn't escape were being scratched and torn apart by the rats. Some had managed to climb trees, thinking they had escaped. But the rats directly gnawed at the trees, and the person's face grew paler and paler, knowing for certain that today was their last day. Zhou Duan hurriedly ordered Su Xiaoyu to leave quickly, because once the tree behind them was gone, they would become the next prey for the rats. Su Xiaoyu didn't dare to delay. She quickly commanded the blazing flame bird to fly away. The person clinging to the tree saw them passing by and became excited, shouting for help. However, Zhou Duan shook his head. The person's expression darkened, and in their heart, they had made a decision. If it's going to be like this, then even if I die, I'll make sure you die with me. The man actively let go of his grip on the tree while simultaneously summoning his contract spirit. His large serpent lunged towards Zhou Duan, intending to drag the person to death with him. However, before the serpent could do anything else, it vanished. This was because a group of rats, moving with an unprecedented speed, had torn into the person so quickly that, in the blink of an eye, all that remained on the ground was a pile of blood. Zhou Duan closed his eyes in silence, but he quickly recovered. This was because the rats were not only terrifying, but some of them were steel-toothed lord rats. Everyone had to brace themselves and not fall down, for if they did, they would die. The steel-toothed lord rat gazed upward, as if waiting for the slightest misstep before it would claim their lives. The four people anxiously watched every movement of the steel-toothed lord rat. The rat stood in the middle of the blood, staring in one direction, its expression grim, seemingly considering something. It was contemplating whether it should stay to exterminate the group. In the end, it decided to leave, quickly leading the other rats away. Chen Shu let out a sigh of relief. Finally, they were gone. Once the rats left, Su Xiaoyu finally asked Zhou Shiduan the question that had been bothering him. "Big brother, why didn't we save them earlier?" Zhou Shiduan responded, "You saw what happened. That person wanted to drag us down with them. Blue Star and other realms are different. In places with strict laws and powerful law enforcement, it's different. But here, there is no law. Even if you're killed, no one would know. I hope you don't become a bad person, but I also don't want you to be a good person at the wrong time and place." Su Xiaoyu nodded, "I understand." Chen Shu looked towards Zhou Shiduan, silently thinking to himself, "I didn't expect Uncle Zhou to say something like that." Zhou Shiduan said, "All right, we should leave now. If they come back, it could be problematic." They flew through the sky for several hours, until the sunset began to fall. The group hurriedly searched for an open space to rest before night fully set in. Zhou Shiduan and Mr. Deng were exchanging something on one side, while Su Xiaoyu sat, watching Chen Shu roast meat. Zhou Shiduan looked at Chen Shu and said, "No wonder you wanted to bring this rabbit along, turns out you brought some seasoning with it. It smells amazing." Chen Shu laughed and said, "I specially packed it before heading out, just in case we got hungry." When the rabbit was done, Chen Shu sprinkled some seasoning on it, releasing a fragrant smell that blended with the golden color, making it incredibly appetizing. Zhou Shiduan took a piece and tried it. Not bad. By the way, tonight we'll need to take turns keeping watch. Xiao Chen and Mr. Deng will take the first shift, and Xiao Yu and I will take the second. Chen Shu and Su Xiaoyu had no objections to this arrangement, it felt perfectly safe. In the middle of the night, it was now Chen Shu and Mr. Deng's watch. The two of them were nodding off outside the tent, in the darkness, where no one could see. In the shadows, a pair of blood-red eyes glowed. The next morning, surprisingly, everyone was safe and sound. Mr. Deng looked at Chen Shu, who was packing up the gear, and cautiously glanced around. He couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching them last night. He then went to ask Zhou Shiduan, "Captain, nothing happened in the next shift, right?" Zhou Shiduan shook his head and said, "No, nothing at all." Mr. Deng fell silent, scratching his head, trying to recall, but he couldn't think of anything at all, so he assumed he had just imagined it. Zhou Shiduan rubbed his chin thoughtfully, "An illusion, huh? But in a forest like this, if it's an illusion, it might be worth paying attention to." While they were still contemplating the situation, Su Xiaoyu and Chen Shu had already climbed onto the back of Blazing Flame and loudly called out, "Uncle Zhou, Mr. Deng, it's time for us to set off." Zhou Shiduan and Mr. Deng put aside their concerns for now and climbed onto the back of the black-scaled eagle. The two contract spirits then took to the sky. The deeper Chen Shu's group went into Qingyuan Forest, the more dangerous creatures they encountered. With the black wolf by their side, they managed to get through 7 days without encountering any serious threats. During these 7 days, they caught 3 green-eyed snakes and collected a lot of rare medicinal herbs. After 7 days, Zhou Shiduan did a final assessment with the group. "Today is our last day in Qingyuan Forest. Everyone, keep your spirits up, and don't let anything go wrong on the final day." Everyone nodded to show they understood. Zhou Shiduan didn't say any more, signaling for everyone to move out. Today, they didn't immediately use their flying spirit contract but walked into the forest first. They thought everything would go smoothly, but suddenly, the mission was triggered. Zhou Shiduan looked at the options and rewards he had just received and couldn't help but admire the system's attention to detail, providing him with options and even informing him of what lay ahead. Chen Shu looked at Zhou Shiduan and silently thought, "Well, let's make a bet." Just then, Mr. Deng asked Zhou Shiduan which direction they were heading. Chen Shu seized the opportunity immediately and hurriedly said, "Uncle Zhou, wait a moment, let me do a divination, then we can decide." Zhou Shiduan looked at Chen Shu with a doubtful gaze. "You know how to read fortunes?" Chen Shu scratched his head, took out 3 symbolic cards. "I know a little, just a little." Then he threw the 3 cards on the ground. Ignoring the skeptical looks from the group behind them, Chen Shu happily pointed to the path indicated by the system, excitedly saying, "The result of the divination tells me that we should go right." Zhou Shiduan looked at the 3 cards on the ground. No matter how he looked, he couldn't make any sense of them, but he still chose to follow Chen Shu's advice and go right. After all, they didn't know which direction to take. The 3 of them entered the forest, and Mr. Deng walked for a while, constantly looking back with suspicion, unable to shake the uneasy feeling in his heart. After going a bit further, Mr. Deng couldn't suppress the anxiety any longer and quickly spoke to Captain Zhou Shiduan. "We haven't seen any wild beasts along the way, but why do I feel like something's off?" As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce wild boar charged towards them. It was targeting Mr. Deng, and at this speed and distance, Mr. Deng wouldn't have time to react. Chen Shu shouted in alarm and raised his hand toward Mr. Deng. "Mr. Deng, be careful!" A slime appeared, using its gigantification skill to crush the fierce wild boar. Mr. Deng let out a sigh of relief. He had just narrowly escaped death. Chen Shu arrogantly lifted his chin. "You still want to sneak attack me in front of my face? You're not even qualified." He exerted more force, and the wild boar let out a cry, its facial muscles tightening. Suddenly, it stood up, throwing the slime off its body, sending it flying backward. The slime hovered in midair, frantically waving its arms. The wild boar stopped bending, and its horns and long tusks turned bright red, with its body crackling with a dangerous and violent red electric current. The slime, undeterred, charged forward to attack the wild boar but was impaled through its body by the wild boar's red horn. Chen Shu frowned and recalled his slime, realizing it couldn't win. The slime gradually disintegrated, escaping from the wild boar's attack. Taking advantage of the wild boar's momentary surprise at its opponent disappearing, the Black Hound, under Zhou Shiduan's command, immediately rushed in to attack. The wild boar's bloodline had mutated, and it seemed like trouble was ahead. Zhou Shiduan gritted his teeth and summoned his black wolf. This time, he would need both contract spirits to fight together. The black-scaled eagle appeared, looked toward the wild boar, and let out a long cry. The black-scaled eagle, having just been struck by the wild boar, had a few feathers fall scattered in the air. The wild boar fiercely sank its red tusks into the black-scaled eagle's body, fresh blood dripping and splattering onto the ground. At this moment, Black Wolf also rushed forward to join the battle. It let out a roar, raising its front paw, its sharp claws condensing cold air. A startled exclamation sounded as the wild boar received a blow from Black Wolf, its massive, fat body flying backward. However, the wild boar had a thick layer of fat, and though it was knocked back, it did not fall completely. A long streak appeared on the ground where the wild boar had skidded. The wild boar began to move a few of its legs, attempting to charge at Black Wolf and Black-Scaled Eagle to attack. But Zhou Shiduan's 2 contract spirits were no pushovers, rushing forward to strike the wild boar first. I'll slash, I'll eat the wild boar." Under the simultaneous attack of the 2 high-level contract spirits, the wild boar grew increasingly agitated. The 2 long, red tusks on its mouth suddenly emitted a blinding light, as if some kind of energy was surrounding them. Zhou Shiduan anxiously said, "This isn't good, it's about to use its skill." Little Eagle, quickly use the soul attack. Black-Scaled Eagle immediately soared into the sky, its entire body glowing with a faint golden radiance, brilliant like sunlight. The wild boar stopped and stared at it, its body suddenly freezing, its eyes becoming hazy, as if its soul had been drained away. Black Wolf did not miss the opportunity, charging relentlessly to attack the wild boar with its most powerful blows. This time, the wild boar completely collapsed, dying without even having time to groan. Zhou Shiduan walked over and threw something to Black Wolf, then breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, we acted in time earlier, and the wild boar didn't manage to trigger its passive skill. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble. But why did a mutated beast suddenly appear here for no reason? Based on experience, there must be medicinal herbs or minerals nearby. The black-scaled eagle flew around the sky, searching and tracking for a while. As a result, it discovered a large number of second-grade iron core fruits nearby, a rare medicinal herb. Zhou Shiduan's group quickly dispersed. Some are collecting the wild boar, while others are gathering the second-grade iron core fruits. We've really harvested more than we expected this time. Zhou Shiduan happily walked over to Chen Shu and patted him on the shoulder. You really are the lucky star of the team, even managing to get second-grade iron core fruits. This time, we're definitely going back with our bags full. Chen Shu pointed at himself, his lips curling into a proud smile. I told you, I can predict the future. A moment later, Mr. Deng came over with a large bag and said, Captain, I've finished processing the wild boar. We can continue setting off. Zhou Shiduan nodded, and the group set off again. Mr. Deng followed behind, pulling the cart carrying the boar's carcass. After walking for a while, Mr. Deng seemed to remember something and whispered to Chen Shu, who was walking beside him, Xiao Chen, Mr. Deng, I owe you my life. Don't worry, I am a man of gratitude, I will definitely repay you, I will certainly repay you. It was the first time someone had thanked him like that, and it felt a little awkward. Chen Shu shyly waved his hand. No need, it's nothing. Suddenly, a green viper appeared from somewhere behind them, attempting to launch an attack. But Black Wolf quickly jumped backwards and treated himself to a rather delicious meal. Zhou Shiduan turned around to remind them. Everyone needs to stay focused and pay attention to their surroundings, absolutely no distractions. This was specifically a reminder to Mr. Deng. Mr. Deng drooped his head and nodded. I understand. The group continued walking for a while, but there were no other unexpected discoveries. When they reached a relatively clean open area, they stopped. Zhou Shiduan said, Let's rest here for the night. Tomorrow morning, we will head back. No one objected to this. Everyone quickly scattered to prepare. Chen Shu went into the forest to gather firewood and soon found a large beehive on a tree nearby. It seemed they were in luck this time, so he ordered Black Wolf to take the hive down for him. Tonight, they would be making wild boar with honey sauce. Chen Shu butchered and carefully seasoned the wild boar before roasting it. Because they had been moving through the forest for a long time, eating was not as convenient as it would be outside, so the four of them quickly finished preparing and eating the boar right after it was roasted. Finally, by the stove, there was only a pile of bleached bones left. Mr. Deng sat beside Chen Shu, sighing. I say, Xiao Chun, have you ever considered going to Royal Beast University? It would definitely be a lot better than working as a beast tamer. Chen Shu leaned back on the grass, leisurely laughing as he replied. Forget it, you're burying the legendary future of beast tamers. Moreover, Zhang Didao's cooking skills in my camp are far superior to yours. Mr. Deng nodded, agreeing that being a beast tamer wouldn't be bad. You're 17 this year, right? Chen Shu nodded. Ha? Why's that? Mr. Deng said, that's about the same age as my daughter. Chen Shu's face turned bright red in embarrassment. He quickly jumped up, shouting, You're not trying to set me up with your daughter, are you? No need, you don't have to. Mr. Deng took out his phone, opened a picture of his daughter, and said, Why are you acting like you're being wronged? I didn't say anything, I just want the two of you to be friends and interact. Chen Shu took the phone, looked at the picture of Mr. Deng's daughter, and his hands started trembling in anger. Mr. Deng, you need to have some conscience as a person. Are you trying to send me to jail? Is this supposed to be someone your age? Chen Shu held the phone up in front of Mr. Deng. That's a little girl, exactly a little girl who's still in elementary school. Mr. Deng looked uneasy, forcing a smile. Isn't she only a few years younger? Chen Shu sternly lectured. Is it just a few years? This is a crime. Everyone has a responsibility to protect the vulnerable. Uncle, stop this right now, don't mention it again, or I'll really get angry. At that moment, the task suddenly appeared. Chen Shu was startled and quickly glanced at the system's prompt, which indicated that danger was approaching them. Without hesitation, he immediately lifted his foot and kicked Mr. Deng, who was standing next to him, aside. Mr. Deng didn't even have time to understand what had just happened when a massive, dark black bear paw descended right where he had been standing. If there had been even a second's delay, his body would have been a mix of shattered bones and flesh, a truly tragic scene. The huge black bear stood in front of them, roaring mightily, threatening the safety of everyone around. Chen Shu was so scared that tears started flowing from his eyes. He rushed towards the tent, shouting for help, "Help me, the black bear is attacking." It was unclear whether Zhou Shiduan inside the tent had already heard the noise from outside, but as soon as Chen Shu shouted for help, the black-scaled eagle suddenly burst out of the tent. Zhou Shiduan and Su Xiaoyu also rushed out, anxiously asking if the two were all right. Suddenly, Chen Shu's face turned pale. He pointed in a direction, panic-stricken, shouting, "No, the black bear has accomplices." Zhou Shiduan's eyes nearly popped out as he looked toward the group of black bears charging toward them. He quickly shouted, "Everyone, get into combat formation." Su Xiaoyu's flame condor was also summoned, and even Chen Shu summoned his slime yellow. Zhou Shiduan looked at the fierce beasts and couldn't help but wonder, "We clearly dealt with the beast lord earlier, why are so many local bears attracted here?" Chen Shu had already thought about this issue when they were attacked by the bears. Now, with Zhou Shiduan asking, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. "It must be because we ate the honey." Zhou Shiduan was left speechless, but since he had eaten it too, he couldn't criticize, so he could only grit his teeth and continue fighting against the pack of bears. Each contract spirit, under the command of Zhou Shiduan, Su Xiaoyu, and Chen Shu, simultaneously attacked the bears. The situation at that moment still wasn't beyond saving. Until one of the bears stood up on its two legs and roared. The entire pack of bears stood up and stomped heavily on the ground. The earth trembled, causing everyone to lose their balance. These bears actually had intelligence, able to put on such a display. Zhou Shiduan gritted his teeth, furrowed his brow, and cursed, "Damn beast." Black Wolf was summoned, charging forward to bite the neck of a black bear advancing toward Zhou Shiduan. The bear immediately died from the fatal bite. Zhou Shiduan, distracted while facing off with the bear, heard Chen Shu yell, "Xiaoyu, be careful." Zhou Shiduan anxiously looked over. Though Flame Bird was protecting her, the flames from Flame Bird seemed completely ineffective against the black bear attacking her, even making it more enraged. Zhou Shiduan didn't have time to react and send Black Wolf to assist. The situation was critical. Suddenly, a bright, golden round shadow rushed toward them. The slime yellow transformed into a large form, pinning the bear under its body. Chen Shu viciously ordered, "Crush that beast to death for me." The coffin board KHKH, it's impossible to force the black bear. Chen Shu looked anxiously at the helpless gaze of the slime, realizing that it was still too weak. Just as the black bear was about to escape, Zhou Shiduan regained his senses and quickly ordered Black Wolf to intervene. Black Wolf only launched one attack, and the black bear was completely killed. Chen Shu looked on in astonishment, his admiration for the contract spirit Black Iron rank growing even more. Even though it was injured, it was still incredibly strong. After a fierce battle, the battlefield was littered with the bodies of the black bears, signaling the end. Chen Shu let out a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "It's a good thing I didn't attempt to complete the task of killing the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord, otherwise, I fear the situation would have been even more disastrous than it is now." After what had just happened, he had nearly wet himself and needed to relieve himself first. If something unexpected happened later, Chen Shu wasn't sure he could hold it in. If he wet his pants, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? However, just as Chen Shu was about to go to the bathroom, the system appeared and sent him a task. Chen Shu was at a loss for words. What exactly did this system want? He was simply trying to go to the restroom, and it acted as if he were picking flowers. Chen Shu didn't think too much about it. He sighed and looked at the tree nearby. Well then, let's just go along with the system's will. He jumped onto the tree, nimbly climbing up to a sturdy branch. One hand gripped the trunk while the other took care of his needs. So comfortable, truly comfortable. Chen Shu smiled contentedly. The reward has been sent as well. But as soon as he opened his eyes and looked down below, Chen Shu nearly stopped breathing. He's been tricked by the system. What was beneath the spot where he had just urinated was none other than the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord, with his urine still sticking to its fur, emitting a rancid odor. Of course, the Wild Rabbit Lord would never let him off the hook. Chen Shu slid down the tree and walked away, crying his eyes out, his face a mess with snot and tears. Oh my god, the Ice Wild Rabbit Lord is here. Zhou Shiduan and Su Xiaoyu, watching Chen Shu running in panic, suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. Unknowingly, they both thought at the same time, what on earth did this kid provoke? The wild ice rabbit charged, its claws sweeping across the tree, making it collapse. It was furious, its pupils glowing, and its soft rabbit fur was stained with the remnants of Chen Shu's recent release. Chen Shu, in a panic, ran while cursing the miserable life he had. Damn it, I've really run into a ghost this time. I've encountered a lord-level creature twice in a row. Zhou Shiduan said, this wild ice rabbit is at least an A-level contract spirit, while our strongest black wolf is only level C. It seems like we're in real trouble now. The wild ice rabbit let out a roar, its posture menacing. The roar wasn't just for intimidation, but also to call for reinforcements. A group of other wild ice rabbits appeared behind it, and with one already difficult enough to deal with, now there were more. Without hesitation, Zhou Shiduan immediately made a decision and turned to run. Sitting on the back of the black-scaled eagle, Zhou Shiduan turned around and instructed Su Xiaoyu. Absolutely don't let the ice ball hit you, or you'll definitely die. Su Xiaoyu nervously nodded. Chen Shu looked down below. A group of rabbits had appeared from nowhere, and their numbers were now overwhelming. They all opened their mouths in unison, condensing beams of light. The blue beams shot up into the sky like rain, countless in number. A slight mistake and you'd be hit. Chen Shu quickly said. Xiaoyu, fly higher. Su Xiaoyu pursed her lips, controlling blazing flame to rise higher. Some of its feathers were grazed by the blue beams, causing them to fall off in a flutter. On the ground below, the wild ice rabbit let out several angry cries in rabbit language. It looked extremely furious. Seeing that Chen Shu and the others were flying higher, it quickly ordered the rabbits to chase after them. Chen Shu glanced down, and saw that the rabbits were now covered in an icy aura, looking ferocious. The two flying contract spirits worked even harder to flap their wings, trying to escape the wild ice rabbits' attacks. Wherever the rabbits passed, countless beasts perished. Every ferocious creature struck by their blue light was instantly frozen. Yet the rabbits didn't slow down. They ran faster, continuously launching freezing beams. Zhou Shiduan, seeing how close the rabbits were closing in, anxiously asked Chen Shu. This isn't good. If they keep chasing us, we're done for. Xiao Chen, what exactly did you do? Why do I feel like they're targeting you? Chen Shu forced a smile and said honestly, I just accidentally peed on that rabbit's head. The expressions of the other three instantly turned unpleasant. Zhou Shiduan twitched the corner of his mouth and reluctantly managed a compliment, you really are. Truly a talent. The wild ice rabbit is notorious for its obsession with cleanliness. That's it then, we better keep running this time, they definitely won't let us off. The black-scaled eagle and blazing flame both strained to keep flying. 10 minutes later, the rabbits were still in relentless pursuit. Chen Shu looked down nervously while urging the flame bird to keep going and hold on. 30 minutes later, the classic chase scene was still playing out, but the number of baby rabbits had noticeably decreased. After 2 hours, only the wild ice rabbit lord remained on their tail. Its companions had all dropped out, exhausted. At this point, Chen Shu thought for a moment and suggested to Zhou Shiduan, Uncle Zhou, go back and face it. Now there's only the ice wild rabbit lord left, and it's clearly worn out. If we don't turn to fight now, we'll have no escape route left. Zhou Shiduan considered for a while and agreed that Chen Shu made sense. He stopped fleeing and summoned his black wolf to engage in battle. The black wolf appeared, flicking its bushy tail slightly in midair. Charging toward it was the wild ice rabbit lord, whose furious expression showed no signs of waning. All four of them jumped down to the ground at once. Since the wild ice rabbit was still locked in combat with the black wolf, it hadn't yet noticed the commotion on their side. Black wolf raised its front leg, the sharp claws gathering a violet glow. A beam of violet light from Black Wolf's attack collided with the blue beam from Wild Ice Rabbit, causing the surroundings to blur momentarily. At that moment, Black-Scaled Eagle immediately lunged forward, flying at its fastest speed, leaving behind 3 claw marks on the rabbit's back. Blood oozed out, soaking into the rabbit's pure white fur. Wild Ice Rabbit angrily turned around to look, its eyes glowing a deep red, looking terrifying. It snorted in disdain, knowing it couldn't split itself to deal with both contracted beasts at once, so it decided to focus on attacking Black Wolf first. A sharp ice arrow shot towards Black Wolf, cutting through the air. The temperature around them dropped rapidly. Seeing the ice was about to hit Black Wolf, Zhou Shiduan anxiously shouted, "This is bad. Black Wolf is about to freeze." At that moment, Slime Yellow appeared and directly crushed the ice arrow with its large body. Chen Shu sneered, his voice filled with arrogance, "You think you can succeed with a sneak attack? Dream on." Seeing Black Wolf suddenly turn its head as if it wanted to retreat, Chen Shu quickly gave orders instead of Zhou Shiduan, "It's in a frozen state. Don't retreat, attack now." Black Wolf howled, signaling its understanding, and its front claws began to gather energy, with lightning crackling around the claws. Black-Scaled Eagle also turned back to assist Black Wolf, and in the blink of an eye, the situation changed. Wild Ice Rabbit fought with even more ferocity, as if it had completely entered a state of desperation. Chen Shu noticed this and immediately ordered Black Wolf to retreat quickly. As soon as he spoke, the Blue Ice Rabbit shot another wave of ice arrows. These 2 arrows were aimed at the 2 contract spirits of Zhou Shiduan. Luckily, Chen Shu had called for them to dodge in time, or else they would have certainly lost their lives here today. The Wild Ice Rabbit had just launched its attack when it was momentarily stunned, unable to react. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Shu ordered all the contract spirits to charge forward. The massive Slime Yellow, the Blazing Flame Bird burning with fiery flames, Black Wolf, and the Black-Scaled Eagle, like a bolt of thunder in the sky, launched their powerful assault. Their opponent was a Wild Ice Rabbit at the level of a lord, still carrying the filth that Chen Shu had released earlier. Suddenly, it retreated slightly, and the ground beneath its feet cracked. The giant rabbit leapt into the air, its shadow cast upon the sun. This rabbit was nearly the same size as Black Wolf, and as soon as it landed on Black Wolf, it crushed it to the ground, with no way to shake the rabbit off. Without delay, Chen Shu ordered the remaining contract spirits to temporarily stay away, as he sensed the temperature around them was dropping. The Wild Ice Rabbit pressed Black Wolf beneath its body, and from its body, a beam of green light shot straight into the sky, surrounded by countless floating ice shards. Mr. Deng anxiously asked, "What should we do? Black Wolf still hasn't gotten out. If we don't save it now, it will die." At this point, Zhou Shiduan was temporarily unsure of how to command, so he turned to Chen Shu for advice. "Xiao Chen, what should we do now?" Chen Shu confidently smiled and said, "Leave it to me." He communicated with the slime through his gaze. The slime, highly intelligent, understood his intentions the moment it saw him. It emitted 2 quick sounds in response, then turned and headed toward the ice vortex created by the Wild Ice Rabbit. Su Xiaoyu, worried, said, "Chen Shu, isn't sending the slime over there like sending it to its death?" Chen Shu snorted, "To its death? How could that be?" The slime moved. In its small form, the slime was extremely flexible and agile, twisting and dodging to avoid being killed by the floating debris in the air. It rushed toward the Black Wolf, launching an attack that caught the Wild Ice Rabbit off guard and made it retreat. Then, the slime used its large head to shove the Black Wolf far away from the Wild Ice Rabbit. The moment the Black Wolf was sent flying, Chen Shu ordered the Flame Condor to intercept. What had started as a chance for an escape now turned into a black-scaled eagle snatching the prey. The slime appeared innocently behind the wild ice rabbit, staring at it blankly. The wild ice rabbit was so furious that its facial muscles tensed up, for standing on end, and the ice shards around its body began to condense faster and faster, multiplying by the second. Its sole thought in that moment was to kill these people. Chen Shu noticed the slime was about to use its ultimate move, so he hurriedly shouted, "Slime, quickly retreat!" The slime disappeared, and at the same time, the wild ice rabbit launched countless ice spears towards Chen Shu and his group. Though Chen Shu wanted to flee, if he wanted to earn the system's reward, he had no choice but to find a way to save his life. The three contract spirits, once again under Chen Shu's command, charged forward simultaneously, relentlessly attacking the poor rabbit's body. The wild ice rabbit was knocked backward, its nose running uncontrollably, its body twitching slightly, and finally, it fell silent. Chen Shu let out a light sigh of relief and smiled, "Finally, it's over." Suddenly, Su Xiaoyu came over, wrapped her arms around his, and asked happily, "We did it, we really did it." "Chen Shu, did you see that?" Chen Shu was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure, reaching up to pat Su Xiaoyu's head. "It was only about 10 meters away from me. I'm not blind, there's no need to get this excited. Calm down, calm down." It was only then that Su Xiaoyu realized how she had acted, startled, and hurriedly pulled her hands away from Chen Shu. Zhou Duan continued examining the body of the wild ice rabbit, a formidable beast lord worth at least 100,000. What they needed to do now was quickly collect their spoils and leave Qingyuan Forest. No one objected to Uncle Zhou's suggestion. The next morning, after a good rest, the contracted flying spirits were summoned again. Chen Shu sat on the back of the blazing firebird, watching as Qingyuan Forest gradually faded from view. He couldn't help but think that, although the past few days had been quite intense, especially since it was their first time, he now felt much better. They were about to head home. This time, there were no more mishaps for Chen Shu and his group. Zhou Duan was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. They had finally made it out. "All right, everyone, you've all worked hard. After we exchange the items for money, I'll transfer the funds to each of you. Xiao Chun, you'll get your share too." But Chen Shu refused. "No need, Uncle Zhou, you're being too polite. I've already put the medicinal herbs I collected into the bag, everyone can help themselves." Zhou Duan excitedly checked the bag, and in his heart, he praised Chen Shu even more for his quick actions. Chen Shu smiled modestly, saying, "You're too polite." Everything was completed, and they didn't return immediately to Nanjiang City but decided to rest at a hotel for the night and return tomorrow morning. That night, when everyone was fast asleep, Chen Shu woke up, quietly carrying the head of the wild ice rabbit lord outside. Of course, there was no way that Chen Shu was short on money, but he had secretly taken on the task of hunting the rabbit lord, which is why he didn't accept the share that Zhou Duan had offered. The staff at the association were so shocked when they saw Chen Shu carrying the head of the ice wild rabbit lord that their eyes almost popped out. Chen Shu, while chewing on some dried meat, said, "If this isn't the ice wild rabbit lord, then what is it? Hurry up and complete the task for me." The association staff, holding the giant rabbit head that was half the size of their body, was still in shock. "Wait a moment, let me confirm this." A while later, Chen Shu saw the Spirit Guardian General's men appear, followed by the association staff. At a glance, Chen Shu knew that the task verification team had arrived, so he went over to shake hands with the person, casually offering the rabbit meat. "Hello, I'm Chen Shu. Want to try some rabbit meat, brother?" Xie Shan shook his head and smiled. "No need, sir. What you've delivered is indeed the ice wild rabbit lord. Please provide your citizen identification card. Nation H's accumulation points will be automatically recorded." Chen Shu handed over his ID. As soon as Xie Shan saw it, he was startled. "You're only 17? Chen Shu asked in confusion. "Do I not look it?" Xie Shan quickly shook his head and explained. "It's not that you don't look it, I'm just surprised that someone at 17 could already hunt the ice wild rabbit lord. Alright, 50 Nation H accumulation points have been added to your ID. You can collect state resources at any time. Chen Shu took back his identification card, then turned and left. Watching the talented young man leave, Xie Shan silently admired him, holding high hopes for the nation's future with such talent emerging. The next morning, the group got up early, had breakfast, and then departed for Nanjiang City. Zhou Shiduan even personally drove Chen Shu all the way back to his home. Chen Shu cheerfully said goodbye to Zhou Shiduan, then went upstairs and swiftly pulled out all the medicinal herbs to take inventory. From this trip, they had harvested the flower of great strength, the iron core fruit, and could even arrange the enlightenment fruit, a supreme intelligence-enhancing herb. Maybe I can try making strength pills or some basic defense medicine? Chen Shu closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. The system took over control of his body, and his movements in concocting the medicine flowed smoothly like water, extremely fast, with no chance of failure. In the blink of an eye, countless bottles of medicine were placed in front of Chen Shu, but they were divided into two distinct categories, one successful, the other a failure. As expected, the medicines that had not been unlocked by the system had a very high failure rate. With so many medicinal ingredients, only 9 bottles of basic defensive potions and 6 bottles of strength pills were successfully made. Let's test the medicine's effectiveness. Chen Shu hugged Slimy in his arms and said, "Slimy, drink this." Slimy happily obeyed and drank all the successfully concocted potions. In a good mood, Slimy drank until its stomach was full, then lay down on the bed, but there was no noticeable change, only the defense attribute had increased by 1. Chen Shu looked on in helplessness, trembling as he suppressed his anger. In his mind, the word system rewards cannot be wasted repeated over and over. System rewards cannot be wasted. If the potions had no effect on Slimy, then Chen Shu naturally wouldn't force anymore. Instead, he thought it might be better to take these potions to the black market and sell them. Before leaving for the black market, Chen Shu didn't forget to call Zhang Dili for assistance. Zhang Dili swiftly arrived at Chen Shu's house, and together they set off for the black market without any hindrances. Zhang Dili marveled, "I didn't expect that after such a long time, we haven't seen each other, and you've already gone straight into the black market." "But Chen Shu, what are we doing in the black market?" Chen Shu replied, "To show you the gold content of the black market, brothers." With that, Chen Shu glanced over at Mr. Wang's stall to check. "The person isn't here today?" He let out a deep breath and then prepared his stall, casually commenting, "Mr. Wang is a fraud, yet he's still not even diligent. He really has no future." Zhang Dili, hearing this from Chen Shu, instinctively took a step back, his gaze full of judgment. "Chen Shu, have you really stooped to the level of becoming a fraud?" Chen Shu, displeased, replied, "What I sell is real medicine." "Do you know that? Now I'll show you my reputation. I don't even need to do anything, customers just come to me." Seeing Chen Shu's arrogance, Zhang Dili snorted and flipped him the middle finger. At that moment, a few people approached to inquire about buying medicine from Chen Shu. One of them asked, "How much is a bottle of this medicine?" Chen Shu answered, 800 per bottle. The other person frowned and scolded, "Damn it, is this medicine made of gold? Or are the ingredients made of gold?" Chen Shu looked at the person in front of him, confused as to why, instead of feeling angry, he felt something was off. The statement seemed wrong in some way, but he couldn't pinpoint it at the moment. A young man accompanying the other person stepped forward and said kindly, "I'll take a bottle." Chen Shu handed him the medicine. The young man looked at the bottle and then asked, "Is this medicine guaranteed to be real?" Chen Shu furrowed his brows. "Are you doubting my medicine? I run a pharmacy. Do you think I would sell fake medicine to you?" To his surprise, the young man frowned and asked sternly, "I'm asking you, is this real or not?" Chen Shu was annoyed, but he still patiently argued with them. "Are you deliberately provoking me? Do you want to buy it or not?" The person approached Chen Shu and said, "If this medicine is real, I'll definitely buy it." "But what if it's fake?" Chen Shu replied, "If it's fake, I'll drink it myself." "Are you satisfied now?" The person opened the medicine bottle and said, "You said it, if this medicine is fake, you should drink it yourself." Chen Shu froze as he saw the young man preparing to pour the medicine into his mouth. He quickly shouted, "Wait, brother, you can't drink it until you pay." But the next moment, Chen Shu's wrist was adorned with a new accessory: handcuffs. Zhang Dili tried to rush over to save him but was also restrained by the others. The young man raised his police identification, speaking sternly, "Liang Ming, Spirit Sealing Division of Nanjiang City. Don't resist, or I'll kill you." Both Chen Shu and Zhang Dili were taken to the interrogation room. Zhang Dili was truly speechless. "Shu brother, you really are my hero. Is this the power you have in the black market? Truly extraordinary." Chen Shu was also helpless. "I didn't know this was going to happen, this wasn't the script." With that, Chen Shu turned to the Spirit Sealing Division officers and sincerely said, "Big brother, you've arrested the wrong people. We're both model youths. Last time, I even caught a wanted criminal." Liang Ming snorted. "Stop talking nonsense. We've been investigating your counterfeit drug ring for half a month." Liang Ming pulled out a blinding yellow lamp and suddenly shone it in Chen Shu's eyes. "Tell me, where are your accomplices? If you confess, you'll receive leniency." Chen Shu angrily said, "Big brother, I really am not the one selling fake medicine, am I? How is it that he's only been gone for a month, and everything has changed?" Liang Ming became more and more furious. "It's like you won't believe it until you see the coffin. Let's go, we'll bring the victims to identify you, and then let's see what you have to say." Chen Shu and Zhang Dili were taken outside, where a group of beast tamers stood with angry expressions. Liang Ming pointed at Chen Shu and asked, "Look, isn't this him?" As soon as the beast tamers saw Chen Shu, they erupted in rage, cursing him. "Damn it, it's him. It's definitely him. Dili, it's because of him that our contract spirits have been suffering from stomachaches, and we had to take them to the hospital." Chen Shu's face turned pale, and sweat poured down him like a stream. What the hell is going on? Have I really become a fake medicine seller? Their firm attitude made him begin to doubt himself. No, this isn't right. Chen Shu thought deeply. The slimy drank his medicine like it was water. If his medicine was problematic, then why is only the slimy unaffected? There must be something fishy going on here. "I'm telling you, are you sure that medicine was bought from me?" he said. The others nodded. "Yes, we bought it from you." One of them held up a photo and asked, "These people are in the same group as you, right?" He had previously stated that the medicine was genuine. Chen Shu looked at the face in the photo and immediately recognized it as that damned Mr. Wang. He thought to himself, why hadn't the old man shown up so early? Turns out, he had run off. And then he let him take the blame, such a hateful thing to do. Chen Shu honestly asked with a friendly smile on his face. "He's a professional scammer. The two of us really don't know each other and have no connection whatsoever. Everyone, think about it, have there been any problems when you took my medicine?" The beast tamers completely didn't trust his words, their faces filled with resentment. Just as Chen Shu didn't know what to do, he spotted a rather familiar face entering. Chen Shu happily called out, "Uncle Wang." Everyone instinctively turned around. From the doorway, a man walked in, looking very dignified and trustworthy. This man was Wang Qian from the Spirit Sealing Division, the very same person who had rewarded Chen Shu the time he caught a wanted criminal. Wang Qian walked over to Chen Shu and then looked at the handcuffs on him. "Chen Shu, why are you here? What's going on?" Liang Ming leaned in close to Wang Qian's ear and whispered the entire story. "Captain, here's what happened." After hearing this, Wang Qian looked at Chen Shu and sternly asked, "You two explain this situation. What's going on?" Chen Shu and Zhang Dili, without a word, both made pitiful faces. "Uncle Wang, we are really innocent. No matter how broke I am, I would never sell fake medicine. Besides, my medicine comes from Company 666. If you don't believe me, I can call someone from the company to verify it with you. Wang Qian looked at Liang Ming and signaled with his eyes. Liang Ming nodded. A moment later, Chen Shu received his phone back and quickly sent a summary message of his current situation to Zhou Shiduan. Upon hearing it, Zhou Shiduan laughed helplessly, making a joke to lighten the atmosphere. Chen Shu watched the adult's joke with a sense of helplessness, his lips twitching. But well, everything seemed to have been temporarily resolved. The beast tamer group had been evacuated, and Chen Shu and Zhang Dili waited at the station until the moon rose, nearly until the evening. The two of them had been waiting for a while when Zhou Shiduan finally showed up. He entered the room with a cheerful smile and asked Chen Shu, "Xiao Chun, how's the prison food?" Chen Shu looked at him helplessly. "Uncle Zhou, please don't say that anymore. If you keep talking like this, I'll end up regretting it in a cell someday." Zhou Shiduan burst out laughing and then turned to Wang Qian, who was sitting across from Chen Shu, waving his hand and greeting, "Long time no see?" Wang Qian nodded slightly, exchanged greetings, and then directly got to the main point. "Old Zhou, are the pills Dili sells in the market from your company?" Zhou Shiduan nodded. "Indeed, they are all from our company." After hearing this, Wang Qian didn't ask anything further. Chen Shu and Dili were directly released. Zhou Shiduan winked at them. "Let's go, little ones." At the entrance of the Spirit Sealing Division, Chen Shu and Zhang Dili stepped outside to breathe the fresh air, their hearts feeling much lighter. "Shu brother, why do I feel like I'm experiencing life in a whole new way?" Chen Shu took a deep breath and sighed contentedly. "I feel the same way." Suddenly, Zhou Shiduan came up from behind and mockingly said, "Are you both out of your minds?" Chen Shu shook his head and smiled, saying, "Uncle Zhou, you wouldn't understand. We're not like you, we're law-abiding citizens and not regulars at the Spirit Sealing Division. This guy really knows how to mock, but it's good that he's been saved." Zhou Shiduan then remembered the original reason he had come to find Chen Shu and asked, "The beast taming group is having a party. Do you guys want to join?" Chen Shu glanced towards the Spirit Sealing Division, and his smile seemed to become somewhat forced. "We're not going, maybe another time. We'll see each other later." Zhou Shiduan nodded and got into his car, driving away. Zhang Dili watched Zhou Shiduan's car leave, then turned to Chen Shu, asking curiously, "This really isn't like you. You're not going for a free meal?" Chen Shu bared his teeth in a grin and said, "I've got something to do. Dili, I want to catch that fake drug dealer. If he has the guts to frame him, he must also be able to endure the punishment he deserves." Zhang Dili had also been wrong this time, so he was just as angry at the scammer. When Chen Shu suggested it, Zhang Dili didn't hesitate for a second and supported his good friend. Chen Shu placed a hand on Zhang Dili's shoulder, laughing happily, "As expected of my good brother, but how should we go about investigating this?" Zhang Dili laughed and said, "I have a friend who might be able to help us. He's known as the savior of clueless undercover agents in Nanjing. He can solve any problem, no matter what it is." Chen Shu, curious, asked, "So what's his real identity?" Zhang Dili smiled and said, "He Fei, the butcher." Chen Shu was speechless. Isn't that a name that sounds like someone's been deceived? Seeing the disbelief in Chen Shu's eyes, Zhang Dili, somewhat displeased, said, "Oh, don't be so skeptical. What I'm saying is true. Tomorrow morning, I'll come pick you up to broaden your horizons. You should know the big shots in Nanjing." The next morning, at Fei Street, Zhang Dili watched Chen Shu yawn repeatedly and sighed, shaking his head. "I told you to get a good rest. We're going to meet with a senior expert today. Why are you so sleepy?" Chen Shu wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and sighed. "Big brother, it's only 6:00 a.m. Zhang Dili shrugged. "This can't be helped. We can't waste any time. If we're late, he'll close up." Chen Shu looked at his good buddy, who seemed completely different from usual. Panicking, he quickly put a hand on Zhang Dili's shoulder and asked with concern, "Hey, Dili, are you sure you haven't been brainwashed? How could a butcher find out who's selling counterfeit drugs? Zhang Dili, irritated, angrily snapped. Have I ever lied to you? Have you ever heard of this saying? If you don't know Xie Sunan, then even a hero is useless. Upon finishing his words, a strange object flew from somewhere toward Chen Shu. He reached out to catch it, looking around warily. Who's there? Who dares to sneak attack? He then looked at the object he had just caught. Is this a ham leg? At that moment, a middle-aged voice sounded from behind them. I didn't expect my fame to be so great, Xie Sunan. Even two small fries like you have heard of me. Chen Shu turned toward the source of the voice. It was a man in a pink apron standing at the pork counter. This man had a goatee and a kind, round face, entirely lacking any threatening aura. This was the mysterious figure, Xie Sunan, whom Zhang Dili had mentioned. Chen Shu was so surprised that he couldn't immediately say anything. What was going on? As soon as Zhang Dili saw the familiar face, he eagerly ran over and waved at Xie Sunan. Xie brother, it's Dili here. Xie Sunan took out a cigarette, lit it, took a long drag, and said, Oh, it's you, the brat who came to me last time to investigate someone's background. Chen Shu felt like he had just heard a huge secret about his friend. Investigate someone's background? What the hell is that? Zhang Dili walked over, holding the ham leg that Chen Shu was holding, and handed it to Xie Sunan with both hands. Chen Shu looked at his idiotic friend with helplessness, seriously doubting if he was even his biological brother. Dili, as expected, you're just like this. Zhang Dili was very happy to see that Xie Sunan remembered him. He never expected that, after such a long time, this mysterious person would still recall him. Xie Sunan gazed into the distance and said, Why wouldn't I remember? I still remember what color pants you wore that day. Chen Shu instinctively took a step back, feeling like there was something off between these two, right? Zhang Dili looked at him and laughed, saying, Don't worry about the little details. Then, he casually threw his arm around Chen Shu's shoulder. Xie brother, one of my friends has a favor to ask of you. Xie Sunan took the cigarette from his mouth and looked Chen Shu up and down. Brother, are you also starting to suspect that I'm not one of your own? Chen Shu shuddered in shock, raising his hand with all his strength to refuse. I have absolutely no need for that. Why was he being lumped together with this idiot Dili? Chen Shu shook his head, denying it. He wasn't looking for someone. Xie Sunan remained as reliable as ever, speaking words that were utterly untrustworthy. He went on about identity, appearance, height, and even toilet habits. Chen Shu felt as if he had just lost the ability to comprehend, momentarily unable to understand what the person in front of him was even saying. Xie Sunan, as if nothing was amiss, calmly asked, Is there a problem? Chen Shu was speechless, still wondering why this person couldn't recognize his own issues. But on the surface, he had to say there was nothing wrong. He took out a photo, handed it to Xie Sunan, and then asked, Is just one photo enough? Xie Sunan nodded, raised 5 fingers, and said, Yes, 50,000, come find me in 3 days. Chen Shu flinched, as if a jolt of electricity had run through him. How much? 50,000. Forget it, that turtle isn't even worth 50,000. With that, he turned around and walked away. At that moment, the system suddenly appeared. There were 3 choices, with the biggest reward being to accept Xie Sunan's help, which would require 50,000 to be paid. Zhang Dili looked at Chen Shu with a complicated expression, wondering how to persuade his friend. Just then, Chen Shu abruptly turned around, his expression changing, and said, Fine, 50,000, no problem. Deal. Zhang Dili and Xie Sunan both thought at the same time that this guy changed his mind too quickly, and the speed at which he flipped his decision was something few could match. Of course, who would refuse money? The two of them shook hands, sealing the deal. Suddenly, a woman shopping approached Xie Sunan. Xie Sunan reverted to his butcher persona, cheerfully greeting the customer. The more Chen Shu observed, the less trustworthy he felt. He leaned closer to Zhang Dili and asked in a low voice, "Hey Dili, do you really think he's trustworthy? The spirit sealing division couldn't solve this, but a butcher like him can?" Zhang Dili nodded firmly, affirming with confidence, "Trustworthy people only sell meat as a side job." Chen Shu looked at his good brother, feeling oddly that this kid was being deceived. But in any case, the money had already been spent. Chen Shu sighed, resigned to the situation. Once you've committed, you must follow through. If it doesn't work out, he could just consider it as having spent 50,000 to buy bulk beast taming power. This transaction wouldn't be a loss. Shrugging, Chen Shu said, "All right then, come with me to the Beast Tamer Association. We'll make up for the 50,000 by finding something else. I may complain about spending money, but it still hurts, so we need to check the association to see if there are any suitable orders." Zhang Dili happily agreed to Chen Shu's suggestion, and took the opportunity to mention his own desire to go to Jingdu University to participate in the Lingzhou University entrance exam. Chen Shu, curious, asked about the university exam. "What do you mean? And what's this Lingzhou?" Zhang Dili smirked proudly and explained, "It's a pre-enrollment exam. Basically, you take the university entrance exam ahead of time." Chen Shu was taken aback. Before he could ask further, a woman's shrill scream, growing closer and closer, abruptly interrupted their conversation. "Catch the thief, hurry, catch the thief." It was a purse snatching. The thief looked extremely fierce and aggressive, shoving people aside on the street and trying to escape. Chen Shu glanced at the system mission that had just popped up in front of him. Was there really any need to think about what to choose? Of course, he'd do the right thing, earn the highest reward. He charged towards the thief, angrily shouting, "Stop, raise your hands now." The thief tried to run, and Chen Shu used all his strength to chase after him, the scenery blurring past in an instant. The thief, seeing Chen Shu so close behind, angrily threatened, "If you keep following me, I'll cut you to pieces." Chen Shu raised his middle finger at the thief, even running alongside him to provoke him, causing the small, weak, pitiful figure to run while shedding tears. "Even when trying to help, I run into a guy who's not afraid of death." The thief gritted his teeth, realizing he couldn't escape today, so he threw away the bag, hoping that Chen Shu would stop chasing him. However, contrary to his expectations, Chen Shu continued to pursue him, completely ignoring the bag that had been discarded. At that moment, Zhang Dili also increased his speed and joined Chen Shu. The woman whose bag had been stolen rushed to pick it up, hurriedly shouting to inform both Zhang Dili and Chen Shu, just trying to alert the thief. "You guys don't need to chase anymore, the bag is right here." But neither of them paid attention. Each of them positioned themselves on either side of the thief, not allowing him to escape. Zhang Dili, excited, laughed and said, "You want to torture him? I'm all for it." The stamina of a beast tamer was not something an ordinary person could compare to. The thief, pushed to his limit, was panting and moaning as he ran. "Brothers, I know I was wrong, please stop chasing me, Grandpa." "Oh, Grandpas, please let me go. I really can't take it anymore. If I keep running, I'll spit blood. Please, let me go." Chen Shu glanced at the thief, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. Why hasn't the system issued the reward yet? This thief too, he's lost all spirit. The system hasn't given him his reward yet, and now he dares to stop running? Chen Shu then casually threw his arm over the thief's shoulder, acting like they were on the best of terms. Zhang Dili did the same, gleefully tormenting the thief. As long as he didn't die from exhaustion, they'd just keep running until he did. Early in the morning, the three of them ran through every street, causing some older people to smile and reminisce about their own youthful days. Meanwhile, some mothers, seeing the scene, sighed and looked on with envy, thinking about their lazy children still sleeping at home and shaking their heads in disapproval. Half an hour later, the thief was utterly exhausted, completely drained of energy. Chen Shu and Zhang Dili were also drenched in sweat. As Chen Shu wondered how much longer they'd have to run, the system finally issued the reward to him. Chen Shu was overjoyed. Finally, it was here. He immediately released his hold on the thief. Zhang Dili did the same. With the two of them no longer assisting him, the thief collapsed to the ground, powerless and complaining. I'm telling you, wasn't it just a simple theft of a bag? Does it really have to be like this? Chen Shu pointed at the building behind him, his voice stern. Enough talking. Do you see what's behind me? The thief forced a smile. Spirit Sealing Division of Nanjiang City. Chen Shu cracked his knuckles, and the oppressive aura he exuded was terrifying. Very good. Now go over there and surrender. If not, you should know that your future in my hands will be far worse than if you simply confessed. The thief hurriedly ran into the police station. Zhang Dili and Chen Shu nodded and smiled. Suddenly, Chen Shu raised his hand and called out. By the way, what's your name? The thief stopped, stared at Chen Shu for a moment, and finally decided to tell him his name. Upon hearing it, Chen Shu smiled contentedly, feeling that the scarf around his neck had become even more brilliant. After chasing down the thief for a while, Chen Shu finally had some free time to ask about Zhang Dili's matter. Earlier, you said you wanted to take the college entrance exam early, right? If you go, does that mean I'll be left here alone? Zhang Dili scratched his head. Kind of, but I'll be waiting for you in the imperial capital. As a good friend, supporting your buddy is an essential standard, so of course, Chen Shu chose to support Zhang Dili. The two of them chatted for a while before finally arriving at the Beast Tamer Association. Zhang Dili, curious, asked Chen Shu. So, what exactly are we doing at the Beast Tamer Association? Chen Shu didn't reply but instead pulled Zhang Dili toward the mission area to have a look. What else could they do here besides make money and earn accumulation points? Zhang Dili scratched his head, bewildered, and looked at Chen Shu. Make money? We're still students, what money are we supposed to make? What accumulation points? Chen Shu pointed to the task board in front of him. Of course, it's possible. Isn't this already something we've got? The mission in front of us is to investigate a counterfeit drug dealer, which means, Chen Shu, in addition to taking revenge, we can also make some extra money. Isn't that great? After receiving the mission, Chen Shu and Zhang Dili left the Beast Tamer Association, each heading off to different tasks. Chen Shu went to the beast taming resource area, while Zhang Dili had to go to Lingzhou for practice. Chen Shu was deep in thought. In the world of beast taming, although beast tamers were the main focus, there were also many other auxiliary professions. For example, Lingzhou involved using fierce beasts as ingredients to make food for contract spirits. Chen Shu didn't expect Dili to want to become a cook later, but if his good friend wanted that, he would certainly support him. Chen Shu cheerfully bid farewell to Zhang Dili, prepare well for the exam, and later, cook for my slime. Chen Shu watched as Zhang Dili gradually walked away, then he turned and made his way to the beast taming resource office. An hour later, Chen Shu stood in front of the door, mocking the shabby appearance of the place. Inside, there was an old man sitting there, guarding the area. Chen Shu wondered curiously, why is there only an old man here? However, he didn't pay much attention and directly walked to the beast taming counter to use his Nation H accumulation points. The receptionist was surprised when she saw Chen Shu's identification, a high school student. But it was merely a simple surprise, and his working demeanor remained as quick and efficient as ever. Glancing at Chen Shu's points, he pulled out a corresponding list of items that Chen Shu could exchange. He immediately reviewed the list of items. There were indeed a lot of items here, but perhaps they were still limited. Since he was an intern beast tamer, he didn't have access to resources above black iron rank. However, this was still enough for his needs. The medicinal herbs in the other space would gradually become rarer, and many places would begin to run low on these herbs, so it was better to exchange for some now. Chen Shu mentally listed the items he needed, then told the staff member, I want 5 level 1 giant fruit and 7 level 1 iron core fruits. The elderly man, who had been leaning against the sofa, watched Chen Shu leave with the items. The corner of his mouth slightly curled, and his gaze lingered on him for a moment. This young man was somewhat interesting. Unaware that he had caught the attention of a mysterious old man, Chen Shu's mind was solely focused on his cultivation. Not far from where he had just walked, he encountered a crowd gathered in a circle, some chanting loudly. Was there something going on? Chen Shu leaned his head to peek through the gap. In the middle of the crowd, a woman was loudly scolding a young girl for losing her wallet and breaking her phone. More importantly, the girl was someone Chen Shu recognized. He quickly squeezed through the crowd and ran over, calling the girl's name, Nyo Nyo. Upon seeing a familiar face, the girl stopped crying as loudly and looked at him with teary eyes. The woman in the leopard print outfit watched as Nyo Nyo ran into Chen Shu's arms, her face contorted with anger, ready to demand compensation. Are you family? Nyo Nyo looked at Chen Shu and explained, when I was playing here, I found this lady's wallet. Mom said that if we find someone else's wallet, we have to return it, so I stayed here to wait. But then this lady came and accused me of taking her money and even damaging her phone. Ho hoo. Nyo Nyo held back her tears for a moment, but after finishing her story, she started crying even harder, feeling upset. Chen Shu, did I do something wrong? The woman in the leopard print outfit looked at Chen Shu and began her act of throwing a tantrum, demanding compensation. This parent, how do you think we should handle this? Should we go to the police station or settle it ourselves? Just hearing Nyo Nyo's account was enough to make him feel uncomfortable. Damn, this woman was so unreasonable. He forced a calm smile, patted Nyo Nyo's head, and tried to comfort her. But as soon as he faced the woman in the leopard print outfit, his expression darkened, and his eyes turned cold, like he was staring at an enemy. In front of him, the system activated a new mission, but even without a large reward, he was determined to bring justice for Nyo Nyo today. Upon hearing his question, the woman in the leopard print outfit, unaware of his anger, continued to gloat, saying, what she wants is to get double the amount of money she lost. The phone and wallet should also be replaced with new ones. If not, I'll report to the police. You're demanding, and you know it. Chen Shu laughed and tossed a remark at her, keep dreaming. She had already claimed there were 1,000 coins and a phone in the bag. But there was nothing in the bag at all. Clearly, it wasn't her bag, so why would I owe you anything? Under Chen Shu's pressure, the woman seemed to be running out of arguments. While she was still trying to figure out how to start a conversation, Chen Shu directly snatched the bag from her hand. Give it to me. The woman snapped angrily, nonsense. This bag isn't mine, so is it yours? Chen Shu didn't deny his shamelessness, holding the bag casually and smiling, asking, now, the contents of this bag don't match what you said. How can you prove this is your bag? They bickered for a while, and the woman had no way of taking the bag back from Chen Shu. In the end, she had no choice but to give up and compromise. My ID is inside, with the name Hime Li. You can take a look. Chen Shu rummaged through the bag for a moment and, sure enough, pulled out an ID card with the name Hime Li. However, he looked at the photo on the card and then at Hime Li, his lips twitching. Did your sister tell you this? Is this really your ID, or is it your mother's? Hime Li turned red with anger but couldn't refute Chen Shu. She had no choice but to shift the issue back to the original one, the name on the ID card. Chen Shu waved his hand and laughed, saying, what does a name prove? You could be named Hime Li, and I could also be named Hime Li. This doesn't prove anything. Seeing that she couldn't argue her way out, Hime Li began to use tears to appear pitiful. Don't bully women, what kind of man are you, bullying a woman like this? Chen Shu snorted. You're the adult here, but you're trying to trick a child out of money. Why don't you talk about being the adult? Passers-by had already seen that Hime Li was indeed trying to scam money from this girl, but they didn't feel comfortable intervening. Now that Chen Shu had spoken up, no one disagreed with his words. Exposed, Hime Li had no choice but to comply with Chen Shu's request. Chen Shu didn't ask for anything unreasonable, only that she apologized to Nyo Nyo. Hime Li lowered her head in sorrow and said, I'm sorry. Chen Shu touched his ear, deliberately raising his voice to remind her. Too quiet, I can't hear anything. Hime Li gritted her teeth, mumbling for a while before shouting out, "I'm sorry." Chen Shu crossed his arms and nodded. "That's acceptable." Then he turned to Nyo Nyo and asked, "Will you forgive her?" Nyo Nyo awkwardly said, "I forgive her." The great beast taming reward was now in his hands. Chen Shu no longer kept Hime Li's bag, throwing it back to her. This is how it should be. One must be kind and upright in life. After rescuing Nyo Nyo, Chen Shu personally escorted her back home. As soon as they arrived at her building, Nyo Nyo looked up at Chen Shu, her eyes still red from crying. "Brother Chen Shu, did I do something wrong today? Should I not have picked up what I found?" Chen Shu patted her head and smiled. "No, you didn't do anything wrong. It's right to return something you found to the person who lost it. That older sister was the one who did something wrong. It's already very late, you should go home now." Upon hearing this, Nyo Nyo immediately cheered up and waved goodbye to Chen Shu. Watching her figure disappear, Chen Shu could only sigh inwardly. Although that woman had deliberately tried to frame Nyo Nyo for attempting to scam money, luckily, he had arrived in time. If not, Nyo Nyo might not dare to help others in the future. Truly, trouble comes without warning. Chen Shu sighed again and returned to his room, carefully placing a do not disturb sign on the door before closing it. He had to focus on practicing alchemy next. The alchemy space was activated, with beast taming power dense in the air. Golden light shimmered around Chen Shu, and slimy yellow obediently waited at one side. By the afternoon of the second day, after 2 days of continuous practice, Chen Shu had finally completed his task. The slimy's physique and defense had both increased by 2. Chen Shu was very pleased with this progress. It wouldn't be long now before he would be able to take a chance with the beast tamer black iron rank. Sitting for 2 days made his body feel a bit sore. Chen Shu stood up, stretched to relax his bones, had a meal, and then took a nap. Tomorrow, he could go look for Xie Sunan. Although it didn't seem very reliable, Chen Shu was still a little hopeful, wishing that Xie Sunan would give him some good news today. At that moment, a familiar voice called out for Chen Shu to turn around. He turned his head and saw his beautiful classmate, with a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Xia Bing, why are you here?" Xia Bing smiled and said, "I was just about to pay you today. Since you're here, I'll just settle it now." Chen Shu laughed and said, "No need to rush, I'm not short on money." But right after, he took out his phone and asked, "By the way, should I transfer the money or is cash fine? Anyway, who doesn't like money?" Xia Bing was speechless. But she was used to Chen Shu's personality, so she wasn't angry at all and just took out her phone to make the transfer. "I'll transfer it to you right away. When I borrowed 200,000 from you, based on the bank's interest rate." Chen Shu immediately interrupted, "You don't need to calculate interest." This startled Xia Bing, making her jump in shock. "You don't want the interest? Are you feeling okay?" Chen Shu flashed a mischievous smile. "I just want to help you." Xia Bing's intuition told her something was off. She forced a smile, knowing that Chen Shu definitely had something he wanted to ask of her. Chen Shu quickly brought up the incident he had encountered and his plan. "Based on my judgment, it's probably old Wang Kung who is the mastermind, but the real mastermind is someone else. I'm worried there might be high-level beast tamers, and I can't handle them alone, so I want to ask for your help." Xia Bing nodded. "Alright, consider it a favor I'm doing for you." The two of them briefly discussed the contract spirit before soon arriving at Xie Sunan's pork stall. As soon as Xie Sunan saw Chen Shu approaching, he reached into his messy pocket and pulled out a pair of black sunglasses. With the sunglasses on, Xie Sunan smirked, exuding an air of danger. "You're here. Did you bring the money?" Chen Shu played along, lowering his voice. "Of course, I brought it. What about my goods?" Xie Sunan took out 2 photographs. Chen Shu smiled. "I want to inspect the goods first." Xia Bing, standing beside him, took the photos from Xie Sunan and glanced at Chen Shu beside him. Broad daylight, and you're still playing some H-Nation movie? Chen Shu stopped joking and, along with Xiaobing, examined the two photos. Xia Sunan said, "From my investigation, I can confirm that this person is currently at the abandoned construction site. And I have to remind you, there are a lot of beast tamers inside. It's very dangerous." Chen Shu looked at the two photos. Although he had suspected there might be beast tamers, if they really crossed paths, it seemed like it would be a tough situation. He turned back to look at Xiaobing and asked, "Are you brave enough to go?" Xiaobing, ever loyal, immediately replied, "What's there to be afraid of?" Chen Shu grinned, showing his teeth, "Then let's go. As long as we're doing this for the greater good, there's nothing to fear. Justice will prevail." By the time Chen Shu and Xiaobing had moved a considerable distance from the pork stall, Xia Sunan pulled out a pink phone and called someone to inform them that Chen Shu had arrived at the abandoned factory. At the abandoned factory, Chen Shu and Xiaobing didn't take long to locate the building. Comparing the picture of Mr. Wang and the images of the factory, Chen Shu was fairly confident. They had arrived at the right place. Just then, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed nearby. Chen Shu quickly pulled Xiaobing into a patch of bushes to hide. Instinctively, both their breaths became shallow. The person who had appeared was none other than Mr. Wang. Chen Shu seized the opportunity when the man wasn't paying attention, peeking out to confirm that it was indeed him. Xiaobing immediately pressed Chen Shu down, whispering, "What's the plan? Should we capture him?" Chen Shu replied, "You wait quietly. Now's the time for a professional to make his move." As he spoke, Chen Shu suddenly pulled out a packet of urea fertilizer from his pocket. Xiaobing glanced at the packet, and a familiar feeling washed over him. Chen Shu had always been specialized in quietly sneaking up on someone and covering their head with a fertilizer bag. His speed was so swift and light that Mr. Wang wouldn't have any chance to notice the danger closing in. Xiaobing said, "It just so happens that she was about to pay you today, and since you're here, she will pay you right away." Chen Shu said there was no need to rush, he wasn't short on money, but as soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out his phone and asked if she would transfer the money or pay in cash. Xiaobing was stunned. She said she would transfer the money. At that time, she had borrowed 200,000 yuan from him, and based on the bank's interest rate before she could finish her sentence, he had already said, "You don't need to calculate the interest." Xiaobing was surprised. He even waived the interest for a small amount like that? Could something be wrong with him? He then said, "I just want to help you." But that made her feel uneasy. After a moment, he explained the situation to her. Based on his judgment, it was likely that old Wang was the mastermind, but the actual mastermind was someone else. He was worried there might be a senior beast tamer involved, and he couldn't handle it alone, so he wanted to ask for her help. Xiaobing smiled and nodded, deciding to treat it as a form of enjoyment in helping. He went to Xia Sunan's place. The man was holding a knife, chopping meat. From his apron pocket, he took out a pair of sunglasses, put them on dramatically, and asked, "Have you brought the money?" Chen Shu replied, "I've brought it." "Where's your product?" "I want to check it first." The man handed them 2 pieces of paper. Seeing the way they were acting, Xiaobing couldn't help but criticize, "It's broad daylight, and you're still acting like it's a spy movie." They looked at the 2 photos. In the photos, there was a person wearing a mask and a hat, being followed. Through Xia Sunan's investigation, it was confirmed that this person is currently at the abandoned construction site. Furthermore, he warned him that there were many beast tamers there, and it was very dangerous inside. Although he suspected there were beast tamers, he asked Xiaobing if she dared to accompany him if they really ran into any. She firmly told him, "What's there to be afraid of?" Chen Shu began to act exaggerated, saying they were going to eliminate the harm for the people, and they had nothing to fear. As soon as they left, Xia Sunan called someone to report that Chen Shu had arrived at the abandoned factory. Once they got to the factory, like in the pictures, there seemed to be the sound of footsteps. Thud. He guessed someone was coming out, and he quickly hid with Xiaobing in the bushes. The person in the picture appeared, looking around, holding a plastic bag. He held his breath and watched closely. It was Mr. Wang. Xiaobing asked him, "What are you going to do? Are you going to catch him?" He told her to stay quiet and wait. This was the moment for professionals to take action. Chen Shu then pulled out a cement bag, his secret weapon, and quietly approached Mr. Wang. He lifted the bag, pressing it against the man's body while he was still unaware, muttering to himself, "If I had known, I wouldn't have taken that little money." In the blink of an eye, the man suddenly saw the sky turn dark, and Chen Shu slammed the cement bag into him. He followed with a strong kick to the head, and the man immediately collapsed. Then, Chen Shu dragged him out and took off his shirt right in front of Xiaobing. She had to cover her face because she thought he was a pervert. Chen Shu was confused and turned to ask her. Realizing that she had misunderstood, he panicked and said, "He's a man, you know." She also awkwardly replied, "He is a man." He took the man's coat and explained that he only wanted to disguise himself, to infiltrate and observe the situation. Yet, she was thinking something else. Xiaobing understood and said, "You didn't do anything, so I didn't think anything." He was speechless, continuing to disguise himself as the man. After putting on the coat, he topped it off with a hat and a mask. He said, "I'll go in first. You wait for my signal before making your move." Xiaobing asked, "What's the signal?" He replied, "Hallelujah." Inside, the gang of scammers is gathering. When they see Mr. Wang come back, they'll be discussing their next plan. They'll ask if I heard anything. It seemed like he had already passed under their radar and agreed to join in the discussion. They mentioned that this time, they had caught the attention of the Spirit Sealing Division, and the job wasn't going to be easy. They recalled the days when they risked their lives in other dimensions for tens of thousands, but now they would have 10 million, enough to risk as many times as they wanted. Besides, without a leader, they couldn't even enter other dimensions anymore. So, it turned out that these people had once been part of the beast taming team. Since there was no leader anymore, they had turned to scamming. Now, they couldn't leave the city, so they would stay in the town for a while. Because of that, they turned to him, contemplating how to deal with him. The name alone was enough to suggest he should be buried. Chen Shu was incredibly unlucky. Just as he had disguised himself here, he was about to be silenced for good. His system interface continued to present options as usual. Standing in front of these people, he was sweating profusely. The rewards this time weren't bad, but the third reward was the best. He would gain the skill Violent Execution if he pretended to be afraid and earned their empathy. So, he decided to act accordingly, raising his hand in fear and saying, "Please don't kill me." They teased him, saying, "You're so scared that you're even changing your tone." The largest of them stepped forward and asked, "To live in this world, you must have value. You tell them not to kill you. What's your reason?" Chen Shu trembled and replied, "Because killing people is impolite." Seeing him stammering in fear like this, they became even more amused. The large man ordered Xiao Xiao to step up and show him his own inadequacies. Chen Shu was startled and ran off in panic. Of course, they didn't let him escape. As he fled, a massive, aggressive beetle blocked his path. They advised him, "Why struggle? Isn't it better to die peacefully?" Chen Shu had already received the reward for his previous choice. No longer frightened, he snapped his fingers and said, "His claw insect is indeed huge, but mine is bigger." A massive slimy appeared, crushing Xiao Xiao under its weight. The others were left in a state of panic, not understanding what was happening. The slimy initiated the Violent Execution, but they still managed to escape. What a pity! He took off his mask, and they saw that he was not Mr. Wang, a level 6 beast tamer who dared to challenge them. They were planning to take him on together. The spirit beasts they summoned seemed formidable as well. He sensed danger. As a fire elemental spirit, he knew he couldn't take them on alone. He ordered the slime to start sleeping. The slime grew to a massive size, reinforcing its defense. They knew they couldn't get past him. Seizing the opportunity, he told the slime to escape. A bird flew up to block his path, but his speed was too fast. As he ran, he signaled for help, which he had previously coordinated with Xiaobing. Her ice wolf arrived just in time to relieve him. They hadn't expected him to have allies. Xiaobing asked, "Are you okay?" He replied, "I'm fine, handle the bird. The other one's mine." The man, terrified, shouted, "Don't come any closer." But his face was twisted with a perverse eagerness. He pulled out a cement bag and placed it over the man's body. He grinned wickedly, and when the man dared to stab him with a needle, this time he would make sure he'd regret it. Just like that, the man was subdued. Meanwhile, the two people hiding on the other side were anxious. It had been so long, yet they hadn't seen the fat man, Song. They wondered if something had happened to him. They also thought he would be easy to deal with, but what if they were from the spirit sealing division? No matter, they decided to escape first. They found the back door and planned to escape through it, but when they opened the door, they saw the ice wolf had blocked their path. Seeing that it was only a level 6 contract spirit, we ordered the spirit to charge forward and attack the ice wolf. The fire spirit surrounded the wolf with a circle of flames, and at that moment, the wild boar was right in front, directly attacking the ice wolf, severely wounding it. Xiaobing, worried about the ice wolf, turned to look at Chen Shu, as if asking for his intentions. Chen Shu instructed, "You temporarily help me control them." She had no choice but to continue exerting her strength to control the spirits. The ice wolf pushed them back a little, but she was close to her limit. At that moment, Chen Shu gave the command, "Slime, activate the attack mode." The slime viciously crushed several of the spirit beasts. Seeing that he was only a level 6 contract spirit yet trying to cause trouble, they started activating their berserk skills. His boar snorted as if preparing, but a minute later, it still hadn't activated because it had been pinned down by the slime. Even 5 minutes later, it was still stuck, causing it to start crying. The two others turned pale. Chen Shu asked, "Aren't you confused by this situation? Stop struggling, just accept your fate." He then took out 2 bags of urine and shoved them into their bodies. Watching the scene before her, Xiaobing was too frightened to speak and proceeded to tie up the other 2. He called Uncle Wang, saying, "Hurry to Xixing, I've caught the scammers." After handing them over to Juling County, everything was resolved. In the end, he was cleared of any suspicion. The 2 of them stepped out of the building, and his taxi had arrived. He said, "I'm going to the Beast Tamer Association. Are you coming along?" Xiaobing said she would go home for dinner. He got in the car, bid her farewell, and promised to meet again at the opening ceremony before leaving. When the car reached the Beast Tamer Association, he smiled with delight. This time, not only had he successfully dealt with the scammers, but he also managed to get a 100,000 reward. It was truly wonderful. Chen Shu looked at the figure in front of him, wearing a pink apron over a bare torso, and thought it was Xie Sunan. He turned around and was startled by the face before him. He grabbed Xie Sunan and asked, "What are you doing here? Did the pork industry branch out to the Beast Tamer Association now?" Xie Sunan loudly responded, "Came here to check the mission." Chen Shu was taken aback. He hadn't expected him to be a beast tamer. Xie Sunan angrily asked, "What's your problem?" As a beast tamer, it makes sense that he sells, right? Chen Shu, flustered, quickly replied, "It makes sense." Xie Sunan reminded him, "Go to work." He nodded in thanks. Chen Shu happily presented the certificate issued by the Spirit Sealing Division. The certificate had been confirmed by Wang Kuan. The staff member said, "Please wait a moment." After a while, the task of investigating the counterfeit drug seller was marked as completed. The 100,000 reward would be automatically transferred to his card. He happily rubbed his hands in gratitude. Meanwhile, Xie Sunan was shocked when he heard the amount. A 100,000 reward? The intermediary like him was so cunning, he should get a share too. Chen Shu's face turned pale. Oh no, he had forgotten that Xie Sunan was still here. He reluctantly raised his voice to argue back. Why blame me for being crafty? Does he even know what I've been through? 5 men, 5 criminals. Do you know what I've been through today? It was me risking my life against 5 criminals. A total of 100,000 in bounty. He took 50,000 as payment for the information I gave him. If I demand it back, he should at least return 10,000. Seeing that he was going too far, Xie Sunan also tried to chime in with a remark. Stop it, without his information, could you have caught them? Chen Shu reluctantly compromised and gave him a little more money. Who said he's your brother? Then he patted his good brother on the shoulder and said, It's getting late, time to leave. His speed was quick, too. When Xie Sunan realized he had been tricked, he shouted angrily. Chen Shu left happily, proudly speaking of his success. You're the best. He opened a stall selling refined medicine, with a prominent sign certified by the Spirit Sealing Division, even adding their emblem for credibility. For the next 10 days, thanks to the certification from the Spirit Sealing Division, Chen Shu's medicine sold out extremely fast in the black market. He happily counted the money. He then went to the Beast Tamer's main hall and demanded to buy all the flower of great strength they had. It didn't take long before someone like him, who had no pharmaceutical skills, began purchasing large quantities of the flower of great strength. Taking advantage of the price difference between refining and selling the medicine, Chen Shu made 30,000 nation H. However, his purchases of the flower of great strength attracted a lot of attention. At Yixiaxing Pharmaceutical Company, late at night, the employees were still in a meeting. They discussed how Dali's revenue had dropped by 70% this month and decided to send someone to investigate. The boss of Yixiaxing wanted to find out who had dared to touch their company's lucrative pie. In the room, Chen Shu was still crafting, dozing off beside his full stomach when suddenly his phone buzzed with a notification. It was a message from Dili, the lone wolf wants to match with you. Chen Shu couldn't understand what kind of game he had gotten caught up in, and Dili sent another message saying that he wasn't worthy of continuing the conversation. Chen Shu called him, angrily, but when Dili answered, his ringtone was annoyingly tacky. Before Dili could say anything, Chen Shu yelled loudly, asking him what he was doing, and why he had to move the phone so far away. Dili explained that he had pressed the wrong button, mistakenly choosing to pair with Lanya instead. He added, Don't mind these little details, tomorrow you're preparing to go to Jingdu University, right? Are you coming? We could visit Sister Fuang together. The system showed another option, something Chen Shu hadn't expected. Recently, he had earned quite a bit of money, so he figured it wouldn't hurt to have some fun. He decided to go with Dili, thinking that anyway, Mai had nothing else to do. Dili laughed happily and reminded him that he didn't have money, so Chen Shu should remember to bring money for the trip. Chen Shu was furious, so this was the real purpose of the brat. Dili quickly hung up the phone. He thought Zhang Dili was truly a scammer, but still cheerfully packed his things, getting ready to go out. The next morning, on the train, Dili scolded him for not booking the flight tickets. He closed his eyes and said that people today were too impatient, and the fast pace of life had caused them to lose themselves. They needed to learn how to slow down. Dili didn't understand and told him to speak plainly. Chen Shu honestly said the flight tickets were too expensive. Na put her arm around Dili's shoulder and said, Taking the train isn't bad either. Isn't it almost here? His next stop is another 8 hours away. When the train announced the arrival at the city, suddenly there was a shout from behind, Pickpocket. The options immediately appeared. Seeing the person snatching a bag right there, he pulled out a cement bag he had prepared. Dili asked, What are you doing? He said he was planning to eliminate the harm for the people. Inside his bag, Shenli even saw a frying pan. He dumped the cement bag on the thief, and the giant frying pan slammed into him. The two friends clapped perfectly, and the thief was taken away by the police when the train reached the station. The girl whose bag had been stolen stood in front of them, bowed her head, blushing as she thanked them. She didn't expect it to be them, and it seemed she recognized them. Chen Shu pouted, made a gesture, and clicked his tongue a few times. He said, "Although my charm is overwhelming, please don't use this outdated method to start a conversation." Wang Chenghan was furious, and Dilly pulled him aside, telling him that she was the one who lent money at high interest. Shenli still couldn't remember anything, and Dilly seemed helpless with him. He explained that the person had come close and then covered their face, saying, I can't see. Finally, he remembered that it was the girl. Wang Chenghan was surprised that he didn't recognize her. He told her, I've already said, if I can't see, then I definitely can't see. Wang Chenghan snorted coldly. Luckily, it was thanks to noble people like you that left directly at that time. He froze and said, If there's a debt, it should be repaid, that's only natural. She turned to ask, Do you too want to go to Jingdu University? Dali smiled and said, They want to take the exam for Zhuling University. No wonder you see them so well prepared. Chen Shu then asked, Aren't you going to Jingdu University to escape debt? Wang Chenghan blushed. She had already paid off her debt, and she said she was just here to travel. Dilly quickly covered Chen Shu's mouth before he could ask anything else that would make her uncomfortable. He said, Just ignore him, he's out of his mind. And so, they continued talking together on the train to the Jinnan toll station of Jingdu University. They said their goodbyes to her. It was really nice talking to you today. If fate allows, we'll meet again. As they were walking, someone reminded, Look at the legs. The two of them looked around to see where the legs were. Fong Si appeared and kicked Chen Shu, making him fall flat. Then, she hit him hard on the head. He angrily turned around and cursed loudly. Fong Si saw this and slapped him again on the head. Chen Shu hugged his head and begged, Enough already. But he was still beaten, and he begged Zhang Dili for help. He cried and pleaded with her, saying he was wrong. Fong Si asked, Do you know you're wrong? Dili said he was too arrogant now, and that it was right for her to teach him a lesson. Chen Shu scolded Dili, calling him a traitor, and angrily kicked him in the butt. Dili turned to Fong Si for help. Fong Si covered her mouth and laughed, saying, You two, stop making noise. Let's go, I'll treat you to a late-night meal. Fong Si said she had heard that he had become a beast tamer and had entered the special class at Nanjiang High School. Chen Shu laughed and said, There's no other way, I can't hide my talent. Fong Si told him to stop talking nonsense, asking if he wasn't embarrassed to talk about his talents in front of her. If he really had the skills, he should apply to Huaxia Academy. Chen Shu proudly said he was going to apply to Huaxia Academy. Dili patted him on the shoulder and said, You're awesome, very ambitious. They're waiting for you at Jingdu University. Chen Shu asked, Didn't Fong Si get a mission in another dimension? She nodded, I just returned 2 days ago after killing a black iron Bastar Lord creature. Chen Shu was surprised, how can she say it so casually? Back then, they almost got killed by the wild ice rabbit Lord Black Iron 1 star. The ranks above Black Iron are divided into 1 star, 2 stars, and 3 stars, with 3 stars being the highest. Once you break through, you can enter White Silver. As he was thinking, suddenly a voice was heard from outside, asking, Isn't this Fong Si, the famous one? The one speaking was a drunkard named Bai Yuan, with Lu Ziyi and Wang Qi standing on either side of him. Bai Yuan sneered, This is the first time I've seen you eating with men, and moreover, 2 of them. Fong Si shot him an annoyed glance. Wang Qi quickly stepped forward, waving his hand and explaining to her, It's just a misunderstanding, our big brother is drunk. The other man hurriedly covered Bai Yuan's mouth. Bai Yuan didn't seem to care, continuing, I'm not afraid of you. None of the members of your beast taming troupe are here. Fong Si ignored him and said, Let them go. Taking advantage of the situation, Bai Yuan pressed forward, pointing and mocking, You're too scared to do anything. Wang Qi waved goodbye to Fong Si, and the 3 of them left. Fong Si gave Chen Shu a meaningful glance. Chen Shu nodded, understanding her signal. He handed her a bag of cement. Fong Si leapt into the air, and a sound rang out behind Bai Yuan. He was still babbling drunkenly about her. Fong Si successfully slammed the bag over his head, then punched him repeatedly. His two companions seemed to want to say something to her. Fong Si turned and asked, "Are you planning to help him?" But the two remained silent, hands clenched and unmoving. Bai Yuan, furious, crumpled the cement bag, his eyes bloodshot as he summoned a spirit beast snake to scare her. But was he really worthy of having her die? Fong Si called upon the crimson dragon flame, a truly ferocious fire dragon. The snake was quickly struck by the dragon and held down by its claws. The dragon shook the poor snake, and soon it passed out, completely helpless after being toyed with. Fong Si kicked Bai Yuan in the face and called him trash. The eyes of the two people widened. Fong Si turned back to them and said, "Let's go." Before leaving, they cursed Bai Yuan once more before running off. On the way, Chen Shu asked Fong Si, "Were those people tonight your classmates? How could they be so pathetic? They got beaten by you and still didn't have the ability to fight back?" Fong Si confidently replied, "Most of my classmates are weaker than me. This is nothing." Chen Shu gave her a thumbs up. Fong Si told them not to follow her example, and if they saw those people again in a few days, they should just run. Right now, they still can't defeat us. The two of them laughed and said, "Got it, you can relax." Fong Si said she would head back first so they could rest. Tomorrow, she would come to pick them up to take a tour around Jingdu University. Dali threw himself onto the bed and said he was too sleepy, so he'd go to sleep first. As soon as he lay down, he was out, and Chen Shu also went to sleep. But 2 hours later, he still couldn't sleep well. Unable to fall into a deep sleep, he decided to go for a walk outside. There were still many people outside. As expected of Jingdu University, it was still lively even though it was late. He noticed a brightly lit shop, the Old Ghost General Store, which sold beast taming pearls inside. Beast taming pearls? They were the hearts of mutated wild beasts. Consuming them would directly increase one's beast taming power, and they were used by beast tamers of black iron rank and above. Chen Shu asked the owner, "How much for a basic level beast taming pearl?" The owner replied, 500,000. He was terrified after hearing the price. "It's that expensive?" he asked, turning to inquire about the price of the beast taming black iron rank pearl. Its cost was a staggering 600,000, and his attention was drawn to the object inside the glass jar, a heart submerged in liquid. He recognized it immediately as the heart of a storm falcon of the Lord class, worth 2 million. The system immediately displayed the next set of options. He found the second reward particularly enticing, obtaining the recoil power skill book if he bought the heart. Wasn't this essentially forcing him to purchase the 2 million heart? He thought about it for a moment. The Storm Falcon's heart had a chance of helping the Chi agreement gain insight into its innate skill. However, from top to bottom, he had a total of 2 million H nation currency, but the other two reward choices weren't as appealing. The shopkeeper said, "You can't afford this, so if you're not going to buy, just leave. Don't interfere with my business." He had made up his mind money was just a material thing, and skills were more important. So, he replied that he would hurry, just needed a moment to think. He pointed to the shelves. This one, I want all the herbs from this shelf and all the beast taming pearls from another shelf." The shopkeeper, his face full of excitement, asked, "You want everything?" But he just teased, "I don't want to buy it." He pointed to the Storm Falcon heart, signaling that he wanted it. A moment later, the shopkeeper handed him the heart. The staff member's expression had completely changed from before. Paying with a heart full of sorrow, seeing the money I earned fly away, it's 2 million. He summoned the slime and said, "Slime, eat it." The slime gulped down the heart. The boss didn't expect that he'd use a $2 million heart to feed a level F slime. Is this how people with money play these days? After the slime finished eating, it was happy it had now grasped wind breath. Chen Shu checked the system notification, and now the skill had leveled up to 2. The slime now had the wind breath ability, which could unleash power of the storm. Its damage power was related to the wind attribute strength of the contract spirit. With recoil power added, when attacked in close range, the slime's body would release recoil power to strike back at the enemy. The damage dealt was linked to its own defense. The 2 million was worth it. 3 weeks later, Fong Si took Chen Shu and Zhang Dili to tour Huaxia Academy. After seeing the strength of Huaxia Academy, Chen Shu was determined to apply there. 3 days later, at the hotel, Zhang Dili was on his way to take the exam, while Chen Shu was still asleep. Xia brother mumbled, "Wait for the good news from Dili," and went back to sleep. When the sun began to set, the phone rang. It was Dili calling, and he answered. On the other end, Dili's voice was rushed. "Dili has been blocked." Then, Dili hung up the phone. Chen Shu hurried outside. He took a taxi and arrived to find Dili surrounded. He pushed through the crowd and asked, "Dili, what's going on?" Seeing him arrive, the person in front sneered. "Is this the arrow that pierces the clouds and splits the army of 10,000 you were talking about?" He told them to stop talking nonsense and asked who they were. He saw the chubby guy and could tell immediately that he was a young master living a life of luxury, but the bodyguards behind him were both numerous and tall. The chubby guy introduced himself. "I am Zhu Debai from Jingdu University. Your brother has been talking too much. During the exam, he provoked me, saying he would defeat me." Chen Shu thought to himself, if it really came to a fight, it wouldn't be impossible, but he needed to assess the situation first. He asked about the outcome of the fight between the two. Indeed, Dili had won against him. He was ranked 5th, while the other guy was ranked 50th. Chen Shu smiled. "What you're saying isn't a problem then. If you say you defeated him, then you did. Keeping your word is a sign of respect for him." What he said struck a nerve with Zhu Debai. He angrily replied, "Stop talking nonsense." He will give them 2 options, either fight his bodyguards or fight his contract spirit. Chen Shu and Dili turned their chairs away. He told Dili, given the current situation, to call Fong Si. Dili replied, "I already called, but she didn't answer, probably because she's busy." Zhu Debai impatiently asked if they had made their decision, and if they had chosen a system. Looking at the options on the board, Chen Shu turned to ask him what his real strength was. He replied, "I'm not that strong. I'm just a level 8 beast tamer, which really isn't something to mess with." Su Xiaoyu, who had just reached level 7, was already at the top in his place. At his age, the fact that he was level 8 showed a significant difference between Nanjiang City and Jingdu University. His bodyguard was also hard to deal with. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine then, try it out, and by the way, let's see what level the slime reaches after it swallows my 2 million. Thinking this, he accepted his challenge. The other person also turned to ask his bodyguard about the identities of the 2 of them before the fight. The bodyguard reported that they could fight them, as they were just from a small city in the Jiannan region. He said to Dili, "If I lose, you run. Do not turn back under any circumstances." Dili agreed. When the match began, both summoned their contract spirits. The other person's contract spirit was exactly like him, also a chubby pig with wings. He had to stifle a laugh when he saw it. He didn't expect his opponent to have the rare flying spirit contract. Seeing him laughing, the other person blushed with anger and threatened, "You'll regret this later." He laughed so hard he nearly couldn't stand anymore, his laughter turning into a stifled chuckle. "Wait for me a minute." Zhu Debai angrily shouted, "Pig, go hit him." The pig opened its mouth, releasing a huge force that made him quickly summon the slime to block the attack. All the successive blows from the pig were also stopped by the slime in front of him. Seeing how much he was struggling, the other guy confidently said, "You're about to lose." His face darkened with anger. The slime was barely holding on. If the battle continued like this, defeat was inevitable. There was no other choice, he could only try. The slime shifted its state and fired an attack beam. The pig, having anticipated this, dodged away. In that moment, the slime's body expanded to 6 times its original size. Zhu Debai had predicted this move. As the slime attacked the pig, he immediately ordered it to use the shrinking skill. The pig quickly recovered, and he launched a series of attacks on the slime. Dili, seeing how clearly the tide had turned against them, asked Chen Shu if they should run. He was already prepared to flee. But Chen Shu replied, "Don't rush, I have a plan." He gripped the slime's core. While the pig was still attacking the slime furiously, the slime began using wind breath. Zhu Debai was confused. Why hadn't they run yet? What else were they trying to do? The slime charged toward the pig and began a collision. The pig couldn't move, and the slime started to use violent ground slam techniques. The slime's massive body crushed the pig. This caught Debai completely off guard. He hadn't expected the combination of 3 seemingly unrelated skills to actually work. Wind breath controlled the direction, the charging stance provided propulsion, and the violent ground slam condensed power in the surrounding air. At last, he turned the tide against the wind perfectly. But at this moment, Zhu Debai was about to die of anger. He cursed Chen Shu as a damn country bumpkin and even dared to harm his contract spirit. His bodyguards rushed towards them. Chen Shu stood behind Dili to protect him. He asked, "Do you want to go back on your word?" Zhu Debai angrily replied without reasoning. "What's wrong with going back on my word?" Then, he ordered his bodyguards to charge. Several large bodyguards rushed in to attack the 2 students. The bodyguard swung at Chen Shu, but he easily dodged. He summoned a slime and activated the collision skill. The slime appeared and effortlessly attacked each bodyguard one by one, as if playing a game. Chen Shu and Dili walked over to Zhu Debai, giving him a terrifying threat. He asked, "Do you want to go back on your word?" He also gave him a strong punch to teach him a lesson for breaking his word. Dili, standing on the other side, gleefully said, "Next time you want to hit someone, make sure you have the right target. If someone can't be touched, then don't touch them." After that, the 2 of them turned around and walked away happily. Chen Shu said to Dili, "Follow me, I'll always keep you entertained." At that moment, Zhou Xian, Zhu Debai's uncle, directly approached them. Chen Shu calmly faced him, but Zhou Xian simply brushed past him. The 2 continued walking calmly, but after a few steps, Chen Shu suddenly shouted in fear, "Dili, run!" A giant elephant trunk reached out towards them, wrapping around both of them, forcing them to turn back. The 2 were tightly coiled and then slammed forcefully onto the ground, feeling dizzy. Chen Shu knew things were going downhill. "How did you not see this coming?" "From the moment I laid eyes on it, I knew it was a beast tamer of black iron rank." He fumbled through his pocket and pulled out his phone with a cracked screen. Zhou Xian helped his nephew up and asked, "Are you okay?" His face was full of concern. The nephew continued to complain, saying, "I'm fine, but my celestial beasts are going to help me get revenge on them." Chen Shu looked at the scene before him. This time, it was truly a miserable defeat. Zhu Debai's celestial beasts were lying on the ground, twitching as if dead, their souls seemingly gone. Zhou Xian saw this and stared furiously at Chen Shu. His hand trembled as he held his phone. Then, Zhou Xian spoke up again, saying, "I'm demanding 200,000 for treatment costs." Chen Shu was taken aback. Dili spoke first, scolding, "Does he want to rob us? With 200,000, you could buy how many pigs?" Seeing their reaction, Zhou Xian threatened them. He brought out his spirit beast, a giant elephant that was stomping on the ground behind him, and asked, "You don't want to pay up?" Both of them turned pale and quickly responded, "No, it's not that." He said, "A rare beast like this is worth that much." But neither of them had the money. They asked, "Can we make a call and have someone bring it over?" Zhou Xian asked, "Who is this person? Are they relatives of yours?" He seemed suspicious. "Are you two hiding something about your backgrounds?" One of them replied, "I have an older sister. She's studying at Jingdu University." He saw that at Jingdu University there were countless colleges, and what was so terrifying about a student that he agreed to let him call and ask his sister to bring money here. Dili called Sister Fong Si, and luckily she picked up this time. He simply said, "You and Chen Shu are at Lingzhou University, wait for my sister. She'll bring 200,000 to you." Zhou Xian saw that they had finished the call and said, "There are still many people here. I suggest they wait at the beast taming pavilion." Fong Si was in class when she received the call. When she saw that it was Dili calling, she immediately referred to him as Sister Fong Si. She was sure that something had happened, so she anxiously stood up. She borrowed a little from the rapid wind foot girl next to her, saying that there was something she needed to take care of. A moment later, the group inside was waiting. The bodyguards seemed to be guarding them, preventing them from escaping. Dili anxiously asked, "Brother, do you think Sister Fong Si can handle this?" He replied, "I said it's fine. If it really doesn't work out, we'll just pay the money. It's only 200,000, selling some more medicine should cover it. If we have to pay, we'll pay." He thought that, but his face had already turned pale. Dili found it hard to believe that it was only 200,000. Zhou Xian found himself a bit bored and wanted to hit someone. A person from a small town daring to touch the Chu family? Truly asking for trouble. Dili, seeing how scary he was, told him to wait, but before he could react, Zhou Xian punched him in the face. He hit Dili repeatedly, saying, "Who told you to harm my grandson's contract spirit? A low-level beast tamer, and you dare be so arrogant?" Dili screamed in pain. Chen Shu, terrified and sweating, clung to the wall. "Did you mistake me for someone else?" Dili endured the suffering, but he would offer a prayer for him. However, judging by his current demeanor, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't hit him again. Thinking quickly, he shoved a blood bag into his mouth. After being struck, Dili finally spoke up. "Is he blind? Aren't you a beast tamer?" He stopped and asked if he had struck the wrong person. Only then did Zhu Debai point at Chen Shu and say, "You are the one who fought with him." He didn't mind striking again. His fist raised, he hit Chen Shu with a heavy blow, causing blood to spurt out. Still clueless about what had happened, Chen Shu lay there looking pitiful, claiming he was injured. "Fat pig, you're guilty. Tell him to hit you with another palm strike. He hasn't even done anything yet, and you're already coughing up blood again. Deep down, you're laughing, ha." At first, when selling drugs on the black market to undercut prices, Mr. Wang intentionally created this blood bag. Fortunately, you didn't throw it away, but you're not sure if it's expired. Seeing you like this, the two of them were afraid that a homicide might happen. Chen Shu acted even more theatrically, urging them to keep beating him. "You're guilty. You frightened Zhou Xian, drove him away, told him not to come here," he said, then coughed violently and spat out another mouthful of blood, pretending to faint. Zhou Xian, terrified, ordered them to call an ambulance. In the meantime, Chen Shu threw a blood bag to Dili. Dili understood his cue and started to cooperate, saying, "He's dead. He'll never survive on his own." Then, he too spat out a huge amount of blood, scaring the two of them out of their wits. At that moment, Fong Si opened the door and walked in. She saw Dili and Chen Shu lying there as if they were dead. Fong Si, furious, yelled, "It was them who did this." She angrily asked them if they wanted to die. As she spoke, she rushed forward and struck Zhou Xian, making him panic. He said, "Wait, wait." But Fong Si had already kicked him, then charged at him again, trying to take him down. Luckily, he managed to block the blow. But clearly, he had only heard that he was just an ordinary student, yet he had ended up like this. He angrily clenched his fist and summoned the electric crippled elephant. Fong Si glanced at it and also summoned her dragon. The dragon released a powerful fireball that forced the elephant back. Then, it relentlessly slashed at the elephant with its wings and claws, causing it immense pain. In the end, the enormous elephant was severely injured and submerged in flames. Zhou Xian was taken aback. How can you be this strong? Damn it, looks like he'll have to summon his second contract spirit to escape. The second contract spirit was a golden eagle. This creature was also majestic and enormous. The two of them rode on the eagle's back and flew off. But Fang Xi wouldn't let them escape so easily. She ordered them to stop. Her dragon seemed to have transformed. Zhou Xian realized this was an S-tier dragon. Who exactly was she? The dragon roared and released a surge of green energy. The eagle and the two people immediately froze before the attack. The dragon destroyed the ice, and the two of them coughed up blood. However, Fang Xi was still furious, determined to make them pay for what they had done to her younger brothers. At this moment, the two of them spoke up. Sister, please don't kill anymore, killing people is against the law. Hearing their voices, she finally stopped. She turned away, tears falling relentlessly. She never expected them to still be alive. The two of them scratched their heads and ears, they were still alive. However, as soon as she entered, she hit them, leaving them stunned, and it was only now that they managed to react. Fang Xi asked, "What's with the blood on you too?" He replied, "It's all fake, it's blood bags." Fang Xi took a deep breath, kicked him away, and scolded, "You idiots." The two of them were chased away by their sister, running while still being scolded. The two uncles and nephews stood aside, shaking as they begged. They're about to be roasted alive. The three of them turned around and looked. Sister Fang Xi decided to deal with them later. After all, they're fine, she said, wiping her tears and smiling again. The two of them obediently nodded and sat down, holding their heads. Fang Xi stood in front of the two uncles and nephews and asked, "What happened?" After telling the whole story, Fang Xi was surprised. "They made my younger sibling pay 200,000 coins. But Zhou Xian waved his hand and said, "No need," they admitted their mistake. Fang Xi turned to ask, "What about Chen Shu and Dilly?" Chen Shu started to act, saying, "I have a terrible headache, maybe I need 100 beast taming pearls to treat it." Dilly also chimed in, saying, "I can't stand up, I might need 10 lord beasts to soothe me." Zhou Xian froze after hearing that. Fang Xi said to him, "Looks like his two younger siblings are seriously injured. What does he plan to do?" Two dragons on either side of the uncles and nephews closed in, leaving them no choice but to negotiate. They agreed to compensate 300,000 for treatment fees. Hearing that it was only 300,000, Chen Shu exaggerated and secretly shoved a blood bag into his mouth. He started spitting blood again, saying that his internal organs were also in trouble. The other two were silent and could not speak. They had no choice but to add 4 basic beast taming pearls and 1 mutated beast. Only then did Chen Shu stand up to take over the transaction. The three of them walked out, and Chen Shu sighed, "Sister Fang Xi is so cool." Fang Xi told them to keep it down, "I haven't even settled the matter of them faking their deaths yet." Chen Shu reasoned, the situation was urgent, that person's punch was so powerful, and you're so thin. If you had been hit by that blow, you definitely would have lost your life. Dali also said that they had no choice but to do that. Fang Xi dismissed it but reminded them not to do that again next time. Both of you should be obedient and listen. Seeing their fawning expressions, she knew to remind them, "You handle those things yourselves." She said she would take Dilly out tomorrow. "Chen Shu, please help me line up at the beast taming department of Nation H Hospital. Icebone Spirit has some issues." He thought there might be an issue with the contract spirit and obediently agreed to her request. The next day, at the beast taming department of Nation H Hospital, Chen Shu was standing in line when he received a message. It was from a girl who seemed quite seductive, asking if he needed any services. "Anything you want?" His eyes lit up when he saw the message and he asked to confirm, did she really say she could provide anything? And it's cheap, plus she sent a meme of a chicken? If that's the case, then I won't stand on ceremony, he replied. Coincidentally, I'm currently at Nation H Hospital and need someone to stand in line for me. I was about to ask you to come over quickly, but you blocked me first. His face darkened. Something as simple as this, yet it couldn't be done, and then they said, there's a service for everything. This person was definitely a scammer. The doctor came out at this moment and said to everyone, I have an urgent matter, please wait a little longer. He felt unlucky, and to top it off, he ran into this issue. The system, as usual, presented its options. This time, the choices were indeed difficult for him. If that's the case, I'll choose the third option, he thought. Pretend to be a doctor and send the people in front of him away. The reward for completing it would be an increase in violent execution rank. He entered the doctor's office and put on the blue coat. He also pretended to conduct a real examination, just making random comments. Just leave it in the air conditioner at home, he said. When dealing with children, he added, just let them watch a movie at home. He also affirmed that since he was a doctor, his advice was certainly correct. 2 hours later, all the patients waiting to be examined had been sent away by him. He yawned, thinking about the reward from the slime. The reward for the previous choice had been received. Just then, Fong Si and Dilly arrived. Fong Si was startled when she saw Chen Shu in the doctor's coat. He said, isn't this to get in line faster? He really wasn't afraid of disrupting the medical appointments of others. Chen Shu cheerfully added, I have my own plans. He already told them that tomorrow they should come back for a checkup. It won't be a big deal. When the doctor returned, he saw only 3 people left, but in fact, only Fong Si had come to the clinic for the spirit beast contract checkup. She spoke to the doctor. Recently, your ice dragon has fallen into a state of weakness, its strength has decreased by 20%, and moreover, it can no longer swallow or absorb food and medicine. The doctor already knew and proceeded with the examination. He said, it's fine, it's just a case of eating the wrong thing. Once it digests, it will recover. Fong Si felt relieved and left the clinic. Outside, they encountered Xiao Changhan. Xiao Changhan was surprised that she knew the two of them. Fong Si was also surprised to find out that Changhan knew them. Fong Si asked, why did she come to the hospital? Is there a problem with her contract spirit? Xiao Changhan replied, earlier, due to life circumstances, I borrowed some money. Then, to repay it, I participated in a competition that caused my contract spirit to get injured. At that time, because I didn't have money, I just did whatever I could. Later, Nanjiang High School refunded my tuition, so I had the money to come here and treat it. Chen Shu was surprised. Nanjiang High School refunded her tuition? She said, I was originally a student at Nanjiang High School. But Nanjiang High School spent money to transfer me to a special class. He understood, a special class? That means you were in the same class as me. Dilly said, Chen Shu has also been admitted to that class. He looked at her and continued, anyone who can get into the special class is a talent, and it must be extremely difficult to pass the entrance exam. Why would the school spend money to invite you in? Do you have something special about you? He asked her, what kind of talent do you have that the school would pay you to transfer? She shyly replied, maybe it's because my beast tamer talent is excellent. Contract spirit is at level A. Chen Shu felt helpless after hearing this. The beast taming talent is divided into levels, normal, outstanding, excellent, and extraordinary. The higher the talent, the higher the cultivation efficiency of beast taming. He never expected this person to be a genius like Su Xiaoyu. Xiao Changhan said to Fong Si, I'll go see the doctor first. Fong Si happily waved and said, we'll talk more later. Fong Si turned to Chen Shu and said, from now on, you and Changhan will be in the same class, you need to take care of her. Chen Shu thought that with her exceptional talent, why would he need to take care of her? Sister Fong Si said, you went from a regular person to a level 6 beast tamer in 1 month, you're not a normal person anymore. He hurriedly replied to her, I know, I'll take care of her. He asked her, can you take us out tomorrow? Sister Fong Si responded, I'll take them to the mountain sect tomorrow. Chen Shu had no idea where that was. The next day, the three of them went up the mountain together. Sister Fong Si happily asked, "When was the last time you two went hiking?" Dili said, "The last time you went to the exam, passers-by also mentioned that their physical qualities were very good." Dili also asked, "Your health is excellent, do you have any health preservation secrets?" When it came to health preservation, the old man suddenly became enthusiastic and said, "It's staying up late, I stay up late every day," and added, "Look at me, I'm 24 years old, yet my complexion is still good." Unexpectedly, this old man, who looked like an elderly person, was actually 24 years old. At night, they decided to set up camp on the mountain. Chen Shu, recalling the lesson from the previous person, reminded everyone, "Go to sleep a little earlier, absolutely don't stay up late. If not, the present of that person will become there tomorrow." Doli agreed, telling everyone to cook something to eat. They all gathered around the fire to cook in the woods, with Fong Si's spirit beast lying nearby, enjoying the moment. Chen Shu remarked, "This situation makes me feel like I'm in a different space. If this were a different space, I'd definitely think the thing standing on that tree branch was a wild beast." Seeing this, the other two hurriedly ate. The creature on the branch leapt down, and Chen Shu shouted for Fong Si. It was a black armored beetle that flew down. Fong Si quickly used her icebone spirit to freeze the black armored beetle. She explained to the others, "This is the black armored beetle from the plain Maha, and judging by its appearance, it might be the type created by the combination of the black armored beetle and the blue star insect. 100 years ago, plain Maha saw one, but it was quickly suppressed. But there is still a group of savage beasts remaining on Blue Star. If it's just these kinds of beasts, normally, it's not a big deal. However, if the black armored beetle from 100 years ago, which is an ancient breed, still survives in Taiching Mountain, then that's a serious problem." She stood up, ready to scold them, but they said, "Don't say anything, they've already run away." They insisted that they should leave Taiching Mountain first, and then call the Spirit Sealing Division to claim their reward. After calming down, she felt something was wrong. He said, "Their sequence is wrong. They should have called the Spirit Sealing Division to claim their reward first, then run." So he took out his phone and called the Spirit Sealing Division. He reported, "There's a problem at Taiching Mountain. There are beasts from another dimension here." It seemed like the other side was saying it was just a regular wild animal, and he was trying to explain, "They are huge." Fong Si grabbed the phone, introduced herself, and then explained the situation. She said, "I discovered an impure black armored beetle at Taiching Mountain. Please send someone to investigate." Before she could finish speaking, a group of black iron armored beasts descended from the sky. She continued to update the higher-ups on the emergency situation, mentioning that there were still a large number of tourists here. After finishing the report, she reminded them to hurry and escape. But the two had already run ahead of her. She was truly speechless. But with so many tourists still at Taichung Mountain, she couldn't just run away. She had to go there. The system activated the options on his side. Looking at the choices, he turned to her and asked, "Why can't you fight back against the Black Iron Lord creatures?" She said that he could assess its capabilities. If it were Black Iron Rank 3, she could only say that she could hold out until the Beast Command Unit arrived. So Chen Shu decided not to run anymore and to handle it. Dili, startled and confused, turned around. Fong Si had already walked quickly and told them to come along. Chen Shu grabbed Dili and dragged him along. Fong Si's two dragons were in front, fighting off the black iron armor swarm. The leader dragon ordered its young ones to attack them, but it was also being attacked by the fire from the fire dragon. A massive explosion occurred, and the black iron armor shouted angrily, though no one could understand what it was saying. Fong Si told them to be careful and hide well. In a moment, they were nowhere to be seen, the two had hidden high up in a tree. Fong Si was speechless as the black iron armor charged toward her. She allowed the fire dragon to burn it again, then the ice dragon froze it. But it was all in vain. This black iron armor seemed too strong. Not only did it break through the ice from the dragon, but it was also ready to counterattack. Miss Fong was frozen in place, seeing her in danger, and the two of them panicked and shouted loudly. Watching the battle unfold before him, he finally understood that this was truly a black iron rank battle. It was too strong. Just as the claws of the black iron armor were about to reach her face, she managed to get the ice dragon to petrify it. However, the effect was the same. The black iron armor broke free from the ice after only a moment. The two dragons fought fiercely to resist it. Two people standing on a nearby house witnessed the battle, clearly seeing the dragons flying in the air, which startled them. It seems that the two of them signaled something, which is why the insect received the information and called the smaller ones to head this way, one of them said. Fong Si felt something was wrong. She wanted to kill the regular humans, but it was too late, her face turned pale. At this moment, Chen Shu spoke up, "Don't worry, I've got your back." He summoned the giant slime. The slime used a wind strike to charge forward, building momentum. Its recoil power knocked the other creatures away. Fong Si hadn't expected him to be this powerful. So even a pressured level slime can be this strong, she thought to herself. He humbly said, "It's nothing, but it really has 3 skills now." Can it not be strong? The shield was activated but quickly shattered. Chen Shu noticed its gaze and saw that it seemed to be gathering dark power for something. Fong Si knew it wanted to fight them to the end. She had to recall the Crimson Flame Dragon and the Icebone Dragon quickly, but he wanted to stop it. The black iron armored dragon flew away. It was then that Fong Si realized it wanted to escape. She jumped onto the Icebone Dragon to chase it, with the Crimson Flame Dragon following. Chen Shu, seeing this, felt he had to follow as well. He called the slime, but the black iron armor suddenly hissed and then fell freely. Could it be that someone from Juling County has arrived? Fong Si also landed on the ground. He suddenly realized that this person had no good intentions. He quickly jumped onto the slime and headed towards that direction. At this moment, Fong Si stood up, and before him stood Su Han, a third-year student from Huaxia Academy. He, along with his two-headed dog, mocked the so-called legendary genius, revealing that she was nothing special after all. The black-armored beetle you wanted is empty inside, the crystal core is gone. He dared to steal her prey, and she shouted in anger. Suhan said, "Did you think you're the only one with 2S rank contract spirits?" He summoned another contract spirit, a giant bird. He continued to stand arrogantly in front of her, having already fallen victim to one of Fong Si's exclusive moves. He was trapped in a cement bag, and Dilly rushed in with a frying pan. Fong Si then used the pan to strike him, leaving him dazed. And when the host's consciousness wasn't clear, the contract spirits would automatically return to the beast taming space. Su Han's beast taming creatures slowly returned. Fong Si stomped on him as a lesson for daring to challenge her. The other two were already looting Su Han's bag, splitting the armor shell and the beetle's crystal core. Chen Shu even remarked, "The youth these days really don't understand the dangers of society." He told Fong Si, "The loot's all taken, they're just leaving together." She gave him one last kick before walking off. But suddenly, Chen Shu remembered something and turned back to where he was. He slyly rustled around for a moment, stripping him of all his clothes, leaving only a pair of shorts, then dusted his hands off. The other two felt that his actions were too much, but he didn't care, thoroughly enjoying this act of revenge. Who told this guy to show off? Now, let's see how he returns. After walking for a while, they encountered someone from Imperial Dragon Guard. This group was responsible for handling important events, not beasts. Imperial Dragon jumped down to the ground, and he asked, "Are you Fong Si from Huaxia Academy?" She nodded in confirmation and then said, "The black-armored beetle lord has been killed by me." Imperial Dragon extended his hand and said, "The Spirit Sealing Division has already assigned this task to them. Please hand over the body of the black-armored beetle to him." She pointed toward the corpse for him to see and said, "Mount Taiching is fine now." Imperial Dragon also mentioned that they could head back now. Chen Shu was scared out of his wits, but luckily, he managed to stand in front of Zhang Dili in time, blocking his view so that he couldn't see Su Han. If not, they would have been doomed. Fong Si said. It's fine, they don't usually conduct special checks. She mentioned that they would stay at the hotel today and descend the mountain tomorrow. He nodded and said, all right. The three of them entered the hotel. Miss Fong handed Chen Shu the blood-red shell of the black-armored beetle lord, asking him to keep it and see if his contract could absorb it. If it could, there would be a possibility of gaining the black-armored beetle's dark shield skill. He said it wasn't necessary, his contract spirit didn't lack any skills, and he could rely on the system to get by. Fong Si asked about their holiday, since they hadn't even been here for half a month, when they planned to return. Dili said, I'm not going back anymore, I've already been accepted earlier, the school said they will organize training for them, so I'll stay here. Chen Shu had 3 more days left, so she encouraged him to hang in there. Dili and she would wait for him at Jingdu University. The three of them clinked glasses in a cheerful toast. 3 days later, at the hotel entrance, the two of them bid farewell to Chen Shu. After getting into the taxi, he asked the driver to take them to the South Pier of Jingwu. Chong Se was already there, wearing a hat. The driver said, what a coincidence, both of you are headed to the South Pier, so you can ride together. He thought for a moment, wondering why this wasn't an empty vehicle, and the person inside looked somewhat like Su Han. Several possibilities for the situation occurred to him. He thought, since everything was fine, why take the same car? There had to be something suspicious about this person. The first option, though the reward was abundant, was risky, as jumping out of a car on the highway could lead to accidents. The third option, too, would likely alert someone. Perhaps he had already made up his mind, as he began to play the role of someone familiar and casually put his arm around the person, calling out, Mr. Wang. The person looked up, revealing a frightening face and said, you've mistaken me. The system also informed him that this was Song Su, Su Han's younger brother. He smiled and apologized, but at least he had confirmed that this wasn't Beast Tamer Black Iron rank, nor was it Su Han. Very well, now he could safely choose option 2. He spoke to the driver again, the South Pier isn't in this direction. He's going the wrong way. But the driver didn't care, he told him, sit still and behave. He had no intention of sitting still and letting them take him to some far-off mountain. He punched Song Su squarely in the face and said, dream on. Then he grabbed his throat and punched him in the face repeatedly. The driver was furious and shouted, stop it. While also telling Song Su, deal with him, after all, he's learned martial arts. Chen Shu froze upon hearing this. At that moment, Song Su was about to punch him, but missed. He landed several strong punches right to his face. Do you still know martial arts now? He yelled. Song Su, terrified, replied, no. If you threaten me, is there any problem with taking you to the Nanjing Pier? Grabbing his collar, he nervously said, no problem, and told the driver Lu to take him there. The car arrived at the Nanjing Pier, and he grinned with satisfaction. Song Su cried, demanding to go to the hospital, while he stepped out of the car unharmed. He called Sister Fong Si, warned her to be careful because Su Han had sent people to take revenge. He also informed her that he was fine. I'm going back now, everyone be careful, he said seriously, I'll come back in a year. Su Han was furious on the other side, cursing his subordinates, you can't even catch a high school student, useless. Get him down and beat him up. He remembered the names of the 3 people and was determined not to spare anyone. Su Han was so angry that he started smashing things. At this moment, he had returned to Jiangnan. This time, the driver asked again, can I pick up one more person? He agreed, if it was on the way. In front of the Jiangnan City Mental Hospital, they picked up a patient from Su Jingjing. He was stunned. If it was a mental hospital, wouldn't that person be a mental patient? When Su Jingjing got in the car, Chen Shu was startled and took a step back. The car was filled with an anxious atmosphere. Su Jingjing said, I'm going to the hospital for research. He also smiled brightly and was very friendly. Chen Shu felt relieved. If it was for research, then the person wasn't a patient. He said, "How could a patient leave the hospital on their own?" He chatted with him, noticing that he was about the same age as him. He didn't expect that he was already doing research. He asked, "What research are you doing?" The reply came, "I'm the subject of the research." Chen Shu was shocked and immediately asked the driver to let him off the car. Su Jingjing hugged him and screamed, explaining, "I'm just a student, I'm only working part-time during the vacation." Chen Shu didn't believe him. How could a part-time worker be a mental patient? He wanted to get out of the car. Su Jingjing cried and tried to convince him that he was just earning a bit of money. The driver was helpless and after a while, stopped the car to let them off. Chen Shu said, "You've arrived, can you get out of the car?" He was angry because this kid kept clinging to him. Su Jingjing said, "Of course, let go of him." It was only then that he introduced himself, wanting them to get to know each other a bit. But for the rest of his life, Chen Shu never wanted to see him again. He said that and left. But Su Jingjing mysteriously said, "We will definitely meet again in the future." He went home and could finally rest in peace. His phone buzzed with a notification from Xia Sunan asking if he was free tomorrow. The man had taken on a case and wanted Chen Shu's help. He asked, "What's the mission?" And Xia Sunan replied that it was to catch a corrupt official in Nanjiang. Chen Shu wasn't interested and told him to go find the Spirit Sealing Division. Xia Sunan said, "The reward is 500,000. Chen Shu immediately changed his attitude. He said, "In my lifetime, I can never ignore criminal elements. I must help with this." His switch in demeanor was so quick that Xia Sunan didn't even expect it. The man said, "Come to the butcher's stall at 6 a.m. tomorrow to meet me." With that settled, he could finally make some money. The next morning, he started playing his role, standing behind Xia Sunan and asking, "Have you brought the stuff?" The man knocked him on the head, saying, "What are you playing at? Hurry up and check the mission." Chen Shu opened it, and the mission was titled Capture the Corrupt Official in Nanjiang. The difficulty of the mission wasn't. Mission content: Capture the embezzler Nanjiang in Nanjiang City. Mission reward: 1.0 coin. Mission difficulty level 1. The embezzler Nanjiang has no identifiable background information, not even gender can be determined. 2. The methods are very peculiar, avoiding all forms of surveillance, possibly utilizing the powers of a contract spirit. 3. A phrase will be left at the crime scene after the offense: "Take from the rich, give to the poor," possibly referring to those living in the western residential area of the city. He noticed something to pay attention to, which is the potential use of the contract spirit's power, meaning he is likely a beast tamer. Su asked, "Can't you do it?" He replied, "It's not that I can't." Su Nan wiped the sweat from his forehead. He said, "You need to pay more for me." The two of them looked at each other and then decided to slap their hands together to form a fist. In the northern part of the city, Chen Shu asked, "Aren't they supposed to be in the slums on the west side of the city?" Su Nan replied, "That information is inaccurate. His inside sources warned that they are in the north." "I see," Chen Shu said. Then, he turned to ask Su Nan why he was taking on so many tasks. Was it because of money? Su Nan answered, "The new term is about to start, and I want to earn some extra money for living expenses." Chen Shu patted his shoulder and said, "He really is working hard. Earning living expenses for his son isn't easy." Su Nan scolded him again, "Go over there and ask him if he's sure it's here, not the slums anymore, but it can't be a place this nice either, right? This is it." He said you can doubt his combat ability, but not his skills as a scout. He said they would split up to start. The two of them walked into a building but were stopped by the security guard. The security guard said, "You two are not residents of this community, so you cannot enter." He said, "I am a resident inside, doesn't he recognize me?" I'm the owner of apartment number 2 in building number 1, I just forgot my access card. The security guard angrily said, you two are up to something. There is no building number 1 here, so leave now. The two of them froze. Susunan asked him, what should we do now? If we don't catch him, you'll have to pay for his ride. He said, why hurry? We'll cross the bridge when we come to it. Just then, someone walked out. As soon as he saw them, he recognized them. It seemed they had found a way after all. He shouted loudly, Su Jingjing, the person I met yesterday, but then called him the crazy friend. Su Jingjing greeted him, asking, did you take your dad for a walk this morning? Good, taking him out often is great, it can help prevent memory loss in the elderly. Su Sunan felt angry and seemed like he was about to rush at him, but Chen Shu held him back, reminding him of Nanzhang's corruption. The man had to calm down. He pointed to the building inside and asked, do you live here? He said, my relatives live here. The two of them laughed loudly. 10 minutes later, they were allowed inside thanks to Su Jingjing. He asked, are you two really here to catch a criminal? Chen Shu said, of course, upholding morals and condemning evil is their quality. He asked, Mr. Xia, which way should we go now? Mr. Xia pointed to one side and said, this way. The three of them stood outside the door, listening carefully. Xia Sunan asked Chen Shu to trick him into opening the door. He knocked on the door and introduced himself as a repair service worker. Open the door so I can check the water meter. A noise came from inside, and he started to worry, fearing they would be exposed. He summoned a slime and activated its collision skill. The door opened, and the slime flew inside. He was about to charge in when Xia Sunan stopped him, saying, wait, let him go first. Could the pink, beautiful spirit beast contract of his check it? He said of course. Then why didn't he bring it out earlier, making him break down the door? He angrily squeezed his neck. You said it was because you were too quick. He told him to stop hitting, as the investigation results were ready. He ran off through the window. Since they were still standing there, he urged them to hurry up and chase. Su Jingjing said, chasing like this is too slow, you two get on his bird. His contracted spirit beast was a beautiful blue bird, the A-rank thunder bird. Are there so many geniuses now? Even a madman has an A-rank contract spirit. Call Chen Shu quickly. At that moment, the corrupt official Jiang Zhao was taking a taxi, shirtless, in a hurry. He felt relieved that he had run fast, otherwise, it would have been over. But he didn't expect them to have already caught up on the thunder bird to capture him. He even greeted Jiang Zhao. He saw. Isn't this the person from the Spirit Bureau? Who is this kid to dare block my way? His contracted spirit beast began to appear, a glowing rat. He pulled Su Jingjing out, ready to let his contract spirit take action. But then he said his thunder bird had no combat power. An I-rank contract spirit, and he says it has no combat power? Chen Shu was in a panic. Su Jingjing said, your thunder bird has some mutations, its innate skill is speed, it's only good for fleeing. As for Xia Sunan's contract spirit, it's only useful for investigation. Reluctantly, he had to step in. He took out a cement bag and told Su Jingjing to make Thunderbird fly lower. Then, he jumped down with the slime and covered the man with the cement bag. The slime's task was to pin down that rat. He had been captured. Director Wang, along with members of the Spirit Sealing Division, arrived to take him away. He asked, is he the corrupt official from Jiangnan? Chen Shu replied, yes. Director Wang praised, the people of Nanjiang are fortunate to have him. The man was dragged into the car to be escorted to the station. Xia Sunan said he wanted to talk to him. Turning back, he said, you understand. Chen Shu snapped his fingers and said, got it. He then turned back to Su Jingjing and asked, what are we eating tonight? Su Jingjing, confused, replied, it's not even afternoon yet. A moment later, he saw Xia Sunan returning. He asked, "Where's Director Wang?" He answered, "He went back to secretly interrogate the prisoner." Su Jingjing was surprised. Chen Shu suddenly shook his hand and said, "You're the great hero, T. Thanks to you, they were able to catch the criminal. The stability of Nanjiang City owes a lot to you." He spoke all at once. "Jiangnan still has a lot of criminals. The people need you from tomorrow. Starting from now, you, the great hero, should go check your territory. Catching criminals is your mission. The justice under your feet can be achieved." The two people patted him on the back, asking him to go with them. He felt that something was off about these two. He asked, "Are you two trying to chase me away to swallow the reward all by yourselves?" The two were surprised that he wasn't as stupid as they thought. Xia Sunan said, "No way. How could we swallow the reward all by ourselves?" He handed him 500 coins, saying, "This is your reward." Su Jingjing leaned in suspiciously, eyeing him closely, but still took the money. He happily said, "So catching a criminal is worth so much money." As expected, he was still an idiot. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. At night, the two prepared to collect their reward. They said, "Good thing we tricked Su Jingjing, otherwise, the money would have to be split 3 ways. He calculated, "Since Mr. Xia gave Su Jingjing 500 coins, my share of the remaining money this time is 49,500 coins. Is there any problem with that?" Mr. Xia had no objections. They parted ways here, and he said goodbye to him. At that moment, he realized that the 500 coins had been counted as part of his share. He yelled loudly, "You tricked him!" 3 days later, after the 2-month summer break, he had already started school again. Many acquaintances and classmates greeted him, and Lu Bang came to introduce himself as part of the beast taming class. He also greeted everyone politely. It felt really nice to be in a special class, welcomed by thousands. But suddenly, he felt a stomach ache. He had forgotten to take care of it in the morning. The teacher was about to call him when he saw the restroom and quickly ran inside. The teacher didn't understand why this kid was rushing like that. He was feeling comfortable after relieving himself. Just as he was about to stand up, he saw a hand reach out from the other side. The person on the other side asked, "Do you have any toilet paper? Help a fellow out." The adjacent stall also asked for help. He silently threw 2 packets of tissue paper to each side. However, something felt off. The voices of these two people sounded very familiar. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and he pressed his body against the 2 walls of the restroom and climbed up to see. He couldn't believe his eyes, looking back and forth. On one side was Su Jingjing, and on the other side was Xia Sunan. Xia Sunan angrily asked, "What's wrong with you?" It was indeed Xia Sunan. "Still don't believe it?" Xia Sunan said. "I shaved, started the term, and didn't leave my beard. Wouldn't she scold me for that?" His words confused the other two. If she sees him, would he still be a student? Is he here to study? Xia Sunan said, "Exactly." The other two immediately fell silent, unable to believe their eyes. Chen Shu turned to ask, "Is Su Jingjing also here to study?" He found it strange. He was a veteran at Nanjiang High School, so why had he never met these two before? He thought of Xiao Chenghan. Could it be that the school had paid to transfer them into that special class? He didn't expect that they would actually be in the same class as him. "Su Jingjing seems alright, at least she's still young," he said, then looked down at Xia Sunan, realizing that it was truly terrifying. Su Xiaoyu came up to him and asked him to turn in his homework from the holiday. He replied that he was in the beast taming class, and the teacher hadn't assigned any homework. She said, "The teacher didn't assign any homework, then where did Xiaobing's homework come from?" He replied, flustered, "Is it possible he did it himself?" But Su Xiaoyu said she didn't care, he had to hand it in to her today. Fortunately, the teacher arrived and told Su Xiaoyu to return to her seat, that there was no need to collect Chen Shu's homework anymore. Sun Ziyang, a student from the special class, shouted loudly, submitting homework is the responsibility of the students. Why does someone already have privileges on the first day of school? The chubby, glasses-wearing guy shot him a cold glare, expressing his anger. Chen Shu felt the same way, seeing him provoke him on the very first day. The teacher added, according to Chen Shu's academic record, he scored 396 points. According to the school's regulations, students who score above 390 are exempt from cultural homework. Sun Ziyang angrily retorted to the teacher, just because someone has good grades doesn't mean they're allowed to skip homework. But the teacher really said that good grades can truly allow you to do whatever you want. He also said that from now on, they are students of the special class, and as long as their grades are good, they can disregard the rules. Did you all hear that clearly? The students all replied loudly, yes, clearly. The teacher began the first segment for the new students to introduce themselves. All the newcomers were called up to the front. There were 4 of them, including Xie Sunan, Wang Chenghan, Su Jingjing, and Du Long. Wang Chenghan introduced himself first. My contract spirit is the fire elemental spirit, grade A, and my beast taming talent is excellent. Du Long, my contract spirit is the great earth azure dragon, grade A, and my beast taming talent is excellent. Xia Sunan, my contract spirit is a grade B butterfly, skilled in search. While he was still introducing himself, the butcher's knife fell down. He quickly apologized to everyone because of his profession. During the break when I was selling pork, I accidentally brought the knife along. The students below turned pale in fear. The teacher was also sweating, hurriedly moving on to Su Jingjing. Su Jingjing, my contract spirit is a mutated thunder bird, grade A, and my talent is excellent. The teacher asked curiously, what are you wearing under that? You should be in your school uniform. He opened his jacket to show the teacher what he was wearing underneath. He said this was his work uniform, and the director had instructed him to always wear it. Inside, there was a shirt embroidered with psychiatric hospital, indicating that he was a mentally ill person, which shocked even his classmates even more. Su Jingjing hurriedly spoke, let him explain first. He repeated as before, saying he wasn't a patient, just an employee. But they still looked at him with suspicious eyes. Then, many students volunteered to leave the special class. Knowledge was valuable, but life was worth more. The students reacted intensely, raising a commotion, prompting the teacher to quickly urge them to calm down. At this point, the system presented him with choices. Option 1, stand up and speak, as a normal person. I am the first to withdraw. The reward would be the completion of the disguised rug. Option 2, remain silent and wait to see what the teacher says. The reward would be the completion of the moderate beast taming power. Option 3, stand up to comfort the classmates and collect the 2 people's urine bags, completing the task. The reward would be the addition of 1 point to the wind breath skill. He realized that only someone named Chen would be able to solve this situation. He said, you don't need to panic, I can prove that they are just part-time workers during the vacation, not hooligans. He went to take Xie Sunan's knife, placed it in the bag, and also collected Su Jingjing's patient shirt. Immediately, the wind breath skill increased by 1. He said, it's fine now, you 2 can go down. The other students calmed down as well. Sun Ziyang once again deliberately tried to stir trouble with him. He said, don't trust them, they're a group. I once saw them in the bathroom. They climbed over the partition together to peek. The 3 of them were truly beyond explanation, but at that moment, the teacher had already become angry and told them to return to their seats. He also instructed everyone not to cause trouble, not to start any issues right after the opening ceremony, and to listen to him as he arranged the schedule. The whole group sat up straight and listened carefully. The teacher said that today there were 2 activities, one was the opening ceremony, and the other was their free time. There were also 2 things he needed to tell them. The first was that the class had specifically requested that they stay at the school. Their dorm rooms had already been sent to their phones, so they should check them. The second was that tomorrow there would be a beast taming competition that would determine their rankings, so they needed to prepare thoroughly. Now, they should go ahead and attend the opening ceremony. Chen Shu was assigned to room 302. Of course, so were Su Jingjing and Xie Sunan. While the opening ceremony was still taking place in the hall, they returned to their dorms and lay down. Su Jingjing anxiously asked, "If we don't attend the ceremony, won't they notice?" He replied, "It's fine, they won't notice." He then asked if anyone wanted to play games. Su Jingjing agreed, but suddenly someone knocked loudly on their door. He really had no idea who could be coming at this time. He opened the door and saw Wang Yun and Hong Ming standing there. The two of them asked if he was Chen Shu, and he was angry. Was this attitude just a way to cause trouble? He asked directly, "What is it?" "Speak." Wang Yun said, "He asked me to deliver a message from Mr. Tang, stay away from Su Xiaoyu." But he didn't even know who Mr. Tang was. He said it was Tang Lai, the sophomore. He laughed, "I thought it was someone important." "You said there's nothing else, so leave now." "I have something important to do." Just as he was about to close the door, the guy stuck his hand in to stop him. Wang Yin said he didn't understand the situation, and he even pointed to the two people lying on the bed, telling them to go out so he could handle some things. The two people silently looked at him. He gently said, "You two should step outside for a moment, they need to discuss a few things with Shu brother, so it's better if you close the door for their privacy." But then he walked over to the bed and grabbed something. The two guys felt confused. Hong Ming grabbed his shoulder and said, "You're being too reckless now." He took the butcher knife from the bed, the one Xie Sunan used, and swung it toward him. He quickly grabbed his arm, pulling him back. He pressed the knife to his face and asked, "Don't you understand the situation now?" Wang Yin said, "Hong Ming, don't worry, he doesn't believe you really dare to strike." Chen Shu's face darkened, and he raised the knife, striking fiercely between his legs. Hong Ming cursed Wang Yun, asking if he thought he was an idiot. Of course, he doesn't believe it, because you're the one protecting him. Hong Ming turned to him and said, "If you have something to say, take your time," before kicking him aside and telling him not to talk too much, and to go over there. He once again used the knife to threaten Wang Yun, forcing him to sit down with his head held down. The guy, terrified, followed the command. He ordered the two to face the wall, then began singing the song "Don't Treat Me Like a Sheep" 100 times. The two men were confused, their heads adorned with question marks. Chen Shu turned around with a satisfied expression and announced to Xie Sunan, "Su Jingjing can come in now." The two men, Hong Ming and Wang Yun, stood nervously, singing in unison, "Don't think of me as just a sheep." Su Jingjing and Xie Sunan, watching the scene from behind, were visibly impressed. Su Jingjing said to Chen Shu, "Your method of punishment is quite unique. It seems I'll have to learn from you next time." Wang Yun and Hong Ming continued singing, "The grass becomes greener because of me." Chen Shu laughed loudly, his eyes narrowing as he responded to Su Jingjing's compliment, "You're too kind, too kind." Then Su Jingjing continued, "The afternoon is still long. Let's go home and prepare some things for the dormitory." Chen Shu replied, "Coincidentally, I also need to go home, pack some clothes, and buy some food." With that, the three of them left, leaving the two men standing like statues, continuing to sing. Wang Yun glanced back, his face clearly showing displeasure. Together with his friend Hong Ming, he decided to leave when they saw that Chen Shu was no longer around. Suddenly, a line of sand like blades slashed across Wang Yun's face, leaving him stunned, his eyes wide open. Behind him, Hong Ming was horrified, his mouth agape. Chen Shu pointed the knife at them and warned, "Keep singing. If you don't finish singing 100 times, you can't leave." Feeling terrified, the two men returned to their positions, stood upright, with their hands tightly by their sides, and continued singing, "The sky becomes bluer because of me." After singing 100 times, the two of them were trembling in fear, unable to contain their terror as they cried. "Ho ho ho ho." Wang Yun said, 100 times, "Finally, it's over." Both of them left with tears streaming down their faces. Returning to their dormitory, Tang Lai sat on the chair, resting his leg on his knee, and calmly asked, "So? Did you teach that guy a lesson?" Hong Ming and Wang Yun remained silent, unsure of what to say after what had just happened. The scene shifts outside, where Chen Shu was riding his bike while deep in thought. Today could be considered a good day. Although he had to stay at school, it was still great to be classmates with Xie Sunan and Su Jingjing. With a smile on his face, he continued thinking, realizing that senior year wouldn't be a battle fought alone anymore. However, he also had to go home and bring a few more bags of urine for self-defense. Looking at the system panel that displayed an alert, Chen Shu was surprised and exclaimed, "More danger." Chen Shu kept pedaling while continuing to think. Although all three choices seemed great, if he could become an 8th level beast tamer, it would mean he could surpass Su Xiaoyu and the others in strength. As Chen Shu absent-mindedly stroked his chin, he lost himself in his thoughts. After finishing his contemplation, he parked his bike and carefully stood in a corner to assess the situation. Suddenly, there was a popping sound from the tree. Chen Shu, with a confused expression, looked up at the tree, his face dotted with sweat, silently wondering. Is this how people play these days? After thinking for a moment, he silently climbed up the tree. As soon as he reached the top, he saw the two unfamiliar figures sitting on the tree, as if waiting for something. They were continuously slapping their hands against their faces and arms, clearly irritated, muttering, "There are too many mosquitoes." The man with purple hair and a scar on his face spoke to the one next to him. "Mr. Liu, we've been here for half a month. Do you really think we can find that student?" As soon as the purple-haired man finished speaking, Chen Shu appeared from behind, smiling with an angry expression, and said, "Of course, we can." Seeing Chen Shu, the two men were startled and looked up. They hesitated, stammering, "It's him. Chen Shu." Chen Shu raised his leg and, leaning to the side, aimed to kick the two men off the tree, shouting loudly, "Get down!" The two men lost their balance one after another and fell, screaming. Suddenly, where Chen Shu's kick landed, streaks of light appeared, resembling lightning bolts. He wondered aloud. "Contract Spirit Beast Tamer." Chen Shu shouted. "Slime, Violent Execution, go!" Suddenly, a massive slime appeared, charging towards the two men from earlier. The slime emitted sounds similar to a frog's croak. Its expression seemed very angry, just as its name suggested, Slime Violent Execution. Suddenly, the man with brown hair, his face tense, used both hands to create streaks of light resembling lightning. He summoned some kind of phantom image, causing the Slime Violent Execution to cry out in pain and wail. The slime then crawled back to Chen Shu, whining and sobbing. Seeing this, Chen Shu was shocked and muttered, "Such a powerful blow could actually be broken." Looking at these two guys and the scorpion next to them in front of him, Chen Shu was startled and thought, "Contract Spirit, Black-tailed Scorpion, Level C." Chen Shu's face darkened as he continued thinking, "No, that's not right. If it's only a Level C, it shouldn't be able to harm the slime, unless this person is a Level 9 beast tamer." Chen Shu stared carefully at the scorpion, which was moving its large pincers threateningly in front of him, and then thought again, if it's just a Level 9 contract spirit, I might still have a chance, but that person hasn't made a move yet. After thinking this, he sat down, resting his hand on his knee, and looked at the two who were coldly staring at him. Then, Chen Shu stood up with a calm demeanor and began speaking logically. "Chen Shu, I am an honest person, one who helps others without expecting anything in return, a young and outstanding individual of the new era. I probably have never offended you." The one with purple hair responded. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for touching other people's interests." After speaking, he summoned a fierce-looking leopard. Its mouth opened to reveal sharp, iron-like teeth, and dark streaks surrounded the leopard. Seeing this, Chen Shu was surprised, his mouth hanging open. He immediately summoned the slime from earlier to block the leopard's attack. Staring at the fierce leopard growling in front of him, Chen Shu thought again, a Level 9 contract spirit. Shadow Echo Panther, Level D. Chen Shu wiped the sweat from his brow and thought, clenching his jaw, "No, I can't win this fight." Then, Chen Shu whispered to his slime. The slime fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, the purple-haired man crossed his arms smugly and said, "Can't win in a fight, so you sleep?" Shadow Echo Panther. The brown-haired man beside him advised, "Be careful, this student is worth 5 million, don't kill him." The purple-haired man replied, "Don't worry, he'll be at most half dead." The Shadow Echo Panther continued to act and raised its claws to attack. The panther used its claws to swipe at the slime's protective layer. It seemed that this protective layer was too tough, preventing the panther from breaking it, and instead, it broke its claws. Immediately, the panther felt the pain and raised its broken, blood-stained claws in front of its face, crying out. The purple-haired man froze at the sight of this and exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" The brown-haired man, furious, raised his hand and shouted, "Useless thing, watch this." The scorpion immediately raised its enormous pincers and charged forward to attack. Chen Shu, seeing this, panicked and shouted, "My slime, wake up!" With a serious expression, Chen Shu yelled, "You two forced me into this." At that moment, his slime woke up and expanded rapidly. Chen Shu stood on top of his slime and continued, "You're both definitely going to die." The brown-haired man, seeing this, warned the purple-haired man next to him, "Be careful, he's using his big move." Suddenly, the slime leaped into the air. Both men could only grimace and look up, sweat beads dotting their brows. Chen Shu raised his phone and said, "Smile." The two men instinctively gestured and said in unison, "1, 2. Seeing this, Chen Shu said, "Thanks for cooperating. Let's go." He raised his hand high and waved goodbye to them. The brown-haired man, seeing this, angrily cursed, "Damn it. He'd been photographed by him. What if the guy went and reported him to the police?" The purple-haired man, however, remained calm. He said, "That kid is so despicable. He said he wanted to fight, but in the end, he ran away. Pack up, we're preparing to escape." The scene shifted to a bustling place with people walking back and forth, and hurried footsteps approached. It was Chen Shu himself. He panted and leaned his hand on his thigh, finally managing to escape. He immediately took out his phone and called, "Uncle Wang, someone wants to kill me. I'm sending you a photo, please check who they are." Chen Shu sat on the ground, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Suddenly, the phone rang. Wang Kuei was calling to report on the matter he'd asked about. Chen Shu hurriedly answered and asked, "What's the result? Have you found anything?" Wang Kuei replied calmly, "I've found it. They're wanted criminals from this year by the Spirit Sealing Division, who have been out of contact. I didn't expect them to have come to Nanjiang City. Don't worry, I'll investigate further." Wang Kuei looked at the pictures of the two men on the computer screen and continued, "Wait for my update." Hearing this, Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief, then responded, "Okay." After the call ended, Chen Shu thought to himself that it might take a long time to receive any news from them. "I'll head back to school first." With that thought, he raised his hand to hail a taxi. Then, he got into the yellow taxi and headed back to school. The scene shifted to the school dormitory area. Night had fallen, and the moonlight shone through the windows of the dormitory. In one of the rooms, Chen Shu lay on the bed with a thoughtful expression. He wondered why anyone would hire someone to kill him. Chen Shu rested his chin on his hand and continued to speculate. Although he had offended many people, why would anyone spend 5 million yuan to take his life? Whose interests have I touched? Wait, interests. As he reached this point in his reasoning, it seemed like he had figured something out. His face suddenly turned pale. Could it be the Dili Pharmaceutical Company? Chen Shu remembered how, earlier at the black market, he had aggressively undercut the price of Dili's medicine, and he had indeed stepped on someone's profitable turf. These pharmaceutical companies could very well spend 5 million yuan to buy his life. Could it be them? He thought of his uncle and then added, "Looks like I need to ask Uncle Zhou." Just as he finished thinking, Su Jingjing and Xie Sunan, wearing strange striped pajamas, walked in. Seeing them, Chen Shu's face darkened, his eyes narrowed, and he stammered, asking, "Are you saying we can wear psychiatric patient uniforms as sleepwear?" Su Jingjing, with a cheerful expression, handed Chen Shu a shirt similar to the one he was wearing and said, "This sleepwear is really comfortable. The material, the craftsmanship." Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Shu coldly interrupted, "Go." Then, he crossed his arms and coldly added, "Even if I, Chen Shu, were to freeze to death, I would never wear such clothes, even if I had to go outside naked." Xia Sunan, with a cheerful smile, laughed, but in his hand, he was holding a large, sharp knife. Then, Xia Sunan said, "Are you really not going to try it?" Seeing this, Chen Shu felt a chill run down his spine, beads of sweat dripping from his face. He raised his hand to scratch his head but said nothing. 5 minutes later, Chen Shu walked out wearing the shirt Su Jingjing had brought. With a beaming face, he exclaimed, "This outfit is really comfortable." The scene shifted to the next morning, with a clear blue sky and white clouds at the beast taming pavilion. There, some students were standing in line. Mr. Li announced, "Today is the beast taming class competition. Are you all ready?" The students shouted in unison, "Ready!" But it felt like something was missing. Mr. Li rested his hand on his chin and said, "Why are 3 people missing? It seems that Chen Shu, Xia Sunan, and Su Jingjing are not here." Then, Mr. Li raised his hand and said to the students, "Wait for me for a moment, someone is still missing." The scene then shifted to the dormitory in room 302, where Chen Shu, Su Jingjing, and Xia Sunan were staying. Inside the room, all 3 were still fast asleep, completely unaware of the time or the world outside. Suddenly, a green pit viper with dark streaks all over its body was silently slithering up. The snake crawled onto Chen Shu. Chen Shu touched the snake and murmured in a daze, "Stop messing around." Suddenly, he woke up with a panicked expression. Something's not right. This feeling. Looking at the snake crawling on his body, Chen Shu screamed in terror. "A snake?" His scream startled Su Jingjing and Xia Sunan awake as well. At the same time, Mr. Li casually walked in from outside the door. All 3 of them stared wide-eyed, mouths agape in shock. Mr. Li was truly at his wits' end with these students and said, "How long were you 3 planning to sleep?" Scene transitions to the beast taming pavilion. Chen Shu was still angry about what had happened earlier. Holding a pastry in his hand, he chewed while complaining about Mr. Li. "So sneaky, instead of waking us up, he used a snake to scare us." Su Jingjing replied while reading a book, "Isn't that because we were the ones at fault?" Su Jingjing continued, "All right, stop complaining and get ready. The exam's starting soon. I heard our future resources will depend on our rankings." Hearing that, Chen Shu's face lit up with confidence. He clasped his hands together and said, "Rankings decide it all, huh? Looks like I really have to take this seriously this time." An announcement echoed throughout the beast taming pavilion. First match, Chen Shu vs Sun Ziyang. Hearing this, Chen Shu exclaimed in surprise, "The first match is me?" After speaking, he handed Su Jingjing his Baozi bag and climbed onto the arena. Once on the arena, Su Jingjing, shivering from the cold, arrogantly said, "Oh, the person I'm fighting is you? You continue to insult your opponent by calling him fat, so your name is Sun Ziyang, huh?" Sun Ziyang angrily replied, "Less talking, just get on with it." Without delay, Sun Ziyang summoned a wolf-headed beast to his side, signaling it to charge. Seeing this, Chen Shu's expression became serious. He thought to himself, "Ibby rank golden claw beast, this fat guy's strength is decent." Then, he raised his hand, gathering energy, and continued thinking, "But against me, he's bound to lose." Ha ha. In an instant, Chen Shu's slime appeared. The golden claw beast of Sun Ziyang immediately lunged to attack. The slime activated its skill, sleep, but while asleep, it created a protective shield around itself. The golden claw beast, unable to stop in time, slammed its face into the shield. Chen Shu, observing this, spoke again, "Now it's my turn, slime, activate the collision skill." Immediately, the slime jumped and used its head to strike the golden claw beast, sending it flying off the arena. A notification rang out: Chen Shu wins. Chen Shu arrogantly gave his opponent the middle finger and walked off, leaving his opponent fuming with rage. The announcement continued: next match, Su Jingjing vs Hong Ming. Chen Shu slapped hands with Su Jingjing and then cheered, "Go for it." Immediately after, he stepped onto the podium with a cold demeanor. Hong Ming summoned his ferocious ape, while Su Jingjing summoned a bird with sparkling blue feathers and streaks of light around it. Su Xiaoyu stood outside, observing the current situation and deduced, spirit-packed ravine continent is inherently disadvantaged against the flightless system. It looks like Hong Ming is going to lose. Chen Shu, standing outside as well, crossed his arms and thought, although Su Jingjing's pact is a class, it lacks offensive capabilities. How can Su Jingjing win this? Suddenly, Su Jingjing's pact opened its mouth, gathered its energy, and shot something towards Hong Ming's ferocious ape. Chen Shu continued to think, I understand now. Su Jingjing has to feign an attack in the east to strike in the west. Su Jingjing, on the podium, wore an extremely confident expression, as if he had already devised a plan. The Thunder Bird continued to fly in the air, and Chen Shu rested his chin, contemplating, this is the ferocious ape's defense, and then it will go into a frenzied attack, right? On the podium, Su Jingjing's face was very serious, as if calculating something. Meanwhile, Hong Ming squinted his eyes, gaping as he observed. The Thunder Bird stuck out its tongue, provoking the ferocious ape. The Thunder Bird continued to fly back and forth, taunting, causing the ferocious ape to become extremely angry. Unable to control his anger any longer, the monkey pounded its chest and roared, then chased after the Thunder Bird soaring in the sky. The students standing outside, who witnessed the scene, were stunned and exclaimed, "Oh my, what kind of move is this?" Hong Ming observed the situation and whispered to himself, is it trying to trick the frenzied ape into falling off the arena? Having thought this, he shouted a command to the frenzied ape, don't chase after it. Su Jingjing, standing on the opposite side, slipped her hands into her pockets and arrogantly said, do you think that just because you don't want to move, you can stay still? As soon as she finished speaking, Su Jingjing called out, Thunder Bird. Immediately, the Thunder Bird flew back and grabbed the frenzied ape's head tightly with its claws. Suddenly, there was a noise, as if the Thunder Bird had gifted the frenzied ape a rotten bomb, forcing the ape to take the full brunt of this unpleasant surprise. Hong Ming, seeing the situation, looked visibly tense and muttered, this isn't good. The Thunder Bird flew off, leaving the ape helpless, only able to seethe with anger. Seeing the situation was deteriorating, Hong Ming could only command his ape, don't move. The Thunder Bird continued its flight, then changed direction, causing the ape to lose its balance and fall to the ground. And with that, Su Jingjing emerged victorious. Everyone around them was wide-eyed, mouths agape in shock. Is this really how you win? Hong Ming cursed in frustration, are you pulling tricks? Su Jingjing confidently responded, in military affairs, there's no shame in using strategy. Chen Shu slapped hands with Su Jingjing, praising, well done, my friend. You've got guts. Su Jingjing laughed heartily and replied, of course. The announcement continued to echo as the next match was about to begin. Xia Sunan would face off against Wang Yun. Suddenly, a pair of footsteps approached the three of them. It was Wang Yun. With an extremely angry expression on his face, he said, this time, I can finally get my revenge. Chen Shu reached out and patted Xia Sunan on the shoulder, saying, you're not like Su Jingjing. Your contract spirit is of the investigative type, so there's no way it can participate in combat. Xia Sunan turned his head and replied, don't worry, if I can't win, I'll concede. There will be no losses. Chen Shu responded, be careful. As he stepped onto the arena, Xia Sunan narrowed his eyes and focused intently on his opponent. Wang Yun did the same, remaining silent and concentrating on his opponent. The tense atmosphere reverberated throughout the arena. Wang Yun was the first to speak. He raised his hand, gathering energy, and said, stop stalling, summon your contract spirit already. Immediately, a crocodile with sharp, menacing teeth appeared. Chen Shu, watching from the sidelines, thought to himself, AB rank contract spirit, a special class 1. truly a group of talented people. Xia Sunan's face remained calm, as if he felt no fear or worry. In contrast, Wang Yun's face radiated confidence, clearly believing that he had already won the match. Xia Sunan raised his hand and summoned his contract spirit. A small, sparkling pink creature slowly floated out. The contract spirit of Wang Yun let out a loud roar, then it slammed its tail down onto Xia Sunan's contract spirit with great force, causing Xia Sunan's contract spirit to cough up blood and collapse onto the ground. Chen Shu and Su Jingjing were both shocked by the sight. Chen Shu anxiously exclaimed, "Xia Sunan, stop fighting." At this moment, Wang Yun continued to insult Xia Sunan, saying, "You're so weak, how could the school even think about putting you in a special class? Aren't you ashamed?" Xia Sunan remained silent, offering no response. Upon hearing this, Su Jingjing became incredibly angry. "Damn it, why is that damn fool talking like that? What should we do? It's obvious he can't fight back, we should just have him admit defeat." At that moment, Chen Shu patted Su Jingjing on the shoulder and said, "Wait, he seems to have his own plan." Xia Sunan's face darkened as he responded, "Ashamed? Who do you think should be ashamed here?" Suddenly, his contract spirit slowly regained consciousness, and its eyes emitted a dazzling beam of blue light. Su Jingjing turned to Chen Shu and said, "He's about to use his big move." Xia Sunan's contract spirit moved towards Wang Yun and directed the beam of light towards him. Chen Shu, seeing this, excitedly exclaimed, "A beam of light!" Other students who saw Wang Yun's reaction couldn't stop laughing and mocking him. "Oh my god, what kind of skill is this? That bright blue light is so blinding, I can't even open my eyes. Wang Yun, you're so green. Someone help me see if Wang Yun is really turning green?" Ha ha. Xia Sunan at this moment felt as though he was a joke. He angrily exclaimed, "Xia Sunan." Then, he pointed towards Xia Sunan and said to Mr. Li, "Teacher, Xia Sunan has violated the rules regarding the use of skills by beast tamers." Chen Shu, standing next to Mr. Li, whispered, "Teacher, Xia Sunan just added a special effect, it didn't cause any actual harm, so it's not considered a violation of the rules." Su Jingjing, standing beside them, also chimed in, yes, that's right." Then Mr. Li said, "It doesn't count." All the other students laughed upon hearing this. Wang Yun, watching from above, was furious and thought to himself, "Damn it, this is mental harm, let me see how long your contract spirit can endure." As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he closed his eyes and commanded his contract spirit. Instantly, the crocodile lunged forward. The moment the crocodile moved, Xia Sunan looked at his own contract spirit and signaled. Understanding Xia Sunan's intention, the contract spirit vomited out a camera from within its body, then raised it and aimed it at Wang Yun, taking several shots. At that moment, Wang Yun's expression was one of forced, helpless laughter, unable to do anything. Chen Shu saw this and thought, so this is how the black market drug dealers' photos are taken. At this point, Xia Sunan also raised his hand to make a camera gesture and said, "Come on, smile. Yes, that's it. Imagine you're a big movie star now." Standing on stage, with thousands of spectators watching, the green light above symbolized his halo. At that moment, Wang Yun could only stand there helplessly, unable to do anything. He sighed and said, "I concede. But I have one request." Hearing this, Xia Sunan replied, "I understand, I'll delete the photo." The announcement echoed, Xia Sunan had won. Those around him were amazed, realizing that fighting didn't always depend on combat strength. Chen Shu and Su Jingjing patted Xia Sunan on the back and said, "That's our bro for you." After his victory, Xia Sunan seemed quite confident in himself. Mr. Li walked over and advised, "Be humble, guys. Take a break. The top 20 round won't be as lucky." With that, Xia Sunan threw his arm around their shoulders and led them away to rest. The match continued among the other students, with Phoenix facing off against Rabbit and Wolf taking on Fox. Time passed. An announcement echoed through the stands, "The first round has ended." Mr. Li continued, Round 2, the top 20 begins. The first match, Xie Sunan vs Tang Lai. Chen Shu, hearing the name, exclaimed in surprise. Tang Lai, is that the second-year guy? Wang Yun and Hong Ming walked up to Tang Lai and said, Mr. Tang, help us get revenge. Mr. Tang, Tang Lai, patted them both on the back and said, Don't worry. Tang Lai, exuding confidence, stepped onto the arena, proudly declaring, Are you daring enough to fight me? Xie Sunan confidently responded, Why wouldn't I dare? With a cheerful expression. He continued, Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Once you accept, you won't be able to escape the light of my love. Tang Lai narrowed his eyes upon hearing that, his face serious as he replied, I won't let you unleash any skills. Xie Sunan answered innocently, then Tang Lai summoned his contract spirit and Icebird. Xie Sunan also summoned his contract spirit. The two of them stared at each other silently. Xie Sunan waved his hand and said to his contract spirit, Begin. Tang Lai also pointed, signaling his contract spirit to act. Xie Sunan's contract spirit flew straight into the arena. Seeing this, Tang Lai said smugly, Is this your way of conceding? You can't do it. Xie Sunan's contract spirit gracefully dodged the attack from Tang Lai's contract spirit. Immediately after evading the strike, Xie Sunan's contract spirit flew toward Tang Lai. Seeing this, Tang Lai panicked and shouted, Damn it! He then ran away in fear, afraid of being hit like Wang Yun. Seeing this, Xie Sunan shouted loudly, Xiaoyu, why are you taking off your clothes? Hearing that, Tang Lai immediately turned his face around in excitement, his cheeks flushing red, drooling as he exclaimed, Where? Let me see too. At that moment, Xie Sunan's contract spirit fired a beam of green light, just like before, straight at Tang Lai. When struck by the move, Tang Lai was furious and shouted, Why are you using this move again? Xie Sunan laughed heartily and said, That's right, just accumulating materials. Mr. Li, who was standing beside Xie Sunan, said to him, All right, Xie Sunan, you've lost. Please retract your skills and stop playing around. Xie Sunan immediately raised his hand and retracted his skill, causing the lights above Tang Lai's head to gradually dissipate. On Tang Lai's face, the anger was still evident, as he had just been treated as a joke. Returning to his two friends, Xie Sunan said to Chen Shu and Su Jingjing that he hadn't really wanted to win from the beginning, he just wanted to have some fun. Upon hearing this, Tang Lai was even more furious, and he gritted his teeth, shouting, Xie Sunan. The match continued as the announcement echoed. In the next match, Chen Shu would face off against Yang Ziyu. Hearing this, Chen Shu stood up confidently and walked toward the stage. His two friends cheered him on from below. Xie Sunan raised his hand high and shouted, Go for it, bro. We're rooting for you to take the top spot. Chen Shu, with a serious expression, looked at his opponent in the stands. Both of the contestants in this match, along with the two contract spirits of each side, were staring intently at each other. Suddenly, at that moment, Yang Ziyu used a seductive strategy and said to Chen Shu, Mr. Chen, would you consider conceding? Chen Shu confidently replied, I will, don't worry, the slime will definitely yield. Although he said this on the outside, inside he was feeling quite judgmental. He thought to himself, using such a trick at such a young age, don't blame me for being rude. Chen Shu turned to look at his slime, and the slime understood his intent, raising its hand in acknowledgement. As the battle began, the slime proactively moved forward. However, Yang Xiaoyu's contract spirit did nothing, just standing still. After that, the contract spirit used some kind of technique, causing heart-shaped light to emanate from its eyes, along with a halo of glowing aura surrounding it, which made the slime dizzy, slowly retreating back towards Chen Shu. Seeing this, Yang Xiaoyu smugly said to Chen Shu, You've already lost. Xie Sunan, observing from the outside, thought to himself, I didn't expect the contract spirit to fall for the seduction technique. Chen Shu is in danger now. Suddenly, Xie Sunan was shocked as he realized something. Wait, Chen Shu, is he not nervous at all? Chen Shu, with a confident expression, responded to the girl's earlier comment, not necessarily. As soon as he finished speaking, his slime abruptly stopped with a serious expression. The slime unexpectedly used a collision skill and charged directly towards the purple fox. The attack caused Yang Xiaoyu's contract spirit to be knocked backward. Everyone who witnessed this was astonished and gaped in disbelief. At this moment, Chen Shu, with a confident look, continued, "Little girl, I'll give you a chance, admit defeat." Chen Shu's slime had just defeated the fox and caused it to lie in a pool of its own blood. The slime stood confidently on top of the fox's body. There was no way to defeat it now, and Yang Xiaoyu accepted her defeat. A loud announcement echoed, "Chen Shu wins." Chen Shu maintained that confident expression as he stood with his arms crossed in the arena. At that moment, Yang Xiaoyu approached Mr. Li and asked, "Sir, my contract spirit has been severely injured. What should I do now?" Mr. Li responded, "Don't worry, the school will cover all the medical expenses. It won't affect your studies." Upon hearing this, Chen Shu's eyes brightened at the thought of money. He quietly thought to himself, "The school is giving money?" He then gestured to his slime and began crying, "Sir, my slime has internal injuries and also needs treatment." The slime cooperated, rolling around while crying. Chen Shu continued the act, walking over to pat Yang Xiaoyu on the shoulder and said, "Your contract spirit is truly amazing, I bow to you." Hearing this, Yang Xiaoyu's expression turned awkward, and she could only remain silent. Mr. Li saw through his trick, suppressing his anger and said, "Take your actor slime away, rest for now. The afternoon session begins shortly." Next. Chen Shu felt disappointed as his plan hadn't gone as expected, but quietly responded, "All right." The scene shifted to the afternoon, during the students' break. At this time, the trio of Chen Shu, Su Jingjing, and Xie Sunan were walking together. While they were laughing and chatting happily, a figure approached and shouted, "Chen Shu!" Chen Shu, puzzled about who was calling him, turned around to see that it was Tang Lai's group. Chen Shu and his two companions now looked at Tang Lai's group, wondering if the person approaching had any bad intentions. Chen Shu responded cheerfully, "Don't be so distant, just call me uncle." Tang Lai asked Chen Shu, "Did you hit one of his people yesterday?" He was very angry at the moment, but since they were in a public place, he had to suppress his rage. He continued, "I've looked into you. You've got some skills to make it from an ordinary class into a special class." Chen Shu responded with a provocative tone, "So what?" Tang Lai continued, "As long as you stay away from Su Xiaoyu, he'll let the past go." At that moment, Jin Nanit spiked hair, who was standing next to him, said to Tang Lai, "Mr. Tang, there's no need to be polite with him. His contract spirit is just at a forced level, we can take him out easily." Chen Shu, hearing this, was confused and wondered, why does he suddenly want to fight? After thinking for a moment, he stepped forward and said to the guy, "Kid, right now, all I want to do is stab a knife into your ass." The guy, hearing this, looked confused and replied, "What do you mean?" Chen Shu sneered at him and replied, "Of course, it's to let you little brat open your eyes." Upon hearing this, Su Jingjing and Xie Sunan couldn't help but burst into laughter. The man, hearing this, became extremely angry. He clenched his fists and said, "You." Tang Lai stepped forward and stopped him from making a move, then said, "I hope in the next match you can still talk big like this." At this moment, the system suddenly popped up with some options. Option 1, directly say, "I've always been like this." Completing it rewards medium-level beast taming power. Option 2, say to Xie Sunan, "Mr. Xie, let him experience a bit of love," which would add 5% jump power to the slime. The final option, incite a normal student to strike Tang Lai, which would add 5% physique to the slime. Chen Shu looked at the system panel at this moment, thinking to himself, "Again, I have to make a choice." He hesitated, thinking it over. Although he really didn't want Xie Sunan to shine his loving light on Tang Lai, summoning the contract spirit wasn't possible here. Chen Shu smiled slightly and continued thinking, "I guess I'll have to do it reluctantly." Then, he decided to choose the last option, to take down Tang Lai. With that thought, he immediately charged forward. Tang Lai, seeing this, immediately raised his hand to block. But unexpectedly, Chen Shu fell backward, leaving Tang Lai confused, not understanding what was happening. Chen Shu clutched his stomach and shouted, feigning injury, "How dare you say that the students of the normal class are all trash?" His words made the other students take notice of him as well. Tang Lai was utterly bewildered upon hearing this. He turned around repeatedly, trying to justify himself, claiming that he hadn't done anything. Xia Sunan and Su Jingjing couldn't help but sneer. Then, Xia Sunan pointed at Tang Lai and shouted loudly, "You did it! Just now, you were calling the whole class of regular students trash." Su Jingjing chimed in, adding, "Who do you think you are?" Su Jingjing continued to shout even louder, mocking the regular students, drawing even more attention from others. She ended with a final, decisive statement. "You dared to hit my buddy Chen Shu, now you'll have to deal with me." As soon as Su Jingjing finished speaking, Chen Shu rushed forward and punched Tang Long Island Expressway square in the face, causing him to spit blood. Onlookers watched the scene unfold. Some felt satisfaction at seeing Tang Lai getting beaten, while others were furious at the words Chen Shu and his friends had said about Tang Lai. Soon, many of them rolled up their sleeves, ready to teach Tang Lai a lesson. Charge! Let's beat the guy who humiliated our class of regular students. And so, Tang Lai was thoroughly beaten by Chen Shu and the other students. Chen Shu looked at Du Long and exclaimed, "Ha!" The sight of Chen Shu made Du Long pale with fear. He forced a smile and said, "I think I forgot to collect my clothes. I'm going to get them now." Then, Du Long approached and tried to stop the other students who were beating Tang Lai and his companions. At this moment, the system notification board appeared, announcing the completion of the task and the reward. Slime physique increased by 5%, and the acquisition of divine skill, giant transformation. Chen Shu looked at the notification board, feeling secretly pleased and thinking to himself, another unexpected gain. At this moment, Xia Sunan and Su Jingjing slowly walked over. Chen Shu praised Xia Sunan, saying, "Nice, you knew exactly what I was planning to do just by looking." Xia Sunan replied, "Of course." With a happy expression, Xia Sunan complimented Chen Shu, saying, "But your move was really impressive, turning him directly into the common enemy of everyone." Chen Shu smirked and replied, "This wasn't just my idea. Among those people, there's definitely someone who noticed I was acting." He turned his face away and coldly added, "At the end of the day, he brought this upon himself." Switching to the afternoon at Beast Taming Pavilion, Chen Shu and his two friends entered and noticed the scene before them. Tang Lai, covered in injuries, bandaged all over, his arm broken, was sitting in a wheelchair. Behind him were Hong Ming and Wang Yun, who were responsible for pushing the wheelchair. Seeing this, Chen Shu couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Oh my, what kind of look is this? Truly quite unique." The people around them laughed as well, which only made Tang Lai angrier. He scowled and gritted his teeth, saying, "Chen Shu, where did Mr. Li come from just now?" Mr. Li spoke up, all right, we should start the next round now, no more messing around. The broadcast system is down, so this afternoon, the teacher will read the announcements." Mr. Li announced, "Now, let's begin the first match. Chen Shu will fight against Du Long." Du Long, with his hands in his pockets and a proud expression on his face, confidently told Tang Lai, "Don't worry, I'll take revenge for you." Tang Lai, upon hearing this, became very angry, narrowing his eyes and gritting his teeth, clearly dissatisfied. From a distance, Chen Shu scoffed and said, "Revenge? In your dreams." Stepping onto the battlefield, Du Long declared to Chen Shu, fighting against him, "It seems your luck isn't very good." Chen Shu replied, "Not necessarily." He confidently continued, "Du Long, I suggest you don't bother watching, the waters here are very deep, you won't be able to handle it." Du Long raised his hand to summon his contract spirit and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's begin." A massive dinosaur was summoned. It opened its mouth and roared, shaking the entire area. Du Long arrogantly continued, "Let me see what the legendary slime is really like." Chen Shu responded, "Do you really want to see?" Du Long kept running his mouth, "Are you going to surrender?" Well, of course, thinking you could fight my dragon with just a slime is truly a foolish pipe dream. He continued boasting about his contract spirit. My dragon has the bloodline of the ancient dragon, known as truly invincible. I'm not aiming at the likes of you. Before he could finish, Dulong's expression turned to one of complete surprise when he saw the scene before him. A much larger slime, many times bigger than before, was summoned. Li, the teacher outside, observed and was taken aback, exclaiming, "Heaven's fury relic, this is the divine skill, giant transformation that the slime has comprehended." Dulong and his contract spirit were also dumbfounded by the sight. He gasped, "What does this mean?" In front of the giant slime, the dragon now looked no different from a lizard. Seeing the size of the slime that Chen Shu had summoned, Dulong was drenched in sweat, his fear evident. Chen Shu spoke sarcastically, "This is my slime, Dulong. Your dragon is unbeatable at its level. Lucky for you, my slime is only level F, if it were level A, you'd definitely lose." Chen Shu's expression was full of mockery. He continued, "Oh, right, Dulong, didn't you just say you were targeting everyone? What happened next?" Hearing this, Dulong fell silent, his face dripping with sweat. Summoning all his courage, Dulong hesitantly said, "Do you really think you've won?" Immediately, the dragon opened its mouth, gathering energy, preparing to launch an attack. Unexpectedly, Chen Shu simply snapped his fingers, causing the dragon to lose focus and fail to launch the attack. Surprised, Dulong asked, "Do you have a contract spirit sealing skill?" Chen Shu replied, "Now it's my turn to strike." He silently thought to himself, the pressure from the slime after it had gigantified was capable of sealing the skills of low-level contract spirits. That dragon had just been hit, and next, it would have to endure my torment. The slime actively charged forward to attack. At this point, Dulong could only stand frozen, watching as the slime's attack knocked the dragon to the ground. Then, it used its massive body to pin the dragon down. Dulong, feeling that he couldn't win, raised his hand in surrender, saying, "I concede. Stop pressing me down, if you keep this up, I won't be able to take it anymore." Chen Shu, upon winning the battle, raised his middle finger and cursed, "Trash." Li teacher then announced that Chen Shu had won. He then thought to himself, surprised by Chen Shu's strength. Chen Shu suddenly turned around, drawn to something. A notification board appeared with 4 options, each offering a different reward. Chen Shu gaped as he looked at the 4th option, which required him to defeat Mr. Li's contract spirit and take over the position of his special class teacher. In return, the reward was that the slime would have an opportunity to evolve its bloodline. Upon seeing this reward, his eyes lit up as he thought, a chance to evolve its bloodline. Then, with a sly expression, he looked at Mr. Li and thought, maybe I should give it a try. From a distance, Mr. Li also sensed Chen Shu's intentions and became cautious. He thought to himself, why do I have a feeling this guy is up to no good? Set aside your thoughts, he took a deep breath, then announced the next match, Wang Qinghan vs. Su Xiaoyu. Chen Shu stepped forward and stared intently at Mr. Li. Mr. Li, noticing this, asked in confusion, "Why are you staring at me like that? What exactly do you want?" Chen Shu, with a cheerful expression, replied, "Teacher, I wanted to ask, what rank is your beast tamer?" Mr. Li answered, "Black Iron 2, why?" Upon hearing the answer, Chen Shu couldn't hide her surprise and remained silent. In her mind, she thought, is this a joke? Black Iron 2? How can I possibly win against that? After a moment, Chen Shu lowered her head and said, "Nothing, just wanted to ask. Goodbye." Mr. Li was confused, not understanding what was going on. As Chen Shu walked back to her seat, she turned to face Tang Lai. "You mocked Mr. Tang earlier, but why do I feel like you just came out of a tomb, like a mummy?" Tang Lai, unwilling to respond, simply closed his eyes and turned his face away. Suddenly, Chen Shu's eyes reflected the image of a fireball. The fireball flew across the arena and struck Tang Lai, setting his pants on fire. Chen Shu saw this and burst into laughter, saying, "Mr. Tang, you're on fire." Tang Lai finally realized that his pants were burning and shouted, "Damn it!" Chen Shu then walked over, kicked Tang Lai in a sensitive spot, and said, "Mr. Tang, don't worry, I'll help you." Not sure if it's helping or hurting. Chen Shu continuously stomped on Tang Lai's vulnerable spot. With a cheerful expression, he pretended to be startled, exclaiming, "Damn it, Mr. Tang, the fire's too big." He turned to his two friends and said, "Everyone, come help tomorrow." Jing Jing, Xia Sunan. Hearing this, the two of them approached. Su Jingjing and Xia Sunan glanced at each other, seemingly understanding Chen Shu's intention. After that, they eagerly helped Tang Lai by stomping on him, causing him to scream in pain. Chen Shu turned toward Hong Ming and Wang Yun, saying, "You two, don't just stand there. Come help. Do you really want to just watch your big brother from the supreme sect of the Severed Sun suffer?" At these words, both of them turned pale with fear. They immediately rushed over. And so, Tang Lai became the young lord of lost vitality, helplessly enduring the constant stomping on his crotch by all five of them. Chen Shu shouted, "All right, let's follow my rhythm. 1, 2, 3, stomp. 1, 2, 1, stomp." Hearing the commotion, Mr. Li turned and asked, "What's going on? It's so noisy." Upon seeing Tang Lai lying on the ground, crying in pain with flames still burning on his crotch, he angrily shouted, "Damn it! Use water!" At this moment, Hong Ming and Wang Yun exchanged glances. They both could only scratch their heads and simultaneously muttered, "Damn it, I forgot we could use water." At this moment, Tang Lai's hands were trembling as he raised them, then clenched them tightly around Chen Shu's hand. He angrily said, "You." Chen Shu, seeing this, pretended to be oblivious, with a cheerful expression, saying, "Mr. Tang, there's no need to thank me, we're classmates after all. This is something I, Chen Shu, should do." Chen Shu took a blanket from somewhere and draped it over Tang Lai. The scene shifted to the stands, where the battle between the two girls was still ongoing. The crowd below was chatting excitedly. It seemed like Wang Changhan was about to lose. Suddenly, a student turned around and noticed Tang Lai lying on the ground, exclaiming, "Damn, what's going on? Why is there a white cloth draped over him?" The crowd, seeing this, teased, "I have to ask, are we preparing for a funeral here? I'll sit at the table with the kids, and the adults can have their own." Chen Shu's friends, seeing this, joined in, playing the role of mourners at the funeral. Chen Shu cried out, "Today is a day of great fortune," even though Tang Lai lying on the ground feels incredibly uncomfortable. Tang Lai could no longer contain his rage. He pushed the white cloth away and shouted loudly, "Chen Shu, I'll risk my life with you." Chen Shu, seeing this, happily said, "If you're physically weak, don't risk it. Be good, rest and recover." He then used the cloth to wrap Tang Lai up, rolling him up like a long sushi roll. Outside the door, a nurse entered and asked, "Where's the injured person?" Then, the nurse was startled upon seeing Tang Lai lying curled up in the white cloth. The nurse said, "It seems like this can't be handled here, we need to take him to the medical room for treatment." Mr. Li, hearing this, replied, "Okay, he can take the day off from today's match." Tang Lai, upon hearing that, immediately refused, "No, I refuse. I want to continue playing." Seeing Tang Lai crawling and rolling on the ground, Mr. Li could only sigh and say, "Fine, if you want to continue, then continue." Mr. Li shouted loudly to announce, "Next match, Tang Lai vs. Su Jingjing." Tang Lai pointed at Su Jingjing and shouted, "The grudge of stepping on my pants can't be forgiven. Today, I'm going to take you down." Su Jingjing confidently responded, "Oh, then come on." Tang Lai sat in a wheelchair, with his contract spirit behind him, a bird that was white and blue, called Icebird. Icebird flapped its wings, exuding its power. Thunderbird, seeing this, spat twice. Thunderbird's saliva fell in droplets, landing on Icebird's head. Watching Thunderbird fly back and forth in the air, Icebird became extremely angry and couldn't hold back anymore. It screeched and then flew off, chasing after Thunderbird. Su Jingjing saw this and asked, "You want to race with my bird in speed?" Thunderbird continued flying back and forth. Tang Lai responded to Su Jingjing's words, "Do you think you can still hesitate?" As soon as he finished speaking, Icebird opened its mouth wide, preparing to fire a ball. The ball was shot towards Thunderbird, trapping it inside. Su Jingjing calmly replied, "Who said I wanted to win? I just want to criticize you." Thunderbird immediately broke free, surprising Icebird. It then flew over and struck Icebird's leg with its claws, causing it to scream in pain. The attack weakened Icebird, making it seem like the battle would continue. However, Su Jingjing said, "Alright, I'll let you save some face. It'll be easier to meet again later. Since I've said what I needed to, I'm done." Su Jingjing raised his hand in conceded defeat. He then turned to Tang Lai and said, "No need to thank me, we're classmates helping each other." Tang Lai gritted his teeth in frustration. Mr. Li sighed and announced, "Tang Lai wins." He then took out a box and said, "Now, I declare that the top three are Chen Shu, Su Xiaoyu, and Tang Lai. Next, we'll draw lots to decide who will compete against whom, and who will be exempted from the match." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiaoyu, Chen Shu, and Tang Lai all reached into the box to draw lots. Chen Shu calmly unfolded his paper. Suddenly, Tang Lai, standing behind him, joyfully exclaimed, "I got the blank lot, I got the blank lot." Seeing this, Chen Shu's attitude was clear. He responded, "What do you mean, I got the blank lot? This is the one who doesn't have to compete." Chen Shu held up the paper with the words "no fight" in front of Tang Lai, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. He exclaimed, "Damn it, we don't have to fight?" The announcement rang out, "Battle Zone, Su Xiaoyu vs Tang Lai." Tang Lai's face clearly showed his unscrupulousness. He said to Su Xiaoyu, "In order to defeat Chen Shu, I can only eliminate you first. Please forgive me." Su Xiaoyu said nothing, only raising her hand to summon the blazing flame bird. A magnificent bird of fire appeared, surrounded by flames. When Tang Lai saw the flames, he was immediately frightened and shouted for his friends to push him a bit further away. After feeling a sense of safety, Tang Lai let out a sigh of relief. Chen Shu raised his hand from outside and said to Su Xiaoyu, "You can go all out. It would be best if both sides are injured, and I'll take care of the rest." Su Xiaoyu's expression turned confused at this, and she simply stood silently, unable to say anything. Then, Su Xiaoyu ordered the flame condor to attack. Chen Shu watched from the outside and muttered, "Finally, it's about to begin." Then, he thought to himself, however, before this, Xiaoyu fought Wang Chenghan. Although she won, it consumed quite a bit of energy. The blazing flame bird soared into the air, shooting flames at the ice bird. The flames caused the ice bird immense pain as it struggled in midair. Chen Shu, upon seeing this, speculated that the light of the flame had dimmed. It seemed that this match was not necessarily one she would win. Unexpectedly, Icebird kicked Blazing Flame Bird with its foot, sending it flying out of the arena. Mr. Li raised his hand to announce, "Tang Lai wins." Tang Lai slowly moved toward Chen Shu, his gaze sharp like a knife, with determination rising within him. Chen Shu looked at Tang Lai and silently thought, "It seems like the first place is between me and Tang Lai." At this moment, Mr. Li suddenly spoke to Chen Shu. "Tang Lai is injured like this, should he rest a bit before continuing? Is that all right?" Chen Shu immediately responded with joy. "Okay." An hour passed. By then, Tang Lai felt better. He said to Mr. Li, "Teacher, let's begin." Tang Lai raised his hand, his heart full of determination, thinking, "This time, I must restore my honor." At that moment, Su Jingjing and Xie Sunan were massaging Chen Shu, both encouraging her in unison. "Chen Shu, go for it." Chen Shu stepped onto the stage with immense confidence, while Tang Lai clearly showed his determination to take revenge for what Chen Shu had done to him earlier. Stepping onto the stage, facing each other, with the announcement, "The match begins." Both were intensely focused as they stared at each other. The atmosphere had become extremely tense. Chen Shu took the initiative to speak up to ease the tension. "You don't have to be so serious." Tang Lai said nothing, raising his hand and summoning his contract spirit, the ice bird. Suddenly, Chen Shu shouted. Wait! He smiled and continued. Mr. Tang, your pants are on fire again. Upon hearing this, Tang Lai was a bit startled and immediately looked down. Chen Shu immediately seized the opportunity. Gotcha! He summoned a large slime falling from the sky. The slime crashed down hard right in front of Icebird. The Icebird quickly dodged the slime's attack. Seeing this, the slime made a few sounds, its eyes sparkling and displaying an expression as if it were completely innocent. Tang Lai, witnessing this from the outside, broke into a cold sweat, feeling the tension rise. He angrily cursed. Damn it, I really underestimated you. Tang Lai's face twisted into a wicked grin as he said. Did you think only 3 people could humiliate others? Watch this. The Icebird suddenly flew up into the air and extended its claws toward the slime. Chen Shu also looked up, observing the scene. The next move from the Icebird shocked both the slime and Chen Shu. It kept shaking its rear to tease the slime. Seeing the wiggling backside of the Icebird, the slime grew furious. Chen Shu, with fiery eyes, scolded Tang Lai. Shameless! He raised his hand, scolding. To use such a despicable move, you truly are the most shameless person at Nanjian High. Everyone was incredibly astonished upon hearing this, unable to say a word. Chen Shu continued, Slime, don't look at its butt. Even if we lose, we must lose with dignity. Upon hearing this, Slime understood. It exchanged glances with Chen Shu and made a few sounds to indicate comprehension. Then, Slime began to bury its head into the ground under the watchful eyes of Icebird. Tang Lai, seeing this, spoke confidently, so what if it buries its head? You can't fly anyway. All you'll see is the butt of my contract spirit. Suddenly, beams of light radiated from around Slime. Tang Lai laughed at this sight, pointing at Slime and teasing, Is this slime about to explode from anger? Wang Wen, noticing this, whispered to Tang Lai, Mr. Tang, let's move back a little. What if it explodes, and everything inside is? Hong Ming also approached and mocked, It looks so round, do you think it believes it can fly like a balloon? Slime used its wind breath skill and moved in a spiral at an incredibly fast speed. It then used its head to attack Icebird, causing it to plummet to the ground. Not stopping there, Slime continued to press its body down onto Icebird, causing it pain. Tang Lai, watching from the sidelines, stammered and angrily pointed at Slime, shouting, You're cheating. The slime had just beaten the Icebird to a pulp, leaving it lying on the ground crying. When Chen Shu heard Tang Lai, he waved his hand dismissively and replied, I didn't cheat. I just gave the slime a flying weapon. He pointed at Tang Lai and mocked, Besides, using other skills just makes you look like a fool. Chen Shu continued, If you want to boss the slime around, should I just tear my insides out? At this point, Tang Lai could only tremble with rage, unable to speak, choking out a single word, You. Just then, Mr. Li walked over and announced, Alright, Chen Shu wins this match. Everyone disperse and go rest. Chen Shu suddenly remembered the task he was supposed to complete. He put his hand to his head and thought, Oh no, I forgot about the mission. He looked at the system notification, which read, 1 more hour to complete the mission. Chen Shu then approached Mr. Li with a cheerful expression and said, Teacher, wait, don't announce the result yet. I still have something I want to discuss with you. Mr. Li responded, What is it? Chen Shu raised his hand and continued, I'll say it first, this is a friendly negotiation, no bad intentions, I promise. Mr. Li replied, Go ahead. Chen Shu awkwardly scratched his head and hesitated before asking, Could my slime have a match with your contract spirit? When Mr. Li heard this, his face suddenly turned serious. Mr. Li fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Chen Shu was terrified upon seeing this, and quickly explained, Don't worry, teacher, I'll be moderate in my actions. Upon hearing this, Mr. Li asked further, Is there anything else? By this point, Chen Shu was sweating nervously from fear. He stammered, There's more. By the way, teacher, I kindly ask that you resign and give young people a chance. I want to be the head teacher of a special class. Having said that, he knelt down, holding his head and pleading, "Please don't hit me." Mr. Lee, with a gentle expression, responded, "I will grant your first request." As he spoke, a green viper appeared in his hand. Then, Mr. Lee extended his hand toward the ring, and in an instant, the viper transformed into a giant python. Mr. Lee cheerfully said to Chen Shu, "Go ahead and summon your contract spirit." Chen Shu, feeling anxious, thought to himself, "Mr. Lee's smile is really scary." Just as this thought crossed his mind, Chen Shu raised his hand and summoned his slime. Thus, both contract spirits were summoned. Chen Shu quietly glanced at Mr. Lee and silently thought that something about him felt off. In a moment, Mr. Lee's contract spirit moved forward, biting and tightening around Chen Shu's slime, causing it to be launched into the air and fall out of the ring. At this point, Mr. Lee, with a somewhat intimidating expression, turned to speak again, "Do you still want me to resign?" Chen Shu, hearing this, broke into a sweat and responded, "I was just kidding, nothing, it's nothing." Then, Mr. Lee turned to address the students, "Today's match is over. The top three are Chen Shu, Tang Lai, and Su Xiaoyu. The specific rankings will be announced later." Then, the teacher loudly said to the group of students, "Honestly, based on your performance today, I can only say one word, disappointing." The first person Mr. Lee mentioned was Tang Lai. His performance was like that of a fool. Despite having natural advantages, he was easily defeated by Chen Shu, and the teacher told him to reflect on it. Tang Lai, upon hearing this, became so embarrassed that his face turned red. The second person the teacher addressed was Su Xiaoyu. Mr. Lee said, "Su Xiaoyu, when your flame condor performed its skills, you clearly had the chance to stop for a while to regain some strength and then continue. But you insisted on continuing until you lost. You completely wasted your talent." Afterward, Mr. Lee turned to Chen Shu and said, "As for you." Chen Shu was startled upon hearing this. Then, the teacher cheerfully spoke to Chen Shu. "I am temporarily satisfied. Although your contract spirit is a bit ugly, at least the skills are good." After that, Mr. Lee turned to the rest of the students and said, "You all should go back and reflect on yourselves." He then turned and raised his hand. "Alright, that's it for today. Tonight, self-study for cultural subjects." The students all responded in unison. A moment later, the scene shifted. Chen Shu was walking with his two friends. Xia Sunan said to him, "Chen Shu, you're an old hand here now, is there anything good to eat recently?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shu happily replied, "There must be some local specialties. Wait a moment, I'll treat everyone to a nice meal." After speaking, he dashed into the restroom, leaving his two friends puzzled. Xia Sunan, seeing this, wiped the sweat from his forehead, wondering, he ran off like that. Could he be going to get some local specialties for us? Su Jingjing, her face slightly flustered, exclaimed, "The specialty is the restroom?" Inside the restroom, Chen Shu silently sat in a corner, pointing towards the system panel and saying, "Come out, my treasure." Chen Shu, overjoyed, said, "Finally got it, I almost got hit by Mr. Lee for this." What Chen Shu was referring to was a skill book specific to Dream Killer, which, after actively using the slime, would keep him in a state of sleep, unable to be awakened by any negative status effects, and it could last for a certain period of time. Thinking about the scene where his slime could sleep and still fight, Chen Shu grinned widely and thought, with this skill, combined with others, I could really become unbeatable at this level. The scene shifted to a restaurant, where the three of them, Chen Shu and his two friends, were sitting. Xia Sunan, looking displeased, asked Chen Shu, "Is this the fancy restaurant you were talking about?" Chen Shu took out the bowls and happily explained, "What do you guys know? High-end restaurants usually have simple decor." Upon hearing this, Xia Sunan and Su Jingjing exchanged looks of appraisal. Su Jingjing picked up a pair of chopsticks and asked Chen Shu, "Why did you take so long in the restroom earlier? What were you doing?" Chen Shu, with a cheerful expression, responded to the secret, but suddenly Xia Sunan looked ahead and said to his friends, "Oh, look at that person. It's so hot, and they're wearing a hat, a down jacket, and it's even pink." The person Xia Sunan was referring to looked exactly as he described, quite suspicious. Xia Sunan raised a finger and said, "I bet this person either has a problem or is a wanted criminal." Chen Shu calmly replied, "Do you think a wanted criminal is stupid? Dressing like that obviously reveals their identity. This could be an artist." Suddenly, the phone in Chen Shu's pocket vibrated. He answered the call and said, "Hello, Uncle Wang, what's going on?" Wan Kuei's voice came from the other end. "Xiao Chun, the two wanted criminals you met yesterday, one is still on the run. Be careful, they might be near your school now." Upon hearing this, Chen Shu asked, "Near our school?" His face suddenly turned serious. He responded, "Got it, Uncle Wang. I have something to take care of, I'll hang up now." After hanging up, he turned to Su Jingjing and asked her to secretly take pictures of that person. Su Jingjing, startled, exclaimed, "Chen Shu, are you crazy? You want me to secretly take pictures of a pervert?" But just as she finished speaking, Su Jingjing changed her expression, and her face lit up as she continued, "All right then, since it's your request, I'll help you out this time." Xia Sunan and Chen Shu exchanged a slightly judgmental look. After that, Su Jingjing hummed a few lines of a song as she walked towards the suspicious figure. Unexpectedly, Su Jingjing turned around, pointed her phone at his face, and took a picture. Chen Shu and Xia Sunan, seeing this, were horrified, silently thinking, "Is this really surreptitious photography?" The suspicious person, seeing this, angrily sneered, "Are you crazy?" Xia Sunan repeatedly bowed his head in apology. The suspicious person didn't know what to do and could only sigh in frustration. After taking the picture, Su Jingjing calmly continued to walk and hum the song. Then, she handed the phone to Chen Shu. Chen Shu looked at the image Su Jingjing had just taken and was startled, exclaiming, "Damn it, it's really the wanted criminal." Su Jingjing and Xia Sunan, hearing this, eagerly exclaimed, "What? A wanted criminal?" At that moment, a notification appeared with three options. Option 1, shout in the opponent's face, "Gangster, prepare to die." The reward is a medium-level beast taming power. Option 2, approach, use clever words to persuade the opponent to surrender. The reward is the completion of the task. Slime obedience increases by 5. Option 3, follow the criminal and observe the situation. Then, take action. The reward is the completion of the task. Slime physique increases by 1%. Looking at the suspicious person moving away from the spot, Chen Shu said to his two friends, "Let's go, we'll follow him, observe the situation, and then make our move." Hearing this, Su Jingjing and Xia Sunan exchanged glances, then they replied in unison, "All right." The suspicious person approached a car, then got in and drove off. Seeing this, Chen Shu quickly waved her hand to hail a taxi. They hurriedly entered the yellow car without any suspicion. Chen Shu pointed towards the suspicious person's car and said, "Driver, follow that car." The driver looked somewhat familiar, giving a thumbs up in response. "No problem." And so, the yellow car quickly gave chase. Chen Shu's car, along with her companions, followed closely behind the suspicious vehicle. Suddenly, the black car came to a stop. Seeing this, Chen Shu also got out of the car with her friends. Looking towards the suspicious person, the three of them were tailing him. Out of nowhere, he turned around and took notice of them. As soon as he turned his head, Chen Shu exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that you?" Chen Shu continued, "Haven't seen you in a while, how come you look different?" The man with purple hair smirked maliciously and replied, "Got a few of you again, huh? Fine, if you've come here to hand over your lives, then I won't be polite." Hearing this, Chen Shu tensed up, thinking to herself, "What does he mean by that? What does he mean by got a few of us?" Suddenly, a system prompt appeared with three options. Option 1, immediately run, prioritize survival, large reward upon completion beast taming quantity. Choice 2, shout loudly, help me. Grasshopper. Completing the mission rewards, slime power increases by 10%. Choice 3, eliminate the entire criminal gang, completing the mission rewards. All slime attributes increase by 20%. Looking at the content of the three options, Shinshu frowned and thought to himself, a criminal gang, have I really walked right into their lair? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Old Lu, is this your target mission? Hearing this, Shinshu turned around and paid attention. A group of the purple-haired man's henchmen was slowly approaching. Shinshu looked at Su Jingjing and signaled him. Su Jingjing nodded in understanding. Then, he raised his hand, and electric sparks appeared on his palm. Thunderbird had been summoned. At this moment, the three members of the gang were looking at each other, as if signaling for some kind of plan. They started climbing onto the back of Thunderbird, intending to flee. However, one of the gang members raised his hand and summoned his contract spirit. Suddenly, the ground seemed to shift. Sensing the vibrations beneath, a clay arm suddenly emerged. It grabbed Thunderbird's leg, preventing their escape. Losing their balance, the three of them fell to the ground. Seeing that Thunderbird was trapped by the stone figure, Su Jingjing could only angrily exclaim, "Damn it!" Then, he raised his hand and recalled his contract spirit. Shinshu, seeing this, whispered to himself, "This is an earth element spirit, it seems like I'll have to use my trump card." He looked at Xia Sunan and gestured. Xia Sunan nodded, as if understanding Shinshu's intentions. At this moment, Shinshu forced a smile, scratched his head, and explained, "It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding." Suddenly, Xia Sunan's contract spirit emitted a green light onto the head of the bearded man, forming a green hat atop his head. His companions immediately burst into laughter. "Damn it, Mr. Li, you've got a green hat now." At that very moment, Shinshu quietly reached behind him and summoned his own contract spirit. His slime quietly appeared. While the criminals were busy with the green hat on the bearded man's head, Shinshu's group silently climbed onto the slime without anyone noticing. It seemed the slime was a bit slippery, so every time Shinshu tried to climb up, he would slide back down. With no other option, he had to grab onto the slime's mouth to maintain his position. Then, he said to his two friends, "Hurry up and get up here." The three of them clung to the slime's mouth, and then the slime jumped high into the air. The criminals, seeing this, panicked and shouted, "Stop laughing, that slime can fly." As one of them raised his hand, attempting to grab the three of them, they were almost within reach. Shinshu, seeing this, grinned with satisfaction. Then he raised his phone and said, "A bunch of idiots, all of you smile for me, just in time to capture your faces so the Spirit Sealing Division can catch you all in one go." Upon hearing this, they could only panic, their mouths agape. Suddenly, Shinshu's slime began to shake violently. He hurriedly said, "Everyone hold on tight, the slime is about to." Before he could finish, the slime sneezed, causing Xie Sunan and Su Jingjing to fall to the ground, prompting them to scream in panic. Seeing this, Shinshu tensed up and exclaimed, "No way? Can this also reverse the two Tai Chi?" Below, Su Jingjing and Shinshu were being strangled by the criminals, and all they could do was helplessly shout, "Shinshu, help!" Shinshu, from above, pretended not to hear and responded, "What? You want me to go?" He then turned his face and coldly replied, "Fine, I'll go right away." He then flew off from the scene. The criminal, seeing this, turned to the two of them and said, "Looks like your buddy can't save you now." He ordered, "If Shinshu dares report to the Spirit Sealing Division, then kill these two." The other criminal replied clearly. On their way back, the first one glanced back cautiously at his subordinates. Seeing this, he said, "Hurry up, don't dawdle." In a quiet alley with no one around, Shinshu carefully poked his head out. He thought to himself, "These guys are really difficult to deal with." He smiled and thought to himself, "Good thing I chose to run away when I met those two last night. At least I managed to get the invisibility potion." Shinshu looked at the invisibility potion in his hand and silently thought, "This time, I can only rely on you." With that thought, he drank it all in one gulp. At that moment, a purple aura enveloped Shinshu. He could already feel the potion taking effect. The results were exactly as promised by the system reward. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed throughout the alley. Chen Shu's legs moved quickly as he chased after the criminals who were holding his two friends captive. While running, Chen Shu thought, one sip can keep me invisible for 20 minutes. I have to make good use of this time. Soon, Chen Shu stopped at a spot, looking at a house with a well-secured wall. He carefully observed the surroundings, then climbed over the wall and jumped inside. Once inside, Chen Shu came face to face with one of the criminals. He panicked and thought, have I been discovered? Seeing the criminal approaching and closing the door behind him, Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief and thought, turns out, he was just closing the door. The criminal walked over and shouted at the others, why didn't you lock the door? Chen Shu glanced at the people present and wondered, huh? Where are Su Jingjing and Xie Sunan? The man with purple hair, while taking off his jacket, complained, wearing this thing is so hot. It feels like I'm going crazy. The blonde-haired man with earrings smiled and said, isn't this to lure people from the spirit sealing division here? But Mr. Liu, do we really have to kill the people from the spirit sealing division? The purple-haired man replied, only by stirring up the water can we seize the opportunity to escape. So we must kill the people from the spirit sealing division. Hearing this, the blonde-haired man asked, what about those students? The purple-haired man coldly and viciously said, kill them all. Chen Shu felt a wave of panic in his heart. He hadn't expected these people to be so ruthless, and it seemed he needed to find Xie Sunan and Su Jingjing quickly. Chen Shu silently and cautiously stepped inside, sneaking as he opened a door. Upon entering the room, he saw Su Jingjing and Xie Sunan tightly bound to chairs, asleep. Upon seeing this, Chen Shu murmured, less trouble now. He then summoned his slime and said, it's my turn to strike back now. He handed the slime a bottle of invisibility potion and said, drink the invisibility potion. The slime immediately drank the entire bottle of tranquilizer Chen Shu gave it. Chen Shu approached and ordered, move out, slime. Outside, the group of criminals gathered and listened to the plans for the future, which included, everyone, don't be pessimistic. Once we get out, with real effort, we can collectivize, scale up, and form connections. In 3 years, we will adjust the capital, in 5 years, we will double the capital, in 10 years, we will raise funds in the market. The criminals were so engrossed in listening to these words that they didn't notice the slime rolling out behind them. Then, the slime moved forward and charged at one of them, causing the others to pay attention but still not understand what was happening. The slime attacked all the remaining ones, knocking them out cold. At this moment, Chen Shu quietly took his phone out of his pocket. He coldly said, hello, Uncle Wang, please send someone over. Chen Shu turned around and said to the criminals, Chen Shu, I'm the nameless hero of this city. The sky was clear, and the bright moonlight shone through the clouds. After defeating the criminals, Wang Kuwei couldn't believe that this was all done by Chen Shu alone. He asked, tell me the truth, how did you manage to take down those wanted criminals? Chen Shu hesitated, rubbing his head as he replied, it's like when people argue about whether the chicken or the egg came first. We had a dispute, a bit of a quarrel, and then started fighting fast until everyone was knocked out. Looking at the pool of blood on the ground, Wang Kuwei could only remain silent, not saying a word. At this point, Chen Shu, with a beaming face, asked Wang Kuwei, by the way, Uncle Wang, this time, I'll definitely be getting the 3 Good Citizen Award, right? What about the reward? Hearing this, Wang Kuwei sighed and replied, the reward won't shortchange you. These people are all wanted criminals, and once we finish our verification, we'll distribute it. However, with so much money going into the accounts this time, it might get pretty busy. After hearing that, Chen Shu yawned, pointed at his group of friends, and said, all right, you do it, I'll take them back first. Wang Kuwei nodded and replied, got it. So, Chen Shu pulled Liu and his 2 friends back. Scene shift to the dormitory, where Chen Shu, satisfied, lay down on his bed and thought, after a long day of hard work, finally, I can sleep. Suddenly, Chen Shu was startled. Xie Sunan mumbled in his sleep, screaming, big brother, don't kill me, I still have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. Chen Shu, tired, said to Xie Sunan, I say, Mr. Xie, is it really necessary to be that scared? Xia Sunan was startled upon hearing that. Then, Xia Sunan asked, "Huh? I'm back in the dormitory now, was that a dream?" Chen Shu, yawning tiredly, explained, "Of course, it's not a dream. I'm here, and I will make sure nothing happens to you guys. Mr. Xia, you should learn from Jing Jing." He glanced at him calmly. Xia Sunan looked at Su Jingjing, who was sleeping soundly without a care in the world, and could only remain silent. Chen Shu lay back down and said, "All right, I'm going to sleep now. I have to go to school tomorrow to collect the prize." Xia Sunan wondered to himself, did Chen Shu really save us? Scene shift to the next morning at school. At this point, Mr. Li stood in front of the class and announced to everyone, "Today, we will officially distribute the prizes for yesterday's match. When I call your name, please come up to receive your reward." Mr. Li continued. The first person, Chen Shu. At this moment, Chen Shu heard it but did not react. Mr. Li, seeing this, became irritated and repeated. The first person, Chen Shu. Chen Shu remained the same, motionless, and without a single movement. Seeing this, Mr. Li, now angry, snapped. "Come on, Chen Shu, didn't you hear me?" Chen Shu replied. "I heard you, it's just that I'm afraid others might not hear." Mr. Li, now furious, gritted his teeth and then pointed, shouting loudly. "Chen Shu, get up here now." Only then did Chen Shu stand up, and while walking, he arrogantly said, "Yes, yes. This is Chen Shu, the one in charge." Chen Shu. Chen Shu stood in the center of the room and addressed everyone. "Everyone's here, so I'll say a few words. To earn the top position, I have to thank all of you down there." Then, he grinned arrogantly and continued. "If you weren't also weak, how could I have won so easily?" The entire class, upon hearing these words, was extremely annoyed. Chen Shu pointed at Tang Lai and said, "Especially you, Mr. Tang, I must thank you for entrusting me." Hearing this, Tang Lai was furious. He clenched his fists and spat. "Chen Shu." Then, Chen Shu went on. "Finally, I want to say one thing to describe myself. I'm truly amazing, really, really amazing." Everyone couldn't stand Chen Shu's arrogant words anymore and threw their pencil cases at him, shouting for him to go back to his seat. Seeing this, Chen Shu covered his face with his hand and, with a smug expression, said, "Young people really don't understand anything." He then walked back to his seat amidst the class's frustration. At this moment, Chen Shu and his two friends were opening a box. Inside the box were 4 gems and a heart. These items were surrounded by streaks of light. A system notification appeared: the frozen abyss has transformed into the lion's organs. The heavenly blessing skill on the shield can cause the enemy to be temporarily frightened. Xia Sunan, seeing this, exclaimed in surprise, "Damn it, all good stuff. These 4 gems are worth 500,000, and with the organs, it's more than 1,000,000. Chen Shu looked at his rewards, his face full of satisfaction as he thought to himself, "I didn't expect the school to be so generous." But then he reconsidered. Although the items were good, they were not practical. He then turned to his two friends and said, "Su Jingjing, Mr. Xia, do you have any ideas? I want to exchange these for beast taming pearls." Xia Sunan, hearing this, was stunned and exclaimed, "Are you crazy? You want to trade these for beast taming pearls?" Although the beast taming pearls are fast, their training effect is not as good as the beast taming seeds. Chen Shu replied, "But I don't need to train." Su Jingjing, upon hearing this, became curious and asked, "Then where does your strength come from?" Xia Sunan also asked in confusion, "Isn't it all based on swallowing beast taming pearls? Even the most extraordinary second-generation heirs wouldn't dare do something like that." Chen Shu responded, "Of course not, you wouldn't understand." Chen Shu then explained, "The form of cultivation is not simply about sitting in meditation. For someone who truly understands, eating, sleeping, going to school, and even using the restroom can all be considered part of cultivation." Xia Sunan and Su Jingjing, hearing this, were left bewildered, not understanding what he was trying to say. Chen Shu added, "When you both reach the level I'm at, you will understand." Su Jingjing sighed, oh. Su Jingjing then happily said, give it to me, my family has a path for beast taming pearls. Xia Sunan and Chen Shu were both shocked to hear this. Seeing their reaction, Su Jingjing asked, what's wrong? Chen Shu asked further, what does your family do? Su Jingjing awkwardly scratched her head before answering, just an ordinary family, a small business. At this moment, Chen Shu and Xia Sunan exchanged silent glances. In Chen Shu's mind, he thought to himself, so that's what ordinary family means. Chen Shu asked, a basic beast taming pearl costs 150,000, and a black iron rank 1 costs 600,000. With a small business like that, how can you still call it an ordinary family? Mr. Li, standing at the front of the class, addressed the students, all right, the rewards are done. He then announced, next, we will move on to today's lesson. Everyone, please follow me to the beast taming pavilion. The scene shifts to the beast taming pavilion. Mr. Li raised his finger and said, in the first month, you need to learn how to use your skills flexibly. Then, he extended his hand and summoned his contract spirit. Mr. Li introduced it to the students. One of my contract spirits is the black-white Titan Python. One of its abilities is binding, which can control the enemy while also providing a certain level of armor. After speaking, Mr. Li called on Chen Shu to summon his slime for a demonstration. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu below felt somewhat dissatisfied. In his mind, he thought, why does it have to be my slime as the demonstration object? Then, Chen Shu pointed towards Tang Lai and shouted, I guarantee with Mr. Tang's life that this snake's binding is indeed effective. Chen Shu then said to Mr. Li, teacher, please stop the demonstration. Haven't we already seen it before? Mr. Li responded, all right. Then, he continued, binding is not simply a control skill, it has other effects as well. Do you know what they are? Suddenly, the system interface appeared with 3 options. Option 1, driven by the instinct of a student, you also lowered your head, with the reward for completion being a small amount of beast taming power. Option 2, with your naturally exceptional system, you naturally looked up to the ceiling, with the reward for completion being superior great strength potion. Option 3. Faced with Mr. Li's scrutinizing gaze, you decide to return the look, earning the reward of completing the Rage Elixir. When Chen Shu saw this system message, he was shocked and thought, no way, is it me again? The image of the Rage Elixir appeared in his mind, and Chen Shu thought to himself, looks like I really have to make a choice now. Looking around, everyone else was lowering their heads, avoiding Mr. Li's gaze in response to his question. Chen Shu thought, no one is lifting their head. He decided to look Mr. Li directly in the eyes, hoping to catch his attention. Mr. Li pondered, such an intense gaze, it carries such authority. Then, he pointed at Chen Shu and said, Chen Shu, try speaking. A message appeared next to Chen Shu's interface, informing him that he had earned the Rage Elixir reward. Chen Shu stepped up to Mr. Li's side, cleared his throat twice, and then said, I'll say a few simple words. Chen Shu began explaining. The binding speed is extremely fast. Not only can it control the enemy's speed, but when the host is in danger, it will protect the host by blocking attacks. Chen Shu continued. The third effect is that it can contract the body based on speed to reduce its size, avoiding the opponent's attacks. Of course, the effect of any skill isn't fixed. Everyone can make skill judgments based on the specific situation. Chen Shu put his hands on his hips, a cheerful expression signaling that he had finished speaking. The other students were immediately stunned by his response, their eyes wide and mouths agape, exclaiming, OMG. Mr. Li, hearing this, asked in confusion, where did you learn these things? Have you studied teaching skills before? Chen Shu smugly replied, no, isn't it something anyone with a brain would know? The others, upon hearing this, felt angry and thought, how annoying, we've just been insulted. Mr. Li cleared his throat a few times and then continued, Chen Shu was not wrong. The effectiveness of any skill depends on the situation, a damaging skill can also serve as a defensive one. After that, Mr. Li called Su Xiaoyu to summon her contract spirit so Chen Shu could analyze the flexibility of skills for the class. Su Xiaoyu walked up, raised her hand, and a flame erupted, surrounding her hand. The blazing flame bird appeared and hovered above Chen Shu's head, startling him and making him feel a bit uncomfortable. Chen Shu said to Mr. Li teacher, I'm just a student. He thought to himself, with over 20 students here, how long do I have to explain? Isn't this a form of torture? Mr. Li informed Chen Shu, from now on, you will be the class monitor of the special class. Chen Shu raised his hand to decline and said, I don't want to, I'm not interested. Mr. Li held up 2 fingers and said, 2 high-grade beast taming seeds every month. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu immediately agreed without any hesitation. He raised his hand and confidently patted his chest, declaring, For the sake of serving you all, I, Chen Shu, cannot refuse. Hearing such touching words, to the other students, Chen Shu appeared to be a deity shining with brilliance. Chen Shu pointed towards the blazing flame bird and said, Xiaoyu, the fireball technique of the blazing flame bird doesn't need any thought, just release it based on the situation. He then reached out and touched the beak of the blazing flame bird and continued. There are 3 balls in total. You can try to stuff them in its mouth, merging them into one large ball. After that, he whispered to the flame condor. Also, you don't need to spit it out with your mouth, you can use another position. He patted the blazing flame bird's rear and said, For example, the rear. Seeing this, Su Xiaoyu turned to Mr. Li and said, Teacher, Mr. Li said to give it a try. Xiaoyu, if this really works, it would be an unexpected ambush. Xiaoyu, with a worried expression, responded. Okay. Then, Chen Shu pointed towards Tang Lai and shouted. Next, Tang Lai. Tang Lai, upon hearing this, slowly stood up with a cold expression. Tang Lai summoned the ice bird. Chen Shu, seeing this, sneered and said, Reset and restart. This made Tang Lai furious, unable to say a word. He seethed inwardly, thinking, Done for, so you called me up here just to humiliate me? Chen Shu closed his eyes, folded his arms, and called for the next person. Su Jingjing stepped forward and summoned the thunder bird. Chen Shu gently spoke, Your contract spirit is still usable. As time passed, the sky began to darken. Inside the beast taming pavilion, Mr. Li announced the end of the class. Chen Shu sighed tiredly and complained to his 2 friends, Finally, it's over. I've lost my voice after a whole day of this. Let's go grab something to eat. Su Jingjing cheerfully said, Wait a minute, I need to pick something up at the school gate. Chen Shu responded happily, Okay, let's go. The 3 of them walked toward the school gate. At that moment, Su Jingjing's butler was already waiting, holding a box in his hands. The elderly man addressed Su Jingjing, Young master, this is the beast taming pearl you asked for. Su Jingjing nodded happily and replied, Got it. Chen Shu and Xie Sunan, who were behind them, were utterly astonished and exclaimed, What the heck is going on? Is he some kind of overbearing CEO? Su Jingjing happily handed the box to Chen Shu and said, Everything you need is in here. Chen Shu opened the box to find 7 spheres inside. He closed it again and asked, Xiao Jing, with your family having so much money, why are you still working part-time at the mental hospital? Xia Sunan chimed in, Chen Shu, what are you saying? We're the ones doing part-time jobs. Xiao Jing is just experiencing life. Xia Sunan whispered to Su Jingjing, Xiao Jing, do you have a stomach problem, frequently suffer from insomnia, and have a thing for cleanliness? Is your real last name Gu? Su Jingjing sneered upon hearing this. It seemed like the 2 of them were really out of their minds. Watching the 3 of them laughing together so happily, the old man, standing behind, said with a joyful tone, It's been a long time since I've seen the young master laugh like this. The scene shifted to the dormitory in the evening. Inside the dormitory, Chen Shu was lying down when suddenly his phone buzzed. Wang Kuan had sent a message to Chen Shu, asking him to come to the spirit sealing division the next day. Chen Shu thought to himself, could this be to hand out a reward? The scene shifted to the next morning at the spirit sealing division. Wang Kuei's voice rang out. Chen Shu, does your family have a tank? Chen Shu, hearing this, was puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" Wang Kuei pointed at the photo of the criminals lying on the ground and continued. 8 criminals were crushed by something heavy. Our initial assessment is that someone was driving a tank. Chen Shu, upon hearing this, looked confused and replied, "Uncle Wang, come on, do you really think I would drive a tank in the city?" Wang Kuei, with his hand on his chin, responded, "I also find it hard to believe, so we are still investigating." Wang Kuei then continued, "Alright, I didn't call you here to talk about this. I wanted to tell you." With a serious expression, Wang Kuei continued, "We've investigated and found out who is trying to kill you." Upon hearing this, Chen Shu's face turned pale, and he hurriedly asked, "Who?" Wang Kuei replied, "Yi Xiaoxing Pharmaceutical Company in Nanjiang City." Chen Shu, with a look as if he had anticipated it, responded, "It seems like the pharmaceutical company is targeting you after all." Wang Kuei continued, "They're determined to kill you. Have you had any business conflicts with them?" Chen Shu calmly replied, "Not really. Maybe it's because a while ago, I sold over 200 bottles of mighty strength potion at a loss." Upon hearing this, Wang Kuei choked on his drink. He then shouted, "And you say there's nothing? You've already cut off their livelihood." After taking a moment to calm down, Wang Kuei continued, "Alright, regarding this matter, we need to gather evidence before we can make any arrests. For now, you should lay low." Wang Kuei then took out a card and said, "Also, those 8 people are wanted criminals. The total reward, 500,000 nation H, is on this card. You should check it out." Upon hearing this, Chen Shu's expression became somewhat sly. He reached out to take the card and replied, "Got it." As he stepped out the gate, Wang Kuei gave Chen Shu a careful warning, "Remember to act cautiously." Chen Shu happily responded, "I understand, Uncle Wang." He then waved goodbye to Wang Kuei, saying, "I'm heading back. I'll stay low, I get it." Walking down the street, Chen Shu strolled with his hands in his pockets, deep in thought. The Yi Xiaoxing Pharmaceutical Company mainly dealt in mighty strength potions, but now that he had caught the attention of the Spirit Sealing Division, his days were definitely numbered. Chen Shu continued thinking. By then, there would no longer be any mighty strength potions left in the entire city of Nanjiang. He then said to himself, "Looks like it's time for me to get my share of the profits." Chen Shu took out his phone and called, "Has Mr. Wang released it yet? Bring your crew together, I'll take everyone to make money." Chen Shu continued, "By the way, call Mr. Li and ask for leave." The scene shifted to the black market, where Mr. Wang asked Chen Shu, "So the big money you're talking about, do you want to open a shop with us?" Chen Shu raised his finger and eagerly replied, "Yes, I plan to expand the original stall and rent a shop here in the black market to sell mighty strength potions. You guys are the first members I'm recruiting." Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang stood up and asked, "Have you found a shop you like?" Chen Shu raised his hand and said, "I've already looked. It's right here." He stood in front of a store and affirmed that from now on, he would gradually bring down Yi Xiaoxing's pharmaceutical company. The scene shifted to the beast taming pavilion. Mr. Li spoke up, "Tiang Jn, your mission is to learn how to use flexible skills. Next month, I'll take you to another space for training." Mr. Li continued, "During this time, you all should stay here and practice diligently. Class monitor, come out here and supervise them." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, not saying a word. Mr. Li asked, "Where's Chen Shu?" Xia Sunan said to Mr. Li, "Sir, Chen Shu has requested leave." Mr. Li asked in confusion, "Requested leave? Why didn't I know about this? Did he send a message that I didn't receive?" Mr. Li opened his phone to check, and found a message from Chen Shu, "Mr. Li, I might be sick tomorrow, so I'd like to take a day off. Please note, this is not a negotiation." Seeing this, Mr. Li became very angry and exclaimed, "Chen Shu." The scene shifted to Chen Shu's location, where he was delighted to finally have purchased all of De Li's top quality products. As night fell, Chen Shu stretched and relaxed. He sighed and said that after a busy day, he was finally about to open the store. Chen Shu waved his hand in farewell and said to Mr. Wang, "That's enough for today. After a little while, our shop will be open, and we'll notify everyone then." Chen Shu smiled cheerfully and continued, "It's getting late, you should head back." Mr. Wang lowered his head and replied, "All right, boss." Afterward, Chen Shu went to a taxi and headed back. The scene shifted to the dormitory area, where Chen Shu gently entered, threw his backpack down, and said, "I'm back." Xia Sunan and Su Jingjing looked at him with somewhat tense expressions. Seeing this, Chen Shu asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me anymore?" Xia Sunan said, "Chen Shu, today you acted without informing us first, which made the teacher a little angry." Chen Shu lifted his face and replied, "As for the class leader's matter, why would a small homeroom teacher care?" Su Jingjing, trembling, asked, "Chen Shu, aren't you scared?" Chen Shu responded calmly, "Nonsense, I am the notorious brute of Nanjiang. Why should I be afraid of some insignificant teacher?" Su Jingjing pointed at Chen Shu and asked, "Chen Bai, don't you think your head feels a bit cool?" Chen Shu, confused, asked, "Cool?" Suddenly, a green liquid fell from the ceiling onto his head. Chen Shu panicked. "Ha? Is the room leaking?" He regained his composure and said, "Wait, no, how could there be rain?" Chen Shu then glanced up at the ceiling, his face turning anxious. It turned out to be Black White Python, Mr. Li's contract spirit. The green liquid that had fallen onto his head was from its mouth. Chen Shu was slightly startled by the sight. Black White Python smiled at him, then rushed toward him. Chen Shu's arms began to glow, and slime was summoned. Chen Shu climbed onto the slime and ordered it to fly. Immediately, the slime took off, carrying Chen Shu as it leaped out the window but was caught by Black White Python's body. It then pulled both him and the slime back into the room, throwing them to the ground, causing Chen Shu to tumble. Suddenly, a pair of familiar legs appeared. The person asked, "Isn't this the infamous brute of Nanjiang?" The notification board appeared with 3 options. Option 1, cry and admit fault. A true man takes responsibility for his actions, reward for completion, beast taming power at an average level. Option 2, shout angrily and blame others. Sneak attack? You won't win, trash. Reward for completion, death potion. Option 3, pretend to be seriously injured, seize the opportunity to gain sympathy. Reward for completion, unlock a new book, leap potion. Chen Shu lay on the ground, staring at the system board, and muttered to himself, "Damn system, even now it's still playing tricks." Chen Shu widened his eyes in thought, then closed them again, pretending to be gravely wounded. Mr. Li saw this and exclaimed, "Huh, Chen Shu?" He reached out and touched Chen Shu's forehead. "No way? His body is harder than anyone else's." Mr. Li thought for a moment. The boy is sweating, could he be pretending? He stroked his chin and said, "If that's the case, then bury him." Chen Shu was led by the great black and white serpent along with Mr. Li. He thought to himself, "Huh? Where is Mr. Li taking me? Why has it been flying for so long? I'm so scared I might cry. Could it be that he really wants to find a secluded place to bury me?" Mr. Li ordered the black-white python to let him breathe in a spot within the forest. Then, he ordered the black-white python to dig a hole. Chen Shu lay on the ground, his heart filled with panic. You think it's impossible, but Mr. Li really could do such an inhumane thing. Black-white python, beside them, was frantically digging the hole. Chen Shu cleared his throat twice. "Mr. Li, I feel like I can still be saved." Mr. Li coldly replied, "I don't need you to feel anything. I want to feel it. Today is the right day, the hole must be dug." Hearing this, Chen Shu could only anxiously mutter, "Damn it." Chen Shu thought to himself, "It seems I have no choice but to make a move now." He took something out of his pocket and put it in his mouth. He spat out a mouthful of fake blood and weakly said, I'm not okay. Chen Shu hoped this move would work, to see if Mr. Li would panic. Mr. Li said nothing. He calmly walked over and checked the puddle of blood. He sniffed it a few times, then angrily ordered, "Keep digging. We must bury it today." Chen Shu, worried, thought to himself, "Mr. Li, can't you have even a little bit of compassion for me?" Suddenly, the system notification popped up, "Earned the illustrated book reward for jumping medicine." Chen Shu, lying on the ground, was overjoyed and thought, "Did I succeed?" But then he looked at Black White Python, who was still digging, and thought, "At this price." Chen Shu approached Mr. Li and said, "Master, I was wrong." Mr. Li crossed his arms and asked again, "So, do you realize you were wrong? Is this a notification or a negotiation?" Chen Shu replied, "The notification says I was wrong, so that means I was wrong." Mr. Li asked, "Then tell me, where did you go this afternoon?" Chen Shu recounted, "In the afternoon, I went to the spirit sealing division, and time just passed by." After finishing the story, Chen Shu continued, "That's basically what happened." Mr. Li responded, "All right, I understand. If you do this again next time, don't blame me. Go rest now." Afterward, Mr. Li announced that from tomorrow onwards, he should train hard, and in a month, they would move to another space. Chen Shu was surprised and exclaimed, "What? We're going to another space?" Time passed, and in the morning, Chen Shu diligently practiced, and in the evening, he handled the black market store's paperwork. Half a month later, Chen Shu happily announced to everyone, "Today is the day Yi Xiaoxing's pharmaceutical company closes, and also the grand opening of our mighty strength potion store." Chen Shu excitedly took a pair of scissors and cut the ribbon for the grand opening, announcing, "Congratulations to our mighty strength potion store for its grand opening. Today, anyone who enters the shop will get a 10% discount." Other staff members also picked up megaphones and shouted, "Everyone, come by. Don't miss out. For your pet, if you want to be invincible, you have to drink Dili." The staff continued to shout with the megaphone, "1 bottle for mental clarity, 2 bottles for endless energy, 3 bottles for eternal youth." The employee continued speaking. "Mighty strength potion, the taste is incredible. Now that I've grown up, I want to go to another dimension to fight fierce beasts. Master gave me the mighty strength potion to drink. I want to become the strongest contract spirit. Master gave me the mighty strength potion." The two employees danced and cheered excitedly. 28.88, only 28.88 to bring home the perfect mighty strength potion. The two employees continued. "Limited to 10 bottles per day, everyone passing by, don't miss it, absolutely don't miss it." Everyone around, hearing the cheers from this company, was thoroughly delighted. Chen Shu saw this and happily thought, "Finally, I'm about to get rich." But the customer only bought 1 bottle. Seeing this, Chen Shu asked curiously, "Why only buy 1 bottle?" Mr. Wang from behind explained, "Maybe because to reach the limit with a premium mighty strength potion, you need 40 bottles, which costs over 1 million. A discount of only 1,000 yuan might not be attractive enough for customers." Chen Shu heard that and stroked his chin, wondering, "Only a 1,000 coin discount?" Then he put his arm around Mr. Wang's shoulder and announced, "Starting tomorrow, change the price to 20,500 per bottle, limit 5 bottles." Mr. Wang replied, "All right." Scene shifts to Chen Shu's dorm room. At this moment, he's lying on his bed. Below him, Xie Sunan and Su Jingjing are standing there. Chen Shu lay there thinking, "Seems like opening a store isn't that simple. I still need to study more how to trick customers into buying medicine." You turned your head and thought, "Never mind, it's late, I should go to sleep now. Whatever it is, I'll think about it tomorrow." Xie Sunan, seeing this, asked in confusion, "What does Chen Shu usually do in the evenings during this time?" He continued, "Why does he always come back so tired? Didn't Su Jingjing say that if he keeps going like this, in less than a month, even someone who works in an office could surpass him?" Su Jingjing sadly added, "Oh, such a waste of talent. Xia Sunan suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "Wait a minute." Suddenly, beams of light emanated from where Chen Shu was lying. Xia Sunan was shocked and exclaimed, "Xiao Jing, why do I feel like he's..." Both of them spoke in unison, "He's about to break through." Su Jingjing, surprised and sweating, asked, "Can you break through even while sleeping?" The scene shifts to the next morning. Chen Shu had just woken up, stretching his arms and yawning. He said with satisfaction, "A good night's sleep really makes a difference." He was startled when he looked down and saw that Xia Sunan and Su Jingjing had been standing still, motionless, since last night without any sleep. Xia Sunan closed his eyes and asked, "Do you know what happened last night?" Chen Shu fumbled and responded, "What's going on? Did that giant snake come again?" Su Jingjing exclaimed, "Didn't you realize you've already broken through?" Chen Shu calmly replied, "I've discovered it." "What's the matter?" The two of them asked in unison. "You're not surprised?" Chen Shu, while changing his head, replied nonchalantly, "Surprised? It's just an 8th level beast tamer. Isn't it something anyone with the right skills can do?" Upon hearing this, Su Jingjing and Xia Sunan felt a bit envious. Chen Shu slowly stepped down and confidently affirmed, "I told you before, even sleeping or going to the bathroom is a form of cultivation. You didn't believe me before, but now you do, right? Follow me from now on, and I'll take you all to ascend." Upon hearing this, they asked again, "Really?" Scene shifts to the school. Inside the beast taming pavilion, Mr. Li asked, "Are you all still?" Du Long raised his hand as if to say something. Seeing this, Mr. Li asked, "Du Long, do you have something to say?" Du Long opened his mouth, raised his hand to summon his contract spirit, and confidently said, "Teacher, you once said that only the strongest can be class leader. I believe that the strongest person is me." Xia Sunan and Su Jingjing couldn't help but laugh at this shameless person. He summoned his dragon and declared, "Today, I want to challenge Chen Shu." Upon seeing this, Chen Shu was surprised and thought, "A challenge against me?" Mr. Li then asked Chen Shu for his opinion. "Chen Shu, what do you think?" Chen Shu silently thought, "Oh my, I just made a breakthrough, and already someone is coming to the tip of my spear. No, it's more like they're heading straight into the cannon's mouth." Chen Shu raised his hand and said, "I can accept, but there has to be something at stake. If everyone just comes to challenge me like this, then what should I do with my studies?" Mr. Li, upon hearing this, could only remain silent, unable to respond. After a moment, Mr. Li said, "Then let's use beast taming seeds as a wager." "How does that sound?" Du Long confidently said, "Of course, I have no objections." Mr. Li announced, "All right then, you can start." Suddenly, something appeared behind Chen Shu. It turned out to be a notification board with 3 choices. Choice 1, refuse to compete, while showing seriousness. The completion reward is a moderate level of beast taming power. Choice 2, accept the challenge and fight in the dragon ground. The reward is 5 flowers of great strength. Choice 3, pretend to refuse, then launch a surprise attack. The completion reward is an extra counterforce skill, a headbutt, showcasing the demeanor of a ruthless fighter. Upon seeing this, Chen Shu's expression turned crafty, and he thought, "Do I even need to think about this?" Chen Shu reached behind him and said, "Du Long, although I really want to accept your challenge, the thing is..." Chen Shu's hand began to glow. Du Long, hearing this, replied with curiosity, "The thing is what?" As he spoke, a large shadow covered him and his contract spirit. The slime that was summoned was falling from a height. Du Long saw this and panicked, shouting, "Damn it, another sneak attack!" The slime, with eyes full of fury, quickly descended. The dragon, reacting swiftly, began to fight back. Chen Shu, witnessing this, responded, "Not bad, you're quick to react, but do you think I've run out of tricks?" Chen Shu shouted, "Slime!" The slime seemed to understand. It opened its mouth wide and gathered the surrounding air. Then, it blew out a gust of wind, throwing the dragon off balance. Afterward, the slime gently landed safely on the ground. Mr. Lee, seeing this, asked the guard in surprise, "8th level beast tamer, have you broken through?" Chen Shu awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "I accidentally broke through." Dulong was furious and said, "Even if you become an 8th level beast tamer, I, Dulong, am not afraid." As soon as he finished speaking, his dragon collapsed to the ground. Chen Shu calmly responded, "But your dragon is in trouble." Dulong angrily retorted, "Yours is the one in trouble. Don't be too arrogant, I'll turn things around quickly." He shouted, "Dragon!" Immediately, the dragon rose and prepared to pounce on the motionless slime. Dulong gritted his teeth in anger and said, "Die for me." Just as the dragon was about to strike the slime, Chen Shu calmly replied, "You want my slime to die? My slime can beat you even while it's asleep." The slime started using its gigantification skill, entering a defensive sleep stance, its body beginning to swell. Seeing this, Dulong became furious. He accused Chen Shu of bullying and ordered the dragon to crush the slime. The moment the dragon touched the slime, it was instantly thrown back due to the slime's dream killer skill. The slime was peacefully sleeping, while the dragon fell into a deep, eternal slumber. Chen Shu then asked, "Do you still want to fight?" Dulong could only sigh in frustration, then bowed his head and admitted defeat. Chen Shu pointed at Dulong and confidently declared, "The class leader will always be the class leader, understand?" He turned to the others and said, "I know, there are probably many of you who aren't convinced by me. Today, I'll give everyone a chance. If anyone can beat me, I will gladly give you 10 beast taming beads." He continued, "Of course, if you lose to me, you must give me 1 high-quality beast taming bead." He looked at everyone and said, "Do you dare?" Then, resting his chin in his hand, he smiled and thought to himself, "This is the moment to win their favor." 101. A terrifyingly quiet atmosphere settled in, with everyone remaining silent. Chen Shu arrogantly asked, "Is no one daring to strike?" Without hesitation, he continued, "The dignity of a genius being trampled by an ordinary person like me? Haha, laughable. Fine, since no one dares to." Before Chen Shu could finish his sentence, a voice suddenly rang out, catching the male lead off guard. "This guy really is like 1911 with the male lead, one being like a number 1, the other like a 0. The other person stepped onto the stage. The two of them faced each other, their eyes locked in an intense stare. The overweight guy, with a serious and determined look on his face, said, "This time, I will definitely defeat you." "I'm so scared," Chen Shu responded sarcastically, "Summon it out then." Chen Shu also summoned his squishy blob slime. Upon seeing this, the other person began forming the summoning circle for his own beast. "My monkey!" Boom! A deafening sound rang out as a lone, green-furred gorilla with fiery red eyes and an aggressive demeanor jumped out of the vortex created by the overweight man. Crash! The gorilla landed with immense force, showcasing its power. It roared, its sharp, white teeth bared. It must have been sponsored by the dog trainer or BS. Purple and green lightning crackled around it. Seeing it flaunt its strength in such a show-off manner, Chen Shu grinned smugly. "Haha, you like to show off, huh? This is getting interesting." The decisive battle began, with Slime Blob and Love Sprite charging forward. Just by looking at their faces, it was clear how the outcome of the match would unfold. Everyone shut their eyes tightly, not daring to look, only hearing the sound of a pitiful whimper. "My monkey." AAA, the monkey was defeated in the first move, and the fat guy is sitting beside him crying, looking so miserable. 1-0, so the monkey is done for. Chen Shu raised his chin, not even bothering to open his eyes, and calmly said, "All right, go down." Next person. A heavy silence lingered in the air. Tang Lai gently touched the orange-haired person beside him. "Hey, if you get tricked, you should clarify immediately." "Mr. Tang, I really couldn't win." The blonde guy leaned in close and whispered to comfort him, "Who said you fought with him? Do you understand the concept of a wheelchair battle? Let that weird pile of poop exhaust his stamina, then I'll step in. One move, and I'll show you how it's done. Oh my god, people as smart as you must be all from my hometown, right, bro? The other person didn't seem completely convinced, noticing his face turning red. Although unwilling, he couldn't argue back. Knowing the outcome yet still having to obey, the orange-haired guy sighed with resignation. Alright, fine. At this moment, Chenshu, full of pride, put his hands on his hips and shouted loudly, "Is there no one else? Let me do it." The orange-haired guy's voice was weak and hesitant. One arm slowly raised. Tang Lai stood next to him, a look of complete satisfaction on his face. In contrast, the girl with pink hair beside him seemed quite stunned, not understanding a thing. Less than 3 minutes later, that same sound echoed again, a noise so depressing it could make anyone lose all hope. Hoo hoo hoo. This little guy might cry himself away down the river, damn it. Probably just grabbing some water for his crocodile to rest in peace. Chen Shu, in a tone full of arrogance, sighed, "Is being unbeatable this lonely?" The main character's slime blob shrinks a bit after each fight. Upon hearing this, Tang Lai's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, the massive effect transformation of that bizarre lump of poop has faded. It's time. What he thought, he did. He immediately began to raise his voice, pretending to be reproachful. "Chen Shu, bullying my brothers, insulting me, Tang Lai, I will never forgive you. This time, I will make sure you fail miserably." With that, he gathered momentum and jumped onto the stage. It looked funny, not cool at all. Before he could even land, the blonde guy shot out a glimmering bird in a striking shade of blue, looking quite spectacular. As soon as he landed, Tang Lai pointed directly at Chen Shu and the slime blob, shouting loudly, as if trying to intimidate someone. "Bizarre poop blob, surrender your life." The fierce bird charged forward, seemingly intending to use its sharp claws to snatch someone up into the air. Tang Lai was eagerly anticipating, his eyes never leaving the battle. Chen Shu understood the tactics behind it. It wasn't easy for this blonde guy to be so strong, so she didn't hesitate to expose him. "So you were waiting for this moment to strike. But you've underestimated my slime." In the middle of the battle, the male protagonist slime, blob, suddenly entered sleep mode. "Even though the gigantism effect has worn off, I can still defeat you. No matter how powerful that blue bird attacks, blob the slime won't budge. So this is the dream killer skill," Chen Shu said, her eyes shining with anticipation. "Now, it's my turn." The yellow slime flapped its wings gently. It was asleep, but suddenly soared into the air. It started activating its wind breath skill. With several whooshes, a gust of wind surged below it, swirling like a vicious vortex. The bird, witnessing the strange phenomenon, opened its beak in shock. It probably realized what was about to happen. Whoosh, 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 the two spirit beasts collided, and a deadly battle began. Again? The slime and the ice bird slammed into each other, the sound of wind tearing through the air as they collided. The slime's defensive power was so immense that the ice bird let out a strangled cry, its eyes filled with tears, its tongue hanging out. What was meant to come had arrived. But as the ice feathers fell in the wind, the ice bird crashed to the ground with a thud, without any mercy. Tang Lai was furious, unable to speak, his hands clenched tightly as he shouted, "You!" Chen Shu remained calm and composed, replying with a tone full of sarcasm. "Mr. Tang, while your two subordinates haven't wandered too far, you should go line up for treatment for your contract spirit." Insulted and enraged, after the humiliating defeat following the disastrous start, Tang Lai, though furious, could do nothing but grit his teeth and say, "Just wait, I'll definitely come back." Who knows whether the comeback will be more powerful or more useless than before. After Tang Lai left, Chen Shu quickly began to boast. "Ha, now I just want to say one thing, is there anyone else?" Below, after the clear contest of strength and victory right before their eyes, no one dared to move, and everyone remained silent. Chen Shu glanced over at the sleeping slime and thought to himself, if this is the case, he could only. Suddenly, the plump blob slime twitched in pain, its eyes filling with tears. It spat something out, as though it were suffering from morning sickness. Seeing this, Chen Shu hurried over, worried, and asked, "Damn it, is the slime okay?" The slime became extremely weak, its body as limp as dough that had been poorly kneaded. Chen Shu held it in his arms and then turned to the others below, saying, "Sorry, the slime's injured." Before he could finish his sentence about the competition today, someone suddenly interrupted. "Class leader, I want to challenge you." "Who's the coward, I wonder?" The brown-haired, bespectacled person was Lin Jingshan, a student from the special class. He casually shoved his hands into his pockets, strutting over with a cool attitude. Chen Shu openly expressed his dislike and said, "You're a bit despicable, don't you think? Can't you see how utterly cowardly you are? Are you trying to take advantage of someone else's danger? I don't even know whether to call you Jingshan or just crazy." Even after being scolded like that, he still showed no shame and arrogantly replied, "Didn't the class leader ask if there was anyone else? Isn't that obvious?" With a growl, a purple stream of light shot out, transforming into a lion with a white tiger's head, glaring at the man, as if to say, "Don't pretend you don't know." Chen Shu immediately recognized it as an A-grade contract spirit. "Lin bro, even if you win, it's not really something to be proud of." Jingshan cheerfully responded, "Does the class leader want to take back what he said? I guess this guy must have had his mental wires crossed, which is probably why his parents named him Jingshan to save face." The crowd below jeered, "Isn't this enough? The class leader is so strong, how could he ever admit defeat?" "That's right, class leader, hurry up and get started. Hey, are these crazy people trying to bully the weak just because they're strong?" Chen Shu, probably feeling the pressure from the crowd, became a little flustered and immediately agreed, "Alright, then let's have another round." He then reminded the slime, "Use your great miracle power quickly." The slime suddenly grew to a gigantic size, still in its sleeping state, which startled both Jingshan and his spirit beast. This time, the situation was really bad. He tried to reassure himself, "It's fine, it's fine. It's already seriously injured, it can't last much longer." After that, he ordered firmly, "Radiant Lion, use the Light Sage Roar." The lion immediately obeyed the command and launched its skill, sending a sound wave towards the slime. At this moment, the slime was still sleeping soundly, unaware of the surroundings. Seeing the slime's lack of defense, Jingshan smiled smugly, thinking he could defeat it with ease. However, to his surprise, with just one strike, the slime sent the electro-glow lion flying. Chen Shu, feeling uneasy, explained, "I said no more fighting, but you keep insisting on it, really." Lin Jingshan was speechless, wondering, has she learned nothing from this? Put. The slime suddenly vomited again. Seeing this, Chen Shu was very worried, waving his hand in refusal, "Alright, that's enough. No more fighting. Hurry up and give me the beast taming seed. My slime." Hoo. Seeing the slime's condition, the male lead couldn't help but feel sorry for it. Severely wounded. Losing means I'll have to give up 10 high-quality beast taming seeds, worth 1.2 million. I can't lose. Below, upon hearing the figure of 1.2 million, everyone's eyes lit up. A scruffy-haired man once again stepped forward to challenge. "No, if it's the rule you set, you can't go back on your word." The chubby young man, surprisingly, summoned an extremely fierce spotted wolf, looking menacing and vicious. Chen Shu suddenly showed a somewhat sly expression, thinking to himself with amusement, I didn't expect someone would fall for it so easily. You are too naive." It turns out this was all part of the plan that the male lead had set up to make money. Good. While secretly plotting in his mind, the male lead still showed sympathy for the slime, rushing over, crying and sobbing. "My slime." The crowd below couldn't help but tease. "Class leader, you can't be like this." With no other choice, the male lead reluctantly put on a dejected expression and said, "Well, if it's like this, then fine." The other person, seeing this, was extremely pleased. This time, he was determined to destroy the slime. He placed his hands on his hips, showing off his grand ambitions. the spirit beast charged into battle with the slime, delivering a powerful blow. The wolf continued to be the next victim, brought onto the plate. It spat out bright red blood. At this moment, the slime was still unconscious. Could this be the famous drunken fist from the rumors? Chen Shu spoke up. Let's stop here, I'll take the slime to the doctor. Seeing the slime growing weaker, the insatiable greed inside them began to stir. Everyone wanted to seize the opportunity to overthrow it and frantically raised their hands. Wait, we're here too. The male lead sighed in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. Since they want to, I'll welcome them. One by one, the slimes easily defeated each challenger. Boom! Bang! One after another, 2 and 3 at a time. Each one was knocked out, with blood oozing from their mouths, their eyes wide in shock. Chen Shu continued his act. My slime isn't doing well, is there anyone else? On this side, they were completely conquered, no one dared to speak or move. The male protagonist continued to sway, luring them in. Such a pity, such a pity. If no one else dares to challenge, I'll take the slime for treatment. This time, they really kept quiet, each of them bowing in submission, utterly defeated, not daring to utter a word. The male protagonist turned around and left, his face filled with smug satisfaction, silently thinking, the dreamkiller skill and the slime are truly perfect. Chen Shu was walking and laughing at the same time, unable to keep his mouth shut, chuckling, made a fortune with a heap of beast taming seeds, feels so refreshing. Seeing the two of them tidying up, Chen Shu asked, how's the profit today? Mr. Yi also smiled and said, not bad, all 5 jars of high-quality Dali medicine were sold out. I'm kind of excited to kick off the new day. Good, right, help me buy some materials. Enlightenment fruit, blue leaf flower, bouncing berry. Then Chen Shu continued, next, we can sell other types of medicines. From now on, the store's income will be kept by all of you, mainly for helping me purchase the medicinal herbs. As for the remaining salary, each of you will get 10,000 per month. Mr. Wang, you're the shop owner, so you'll get 20,000. Wow, sounds amazing, no more scrimping. Exactly, material things do shape our thoughts. Hearing about the 15 or 20,000 a month, they all cheered in delight, but probably no one heard the if hidden behind it. Then, Chen Shu, lost in his fantasy, spread his arms out as though standing before a magnificent mountain range, and declared inwardly, ha, all of this is my empire. In the following days, Chen Shu officially handed over the store to Mr. Wang to manage. Customers came in crowds, and the store was always bustling with activity. As for him, he began to practice alchemy and study, though it wasn't clear whether he was actually studying or just playing video games, my friends. Before long, it was nearing the end of September, and the golden leaves started to fall, covering the ground. At this point, the teacher stood on the podium and announced, the month is almost over, and in October, I will take you to another realm at the normal level, which is in the frozen canyon. The teacher specifically reminded the students, make sure to prepare warm clothing for this environment. Not only will you face powerful wild beasts, but you'll also have to adapt to harsh conditions. Don't bring unnecessary things. Chen Shu turned to speak to the two people beside him. Did you hear that? Those people are either tasked with slaughtering pigs or wearing uniforms for mental patients. Don't bring any of that, got it? The other two, hearing this, felt embarrassed and immediately fell silent, not daring to say a word. If there was a pit here, they would probably jump into it. Seeing that the important reminders had already been given, the teacher was satisfied. Goodbye. We're dismissed for today, report to school again in 2 days. With the early dismissal, everyone was jubilant and cheered. Got it. At this point, Chen Shu was walking with Su Jingjing and a person with a rather rugged appearance. He glanced at the two of them and asked, have either of you been to another realm before? The other person replied, no. Su Jingjing, curious, asked, oh, so have you been there before? At this moment, Chen Shu acted like someone proudly proclaiming his name, his face exuding immense arrogance and self-importance. Of course, whether you can find out if Qingyuan Forest is chaotic or not depends on the decision of the ruthless person from Nanjiang. Oh my, it sounded as though only Chen Shu had the power to decide everything. The male lead was showing off, posturing. In the past, I even urinated on the head of the ice wild rabbit lord. The male lead's words left the other two speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. Is that so impressive? Their eyes gleamed like stars. Here it is. The one carrying the heart is here. Immediately, the two of them asked for help. Then, if that's the case, Senior, please advise us on what we should bring along. It's very simple. Mr. Xia, you should bring a pot, seasonings, and even a grill. Huh, sounds like we're opening a street food stall? Afterward, the male lead happily placed his hand gently on the shoulder of the orange-haired kid, as if they had been best friends for years. Jing Jing, you don't need to bring anything. When the time comes, just have your family hire a white silver level beast master, and then we'll be able to do whatever we want. Mr. Xie and Jing Jing turned around to leave, giving Chen Shu the cold shoulder, and didn't forget to offer a farewell greeting with their lips. Damn it, the bastard got insulted and still walks off with his tail between his legs. Chen Shu was stunned, not understanding why they were treating him this way. Honestly, why didn't anyone believe him? But then he remembered he hadn't prepared anything yet, so he tried to reassure himself. In any case, he should indeed get ready for the trip to the ice canyon. Upon returning home, the male lead immediately turned on the device to check the information. The screen displayed something strange, all green and cluttered with tangled wires. The male lead was slightly surprised. It turned out this was the ice canyon. As the sun began to rise, Chen Shu had just finished reading the materials about the ice canyon. Not to mention, the male lead had spent the whole night studying it. Well, it seemed pretty solid after all. The male lead happily walked along, humming a tune, ready to head out and prepare for the trip there. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw his neighbor clumsily walking by. With a bright smile, the male lead called out loudly, "Good morning, Miss Wang." The woman turned around and replied, "Hello, Xiao Chun, are you going out to eat?" This was Miss Wang, the next-door neighbor, and her eyes seemed a bit puffy. "Xiao Chen, are you busy right now?" "I need your help with something," Miss Wang said gently. Chen Shu was puzzled. "What is it?" The scene switched to a bustling school, with people rushing about. The male lead sighed in exasperation. "I thought something serious had come up, but it turns out she just wants me to pick up her kid." Seeing Miss Wang's child walking with another boy, the male lead was taken aback by how easy it was to find them. He called out brightly, "Nyo Nyo." The little girl, with pink hair, waved back cheerfully. "Brother Chen Shu." The two siblings were overjoyed to meet each other and embraced. Today, he had come to pick her up and take her home. Before he could finish his sentence, the male lead spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Could it be his ex-girlfriend? Wasn't that Wang Xiaowei? Seriously, is there really someone named Wang Xiaowei? The male lead quickly rushed over to acknowledge that he knew her. "What's going on with Wang Xiaowei?" The girl, hearing her name being called, turned around. She also recognized the male lead, Shen Pai, and responded indifferently. "It's nothing, just a small conflict with a classmate." The male lead, not paying much attention, grew more concerned. "A conflict? This isn't a big deal. Tell me the name of the person involved." He then bragged. "This elementary school is my alma mater." Suddenly, a voice interrupted, dousing him with cold water. "You're so full of yourself. Who do you think you are? You want me to tell you the name? Ha, who do you think you are?" The male lead turned around to see it was Su Chang, from the special class of Bananjiang High School. Could it be that this guy had been bullying Wang Zhouwei's younger sister? "This is Chen Shu, a student from Hainanjiang High School." Su Chang, a member of the special class from Bananjiang High School. Next to him was a kid who looked like a tough piglet, with an expression similar to Natra from the 2025 version. The male lead glanced at the kid in front of him and then looked back. The pink-haired girl was scared and hiding her face in her older sister's arms. The male lead thought to himself, could this guy have been bullying Wang Zhouwei's younger sister? Chen Shu, with his hand against the cold, introduced himself in response. My name is Chen Shu, a student of Haininjiang High School. On the other side, without hesitation, Su Chang arrogantly crossed his arms and said, Su Chang, a member of the special class from Bananjiang High School. No beating around the bush because he's straightforward. Chen Shu got straight to the point. Is your little brother bullying someone else? The pig-faced guy, who was called out by name, squirmed and explained, I didn't bully him, he just ignored me. I only called him an orphan. After hearing this, the male lead was utterly dumbfounded. The little rascal continued, proudly recounting it like an achievement, besides, he's actually an orphan. At this point, the male lead couldn't take it anymore. He was so angry he felt like he was about to explode. He definitely had to teach this ignorant kid a lesson. Without thinking, the male lead raised his hand, clearly intending to deliver a knockout slap. Seeing this, Su Chang panicked and rushed over, trying to stop him. What are you doing? What's that hand doing? It just gave the little bastard even more motivation, slapping the kid so hard it left him stunned. The male lead snapped back, what am I doing? Obviously, I'm teaching this bastard a lesson. He's still young but doesn't know the difference between heaven and earth, looking down on others like they're nothing. His little brother is getting bullied while he stands there doing nothing. Su Chang yelled angrily, do you want to die? If you've got guts, don't hit a child. If you're a beast tamer, then come to the beast taming pavilion and fight me. Another idiot's just walked straight into trouble. At that moment, the system displayed the options. Option 1, avoid it, don't hit. Choose to leave, and complete a small beast taming reward. Option 2, open your mouth and say, if you want to hit, then hit. Wang Changhan's reward would be 2 basic level cell potions. Option 3, seriously injure the opponent's contract spirit, complete the reward. All attributes of the slime increase by 5%. Oh my god, this is a huge bargain, all top-notch stuff. How could I miss the opportunity to fatten up like this? Chen Shu retorted, if you want to die, I'm more than willing to grant your wish. The scene shifted to the beast taming pavilion in Nanjiang City, where they had already arranged to meet and fight. At this moment, Wang Changhan anxiously placed a hand on Chen Shu's shoulder and said, Chen Pai, maybe we should just let it go. Don't take what a child says too seriously. Chen Shu responded firmly. Even what a child says can be a knife's edge. She was stunned after hearing that, not expecting the male lead to value even children so highly. He had surely earned a perfect 10 in her heart by now. After speaking, the male lead turned and walked toward the stage. He looked cool, acting unaffected as he stood before Su Chang's spirit beast, showing no signs of hesitation. With confidence, he folded his arms, observing and analyzing, level 7 beast tamer, a class thunder beast, no wonder he's so arrogant. With this level of strength, in the entire Jiangnan city, there are few people of his age who could defeat him. Unfortunately for him, he ran into me. Looks like this overbearing man is pretty strong after all. After the male lead observed for a long while, Su Chang arrogantly spoke up. Now that you've seen my strength, do you still dare to fight? Challenged, Chen Shu didn't hesitate to respond. Since you're offering advice to your opponent, here's mine for you. Hurry up and head to the Central Beast Taming Hospital, make sure you go to the emergency department. With that, the male lead began summoning a slime. After hearing that, Su Chang found it incredibly ridiculous. He smirked slightly and said, it should be you, right? Chen Shu's mouth wasn't any less sharp. He immediately retorted, I hope you can still talk back like that later. The slime appeared, and from its appearance this time, it seemed much more impressive than the last. When Su Chang saw the slime, he couldn't hold back his laughter. Ha, a forced level slime? Seeing the blonde guy degrade more and more, looking down on others, Chen Shu once again emphasized, today, you're definitely going to show up at the city center hospital, you damn dog. Thunder Tiger began to charge forward, which only boosted Su Chang's confidence. He confidently asked, "Oh really? Are you sure about that? Well then, let's see who actually shows up at the hospital." Thunder Tiger stomped heavily, and slowly. It seemed like the spirit beast was wrapped up with bandages on its legs. It didn't hesitate and charged forward, roaring fiercely, as if reminding everyone that no one knew it was the Lord of the Wilds. Ha ha! Seeing the opponent's imposing aura, Su Chang stood his ground without faltering. Instead, he appeared to have figured out the enemy's weakness, and a hint of confidence appeared on his face. "Alright then, I thought this grand appearance would show us some new trick, but it seems S is sticking to the dream killer technique again." The slime began to yawn and soon fell into a state of snoring sleep. This wasn't good. Su Chang saw it and froze in place. Her face went completely blank. Quick as lightning, the slime activated its collision skill. Su Chang immediately shouted, "Thunder Tiger, dodge quickly. There's no way to avoid it now, we're this close, just a hand's breadth apart, so let's call it. This time, the game's over." Su Chang fearfully raised his hand to stop it. No, his face filled with regret. "I bet you didn't expect it to end like this, right? You didn't even get to make the first move before being defeated." As expected, Thunder Tiger was struck with a blow that left him dazed, the impact sending Su Chang's precious pet flying into the air and out of sight. It seemed like the slime got too excited and started bouncing around in delight, using the violent execution seat skill. But actually, it wasn't excitement causing the jumps, it was to crush Thunder Tiger and leave him crippled for life. How's that? Seeing the tiger crying, almost like a stray dog from my hometown howling away, Su Chang stood beside it, utterly speechless and full of sympathy. Chen Shu gently turned back, his face adorned with a smile as angelic as his demeanor. "Finished with the dog, now, are you coming for me next?" The male lead steps forward. "It's my turn now." Su Chang backed off slowly. "So, is this the moment where if you step one step forward, you'll have to retreat 99 steps, my friend?" Slap. The male lead raised his hand and delivered a gentle slap, but it felt like he used all his strength to turn Su Chang's face upside down. I bet the guy's already starting to register for the papers, with how much blood he's spitting. After being slapped and his face swelling, Su Chang still arrogantly yelled out, You. The male lead didn't even bother to pay attention and instead turned to the evil kid. "And you too." When the kid was singled out, he flinched in shock. Actions speak louder than words. The male lead didn't hesitate to give him a hard slap across the face. Then, he roared at the boy. "Who told you to act like that? Just because you have an older brother, does that mean you can do whatever you want? I'll beat both you and your brother up." After that, he made sure to leave a warning. "Remember this from now on, whatever Wang Qing Shui says in that class, that's how it will be, understand?" The boy's face looked pitiful, he was still in a daze, his hand clutching his swollen cheek, crying in a hoarse voice. "I understand, I'll be good." The male lead gently placed his hand on his forehead and praised. Damn it, this guy really can be tough sometimes, both scolding and comforting at the same time. After everything was settled, the four of them began to head home. It looked just like a happy family. At this moment, Wang Chenghan spoke up. "Qinshu, I don't know what you were about to say, but you were looking at me with such sparkling eyes." Saying that, she bent down slightly. "Thank you so much this time, you really stunned the male lead, damn it." The male lead happily responded. "It's nothing. Sister Fong Si asked me to take good care of him. It's just what I'm supposed to do. Alright, it's getting late, I should head home now. Goodbye." "Why are you in such a hurry? You should have taken this chance to push forward." The female supporting character also cheerfully said goodbye. No, what do you want to eat later?" "I'll take you to eat, Qinshu." The scene shifts to the beast taming pavilion at the school. 2 days later, people were rushing by. From a distance, you could see Qinshu and his son walking towards them. A parent walked up, shaking hands and saying, "Li teacher, I'm entrusting my child to you." Father, I have to go now. Chen Shu's father cheerfully reminded, be sure to stay safe, take care. Everyone began to board the bus when, suddenly, there was a pause. At the back of the bus, Jing Jing and Mr. Xia were already seated, waiting. Upon seeing the male lead, Jing Jing waved and called out, here, here. The male lead is settled, feeling peaceful, and finally, were off. Before long, they arrived at the hotel in Binggu County. As they got off the bus, the students looked like they had just come from the countryside, and the teacher quickly reminded them, we'll rest in the town for the night. Tomorrow morning, we'll head to the ice canyon. In the afternoon, you can wander around the streets, but don't cause any trouble. Especially you three, the teacher specifically warned Chen Shu's group, leaving them stunned and confused. The male lead began to show his arrogant expression. Ha, if they don't want me to cause trouble, I'll do it even more. Immediately, the male lead signaled to the other two. Let's go, I'll take you to receive the mission. Scene change, they had arrived at the mission hall of the Beast Tamer Association. Chen Shu approached the reception desk and asked the young lady with large breasts, do you have any missions involving Beast Lord level creatures? The woman answered, there is a task to hunt the Great Wolf Icebone Lord at the Lord level. Upon hearing this, the protagonist immediately felt excited and said, yes, that's the one. Please show me. The receptionist handed the protagonist a piece of paper, on which was written the name of the task, hunt the Great Wolf Icebone Lord at Black Iron rank. The difficulty of the task was extremely dangerous. The task required you to deliver the complete heart of the Great Wolf Icebone Lord. This is a special release, and a deposit of 50,000 is required. The reward for completing the task is 4 million nation H coins. Task difficulty 1. The Great Wolf Icebone prefers to live in packs and excels in combat in snowy and icy environments. 2. The Great Wolf Icebone Lord has a vicious personality and tends to never give up until it dies. 3. This task has already been completed once. The Great Wolf Icebone Lords that have died may make the remaining lords more cautious and prepared. The protagonist hesitated a bit after hearing this, carefully considering the situation. Given the strength of the three of them, they couldn't hunt a Black Iron rank lord. However, if they could somehow deceive Mr. Li and Mr. Xia, who picked it up and read it before awkwardly putting it back down. Well, that's too expensive. Wait a minute. A voice rang out, and a pale hand stopped the rough, coffee-brown hand of Mr. Xia. I'll take this mission, Chen Shu said firmly, placing a hand over his chest. The decision of the male lead left everyone completely stunned, their mouths agape in astonishment. Ha! The receptionist, fearing she had misheard or that Chen Shu had confused the currency, hurriedly repeated, this mission requires a deposit of 50,000. Suddenly, Su Jingjing spoke up in response, as if to clarify, if you say it like that, people will think I can't afford it. My God, that attitude, and add in the voice of a CEO, even I would criticize it, let alone others, right, ladies? When he says he's going to do it, he really does it. This group is full of reckless people. Jingjing gently pulled out a golden card and spoke calmly, here, for the three of us, each of us will take one. Seeing the bright gold credit card in her hand, the woman could only respond awkwardly, I'm so sorry, sir, we can only accept one at a time. Are you sure you want to proceed with this? As Mr. Xia approached, he whispered into the ear of the orange-haired big shot, Xiao Jing, let's see if there's an easier mission. We can pretend a bit, but let's not take this one, it's too expensive. It seems like he got caught up in the Domon spirit or something, he's acting too hyped. Guys, his nose is so sharp now, just like an ancestor. It's fine, this is my first assignment, of course, I have to do it spectacularly, 50,000 is nothing. Upon hearing this, the two guys were left speechless. Damn it, he got us good. Chen Shu casually continued, then, suddenly a voice cut through the air. TSK, I thought someone was arrogant, turns out it's just this kid rushing to reincarnate? Chen Shu sighed when he saw Huang Wei. Oh, isn't this brother colorful? Long time no see, what brings you here? Huang Wei immediately flattered, as if honey was dripping from his words. Your mouth still runs like that. Chen Shu happily replied, It's nothing, nothing, I'm third in Nanjiang. He faced the male lead directly. What a coincidence, I was just going to the ice valley as well. You can't rely on the state to protect you. A hand suddenly rested lightly on Huang Wei's shoulder. What's wrong? Planning to bully my student? The appearance of this person stunned all three of them. Oh, huh? Huang Wei instinctively turned around to see who had spoken. It's Mr. Li. The man suddenly got angry, so it's you. Teacher Li unexpectedly crossed his arms and said, You're aware of who I am now. Don't lay a finger on my student, or I'll bury you in that ice valley. After hearing this, the man froze up, damn it. He stood there, stiff as a board, not daring to speak. It was embarrassing, it was really embarrassing, and he had nothing to say, so he turned around and left. Damn it! Seeing this, Chen Shu gave a big thumbs up. Teacher Li is truly special. Li teacher was quite angry at this moment. He sternly said, I told you not to cause trouble, and yet you've already started a conflict with Beast Tamer Black Iron rank. Faced with Li teacher's fury, Chen Shu had to show some respect and took out the paper to pretend to explain, it really was just a small misunderstanding from before. Li teacher read the few lines on the paper and was taken aback. Ha! Great Wolf Icebone at Lord level. Seeing his teacher's shock, Chen Shu quickly got to the point, his eyes shining like car headlights striding through the streets. Teacher, are you interested? Do you think you can defeat the Black Iron rank Lord Beast? Li teacher shook his head and sighed, not hiding it but openly stating, I could, but I wouldn't die. He then advised, if you really want to take on a mission, it's best to pick something a little more normal, like gathering herbs or hunting regular beasts. Chen Shu nodded in thanks. Yes. He then selected the task to gather flowers and hunt lions. The protagonist turned back and said to his two companions, Let's go. Chen Shu turned to Jing Jing and said, Xiao Jing, with so much money, why haven't you set up some attack skills for your Thunderbird? Jing Jing proudly boasted, I've already set up 3 skills. 3 skills already, what more do you want? The three of them turned to face the male protagonist and angrily said, You're so wicked, you should just die. Teacher Li, hearing this, sighed in exasperation. Oh my god, what nonsense is he talking? Then, the teacher sighed again and said, Alright, let's go back and get some sleep. Chen Shu looked at Mr. He and nodded in agreement. Makes sense, let's go, let's go. And so, the three of them immediately started running, as fast as if they had motors attached to their legs. They looked incredibly happy while doing so. Wait, are we going to exterminate monsters and eliminate evil at noon? Teacher Li watched them disappear into the distance and felt a pang of jealousy. Ah, being young is really wonderful. The next day, they quickly gathered together. Teacher Li spoke up, Alright, let's go. Today, we're heading to another dimension. Scene change. They had arrived at a place that was just like a land of misty, freezing flowers. The smoky mist thickened, carrying a chill that settled in the air. The sky was filled with clouds, and the snow fell heavily, giving the feeling that everything was frozen. The narrow canyon's gates slowly creaked open, and they had to pass through a layer of mist as thick as lard. The fog was so dense that it seemed to cover the sky, and the snow kept falling heavier, making it hard to keep their eyes open. Finally, they reached the frozen canyon, where they could see guards standing in perfect formation, looking like the terracotta warriors of Qin Shi Huang. Achoo, just last night, they were jumping around, and now it felt like they had reached the terminal stage of lung disease. The male protagonist angrily cursed, Damn it, this ice canyon is so cold. But it's completely different from the other dimensions I've been to. Then, the male protagonist yawned, stretching out lazily. Li teacher spoke up and gave instructions, this training session will last for half a month. You are not allowed to go too deep into the gorge, or you might encounter dangerous beasts. Additionally, do not act alone, you must follow the arrangement. 3 people will form a small team, and the team with the greatest harvest will receive beast taming resources worth 2 million nation each. Each team will have a black iron rank beast tamer accompanying them. If any life-threatening danger arises, the beast tamer will step in to assist. However, in that case, you will also be sent back to the Spirit Sealing Division base, and this training session will be considered over. After finishing, Lee teacher was followed by a black iron rank beast tamer. The official training had now begun, and everyone was very excited. Let's see if anyone falls for it. Upon receiving the order, everyone immediately scattered in different directions. Mr. He and Jing Jing turned back to ask Chen Shu, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Chen Shu, as cool as a toilet, replied, "Are you stupid? This isn't Blue Star. Of course, we're going to fly. Get your Thunderbird out." "Oh, right." Jing Jing quickly summoned her Thunderbird. It was clear that those with resources were different. She was using top-tier equipment. The Thunderbird immediately appeared, looking almost like an icebird, incredibly cool. The three of them quickly climbed onto the back of the icebird and flew off, full of excitement. Jing Jing commanded, "Flap your wings and go a little higher, higher still." Chen Shu happily said, "Today is the day we start conquering the ice ravine and charging forward." Surprised yet, old lady? Suddenly, a fierce eagle appeared, surrounded by purple lightning, giving off an aura of superiority. The uninvited guest's arrival startled the three of them, their faces turning as green as banana leaves. If they stayed any longer, they'd probably pass out. Chen Shu was on the verge of throwing up, shouting loudly, "We're screwed, damn it, it's a black iron rank savage beast, run now." Facing such a notorious opponent, Thunderbird panicked and screeched loudly, its cry echoing through the sky. The eagle sped towards them like a missile. Thunderbird, quick-witted, flew up, but its competitive nature was all too evident, just like its owner. Thinking it had narrowly escaped death, Thunderbird suddenly exhaled, a bolt of lightning striking straight to its head. "What the hell? You dare spit on me?" Provoked, the eagle flapped its wings, pounded its chest, and immediately opened its beak with a fierce hiss before angrily chasing after Thunderbird. The two birds chased each other through the sky. Teacher Lee, who was about to light a cigarette, hadn't even had a chance to take a puff. The cigarette was just about to reach his mouth when it was disrupted. He was startled by the scene before him. The eagle began launching attacks at Thunderbird. Lee teacher was stunned, bewildered to the point of being speechless. "What's going on here?" Before they could even make a move, they saw Eagle, fierce as ever, plummeting down freely. "Wait, so Thunderbird won, huh, guys?" Mr. E stood watching as Eagle prepared to land, muttering in awe, "Truly a beast, it has no concept of fear." Lee teacher walked over and spoke up, "Congratulations, everyone, this training session is over." Chen Shu, feeling frustrated, responded, "Don't joke around, we haven't even started yet." Jing Jing also spoke up, "Shen teacher, give us another chance, we promise we won't bring that black iron rank beast here again." With a few words of persuasion from the teacher, they quickly agreed. "Then where are we supposed to write about it?" "All right, then remember." Before the teacher could finish, the kids had already jumped onto Thunderbird's back and flew off, leaving Shen teacher dumbfounded and speechless. Jing Jing hurriedly asked, "Wait, if we run like this, will Lee teacher be angry?" "There's a saying, if you don't want others to know, don't do it." It's really spot on for us. We didn't even ask when we left, and now we're not even saying goodbye when we return, yet we're worried about something we can't even explain. Chen Shu reassured, "It's fine, if they didn't hear it, then they won't know." "It's already sounding pretty smooth," Jing Jing replied. "That's true. So, which direction should we go?" At this moment, the system displayed the activation options. Option 1, there's always someone who wants to be a jerk. Why can't it be us, always hunting near the Spirit Sealing Division base? Completion reward, large amount of beast taming power. Option 2, hunt in the designated area, keep yourself safe, and be an honest person. Completion reward, wind breath +1. Option 3, go to the canyon under 500 meters and stay there for 3 days. Completion reward, violent execution seat +1. Chen Shu thought for a moment and then shouted, ordering Thunderbird to fly to the lowest part of the canyon. Following the command, Thunderbird immediately dove into the canyon like a missile. Chen Shu then asked, Mr. Xia, besides detecting evil, can your butterfly also detect surrounding beasts? Mr. He confidently responded, of course. There's a pack of beasts below us. What kind of butterfly is that, huh? It's nothing like the spring butterfly I know. A bunch of red, round objects suddenly shot up from below, heading straight toward them. Oh my god, everyone's face is as green as a banana leaf. Chen Shu turned around and yelled at Mr. He, why didn't you say anything earlier? Jing Jing looked panicked, Chen Pai, what should we do? The male lead immediately took action, what else can we do? Let's beat those bugs and get rid of them. Then, the male lead jumped off Thunderbird's back and plunged into the abyss. What he thought would be a dramatic entrance turned out to have been well prepared for. It was unclear when he had summoned the slime. Mr. He, anxious, reminded him, be careful. But Chen Shu, on the other hand, seemed to enjoy the rush, gleefully howling like a wild animal, woohoo. At this moment, the slime unleashed a terrifying surge of energy and roared in anger, die, all of you. Immediately, that power wiped out all the wicked creatures below. Every one of them scrambled to flee for their lives. Suddenly, the male lead's attention was caught by a snowflake. Ha! Is that the ice lotus? Does touching it cause destruction wherever it goes? That's really something. Even so, the male lead remained cautious, scanning his surroundings before reminding everyone, Mr. Xia, watch out for the savage beasts around us. Xiao Jing, if any danger appears, be ready to fly up at any moment, I'll gather the herbs. Everyone immediately followed the male lead's orders. Before anything else, the male lead was already seen standing next to the snow lotus blossom. Chen Shu was carefully preparing to harvest the medicinal herbs when suddenly Mr. He noticed something and shouted out in alarm. Chen Shu, there's someone behind you. Jing Jing quickly mounted the Thunderbird and flew down in a hurry. Chen Shu, quickly get on the bird. They didn't know who this guest was, but it clearly had them in a rush. The male lead also quickly grabbed Jing Jing's hand. Hold on tight. Let's go. As the Thunderbird took off, an icebird descended, probably aiming to ambush the male lead. The unexpected guest turned out to be Tang Lai. He sneered. Quick reaction, huh? The three of them rolled their eyes at him. Ha, so it's you pulling off a sneak attack. Tang Lai must have had his pride completely shattered, as he shot back angrily. So what? What are you gonna do about it? The male lead calmly responded. It's nothing, I just wanted to give you a little avalanche. Immediately, a slime shot down like a cannonball, heading straight toward the mountain in front of them. Boom! Tang Lai, covered in sweat, cursed in fear. Damn it, you're something else. Boom! 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 A massive amount of snow rushed down at a terrifying speed. At that moment, Tang Lai's limbs were as limp as wet noodles, and his face turned as pale as a ghost. Is this really an avalanche? Then, he quickly climbed onto the back of his beloved beast and shouted for help. Help me! The people lying below, even without moving, were hit by the bullets, their faces pale like banana leaves, utterly terrified. Damn it, what is that? Run quickly! The group scrambled to run for their lives, unable to even admire the blooming peach blossoms before being buried under the cold snow. Chen Shu also felt a chill, not expecting the destructive power of the Lai slime to be so terrifying. Damn it, such a huge noise? Jing Jing, hurry up, speed up! Thunderbird shot up into the sky, soaring past the mountain. The male lead looked back aside, and reassured himself after the shock he caused, finally feeling safe. Mr. He gazed into the distance and sighed, nearly meeting his end. However, many people had been eliminated in this avalanche. Chen Shu, feeling a little embarrassed, blamed it on nature. It's all the snow's fault. I have to admit, this man is pretty thick-skinned, joking like that. Jing Jing turned around and asked. Chen Shu, where do we go next? The male lead looked towards the distant mountain and answered. Let's go to the deepest part of the gorge. As long as we can find a mutated level beast, we should basically be able to secure the first place. Thunderbird had just flown off when the familiar footsteps of someone appeared, and it turned out to be Teacher Lee. He coldly stuffed his hands into his pockets like a CEO and said, "Ha, these kids sure are bold." Scene transition, the three of them had arrived at a deep ravine. It was freezing cold here, and everyone was shivering uncontrollably like a wet cat, their teeth clattering together involuntarily. Sitting on Thunderbird's back, Chen Shu was trembling all over and spoke up, "Why does it feel like the temperature has dropped so much? Alright, let's pull our jackets up, but we're all shaking so much that we can't even pull the jackets on." Suddenly, He felt a chill run down his spine. He revealed, there are 8 fierce beasts ahead, around level 8, to the left is a group of magical beasts, number unknown, and in the front left, there are 2 black iron rank magical beasts. The protagonist was stunned upon hearing this, his face blank in disbelief. Huh? Why are there so many magical beasts everywhere? However, around black iron rank fierce beasts, there are usually medicinal herbs. Hearing about the herbs, his boldness surged, and his brain switched to a more daring mode. Heading towards the black iron rank beasts? Maybe flying a bit higher would work. What's most terrifying is a reckless person working with a fearless one dares to act, and the other dares to command. No one is afraid of anything. Let's go. Soaring Bird soared higher, speeding away with a cool, swift motion. Soon, the 2 ice apes guarding the snow lotus were visible. I must admit, these ice apes were truly ugly, gentlemen. The protagonist spotted the medicinal herb, his eyes lighting up. That's the ice leaf flower, the task we've accepted. At this moment, the system activated and presented the information. Option 1, pretend not to see and quietly leave, mission completed. Option 2, take the opportunity to snatch the ice leaf flower, mission completed. Option 3, use strength to kill the 2 ice apes, mission completed. All slime attributes increase by 5%. Seeing Chen Shu look at him apologetically, Mr. Xie and Jing Jing were confused. Chen Shu asked, "Mr. Xie, Xiaojing, do you think my slime can kill those 2 ice apes?" Mr. Xie gently approached, placing his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, shaking his head to indicate that his slime wasn't strong enough. Meanwhile, Jing Jing firmly said, "I want to report this, you're trying to kill someone." Chen Shu angrily shouted, "Do you not trust me that much?" The protagonist had no choice but to demonstrate. He raised his hand and began summoning the slime. "It looks like I'll have to show you all my true strength. Xiao Jing, get ready to steal the herb." Wait, his true strength is training people to steal? The image of the 3 of them, full of dignity, standing on the back of the Thunderbird, was accompanied by the growing presence of the slime behind them. Suddenly, the slime jumped off the back of the Thunderbird. The slime landed, and Chen Shu immediately urged it. "Slime, quickly shout out loud, scare them off." With an angry face and red eyes, the slime obeyed the command. Did it scare them enough, or are you still playing tricks? Having watched enough of the show without enjoying it, the 2 ice apes became furious. They roared so loudly that the whole mountain trembled, then charged forward to intimidate. This time, we might end up going to the temple. As the ice apes charged, the slime activated its Dreamkiller skill, entering a free sleep state. The 2 ice apes kept attacking relentlessly, but the slime remained unscathed. Chen Shu shouted loudly, signaling his teammates to act quickly. "Now's our chance, let's steal the medicine." The ice bird immediately sped up and flew away. Something seems off. The male lead turned back, suspecting Jing Jing. "Hey, you didn't have this skill before. Could it be that you've been hiding your strength?" Jing Jing calmly replied, "It's like we never parted. This skill was set up after the match ended." Hearing this, the male lead felt bitter about life, angry but unable to do anything. feeling so pitiful, crying to mom now. Damn it, you tricked me again. Jing Jing skillfully piloted the Thunderbird, flying with the precision of a famous airship racer. Soon, they reached the spot with the snow lotus. Chen Shu stretched out his hand to pick the flower. The two apes seemed to have caught the scent and immediately turned around, realizing what was happening. This time, I wonder if the cold wind will freeze everything. Realizing the imminent danger, Chen Shu shouted loudly to signal, "Hurry up, let's go." Mr. Xie and Jing Jing quickly pulled Chen Shu onto the back of Thunderbird, both struggling a bit. If they slipped even for a moment, they were done for. Jing Jing urgently shouted orders to Thunderbird, "Speed up." Upon receiving the command, Thunderbird immediately shot off, speeding through the air like a gust of wind. The two ice apes were too slow to catch up and could only angrily scream from below. Each of them opened their mouths to threaten. Once safely seated on Thunderbird, Chen Shu looked down and grinned triumphantly. "Ha, you can't catch me now. Slow, fat, and clumsy. Ha, the herbs, the herbs." With the same old tactic, Chen Shu's group continued to achieve success. Over the next 6 days, Chen Shu used the same method to roam the frozen mountain, finding many treasures of the ferocious beasts. 6 days later, a peculiar pink dragonfly was flying around, scouting the area. Meanwhile, in a nearby cave, Chen Shu's group was happily roasting meat, their laughter echoing throughout the cavern. "Ha, Chen Pai, our haul isn't bad, right?" Chen Shu grinned broadly, pulled out a box, and replied, "Of course it's not bad, the first place is already in the bag." He then raised a skewer of meat and declared, "Let's use meat in place of wine and toast to celebrate." Suddenly, Mr. Xie felt something was off. Then he quickly urged, "Forget about the celebration, pack up your things quickly, someone's coming." Everyone immediately began packing up their things. Chen Shu angrily asked, "Which direction?" Mr. Xie lightly placed his hand on his forehead, sending out a wave to probe, then responded, 300 meters to the left, not moving fast, heading straight towards us. They probably want to ambush. Well, that's just great. Let's leave those insects who only like to ambush others to it, Chen Shu said with a satisfied expression. Never mind, don't rush. Let's hide for now, who knows, maybe in the end, it'll be them who end up with nothing. Thud, 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 the sound of footsteps echoed, and a group of beast tamers approached, each of their faces filled with malice. The male lead, hiding in a corner, observed the group of beast tamers before immediately stepping forward and asking, "Who are you?" The man responded arrogantly, "Looks like you've got the energy signature of a spiritual probe." He then shouted directly at the male lead, "Kiddo, hand over your stuff and scram, or don't blame us for not being polite. It's not even the new year yet, aren't you rushing a bit too much?" Mr. Xia calmly replied, "Boss, we're special training students, under the Spirit Guardian General. Do you really want to fight us? 10 points for manners, always." Mr. Xia, they didn't get any of that, and they're asking questions like, "What the heck?" A sudden sense of danger filled the air as a figure appeared far off in the distance, causing everyone to panic. You stand at the front, your face filled with confusion as you ask, "What about the Spirit Guardian General? Do you dare say he'll make a move?" You're quite bold with that statement. Let's see if you behave like a little puppy. He looks at the three of them before speaking up with a threat. Kid, think carefully. Once they make their move, your training will be over. Ha, if you like it, I'll go along with it, Chen Shu responded without hesitation. If you want the herbs, come get them yourself. Hearing this, the man felt ecstatic, not expecting that he could so easily get such precious herbs. He laughed loudly and walked forward. Ha, looks like you know your place. Seeing him smile with his eyes squinted and his guard dropping, Chen Shu immediately signaled Mr. Xia. Mr. Xia instantly understood the cue and responded with a gesture. Don't worry, baby. Just as the man was strolling toward them, a voice rang out, causing his excitement to crash. Hero, a special kind of love, especially for you. Suddenly, his companions burst out laughing so hard they almost injured themselves. Ha, I can't stop laughing, tears are flowing down my face. The man, enraged, his face furrowing with deep wrinkles, his lips curling upward at a sharp 80-degree angle, then began cursing at them with all his might. "You fools, do you want to die? If so, don't blame me." As he spoke, he clenched his fists, preparing to smash their faces in. Chen Shu found it incredibly amusing. "Ha! You want to die? It's you all who are asking for death." With that, the male lead gently replied, "Baby." The group of vicious kids saw a monster appear round, smooth, and completely non-threatening. Let alone handling them, they just burst into laughter. "Rescue? What's this? A turd?" The slime gently pressed itself onto them, and yet that person remained squashed, unable to lift their head. The three of them, Chen Shu, Jing Jing, and Mr. Xie, had already mounted the Thunder Bird, preparing to disperse. Before they left, the charming lips of the male lead V managed to leave a heartfelt and victorious farewell. "We'll go ahead. The group of idiots." With that, Thunderbird carried the three of them off, leaving behind the group, who were still being played with by the slime. One of them, feeling humiliated, said, "Damn it, they dared mock us, the bastards, so humiliating. All this pain will eventually turn me into a villain." Angrily, he clenched his fists and swore, "You wait. I'll deal with you all." With that, he climbed onto the back of a brown bird and turned back to instruct his subordinates. "Shaoli, take care of the wounded, I'll go help them get their revenge." He stopped for a moment before climbing onto the bird and chasing after them. Mr. Xie glanced after him, stunned, then turned to remind Chen Shu. He's about to catch up." Jing Jing turned around confidently and said, "It's fine, use little thunder skill." Thunderbird immediately seemed to be energized, suddenly appearing as if it was about to transform into a beast, looking incredibly majestic, like it had a motorcycle engine strapped to its back. Thunderbird sprouted two wings and shot off at high speed, leaving nothing behind except a trail of light, the kind that would make the man eat its dust. Impressive, but Chen Shu suddenly had a question. He turned to Jing Jing and said, "Isn't your skill mostly for running away?" Jing Jing wasn't angry at all, on the contrary, he seemed a bit proud. "Of course, staying alive is the most important." Mr. Xie, standing aside, felt a chill run down his spine as he heard that, utterly speechless. He and Chen Shu exchanged a glance, silently wondering why they suddenly felt sympathy for that man. Chen Shu quickly called out, Hey, I advise you to conserve your strength, don't waste your time chasing after them." The main character sighed in exasperation. "Anyway, your skill can't beat Little Thunder. That guy isn't shaken at all, he actually seems to be looking down on us." He yelled angrily, "Brats, you'll pay dearly for this today." Unable to persuade him, Mr. Xie sighed. "Stubborn, why be so persistent?" Suddenly, his eyes sparkled as an image of a cute pink dragonfly appeared in his mind. Then, he shouted, "Damn it, run! A huge group of fierce beasts is heading our way." As soon as he finished, the main character froze, his eyes wide as he saw what was in front of them, a swarm of creatures, as large as the Mongol army, charging toward them at full speed. M shouted loudly, "Damn it, it's those falling bands. The number of them keeps increasing, looks like it's our comrades too. It really is Seaside Daisy in the buffalo dung field. The precious medicinal herbs taken by those Chinshu people, it's no different, right? Damn it, so many falling bands, could there be a Lord-level Ice Bat Black Iron rank inside? It hasn't even been 2 minutes, and those goblins have already arrived, more than the Mongol army, surrounding us." Jing Jing anxiously asked, "Shinpai, what should we do? There's at least one Ice Bat Lord level here." Shinpai calmly replied, "What's difficult, the system will handle it. The system has activated the selection information." Jing Jing continued, "Choice 1, rely on your own strength to sweep away all the falling bands. Completion reward, level up to Beast Tamer Black Iron rank, additional reward, an immortal gravestone." The reward's quite tempting. Chenpai smirked, "Choice 2, shout with great spirit. We're about to die, let's give up on the battle. Completion reward, Beast Tamer average level. Jing Jing asked, what about choice 3? Chen Pai answered, choice 3, head deep into the canyon and use the greater might of the fierce beasts to block the ice bat swarm. Completion reward, 1 additional charge of the charge skill. Jing Jing hesitated, wait, is this hinting at something? This system is starting to look a bit dumb. Guess it's time to hire new technicians. The main character, after hearing this, was also a bit puzzled. What exactly does the additional reward of option 1 mean? Grave border unfallen, does it mean they'll never have to fear being dug up from the grave? The main character observed and then pondered. Now that we are below 500 meters, if we continue descending, we will definitely encounter stronger beasts. After thinking for a moment, the main character decided to descend further into the ravine, but then paused, still observing carefully. He killed and saw that everyone was as relaxed as a crisp autumn day in Hanoi. Jing Jing nodded in agreement. Receiving the order, Thunderbird waited for them to rush straight into the ravine, while the ice bats followed suit. Seeing the ice bats chasing after Chen Shu, the man riding the sparrow couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Damn it, they really don't fear death. He gritted his teeth and made a reckless decision. He soared upwards, hoping to avoid these bizarre beasts. However, they split into 2 groups, chasing the 2 prey in opposite directions. Even though they had descended deep into the ravine, the ice bats still showed no signs of giving up. Damn it, are these bats crazy? We've gone so deep and they're still chasing us. Suddenly, Mr. Xia pointed ahead and said, there's a pack of savage beasts down there. What the F, don't joke around. This time, we've really drawn the short straw, damn it. The main character ground his teeth but still decided to go take a look. Thunderbird waited for them to fly by, and a bunch of medicinal herbs appeared before their eyes. The main character noticed, his eyes sparkling like headlights on a car driving through the street, completely forgetting that he was being pursued by those demonic creatures. Damn it, ice leaf flower, level 5. That's impressive. Jing Jing and Mr. Xia stared, eyes wide in astonishment. Can you really see it from that far away? The male lead smiled faintly and replied. Talent is just talent. After maintaining a moment of silence, the male lead continued. Let's go pick the ice leaf flowers. The 2 of them responded with excessive enthusiasm, their faces brighter than if they'd just found gold. All right. Just because it's not yet the end of the year doesn't mean it's the new year. Don't mistake the blooming flowers for the arrival of spring. There's no such thing as an easy, tasty bait. As they approached a little closer, they began to realize the danger. Sweat dripped down in beads, and the male lead whispered fearfully. Is it really just a coincidence? And we even ran into a frost wolf. Don't disturb the grass, focus on picking the ice leaf flowers first. They carefully plucked each precious flower, but only those involved truly understood the danger. How could they, with the frost wolves guarding the area, avoid being noticed? Suddenly, the wolves' eyes opened, realizing that the ice leaf flowers which had been there moments ago were now gone. This kind of coincidence was hardly adorable. They went wild, glaring fiercely. Chen Shu was so frightened that his face nearly twisted. Damn it, we got caught. We need to run. The Thunderbird immediately soared upwards, but as soon as it avoided one danger, it encountered another. Before they could escape the frost wolves, they were faced with ice bats. These guys sure stick together. The Thunderbird, caught in the middle, found itself in a tough spot. Moving forward meant certain death, but retreating was just as difficult. They exchanged glances. Gurgur, the ice wolves began to rise one by one, constantly emitting threatening sounds. Jing Jing panicked, pulling at her hair. What should we do now? Mr. Xia, as big as an elephant, turned into a crying mess, sobbing in every direction. Woo woo. Looks like we can't escape. Mom, Dad, I haven't had a chance to repay you, and now I'd become the delicious prey of these demonic beasts. Chen Shu, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, saying, It's okay, just stay calm. Then, the male protagonist threw several hundred lotus blossoms. The ice bats immediately swarmed around them. He quickly pointed at the ice bats, looking down at the wolves and said, "The real thief is here." The ice bats, struck by a fatal blow, were stunned. Each of them looked confused, not understanding what the hell was happening. The wolves, already known for their stupidity, living in the cold snowy mountains, probably had their brains frozen. They quickly fell into Chen Shu's trap and turned to face the ice bats, growling at them. Grr, the frost wolves charged to attack, and the ice bats didn't just sit there to die. Seeing this, they flew up to escape the danger. The battle between the ice bats and the frost wolves was brutal, with both sides biting and clawing at each other. They were each making threatening noises. Chen Shu and Su Jingjing were greatly amused by the sight. Chen Shu laughed out loud, cheering, "Wonderful, truly wonderful." Su Jingjing, catching on to Chen Shu's lead, followed up with, "This is indeed a rare sight." Suddenly, a lone great wolf, separated from its pack, was being viciously and intensely attacked by two ravenous wolves. Both of them lunged at it, using their sharp fangs to tear into the great wolf. Seeing this, Su Jingjing quickly assessed the situation and turned to Xie Sunan. He said, "This great wolf is in trouble. It's been bitten like this. We need to hurry." After watching for a while, Chen Shu, feeling bored, turned away. He walked toward the entrance of a large cave and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "This is really boring. No excitement at all." Suddenly, Chen Shu shouted, "Damn it!" The shout caught Su Jingjing's attention. He turned around and saw a massive, terrifying wolf demon emerging from the cave, chasing after Chen Shu from behind. Upon seeing it, Chen Shu's face turned pale with fear. He immediately turned and bolted, shouting, "It's a great wolf icebone, a Lord Level 1. We need to run." Whoosh! Chen Shu quickly expelled a stream of golden energy from his hand toward the cave entrance, which looked quite impressive. Then, he yelled, "Come out, slime!" Chen Shu swiftly summoned a golden blue slime to block the cave entrance, preventing the wolf demon from escaping. Su Jingjing quickly summoned the thunder bird on her side. Meanwhile, on Chen Shu's side, his slime was gradually being frozen by that wolf. Chen Shu exclaimed in panic, "Damn it, it's frozen already." He hastily reached out to recall his slime. He muttered to himself, "Better retrieve it quickly, the slime can't hold on any longer." The Lord Great Wolf stuck its head out of the cave. It growled, continuing its pursuit of Chen Shu and Su Jingjing's group. Its eyes locked onto the thunder bird with a menacing glare. Chirp! The thunder bird stood there shaking its rear, staring at the wolf with a provocative and contemptuous look. It clearly wanted to enrage the beast. Its expression screamed, "Hee, what are you looking at, huh?" The wolf was livid, like it had bitten into a chili pepper. It was probably thinking, "You dare stick your butt in my face?" Chen Shu was irritated by the damn bird's taunting behavior. He shouted, "Stop shaking your butt and get moving." Seeing the thunder bird take off into the sky, the wolf furiously unleashed a blast of icy breath, aiming straight at it. With a crackling sound, the icy breath struck the thunder bird's rear, instantly freezing its entire butt into a solid block of ice. Thunderbird felt its bottom go numb, and immediately it shuddered in fear. It trembled for a moment, then Thunderbird sped off like a streak, moving as swiftly as young men running through the streets. Chen Shu, sitting on Thunderbird's back, said, "Oh, your bird really has no sense of fear." Su Jingjing grimaced inside, "Oh my, we almost fell off just now." Chen Shu, sitting behind, burst into laughter, haha. After a while, the three of them, Chen Shu, Su Jingjing, and Xie Sunan, landed in a safe spot. Together, they built a fire and roasted a bird, warming themselves while filling their stomachs. Xie Sunan spoke first, "That was really too dangerous today. Chin Pai, let's head up now." But Chen Shu looked extremely annoyed, his face turning grim as he spoke in a voice filled with grievance, "You dare freeze my slime? I can't let that slide." Then, Chen Shu reached into his backpack, rummaging around as if searching for something. Soon enough, he pulled out an orange test tube and exclaimed excitedly, "Got it! Chen Shu then turned his face into a sly grin, as though he was plotting something. He said to Su Jingjing and Xie Sunan, "Brothers, now is the time to counterattack." The other two were taken aback, stunned into silence, only managing to mutter a single word, "Huh?" Chen Shu continued, "I want to make those ice wolves explode, along with their incredibly vicious and cunning faces." It can be said that at this moment, he could do exactly what was running through his mind. Then, the three of them, Chen Shu, Su Jingjing, and Xie Sunan, together grabbed their backpacks and ran towards the spot where the ice wolves were gathering. Xie Sunan spoke up and asked Chen Shu, "Chen Pai, do you really want to make them explode?" Chen Shu said confidently, "Of course, don't you all want to complete the mission?" Su Jingjing looked a bit hesitant and uncertain, asking Chen Shu in a doubtful tone, "But what if they don't die when they explode?" Chen Shu cheerfully placed a hand on Su Jingjing and Xie Sunan's shoulders, calming them down. "Don't worry, even if they don't die, we can still handle regular beasts. By then, only the Lord-level beasts will remain." Chen Shu continued to smile, a mysterious smile, then said, "We'll figure out a way to get Mr. Li to take action. Haven't we already completed the mission? Next, watch me." With that, Chen Shu quickly lay down flat on the ground. He slowly crawled away towards the spot where the frost wolves were. As he got closer, suddenly one of the wolves let out a howl. Chen Shu was startled, his eyes widened in panic, and his mind raced as he muttered to himself, "Damn it, have I been discovered?" Chen Shu was momentarily stunned. He broke into a sweat and thought to himself that, in terms of safety, it would be better to head back. Then, while keeping a close eye on the wolf, Chen Shu carefully stepped back without making a sound. Upon seeing Chen Shu turn back, Su Jingjing immediately asked, "Why did you come back?" Suddenly, a loud, terrifying noise came from afar, growing closer and closer to them. When Chen Shu looked over, he was horrified and exclaimed, "Why are there more wild beasts here?" Growl! Upon hearing the sound of the pack of wild beasts, they too became aggressive. One of them growled loudly. Xie Sunan suddenly shouted, "Chen Pai, there are 7 more wild beasts from the other side, and now the wolves are charging toward one direction. There are 7 more beasts charging from the front as well." Suddenly, wild beasts surrounded the three of them from all sides, and they felt utterly panicked, exclaiming, "There are countless wild beasts auras from behind as well. We're surrounded." The wolves and the other beasts were all furious. They immediately charged at each other, much like a bring-it-on situation, as if saying, "You think I'm scared of you?" Seeing this chaotic scene, Su Jingjing said, "When will this mutual retribution end? Is it really necessary to go this far just for a flower?" Xie Sunan's expression turned serious as he spoke, "Chen Pai, the great battle is about to erupt. Shouldn't we leave? With so many beasts, we truly don't have enough to feed them all." Chen Shu clenched tightly the tube containing his explosive substance and resolutely said, "No, we can't leave tonight. If we don't do this, I won't be able to sleep peacefully. A detonation might bring momentary regret, but not detonating will make me regret for the rest of my life." Then, Chen Shu returned to his usual smile. He reassured Xie Sunan and Su Jingjing, "Don't be afraid, I'll set the bomb and then we'll run. Mr. Li is definitely hiding in the shadows. If anything goes wrong, he will surely come to our rescue." The alpha demon wolf howled, signaling its pack to move forward and attack. Boom, 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 both the wolf pack and the bat swarm rushed in, tearing at each other. The sounds of intense clashes filled the air, creating a truly chaotic scene. Chen Shu sensed the right moment had arrived, and he joyfully shouted, "Now's the time." With that, Chen Shu threw the tube in his hand and said, "Go, Explosion King." The tube shattered instantly, and the orange liquid splattered across the ground. Chen Shu hurriedly moved towards Thunderbird, turned his face, and said, "Quick, prepare to run." Then, all three of them, Xie Sunan, Su Jingjing, and Chen Shu, climbed onto Thunderbird's back and soared into the sky. Chen Shu threw something down to the ground, and with a cheerful tone, he said, "I threw it." What Chen Shu threw was a fire starter. After tossing it onto the explosive material, he proudly looked up at the sky, silently thinking, "A real man never looks back." Suddenly, from behind, Li Wu Shuang appeared. He was riding his snake and flying behind the other three. As one person noticed his presence, they exclaimed, "Mr. Li." Upon hearing this, Chen Shu instinctively glanced over at Li Wuxuang. But instead of proudly showing off his achievement, Chen Shu shouted at him, "Mr. Li, hurry and run." Li Wuxuang still didn't understand what was happening. Hearing Chen Shu telling him to run, he questioned, "Huh?" At that moment, he suddenly realized, and his face turned ashen. With a serious expression, he furrowed his brows and thought, "This is." A terrifying explosion occurred. The smoke from the blast took the shape of a mushroom, and black smoke pierced through the sky. Wu Shuang's eyes widened in shock, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "Nuclear bullet." Li Wuxuang involuntarily looked up at Chen Shu and the others, perhaps thinking to himself, "Why are they running so fast?" At the Spirit Guardian General's base, the guards had witnessed the horrifying explosion caused by Chen Shu, and they could still hear the sound of the blast from where they were. Then, the commander pointed in that direction and loudly ordered, "The enemy is attacking, gather quickly." Immediately, all the guards assembled into 3 straight rows, their demeanors serious and disciplined. Li Wuxuang chased after Chen Shu, Xie Sunan, and Su Jingjing, shouting, "You 3, stop right there." The Thunder Bird, upon hearing Li Teacher's authoritative voice, immediately halted. It landed safely shortly afterward. After landing, Chen Shu quickly straightened himself up. He spoke first, his tone excited and flattering, "Ah, teacher, your snake is so cool, it can even fly. Is this an aerial skill? But how did you manage to outsmart us, huh?" Li Wuxuang interrupted Chen Shu, "Stop changing the subject. Where did you all get the nuclear bullets from?" Chen Shu, with a confused expression, grinned slightly and asked Mr. Li with suspicion in his voice, "Teacher, are you okay? Do scientific weapons not work in other dimensions?" Li Wuxuang was extremely angry. He raised his voice, pointing towards the area where the explosion had just occurred, then confronted Chen Shu. "Are you saying that wasn't a nuclear missile? How could something that isn't a nuclear missile cause an explosion in a glacier crevasse? Now you've disturbed the Spirit Guardian General." Upon hearing Mr. Li's words, Chen Shu's face turned ashen. He worriedly thought to himself, "This is bad." He quickly put on an actor's mask, smiled warmly, and then defended himself. "Master, it wasn't me. My wish is for world peace, so I wouldn't do something like this." After hearing Chen Shu's defense, Li Wuxuang seemed to calm down slightly. He closed his eyes and spoke softly. "All right, whether you did it or not, just remember if anyone asks, you all need to say that you don't know anything." The 3 students in the back cheerfully replied in unison, "Yes, master." However, their relief was short-lived. Suddenly, something caused Li Wuxuang's snake-like tail to freeze up. A growl filled with rage came from behind him. When he turned around and looked, he anxiously exclaimed, "This is bad, 2 great wolf icebone lords are chasing after us." On Chen Shu's side, a pack of ice wolves charged forward. When Chen Shu looked up, he too spoke in worry, his voice trembling. "Damn it, there are also 5 ice bat lords here." Chen Shu tightly closed his eyes, swallowed his saliva, and nervously thought to himself, "We are surrounded by 7 lords." Then, Chen Shu turned to Mr. Li and asked, "Master, what should we do?" Li Wuxuang immediately punched the little boy on the head, then said, "What should we do? Of course, we run. 7 of them, do you seriously think we can fight back?" Suddenly, a prompt appeared in front of Chen Shu, activating a selection. Option 1, definitely escape to save yourself. Reward, large quantity of beast taming power. Option 2, try to calm the Lord of the Beasts and soothe it. Reward, 3 third-tier frost bloom flowers. Option 3, fight to the death. Reward, all slime attributes increased by 10%. After reading through the options, Chen Shu said, "This is not even a choice, obviously." Without hesitation, Chen Shu slapped Thunderbird's body forcefully, then shouted, "Let's run." Thunderbird quickly took off into the sky. But the ice bats couldn't let him go that easily. They flew past, ignoring Li Wuxuang completely. After seeing this, Mr. Lee loudly warned, "Chen Bai, be careful." Upon hearing Mr. Lee's voice, Chen Shu turned around. A whole swarm of ice bats had caught up with Thunderbird, quickly matching its speed. Then, a bat bit Thunderbird. After the bite, Thunderbird was startled. It immediately began to tremble. Soon after, it lost its balance, causing its whole body to sway. In the blink of an eye, the poison from the bite spread through Thunderbird's body, weakening it. Sensing the condition of her beast, Su Jingjing became anxious and quickly said, "No, I need to recall Thunderbird now, Chen Shu." Immediately, Su Jingjing quickly called Thunderbird back, making it disappear. Chen Shu and the others were falling freely, but it seemed like a pack of wolves was waiting for them with their mouths open. They were the prey, just waiting for them to fall so they could fill their stomachs. But, darling, it's not going to be that easy. Chen Shu quickly summoned a slime from the air. The slime appeared like a deity, and the three of them exchanged looks, as if they were communicating telepathically. They quickly understood each other's intentions, and all three grabbed onto the slime, which was desperately flying as fast as it could. Once all three of them had latched onto the slime's mouth, they were safe. Xia Sunan let out a sigh of relief and said, "Phew, at least we're safe now," but it seemed like he had spoken too soon. When he looked behind, an entire ice bat was chasing after them, its mouth wide open. Xia Sunan exclaimed, "Damn it, not again." The slime let out a cry when it was bitten on the butt by the ice bat. PPP. The slime felt excruciating pain from the bite of the ice bat. It hurt so much that tears streamed down its face. Feeling something was wrong, Chen Shu immediately shouted, "Slime!" It seemed the slime was in so much pain it could no longer bear it. Gradually, it disappeared, leaving behind two streams of tears. But both Chen Shu, Xia Sunan, and Su Jingjing were already falling freely. Su Jingjing and Xia Sunan's desperate screams echoed. Chen Shu, worried, said, "Slime is not okay." While the three of them were falling freely, the bat quickly approached them. However, from below, several bats appeared, and among them was a giant python targeting them. The bat was terrified when it saw the giant python looming in front of it. Then, the giant python leapt up, slamming its head into the bat's face, sending it crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, the monochrome python also rushed towards the three of them. Fortunately, the person riding the monochrome python was Li Wuxuang, and it was lucky that he managed to catch the three of them safely. Mr. Li anxiously asked his student, "Are you okay?" Chen Shu smiled faintly and replied, "Teacher, I'm fine, but..." "Teacher, are you sure? Both the giant python and the monochrome python are surrounded by those ice bats." Chen Shu, feeling helpless and angry, shouted, "Teacher, there's no need to write a will this early, is there?" Li Wuxuang, with tears welling up in his eyes, spoke in a weak voice, "Write it, if you don't write, it'll be too late." Chen Shu pointed towards the azure giant python and said, "The monochrome python is gone, but isn't this still the green giant python?" As soon as he finished speaking, when he looked up, the azure giant python was already being torn apart by a swarm of ice bats and wolves. Their relentless attacks left the azure giant python unable to defend itself. Chen Shu quickly noticed a bat coming at him, ready to strike, but luckily, the giant python dodged the attack. Suddenly, Chen Shu shouted, "Wait, we can still fight." Su Jingjing, Xia Sunan, and Li Wuxuang all looked at him in confusion, not understanding his words. Chen Shu, meanwhile, was frantically rummaging through his backpack. He pulled out a test tube from his bag. Just as Chen Shu was about to smile, Xia Sunan, in a state of panic, screamed, "You're not planning to blow up the canyon again, are you? If we get caught, we'll be sent to jail." Li Wuxuang, too, was in a panic, and before Chen Shu could explain, he shouted, "What? Are you planning to use this to make an explosion?" Chen Shu, annoyed, snapped, "Are you guys colorblind? The color of these two vials isn't the same. This is red." But Chen Shu was also sweating profusely. He thought to himself, "Luckily, I answered Mr. Li's question earlier and won the prize, so I still have a chance this time." Chen Shu held up the test tube in front of Mr. Li and said, "Let monochrome python try this medicine." Mr. Li held the test tube, but his expression and words were filled with doubt. "It won't explode, will it?" On the outside, Chen Shu appeared completely calm. He waved his hand, insisting, "No, no," but deep inside, he was extremely worried. He nervously said with an uncertain voice, "Maybe not." Mr. Li really trusted his student a lot. He didn't hesitate, didn't show any fear or suspicion, and directly threw the test tube in front of Giant Python. Giant Python immediately flicked its tongue to catch the test tube, then without any hesitation, swallowed it whole. But to their disbelief, the medicine worked incredibly fast. The blood vessels in Giant Python's eyes immediately became swollen, and it began to scream in agony. Mr. Li said, "This is bad, quickly jump down, it seems monochrome python is about to explode." The four of them jumped off Giant Python's back at the same time, but Giant Python let out a roar. Monochrome python thrashed around wildly, as if in great pain. The four teachers and students safely landed on the ground. Chen Shu looked at monochrome python with a doubtful gaze, then asked, "Isn't it already cooked?" The two gods Su Jingjing and Xie Sunan immediately inhaled the scent of monochrome python's meat inside. The smell of grilled snake meat doesn't seem too bad. Chen Shu let out a deep sigh and calmly said, "Well, anyway, we're about to die, so it's already a happiness to eat monochrome python's meat before that." Mr. Li, after hearing that, immediately asked, "Question mark?" The three mischievous kids started gathering firewood, preparing to roast the monochrome python's meat together. The one named Xie Sunan even said, "Li teacher, hurry up and come help." Li Wu Shuang, at this point, was so shocked that he spat out blood. He was furious, his eyes bulging as he yelled at the rebellious kids, "Get lost!" Suddenly, the monochrome python stopped writhing, its body began to change, and its skin color gradually turned red. Li Wu Shuang immediately noticed the monochrome python and exclaimed, "Ha, it seems like the medicine is working." Suddenly, the monochrome python opened its powerful eyes, and then a surge of energy was released from its skin, which had changed from purple to red, with striking black veins running across it. The excess energy was now being released into the air. It became bolts of lightning, looking as if touching it could result in death at any moment. The giant python was extremely enraged now. It turned its head to look at its teammate, who was being attacked by the ice bats. The giant python opened its mouth, gathering energy within itself and releasing its innate skill, Ice Halo. A green formation appeared above its head, speeding towards the savage beasts at light speed. Chen Shu sensed something was wrong and quickly warned Li Wu Shuang. "Li teacher, quickly retract the green giant python." Mr. Li immediately heeded Chen Shu's warning, swiftly recalling the azure giant python. The formation created by the monochrome python immediately expanded, covering the entire group of savage beasts. After witnessing this, Li Wu Shuang was stunned. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Damn, the range and attack power are more than 10 times higher." A wolf that was hit by several ice spikes from the giant python began to convulse. Nearby, other savage beasts affected by this skill also struggled, but it seemed that Chen Shu felt they couldn't be defeated and shouted, "Li teacher, they're about to flee." But Mr. Li stood calmly, arms crossed, and smugly said, "They won't escape." A surge of oppressive energy was released through the giant python's eyes. The giant python then tilted its head back and let out a deafening roar. The beasts targeted by the giant python were struck by lightning, howling and writhing in pain. Seeing this, Chen Shu let out a sigh of relief. Finally, they were out of danger. The giant python felt a dull ache in its head and then fainted due to the excessive energy it had expended. Suddenly, the giant python underwent a transformation, reverting back to its original form. Chen Shu was stunned when he saw this scene, stammering, This. He stepped closer to the giant python, placed his hand on it, and said, "It's completely motionless now." Upon hearing Chen Shu's words, Su Jingjing, without hesitation, immediately took out 2 jars of seasoning from who knows where, his mouth watering uncontrollably, eyes shining with excitement as he said, "Could it be that the monochrome python is dead?" Mr. Li, angrily, said, "It's just losing blood." He then recalled the giant python. His expression became serious again. Mr. Li wondered, "What exactly is this thing? Why is it so powerful?" Su Jingjing avoided eye contact, dodging the question with a casual response. "I don't know, I found it in the shared bathroom." Chen Shu then noticed that the wolf, despite having taken a hit from the giant python, was still intact. He thought to himself, "Ha! It's still alive?" But quickly, Chen Shu raised his hand, stepping forward while saying, "Li teacher, please take a rest. Leave the rest to me." Then he became menacing, his voice low and intense as he said, "Today is the day the slime takes action and kills 7 black iron rank lords. It's getting cold, the lords should die now." The entire bat swarm immediately panicked, huddling close together, trembling and unable to resist. The 121 spirit guardian generals stood densely in the sky. Suddenly a soldier noticed something. At this moment, the male protagonist was gloating, having just single-handedly taken down the falling ice beasts. "Ha, let's see if you dare to mess with me now." Before he could laugh for long, the male protagonist noticed the spirit guardian generals flying toward him, and his face quickly turned ashen with worry. One person spoke up and asked Mr. Li, what happened? "The explosion earlier killed those beast lords. My student here wants to pretend he was the one who killed them." Truly skilled at boasting. The person believed him right away after hearing this. "Ah, so that's how it is." After saying that, he continued to ask, "By the way, do you know what caused that explosion?" Chen Shu gently placed his hand on Mr. Li's shoulder, his eyes sparkling with a silent plea. Mr. Li, having caught the signal, was speechless. "I'd bet that if you weren't here, you'd be sitting in a corner meditating by now." Then, everyone replied in unison, "We have absolutely no idea." The person seemed enchanted, nodding in agreement. "Yeah, this ice canyon might have to be sealed off for a while. You all should leave for now." "Okay, we'll leave then." Before they could finish speaking, they were already scared out of their wits by a student. Chen Shu, hiding in a corner, silently gathered the wolf carcasses. "Ah, so it's the harvest of the ice bat's hearts." As he placed the hearts into the bag, the male lead's eyes sparkled, and a grin spread across his face, unable to stop. "I've struck it rich, I've struck it rich." Li teacher, witnessing the scene, could only retreat into a corner. The scene shifted to the spirit guardian general's base, where Li teacher spoke. "Due to someone's involvement, this training session ends temporarily. Everyone rest for the night, tomorrow we return to the school." "Understood." Back at the hotel, Chen Shu excitedly picked up the frost wolf's hearts, admired them, and sighed. "This harvest isn't bad at all. I'm not handing over the heart of the great wolf Icebone this time. I've already informed the association, and the task issuer will come to buy it from us. The money from the sale will be split among us. The total value of what's left could be worth quite a lot." The male lead, in the midst of his immense joy, suddenly. At this moment, Li teacher opened the door and spoke. "About 20 million. The unexpected appearance of TT caused the male lead to feel slightly flustered, quickly clutching the bag of hearts in his hand. "Why are you here, teacher?" Thinking the teacher would confiscate the hearts and make a big fuss, to his surprise, the teacher smiled gently and said, "How are you going to split the spoils? Don't want to share?" The male lead, hearing this, was at a loss for words. Truly, a greedy man. "No way, of course I'll give it. When we return, I'll sell these, no need to sell them to outsiders." Suddenly, a voice rang out. Such a high level. I wonder who it is that's at the top of the food chain like this. So it turns out it's Jing Jing. He continued, "I will buy it. Tomorrow I will have someone send the money to you. As for my part, you can keep it, just share it with everyone. It's really top tier. Jing Jing, forever the best. As soon as he finished speaking, the other three immediately gave a thumbs up, making Jing Jing so embarrassed that his face turned red. Truly, money brings power. Ding! A new message appeared on the phone. Chen Shu opened it and was stunned. You've sent the mission to find me. That person said he wants to buy the Great Wolf Icebone Heart for 10,000. But he asked me to meet him at the Beast Taming Pavilion of the first high school in Dixing City. At the moment, the three of them had already arrived at the gates of the first high school in Dixing City. The protagonist, full of excitement and joy, said, not much longer, we're about to have over 10 million. The protagonist, eager, immediately took out his phone to call the person on the other end. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Great, just hearing that made him want to collapse. The protagonist frowned. What's going on? This system truly deserves the title of the most dedicated system in the world. It instantly displayed the information window. Option 1, take out a beggar's bowl and patiently wait on the roadside. Reward for completion, earn the title leader of the beggar sect, and the effect of begging can evoke the compassion of others. Option 2, sneak into the school and meet the buyer directly. Reward for completion, increase the slime's jump ability by 10%. Option 3, turning around and leaving without waiting any longer, the reward for completion, level 1 enlightenment fruit. While still struggling to find a solution, the male protagonist was suddenly drawn to a man in a blue shirt. Guys, wait for me outside for a moment. No one knew what the male protagonist was planning to do. A while later, he returned looking a bit strange. This time, it was definitely something to do with contact. Ring ring, I'm here. It turned out to be Chen Shu, who must have been awarded the title of Minister of Foreign Affairs, otherwise, how could he have gotten that outfit so quickly? Mr. Xie and Jing Jing gaped in surprise. Is that really possible? The male protagonist drove up to the guard post. Hello, I'm delivering food to the principal. That's awesome. The principal even has a personal delivery driver? It didn't take long for him to enter the beast taming pavilion at Dixing City's first high school. The male protagonist carried the bag inside, where there seemed to be some commotion going on. Wang Qing, do you really want to challenge me? I could easily crush your little snake with one blow, no thought required. The other person replied. Stop talking nonsense. Oh Yang Bao, if you want to fight, then fight. Are you really that scared? Isn't Oh Yang Bao the person who bought from us? So it turns out the customer is busy fighting. As they moved deeper into the main hall, a chilling silence hung in the air. The man with green hair issued an order. Snow Lion, quickly kill that rotten snake for me. This side is not backing down either, quickly charge forward so that cat knows how powerful you are. And so, the two rushed into a fierce battle. The lion swung its paw. I'll slap you to death. The snake opened its mouth wide. I'll give you 2 ventilation holes with my long, sharp fangs. Chen Shu stood there speechless. Wasn't this like signing a death sentence? Who would use claws to strike a snake's mouth? As the male lead had predicted, as soon as the lion brought its claws near the snake, it instantly left 2 marks on the snake's skin, and a light touch made blood pour out. The lion suddenly transformed into Hello Kitty, holding its painful paw helplessly. At that moment, Chen Shu, like a coach watching his student make a mistake, quickly devised a plan for Snow Lion. You idiot, good for nothing, you need to use the freezing skill to slow down the spread of the venom before chasing it. Isn't that better? Thanks to the male lead, the lion's mind clicked, and he rejoiced. Exactly. He immediately ordered his precious Berserk Lion use the freezing skill. When the lion heard that, it gently blew a gust of wind. Instantly, its painful leg was frozen, and it used that very leg to rush toward the snake. The snake's face was shattered. The golden snake, bleeding, lay flat on the arena. Its owner, a blonde-haired man, shouted angrily. "What is this? A guy who dares to barge in here and cause trouble?" Chen Shu continued to smile as if nothing had happened. "I'm here to deliver goods for Ouyang Bao." The blue-haired man spoke up. "I'm Ouyang Bao. Are you Chen Shu? Here's the order. Please check it." The male lead opened the bag and found 2 hearts still glowing red, with energy around them radiating brightly. Everyone in the stand stood up in shock, all amazed. "These are the hearts of a level Lord Beast, truly valuable." The other man picked up one of the hearts and put it in his pet's mouth, then casually said, "I'll buy one first. If I can comprehend the skill, I won't need the other one." The male lead said with certainty, "Don't worry, you'll need both of them." "What's happening?" Suddenly, the lion, after eating the heart, went wild. It writhed in pain, its body erupting with energy, and a burst of light appeared. After finishing, it sighed, its face showing pleasure. The other man was furious. "You really know how to spend money. Damn it, I knew it, waiting for enlightenment." The male lead, happily standing below, handed the remaining heart to the blue-haired man. He, however, looked upset and said, "How did you know I wouldn't be able to comprehend it?" The male lead simply replied, "The more money you have, the less luck you get." Wow, after the lion ate 2 hearts, its strength exploded, instantly activating the frost claw skill. The guy with the blue hair nodded continuously. He said, "That's right." Then, out of nowhere, someone interjected, saying, "A skill only needs to be used once, the most important thing is to learn how to use it properly." Turns out, it was the teacher. He angrily scolded the students. "Even an officer knows more than you guys, can't you stop being so inferior like this?" Hearing myself being looked down upon like that, I couldn't help but burst out. "What's this about being a delivery man? I'm someone with the best professional skills, proficient in all kinds of knowledge, and it's all reasonable and logical. Do you understand?" The teacher responded, amused, "You know everything, huh? Well then, perfect. I'm gathering students to teach them how to use the contract spirit skill flexibly. If you're so good, you do it." "Ah, you challenged me, so I'll show you right now," I replied. The system then presented a set of choices. Choice 1, leave immediately, ignoring the other person. Reward for completion, a vial of great strength superior grade. Choice 2, fold your hands behind your back and say, "Just because you tell me to teach doesn't mean I have to." Wouldn't that make me lose all my face? Reward for completion, intermediate beast taming. Choice 3, step forward and teach the students how to use the skill, causing the other person to question the meaning of life. Reward for completion, 1 more countershock force. This system is truly top-notch, the kind where if something's difficult, there's always a system to make it easier. The male protagonist, after hearing this, felt a thrill that coursed through his body. He silently thought to himself, never did he expect that one day he would activate 2 options. He then immediately took the stack of lesson plans from the teacher's hand and responded, Let me. At this moment, the male protagonist, along with Ouyang Bao, were standing, reading the piece of paper the teacher had handed them, their faces looking serious. The male protagonist glanced at the paper, astonished. No wonder this was the top high school in Dashing City. The special class had 10 students, all of whom were A-level contract spirits, with 2 beast tamers at level 8. The male protagonist turned to look at the man with green hair. Then there was Ouyang Bao, who was an 8th level beast tamer with 8 skills. It seemed that with money, one could truly do anything. Afterward, the male protagonist pondered. Ouyang Bao, the burst of your bone energy can shorten the distance most effectively. Also, when the bone energy appears, it will obscure the opponent's vision. Therefore, you should learn to use it wisely. Ouyang Bao was stunned when he was singled out, and the teacher standing beside them was equally confused. Damn it, he really knows. Great, he's already turning on the teacher mode with his act. Chen Shu raised his head proudly and said, I think I should be your class advisor. The man with green hair was utterly impressed. Son of a pleading face isn't bad, big bro. He's already got the students hooked just from his first words. The teacher, hearing this, was angry but could not say anything. His face scrunched up like a dog's backside. He then tried to salvage the situation. Fine, I know you know everything. You can leave now. Chen Shu then left, and shortly after, Jing Jing was full. A notification appeared on his phone. The amount of 11 million yuan had been received. The male lead opened his phone, and Ouyang Bao's voice immediately sounded. Bro, do you want to have dinner together tonight? The male lead ignored it and shoved the phone into his pocket, his face turning utterly depraved. Stupid client, with so much money, I should build a good relationship with him. Who knows, maybe I can trick him into something later. What a trap boy. After that, he seemed to be planning to pocket the money alone, so he thought to himself and told Jing Jing and the others to go back. This was something he should handle alone. At some fancy banquet, Chen Shu entered dressed like a newly minted punk, and the guys in black suits bowed and respectfully greeted him as bro. It turned out he was the one Ouyang Bao had arranged for, indeed a person with money and power, how enviable. When Ouyang Bao saw Chen Shu, he was like a child waiting for his mother to return from the market. His joy was evident as he said, Bro, you're here. The male lead looked at him with embarrassment. Do you really need to be so extravagant just to invite someone to dinner? Not only are you footing the entire bill, but you're also hiring so many bodyguards. Second generation rich, huh? I don't know about anyone else, but I saw this man with green hair, and as soon as he looked at me, his cheeks turned red. It was adorable. I replied softly. I'm not a second generation rich, my father is. Hearing this, it became clear what kind of person the other party was. Surely, everyone would want to have someone like Ouyang Bao in their life. The male lead clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, sorry to trouble you. The person on the other side shyly said, I really do want you to teach me how to defeat others. Upon hearing this, the male lead immediately refused. Huh? Teach you how to fight? I can't. Before he could finish his sentence, the other person had already shoved money into his mouth. Big brother, just teach me. No matter how much it costs, you can take whatever you want. After saying that, Ouyang Bao pointed toward the cart filled with money. Truly, only those in the financial world could be like this. The male lead waved his hand, feigning modesty. Talking about money will affect our feelings. How about this? I'll teach you a move for free. The ultimate secret to defeating someone is to strike first. Then, he draped his arm around Ouyang Bao's shoulder. You can do it. Our discussion is over, so just remember this. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to message me. It feels like we've known each other for years, even though we just met. For this question, I'll charge 10,000. Truly a master of psychological manipulation. Ouyang Bao now revered the male lead as a saint and immediately handed him a bright red envelope. Thank you, big brother. The male lead took the envelope, looking as pleased as a pangolin, his smile so wide it seemed his jaw would fall off. The new method of making money quickly spread, and just a few days later, everything seemed like a money-making machine. Every day, Chen Shu taught Ouyang Bao a new combat skill. He had to learn it. 3 days later, at the train station, the male protagonist waved goodbye to the young man with the green hair. Alright, I'll see you off here. If anything happens, just text me. At that moment, the male protagonist's phone buzzed. It was a call from Xia Sunan. Hello, what's going on? The first high school of Nanjiang is coming to our school? Hang in there, I'll be there in 2 hours. The scene changed to the beast taming pavilion. The place was terrifying, with beasts lying scattered everywhere. To make it worse, there were even skeletons nearby. Lin Zixian arrogantly spoke up. Before we set off, The principal specifically told me that the second high school of Nanjiang is hiding a big secret, ready to shock everyone. It's really laughable. I can't believe you couldn't defeat them in 2 hours. Now I want to ask, is there anyone else? This kid really hasn't seen the kind of talent that hasn't shed tears yet. Let's see if he can still talk big later. When he saw everyone remain silent, nobody saying a word, he tried to intimidate them. If there's no one else, I declare that the special class of the second high school of Nanjiang is nothing but trash. Lin Zixian smiled smugly. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, Chen Shu suddenly appeared and slammed a damn sack over the head of that trap boy. Everyone cheered when they saw the male protagonist arrive, as if they had just seen a living Buddha. After that, the male protagonist relentlessly threw punches at Lin Zixian, beating him before tossing him aside like a piece of trash. Lin Zixian's pet beast, seeing its master being so humiliated, angrily charged forward. You dare to charge at me? Before it could even yell, it was smothered to death by the slime. The male protagonist spoke up. I've only been gone for 2 days, and you dare to cause trouble in our class? Lying there on the ground? How shameful. And then you get scolded mercilessly, and still, you have the nerve to ask if anyone else is here. You really asked for it. Then, playing the role of the obedient student, he turned to Teacher Li and asked, Teacher, what should we do about this now? For difficult matters, the system will handle it. Option 1, let it go and continue with class. Reward for completion, average beast taming power. Option 2, kidnap Lin Zixian and Tong Qian from Yuming High School. Reward for completion, level 1 enlightenment fruit. Option 3, defeat the genius of the special class at Yuming High School. Reward for completion, all attributes of the yellow slime increase by 10%. The male protagonist lifted Lin Zixian onto his shoulder, his face beaming with joy, causing even the teacher to freeze in shock. No one knew what this violent kid was planning to do. What do you want to do? The enlightenment fruit responded gently. Challenge the special class of Nanjiang High School. Everyone who heard this stared wide-eyed, stunned. Enlightenment fruit turned to Li teacher and said, Teacher, now that I think about it, I remember when Sister Fongxi was still here, the school rewarded her with 100 million. Li teacher suddenly went silent, like still water, unwilling to face it. Could it be that there was a situation of siphoning off blood money again? Jing Jing and Mr. Xie had already blocked the conversation. Where do you want to go? Let's go, Li teacher, let us go to the school to discuss business. Before long, they were already in the principal's office. The principal, who seemed to have heard something that startled him, was nearly on the verge of a heart attack. What? You want me to give you 2 million? You want to challenge the special class of Yuming High School number 1 all by yourself? Surprised, old man? The teacher looked at him with a highly suspicious expression. How can you believe that you'll succeed? The male lead gave a light glance at Lin Zixian, who was lying like a corpse next to the chair, then kicked him hard. I'll show you, as a beast tamer, how I'll defeat Lin Zixian. Seeing this, the principal probably just wanted to hide in a corner. He slammed the table, stood up, and stared at the male lead. Then he reluctantly accepted the challenge and comforted himself. Well, he does have a bit of courage, let him try. The male lead's face suddenly turned very sinister, looking ominously evil. The male protagonist cast a quick glance at Lin Zixian. Well then, I won't be polite anymore. Chen Shu gently moved towards the spot where Lin Zixian was lying flat, unsure of what the male protagonist was planning to do next. Then, he slapped the blonde guy across the face. After that slap, he would probably be meeting his grandparents soon. Lin Zixian slowly regained consciousness. As soon as he saw the familiar face, it felt like he was encountering the king of hell rather than just some demon. He trembled, his face turning ashen, nearly passing out again. He screamed, "What do you want to do?" Chen Shu simply replied, "I want to have a fight with you." He thought the man would collapse again, but surprisingly, he was still quite strong. Before he knew it, the two of them had already met at the beast taming pavilion. Even after fainting, the man was still so outspoken. Lin Zixian, with a fierce look on his face, said, "If you're looking for me to duel, you must want to die. I'll make that happen for you." Then, he summoned his unruly wolf. "Let me see how strong you are, prepare to meet your maker." The fierce wolf, charging full speed ahead, suddenly had to stop abruptly as a slime appeared out of nowhere to save the day. Lin Zixian was stunned. Damn it, another sneak attack. As the slime landed, the wolf quickly dodged the attack and jumped away. Truly, a little kitten. Chen Shu responded, "How can what happened with the beast tamer be called a sneak attack?" Then, he burst into laughter like a fool. Ha ha ha. The principal stood frozen, his face turning green, and asked Teacher Li, "Is this really the top student in our class?" Teacher Li was at a loss for words, not knowing how to answer, and could only reply, "It's the beast tamer, as long as they win, that's enough." After saying this, he casually draped his arm over the principal's shoulder and gently remarked, "All right, principal, are you watching the fun now?" "No, just watching the match continue." The principal is truly hard to understand. The fierce wolf from before had now turned into a corrupt one. It was just running away. "Don't chase me. Lin Zixian won't give up." Furious, he resorts to dirty tricks. "Looks like I'll have to use a killing move now." The wolf, in the midst of running, suddenly turned back to face the slime, then unleashed many tails to tighten around the slime, transforming from a wolf into a nine-tailed fox. "Well, it's somewhat impressive after all," he said with interest. "Wait for death." The slime didn't show any fear but activated Dreamkiller, ready to deal with the little darling. The wolf charged in repeatedly, slashing and tearing, but the slime wasn't hurt in the slightest. Chen Shu grinned menacingly and said, "Little brat, now it's my turn." The slime spread its wings to break free from the encirclement, and the wolf's tails were shredded to pieces like old rags. Lin Zixian was utterly shocked and exclaimed, "Is that it? Is it really over?" She then urged her pet to use a new move. The shadow beast accelerated, and the two beast tamers continued to charge straight at each other, colliding, pressing against each other, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Lin Zixian was determined not to lose and continued to strike. "Even if it's bigger, it still can't defeat my contract spirit," Chen Shu disdainfully whispered. "Oh? Then try this." The slime clamped its mouth shut, clearly preparing to unleash some sort of storm. "No, wait." The slime suddenly shifted to the back of the wolf, then executed a move that crushed it. If it didn't die, it would be left as a cripple. "I'll crush you." The slime pinned the wolf to the ground, and after that, casually walked away. The students were stunned, their faces filled with shock. The wolf, once so fierce, had now met its end, lying lifeless in a pool of blood, looking utterly pathetic. Seeing this, Lin Zixian no longer dared to speak arrogantly and quietly said, "I admit defeat." The trap boy's expression was also oddly twisted, his behavior somewhat eccentric, as he contemptuously raised his middle finger towards Lin Zixian. "Is this really all Nanzhang's top high school can do?" The crowd around them, sensing support, chimed in mockingly. "Is this really all Nanzhang's top high school can do?" Surrounded by the pressure of the crowd, Lin Zixian, helpless, finally said, "I lost because I'm weak. Don't think Nanzhang's top high school has no experts. If you dare come, I guarantee you'll be carried out of here when it's over." In anger, he pointed at the male lead, shouting in his face. Lin Zixian turned away, his expression full of challenge. "Just wait, I will definitely come back." After finishing his words, he turned his back and walked away. There's no way things would be as easy as eating candy. The male lead held a bag behind his back and grinned maliciously. Ha ha ha. He looked down, puzzled. Why is my shadow so big? Unexpectedly, the male lead slammed the bag onto his body without hesitation and threw a punch with steel-like force. Lin Zixian was hit with a barrage of punches from Chen Shu. At this rate, he'd probably end up on an 4 drip for a year after returning. Lin Zixian was left dazed from the blows, staggering before collapsing to the ground. At this moment, Chen Shu pretended to stretch his arm muscles and sighed dramatically. "Hey guys, carry him back to Yuming High School number 1. The people below responded in unison. Understood. They cheerfully carried the blonde-haired guy back, as if nothing had happened. Everyone seemed as happy as if they had been paid, though it was a bit unsettling to watch. The principal, witnessing this, appeared completely disconnected from reality. The male lead approached, gently placed a hand on his shoulder, and pulled his soul back before speaking. "Principal, do you believe in my abilities now?" The principal turned around, his face as pale as a ghost, with not a drop of blood in sight. He replied with a single word. Was his soul even back in his body yet? The male lead continued. "If that's the case, in 2 days, I'll make Nanjiang High School number 1 bleed rivers." The male lead just spoke, and all the students below immediately treated him like a saint, clapping and cheering. "Awesome! The class president is amazing. The class president is always amazing, always amazing, always amazing." Teacher Li stood from afar, observing, his face slightly darkening. Perhaps the beautiful person was not happy. After a moment, he walked over and pulled Chen Shu aside, saying, "Come here, no using nuclear-grade ammunition, understood?" The male lead folded his hands and complied. "Of course." Scene change, now Chen Shu was walking around the campus with Jing Jing and Mr. Xia. Jing Jing spoke up. "Today was really too exhilarating. I honestly thought our school was about to be crushed, but I didn't expect it to turn around like this. Chen Bai, do you really have confidence next week to make the first high school in Nanjiang bleed like a river? After all these battles together, you still don't trust me?" The male lead answered sincerely. "Not sure yet, I need to prepare a bit more." "Xiao Jing, does your family run a beast-taming business? Do they sell some kind of lord skills? By the way, I wanted to ask, do I get a discount?" Jing Jing happily responded. "Of course. If it's you, you'll get a 10% discount, play to the fullest." "Alright, then help me check if these 3 types of skills are available?" It seems the male lead wasn't the arrogant type, he knew how to prepare. Jing Jing, after finishing his call, seemed to have good news, his face beaming brightly. "Chen Bai, I have already asked my family to check, and the 3 skills you need are not available. However, I found something equivalent, which is a natural talent, the growl intimidation of Hu Jinwan. Its main effect is that it can disrupt the opponent's skills." "How much does it cost?" 4 million. Jing Jing casually quoted the price, causing Chen Shu to almost need in 4 drip. Why is the male lead so flustered? 4 million. 2 days later, at the dormitory, Jing Jing proudly held the golden heart in his hand, showing it off for everyone to see. The slime was utterly fascinated, and Chen Shu couldn't help himself, his eyes lighting up as he asked, "Is this worth 4 million? Yes, don't underestimate it. This is a fine product." Jing Jing proudly cradled the precious item in his hands, saying, "It did seem worthy." The male lead solemnly received the treasure Jing Jing handed over and replied, "I understand." Then, happily, he brought it over to the slime and said, "Here you go, slime." The slime ate with great enjoyment, and the male lead quickly clasped his hands together as if pleading, "I exchanged 10 years of my roommate's life for this, so you must successfully comprehend it." After the slime finished eating, it truly achieved comprehension, and with its skill increased by 1, it happily cheered. Success! Then, its face immediately turned devious and crafty as it mentioned Lin Zixian and the others. "Today is the day I will use blood to cleanse Nanjiang number 1 High School." The scene transitions to the gate of Yuming High School. Along with their group was Li Teacher, so they approached the security guard and introduced themselves. "Hello, we are students from Nanjiang number 2 High School, here to seek advice." The security guard probably nearly shook in fear upon seeing them. His face changed instantly, devoid of any emotion. He then waved his hand, shooing them away as if they were flies. "Sorry, we didn't receive any notice. You should go back." Jing Jing, frustrated, spoke up. "How can this be? Our principal said that everything had been arranged." The security guard, clearly impatient, snapped back at them. "I told you we didn't get any notice. Go, now." At that moment, a voice came from behind. "What's going on here?" It was the headmaster of Yuming High School. The security guard turned and reported. "Headmaster Lin, they're students from Nanjiang No. 2 High School, and they say they want to challenge us." The headmaster laughed upon hearing this and replied dismissively. "Ha, the students from No. 2 High School dare to come here and act arrogant? Aside from 3 years ago, when was the last time your school could stand up? Has Lin Zixian beaten you all so badly that you've become fools?" Chen Shu, hearing this, gently turned to Li teacher and asked, "Sir, didn't you ask them to bring Lin Zixian back? You didn't secretly bury him, did you?" The male lead spoke up in a way that even Li teacher couldn't respond to, causing him to jump in shock. "Be modest, my friend. Don't scare them like this. Bury him? I had him sent to the hospital. He's probably being treated for his shadow beast right now." Li teacher awkwardly replied. The male protagonist, after hearing this, sighed helplessly. "Mr. Li, I must have misjudged you. You're still such a kind person, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shu stepped forward and confronted Headmaster Lin directly. "Lin Zixian from this school, you've been defeated by me. You're lying, get out of my way." The male protagonist, feeling disrespected, was extremely angry. His blood rushed to his head, and he felt like exploding. He no longer held back and cursed right in his face, "You're so arrogant? You dare tell me to get out?" Seeing the situation getting tense, Li teacher probably just wanted to hide in a corner, so he quickly intervened. "Don't get worked up, just take action." Upon hearing this, Chen Shu immediately charged forward, ready for someone to soon get a free ticket to the afterlife. The male protagonist rushed forward and kicked with force. Headmaster Lin, without hesitation, fell to the ground, and the real battle officially began. The security guards, witnessing this, immediately took out their walkie-talkies to report, call the police, someone's trespassing at our school." Headmaster Lin, who had just entered the fight, was immediately taken down, lying helplessly on the ground, groaning. "Who the hell are you?" The male protagonist brushed off his shoes and answered loudly, "If you truly wish to know, I'm more than willing to tell you." Afterward, the male protagonist didn't hesitate to give him a few more kicks. "Who is this? Daring to cause trouble here?" A commanding voice suddenly echoed. It turned out to be the head of the special class at Zhang Wangfeng's No. 1 high school. He had just appeared when Chen Shu's system immediately began analyzing. The male protagonist was startled and realized, "Huh? A beast tamer of black iron rank is also quite impressive." He then turned 180 degrees towards Li teacher and pleaded, "Hee, teacher, someone is looking for you." The two masculine men finally faced each other. In tense moments like these, a confident smile is all it takes. Mr. Li extended his hand and introduced himself. "Hello, I am the head of the special class at Nanjiang Secondary School, Li Wushuang." Wang Feng, with a frown, clearly showing his displeasure, angrily said, "Did you bring your students here to cause trouble?" Mr. Li then smiled warmly. With a conciliatory tone, he replied, "How could this be considered causing trouble? We are simply following the rules of the challenge, and as for the homeroom teacher, he's just playing around with my student." Homeroom teacher Lin was grimacing, supporting his back behind Wang Feng. Later that night, Wang Feng approached Mr. Li, his tone angry and challenging. "I originally thought that even though you came here to challenge us, I would let you off." Then, Wang Feng boldly declared, "It seems that this time, I'll have to teach you all a lesson." "Follow me," Wang Feng instructed Li Wushuang and Chen Shu, but Chen Shu's face seemed confused, unsure of what Wang Feng was planning. Then, the person named Wang Feng turned his back and walked away, speaking in a provocative tone, "I want to see how you all will cry and run out of Nanjang's first high school." The scene shifted, and it seemed that Wang Feng had led Mr. Li and Chen Shu to the beast-taming pavilion of Nanjang's first high school. Wang Feng had gathered the top students of the school. He said, "Listen up, the students from Nanjang's second high school want to challenge your class." Upon hearing second high school, the group of students burst into laughter, their voices filled with mockery. "Is Nanjang's second high school crazy? The lowest ranking school dares to come here and challenge us? Ah, this is so funny. Have they drunk something weird? How dare they provoke us like this?" The sarcastic comments continued to echo, but Chen Shu didn't seem to care. He casually picked his ear, a gesture that seemed to say, "Go ahead and talk, let's see who will be laughing and who will be crying later." Then, Chen Shu summoned a slime, but as soon as the students saw it, they exclaimed, "A slime of rank F?" One girl spoke up. "Damn, aren't they crazy? This is really insane." A boy raised his hand and said, "Teacher, let me do it." Then another person stood up. He raised his hand and said, "Don't fight with me, let me do it." After seeing that quite a few people wanted to challenge him, actually to show off, Chen Shu still smiled gently. He slowly turned to Wang Feng and said, "Mr. Wang, I see your class is quite strong, so how about we make a bet to make things more exciting?" Upon hearing Chen Shu's proposal, the fake Wang Feng sneered and said, "What do you have in mind?" Chen Shu was no less confident. He directly stated his conditions for the bet. "It's simple. If I can defeat your entire class, I want 20 high-grade beast taming orbs. If I lose, I'll give you 40 orbs." Wang Feng, hearing that it seemed easy enough, happily agreed. He then pointed to a student. "Deng Yuan, go ahead." Deng Yuan immediately jumped up and proudly said, "Thank you, teacher, leave it to me." Once on the battle stage, Deng Yuan summoned his beast, which looked terrible and awkward but seemed like a chameleon or a gecko. He smugly said, "I'll show you the gap between the first high school and the second high school." The slime didn't give Deng Yuan and his beast any time or opportunity to continue boasting. It quickly expanded, causing both of them to jump in surprise. After a loud thud, the slime swiftly defeated the beast with a single move, simply by using its body weight. Deng Yuan, feeling aggrieved, yelled, "You villain," using sneak attacks. Chen Shu yawned deeply and then indifferently responded, "Sorry, there's no time." Next. He then turned to address all the students of the special class at Zhengnan No. 1 High School. "Didn't you all want to give it a try earlier? Why is it so quiet now?" Now, after witnessing how a single move was enough to defeat the guy named Deng Yuan, everyone present fell silent, not a single sound escaping their lips. Just as Chen Shu was about to say something, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. "Let me do it." It was a girl with short hair, confidently stepping forward to the challenge area. Then, she summoned a cool, one-horned horse. After observing, Chen Shu couldn't help but remark, "And a level contract spirit charging in so early?" The girl was Wen Yu, a student from the special class. With her confident demeanor, she smirked and challenged Chen Shu. In the stands, everyone was cheering their hearts out for her. Wen Yu, beat him. The students from No. 2 High School are too arrogant, what can a slime possibly do? Upon hearing this, Chen Shu couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. He sneered and said, "Beat him? Indeed, that's what needs to be done." The two sides charged at each other, and all that could be heard was a loud crash. Wen Yu's purple-horned beast was sent flying by the slime, crashing several meters away. This shocked all the students present. Everyone was stunned, all wondering why. How is this possible? One move from him already took down Wen Yu? And so, one by one, the special class students from Yuming High School stepped up to challenge Chen Shu, but they were all continuously defeated. Whether it was a turtle, a bird, or even a kung fu move, all were effortlessly dealt with by Chen Shu's slime. Chen Shu, with his head tilted back, confidently declared, "Invincible, how lonely it is." The group of students who had just challenged him couldn't believe their eyes. Their faces twisted in disbelief, and a heavy silence hung in the air, no one daring to speak. Head teacher Wang Feng was becoming increasingly furious with Chen Shu's unbeatable prowess. He turned to his favorite student and whispered to him, "Zhang Tian, it's your turn." Zhang Tian obeyed Wang Feng's command. As he stepped forward, he said, "All right." Then, with a touch of arrogance, he added, "If that's the case, let me finish this match." Looking closely, both Chen Shu and his slime stood serious, watching him prepare his move. "Thunder Bird, come forth." Behind Zhang Tian, a Thunder Bird appeared, looking even more impressive than Su Jingjing's Thunder Bird. Chen Shu was taken aback, his mouth slightly agape as he exclaimed, "Level 8 Thunder Bird." Zhang Tian's name continued to show off, constantly generating electricity and lightning on his hands. Then he put on a serious expression and said, "Let's start." Chen Shu maintained his calm demeanor, silently thinking to himself, "No wonder he's trying so hard to put on a show." Then, he flashed a confident smile. After being buffed by Chen Shu, the slime became furious, its body glowing brightly and gradually growing larger. The Thunder Bird, while gathering energy in its mouth, was stunned and taken aback by the sight. As it was still charging its power, the slime slapped it hard across the face. Seeing this, Zhang Tian froze for a full 30 seconds. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Chen Shu happily remarked, "What are you showing off for?" The slime continued its attack. The slime then zoomed toward the Thunder Bird, causing Zhang Tian to exclaim in surprise, "Is there more?" Zhang Tian quickly commanded the Thunder Bird, "Thunder Bird, move out of the way." Whoosh! The Thunder Bird was surprisingly agile. It quickly dodged the slime's strike. After avoiding the blow, the Thunder Bird turned around. A surge of energy had already been built up, just waiting for the perfect moment to counterattack. However, Chen Shu showed no sign of being flustered or scared. He simply calmly said, "Want to counterattack? Go ahead." Then, he extended his hand, channeling more power to the slime. The slime flew towards and slammed into the Thunder Bird, crushing it completely. Chen Shu gleefully said, "Wait until the next life." The Thunder Bird, exhausted, fell to the ground with a loud crash, the impact so strong that a cloud of dust rose into the air. Everyone's expression was filled with confusion, unable to believe what had just happened before their eyes. Chen Shu placed his hand on his hip, smiling arrogantly as he said, "Being invincible is truly lonely." Everyone was helpless, and the air around them suddenly became eerily quiet. Chen Shu turned to Wang Feng, the director, and said, "Please pay for the 20 top-quality beast-taming crystals." Wang Feng, however, started his usual tricks. He avoided responsibility and, feigning anger, said, "What's the rush? Isn't there still someone who hasn't participated yet?" After hearing this, Chen Shu thought to himself, "How shameless." The choice menu appeared again, with 3 options. Option 1, tell Li Wu Shuang, "Teacher, someone is trying to go back on their word. Should we bury him?" The reward for completing a large number of beast-taming tasks. Option 2, defeat them one by one, forcing them to submit, with the reward of completing 3 top-quality beast-taming crystals. Option 3, start a free-for-all battle, fighting against many to claim victory, with the reward of completing the task and gaining an additional charge skill. After reading the choices, Chen Shu's face suddenly turned wicked and crafty. He excitedly muttered to himself, "This choice has come at just the right time." Then, Chen Shu shouted loudly, "I'm not targeting anyone, but all of you sitting there are trash, let's charge together." That bastard Wang Feng, upon hearing Chen Shu's words, suddenly brightened up. He excitedly shouted, "You said it, everyone, let's go." After Wang Feng's words, it was truly a case of like teacher, like student. They all rushed forward, intending to gang up on Chen Shu and the slime. All the students over there summoned their beasts. They stood in front of the slime, looking fierce. They whispered, "He's too arrogant now, we absolutely can't let him go this time. Let's crush him." The slime was not scared at all. In fact, it seemed to enjoy it as it activated its dream killer skill. The slime then fell into a sleeping state, surrounded by enemies on all sides. Then, the slime growled. The two students laughed mockingly at the slime. A growl so cute, aren't you ashamed? A pressure burst from the slime, causing the weaker beasts to spew blood and slowly die off. Chen Shu chuckled and started to roll around. The slime is still a tough one, it's even lying flat. The beasts were flattened beneath the slime's body. It continued to roll around. Although there seemed to be no real damage, it caused those fierce beasts to pass out one after another. Bang! Another beast was knocked away by the slime. One of the students immediately said, he used an attack skill, he's injured. All the fierce beasts present simultaneously unleashed a barrage of skills towards the slime. But unfortunately for them, the slime didn't do anything flashy or extravagant. It just stood still. When the attacks made contact with the slime, they bounced back automatically. It was the slime's turn to retaliate. Still in a state of sleep, it rolled wildly towards the group of beasts, blocking out the sunlight from their view. I roll. In just a moment, all the beasts of the special class students were lying unconscious, completely knocked out. The students were left frozen in place, stunned and speechless. One student sighed, this slime is ridiculously strong. I've never seen a contract spirit at this level. Is this a mutation? After completing the task and receiving the system's prompt, a notification appeared for Chen Shu. The system awarded him with a new charge skill, and all attributes of the yellow slime increased by 10%. Chen Shu then turned to the head teacher, Wang Feng, and said, are you convinced now? He then spoke to Su Jingjing and Xie Sunan, let's go. With that, they walked away, moving with the confident swagger of champions, leaving Wang Feng deep in thought. It seemed that this year's competition at Nanjiang High School No. 2 was about to be shaken up. The scene transitions to the gate of Nanjiang High School No. 2. The joy on Chen Shu's face was evident, his hands fiddling with the fine goods he had just acquired. He spoke to Mr. Li, teacher, when you head back, please let the principal know 200 million for the school, a fair price, no tricks played on the children. If he wants, he can contact me anytime. Li Wuxuan closed his eyes and replied, I understand. I'll go find the principal. You all go back to the beast taming pavilion first. With that, Chen Shu, along with Su Jingjing and Xie Sunan, turned and headed back to the beast taming pavilion. Li Wuxuan sighed. TSK. As soon as they left, he thought to himself, looks like the principal is going to have a tough time this time. Meanwhile, at the beast taming pavilion, the trio Chen Shu, Xie Sunan, and Su Jingjing walked with the air of the strong, their heads held high. Tang Lai and his friends were also there. They looked at Chen Shu and his group, concerned, as they hadn't expected them to actually succeed in their solo challenge. Red-haired Tang Lai placed a hand on his shoulder and softly said, Mr. Tang, maybe we should just leave him alone. We really can't win against him. Tang Lai, however, was the type to not give up easily. Still, he stubbornly said, what do you mean? Right now, he has the advantage in level. But once I catch up to his level and with my agreed contract spirit, you don't think I can beat him? Since Tang Lai spoke rather loudly, he didn't notice that Chen Shu and his group had gotten very close. The chubby guy became anxious, turned around to look, then hurriedly said, Boss, are you sure? He continued to declare loudly, Nonsense, Tang Lai, I will definitely fight against these evil forces till the end. What did he think? Tang Lai was also someone who could be cautious when needed. As Chen Shu's group approached them, Tang Lai spoke softly, Don't say anything, he's coming over. Chen Shu, walking with an air of coolness, passed by Tang Lai, his face clearly showing signs of worry. Suddenly, Chen Shu stopped, then turned his back and spoke each word with emphasis. A chill ran down Tang Lai's spine, making him break out in a cold sweat. Tang Lai and Chen Shu were caught in an awkward, uncomfortable atmosphere. Chen Shu raised an eyebrow and spoke first, Your clothes look nice. Although it was a bit awkward, Tang Lai couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Seeing that Tang Lai still seemed rather down, the two friends said, "Boss, do you really think you can get your revenge looking like this?" In a classroom, the teacher stood at the podium and smiled, saying, "All right, that's all for today's lesson, class dismissed." As Chen Shu and his group entered the classroom, Chen Shu told his friends, "You guys go ahead, I need to discuss something with Mr. Li." Once alone with Mr. Li, Chen Shu greeted him warmly and asked, "Teacher, what did the principal say?" Li teacher awkwardly responded, "The principal still needs to consider it a little longer." Chen Shu, full of confidence, said, "What is there to consider? If the principal can't do it, then I'll just take care of it myself." Chen Shu left with a happy heart, thinking to himself, how could making money ever stop? Li teacher silently watched Chen Shu, not knowing what to think. Chen Shu went straight to the principal's office. The principal asked with a hint of doubt, "Chen Shu, is there something you need?" Chen Shu got straight to the point, "Principal, do you want the second high school to become famous all over Nanjiang?" The principal was a little unclear but answered honestly, "Of course, I want that. But the cost of training the special class is already very high." "Chen Shu, you're asking for 1 million per school." The principal silently calculated. Chen Shu's estimated ability was at the entry level, but his skills were comparable to Feng Xi's. Maybe this could be a worthwhile investment. The principal shook hands with Chen Shu. "All right, as long as you can beat the 6 other schools in the city, I'll transfer the funds to you." Chen Shu was ready and agreed immediately. His big, burly friend asked for confirmation, "Chen Shu, do you really want to challenge the 6 other high schools?" Chen Shu replied decisively, "There's no other choice. The school has already invested way too much." He then turned to his other friend, the pale-faced, bookish one, and asked, "By the way, Xiaojing, does your family have a beast tamer black iron rank or something?" Chen Shu clasped his hands together repeatedly to ask for help, but he feared that the other schools would try to play tricks on him if he lost. Su Jingjing, fully understanding his friend's concerns, suggested a better plan. In fact, there was no need for the beast tamer black iron rank's assistance. All he needed to do was speak to the media in Nanjiang City. If a level EP slime was challenging the top 6 high school's prodigies, many reporters would certainly follow the story. At that point, who would dare to play tricks on him? Plus, they could even attract a few sponsors, making a decent profit. Chen Shu, hearing the mention of money, eagerly agreed and made the decision immediately. "All right, I'll take care of it." He dialed the phone, and the call was answered. He spoke to the person on the other end. "Hello, Uncle Zhou, I have an opportunity to make some money. I wonder if you'd be interested?" A few days later, news spread widely on social media that Chen Shu was challenging the 6 top high schools. Numerous media outlets vied to cover the story, drawing the attention of many netizens. Soon, the day of the challenge arrived. On the day of the challenge, Chen Shu and his 2 friends were in the dormitory, and Mr. Xia eagerly advised, "Shin Pai, you need to perform really well. I've already bet on your victory." Chen Shu was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean, you've bet on my victory?" Mr. Xia replied, "Don't you know? For this challenge, there's been an underground betting pool. Some people are betting on you to defeat the 6 high schools, while others think you'll lose. The odds are even right now." Chen Shu raised an eyebrow. "Is that such a high evaluation of me?" 3 options were displayed on the system. Option 1, bet on yourself to win, bring glory to the school. Reward, complete a large amount of beast taming. Option 2, bet on yourself to lose, take the opportunity to gain a large amount of nation H currency. Reward, complete, gain an additional charge of the charge skill. Option 3, be an upright person, report to the Spirit Sealing Division. Reward, increase slime speed by 10%. Thanks to this, Chen Shu said something that everyone least expected. "Then I'll bet on myself to lose." His 2 friends thought he was just pretending to play. Chen Shu quickly defended himself logically. "Pretend to play? I've fought so many matches, it's only natural that I slip up in one." Then, he the righteous youth declared that gambling was a violation of the law, and as a protector of justice in Nanjiang City, he could never tolerate it. So, you two, after the match tomorrow, you should quickly withdraw. His expression turned dangerous as he added. This time, whether the money is clean or dirty, Chen-shu will take it all. He silently thought to himself. An adult doesn't choose, they want everything. His two friends were stunned, thinking to themselves, truly a ruthless person. Beast Taming Pavilion of the 3rd High School, ha! Many people were already seated, waiting to watch the upcoming match. Amidst the crowd of reporters, the principal stood beside Chen-shu, cheering him on. With such momentum, you have to give it your all. Chen-shu responded confidently and cheerfully, "Don't worry, sir, I've got it all figured out." Stepping onto the arena, he declared with authority, "Let's begin." On the opposing side, a middle-aged man spoke up, "Lucien, you go first." The young man named Lucien, wearing sunglasses, stepped forward. He struck a dramatic pose as he climbed onto the stage, landing with as much flair as possible. He said, "I am Lucien." At the same time, he raised his palm, from which emanated a swirling vortex of dark energy. Emerging from it was a demon-like creature with purplish skin. For a moment, Chen-shu couldn't crack a joke. A great dark elemental spirit, clearly, this guy wasn't weak. Chen-shu responded by tossing off his outer coat, releasing strands of golden light. From above descended a golden creature in red attire, much like himself. The little slime entered the battle. Upon seeing Chen-shu's beast, students from the other school couldn't take it seriously. Chen-shu busied himself striking various poses, cool dog, cute, dangerous, he had it all. Noticing that Chen-shu's attention was clearly misplaced, the teacher from the other school cleared his throat and called out, "Chen-shu, the match should start now." Chen-shu responded seriously. But in front of the reporters' cameras, he still played it up like a storm was coming. "Everyone, hold on a second." Back in the arena, he planted both hands on his waist and asked, "Are you ready?" He warned his opponent, "I'm coming up, be careful." Using gigantification, Lucien seemed cautious. Chen-shu commands, "Slime, crush it for me." With the charge skill activated, the slime charged forward boldly. On the opposing side, Dark Spirit remained calm, standing still without any reaction to dodge. The slime was confused as it passed right through its opponent as if it were air. Chen-shu realized the skill. Lucien smugly said, "To defeat me, relying on your slime, you're clearly not qualified yet." But on Chen-shu's side, the full force had already been unleashed. Chen-shu shouted, "Slime, keep going. I want to see if your decaying power can last longer, or if my impact will last longer." The slime continued to attack relentlessly. After a while, Dark Spirit made a mistake, and Chen-shu shouted, "Now's the moment." The slime charged fiercely and knocked Dark Spirit off the arena. Chen-shu then sneered, "An A-level contract spirit is nothing more than this." The students from the other school stood dumbfounded at the result, before Chen-shu turned on a loudspeaker. The loudspeaker announced, "Next person, next." Seeing his confident demeanor, the students from the other school just stared without stepping forward, prompting Chen-shu to ask, "No one's moving?" To boost the morale of the opposing team, he suggested, "How about this? How about you all charge together? As long as we win, I will offer 40 high-quality beast taming beads. If we lose, just give me 20 beads." The teacher on the other side, feeling annoyed, said, "Kid, you're going too far. At Nanjiang No. 3 High School, no one here lacks wealth. We have 6 A-level contract spirits, and every student who owns one has a B-level contract spirit." Chen-shu nonchalantly picked his ears and said, "So, does that mean the principal has agreed?" The principal of the opposing school, not easily provoked, firmly replied, "Of course not. Do you think I'm a fool? I already know the outcome of Nanjiang No. 1 High School," he added. Chen-shu, feeling uncomfortable, asked, "Then why are you here boasting?" The two sides stared at each other in silence for a moment. Chen-shu sighed and said in a lowered tone, "All right, I'll let you have it your way this time. No more tricks. You can all come at once, A level and B level together." Win or lose, no beast-taming beads are required.
Chen Shu asked, "What do you think?"
A slime, a round and cute slime, now valiantly taking on everything alone, leaving a trail of defeated ferocious creatures in its wake. The principal of the neighboring school, though reluctant, still had to announce that Chen Shu had won against the third high school of Nanjiang. Chen Shu arrogantly said, "Being truly invincible is such a lonely thing."
That evening, back in the dormitory, Chen Shu asked, "How are the odds looking, Mr. Xie?"
He replied that the odds had already gone to 5/1, with everyone betting on his victory. Knowing this, Chen Shu immediately typed, "Before tonight, use your citizen's ID card to help me bet 10 million, bet on my loss." Chen Shu said cunningly, "Next, it's time for me to rob the rich and give to the poor."
Mr. Xie looked at his friend, speechless.
After that day, Chen Shu challenged one school every day. There was no doubt, the result was always a victory for Chen Shu. Soon, the final match arrived, the battle against the special Nanjiang High School. Wearing a shirt with various sponsor logos printed on it, Chen Shu arrogantly said, "Don't say anything, just charge straight ahead." Chen Shu relished the thought, 50 million was about to be earned, but why did it feel like something was off? He suddenly had a thought, cleared his throat, and added, "Let's be more generous, Yu Ming, you and your team charge together." A young man from the other school raised his hand. Chen Shu thought he had struck gold, thinking the young man wanted to challenge him to a one-on-one duel. However, the young man only stood up to speak for everyone and said, "Today, our special class has chosen not to fight. It's not that we're afraid, but the timing isn't right, so we admit defeat." Chen Shu was stunned, his eyes wide open, his mouth hanging as if in a chain reaction. One person and then the whole group admitted defeat without any shame. The money was almost in his pocket. How could it just fly away like that? No, he couldn't let them give up so easily. With that thought, he bristled and shouted, "I object." The young representative spoke in a firm tone, "We have admitted defeat. Now, are you, the challenger, going to object?" Chen Shu was indeed at a loss for words. He pulled himself together and encouraged himself, stay calm, hopefully, he could provoke them into fighting. He used the loudspeaker, and yet, they had already admitted defeat before even fighting. Those special high school students were all a bunch of cowards. Chen Shu provoked them, but it was also to convince the special high school students that beast tamer battles mainly rely on the contract spirit, yet if the owner's character is too weak, it will affect the outcome of the fight. The class you belong to has a prestigious family background and a contract spirit of the wind beast level. Ah, a genius like that has been defeated by me time and time again, even to the point of being mentally haunted. The students present murmured in response.
Chen Shu fueled the atmosphere, continuing, "Do you think he gave up? Is he scared?
Let me tell you, even now, he still wants to fight the evil forces alongside me. That is the true spirit a genius should have. He may have been knocked down, but he was never defeated."
The other students seemed inspired, their excitement and spirits lifting. Right at this moment, this is the effect Chen Shu was aiming for. He shouted, "Now, who else wants to challenge me?" But the result was met with silence from everyone. Chen Shu was tense, having spent so much saliva. Could it be that it wasn't effective?
"Excuse me, move aside," a young man, whose fighting spirit had been sparked, shouted, "I want a challenge." Chen Shu couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of relief, nearly crying out, "Oh my God, finally, truly a benefactor."
So, Chen Shu politely greeted the young man, "All right, may I ask for your name, benefactor?"
The young man introduced himself with a very cool name, Sleeping Dragon of Bamboo. Chen Shu beamed and said, "Very good, please, go ahead."
Sleeping Dragon of Bamboo followed Chen Shu onto the arena.
Chen Shu, on one side, had already summoned his slime, and both sides locked eyes. Then, the Sleeping Dragon of Bamboo called out, "Azure Dragon, come forth." The name alone sounded formidable, and the spectators were all left with a strong impression. Azure Dragon seemed so powerful, yet the creature named Azure Dragon turned out to be nothing more than a small green caterpillar. The crowd was speechless, their enthusiasm completely drained. One friend called out from below,
"Boss, how could you possibly dare to send out a caterpillar?" Another person added, "A slime against a caterpillar? What kind of match is this? Get off the stage." Chen Shu couldn't help but feel sorry for his opponent. Oh dear, he was clearly bewildered. Chen Shu, showing no sign of concern, said, "Let's begin." He signaled for his slime to strike first. In front of you, the aggressive slime made the small, weak worm look even more pitiful. Everyone could tell the worm was finished. The slime's assault was fierce, yet it moved in such a way that, by chance, it slid through a section, causing the worm to become confused, questioning everything. The slime crashed into the wall and was eliminated from the arena. Chen Shu solemnly clasped his hands and said, "I humbly accept defeat." It was hard to believe that Sleeping Dragon of Bamboo was declared the winner. Did I win? The victory was so absurd that everyone could tell something was off and began discussing it. What the hell? Did Chen Shu lose? The great demon king of Nanjiang was defeated by some nobody? Could this be a fake match? All eyes in the bamboo grove were filled with suspicion as they turned towards Chen Shu. He broke out in a sweat. What should he do? After some hesitation, he quickly started spinning excuses, saying, "Everyone, I know you're all very surprised right now. I am undefeated in the hearts of the people of Nanjiang, but my slime's obedience is too low. You can see its wisdom eye. It looks at the slime and then just falls asleep." He awkwardly corrected himself, "Oh, although it's closed its eyes now." He then continued to complain that, due to its high intelligence, it refused to follow commands. That's why I lost. Don't worry, I will definitely train it more in the future to increase its obedience. There are actually people who nod along to these scripted lines. That's right, in the end it's still the slime of the forced level. Chen Shu, I bid farewell. After saying that, without any drama or mess, he turned around and gracefully collapsed to the floor. The way he gave up was so admirable that even the audience couldn't help but secretly admire him. Perhaps this was the true king. In the dormitory, Chen Shu was wide-eyed in anticipation, staring at his phone. Finally, the money had arrived in his account. Su Jingjing couldn't help but speak up. "Did you really pretend for such a small amount of money?" Chen Shu immediately countered. "Is this just a small amount?" "This is him showing me the screen with a transfer of 70 million. He then shouted loudly. "This is 70 million. Turning to Mr. Xia, he asked. "Let me ask you, Mr. Xia, if you had the chance to earn 70 million, would you let it go?" He excitedly draped an arm over the shoulders of his two friends and said, "There's no way. Who could easily let go of money like that?" Then he turned to his wealthy friend and asked, "By the way, Xiao Jing, does your family sell large quantities of beast taming pearls? I want to buy 40 million worth." Su Jingjing, curious, asked, "Why do you need so many?" Chen Shu responded without hesitation. "Leveling up. I'm about to reach Beast Tamer level 9. 3 days later, in the Beast Taming Pavilion, a teacher stood in front of the students and said, "It's already November, and after a month of hard work, your combat abilities should have improved significantly. Now, we will begin the training course." The teacher set the schedule for the training course, which would last for 2 months. During these 2 months, whoever advanced in beast taming the fastest would take the first place. Joyful Ear, the guardian of books, levels up the fastest, so doesn't that mean it will be me? Teacher Lee announced that the training location wasn't the beast taming pavilion. "Everyone, prepare a little, we will head to the new location. A bus is waiting outside." Chen Shu excitedly joked with Teacher Lee, "We're not going to another dimension, are we?" Teacher Lee, with a headache, pushed his troublesome student onto the bus. "All right, now the ice ravine is under lockdown. I can't take you there. Hurry up, go on and see." The blue bus moved through the streets and stopped at the destination. Chen Shu unconsciously glanced out the window. The best beast taming school in the city was actually here.
To recruit talent, Nanjiang City had set up countless large and small beast taming pavilions. Among them was the best school for beast taming, which was extremely expensive, and very few people attended. It was surprising that the school was so generous. Teacher Lee spoke, "Everyone, starting tomorrow, we won't have lectures anymore. Your daily task will be training. This is the most advanced training room in the city, and the cost of using it every day is 100,000 coins. I hope you can make the most of it. Now, you all go and experience it yourselves." The Chen Shu group was also very eager to try it. Chen Shu chose a room and sat down to meditate. The second-year class of Yuming High School. As soon as the Chen Shu group got off the car, Tu Jingjing exclaimed, "I didn't expect the spiritual energy of this beast-taming Taoist temple to be so abundant. After meditating for a bit, I already feel incredibly relaxed." But Chen Shu only said, it's okay. That was because he had hacks, so compared to the system rewards, it was nothing special. He was just there to add to the excitement. Tomorrow, he would find a chance to slip away. At this moment, Jingjing's phone suddenly rang. Su Jingjing opened her phone and reported, "Shinpai, your beast-taming pearls have arrived." Chen Shu was also surprised, "So fast?" The three of them went to a gray car that was waiting. A person dressed like a bodyguard opened the trunk, which contained 3 protective boxes, and said, "Young master, everything you need is here." The beast-taming pearls, priced at 40 million, had finally arrived. It seemed that the breakthrough to level 9 beast tamer was not far off. As night fell, the full moon hung high in the sky. Chen Shu sat in his room, eagerly savoring the pearls, nibbling for so long that he had finally finished a box. He was exhausted. After finishing one box, he leaned back on the bed and thought, "Forget it, I'll go to sleep first. I'll continue tomorrow." The next day, the students of the school again watched the bus load up to the beast taming pavilion, then surround the spiritual energy as they did the day before. Teacher Lee, just like yesterday, reminded the students, "Today is the first official day of training, go to your designated training rooms." Chen Shu walked through the students who were sitting cross-legged in their separate rooms. He entered his own, and the system gave him a few options. Option 1, focus on training, make an effort to level up your beast taming, and receive the reward upon completion. Option 2, pretend to play around, use your beast taming pearl to level up, and receive the reward for a large quantity of beast taming power. Option 3, take the opportunity to influence others' training, causing Li Wu Shuang to automatically expel you. The reward upon completion is a guidebook. Option 4, directly sneak out, disregard the rules, and receive the reward of an additional wind breath skill. Throughout that beautiful morning, while the other students focused quietly on their training, Chen Shu, in his own style, sneaked along the wall and successfully escaped the training area. He thought it was all over, but when he looked down, he was startled to see Teacher Lee in his white python, which had the pattern of a snow leopard. Seeing him, Teacher Lee casually said, "Good morning." Chen Shu was too stunned to think. Whether it was a skill or not didn't matter, he felt that the guidebook was more important. Thinking that, he shrank back and returned to his room. He began to think, outside, Mr. Lee was keeping watch, it seemed impossible to escape now. It looked like there was only one other option left. He took a beast-taming gem out of his pocket, one hand in his pocket, the other holding the gem, chewing on it like an apple as he surveyed his surroundings. He felt a little bored, thinking that this thing tasted too dull. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. Ah, got it. He glanced into the room of a familiar person, thinking, I'll take on one person by myself. But before he could disturb anyone, a figure appeared behind him. When did they get there? Chen Shu jumped in surprise. Mr. Lee, when did you come in? Chen Shu, acting innocently, said, I'm going to cultivate now. In his mind, he thought to himself, forget it, I'll choose to be a good person first. He returned to his room, first lying down, then sitting up, and then lying down again, chewing on the beast-taming gem. Mr. Lee, seeing his student so restless, just let it be, thinking that he probably wouldn't cause any more trouble. Mr. Lee felt somewhat relieved and left. By evening,
Chen Shu woke up groggily. He was awakened by the growl of his stomach, signaling it was time to eat. He took out a pack of grilled skewers from his pocket, felt around in his pants pocket for a matchbox, and struck a match. He nonchalantly skewered a few beast-taming gems like meat and began to roast them. Roasting beast-taming gems, he liked eating them. The faster you level up, the more you have to risk eating. If you don't eat now, there won't be another opportunity later. After a while, smoke began to pour out from somewhere in increasing amounts. Chen Shu realized something was wrong. Why was the smoke spreading so quickly? Chen Shu, in alarm, suddenly realized there was fire he didn't know from where, but it spread throughout the entire hall. The fire was everywhere. Panicking, Chen Shu shouted, "Fire!" The fire quickly alerted everyone at Beast Taming Pavilion. At that moment, people scattered, shouting at each other to run. Li Teacher, who was in the restroom, stood up upon hearing the commotion. Fire! Li Teacher rushed outside, and emergency services were quickly called to put out the fire. People started murmuring. What happened? Why did it suddenly catch fire? It's the first time we've ever heard of the beast taming master's place catching fire after all these years. A female student suspiciously said. This is strange. Could someone have done this to make Chen Shu feel guilty? To cover up, he said loudly. This is so annoying. Just wait until I catch the arsonist. The other students, seeing his reaction, could only cover their mouths, stiffening up. Li Teacher smiled and asked, If you catch the arsonist, what will you do? Chen Shu replied fiercely, I'll beat him. Li Teacher responded, Very good, then let's watch the footage from the cameras. This left Chen Shu speechless. 10 minutes later, a loud reprimand echoed through the beast taming pavilion. Chen Shu, how dare you roast things in the beast taming school? In the office of the beast taming dojo, Chen Shu was given a lesson by Teacher Li. Teacher Li glared, You dare to grill food here? Why don't you just do it at a gas station? Chen Shu responded nonchalantly, I've grilled in other places, even in public restrooms, just never at a gas station. You've already reminded me. Then Chen Shu quickly added, So, I'll be leaving now. Teacher Li called out for the snake to chase him. Chen Shu's face went pale as he watched the snake coil its tail around him. The snake whipped its tail, knocking Chen Shu down. Teacher Li angrily growled, You want to run? Chen Shu frowned and said, I don't dare. Teacher, I just want to go pay the compensation. He was grabbed by the neck by Teacher Li, I'll take you there. Chen Shu muttered, Damn it, one meal of grilled food costs 300,000, and now I'm on the blacklist. This is unbelievable. Hearing this, Teacher Li scolded, You think this is unbelievable? This is the least of it, you should be glad you're not in jail. Teacher Li grabbed Chen Shu by the shoulder and asked, Tell me honestly, don't you really want to cultivate? Chen Shu replied, It's not that I don't want to cultivate, it's that I have no talent. I can't even absorb the basic beast taming power. Teacher Li was taken aback, Then where did your beast taming level come from? Chen Shu awkwardly said, Well, it's just fate. Teacher Li, confused, asked, What do you mean by that? Chen Shu widened his eyes, giving a pitiful look and said, Teacher, I promise, by the end of this year, I'll definitely become a level 9 beast tamer. Please don't keep me here anymore, just let me go. Li Teacher seriously said, All right, but you must complete a transaction. If you can't finish it, you owe me 30 million. Chen Shu cheerfully responded, What's there to be afraid of? Let's close the deal. Tonight was a moonless night. Chen Shu slowly walked out of the beast taming pavilion, and the system had already reported his reward. The guidebook on perseverance in medicine had arrived, albeit late, but it had come nonetheless. Li Teacher, seeing Chen Shu leaving leisurely through the window, sighed, What a legendary figure. Chen Shu thought it was still too early and returning now would be too boring. How about he head over to the black market shop? With that in mind, he waved and hailed a taxi. After telling the driver his destination, they arrived at the black market and stopped in front of a house. He called out loudly, "Mr. Wang."
Mr. Wang heard him and responded in kind.
"Mr. Chen."
Everyone inside greeted him respectfully.
Mr. Wang reports that the shop's current performance is excellent, and every noon, all the stock sells out.
Chen Shu seemed to be lost in thought. He considered that if he wanted to enter the imperial capital's academy, strength was the most important factor. Even if he couldn't break through to Beast Tamer level 9, as long as his proficiency with the skills reached a master level, he could still be accepted. Perhaps he could practice the guidebook, improving his skill level while also increasing the shop's reputation.
Chen Shu wrote something on a board.
He wrote, "You prepare medicine in the shared restroom and help mix the medicine for free, with a 100% success rate.
Are you happy now?"
The medicine includes endurance medicine, defense power pills, bodybuilding medicine, strength pills, jumping power medicine, and speed burst pills. He placed his hands on his hips and happily said, "Take this wooden sign and shout a little in front of the entrance to the black market."
Chen Shu then said, "Where are my clothes? Give them to me."
Mr. Wang hurriedly said, "Got it." Chen Shu changed into a new outfit, thinking to himself that everything was ready, only missing a title.
The person who prepares medicine in the shared restroom should make a comeback in the world.
Chen Shu accidentally bumped into a guy who was live streaming near the public restroom. The guy immediately recognized him and exclaimed, "Damn it, great deity, it's really you." It turned out that the propaganda about the black market gate was true. Having met before, Chen Shu had an impression of this guy and recognized him right away. They shook hands.
Chen Shu generously said, "So, what's up? Interested in mixing some medicine? For free. Everything is free."
The guy said, "I don't need it, but I can help you with some promotion." He greeted his audience. "Hey everyone, I finally found the person who prepares medicine in the shared restroom, and I didn't expect to meet him here."
He asked for Chen Shu's permission first. "Great deity, could you show your face?" Chen Shu casually agreed.
Joining the live stream with the guy, Chen Shu also took the opportunity to market himself.
"Hello everyone, I am the one who prepares the medicine in the bathroom.
Now, the shop in the black market of Nanjiang City can mix medicine for everyone for free, and it is definitely fresh." Seeing a series of enthusiastic comments from viewers, Chen Shu was even more interested in reading one.
"You are so fierce, you're so handsome, I want to marry you."
Chen Shu responded kindly, "Everyone, don't focus on my appearance, I hope you pay more attention to the content."
"Thank you."
He then read another comment, "I will definitely come to support you, fierce guy. If anyone tries to stop me, I will fight them." The response was, "No reply, no interruption." "Sweetheart, I'll come back slowly and read more comments."
"Fierce big brother, I love you." The reply, "I love you too."
The guy noticed the unusually friendly reactions from the netizens and wondered why the comments today were so gentle. He looked again and only saw spam from the viewers.
"The fierce guy is here, hurry up and run."
He suspiciously glanced at Chen Shu.
"Boss, are you really reading the comments? There's nothing up there."
Chen Shu took the phone from his brown-haired brother, his eyes filled with killing intent, and said, "Or maybe you should look more carefully." The brown-haired brother was frightened and said, "I've looked carefully, you read it wrong." Chen Shu then brightened up and put his arm around his brown-haired brother. Then, he suddenly said,
"All right, let's get back to the main topic.
Play is play, joke is joke, mixing medicine as a fierce guy is equivalent to a crime, but it's really free.
Come and find me quickly." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and a voice from outside asked, "Is this the aggressive person?"
"I want to combine 2 parts of the jump-starting medicine." Chen Shu responded from inside, "No problem." Then he turned back to adjust the machine and said, "Everyone, watch closely.
A new medicine is about to be born." After that, he turned and walked inside.
10 minutes later, he returned, holding several bottles of medicine, smiling as he said, "The medicine is ready." He handed one to the guy with purple hair. Upon receiving the bottle, the purple-haired guy summoned his spirit beast and gave it the medicine to drink. After seeing the spirit beast finish the medicine, its strength increased significantly, and the purple-haired guy's eyes lit up. Smiling, he said, "Damn it, this medicine is legit." When people saw the effect of Qinshu's medicine in the livestream, they immediately began commenting and trying to find out where he was. Qinshu glanced at the livestream and said, "What you see is the truth. You've seen my abilities. Feel free to come find me." Everyone wanted to be the first to get the medicine from Qinshu. As time passed, Qinshu focused on making more medicine, and eventually, it was done. Qinshu stretched and said, "Finally, today is over." When Qinshu turned back and saw the brown-haired guy still there, he walked over and asked, "Huh? It's so late, why are you still here?" The brown-haired guy replied, "I want to ask the great deity a question." "Great deity, why do you make medicine for others for free?" Qinshu clasped his hands together and said, "For love and peace." "All right, then. Go home." The brown-haired guy thought to himself, "What kind of saint is this?" Qinshu turned around and walked away, speaking to Mr. Wang as he did, "Mr. Wang, tomorrow please fix the bathroom door a bit, add another window. After I finish mixing the medicine, I'll bring it out right away." Mr. Wang immediately replied, "All right, Mr. Chen." The brown-haired older brother looked on with admiration and thought, "Indeed, this person is truly extraordinary." From that day on, Qinshu mixed medicine for free at the black market every day. The reputation of Deli's pharmacy spread far and wide, and every time it was sold, it was gone in a second. 10 days later, in the bathroom, Chenli looked pleased and said, "Finally, I'm about to break through." At the black market, Qinshu, holding his slime, thought to himself, "After breaking through my medicine skills, the speed of refining will be faster." The slime had already consumed a lot of the medicine, and it seemed that in the next few days, his beast taming level would also break through quickly. At that moment, a team of long-legged women in high heels blocked his path. Azi, dressed in a seductive style, smiled sweetly as she greeted Qinshu. Qinshu turned around, puzzled, "Are you Azi?" Azi moved closer, and at the same time, the slime disappeared. She gently stroked the back of Qinshu's neck while introducing herself, "I'm Azi from the 333 Medicine Company." She whispered seductively into Qinshu's ear, "Are you free now?" She lightly blew on the rim of his ear, "I'd like to invite you to my place to discuss some things about medicine." Her fingers gradually lowered, and her intentions to seduce and extract information were crystal clear. Qinshu, as if enchanted, gazed deeply into her eyes, holding onto the mischievous hand with a firm grip. Then he coldly pushed the girl away and said, "It's not too late. The school has a closing time." But he still cheerfully said, "If you don't understand anything, you can come find me tomorrow." Azi didn't give up, she grabbed Qinshu's arm, blinked, and said, "Closing time is just right." She hugged his arm, rubbing her soft curves against him. She kept leaning in, tempting him. "Tonight, we can talk slowly." Qinshu remained serious, like a young man focused on his principles. He replied, "No, tonight I still have to cultivate." Qinshu walked a distance away from her, muttering, "I almost let her mess up my breakthrough time." As soon as Qinshu left, Azi made a phone call to report. The mission failed. He might not like women. Prepare another plan. Back in the dorm, Qinshu sat down and focused, cross-legged, to cultivate. After a while, he opened his eyes wide, excited, and exclaimed, "The breakthrough pill has been perfected, and my beast taming level has reached level 9. Let me see if the system has any additional rewards." The system interface displayed a tiered map of crafting pills, and the reward was a potion that unlocked Black Iron rank. Old Fourth suddenly entered the dorm room and called out, "Shenbai, this guy came to brag that Qinshu has broken through to level 8, but when he saw his friend, Old Fourth nearly lost his mind and stammered in disbelief. Wait, did you break through to Beast Tamer level 9? Qinshu kept smiling as she descended from the bunk bed, light as a feather, and asked, "Is there a problem?" Old Fourth is feeling down and crying. We're exhausted like dogs every day, but still can't catch up to you.
Chen Shu chuckled, how can dogs be more tired than you?
She threw her arm around her good friend's shoulder and said, honestly, if you want to catch up to me, there's one way: have your family prepare thousands of beast taming pearls.
That way, you might catch up.
Old Fourth felt annoyed upon hearing this, and knocked his friend's head.
Go away.
After joking with her friend, Chen Shu said, but on the other hand, I should actually visit the beast taming school myself.
And at that time, let everyone see me break through.
The three of them went to the beast taming school, and they were stopped at the door by a girl who raised her hand. With a professional smile, she said, sorry, sir, you are on the blacklist, and a risk fee is required. Chen Shu readily took out her card and said, swipe away. The girl took the card and successfully swiped it. After finishing the procedure, she politely handed the card back to Chen Shu, saying, the card has been swiped.
Please take it back.
The three of them then proceeded smoothly inside. In the auditorium, Teacher Li and the other students had already arrived. Teacher Li proudly said, recently, everyone has made breakthroughs. Chen Shu, as innocent as a fairy, spoke up, hello, everyone, long time no see.
Is anyone interested in challenging me? Please step forward. Here is the translated version. Listen up, everyone.
You're all falling behind, none of you are progressing, and all your community consciousness is slipping away. Tang Lai, my friend, was a step behind, so he ended up being the reluctant volunteer.
Chen Shu, having found a punching bag, clapped his hands in dissatisfaction. As expected of Mr. Tang, well then, let's get started. As someone with a high ego, once he committed, he wouldn't back down. Tang Lai declared loudly, Chen Shu, do you really think I'm afraid of you?
Let me tell you, my extraordinary talent has already broken through to level 8, and today is the day you'll pay your debt. With that, he summoned his wings, ready for battle. The more aggressive the opponent, the more it suited Chen Shu. Well, it's also time for me to see if summoning a slime now should be called a grand beast, he said, almost mocking Tang Lai.
Isn't it true that level 9 can defeat level 8 with a single move? This news shocked everyone present. Tang Lai, as if struck by lightning, blurted out, you've broken through to level 9?
Before they even exchanged a single blow, Tang Lai was already emotionally devastated.
In contrast, Chen Shu confidently remarked, that's right. Let's start, but Tang Lai seems to be hesitating now, backing off. Tang Lai bitterly said, who wants to fight a monster like you? I'm not fighting anymore.
Chen Shu stood stunned for a moment, while Teacher Li observed and said, no shouting.
That's enough.
He told all the students to return to their training rooms.
Chen Shu clicked his tongue in disappointment. Upon hearing the teacher's command, Tang Lai instantly became the most obedient student. Okay, teacher, I'm going to practice now.
The teacher reached out and grabbed the strap of the mischievous boy's backpack, speaking sternly.
Wait a moment, let me check your bag first. Chen Shu hesitated, asking. Teacher, is that really necessary? All his classmates replied in unison. Absolutely necessary. Li teacher, with reasonable authority, said. See, it's for the public good. He opened Chen Shu's backpack. Let me see what you've brought with you.
He found a variety of odd items, a drill, a urine bag, a hairdryer, green liquid, a scale, and spices. For safety reasons, the teacher will confiscate these items, and I will record them. I will return them to you on the way back. With that, the teacher instructed the students to disperse and quickly return to their training. The teacher had no idea that Chen Shu had a speaker hidden behind his back. The mischievous look on his face suggested he was about to pull off some trick. Luckily, he had brought this along. It was a clear, sunny day, and inside the beast taming pavilion, each student was assigned a training room when suddenly a voice rang out. Everyone, good evening. Training is a sacred matter, and you must all do your best. Although I am now a level 9 beast tamer, I am someone who takes responsibility for my words. Every point of my beast taming power is something I have worked hard to earn. Even though I am at level 9 now, I still remember how I was before.
A loud look here
Made Chen Shu instinctively turn around.
Li Teacher's face darkened, and he said, "Tell me the truth, how did you manage this?"
Chen Shu tried to explain, "I care about my friends, and as the class monitor, I need to understand the situation of everyone. They are all the future of our country."
Li Teacher, holding back his anger, gritted his teeth and said, "Chen Shu, immediately answer truthfully. You're not pretending, are you?"
He grabbed Chen Shu and said, "Let me see what a level 9 looks like.
Let's have a match today."
Chen Shu broke out in a cold sweat, and as he tried to salvage the situation, the system suddenly displayed several options.
Option 1, nod and reply, "I had the same idea." Reward, 1 bottle of black iron rank physique potion. Option 2, decline firmly, showing respect for the teacher.
Reward, complete a level 2 cho-cho fruit.
Option 3, seize the opportunity and launch a sneak attack.
This is the most cautious choice for brave players. Reward, large amount of beast taming power. Chen Shu glanced at the system's options and thought it over.
Although the rewards for all 3 choices were very good, he wanted to break through to black iron rank before the exam.
What he needed most right now was beast taming power. If there's a shortcut, why not choose it? Chen Shu made his decision accordingly. It seemed that he could only act as a decoy. He distracted Li Teacher by pointing to the sky and saying, "Li Teacher, look, a flying saucer." Li Teacher, in his dazed state, actually fell for it. At that moment, Chen Shu took something out of his pocket, a urine bag that he had hidden. Chen Shu intended to throw the urine bag over the teacher.
"Mr. Li, you can't blame me for this."
Before he could make his move, Li Teacher turned back just in time. Li Teacher, with a stern expression, asked,
"What are you trying to do?"
Chen Shu, startled, quickly shoved the bag back into his pocket. "Nothing."
He then ran off, saying,
"I'm going to chase the flying saucer, contribute to the national aviation cause."
Li Teacher grabbed him by the head and, with a tone full of teacherly affection, said, "Come here, let's have a talk."
Chen Shu screamed for help as Li Teacher dragged him out of the training area in front of his classmates. No one could clearly see what happened behind the door, but from the sounds of punches and scuffles, it was obvious what was going on. Tang Lai, witnessing Chen Shu getting a lesson from the teacher, was so moved he almost cried. It wasn't a matter of defiance, it was the end of days. Finally, the heavens had opened their eyes. The door opened. Li Teacher strolled back in, casually putting his hands in his pockets. Behind him was Chen Shu, battered and bruised, but still composed, saying, "Worldly matters cannot frighten a man. In life, one must face everything calmly." Chen Shu carried the bone-faced expression as he walked past, making Mr. Xie feel uneasy. That night in the dormitory, Chen Shu was disheartened, burying his face into the pillow when Mr. Xie who came over and invited him.
"Shen Bai, are you going to eat?"
Chen Shu replied with a sense of frustration, "You guys go ahead and eat.
I still want to practice." After thinking for a moment, he added, "By the way, could you please bring me 3 bowls of beef noodles, 4 pork buns, and 1 hamburger?"
Seeing this, Mr. Xie decided to give his friend some space. It seemed that this time, Chen Shu had truly been hit hard. His friends, who were already invigorated by the 9-level beast tamer status of Chen Shu, became even more excited.
2 months later, Teacher Li announced, "Today marks the end of our 2 months of training. Next, I will announce the rankings for the top performer."
Chen Shu grinned widely, thanking everyone for their hard work.
Tang Lai couldn't hold back his discomfort and turned to ask his friend, Du Long, "Do you want to file a complaint about not ranking based on level?"
"Now's the time to file a complaint," Du Long agreed, immediately raising his hand and speaking loudly, "Teacher." Chen Shu, who had just received his first place certificate, was startled by this sudden interruption and looked over. With a dark expression, Chen Shu turned to face Du Long, crumpling the first place certificate in his hand. Du Long, seeing this, also felt some tension but still had to speak.
"Teacher, I think the ranking."
Without further words, Chen Shu immediately called the slime family.
He asked Dulong, how's the ranking?
Dulong was at a loss for words, embarrassedly correcting himself. I feel like this ranking is actually quite reasonable. Chen Shu nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Suddenly, a hand grasped his shoulder.
Li teacher said, all right, let's move on to the usual topic.
The teacher changed the subject. Tomorrow is New Year's Day, and we'll have a 3-day break. After the holiday, I'll take you all to Douling School to participate in a battle with the beast tamer in Dashing City. His attention was drawn by the mention of Douling School. He had heard of Douling before but had never participated. It was said to be a massive school established by the government.
To boost its popularity, the government ranked students every month and offered special rewards. He didn't expect that they could also participate. He glanced toward a girl, Wang Chenghan. Previously, Wang Chenghan had gone to a private Douling school to pay off a loan. Thinking of this, Chen Shu moved toward her and greeted her warmly. Chenghan politely asked, Chen Shu, what's up?
Chen Shu got straight to the point, inquiring, you've been to a private Douling school before.
Do you have any experience you could share with us?
Chenghan replied, no, the place I went to before was private, not like the government-run one.
After receiving the reply, she excitedly hugged Chen Shu and asked, that's right, Chen Shu, do you have time tonight? We'd like to invite you to dinner.
Not only Chenghan, but also 2 other cute girls were waiting for his response.
Back in the dorm, he wondered, dinner? Why do you want to invite me to dinner?
Mr. Xie immediately thought of something improper, his nosebleed trickling as he muttered, could it be that they want?
Chen Shu, the serious young man, thought they wanted him to teach them how to cultivate?
Mr. Xie, impressed by Chen Shu's wooden head, comforted him, never mind, you must have a reason for your behavior.
Wherever we're going to eat, we'll go with you.
Chen Shu squinted and gave a thumbs up, then let's go eat together.
They arrived at a brightly lit place with a prominent sign. The 3 close friends entered the restaurant together.
Chen Shu mentioned that the best hot pot restaurant was here, and they were seated at table 234. He scanned the room and found table 234, where 3 girls, dressed stylishly, were chatting happily. Chenghan spotted Chen Shu first and waved, calling out, Chen Shu, over here. The hot pot restaurant was quite crowded. The 3 girls at the table were competing for Chen Shu's attention. Chen Shu seemed to be enjoying the attention from the pretty girls. As for the other 2 guys, they were too embarrassed to say anything.
Mr. Xia spoke up, so, what is this really about? Why did you invite us here to eat? Chenghan said, we didn't invite you guys.
Mr. Xia felt frustrated.
He took a deep breath to calm himself down and then asked, so, what did you invite Chen Shu for?
Chen Shu was also puzzled, that's right, what do you want with me? Chenghan awkwardly gave a gentle pinch to Chen Shu's shoulder. Su Shiyu shyly said, actually, I invited you just to gather together, to thank you for helping us earlier, and by the way, to ask which school you're planning to apply to.
After graduation, we'd like to go with you. Chen Shu cautiously stepped back, you guys want to compete for schools with me? Why wouldn't you? I'm applying to Huaxia Academy. Shiyu frowned, a bit disappointed, and said, forget it, let's just say we invited you to thank you, so we invited you to dinner. Chen Shu was completely confused, huh? What do you mean, forget it?
The girls handed Chen Shu a glass of water.
The 3 of them happily clinked their glasses. By the time it was late in the evening, the group had finished eating and exchanged their goodbyes.
After the meal, Chen Shu still hadn't figured it out, so what exactly was the purpose of their invitation? The 2 friends overhearing this nodded in agreement.
Being single has its reasons, they thought.
Chen Shu, on the other hand, was still oblivious.
At this moment, the system displayed an urgent notification, urgent notice.
The Beast Tamer Association has just announced a new mission to eliminate a pack of level 9 savage beasts.
New task selection for the host.
Choose one, take on the task and complete it, the reward upon completion. Large quantity of beast taming power.
Choose 2, open your mouth and say, next time, the reward will definitely be a vial of black iron rank defense potion. Chen Shu widened his eyes. Ha! Is this an urgent task? The slime has already broken through to level 9, if we had a bit more beast taming power. He asked his two friends, Mr. Xie Xiaojing, I have a task, do you guys want to take it on? The two friends simultaneously agreed to take it in a mountainous area, a forest. Chen Shu got out of the taxi, and he, along with his two friends, went to the location, holding the task sheet. Task name, Hunt the Fire Snake Pack Level 9. Task difficulty, dangerous. Task content, yesterday, a pack of level 9 fire snakes appeared in Taiping Mountain, Nanjiang City. To prevent harm to the citizens, this task has been officially announced, hoping that beast tamers with sufficient strength will take on the task. Task reward, 1 million H nation dollars. Task difficulty, 1. The fire snakes are mostly level 8 and level 9, numbering about 20. 2. If the fire snakes set the forest ablaze, beast tamers might face danger, so it is hoped that a team with aerial abilities will take on this task. Task hint, the fire snake's cold tolerance is relatively low. Mr. Xia asked Chen Shu, what should we do? Chen Shu boldly said, let's do it. Then, he stood before a small mountain, the three of them sitting on a blue lightning bird, flying behind a small winged insect ahead. Mr. Xia shouted from over there, the blue bird carrying 3 people maneuvered through the mountains. Chen Shu noticed something? Below them, a large number of fire serpents were coiled, sleeping. He directed, as expected, it's here. Thunder bird, stop. Don't go over there just yet. Then he called for the slime. The slime dove from above, and a fire serpent, which had been sleeping, quickly opened its eyes. The slime had already struck down several. The remaining fire serpents, sensing movement, woke up and began preparing their attacks on the slime. Chen Shu shouted from above, and the collision began. The slime responded with a loud ooh and headed straight for the row of serpents. Is that all you've got, trying to burn my slime? You should go look in the mirror. With a single strike, the slime sent the serpents flying. Mr. Xia stared in disbelief. Curious, Mr. Xia asked Chen Shu seriously, how do you raise the slime? It's clearly just a contract spirit at the forced level. Chen Shu casually replied, mostly with heart, the power of boundless love. Below, the slime was aggressively chasing off the serpents. Su Jingjing observed and advised, stop it, but looking at this situation, unless something unexpected happens, the battle should be ending soon. Seeing the slime charge forward, Mr. Xia exclaimed, damn it, is it really over? Chen Shu shouted, over my ass. Can't you see the slime's backside is all black? Something's gone wrong. A fire snake looked way cooler than the previous snakes that had appeared. Chen Shu said, as a black iron rank lord, you should run quickly. Thunderbird acknowledged the command and led the 3 of them to run. The system interface displayed the choices again. 1. Leave Taiping Mountain, ensure your survival, reward upon completion. 2. Second grade Qing Yi flowers. 2. Abandon fleeing, prepare to fight, reward upon completion. Dynamite, condensed shrinking potion, which will lose its effectiveness after a day if the fire snake is successfully killed. Additional reward, dynamite. 3. Report the fire snake situation to the Spirit Sealing Division. Reward upon completion. Slime strength increases by 5%. Chen Shu thought about the so-called dynamite, which gave him an idea. He spoke up. Xiaojing, stop. Chen Shu stood up heroically and said, brothers, we're getting ready for battle. Mr. Xia asked, are you crazy? Su Jingjing also said, that's a fire snake at the Lord level. Chen Shu reached into his wrapped bag and found the condensed dynamite given by the system, much like Doraemon's magic pocket. He pulled out a small bottle, raised it high, and said, of course I'm not crazy. Look at this. His 2 friends were immediately alarmed and tried to stop him. Boss, this isn't another world, it's Blue Star. What you're doing is illegal, do you know that? Last time, many people were looking for you after the canyon incident. If you do this again, and something goes wrong, you'll really become a criminal. Please, calm down.
Chen Shu remained calm, saying, I've thought it through, don't worry, I'll be careful, it will be fine. He reassured his two friends like this, but secretly thought to himself, this time it's just a smaller, more concentrated version, not like last time.
Moreover, the extra reward is real explosives. I may not need to use them, but I can't afford to not have them.
Then, he told Xiao Jing to instruct his bird to speed up, and Thunderbird flew back. There, the Fire Serpent Lord was already waiting. He directed them to maintain a little more distance, and the Serpent Lord fired a fireball, but Thunderbird flew high and avoided it. Thunderbird then quickly charged forward. Chen Shu shouted fiercely, let's see how you like this. Thunderbird flew past the serpent's mouth, and at that moment, Chen Shu took the opportunity to throw the explosives down.
The Serpent Lord unwittingly swallowed the explosives without realizing it. Chen Shu shouted, run!
Thunderbird then quickly took off. Chen Shu, still focused, held out his phone and snapped a picture of the memorable moment behind. A loud explosion followed, and the blast spread across the surrounding mountains. Li Teacher, who was sitting and eating, clearly felt the shockwave and became slightly unsettled. He shouted at Chen Shu. Not far from the explosion, two figures were watching the scene. The person in a full black cloak asked the girl standing behind. She replied, did Chen Shu cause this?
Z responded, yes, that's right.
My subordinates have investigated, and the incident in the ice canyon was also caused by him. After the explosion, the place where the Fire Serpent Lord had once stood was reduced to nothing, not even a trace of its body remained, and the entire mountain had vanished as well.
Su Jingjing hurriedly asked, did you really have a plan?
Chen Shu scratched his head and ears, this was Mr. Xie's idea to intervene and attack, we need to leave quickly. Taiping Mountain is gone, and the Spirit Sealing Division will definitely come to investigate. If they find us, we'll really end up behind bars. Su Jingjing agreed, and the three of them quickly boarded the Thunderbird and fled.
Soon after, a figure in a cloak riding another bird flew towards the area.
The three of them walked side by side along the road.
Mr. Xie asked, Chen Shu, do you think we should still submit the mission?
Chen Shu, feeling down, replied that it wasn't possible to submit it, as they hadn't collected any fire serpent scales. Su Jingjing complained, it was so simple to just run away, and now look what's happened, the mountain exploded.
Su Jingjing turned to her friend and asked, Chen Shu, what exactly was your intention with blowing up this mountain? Was there a tomb of an enemy of yours inside?
Chen Shu found it difficult to explain and thought to himself that it was hard to speak up. He came up with an excuse, no one was setting off fireworks for New Year's, I just wanted to create a bit of atmosphere, blow up a mountain to help the people of Nanjiang feel more festive. Before he could finish, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and was startled to see the caller, it's Mr. Li calling. He lifted the phone to his ear, holding it respectfully, and said, hello, Li Teacher. Li Teacher seemed as if he were about to leap out of the phone and strike him, shouting, Chen Shu, is it true that Taiping Mountain was caused by your explosion? Chen Shu felt embarrassed for being caught so quickly. He stammered and pretended to be clueless. What are you talking about, teacher? What Taiping Mountain? I don't understand. The teacher scolded him sharply, stop pretending with me, I just arrived at the scene. It's definitely your trace. Listen carefully. No matter who asks, you must not tell the truth. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Chen Shu quickly hung up the phone. He then nonchalantly said, Teacher, you're really hot-tempered, there's no way around it. His two friends stared at him, speechless, as if struck by the dry silence. One of them asked, what should we do now? Chen Shu replied, it's already late, let's go home. Then, the three of them each went their separate ways. At the residential complex where Chen Shu lived, he climbed the stairs alone. Upon reaching a certain floor, he accidentally spotted a pair of feet wearing stylish high heels. Looking up, he he saw a beautiful and alluring girl, seemingly waiting for him. And indeed, it was true as she greeted him. "Hi, Chen Shu little brother." A Z, dressed in a blue dress, said in a coquettish tone, "We meet again." Chen Shu furrowed his brows. "Why did you come to my house?" He unlocked the door and said, "If you're here to ask about the medicine, come to my shop tomorrow morning." Chen Shu turned around and added, "If not, wait for my parents to come home, then come back." A Z grabbed Chen Shu's hand, "But I can't wait any longer." She pressed Chen Shu against the door, softly calling his name, Chen Shu. She leaned in close to his ear and teased, "I want to know the result today." Her hand gently traced Chen Shu's face. "You don't need to worry about whether your parents will come back or not." Seeing the displeasure on Chen Shu's face, her voice still lingered. "I've already found out. Your parents won't be coming back tonight. As for the lower part of my body, it's pressed up against yours, so tonight we can stay at your house." The peach softly shifted. A Z continued speaking intimately. Chen Shu asked, "So my parents won't be coming back tonight?" She laughed happily, "That's right. Tonight, we can do whatever we want." Chen Shu's face suddenly turned sinister. "Do whatever we want?" He immediately pushed a Z away. "Then you should leave quickly, don't waste my time." He stepped inside and waved his arm, "If you need anything, come to the store tomorrow. I've got to practice alchemy all night." A Z blinked in confusion. "Alchemy?" Chen Shu slammed the door shut. She took a deep breath. "You're something else." Then, she angrily shouted, "Chen Shu!" At this point, Chen Shu entered the house, happily looking forward to watching TV in the living room and practicing alchemy, something he had long wanted to do. He picked up the remote and finally got to experience it. He looked at the TV screen inside. "It's so beautiful." After that, Chen Shu quickly mixed the medicine. Tonight was the time for his frantic alchemy session. A Z was still standing outside the door, pondering. "No, I can't let it end like this." She glanced out the window and came up with an idea. "Got it." She smiled. "I will definitely make Chen Shu fall for me." Inside the house, Chen Shu was still busy concocting the potion when suddenly he heard an unusual noise. A Z appeared, dressed in a black rabbit costume. She twisted her body and said, "Mr. Chen Shu." After that day, A Z appeared before Chen Shu multiple times. A Z winked and blew him kisses. No matter where Chen Shu went, A Z would find him. The bus was running down the street. Chen Shu sat between Mr. Xie and Xiao Jing, his eyes filled with tears and his face twisted in distress. At that moment, I was really terrified. Chen Shu tightly gripped Mr. Xie's arm. "You guys tell me, who exactly sent her to spy on me and hinder my studies?" Su Jingjing was confused. "Do you think she came to affect your studies?" Chen Shu firmly insisted, "Yes, why else would anyone come to disturb me when everything is fine? And deliberately at night, isn't this an attempt to stop me from studying?" Mr. Xie then shoved Chen Shu's hand away. "Being single has its reasons." Chen Shu stared at him in confusion. "What does that have to do with me being single?" He looked pitiful. "Mr. Xie, Xiao Jing." Mr. Li spoke up, "Everyone, quiet down, let me say a few words." Mr. Li announced, "We are almost at Dixing City. Tomorrow, we will begin participating in the beast taming competition. The matches require teams of 3 people, so make sure to form your own teams." Mr. Li continued, "Also, at the end of February this year, there will be a city-level beast taming competition here. If you manage to achieve a top ranking, you will qualify for the provincial beast taming competition. For the provincial competition, if you place in the top 5, you can earn additional points." Mr. Li added, "So, I hope some of you will definitely not be lazy and work hard. Right, Chen Shu?" Chen Shu thought to himself, "Why is he mentioning my name?" However, the provincial beast taming competition, he frowned. Back then, Fong Si, with her S-grade contract spirit, had won first place in the city competition, but she only ranked 15th in the provincial competition. Even someone as strong as her was being reminded by Mr. Li. Chen Shu, you must participate in the beast taming competition.
As for your teammates.
Mr. Xie and Xiao Jing both raised their hands simultaneously.
Teacher, is there even a question?
Of course, it will be the three of us. Mr. Li disagreed. No, you must choose someone with combat strength. Mr. Xie happily replied, Teacher, I can torture the opponents and unleash the light of love. Xiao Jing also laughed, Teacher, my Thunderbird can spit. Mr. Li, losing patience, shouted, Enough!
Go! They immediately changed their attitude and agreed. All right. Mr. Li asked irritably, Did you hear that? Chen Shu responded, I heard it. Oh my god, it's all because of you that the teacher is so reluctant to forget.
The bus stopped, and Mr. Li said, We're here, let's get off.
Chen Shu was confused behind him. Why is the teacher walking so slowly?
Chen Shu's expression immediately froze, his eyes wide in shock. In front of him stood a Z, smiling, next to Ouyang Bao and many others. They all bowed in unison. Hello, boss.
Chen Shu was speechless.
The people from other schools whispered among themselves.
Who is this? What's going on here? Are they waiting for someone? A Z winked playfully, Chen Shu. Chen Shu grabbed Ouyang Bao's hand and pulled him away. Chen Shu's father asked, Are you out of your mind? What are you doing? Ouyang Bao smiled brightly, I came to pick you up. Chen Shu, with a dark expression, muttered, What kind of person are you?
Ouyang Bao immediately began to flatter him, I heard you're about to join that Doling school, I wanted to observe and learn a bit. Chen Shu pointed behind him.
Then what about her? Why is she here too?
You little brat, she's not an undercover agent you sent, is she? Ouyang Bao waved his hand, No, master, today is the first time I've met her. She told me she's your senior sister, she told me you were coming today. Mr. Xie and Xiao Jing had ambiguous expressions.
Chen Shu suddenly felt a headache coming on.
Ugh! He silently thought to himself that it seemed there was still an unseen hand behind the scenes, and their intention to stop him had not ended. If she had already arrived, then all he could do was show them that he would surely succeed in this test. Chen Shu placed his hand on Ouyang's shoulder and said, The master has given you a task. Keep an eye on this girl, don't let her out of your sight. Ouyang Bao gave a thumbs up, Got it, master. Chen Shu glanced at Mr. Li, I'll go inside first.
The teacher is still waiting for me to complete the check-in procedure. Ouyang Bao responded, Understood, master.
Chen Shu grabbed his collar, Remember, you need to watch her closely.
Ouyang Bao broke into a sweat.
Chen Shu walked past a Z, who looked at him with heart-shaped eyes, gazing at him adoringly.
Chen Shu shuddered. At this moment, the students were lining up to check in. Mr. Li spoke up, Chen Shu, what do they want with you? Chen Shu replied, They just want to talk to me.
Mr. Li frowned, Let me warn you, if you cause trouble in Dixing City or set off any more explosives, I'll bury you myself.
Chen Shu was startled, I understand, I promise I won't cause any more trouble.
He silently thought that if he used explosives again, he would definitely be under the radar. Mr. Li smiled and placed his hand on Chen Shu's shoulder, All right, go on. This time, so you can perform well, I've arranged a big room for you.
You'll be staying alone this time.
After that, Chen Shu went to check in and get his room. Mr. Li watched from a distance, thinking to himself that he still had to keep an eye on this boy, Chen Shu. If something happened, it would be a big trouble.
Chen Shu happily lay down in bed, It's fine, let's just sleep.
Suddenly, there was a knock on the door.
Chen Shu was confused, It's so late, who could be looking for me? Could it be that Mr. Xie and the others are thinking of me?
Chen Shu got up and opened the door, and Ouyang Bao appeared with a Z.
Master, good evening. Chen Shu's face showed anger as the two of them casually walked into the room. Chen Shu grabbed Ouyang Bao and said, Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on her?
Ouyang Bao innocently replied, Yes, you told me not to leave her for a moment, so I brought her along when I came to find you. He smiled. Master, I've already informed the hotel. The room here has been sprayed, and there's no more space for me.
So, I was wondering if I could stay here tonight? Chen Shu angrily asked. Stay here? What about her?
Oh, Yang Bao replied, of course, she'll stay with us. The bed is big enough for all three of us to sleep. Z had already sat down on the bed, sweetly calling out, hurry up, come here. Chen Shu was left speechless in shock. Chen Shu sighed. Comrade Yang Bao lifted him by the collar, asking him to step outside for a moment. Chen Shu threw him down.
I want to talk to Z for a while. Yang Bao, bewildered, was left outside the door. Chen Shu pointed. What exactly do you want? Z smiled and asked back, what do you want?
Suddenly, she grabbed Chen Shu's hand. He cursed inwardly, damn it. Z moved closer, her body falling into his arms.
Chen Shu was alarmed. What's going on here? Z smiled brightly.
Of course, I just want to talk to you, Chen Shu. She touched his chest.
How many times have you rejected me, Chen Shu? Z's finger slid lower. Can't you just give in just this once?
She leaned in closer.
Just once is enough. Chen Shu's face turned red.
Z had already grabbed the waistband of his pants.
Yang Bao suddenly burst in. Master, the disciple is here to get the room key from the front desk.
He froze when he saw the scene inside the room.
Z, furious, shouted, leave.
Yang Bao scratched his head.
Sorry, my bad.
Chen Shu immediately jumped off the bed.
Don't go, I'll go get a bag of urine.
He pointed in one direction.
Look, a flying saucer.
Z, falling for the trap, looked away, and Chen Shu quickly pressed the bag of urine onto her.
Z struggled inside the bag.
Chen Shu sighed, placed a hand on Yang's shoulder, and said, hey, it's for you. He pointed at the squirming urine bag. Remember, no matter where I go, she can only stay here. Chen Shu threatened, if you let her come looking for me again, our master-disciple relationship ends here.
Yang Bao groaned, I got it.
He pushed Yang Bao aside, I'm leaving now, don't need any money. Chen Shu waved his hand from the door, bye-bye, my good disciple. His face turned sinister, then he said, finally. Chen Shu smiled brightly, radiating an aura of righteousness. Now, no one would disturb him from studying anymore.
Mr. Li was standing, waiting.
Chen Shu, Mr. Xie, and Xiao Jing walked over.
Chen Shu yawned wearily. Mr. Li asked, what's wrong with you today? Didn't sleep enough?
Chen Shu had dark circles under his eyes. He recalled last night when Mr. Xie and Xiao Jing kept interrogating him.
Shin Bii, what do you think?
She came to your door on her own, and you're really going too far. Xiao Jing pushed Chen Shu. Tonight, just go home and sleep.
My brother and I don't want to mess with your business.
They directly dragged Chen Shu back to his room, regardless of his resistance. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Z lying on the floor. She was handcuffed but felt relieved to see Chen Shu turn back and smile. Chen Shu scratched his head, I'm fine, just a little tired. Mr. Li responded, wait until we get on the bus, you can eat something to replenish yourself.
Let's head out now. Chen Shu got on the bus.
Mr. Xie and Xiao Jing were sitting at the back of the bus, grinning mischievously at him.
Chen Shu tiredly sat in the middle. Xiao Jing raised an eyebrow, how was it last night? Chen Shu closed his eyes and replied, I fought until dawn.
Chen Shu's eyes reddened in anger as he recalled the events of last night. I spent the whole night battling her mentally and physically, he sighed, reflecting on her truly formidable and terrifying skills. At Douling, the Dexing city's arena, many people were already seated in the stands. A person came to announce, Mr. Li, the match has been arranged.
The first contestant is Chen Shu. Chen Shu was surprised, am I the first one?
Mr. Li glanced at Chen Shu, and he immediately understood seems like Mr. Lee really wanted to test his strength. The MC spoke into the microphone. Next up is the match of a level 9 beast tamer. On one side was a beast tamer from the beast taming team, Su Chang, a tall young man with purple hair, walking onto the stage. The MC continued, on the other side, a beast tamer from Nanjing Second High School, Chen Shu. Chen Shu walked confidently to the center. The MC shouted, "The match officially begins now." Su Chang summoned a wolf. He seemed to look down on Chen Shu. "Unexpectedly, my opponent today is a student, and his contract spirit is only at level F." Su Chang couldn't believe his eyes. Slime was still snoring, deep in sleep at that moment. Su Chang said, "Kid, why not just admit defeat? Otherwise, you might lose miserably today." Chen Shu was extremely confident. Lose miserably? That's not certain. He reached into his pocket and rummaged around. Su Chang was confused. "What are you trying to do?" Slime, seizing the moment when the opponent wasn't paying attention, circled around to the back. Chen Shu pulled out a loudspeaker and said into it, "Attention, all beast tamers, the fierce one from Nanjing is stepping into the ring. I hope you all know your limits and surrender immediately. Don't resist for nothing. No one will pay for your medical bills." Su Chang's veins bulged in anger, truly a stubborn, reckless student. "I'll show you, beast tamers are not just delicate flowers that you can take on." Chen Shu replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? You should take a look at the condition of your contract spirit first." Su Chang panicked. "What?" At that moment, Slime used the skill meat slam, directly crushing the beast-taming wolf spirit, causing it to cough up blood. Su Chang cursed Chen Shu angrily, "You dare to sneak attack?" Chen Shu laughed, "How can a beast tamer's battle be called a sneak attack? Are you going to admit defeat?" Slime attacked again, and the wolf let out a painful cry. Su Chang frowned in discomfort. "I admit defeat." Chen Shu said, "I told you, no one is paying for your medical expenses." Chen Shu spoke into the microphone again, "I'll say it one more time, if I encounter the fierce Nanjing, I will surrender immediately. Don't hold on to any hope for good luck. Anyone who faces me is an example of bad luck. The unlucky one now is Su Chang." Su Chang, unconvinced, said, "Just wait for me, I will definitely come back." Chen Shu left the arena. Everyone was buzzing, praising him. How can Chen Shu do this? He's too strong. Although his words were a bit sinister, no one denied his strength. Chen Shu, pleased with himself, said, "It's nothing, really, just the usual. You all don't need to get too excited." Mr. Lee lightly tapped his shoulder, "Don't get too cocky too soon." Then, Mr. Lee turned to Xiao Yu and said, "It's your turn next." Xiao Yu replied, "Okay." She walked past, and Chen Shu said, "Good luck." She nodded and then looked up at the arena. The Firebird and Blazing Flame Tiger urged Chen Shu to watch the tiger, and he thought to himself, S-class contract spirit. Although my slime can beat an A-class contract spirit, there's no way it could beat an S-class. He looked at the owner of the Blazing Flame Tiger and thought, this person might be my rival. The contract spirit, the Blazing Flame Tiger, had defeated the Firebird. The MC announced, "In this match, Xia Yin wins." Chen Shu was shocked. "Xia Yu lost?" The MC then announced, "Next match." Chen Shu turned away, shaking his head. He thought to himself, the next match probably won't be anything worth watching. He muttered to himself, "I should just find somewhere to take a nap." After that, Chen Shu slept in a quiet spot on the stands. When it became dark, he finally opened his eyes. He sat up and asked, "Where is everyone?" Mr. Xie and Xiao Jing are sitting next to each other. Their match is over, they must have gone back already. Oh, Yang Bao happily ran over. "Master, you're awake?" Chen Shu was startled. "Wait, why are you here?" Chen Shu grabbed Yang Bao by the collar. "Did you forget the task I gave you?" Yang Bao broke into a sweat. No, disciple remembers."
Disciple left the bodyguards to watch over the arena. He gave a foolish grin. Disciple came here to invite master to a meal. Chen Shu happily patted Ouyang Bao on the shoulder. Then why wait? Let's go. They made their way to a restaurant, only to find Mr. Li there as well. Chen Shu cheerfully waved his hand. Li teacher. However, Mr. Li tried to avoid him. In the end, he turned around and greeted them. So it's you, Chen Shu? What a coincidence. You're awake now? Are you all having a meal together? Chen Shu casually replied, Yes, I'm awake. It's already so late, and you're here eating too? Suddenly, Chen Shu noticed a figure approaching. Ha! He looked closely, and recognized the person as one of the fighters from the arena earlier. Xia Yin sneered, Oh, you're here too? He turned to Xia Bing, your useless older sister. Chen Shu was curious, were they really siblings? Su Xiaoyu angrily stood up. Hey, how can you speak like that? Xia Yan mocked, Oh, so you're a subordinate of the defeated one. His words made Xiaoyu's face darken. Now, can the subordinates of a defeated general still be so arrogant in front of me? Xia Yan continued, They're just a bunch of useless trash. Xia Bing clenched his fists. He turned around and waved his hand, looking at his sister. Now, I feel that it was a very wise decision for father to abandon you back then. Trash deserves to be with trash. Just keep on being trash. Mr. Li, irritated, stood in front of Xia Yan, but he didn't show any fear. What's wrong? Want to use your size to bully the smaller one? Mr. Li laughed and patted his shoulder. Be careful when you're alone. Xia Yan immediately turned and walked away. I don't need you to worry about me. Chen Shu's system then popped up, giving him 3 different options along with 3 rewards for each completed task. Chen Shu gave him a look, and Mr. Xie nodded in understanding. Xiao Jing closed the door, and Mr. Xie took out a contract spirit beast, which flew after Xia Yan. The spirit beast, a dragonfly, flapped its wings and landed on Xia Yan's head, sprinkling something on it. He screamed, What is this? A green light emanated from Xia Yan's head, and he angrily swatted at the dragonfly. Get away from me! Around them, Chen Shu was continuously snapping photos. He teased, Hey, bro, you're about to start singing. Xia Yan growled, You want to die? Chen Shu quickly turned around and ran, wanting a peaceful life with a bit of color on his head. As Xia Yan angrily moved to attack him, Mr. Li stopped him. Wait. Mr. Li scowled, What's wrong? Are you trying to make a move on my student right in front of me? Xia Yan clenched his teeth, unable to say a word. He turned and walked away. You just wait, I won't let you off. Everyone in the class stood up and cheered, that was truly satisfying. Looks like dealing with a fool really does need someone like Chun Pai to stand up for our class. Even from afar, justice is served. Let's see if he dares to bully Xia Bing again. There was hearty laughter. Green hat guy. Xia Bing blushed. Chen Shu, thank you. Chen Shu replied, It's nothing, just a small matter. Suddenly, Chen Shu frowned in confusion. The task still isn't completed? Looks like I have to take care of it myself. Chen Shu turned around, Don't thank me just yet, this isn't over. Mr. Li, I'm heading out for a bit. Everyone else, go back first. Mr. Li didn't stop him but quietly reminded him not to use bombs. Chen Shu replied, Understood. Everyone cheered, praising Chen Pai's might. Meanwhile, Xia Yan was walking away cursing, furious that they dared to use a contract spirit within city limits. His face twisted in anger. I'll call the spirit sealing division now and make them pay. Xia Yan pulled out his phone to make the call. Hello, is this the spirit sealing division? He was still talking, unaware that Chen Shu had appeared behind him with a bag of urine, brought over earlier by someone from Nanjiang No. 2 High School. The bag of urine was instantly dumped onto Xia Yan, who screamed, "Damn it, what the hell is this?" Chen Shu, with a sinister expression, kicked Xia Yan, saying, "I'll deal with you." Xia Yan fell, letting out a cry. Chen Shu kept hitting him.
Xia Yan continuously screamed in pain, his body trembling but still trying to hold his ground.
"Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me?" Chen Shu replied. "You're just talking too much." Chen Shu finished with a kick to Xia Yan's groin. Xia Yan, enraged, shouted, "Damn it, I want you dead." Xia Yan's contract spirit jumped out, roaring as it charged toward Chen Shu. The tiger was close to catching him. Chen Shu, in disdain, said, "Is that all? You think that will kill me?" Chen Shu then summoned a slime.
The slime grew larger, directly pinning the tiger down. Xia Yan was horrified, while Chen Shu clenched his fist.
"Now it's your turn."
Xia Yan, terrified, waved his hands. "No, don't come closer." Chen Shu, cunningly, grabbed a bag of urine, and once again, Xia Yan was ambushed, beaten mercilessly, only able to desperately cry for help.
"Help me."
Xia Yan had been beaten so badly that the bag of urine was now stained with blood.
Chen Shu asked, "Are you still going to call others trash from now on?" Xia Yan suddenly realized. "You're from Nanzhang's number 2 high school." Chen Shu kicked him again, muttering, "I'm just a messenger of justice." With that, Chen Shu kicked him aside.
He made a reverse knot and said,
"Remember this for next time. If you keep acting tough, it will be even worse for you." He cracked his knuckles as a warning.
"Now, run ahead and don't take the bag out.
If you do." Xia Yan hurriedly ran away. "Don't take action, I'm running."
The system notification appeared, "Mission complete, the reward is a large quantity of beast taming power." Chen Shu was pleased with himself, as expected, it had to be me who took action. A strange bag of urine ran down the street, and everyone stared in disgust.
"Damn it, what is this? Oh my god, the urine bag has turned into a spirit." Chen Shu returned and found Mr. Li waiting for him. "Is it all sorted out?"
Chen Shu shrugged, "Wasn't it simple for me to take care of it?" Chen Shu rubbed his face against Mr. Li's hand.
"But I really didn't expect you to care about me like this, even waiting for me outside the door." Mr. Li awkwardly replied, "You're overthinking it. I was just worried you might release a nuclear bomb." Chen Shu was stunned into silence.
Mr. Li comforted Chen Shu with 2 lines of tears, "Go home, get some rest.
Tomorrow we have to head to Douling." Chen Shu absent-mindedly answered, "Okay, I think I forgot something in my head."
Chen Shu suddenly gasped as he thought of a Z.
"Damn it, I remember now."
Chen Shu hurriedly called out, "Wait, Mr. Li." He clung to Mr. Li's thigh and cried,
"I want to discuss something with you."
The next morning, at the Douling location, Chen Shu was in high spirits, finally having had a good night's sleep. Tonight, he should continue sleeping with Mr. Li. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "It's you who bullied my student." Xia Yan's teacher appeared, and he stood behind him, his face bruised and swollen. Seeing Xia Yan looking exhausted and disheveled made Xia Bing chuckle. They turned to the perpetrator, Chen Shu, and gave him a thumbs up. Mr. Li stepped forward, and Chen Shu was about to speak.
Mr. Li immediately interrupted, "What do you mean, student? I have no idea what you're talking about." Yu Ming sneered, daring to do it but not admit it. "Li teacher, is this how you teach your students?" The crowd began to murmur. Li teacher asked again, "What do you mean by that? Are you provoking me?"
Xia Yan trembled and softly called out, "Teacher." Yu Ming placed her hand on Xia Yan's shoulder to comfort her, "Don't worry, I will definitely bring justice for you."
Xia Yan nodded. "Yes."
Yu Ming addressed Mr. Li, "If you're deliberately covering up for your student, then we'll have to meet again at Douling."
Mr. Li immediately activated his contract spirit. Are you sure? Yu Ming was startled, summoning General, Contract Spirit Level S. Are you Li Wuxuan? Mr. Li replied, You know me? Then please, go ahead.
Yu Ming waved her hand, changing her attitude. The students are still young, and they're so worked up.
Let them settle this among themselves.
She pretended to cough. We are the teachers, we shouldn't get involved in the kids' matters.
Mr. Li asked, Then why are you here? Yu Ming hesitated. I just wanted to ask if you people have been bullying my students. Mr. Li nodded. What if it's our students bullying yours? Yu Ming forced a smile. I was just asking.
Then, she immediately grabbed Xia Yan and ran off.
If you already know the result, then I have nothing else to say. Bye-bye. Chen Shu gave a thumbs up. Teacher, you're really awesome.
Mr. Li waved his hand at him. Cut it out.
What exactly did you do to him?
Chen Shu closed his eyes and pondered.
What did I do?
While Xia Yan wasn't paying attention, Chen Shu had secretly stuck a piece of paper on his back.
The paper read, I am Xia Yan, I am a fool. Chen Shu thought about it and said, I didn't do anything.
I just did what any righteous person would do.
Friends always support each other.
Xia Bing felt a bit embarrassed.
Li teacher, Chen Shu, thank you, everyone. Chen Shu responded, It's nothing.
You can curse at me all you want, but don't insult my friends. Xia Bing was about to say something, but suddenly someone came over calling Chen Shu.
It's your turn to go up to the arena.
Chen Shu said, Li teacher, I'm off now.
Mr. Li smiled and replied, Go ahead. Chen Shu's figure walked away into the distance.
Xia Bing stared vacantly in her direction.
Chen Shu. The green-haired MC picked up the mic again.
I'm sure everyone has been eagerly waiting for today's match.
Today's battle is very exciting. On one side, we have the person who was ranked 89th on the Douling leaderboard just a month ago, level 9 beast tamer, Lin Yuan. The MC turned to look at Chen Shu.
And on the other side, someone even more interesting.
Although he's only had one fight, he has already left a deep impression on everyone. The fierce one, a student from Nanjiang High School No. 2, Chen Shu. Douling began.
Chen Shu took out the familiar speaker.
He spoke into the speaker. Across from me, no matter what rank you have, it's always going to be difficult to deal with me.
His words made the opponent gnash his teeth in frustration. Just surrender obediently, the treatment fees are really expensive. Lin Yuan, furious, started to move.
He raised his hand, releasing a beam of blue light. A gray wolf appeared, leaping and charging toward Chen Shu.
Chen Shu calmly twirled his ear, then summoned a slime.
The slime jumped up and rammed its head into the wolf.
Xia Yan, sitting in the stands, immediately stood up and tattled.
Hey, it's him. He's the one who ambushed me yesterday.
The wolf swatted the slime with its tail. Lin Yuan, smug, thought to himself, this is just a guy who only knows how to ambush, and now he dares to fight me? This time, little buddy, you've met your match, you're really unlucky.
Chen Shu responded, not necessarily. He gave an order.
The slime activated Dream Killer.
The slime immediately obeyed.
This move works while the slime is asleep, and no matter how the wolf strikes, it doesn't affect it.
Chen Shu sneered, you're done for.
The slime then lunged forward, its head crashing into the wolf's body, causing it immense pain. The wolf slid across the floor, unable to get up in time, while the slime jumped again.
This time, with a powerful move, the slime knocked out Lin Yuan's contract spirit completely. He shouted loudly, Green-tail beast.
Xiao Jing and Mr. Xia cheered, their excitement reaching its peak. Chen Shu grinned with pride. Lin Yuan was stunned, the speed of the green-tail beast is incredibly fast, how could you predict that? Chen Shu chuckled and replied, talent, just normal talent, nothing special. Chen Shu turned and walked away, leaving Lin Yuan speechless. Lin Yuan muttered to himself in a daze, talent, genius. Chen Shu stepped out of Douling. Mr. Li cheerfully said to him, great performance. If you keep it up, you might have a chance to make it into the top 10 of battle spirit. Chen Shu was dissatisfied. Top 10? What's that? Suddenly, the system popped up with 3 options for Chen Shu, top 30, top 5, and first place in battle spirit, with an incredibly tempting reward. Chen Shu was taken aback. Gigantification. He thought for a moment. Right now, gigantification was the most commonly used slime skill. Without this skill, the combat effectiveness of the slime would be reduced by at least 70%. Truly, it was a miracle. If it could be leveled up one more time, it might easily be able to kill a contract spirit at the Lord level. Chen Shu was filled with fiery enthusiasm. It seemed that the first place was destined to be his. Suddenly, the loudspeaker announced, Tang Lai, Second High School of Nanjiang vs. Xiaoyan, please prepare, Tang Lai. Tang Lai shed 2 lines of tears as he questioned the MC. Is this for real? How can I, a level 8 beast tamer, fight against a level 9 beast tamer? The MC broke into a sweat. It was your teacher's request. He said it was to help you quickly improve your strength. Chen Shu gave a thumbs up, while Mr. Li looked confused. Mr. Xia then shouted, class, let's bid farewell to Mr. Tang. Tang Lai's tears flowed freely, and the people around him continuously comforted him. Mr. Tang, hang in there. Mr. Li furrowed his brows. Is it really necessary to go this far? He placed his hand on Tang Lai's shoulder. It's all right, go ahead, the casualties of contract spirits won't affect a beast tamer. Tang Lai protested. So this is just sending me to my death? His classmates cheered him on. Go ahead, Mr. Tang, we support you. Tang Lai walked away, tears streaming down his face. Xia Yan appeared very confident, while Tang Lai looked nervous. Chen Shu evaluated, it seems like this time, Xia Yan won't show any mercy to Tang Lai. Xia Yan's blazing flame leapt up, its mouth full of sharp fangs, and it tore through a piece of Thunderbird's flesh. Chen Shu said, it's over. He turned to Mr. Li, there's nothing more to see now. Teacher, I'm going to grab a bite. Mr. Xie and Xiao Jing also raised their hands, teacher, I'm leaving too. On the Douling arena, Tang Lai cried over the injured Thunderbird. Xia Yan gritted his teeth and glared at the stands. Chen Shu, special class, this time Xia Yan, will never show mercy to you guys. Chen Shu was laughing and joking with Mr. Xie and Xiao Jing when suddenly he sneezed. Chen Shu wondered, who's thinking of me? Xiao Jing suddenly looked terrified and pointed at the sky. Damn it, there's a big bird, a bird has really appeared in the sky. Chen Shu's system activated, presenting 3 options with corresponding rewards. He was stunned. It's the Lord Ironclad Beast. Chen Shu said, Xiao Ling, have your Thunderbird take me up in a bit. Xiao Jing agreed. Chen Shu laughed, I'll show them what a real man is. Xiao Jing summoned the Thunderbird, and they climbed onto its back. Xiao Jing ordered it to fly up. The Thunderbird chased after the ironclad beast, and they got closer to it. All 3 were astonished. Xiao Jing asked, Chenpai, can we really do this? This bird is even bigger than you. Chen Shu quickly put away his water bladder. He was sweating, thinking that sometimes gigantification was better than beast taming. Chen Shu said to Xiao Jing, we're out of here. Suddenly, Chen Shu noticed something. Wait. He looked at a figure standing on the road, and it was Chen Shu shouting loudly, Oh Yang Bao, get out of the way. Oh Yang Bao stood frozen, staring at the ironclad beast charging toward him, thinking, is this it? His face turned pale beast lord level monster. Chen Shu shouted, Oh Yang Bao. Then, he summoned the slime, which used the gigantification skill. The slime charged directly into the back of the ironclad beast. It landed spectacularly, while the ironclad beast staggered and fell to the ground. Oh Yang Bao was at risk of being struck by it from behind, but at that moment, a hand grabbed him. Chen Shu pulled Oh Yang Bao up, and the ironclad beast's lord fell heavily to the ground.
Chen Shu shouted, "Good opportunity, slime, go for it."
Yang Bao clung to Chen Shu's leg, crying, "Master, you are my lifesaver, my reincarnated parents." The slime turned around and then activated the violence-seated killer, leaving the ironclad beast stunned. With one strike from the slime, the ironclad beast coughed up blood. The old man was astonished.
A black iron rank beast could actually be killed so easily? Mr. Xia found it hard to believe. Is the slime really this strong now?
System notification: Chen Shu has gained the violence-seated killer skill, level 1.
Chen Shu blinked. Sorry, but yes, it's that strong.
He thought to himself that the lord had probably been injured beforehand, which explained his weakened state, but it was great that there was an opening to exploit. Suddenly, a figure flew in from the distance. It was the Imperial Dragon Guard.
The one arriving was Imperial Dragon Guard Xianyang.
Chen Shu and the slime exchanged glances, realizing they needed to quickly finish off the valuable loot. The slime then proceeded to rip out the heart of the ironclad beast and devoured it hungrily.
Xianyang was astonished. You all killed the ironclad beast. Chen Shu stepped forward. It was me. Serving the people is the right thing to do. Xianyang asked, Are you the ruthless Nanjiang Chen Shu? Chen Shu turned pale. Do you know me? Xianyang replied, I didn't know you before, but now I do. He then asked, I heard the incident at Taiping Mountain and the frozen canyon is related to you?
Chen Shu broke into a cold sweat. Damn it, I'm being suspected.
Chen Shu feigned innocence. What Taiping Mountain?
I've been to the frozen canyon, but unfortunately I have no idea who the madman was that blew up the canyon. Chen Shu showed anger, but don't let me catch that person, or I'll beat him every time I see him.
Xianyang looked suspicious. Really has nothing to do with you?
Chen Shu smiled. Definitely has nothing to do with me.
Xianyang turned his vehicle. Alright, if it's not you, then forget it.
He left. If you killed the ironclad beast, then this body belongs to you. Chen Shu wiped the sweat from his forehead, nearly being exposed.
Chen Shu spat. Let's go, it's settled, we'll roast the ironclad beast, tonight we're having a feast.
In the suburbs, the four of them sat next to the ironclad beast, which had turned golden after being roasted. Yang Bao's eyes sparkled. Master is truly amazing.
Chen Shu replied, It's nothing special. Chen Shu flicked his finger. However, I did save you, shouldn't you give something in return? Yang Bao smiled. Of course, I've already prepared something. Yang Bao pointed. Master, look.
Chen Shu followed his gaze.
Good kid, very considerate. Suddenly, Chen Shu's face turned pale. Why her? A Z, dressed provocatively, swayed towards him. Chen Shu. Chen Shu blushed. This. A Z approached. I found you. Yang Bao was happy. I asked Master to come here.
She said you saved me, and I should show some gratitude. I thought for a while, and then brought her over. Chen Shu was pushed against the rock, cursing, You're good for nothing.
A Z replied, That's right, after working hard, how can there be no reward?
She sat on Chen Shu's lap.
Chen Shu, don't you think so?
A Z's cold eyes turned towards Mr. Xie Xiaojing.
Why aren't you leaving yet? They quickly took Yang Bao and ran off. We'll leave right now. Chen Shu yelled, Don't go. A Z said, Let's continue.
Her face drew closer, her hand touching Chen Shu's chest, but then it began to wander lower. Chen Shu grabbed her wrist, lifting it.
That's enough. He frowned. If you keep this up, I won't be polite. A Z shyly asked, How would you not be polite?
Chen Shu took out his phone and dialed, crying on the line.
Hello, is this the Spirit Sealing Division? I want to file a complaint. Someone is trying to harass a minor. A Z's face turned pale. 5 minutes later, the Spirit Sealing Division arrived and handcuffed her. Mr. Xie and Xiaojing returned, surprised, and asked, Did they really take her away? They gave a thumbs up. Awesome, bro. Chen Shu grinned proudly. What else? Don't you know who I am?
Chen Shu returned to the hotel room and comfortably collapsed onto the bed.
Finally, he could sleep alone.
He wrapped himself around several pillows, feeling truly at ease in his beloved bed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, as if he had forgotten something.
Chen Shu slapped his head. Right, I killed an ironclad beast today. He sat up to check if Slam had gained any new skills after devouring the ironclad beast's heart.
Chen Shu opened the system window, and the slime had gained an additional skill, power of wind control.
After acquiring the new skill, Chen Shu activated the sprint mode, spending every day in the arena.
A Z, for harassing a minor, shed tears behind bars for a month. During this month, several spirit beasts appeared in the city area, but they were quickly captured by the spirit guardians.
1 month later, Chen Shu, accompanied by Mr. Xie and Xiao Jing, suddenly felt uneasy. Hadn't it been almost a month since they had any peace? You see the spirit beast being captured by the spirit guardian, and there are also fierce beasts wreaking havoc in the city. Mr. Li suddenly appeared from nowhere? It could be that a new dimension is about to emerge.
Mr. Li said the recovery of spiritual energy has been nearly 1,000 years, and every certain period, a new dimension will appear. However, I feel that this new dimension is particularly dangerous, and the giant beasts that are appearing this time are relatively large.
Chen Shu's eyes lit up, a dangerous dimension.
Mr. Li placed his hand on Chen Shu's shoulder. All right, whether it's dangerous or not doesn't concern you. Even if it does appear, it will take 2 years. By then, you will have already started university and be prepared to set off.
Today is your match with Xia Yan. Mr. Li instructed, you must not embarrass me.
Chen Shu smirked, don't worry, teacher, I won't embarrass you. A voice from Battle Spirit echoed across the beast tamers, please pay attention.
The fierce Nanjiang is entering the arena.
I hope everyone understands one thing, surrender immediately, don't resist in vain. The MC threw the speaker aside and spoke into the microphone, dear audience, hello everyone. Perhaps, from the recorded message, you already know that today we will have a battle of labels. The MC pointed toward Chen Shu, on one side, the fierce Nanjiang, Chen Shu, who has been undefeated in 65 matches, and on the other, Xia Yan, who has a top-tier contract spirit. The MC was extremely excited. Today, who will be the ultimate undefeated champion? Let's wait and see. On the stands, everyone cheered, Chen Shu, go for it. Chen Shu blew a kiss, thanking everyone for their support. Xia Yan said, finally, the day has come. Xia Yan sneered, if I'm not mistaken, your slime is level A, right? Even a top-tier bloodline in level A, or else you wouldn't be able to defeat the others. He gritted his teeth, today, I'll show you what it's like to suppress a top-tier contract spirit bloodline. Xia Yan smiled wickedly, Chen Shu, prepare to die. Xia Yan's contract spirit appeared. Chen Shu found it laughable top-tier bloodline suppression. He said that to see how your contract spirit at level A is going to defeat my slime. The slime appeared in mid-air, confidently landing on the ground. The slime and blazing flame tiger faced each other, with the tiger roaring. Chen Shu mocked, looks like your sick little cat is a bit scared, it's gone mad. Xia Yan replied, you're overthinking it. Suddenly, the system presented 3 choices for Chen Shu. Chen Shu pulled a bag of urine from his pocket. Xia Yan panicked, what do you want to do? Chen Shu turned to ask the MC, excuse me, can we open the protective device? Explanation, the protective device is to prevent the beast tamer from being influenced by the contract spirit, and it is activated in every match. Xia Yan quickly stopped him, absolutely don't open it, he wants to act tough. The bodyguard said, sorry, this cannot be opened. Chen Shu put it back into his bag, alright then, looks like you're pretty lucky. The MC announced, the match has begun. Xia Yan ordered, quick, use your skills. The tiger inhaled, then shot a fireball. The fire was nearly reaching the slime. Chen Shu controlled the skill. The slime activated Dream Killer, and a protective shield formed around it to block the fire. The slime opened its eyes and made a few forceful roars. The air around it turned into a swirling vortex, causing the tiger to immediately feel dizzy.
Then, the slime activated its collision skill.
The tiger roared, and the slime's head slammed directly into its head. The tiger staggered backward, blood spitting from its mouth.
Xia Yan was stunned.
The slime jumped up and finished with a butt attack.
The audience gasped, "So it's over already?" "Damn!"
Xia Yan trembled, "I've lost." He stubbornly insisted, "No, it's impossible."
"You definitely cheated." Xia Yan convinced himself, "Yeah, you cheated, otherwise how could I lose?" He just acted angry. "I want to report you, you cheated." Chen Shu raised an eyebrow, "Cheated?"
He's looking at the poor teacher being crushed under the slime, his ability is unstable, and he still stubbornly says someone else cheated.
Chen Shu sneered, "Blazing flame following you is truly a waste."
The slime continued pressing the tiger down with force.
Chen Shu said, "If you really don't want to admit defeat, it's not impossible, but your contract spirit."
Chen Shu laughed, already deeply terrified.
Xia Yan's face turned pale, his fists trembling. "Damn it, there's no way out." Xia Yan slumped, "I admit defeat."
The MC announced that Chen Shu had won the match.
The audience cheered, "Chen Shu is unbeatable."
Chen Shu smugly brushed his hair, being truly unbeatable is so lonely.
Xia Yan shouted angrily, "I won't forgive you." Chen Shu stepped in. Mr. Li said, "Chen Shu, you're back?"
He was cheerful, clearly pleased with the performance. Chen Shu acted as if he had no choice but to win because he was too strong.
Everyone was left speechless.
Mr. Li rubbed his temples, "Stop being so smug and sit down to watch their match." Chen Shu walked over and sat between Xiao Jing and Mr. Xia. "Alright, first is Xiao Jing's match, then Mr. Xia's, and finally Xia Bing's."
The moon had risen high. Mr. Li said, "That's it for today's matches."
Mr. Li continued, "Also, I want to tell you something.
Because of the Lunar New Year holiday, we will be ending our journey early. In 2 days, we'll be leaving Dixing City." Chen Shu quickly raised his hand, "If I go first, how can I get first place?"
Mr. Li smiled, "Don't worry, 2 days is enough for you to get first place."
"Everyone, go ahead and disperse, but remember to pack your things first."
Chen Shu replied with a downcast expression, "Okay." Then, throwing his arm around Xiao Jing, Mr. Xia cheerfully said, "Let's go, let's head back." As they were walking along the road, suddenly a voice came from behind, "Uncle, it's him."
Chen Shu turned around, "Who is it?"
It was a bald man, his face covered in scars, looking very much like Yu Ming.
Xia Yan was standing behind him. "It's me."
Chen Shu sneered, "Oh, you called your parents over?"
Wu Li asked, "Did you bully my nephew?" Chen Shu laughed, "Bullying? Let me tell you, this big brother." Meanwhile, Xiao Jing and Mr. Xia were quietly slipping away. Chen Shu pointed at Xia Yan, "When did I bully him? Is it because I defeated him in battle spirit?" Chen Shu bent down slightly, "Well then, I apologize. Next time I meet young Master Xia, I'll definitely bow my head and admit defeat first." Chen Shu flashed a grin, "Is that okay?" Xia Yan was furious, "I'm not talking about what happened in battle spirit, I'm talking about what you did to me that night." Chen Shu feigned innocence, "That night, could you be a bit clearer? Otherwise, people might think I'm a pervert." Wu Li asked Xia Yan. "Xia Yan, what did he do to you that night?" Xia Yan hesitated.
Suddenly, a plate of freshly stir-fried shrimp flew towards me.
Xia Yan screamed. "Uncle, be careful." Wu Li frowned.
With one punch, he smashed the plate of shrimp, and the hot sauce spilled all over him. Chen Shu and Xiao Jing exchanged glances, signaling each other, and the three of them ran in different directions.
"Li teacher, someone wants to kill us, please save us." Wu Li, furious, said. "You want to run?" He quickly chased after Chen Shu.
In no time, he caught up with him.
Suddenly, something appeared.
Wu Li turned his head.
The contract spirit of Li Wuxuan manifested. Wu Li was surprised. Summoning a general?
Unfortunately, in this urban area, no one could use contract spirits.
Wu Li angrily grabbed Chen Shu by the collar. This time, you will definitely die at my hands.
With no way out, Chen Shu thought to himself.
Is it really true that the fierce Nanjiang is about to be defeated?
Suddenly, Chen Shu saw two figures passing by, his eyes lit up.
Sister Fong Si, Li. Fong Si was surprised. Chen Shu, what's wrong?
Wu Li and Xia Yan turned to look at Chen Shu, who was crying pitifully.
Save me, Fong Si. Fong Si's face darkened as she shouted. Who gave you permission? She jumped up. Fong Si lifted her leg, bullying my girl.
Zhang Dili rushed forward with a frying pan in hand.
Brother, I'm here. Chen Shu's eyes widened. That's really brutal.
Fong Si and Dili charged in, punching and kicking Xia Yan and Wu Li. After a while, Xia Yan and Wu Li were left badly beaten.
Dili asked, do you want to continue?
Wu Li cried out, stop hitting me, I'm from the Wu family in Dixing City.
Fong Si was annoyed, huh? She's asking if she's from the Wu family, right? Fong Si slapped her.
Wu Li, furious, retorted, there should be some limits to this.
Fong Si's fist flew, limits, huh?
Wu Li was hit again and immediately raised her hands in surrender, please stop, everyone here is someone of importance.
Fong Si sent a punch, throwing him back, someone important, huh?
Wu Li lay on the ground, holding her head, sister, I was wrong.
Fong Si kept kicking, wrong, huh? Li looked terrified. Chen Pai asked, can you take this blow? Chen Shu immediately shook his head, I feel even a beast wouldn't be able to take it. Fong Si called to Chen Shu, give me the bag of urine.
Chen Shu obediently replied, understood.
Fong Si, puzzled, asked, why are you so worked up? What's the point of this?
Chen Shu knelt down, presenting the bag with both hands, Sister Fong Si, please.
Fong Si took the bag of urine. Is this kid scared by me now? Forget it, let it go. She threw the bag in front of Wu Li, put it on herself, and ran around the city with her nephew.
Wu Li didn't dare to oppose her.
Yes. Then, he put on the bag and carried Xia Yan, running off. Chen Shu was moved and said, impressive, Sister Fong Si. Fong Si replied, cut it out, what trouble have you caused now? Chen Shu smiled and said, this is a long story, let me tell you both slowly. After a while, Chen Shu said, here's the story. Fong Si responded, so that's how it is.
Alright, if he causes trouble for you again in the future, just tell me, and I'll help you deal with him.
Chen Shu confidently said, dealing with him isn't a problem, I can handle it.
But if you two are here, I'd like to invite you both to Battle Spirit tomorrow.
Li asked,
why go to Battle Spirit?
Chen Shu put her arm around both of them and said, of course, it's to watch me perform. The MC announced, today's contestant is Chen Shu, the undefeated champion from Nanjiang No. 2 High School.
A rising star of January, Chen Shu is likely to take first place on the Douling leaderboard.
As far as I know, no student from Dixing's Battle Spirit has ever taken first place before. Could it be that Chen Shu is aiming to break that record? The MC handed the microphone and asked. Chen Shu replied, of course, records are meant to be broken by me.
But we also have a similar case. He is the number 1 beast tamer on the Douling leaderboard for December.
What we are looking forward to now with Wang Zishan is today's match.
Wang Zishan is 30 years old, and ranked number 1 on the Douling leaderboard for December.
Chen Shu looked up at the stands. Fong Si Gu, cheer up, Chen Shu said. Let's begin, he continued.
A cute but powerful creature, born from his strength, appeared.
Wang Zishan laughed loudly. Ha ha, you talk so tough, but in the end, it's just a joke. Watch this. His strength transformed into a fierce beast. Chen Shu asked.
And a rank contract spirit, Thunderlight Beast, no wonder you're so confident, but my slime isn't a pushover either.
Wang Zishan replied. Then let me see who the real king is, between a rank and F rank.
The two powers clashed, entangling with each other, Chen Shu's power being surrounded.
Chen Shu smiled and said, "Ha!
Paralysis effect. If it were another ferocious beast, you might win, but unfortunately, my slime has a body-enhancing skill."
Chen Shu's beast looked up. "Die, you little pest."
The beast charged forward, while Wang Zishan's beast dodged to the sides.
They fought chaotically. Chen Shu asked, "That fast?" Wang Zishan replied, "Seems like you also have some tricks up your sleeve."
Since his score is still higher, Lethal Dream of Omen, their strength is becoming increasingly stronger.
Wang Zishan said, "Do you think you're the only one with these two skills?" Blazing Light Beast, using Thunderclaw. Wang Zishan's beast fights fiercely. Wang Zishan's beast charged forward.
It tore into the opponent, blood splattering everywhere. Chen Shu laughed smugly, "Looks like your claws aren't sharp enough."
Wang Zishan asked, "Oh really? Then what about this?"
It seemed to gain strength as his beast continued attacking Chen Shu's beast. "Sim of yours is not calm."
Chen Shu thought, "So that's why I was knocked back but still wanted to keep going?"
It turns out he's been waiting to trigger the seal's explosion. It seemed like he had gathered enough power. Chen Shu said, "Too bad, it's too late now." His beast counterattacked with all its might, using the collision skill, executing the violent seated killer technique. He said, "Thunderlight Beast is using a powerful move that cannot be interrupted, this time you've lost." Wang Zishan's beast was defeated, everyone was stunned, then they cheered in excitement. Chen Shu waved and left, being invincible really was lonely. The two of them were watching the battle through the screen. He clearly stated that this was just a pressured contract spirit, yet it had such power.
Chen Shu was truly not simple. "In 2 days, we'll release a Hong, and I want her to do whatever it takes to make Chen Shu ours," she answered clearly.
Chen Shu smiled, narrowing his eyes.
"How is it? Am I impressive now?"
Zhang Dili and Fong Si exchanged a look.
Fong Si said, "Your skill is indeed impressive, but after you finish the competition, don't you need to go back to class?" Chen Shu suddenly realized. "Oh, right, I almost forgot.
Sister Fong Si, come with me.
Li teacher always talks about you, he misses you a lot." Fong Si agreed. "All right, I'll go to the door."
Chen Shu cheerfully said, "Li teacher, look who's here." He was suddenly startled.
"Ha!"
In front of him stood Wu Tianchen, Wu Li's older brother.
Chen Shu angrily asked, "Why are you all here?" "Chen Shu, these are the new sponsors." "New sponsors?"
He was puzzled. "Yes, the first prize for this month, besides a portion of the Lord's materials, they have also sponsored 5 million. The prizes are all here." Wu Tianchen said, "Yesterday, my younger brother and I didn't understand the situation, causing trouble for you, Chen Shu. I apologize on behalf of us both.
This 5 million is our apology.
I hope you, Chen Shu, can forgive the past and turn enemies into friends. There's one more thing, I hope you won't get involved with our family affairs in the future."
Chen Shu shouted, "What family affairs?"
"Xiaobing is a member of our special class.
Even if I have to stay out of it, can our class supervisor just sit idly by and do nothing?"
Chen Shu stood behind the teacher and said, "If anyone dares to bully Xiaobing, the teacher will be the first to bury them." The teacher replied, "Xiaobing is my student. Please, all three of you, leave."
"Isn't this a bit too much?" "Too much? What have we done that's excessive?" Fong Si asked. "All right, now that you've apologized, hurry up and leave. The 5 million is a protection fee."
As long as you don't cause trouble for Chen Shu, we won't cause trouble for Xia Yan either.
Wu Tianqin yelled. Protection fee from the Wu family in Dixing City? Just you lot? Fong Si laughed. Is that not possible? She tossed him a token. Are you from the Imperial Dragon Guard? He appeared frightened. Wu Tianqin lowered his head, laughing awkwardly. Sorry, I was too abrupt.
This 5 million is a gift from me to Miss Fong Si.
Let's go. They then left.
Chen Shu looked at Fong Si with starry eyes. You're amazing, Miss Fong Si. Whenever you can, please do something for us. I'll wait until you're the boss of the Imperial Dragon Guard. Both of them said in unison, damn.
The teacher said, all right, stop making a fuss. Let's go home and celebrate the new year. The car is waiting downstairs, Dali. Fong Si, you all come along too. Fong Si responded. All right, everyone together.
They took the 5 million from earlier.
We've struck it rich, we've struck it rich. A girl named Chen Shu.
She smiled, waved at him, and said, come here for a moment, I have something to tell you.
Xia Bing and Chen Shu stood facing each other, and he asked, Xia Bing, what do you want to tell me?
Suddenly, Xia Bing moved forward and kissed his cheek. She said, thank you for protecting me like this. After that, Xia Bing shyly left. Chen Shu was also embarrassed.
Xia Bing, she.
Chen Shu shouted, is she thinking that because she won first place, she wants to use her beauty to scare me to death?
Chen Shu kept shaking his head.
He was embarrassed. No, I absolutely cannot hesitate. All I care about is studying, but she really is so soft, and I'm enchanted. Zhang Dili called, Chen Shu, let's go. He answered, and the car sped down the road as they got out. Chen Shu said, by the way, Dili, she Fong Si, earlier on the way, I sent a message to my parents saying that the two of you are coming back.
They told you to come over to my house for dinner. Fong Si replied, sure, just in time, I also have something to give you.
They all entered the house, and there was something on the table. Chen Shu shouted, Sister Fong Si, is this what you wanted to give me, or did you get it from some black market?
Fong Si was angry, black market?
This was developed by Huaxia Academy. It can increase all contract spirit attributes by 10%.
Chen Shu was surprised. All attributes?
His eyes were watery.
Chen Shu. Fong Si patted his shoulder. No need to thank me, just focus on doing well in the exam. Don't let others look down on you. Chen Shu asked, didn't you mean that I could sell something? I want to open a company, and with such a powerful product, shouldn't I be able to dominate the pharmaceutical market? Fong Si kicked him. Go away, hurry up and let your slime drink it.
Chen Shu laughed foolishly. I was just joking, I'm giving it back to my slime. He then made it drink the substance.
Chen Shu continued next, this is the moment you'll see the miracle. Pay close attention.
His slime seemed to explode with power.
Everyone looked up at the slime. Wow, it became so big. The slime smiled a cute smile. All of its attributes increased by 2. Chen Shu was satisfied. An increase of 2 in all attributes isn't bad. Fong Si said, now you really have hope of passing into Nation H's academy. During this time, focus on your studies.
I'll wait for you at Huaxia Academy. The three of them high-fived on the map.
Fong Si spoke on the phone, why can't you fly there? Chen Shu, still sleepy, replied, who is it? Hello?
Fong Si was angry today. Su Jingjing made plans with me for lunch, and I'm giving you 3 minutes to show up at my door. Chen Shu didn't understand anything, so he put down the phone and ignored him, going back to sleep.
He woke up with a start, 3 minutes later.
Chen Shu hurriedly ran, quickly, to a restaurant. Chen Shu asked, Xiao Jing, why did you suddenly want to invite Sister Fong Si to eat today?
Xiao Jing, while picking food for Fong Si, replied, isn't it that I really admire Miss Fong and wanted to interact more with her? Fong Si smiled and said, "You're being polite." Then the phone rang. Fong Si stood up, and Chen Shu asked, "What's wrong?" Fong Si replied, "Jin Wangxing has encountered a group of fierce beasts. You all continue eating, I'll handle it." The system sent a notification to Chen Shu with the following choices. Option 1, ignore it and continue eating hot pot. The reward for completing this option is 2 basic level beast taming pearls. Option 2, speak up, await, you haven't paid yet. The reward for completing this option is 2 level 2 gigantification items. Option 3, go with Fong Si to hunt the demonic beasts. The reward is a large quantity of beast taming power. Chen Shu stood up as well. "Wait, Sister Fong Si, I'll go with you." He said, "Xiao Jing, summon your bird." Xiao Jing complied, and his large bird appeared. Chen Shu asked Fong Si, "Shall we head out first?" Fong Si replied, "Let's go to the government agency first." Xiao Jing responded, "Got it, my bird will fly ahead." At the Spirit Sealing Division, Jin Wangxing, the team leader, led the group. Fong Si asked, "Team Leader Wang, where did the ferocious beasts appear? What are their characteristics?" Jin Wangxing replied, "The beasts resemble the black Jing, and they have already moved south." She answered, "It seems to be the black claw beast." He pulled an envelope from his clothes and said, "This is a small token of my sincerity." Chen Shu smiled and extended his hand. "No need for such formalities, just hand it over." Fong Si immediately swatted his hand away, saying, "I will take care of this matter, you don't need to worry. You can take this back. Xiao Jing, let's go." He nodded. The ferocious beast from Xiao Jing took them away, soaring across a field. Fong Si said, "These beasts are a bit difficult to find." A guy replied, "Don't worry, I'm here." Fong Si was pleased. Contract Spirit explored. "All right." He laughed and said, "That's a bit of a joke. Xiao Dai, check where those beasts are." Xiao Dai began to act. It found them and rushed straight toward the target. They followed in that direction. Xiao Jing and the guy were startled. "Damn it, there are so many beasts." Chen Shu also gaped. "Damn it, with this many, I guess I'll have to use my ultimate technique. Damn it, they're powerless." Xiao Jing said, "Sister Fong Si, hurry up and stop him, or he will blow everything up here just like he did with the Ice Valley and Taiping Mountain." Fong Si was stunned. "Damn it, is it really you?" He chuckled awkwardly. "That was just an accident. A ferocious dragon appeared and attacked them." Xiao Jing's beast now dodged. Chen Shu yelled, "Not good, he's attacking from behind." Fong Si said, "Don't worry, just make sure you protect yourselves." Fong Si summoned her power, and her beast began to materialize. It flew through the sky. Both sides prepared to strike. A force of flame erupted, scorching the opponent. It was drowned in a sea of fire. The fire spread to other monsters, seemingly wanting to burn everything to the ground. The beast charged forward, splitting into multiple clones. Fong Si observed the cloning technique. Xiao Jing's beast arrived too, gradually closing in, then froze everything. Unfortunately, it was still too weak. Fong Si said, continuing to release fire, while the opponent could only scream, before being completely burned to ashes. It fell down, and Fong Si jumped to the ground to check it out. She approached it, and a person was aiming at her, preparing to shoot. He said, "Ha, I'm about to kill the genius of Huaxia Academy." The system informed Chen Shu to choose one of the following options: an indifferent belief in the afterlife. The reward for completing this option is the title Divine Theorist. The default effect is the rate of deceiving others. The second option is to increase the speed of being struck by Thunderbird to avoid bullets. The reward for completing this option is a large amount of beast taming power. The third option is to summon a slime and take the blow from behind. The reward for success is the Rage Elixir, a death-inducing potion. Chen Shu turned and thought, could it be a sniper rifle? He shouted, "Sister Fong Si, someone's ambushing us." He immediately summoned a slime. "He's aiming at you, you're definitely dead."
At that moment, Fong Si realized the slime had shielded her. She stood stunned as Thunder Bird darted behind the slime.
Dili asked, "Damn it, what's going on?" Chen Shu said, "Someone's ambushing us, the reward is the death potion, Rage Elixir is in our hands." Slime, activate the shield, gigantification. He ordered. The enemy was suddenly blocked, and his beast was summoned.
He mounted the beast and charged straight at them.
Chen Shu asked, "Are you the one ambushing us?"
He replied, "I didn't expect a level 9 beast tamer to ruin everything.
I hope you're still this lucky in the next round." Chen Shu said, "What do you mean didn't expect? I'm taking it easy here." He said again, "You really don't know fear, do you? It's laughable. Next time, I'll use half of my power to deal with you."
Chen Shu even said goodbye, truly trying to act tough, but after putting on that act, could he still escape?
Did he think he was me?
He threw the bottle of medicine at him, the liquid spilling out.
He was caught off guard. What's going on? Then, a shrill scream rang out. What the hell is going on here? Damn it, it's those guys. He thought Chen Shu said, "Who is that in front of us? Why aren't they running anymore?" He was terrified.
I said there's a misunderstanding in this situation.
Does anyone believe me?
Chen Shu replied, "Oh, guess if I believe you."
The scene ahead.
I think you've already seen too much blood.
He put a sack over his head. Now fight, don't force me to take action.
He struggled to use his strength, his foot stomping on his head.
What? You want to resist? He was beaten mercilessly by everyone. Should he be beaten senseless or buried?
Chen Shu offered his suggestion.
Dili said, "I suggest we cook him." As he spoke, his hand already holding the tool. Where the hell did they suddenly get all this stuff? Fong Si wiped his hands. All right, everyone, stop causing trouble. Let's leave this matter for the Imperial Dragon Guard to investigate.
Xiao Jing replied, I agree. A beast tamer Black Iron rank seems to be chasing after and trying to kill a student from Huaxia Academy.
There's a feeling of something shady going on. Fong Si continued, maybe he's working for some organization.
He opened his eyes and gritted his teeth.
Damn it, he pulled something out of his pocket.
Chen Shu raised his hand.
Wait, look at what he's holding. It's making a noise.
Be careful, he's about to self-destruct. Chen Shu's slime charged forward, but it exploded before it could reach him. The slime fell to the ground.
Chen Shu sighed in relief. That was too close. We almost got blown to pieces. Fong Si said, let's head back for now. Chen Shu nodded. Okay, Fong Si. They climbed onto Xiao Jing's beast and continued towards the city. Fong Si said, I need to submit the mission and talk to the Imperial Dragon Guard about this. You two can go home first. Chen Shu waved. All right, goodbye, take care. They split into 3 different directions. Dili, let's go. The phone rang. It was Wang Tianba calling. Chen Shu was surprised. Mr. Wang, what does he want at this time? Mr. Chen, something happened at the store. Someone's claiming that our medicine is fake. They want to report it now.
Mr. Wang said, his voice trembling with tears. Chen Shu was astonished.
What are you surprised about?
There were a lot of people. As I've already said, we don't sell counterfeit medicine here, so please stop causing a disturbance. The customers shouted angrily, refund, refund, refund.
Wang Tianba was startled, huh? Mr. Chen, you've arrived? Chen Shu replied, what's going on?
Mr. Wang leaned into his ear and said, this person came today to buy 10 bottles of medicine from us. After purchasing, he claimed it was fake and started causing trouble in the shop.
Chen Shu smiled, I see.
He then said, ladies and gentlemen, I am the owner of this shop.
If anyone has any demands, feel free to talk to me. Everyone crowded together and said, refund.
You're the owner, we don't have any other requests, just one, you sold fake medicine, refund us.
Chen Shu responded, fake medicine? Does anyone have evidence proving that my medicine is fake? Are you basing it on the hair on your heads, or are you all in a conspiracy to frame us?
The group looked at each other in confusion.
They began to retort, what do you mean, conspiracy? We don't even know each other. Don't talk nonsense. Just refund the money.
If you sold fake medicine, you have to refund us. Stop saying unnecessary things. One person in the crowd spoke up, that's right, no matter what, the medicine you sold is fake. Li Wensu, a graduate from Nanshang University of Pharmacy, said, if you really want to prove whether it's fake or not, there is a way. You just need to prepare a little potent medicine here, and then let everyone's contract spirit drink it to prove whether the medicine is genuine or fake.
By coincidence, I also graduated from Nanshang University of Pharmacy. I can help with the preparation. How about we compare?
Chen Shu thought for a moment, then realized, so, you were waiting for me here, deliberately trying to slander me by saying I sell counterfeit medicine, and then challenging me to a competition, only to finally step on me and take my spot in the black market, huh? Chen Shu responded, no need, I think it's better to let the spirit sealing division come and judge whether it's real or fake.
Chen Shu made a phone call, hello, is this the spirit sealing division?
Li Wensu suddenly panicked, no need to trouble the spirit sealing division.
We can just compete ourselves.
The phone beeped, and he agreed, alright, I'll compete with you. Li Wensu sighed in relief and brought the materials over, Boss Li, here's the stuff. Chen Shu thought, as expected, he came prepared.
Li Wensu took out the test tubes, I've prepared the medicine too, let's begin. Chen Shu was ready, let's start. Wait. Are you brave enough to make the medicine with your eyes closed?
Chen Shu suggested.
Li Wensu was stunned, are you joking with me? Chen Shu replied, joking? Looks like you're too scared to do it. Li Wensu got angry. Chen Shu blindfolded himself, watch carefully. Young people make medicine with their heart, not with their eyes. Let's start. Li Wensu hesitated, then grimaced as he began preparing the medicine.
Both sides were deeply focused on their work.
The onlookers looked on, puzzled why did it feel like his posture was all wrong.
Chen Shu smiled, closed his eyes, and said, it's done. The public restroom brother has stopped.
Is this how it's made?
This speed is impossible, and I'm still doing it with my eyes closed. Chen Shu smiled to himself, thinking, normally, this speed would indeed be impossible, but I have the system.
Surprised, right? I'm cheating.
Chen Shu said, stop, it's done.
You can try it now. Li Wensu gasped, what? It's not even 30 minutes, how can that be?
Chen Shu replied, just because others can't, doesn't mean I, Chen Shu, can't. Li Wensu said, well, I'll see for myself.
Watch closely. Chen Shu reminded him, are you sure it's really finished? Are you really making medicine with your eyes closed?
Chen Shu took off his blindfold.
Or you can try, he said, handing it to him.
I really can't see, Chen Shu thought to himself, smiling. You've fallen into my trap, one move from me, Chen Shu thought. Chen Shu then punched him, causing him to spurt blood from his nose.
Li Wensu was furious, you're really unreasonable.
Chen Shu said, everyone, the potent medicine I've made today is all free. First come, first served.
Wow, that's great, free. I want a bottle.
Chen Shu told everyone not to rush, and to go inside to find the shopkeeper to buy it.
I want one too, I want one.
Li Wensu watched as people surrounded the store, feeling frustrated.
Avoiding embarrassment, he backed out. Chen Shu thought, want to go? De Li followed him. De Li understood and caught the signal. Where are you heading, my friend?
He blocked Li Wensu's path, Chen Shu said.
Looks like Dilly is heading this way. Dilly waved back cheerfully. Chen Pai. You asked, has it been resolved? Dilly was confident. Of course, no one can compare to you. Let's go, we're heading home. The two of them were pleased that Li Wensu had been thoroughly beaten. Li Wensu made a phone call, crying. Hello, teacher, I've been beaten. After that day, Chen Shu leisurely went between the night market and home. On New Year's Eve, a new message arrived from Fong Si at the CAF. Chen Shu spoke, Sister Fong Si, have you really figured out the identity of that person? Fong Si replied, Lu Ping, 28 years old, leader of the beast taming team with the right to control, contract spirit is Purple Fire Beast, studied at Nanjiang University, has no criminal record. That's not right. Why is there no information on weapons or explosives? How could the opponent manage to block the investigation from the Imperial Dragon Guard? The last time they failed, but there will definitely be a next time. He opened his backpack. That's right. Sister Fong Si, here, take this. This is Rage Elixir, which can instantly amplify the power of the contract spirit by 10 times. And this is dynamite, capable of blowing up an entire city. Fong Si's face was filled with surprise. Chen Shu continued, so, no matter who we encounter, we can always turn the situation around. But if we don't, I'll definitely come to offer my condolences, and then, what can you expect from me? I'll chop your enemy into 100 pieces, no matter who they are. Fong Si was moved, I'm sure nothing will happen to you. By the way, don't you want to apply to Huaxia Academy? Let me take you to meet someone, Chen Shu asked. Meet someone? Fong Si was surprised. Who is it? Xiao Fong Si? Come in. Chen Shu thought for a moment and then said, so, there's an old man here, turns out you're meeting him. He's from the resource department. Chen Shu stopped Fong Si, Sister Fong Si, what's the background of this old man? Fong Si replied, he's a golden rank beast tamer. And pay attention, a golden rank beast tamer is one level higher than a black iron rank beast tamer. He's the chief examiner for the city's university entrance exams in Nanjiang. Chen Shu was stunned, what? You think this old man is that strong? Chen Shu laughed and said, go over and give him a shoulder massage. Mr. Yi, let me help you with your shoulders. Mr. Yi, you've been alone all these years. How about I introduce you to someone? I know an old lady who dances at the square, she's quite pretty. Mr. Yi sprayed the hardening spray. Fong Si was feeling a great sense of loss regarding Chen Shu. She said, ahem, Professor Yi, my teacher asked me to visit you. She placed a box on the table. This was a small token from the junior. The junior wanted to ask Professor Yi to take care of this younger brother when the time came. She opened the box, revealing a crafted bottle inside. Both of them were surprised. Mr. Yi asked, this medicine, I presume, has taken quite a few points from your semester, hasn't it? Chen Shu thought for a moment. The medicine from last time could enhance all attributes, which was already extremely rare, but this medicine seemed different. Mr. Yi said, take it with you. We can't break the rules. If this kid has the strength, I will give him the points. Chen Shu also said, Sister Fong Si, don't worry, I'll be able to rely on it. And I'll get high marks myself. Your Imperial Dragon Guard, you can't know the law and still act against it. Fong Si replied, all right. Chen Shu then turned and asked, by the way, Mr. Yi, I wanted to ask, if before the exam I can become a Beast Tamer Black Iron rank, would I be eligible for direct admission to Huaxia Academy? Mr. Yi answered, Beast Tamer Black Iron rank? You? Are you dreaming? How many years has it been since someone like that has appeared? Chen Shu laughed and said, whether I'm dreaming or not, just tell me if I become a Beast Tamer Black Iron rank, will I be directly admitted to Huaxia Academy? Grandfather, if you really manage to do this, I bet my entire estate on it. I'll even guarantee that you'll be directly admitted. Chen Shu was delighted and agreed. He thought to himself, this way, I won't have to worry about the exam anymore. The potential of the slime will surely have an impact. Mr. Yi watched the two of them leave and thought, beast tamer black iron rank, huh? Chen Shu spoke to Fong Si, by the way, Sister Fong Si, my dad said we're celebrating the new year at my house today. Dili and the others have already arrived, so we should head back now. Fong Si replied, okay. Chen Shu checked his phone. Who could be calling now? An unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Chen Shu? I'm Zhou Yu Jiang, a professor at Nanshan University of Pharmacy. I'm calling today to ask if you'd like to join Nanshan University of Pharmacy. I can admit you directly. Chen Shu thought, direct admission? I haven't even become a beast tamer black iron rank yet, and a university wants to admit me already? System notification with choices. Option 1, agree with the other party and become a student at Nanshan University of Pharmacy. The reward for completion is to increase the proficiency of a certain medicine to the great success level. Option 2, firmly refuse, and tell them their school is not worthy of you. The reward for completion is a massive practical result. Option 3, open your mouth and ask, can the walls of your school withstand a nuclear bomb? The reward for completion is to work in the new pharmaceutical guide department, and the great success level of lightning medicine truly has its appeal. Chen Shu immediately replied, can the walls of your school withstand a nuclear attack? But I'll choose 3. Chen Shu immediately replied, can the walls of your school withstand a nuclear attack? They were stunned. Huh? What are you talking about? If it can't block it, sorry, I won't choose. The phone turned off, just like that? It seems we'll have to find another way. Chen Shu put the phone back into his pocket. Fong Si asked, what's going on? Did any university admit you directly? Chen Shu answered, yes, but I turned them down. Chen Shu, I only want to go to Huaxia Academy. He spoke frankly, isn't that a bit too much? Chen Shu put his arm around her shoulder, let's go, Sister Fong Si, don't keep Dili and the others waiting. Nightfall came, and they were sitting at the table together. Dili said, Chenpai, it's New Year's Eve tonight, we don't have anything to do. How about we go outside and set off fireworks? Fong Si laughed and said, then I'll call Chung Han to join us. Chen Shu replied, all right. Hello, Chung Han, we're going outside to set off fireworks later. The 4 of them were lying on the grass. Xinghan, you need to work hard for the college entrance exam. When you get into Jingdu University, I'll protect you, Fong Si said. Xinghan smiled and replied, okay, Sister Fong Si, I'll do my best. By the way, Sister Fong Si, didn't Chen Shu also want to take the entrance exam for Huaxia Academy? Fong Si laughed and turned to look at him, that's right, Chenpai, are you feeling pressure for the Huaxia Academy entrance exam, or not? They've disappeared. Fong Si was startled, Chenpai, where's Chenpai? Why can't I find him? Xinghan replied, I don't know either. I'm here, and those 2 are panicking, look at my special aggressive version of fireworks. Dili was also helpless, damn it, when did you do this? It's that big? Of course, it had to be prepared in advance. Tonight, you'll be the young man letting your ideals fly all over the city on New Year's Eve. The dot lit up. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the official moment to witness a miracle. Fireworks are exploding in the sky. Chen Shu asked, so, what do you think? Is it beautiful? Fong Si replied, no, something's wrong. What's that sound? It sounds like gunshots. The phone used the bell. Hello, Wang Kuan. An unidentified explosion occurred in the suburbs of the city. Lead a team to investigate it. Wang Kuan was surprised, what? Then they looked at the fireworks in the sky, hearing booming sounds. Fong Si looked up, damn it, no, this will attract the attention of the Spirit Sealing Division. She released her beast, which froze the entire batch of fireworks, leaving only smoke. Fong Si said, let's go, don't attract the spirit sealing division's people. Chen Shu responded, why go that far? It's just fireworks. It's really here. Chen Shu shivered. Has it really disturbed the spirit sealing division? Was it my action that caused that sound just now? Chen Shu denied it. It wasn't me. I heard the sound too. I knew someone was causing trouble, so I quickly rushed to the scene. But when I got there, unexpectedly, the person had already run away. Chen Shu spoke with righteousness. Uncle Wang, give me some time, I'm sure I can catch that person. Do you think I will believe you? Wang Kuan said. He ordered, take him away. Chen Shu was seized. He sat there, stunned. Chen Shu had been locked in the holding cell. He asked, Sister Fong Si, are we really not going to bail him out? She answered, he needs to learn a lesson, or else next time he'll continue to do this. Let's go, it's getting late, we should head back. Do Li agreed. The two of them left. At the spirit sealing division, Wang Kuan said, next time, be a good person and don't let this happen again. Chen Shu lowered his head, yes, Uncle Wang. I'll go now. They went their separate ways, and just then, his phone rang. Fong Si said, Chen Pai, can I borrow your Thunderbird for a bit? A pack of wild beasts has appeared. Chen Shu asked, what? The system displayed the following choice. Option 1 is to assist Fong Si in subduing the wild beasts together. The reward for completion is an additional skill, Fearful Roar. If the beasts are successfully repelled, the additional reward is a large quantity of beast taming power. Option 2 is to turn a blind eye, with the reward being a moderate level of beast taming power, while option 3 is to seize the opportunity. Set off explosives in Nanjiang City, cooperate with the beasts in and out of the city, and make a name for yourself in one stroke. The reward for completing this is promotion to Beast Tamer Black Iron rank. Chen Shu thought for a moment. Although option 3 was very tempting, the bomb in Nanjiang City was a significant risk. He shook his head, saying, I can't think about it. Chen Shu made his decision, Sister Fong Si, I want to go too. At his private residence, Xiao Jing was pulling at his hair. Why did I have to eat this at noon? The butler responded, Young master, there's no other choice. Your progress is too slow right now. The master has ordered that you must eat at least 30 beast pearl grains every day. Honestly, I'm not happy about it at all. He cried. The phone rang. Chen Pai, why are you calling me so early in the morning? Hello, Chen Pai, the voice on the other end said. Hello Xiao Jing, can I borrow your bird for a while? Ha? What are you saying this early in the morning? Chen Shu shouted. Hurry up. I don't have a contract, spirit. Wait for your bird to come to my place in 10 minutes, and I'll be waiting. Sorry, my friend came to find me for something. I might not be able to practice today. The butler replied, That's fine, young master. You can still practice, Little Thunder. Then he continued with his training. Xiao Jing felt disheartened. Even with money, life didn't seem joyful. Xiao Jing's bird arrived at the location. Chen Shu said, I didn't expect Xiao Jing not to show up. Fong Si suggested, maybe you shouldn't go anymore, it's very dangerous there, with Lord White Silver leading the team. I'm worried if you go, something might happen. It's okay, I have a slime for protection. Sister Fong Si, please let me go, I really want to. If there's a gap, we might get some new materials. He kept begging. Sister Fong Si, Sister Fong Si. Fong Si said, Alright, then let's make it clear. We will mainly handle the dangerous tasks. The rest will be left to the Imperial Dragon Guard. Chen Shu agreed, and they both headed toward the location. The bird suddenly braked hard, turning around. Chen Shu said, Damn it, is it really that dangerous ahead? Even the thunder bird just turned and flew away? She looked at him, What if you're scared? Chen Shu smiled, Then I must go even more. He thought to himself, If there's a ferocious beast, being used by it might actually benefit the slime, right? But the Thunder Bird didn't go that way. Chen Shu withdrew. This wasn't something Little Thunder could decide. Little Thunder, if you don't fly, don't blame me for not being polite. Fly or not? It immediately flew on. Fong Si gave him an incredulous thumbs up. Below, the battle was raging fiercely. They watched Chen Shu, unable to believe their eyes. They never expected that a white-silver level contract spirit could be this powerful. Let's go, stop watching, we need to head to the space fragments location. Thunder Bird, wait. Fong Si turned around and said, damn it, what do you want to do? You absolutely cannot launch the nuclear bomb. Chen Shu replied, don't worry, I won't throw it. I just feel that this battle is so spectacular, without my participation, it would really be lacking. He took out his slime, drawing the attention of the ferocious beasts below. The Imperial Dragon said, there's even an Imperial Dragon Guard coming to reinforce, isn't that a golden level? A shocked roar sounded, and the monsters observed, hesitating. Fong Si also looked at Chen Shu helplessly and said, a shocked roar is useless against them? Forget it, retract the slime back into the space, it has already drawn the enemy's attention. He was extremely angry as the beasts charged forward, roaring loudly. Chen Shu shouted, damn it, this is bad, we need to run. Little Thunder skillfully dodged the attacks, while they could only stand and watch, the rest were helpless. Both sides were ready to fight, and Chen Shu continued, next, the battle will be even fiercer. Fong Si looked at Chen Pai, do you want your sister to be expelled? Chen Shu replied, Sister Fong Si, do you think I'm making excuses? I'm not explaining anything. He began to fabricate. That white-silver lord had looked very cunning, he must be hiding something evil inside. I was just provoking him, ruining his plan. I had an intention behind it. Fong Si asked, why are you so agitated? Are you being honest? Of course. Then why don't I trust you at all? Chen Shu quickly changed the subject. Sister Fong Si, look, we're at the space passage now. Fong Si looked up, and it seemed they had reached their destination. He stood, gazing into the distance. Imperial Dragon Guard Qin Chuan asked, Mr. Wang, hasn't Fong Si arrived yet? He replied, maybe she'll be here soon. Imperial Dragon Guard Xue Ziming said, could it be that the genius from Huaxia Academy is afraid? Xue Ziming, you'd better watch your words. I say, Qin Chuan, no matter how you look at it, you have an S-level contract spirit, is there really a need to be so scared of her? Qin Chuan shook his head, you and she are not the same. It was Fong Si. She's here. Fong Si arrived with Chen Shu. Mr. Wang said, finally, you're here. This is Chen Shu, he waved a hand. Chen Shu. Why is he here? He's my younger brother, here to help. Mr. Wang laughed and said, it's good that you're here. You lead them to stand guard here. If anything happens, report immediately, I'll go assist them. Xue Ziming said, are you Fong Si? I've heard that you're very strong. I'm quite interested in you. Fong Si asked, who are you? He introduced himself, I'm Xue Ziming, a genius from the Madu Academy. They kept watch together. Fong Si commanded, prepare for battle. Everything is ready. Chen Shu said nothing. He pulled a vial of medicine out of his pocket. Fong Si said, you are not allowed to use that vial. Just be obedient and listen to me. He sighed, all right. Fong Si observed that many eyes were on them. This is the Crimson Flame Monkey Chief. Crimson Flame Monkey? Fong Si, you are the Crimson Flame Monkey. He shouted, Fong Si, be careful. Chen Shu was stunned. Fong Si walked toward the ice dragon. She surveyed the surroundings, and both sides began to fight. Chen Shu said, damn, is it really that strong? Is this a hack? Screech, screech, it blazed with flames, beginning to spit fire.
Everything was covered by a red hue from the flames.
The two sides fought relentlessly. The ferocious beast left and raged, screeching. Fang Xi said, "Chen Shu, move aside. We'll go."
The battle raged on chaotically.
Chen Shu sat eating popcorn. Chiu chiu, everything had been burned to ashes. Fang Xi and Qin Chuan looked on again. A white silver beast, huh?
Chen Shu said, "Sister Fang Xi, be careful."
Fang Xi replied, "All right." The ice dragon charged forward, roaring like a wild beast. Shui Ziming asked, "The mansion, is it all right?"
"It's out now, inside is the Lord White Silver, but it hasn't arrived yet, still in another space."
"That's great," Fang Xi said. "But they will be here soon." The Imperial Dragon answered, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." "Did the Demon University teach you how to be a deserter?" Fang Xi asked.
Chen Shu said, "Clearly, this is what the second high school in Nanjing teaches."
Fang Xi was angry. "What did you say?" Chen Shu replied, "You misheard me."
"A university student wanting to escape, how embarrassing."
He thought for a moment.
Luckily, the 12th grade students still had the option of a retreat strategy, and he wondered where he could run to. Option 1 was to stay in place and observe the changes. The reward for completing it was a high proficiency in the Ice Seal Potion, reaching the Grand level. Option 2 was to move forward, leaving everyone with a relaxed silhouette. The reward for completing it was 2 beast-taming black iron rank pearls. Option 3 was to use explosives to directly destroy the space tunnel. The reward for completing it would be a 5% increase in all attributes of the yellow slime. Although all the options were good, option 3, using explosives to destroy the space tunnel, with the reward of 2 beast-taming black iron rank pearls, was still his choice. It wasn't for any other reason but to make others happy.
Fang Xi asked, "Damn it, what do you want to do?"
Chen Shu said, "Sister Fang Xi, don't stop me, I will fight for the country."
Fang Xi typed to him about fighting and seizing his butt. Fang Xi said, "Don't mess around. Although this is the suburban area of Nanjing City, what should we do if the power of this explosion affects the city?"
Chen Shu awkwardly smiled, but now it couldn't explode.
She asked, "Why?" "Because the school term is about to start."
Fang Xi turned into a beast. "Get lost."
Oh, Fang Xi thought, even if I call for reinforcements now, it will take a long time to arrive, and by then, the other White Silver Lord will appear.
Now there are only 2 options, use the Rage Elixir or the explosives. The Rage Elixir can quickly give my Crimson Flame Long the strength of White Silver, at least buying some time.
They observed Chen Shu and said, "You feel the Rage Elixir won't be very effective. If we can't delay until Wang Xianyang and the others arrive, we will die. Sister Fang Xi, let's go with the explosion.
We can detonate it in another space." Fang Xi sighed, "All right, but the other space is guarded by a White Silver Lord."
Thunderbird refuses. Chen Shu asked, "What do you think of this sack?"
Thunderbird sprayed glue, and Chen Shu patted its head.
"Good."
Fang Xi said, "You are responsible for dealing with the beasts outside the spatial passage behind us. Remember, don't let any beast escape."
Imperial Dragon asked, "What do you want to do?" Fang Xi said, "Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Just follow orders. Chen Shu and I need to head over there now. Remember this: if even one of them escapes, I'll deal with you myself." "Understood. Then we'll go first. You follow behind." They left just like that. "Let's go." Yeah, the 2 of them ran after them. "They've arrived."
Fang Xi said, "We've reached the spatial passage.
Let's move ahead." Chen Shu replied, "Right, we'll go in here. You make sure to keep an eye on this place." Xin Chuan said, "Got it." Thunderbird flew off. They had arrived in another universe.
Chen Shu turned back and looked. Damn it, so many fierce beasts.
"Let's see how my explosives do."
Fang Xi stopped him. "No, it's too close to the portal, it'll affect Blue Star."
"We won't be able to get out either." Chen Shu looked up.
Yeah, I completely agree.
You're agreeing that easily? Fong Si asked, puzzled. What did they just see? Those sparkling things ahead. Chun Shu looked embarrassed. Blazing fire spirit fruit, fiery vine trees, you can see them even from that far away? Fong Si glanced, careful. Birds fleeing from wildfire. Fong Si asked, what was that just now? The fierce beasts charged forward to attack again. Chen Shu was startled, he was the White Silver Lord. Thunder Bird ran. Thunder Bird followed. The opponent growled in anger. Chen Shu looked at it, damn it, a reptile like you dares to chase me? Thunder Bird, the fierce beast, grew angrier by the second. Chen Shu said, you little pest, even if you can't catch up with me, I'll make you so disgusting you'll wish you were dead. It was like a blazing red fire, continuously spitting flames. Chen Shu shouted, damn it! Thunderbird let out a roar, hovering and circling in the sky, the beast radiating power in all directions. It launched a relentless attack. Chen Shu ordered, increase altitude a little. Thunderbird soared higher, spewing fire endlessly, and the fireballs pursued them. Little Thunder, your master says you have a new skill, use it quickly. Thunderbird gave a silly grin, its new skill spiraling like vortexes. Chen Shu said, damn it, too fast, the two of them keep spiraling and chasing each other. Chen Shu sighed, it's too dangerous. Lord White Silver is truly perverse. Fortunately, Little Thunder has a new skill. Then he added, heh, now's the time for you to reap the rewards. Chen Shu gathered all the treasures into 2 bags. Chen Shu screamed. Chen Shu said, the hall is full. Little Thunder, let's go deeper, there must be something even better. Fong Si said, don't fly like that anymore, focus on the important task. If you keep hesitating, something bad might happen. Chen Shu replied, don't worry, with the fierce Nanjiang here, even the savage beasts will be pushed back. It continued attacking, both sides charging forward. Chen Shu shouted, is there really a beast that dares not fear death? It charged ahead. Other 2-headed monsters also attacked them. Chen Shu twisted and turned, the savage beasts blazing with fire. Chen Shu was terrified, damn it, the 3 White Silver Lords. Chen Shu looked back at the 4 of them. Thunderbird was surrounded by many other savage beasts. Chen Shu said, looks like it's time to witness a miracle. Little Thunder, how's the skill? Thunderbird chirped. Chen Shu said, in that case, let me say a few words before it explodes. First of all, I feel extremely honored. Fong Si hit him. Fong Si yelled. Are you crazy? Detonate it now. Chen Shu was sweating. Girls shouldn't be so rough, be a little gentler. The enemies appeared in great numbers below. Chen Shu shouted, Little Thunder. Little Thunder screamed as if it had been hit. Thunderbird gathered momentum and shot forward. The savage beasts were all fierce, and it directly launched a fireball at Little Thunder. It was like a volcanic eruption, the monsters stared in shock, all submerged in the sea of flames as the volcano erupted. Chen Shu took out his phone, feeling excited, so thrilling, he definitely had to record a little bit to keep it as a memory. Fong Si pulled on his ear, ouch, stop teasing me, hurry up, we've been targeted by the fire dragon. Chen Shu looked down, they seemed to be going crazy from the intense heat of the fire, roaring and growling, flying through the air, launching fireballs. Hurry up, increase the speed and head into the tunnel. Little Thunder shot straight ahead, the fireball came, but it was a step slower than Little Thunder. The spatial tunnel. Chen Shu sighed in relief, the fireball almost hit the ground, as if it were about to explode, flames surrounding and obscuring the scene. Phew, finally, we're back. Chen Shu smiled and said, Old Shui, Qin Xuan, you guys have worked hard. Qin Xuan and Shui Zimeng were speechless. Chen Shu sprayed some mist, then turned around to look, damn, we're being chased. Thunderbird, dodge. The fierce flames surged in, like they were about to blow everything up.
Mr. Wang on this side said, "Finally, it's dealt with, let's go check on how Fong Si and the others are doing."
He was startled and turned around. No, where's my mountain? Where's my tunnel? Could it be Mr. Wang? I want to report, they've flown in. Report? What report? Xue Ziming sprayed the adhesive stiffly. They got off together. Mr. Wang said. Fong Si, you speak. What exactly happened on your side? Why has both the mountain and the tunnel disappeared? Chen Shu and Fong Si's eyes met.
Chen Shu thought for a moment. The matter regarding the explosives was extremely important, it couldn't be exposed, or else there was a real risk of being taken for research. He had to figure out how to lie in a way that they would believe.
Got it.
Chen Shu replied hesitantly. We launched an all-out assault on the 7 savage beasts in that area.
Under my forceful intervention, we eventually dealt with the first wave of beasts.
But immediately after, we heard the roar of Lord White Silver, and upon observation, it seemed to come from another dimension.
To prevent the threat, Fong Si and I entered the alternate dimension first. We wanted to buy time, but while in that dimension, we encountered the White Silver Volcanic Beast King. At that point, we provoked it.
The distance between us was at least several thousand meters. A bright white light suddenly appeared in its mouth, and it directly attacked us. Fortunately, the speed of the mutated Thunderbird was fast, and it quickly helped us escape the spatial tunnel successfully. But even so, the power of its skill still penetrated through the space, leading to the current outcome. Along with that is the issue we encountered. Chen Shu was very confident. His performance was outstanding, and perhaps he already believed it. When we were at the Glacier Gorge, Taiping Mountain, he was also there.
Could it be him? Mr. Wang wondered in his mind.
Chen Shu was anxious, while Mr. Wang was suspicious. He said, although I say this, for now, I believe you. Chen Shu let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that he still had to go back and investigate.
If the danger could be eliminated, then our mission would be considered accomplished. Let's disperse. The 3 of them left first.
Chen Shu felt relieved, finally, they were all gone. They had used the bow and arrow formation, which wasn't good.
He turned to ask Fong Si, where are we going now? Back to secluded retreat.
Chen Shu smiled, all right. A few days later, during the day, Chen Shu went to the pharmacy to sell the medicinal herbs he had obtained from another dimension.
At night, he began cultivating at secluded retreat. A month later, the school term was finally about to begin.
Chen Shu walked in, hello, everyone. It's not even started yet, I'm going crazy at home.
The teacher entered, we will now begin the cultural exam. Everyone looked at Chen Shu with eyes full of resentment.
Why were they all staring at him? Xiao Jing said, your cultural scores were the best last semester, and everyone wants to beat you.
Chen Shu finally understood, oh, so that's it. Well, this time they're overthinking it.
I'm already certain I'll take first place. Chen Shu wrote relentlessly, his pen dancing across the paper. He set the pen down.
Teacher, I want to submit my paper.
Chen Shu was the first to submit his paper. He lifted his head, proud and solitary. The other students were furious.
Go ahead. Chen Shu ran in a hurry. TSK, these young people have no understanding. The teacher thought, this is just how Chen Shu is. What?
The teacher's gaze was deep in thought. Another teacher spoke up, Shin teacher, do you really want to let Chen Shu be the team leader for the beast taming competition? After that day, the school held a 3-day consecutive exam. The campus was bathed in golden sunlight, with clear blue skies.
Now, the results were being announced. Chen Shu continued to take first place in the cultural subjects. This afternoon, we will continue training at the Beast Taming Pavilion. School is now dismissed. Chen Shu, stay behind, I need to talk to you. The teacher said, well, everyone else is gone now. I've spoken with the principal, and we've decided to let you lead the team in the beast taming competition. Chen Shu was stunned. A choice had been made. Option 1 was to refuse Mr. Li, with the reward for completion being the title of unbeatable savagery. The default effect was to have the system reward. Option 2 was to agree with Mr. Li, with the reward being the answers to the exam and a large number of beast taming subjects. At this moment, the choice seemed obvious, one that didn't need much thought. It seemed like there was no way out of this system now. As long as you make the school. Chen Shu wore an evil grin. But if he agreed like this, wouldn't that be? He replied, I disagree. I want to focus on studying, and no one can stop me from immersing myself in the knowledge of the ocean. The teacher set the price at 2 million. As long as you break the record of Nanjiang No. 2 High School, you will get 2 million. He thought, 2 million. Chen Shu immediately changed his attitude. For the glory of the school, I will dedicate myself fully. The person replied, all right, in the afternoon, the teacher will announce this to the class. All right. Looking at the students below, laughing and playing, the teacher silently thought, I hope this time it really works out. In the afternoon, the teacher announced to the class, today, I want to tell everyone something. The beast taming competition in the city is now open for registration. Nanjiang No. 2 High School will also participate. If we can secure first place at the city level, we will represent Nanjiang City at the provincial level competition. The last 3 people I choose, the team leader is Chen Shu, and the team members are Xiaoyu and Tang Lai. Chen Shu replied, Teacher, I disagree. I don't want Tang Lai, I want to team up with Xiaobing. Xiaobing's combat ability might not be the strongest, but her ice wolf is mainly a control type. Both Xiaoyu and I have enough offensive power, and having another control ability would be even better. Tang Lai angrily said, Chen Shu, you're going too far. Teacher, beast taming is all about strength. I want to switch with Chen Shu, I want to be the team leader. He thought, this is the time to take back everything that belongs to me. Chen Shu thought to himself, does he really feel like he has broken through to Beast Tamer level 9? That's why he feels capable now. Chen Shu asked. Tang Lai, do you really want to fight me? Tang Lai thought for a moment, reassuring himself. Now that I'm a level 9 Beast Tamer, one of the 2 top experts in the class, I don't believe that during this break, Chen Shu could level up. He confidently replied. Of course. Then come at me. Chen Shu summoned his slime. Damn it, last semester it was only 20 meters, and now it's already reached 30 meters. Li teacher. Tang Lai cried out to the teacher. Li teacher comforted him. What are you looking at me for? Don't worry, our school's medical facilities are more than enough. Tang Lai's hands and legs trembled. Wind-traveling beast, come out. The giant slime looked up. Tang Lai turned to the teacher, tears in his eyes. Save me. The teacher said. Let's begin. Chen Shu's slime activated the roar skill. Tang Lai and the beast by his side were confused, activating the skill Brutal Strike. The slime crushed Tang Lai's beast, leaving it with no way to escape. The students watched in rapt attention. Chen Shu said. Mr. Tang, do you still want to continue the beast taming fight? His hands were trembling. Tang Lai said. I think Xia Bing is more suitable. Whoever stops her from going will have to face me. The students were left in disbelief. Chen Shu said. Very well. Tang Lai could only hold his poor beast in his arms. The students continued to observe. Chen Shu asked, does anyone have any opinions now? Du Lon, I noticed that you seemed a bit dissatisfied earlier. Chen Shu looked at him. Du Long met Chen Shu's gaze and smiled as he said, how could that be? What did the headmaster say just now? I was the first one to support it. Very good, this attitude, I'm very pleased, he said. Li teacher, for the beast taming match, Su Xiaoyu and Xiaobing will be in the same team. The teacher reminded them, it could be the first of the month.
The beast taming match will officially begin then. During this period, you all should practice a bit, discuss strategies, and aim for first place.
Chen Shu responded, additionally, regarding this year's exam, we've received the latest notice.
The cultural subjects will remain the same, but the beast taming department will be affected by the practical combat section. If nothing unexpected happens, you might be sent to a different space. The venue is probably the ordinary level space, the fiery Sun Mountain. Apart from the city of Nanjiang, contestants from 4 other cities will also participate.
By then, the number of contestants will exceed 5,000 people.
At the same time, anyone who dares to release something like nuclear projectiles will not escape the punishment of the law. Chen Shu thought to herself, the teacher could just check my ID card and be done with it. However, the fiery Sun Mountain, the terrain of this other space, is simple, which makes it very convenient for the judges. If I want to cause trouble, I still need to think of a way. There are still 100 days until the exam, and you all must work even harder. In March, we will continue to train practical combat skills, with 2 people per group competing against each other.
The teacher reminded, now, the person I call, please step up here. Li Jun, Du Long.
Once the groups were assigned, everyone went off to practice.
Su Xiaoyu asked Chen Pai, do we need to practice some skills? He replied, not necessary, being reckless will ruin everything. So what should we do now? Xia Bing asked.
Chen Shu answered, go fish. You two adjust the skills and talent of the contract spirit for me.
Don't worry about anything else.
Okay, then we'll go adjust. The system displayed the following options.
1.
Focus on practice before the match to enhance the coordination between the 3 of you.
Completion reward, slime accessories +2.
2. Relax and wait comfortably for the match to start. Completion reward, 2 basic beast taming pearls.
3.
Use the time before the match to challenge all major high schools, force the opponents to surrender.
Completion reward, large quantity of beast tamer.
Chen Shu raised his hand, teacher, I'd like to request leave. Li teacher, angered, said, it's barely been a week since the school year started, and you're already asking for leave.
Are you deliberately going against me? Chen Shu replied, not at all. I want to plan the battle strategy.
I'm confident that if you give me a week, I can easily win first place in the match.
The teacher laughed and said, really? 100% sure? Chen Shu pointed. If you don't let me rest, I will beat Tang Lai and Du Long every day.
The 2 guys were left speechless. Next came the moment when the fierce Nanjiang awakened the nightmare of high schools. Before that, he took his phone out of his pocket and said,
hello, Sister Fong Si, are you free? Let's go challenge the high schools to a duel.
Chen Shu and Fong Si arrived at the location.
Fong Si asked, shall we start with high school number 1? Chen Shu replied, there are security guards watching. How do you plan to get inside?
The immortal had a brilliant plan.
Chen Shu said, I am the big shot here. Do you remember me?
The security guard looked confused.
Chen Shu is up now. Back then, I kicked your headmaster out with 1 kick. The guard became angry. Damn it, it's you. Chen Shu said.
Don't worry, I'm here today for a friendly exchange.
Open the door and let me in. The guard shouted.
No, I haven't received any notification. The great Fong Si stepped forward, ready to handle the situation. She took out her Imperial Dragon Guard card to open the door. The guard observed.
Imperial Dragon Guard? Please, come in. Chen Shu was stunned. Is it really that easy? Looks like it's time for me to ask Mr. Wang to make one of these for me.
The 2 of them walked in. The teacher was telling the students that the beast taming match was about to begin. He decided to make Zhang Tian the team captain, with Wen Yu and Lin Zixian as team members.
Do you have any objections? He asked. Everyone answered in unison, no.
If no one objects, then. Suddenly, Chen Shu walked in and interrupted, I object. The others were confused.
Who is that? Chen Shu and Fong Si stepped in.
Brother!
Chen Shu, what are you doing here?
Go away! Fong Si said, Teacher, please don't rush to kick my brother out like that.
Let the boy speak first. Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? She asked, Why should you listen to me?
She summoned her power, clearly relying on this.
2 savage dragons appeared. The teacher was shocked, damn it, 2 dragon-type contract spirits. You are Fong Si.
Lethal Dream of Omen unleashed its attack, pulling all the spirit beasts towards it, making them stagger.
The power was overwhelming.
In the blink of an eye, they were caught in a vortex. The blonde-haired man frowned, as expected.
Looks like I'll have to step in.
He raised his hand and called, Come out.
The Wind Thunder Bird, a gigantic bird, appeared. Thunder and lightning crackled around it.
The Wind Thunder Bird opened its mouth, preparing to unleash its attack.
This move directly targeted the slime. Slime frowned, but that move didn't do anything to it. Chen Shu chuckled arrogantly. Is that all? You think you can defeat my slime with that?
He raised his hand, activating his overwhelming skill. The slime leapt up, directly attacking Wind Thunder Bird. The bird was knocked out in the blink of an eye. Not only that, but other spirit beasts were also destroyed by the slime ball. The students could only stare, their mouths wide open.
It was invincible.
The principal reluctantly lowered his head, gritting his teeth in silence.
We admit defeat.
Although his expression was far from pleasant, Chen Shu waved his hand and recalled the slime.
This is more like it, isn't it?
If they had surrendered a little earlier, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Around him, spirit beasts lay sprawled on the ground. All the students were silent, not a word was spoken.
The principal finally spoke up. I have a question.
Chen Shu adjusted his clothes.
Do you want to know the secret to my success?
Just as he said, the principal was serious.
Are you willing to share it?
All the students behind him brightened up, pens in hand, ready to take notes.
Chen Shu replied.
I believe that to succeed, 3 main things are necessary.
First, persistence. The students nodded eagerly, pens scribbling down notes. MHM.
Chen Shu then raised 2 fingers.
Second, cause trouble.
The students were stunned.
Is that really considered a secret to success?
Chen Shu ignored it and continued speaking. Thirdly, persistently causing trouble, the students are left with their hands in the air, unable to hold a pen anymore.
Chen Shu sighed.
In this era, when you speak the truth, no one believes you.
Oh, Sister Fong Si, let's go. Let's head to Nanjiang No. 3 High School. Fong Si nodded.
Then the 2 of them decisively left.
The students behind them whispered a prayer for the next school that would be visited by the 2.
Nanjiang No. 3 High School, take care. At that school, the slime continued to demonstrate its power.
It let out a loud cry.
With its round, rubbery body like a ball, its strength was surprisingly formidable. All the spirit beasts were unable to approach it.
The air became quiet again.
After defeating the spirit beast, Chen Shu waved her hand in farewell.
Well then, goodbye, everyone.
The students here were stunned.
Damn it, this guy is too brutal. How can we fight back like this? We can't touch it, we can't touch it.
A week later, the night sky over the city became quiet. Fong Si, Chen Shu, and Zhang Dili were grilling meat on the rooftop together.
He arrogantly shook his head. I didn't expect the students of Nanjiang wouldn't be able to fight back.
After just 1 week, all the schools have surrendered.
Fong Si smiled. Don't be too arrogant. There are always higher mountains, and there are always people better than you. You should still strive to level up yourself. He then beat the drum. Eat the skewers, tomorrow is the beast taming competition. Are you coming?
Fong Si refused. Tomorrow, I will be heading back to Jingdu University, the semester is about to start.
Zhang Dili agreed, same here.
Chen Shu seemed a little dissatisfied. What a shame, you two are going to miss witnessing my most brilliant and heroic moment. He raised the cup in his hand to celebrate. In that case, we'll meet at Jingdu University. Everyone else chimed in, see you at Jingdu University. A few days later, on another starry night, Chen Shu saw Fong Si off as she took a taxi back to Jingdu University.
He waved as the car drove away.
Zhang Dili was with her. After the taxi had gone some distance, Chen Shu silently watched. Now, it's my turn on the battlefield. The next morning, the atmosphere in the school was extremely quiet, all the students had gathered in full. Li Wuxuang glanced behind.
His gaze met Chen Shu's as if to ask, what happened? Did you do something? Did you launch nuclear missiles at other schools? Chen Shu felt awkward. His first reaction was that Mr. Li mentioned nuclear missiles. Was that really a reasonable assumption? Chen Shu patted his chest, no way.
Chen Shu here is relying on his own strength and virtue to win others over.
Just ask anyone here.
But the students behind him, when questioned, looked extremely panicked. Each of their faces was filled with fear, but they still forced a smile. Yes.
Chen Shu shot another glance at Li Wuxuang. See? I wasn't wrong, was I? The man's face grew thoughtful. How can I trust you?
The host held up the paper to announce and invited the teachers from the high schools to proceed with the drawing of lots. Li Wuxuang quickly stood up and walked over, but the students behind him were also extremely tense, watching the figures of the team members from other schools.
Chen Shu wore a menacing, devilish expression. Everyone knew that we would be next, and fear gripped each one of them. His gaze was fixed firmly on each face in front of him. Everyone looked anxious, seemingly lacking confidence in themselves. He asked, do you remember the promise from last week? The students awkwardly replied, yes, we remember.
Chen Shu smiled, as if praising a child. Good.
They felt as if they were the disobedient children.
Everyone stiffened at his words. The students from the other schools were still waiting for the results of the drawing. Li Wuxuang returned with the teachers from the other schools, his brown hair gleaming with excitement.
The teacher is back.
Li Wuxuang stood before all the students from his school and declared, we will compete against number 3 high school of Nanjiang. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu was extremely excited, but his classmates showed no enthusiasm at all. Instead, they seemed frightened. At the arena, the judges had already taken their seats. The MC began the event. Today marks the 981st Beast Taming Competition of Nanjiang City. I'm sure the contestants from the high schools are ready. The first match will be between number 2 High School of Nanjiang and Yuming High School.
Let's welcome the contestants from these two schools.
Chen Shu walked in with his classmates, his face calm and confident, a stark contrast to the anxiety of the others.
On the other side, 3 students representing Nanjiang number 3 school also entered. The MC announced, the match begins.
The crowd in the stands cheered, the fierce one, the fierce one, the fierce one. Chen Shu performed his magic. The student from Nanjiang number 3 school tightly pressed his lips together, and the other 2 trembled in fear after having witnessed his strength earlier.
Wang Deng spoke up, Wang Deng, I have never been defeated. Chen Shu smiled, listening quietly.
The face of his opponent showed clear signs of triumph.
Today would be no different.
The crowd was excited. Oh, this is getting interesting. Wang Deng turned around and called, MC, it seems he wants to ask for something.
Everyone's wondering, is he about to unleash his ultimate move?
I've heard of Wang Deng from Nanjiang number 3 high school for a long time. Not only is he exceptionally talented, but he is also incredibly confident.
Wang Deng facing the fierce one. It looks like today will be very interesting. The MC smiled and asked, "Do you have any requests?"
But Wang Deng decisively stared at Chen Shu and said, "We want to surrender." Everyone in the audience was stunned, as if they couldn't believe their own ears.
Surrender?
Fang Dang yelled once more, making sure everyone in the stands could hear.
Yes. Surrender.
His bold, spirited tone when saying surrender left the MC speechless.
Was he really full of passion and focus while admitting defeat? The MC declared, "Nanjiang No. 2 High School wins."
Fang Dang's face still wore a triumphant expression, smiling as he glanced at Chen Shu with a proud look in his eyes. Chen Shu raised a finger, "As expected of you." As the next matches went on, the audience gradually noticed something was off. It seemed like all the teams were trying to lose on purpose.
Nanjiang No. 2 High School went up against another school.
Before they could even say anything, the other team surrendered. When facing other teams, they could still try to lose. But when it came to Chen Shu, they all turned pale and surrendered, even waving white flags, smiling as though they had escaped a disaster. Soon enough, it was time for the finals.
The MC announced, "Next, let us welcome Nanjiang No. 2 High School and Nanjiang No. 5 High School as they battle for this year's championship."
Chen Shu and his team had barely exerted any effort. His hands were still casually in his pockets as he walked confidently onto the stage, but he didn't even see the opposing team.
The atmosphere was silent.
The MC hurriedly tried to fill the silence. "It seems that the team from Nanjiang No. 5 High School is a little nervous. Let's give them some time."
A white flag flew over the audience, landing on the stage. The mayor and the judges could already see the outcome.
The mayor, unable to bear it any longer, darkened his face and said, "Tell Chen Shu to come and see me for a moment." Li Wushuang was stunned upon hearing this.
The audience erupted in boos. "What's going on here? There's definitely some shady deal happening. Is this really the final match?" The MC wiped sweat from his forehead, trying to ease the tense atmosphere in the stands.
"It seems that our No. 5 high school has already given up on the match. So, let's congratulate the students of Nanjiang No. 2 High School. After 3 years, they've finally secured the top position in the city." Chen Shu's school was declared the winner without having to lay a hand on the match from start to finish. Su Xiaoyu and Xiaobing were stunned.
"We haven't even started the game and we've already won the championship?" "Chen Shu, don't ask, just go up and accept your award."
"Ha, this award for me really is fame after merit." The person handing over the trophy had the cup in hand but no joy on his face. Xiaobing and Su Xiaoyu were speechless at his attitude.
Li Wushuang called out, pulling Chen Shu, who was happily holding the trophy. "Chen Pai, the mayor wants to see you.
He's waiting for you by the side of the city hall. Chen Pai, if you ruin this match, you're done for." The man's face wore an expression of smug satisfaction.
Chen Shu was confused. "Ha? I'm being watched now?" Chen Shu became anxious. "Teacher, are you really not coming with me?"
Li Wushuang smirked.
"You go ahead, I'm busy picking out a cemetery for you."
"As my student, you must have a proper grave to rest in peace." Chen Shu broke out in a cold sweat, his lips trembling. He took a deep breath, then knocked on the door. The mayor's voice came from inside.
"Come in."
Those words made Chen Shu's face turn pale, while Li Wushuang seemed to take great pleasure in it.
Chen Shu entered and asked, "Did the mayor look for me?" The mayor smiled.
"Sit down, no need to be nervous, just treat this place as your own home." Only then did Chen Shu relax a bit and let out a sigh. He comfortably sat in the chair across from the mayor, crossed his legs, and casually took off his shoes in front of him, startling the mayor. The mayor waved his hand.
"Oh, Chen Shu, do you really treat this place as your own home?" Chen Shu innocently asked in return. "What's wrong, mayor?"
The mayor wiped the sweat from his brow and waved his hand. "We're just having a conversation, there's no need to take off your shoes." Chen Shu, confused, put his shoes back on.
"All right then." The mayor frowned.
Your strength is quite impressive.
Chen Shu candidly replied. Looks like you're trying to cause trouble for me. It seems I can barely handle it. Too bad I can't beat my master.
The mayor was curious.
Your master?
Chen Shu smiled, seemingly setting a trap for him. Mr. Yi, who sits at the door of the Beast Taming Resource Bureau.
The mayor was frightened. Mr. Yi?
Chen Shu boasted.
Yes, that's him.
He even cried and begged to take me as his disciple. Since I naturally respect the elderly and cherish the young, I had no choice but to accept.
The mayor didn't dare say anything more and gently invited him to leave. If it's Mr. Yi, then you can go back. As for this matter, you messed up the beast taming match, I can forgive you.
But for the love-stealing match, you must take first place. Chen Shu, without a hint of tension, responded lightly. All right, I almost lost my life, but luckily I remembered Mr. Yi in time. Hopefully, they won't go investigate. As he stepped out, he didn't see Li Wuxuang anywhere.
Ha! Where's Mr. Li?
His phone buzzed with a new message.
Teacher has already taken them back to school. Remember to come back early tomorrow. Chen Shu nodded. All right, then I'll see you tomorrow.
At that moment, the mayor was in his office, calling his secretary. Hello, Secretary Liu, please help me investigate if Mr. Yi has taken on an apprentice. Indeed, Chen Shu had already been targeted for investigation. At the beast taming pavilion of the school, Li Wuxuang was explaining the methods of beast taming. Chen Shu, however, couldn't focus on the lecture. He had initially thought that Mr. Li had asked him to return early to congratulate him, but it turned out that the teacher was just concerned about him being late for class. There was still 1 week left before the provincial competition.
Would he really have to attend classes like this for an entire week? He yawned, clearly bored. This is so dull.
Suddenly, the system chimed in, and a prompt appeared. Option 1, study quietly and wait for the provincial competition. Reward upon completion, 1 flower of great strength.
Option 2, let the school send 3 people ahead to city in Tham.
Reward upon completion, additional charge skill.
Option 3, brew an enhancement potion. Reward upon completion, Dali level moderate level genuine potion team. Chen Shu pondered for a moment.
Although the rewards for the 3 options were all quite good, if the charge skill could be added, and the slime skill was level 9, then no matter who he faced, he would no longer be afraid. He raised his hand. Teacher, I would like to take a leave.
The teacher coldly and indifferently replied. Go. Chen Shu sighed. It seems there's no choice but to do this. Tang Lai, your practice has been quite good recently, huh? Let the class monitor guide you for a bit.
Before Tang Lai could protest, the slime had already been summoned. Tang Lai trembled, crying. Teacher, Li Wuxuang, I have no choice but to surrender.
All right, Chen Shu, stop it already. I'll allow you to take leave, is that enough? Chen Shu smiled. But there's nothing for me to do at home.
How about I go to Nanshang City first? Oh, wait, no, it's for the study exchange before the provincial competition. Li Wuxuang remained motionless, and Chen Shu hesitated as well. His malicious grin appeared on his face. Mr. Du, your great Earth Azure Dragon is quite large. Mr. Du cried and pleaded with the teacher. Teacher, Li Wuxuang has no other option. This situation is like a side blow to the ear, we have to approve Chen Shu's request. Alright, stop causing trouble. He quickly issued the tickets to Nanshang City. These were tickets for later today, for the 3 of them Chen Shu, Xiaobing, and Su Xiaoyu. Chen Shu was delighted. Sure, thank you, teacher. Chen Shu gained an additional volunteering skill. In Nanshang City, at the long-distance bus station, the 3 of them had finally arrived. Chen Shu was excited. Nanshang City, Chen Shu, I'm here.
The atmosphere around them was incredibly noisy and bustling. The area was filled with towering buildings. The three of them left the bus station. Su Xiaoyu asked, "Qinshu, do we really have to go out for dinner tonight? The budget that Teacher Li gave us isn't exactly a lot." Qinshu patted her on the shoulder. "It's fine." The two girls' eyes lit up. "Are you treating us?" Qinshu waved his hand. No, tonight it's on Xiaoyu." He pointed at Su Xiaoyu, and she stumbled a bit. "My mother tongue has no words for this." At a restaurant in Nanshang, the three of them were sitting together eating hot pot. Qinshu generously said, "Xia Bing, eat more. Xiaoyu, don't be shy with her." Xia Bing blushed, picking up some meat for the hot pot while saying, "Okay." Seeing the two of them focus solely on eating, Su Xiaoyu gritted her teeth in anger. A group of people was approaching them from a distance. "Mr. Su, long time no see." Qinshu, while chewing, glanced behind. That voice sounds too familiar. Xia Yan patted him on the shoulder. "Let's sit at this table, I've already reserved it, feel free to eat." Mr. Su responded, "You're too polite." Qinshu realized, Xia Yan, oh, little ha, it's been a while, you're getting more and more shabby. Hearing the sarcastic remark, Xia Yan turned his head to look at him. Mr. Su frowned in displeasure. "Mr. Yan, your friend seems a bit unfriendly." Xia Yan scratched his head, blushing. "Well." Mr. Su, irritated, stepped forward. "One should have some real strength to be this arrogant." Qinshu provoked. "Is that so? Do you think you're very strong?" Xia Yan quickly intervened. "Don't, Mr. Su, let's go, don't start trouble with him." Mr. Su was surprised. "Why?" "He's just a level 9 beast tamer." The level 9 beast tamer was Qinshu. Xia Yan felt tense upon seeing this, but he had once defeated me. Mr. Su was startled upon hearing this. He's that strong? He had no choice but to order his subordinates to leave. They quickly departed. Qinshu muttered, "Ugh, I can't even try my new skills. Running away in the heat of battle, they're all useless." Su Xiaoyu said, "To meet someone who isn't useless, we may have to wait until the match a week later." Qinshu nodded. "Alright, then we'll wait for the province's fight. But before that, we must." Xia Bing asked, "Must do what?" Qinshu came up with the same old plan to cause trouble, surely planning to assert his strength early on so that when those guys arrived at the match, they'd surrender just like before. In the following week, at Nanshang City's #1 high school, the three of them went there again. Qinshu took Xia Bing and Xiaoyu to the Nanshang City High School, but once again, they were stopped by the security guard. Qinshu was at his wits' end and decided to sneak around to the back. Just as he was about to climb over, he was startled and turned around to find the security guard smiling and greeting them. In the end, they were all unsuccessful and were unceremoniously thrown out. A week later, at the Nanshang Hotel, Qinshu lay on the bed, feeling gloomy. He never expected that someone as fierce as Nanjiang would be defeated. A knock on the door was heard. It was Su Xiaoyu. She urged, "Qianpai, the draw for the duel opponents is today, hurry up." Qinshu sighed. "Since I failed to achieve my previous goal, now I have to put in more effort for this battle." He got up and walked outside. Come here, come here." At the Douling School in Nanshang City, the three of them entered. Qinshu glanced at someone being interviewed, and they all went into the resting room. There were already many students from different schools waiting inside, a total of 32 teams. Who would be their first opponent? Suddenly, the system issued an announcement. Option 1, quietly wait for the draw to begin. Completion reward, small amount of beast taming power. Option 2, use a special method to make everyone remember you. Completion reward, beast taming power. Slime adds 5%.
Chen Shu thought to himself, feeling like he had struck gold.
Is this reward free? Got it.
Ahem, now that everyone is here, let me say a few words. The students here have no idea what he does. Chen Shu waved his hand. Let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Chen Shu, and I come from Nanjiang City.
You can call me Uncle.
I want to inform everyone about something, and I stress that it's an announcement, not a negotiation. If you encounter me, just surrender immediately.
Do not hold on to any hope of getting lucky. Who wouldn't be angered by these words? The entire break room was in an uproar. Who do you think you are? Oh, does he really consider himself a genius? Where even is Nanjiang? Frog sitting at the bottom of the well.
Xia Yan, sitting below, could only sigh because he already knew Chen Shu's strength and arrogance well.
Chen Shu paid no attention.
I know everyone here is a genius, but between people, life is always more important than pride.
Xia Yan understands this very clearly. Xia Yan, go ahead and educate everyone on safety precautions. Hurry up.
When Xia Yan heard his name called, he trembled in fear.
Well, this. Seeing Xia Yan's expression, everyone was left speechless. That expression on Xia Yan. Could it be that he was threatened? Who could possibly threaten him? Could it be because he couldn't defeat Chen Shu and was beaten by him?
Chen Shu made it look as easy as flipping his hand, wondering to himself.
These people were really this uninformed, and they had already made such a deep impression on them?
He had gained 5% more defense from the slime. A voice echoed, "Please, contestants, proceed with the draw to determine your opponents."
Chen Shu was delighted. The moment for real combat was finally approaching.
Chen Shu, along with his two classmates, was the first to draw.
At Douling School, Chen Shu drew first, followed by the other teams.
Xia Yan stood beside them, anxiously muttering, "Please don't pick us, please don't pick us, please don't pick us."
The other students, seeing his fearful expression, shook their heads. Is it really that bad?
Chen Shu raised the piece of paper with a satisfied smile.
His gaze locked onto Xia Yan. It seems we are really destined to face each other. Xia Yan broke into a cold sweat. Damn it, could it be true?
Mr. Su, standing next to him, patted him on the shoulder reassuringly, "Be a bit more confident. This is a team competition, one strong individual won't make a difference."
Xia Yan saw no way out and resolved to fight. "Fine, I'll do my best to beat him." Chen Shu smiled and turned away, heading off.
The next person drew, and the process continued until the last person.
The instructor explained, "The draw is now complete.
Tomorrow, the official beast taming competition begins. Contestants, please prepare yourselves and adjust your state of mind.
Represent your city with pride."
Everyone in the room was brimming with confidence, except for Xia Yan, who was visibly tense.
After leaving, Xia Yan stood tall in front of Chen Shu.
To his surprise, unlike his usual cold demeanor, just the sight of Chen Shu's smile caused panic, and he immediately fled.
Get out of the way, let me go." Although Xia Yan was afraid of Chen Shu, to others, Xia Yan remained a formidable opponent.
Xia Bing was worried.
What should we do tomorrow? I definitely can't beat Xia Yan. Chen Shu reassured. It's okay, with me here, we can definitely do it.
Xia Bing had confidence in him. The next day at Douling School, the host stood at the podium to open the competition, greeting the Nanshang Grand Gathering held annually, hoping everyone would perform to their fullest potential. I won't say much more, I hereby declare the competition officially begins. At the contestant seats, Chen Shu's team was observing the match screen.
He thought to himself. At least it's at the golden level. The two hosts, a man and a woman, explained the rules.
Now, I will announce the rules of the competition. Our event is a team match, with the team as the main focus.
Next are the rewards for the competition.
The team that wins the championship will have 3 opportunities to select skills below the golden level, and will also receive 100 million nation H coins. The second prize includes 1 opportunity to select a skill, plus 50 million nation H coins. The third prize is 30 million nation H coins. Chen Shu's eyes lit up when he heard the prize money, his mouth slightly watering.
Such rich rewards? MC Nam declared, the official match begins now. Next, we will begin the first round between Nanjiang City and Dixing City. The people of Nanjiang City cheered, "Go Nanjiang City! Fierce Nanjiang will be the champion. Defeat Dixing City." Chen Shu's team was also ready to fight.
At Douling School in Nanxiang City, Xia Yan's team and Chen Shu's team stood facing each other.
The atmosphere was deathly silent. Xia Yan trembled. I can fight, I can fight."
The people behind him were also tense. Chen Shu smiled wickedly and began casting magic. A slime descended from the sky, transforming into a massive slime ball, exuding a strong aura. The 3 people on Xia Yan's side froze in place. Xia Yan muttered, "I can beat him.
What can I even fight with? What on earth is this?"
Xia Yan was so scared that tears started to fall.
The spectators around the arena were also in shock. Golden yellow. Its aura is so strong. This is definitely not a contract spirit at the forced level. Damn it, as expected, everything in the books is a lie. Everything must be judged by reality.
In the stands, the minister and the staff observing also jolted in surprise.
Minister, is this really a slime?
The golden yellow slime was divided into 2 types, one with a light attribute affinity, and one with a defensive shape affinity.
The one below clearly had a defensive form, and its physique was its main attribute. If I'm not mistaken, it has the divine skill gigantification. Moreover, its level is extremely high. It's impossible.
Gigantification at level 8, upon becoming a beast tamer at level 1, comprehended a divine technique, and thereafter, every time it leveled up, it coincidentally caused gigantification to advance as well. It seems this person, named Chen Shu, must have some sort of secret.
Minister, should I investigate him?
The minister gave a short order. Make sure Chen Shu's victory is guaranteed.
The system issued a notification.
Choice 1, achieve top 16 in the provincial battle for the beast taming contest, reward for completion, large amount of beast taming power. Choice 2, achieve top 8 in the provincial beast taming battle, reward for completion, additional brawny sit and strike skill. Choice 3, achieve top 4 in the provincial beast taming battle, reward for completion, slime gains a chance for bloodline evolution. Choice 4, achieve top 1 in the provincial beast taming battle, reward for completion, obtain the title of reverse champion, default effect, see the disdain of the people of Nanjiang City. Chen Shu was a little confused.
Is choice 4 serious?
It's as if, without this title, the people of Nanjiang will no longer look down on me.
But do these 3 options only want me to make it into the top 4?
Xia Yan's teammates were also shocked, patting him on the shoulder to signal.
Fight or not? Xia Yan, having already made up his mind, clenched his teeth. Fight.
Take out those 2 first, and then we'll surround and deal with that beast monster faction. His teammates nodded in agreement with the command. Xia Yan then summoned his beast taming, which was a wolf with piercing, bright eyes. The little tiger standing in front of the giant slime had to be cautious.
Xia Yan's 2 remaining teammates exchanged glances. All right, come here. Extreme Ice Bird.
Others also called upon their beast tamings.
Wood Spirit. Xia Yan shouted loudly. Come here, let's begin the battle.
The slime marched forward, its body seemingly able to overpower all 3 beast tamings.
Xia Bing called out, Ice Wolf.
Su Xiaoyu commanded, Blazing Flame Bird, come join the battle alongside Chen Shu's slime. The 2 sides' beast tamings charged at each other. The slime made a squelching sound.
Its body suddenly became more flexible. Electric arcs surrounding it spread out, causing beast tamings to collapse wherever they touched. Xia Yan refused to admit defeat. Damn it, ambushed again.
Chen Shu laughed triumphantly.
Ha ha.
The slime gathered energy, and its lower body expanded further. It charged forward, leading the beast tamings straight into the fray.
All three beast tamings were knocked away.
The slime grinned smugly, its eyes gleaming. The moment the wood spirit fell and cried out in pain, it seized the opportunity to charge directly at the beast tamings.
Xia Yan panicked. This is bad, quickly recall your contract spirit.
But it was too late. The slime, swift as lightning, had already pinned down the wood spirit.
The team cried out, "My wood elemental spirit!" Xia Yan ordered. Freeze it with your extreme ice bird. My blazing flame fierce tiger, attack quickly.
The extreme ice bird surrounded the slime with ice, attempting to freeze it. The slime used its powerful strength skill, trying to break the ice that clung tightly to it. At the same time, the blazing flame fierce tiger quietly circled behind it. The tiger roared loudly and leaped towards the slime's head. The slime used water mirage kill, creating a protective circle around itself. The blazing flame fierce tiger tried to bite through it but couldn't touch it.
The extreme ice bird met the same fate.
Chen Shu, having enjoyed the show until now, finally decided it was his turn.
My turn now.
Activating the skill collision, the slime tossed itself, sending both the extreme ice bird and the blazing flame fierce tiger toppling to the sides. It turned and looked at the two beast tamers on the ground, a victorious expression clearly visible on its face. Xia Yan, seeing the situation was bad, decided to protect her beast tamers and had no choice but to concede.
We admit defeat. The MC announced.
Let us congratulate the team from Nanjiang City on their victory, advancing to the 16th strongest team. The crowd cheered. Holy beast poop forever awesome. Holy beast poop forever awesome. Chen Shu and his team returned to the waiting room for recovery, and he hummed a relaxing tune.
Xia Bing and Su Xiaoyu still couldn't believe it. Did we really win like this?
Chen Shu showed a relaxed expression.
Don't worry too much. There are plenty more situations like this ahead of us.
Xiaoyu, Xia Bing, the next round won't be for at least a week.
Do either of you have any plans?
They both replied in unison.
Reading books in the hotel.
Chen Shu was speechless.
Truly, you two are something else. Xia Bing asked, what about you? What do you plan to do?
Chen Shu must have had a plan for himself. Of course, it turned out that he had asked his staff to bring a casino table into the lounge to entertain himself.
The aggressive, seductive dealer was dealing cards online. To keep everyone from getting bored while waiting, I found a little fun for everyone. Just scan the QR code on the table and place your bets online. Pick the team you want, and place your bet directly. To make sure no one thinks there's anything suspicious, I'll charge a 20% processing fee for the winners. Everyone, please do your best. The people here were silent.
They never expected to come for beast taming and end up being lured into playing cards. And they all felt uneasy about the legality of this. Chen Shu assured them with honor. Don't worry, if anything happens, the ruthless Nan Jiang and I will take responsibility. Also, if anyone dares to report me for a violation, I'll take a beating once, and if it kills me, so be it.
The minister entered the room. Mr. Chen Shu, I need to speak with you for a moment, could you step outside?
Chen Shu was startled, horrified when he saw him.
In turn, the minister was confused, not understanding what was going on, why there was a casino set up in the lounge. He angrily ordered. Pack this up for me.
If this happens again, I'll cancel your qualification to participate in the match and hand the matter over to the War Spirit Bureau.
Chen Shu feigned innocence. This wasn't done by me. The minister ignored him. Come out here with me. I need to ask you something. Chen Shu frowned and asked a question, the 100,000 coin fee for the Nation H exam, no bargaining? This question immediately made the minister's face darken. He wasn't sure if the man was crazy, but he had to swallow his anger and smile in a friendly manner.
I am the Minister of Education for Nanshan Province, which means that the authority over the provincial exams belongs to me. Chen Shu hadn't expected to provoke such an important person.
Was this man really that influential?
He quickly grasped the minister's hand.
Minister, I will certainly answer your question properly. If I don't know the answer, I'll stand by and listen. The minister purposely mocked him. Then what about the 100,000 coin fee? Chen Shu scratched his head, pretending to be clueless. What fee?
The minister let the young man off the hook.
I want to ask you, is your contract spirit really a slime? We've discussed this matter.
A slime can't possibly grow that large. Chen Shu was then given a new mission by the system. Option 1, answer truthfully, revealing the system's reward for completing the wooden coffin task.
Chen Shu was startled. What the hell is option 1? A coffin? Nonsense.
Option 2, lie and say that his contract spirit is not a slime, with a reward of 3 basic beast taming pearls. Option 3, use his specialty and start babbling, with a reward of completing the burning potion.
Chen Shu sighed.
It seemed that, with things being at this point, his only choice was to start talking nonsense. He decisively said, "It's definitely a slime, it's just a little special. Every day, the slime absorbs the essence of sun and moon, merging it into itself, and with each absorption, its body grows a little bigger." It didn't take long before it reached that size.
The minister was confused. Wait a minute, what are you talking about? Absorbing the essence of sun and moon?
Chen Shu spoke more passionately. That's right, it's cultivating the invincible awakening great technique. This left the minister even more stunned. Stop.
What great technique are you talking about?
Chen Shu confidently said, the invincible awakening great technique.
The minister stared in disbelief. Did you teach it?
Chen Shu smiled, it comprehended it on its own.
I just translated it. The minister asked, does the slime usually read and write? On weekends, I even enrolled it in a professional dance class to cultivate its skills. The minister couldn't take it anymore. The more he listened, the more he questioned his life. What?
The Ministry of Education still has things to do. I have to attend a meeting.
Let's leave it at that for now. Chen Shu waved his hand. Minister, are you leaving like this? I haven't even finished speaking. I still haven't told you that during breaks, the slime even teaches itself programming. Oh, minister. But the minister didn't care. He turned and left the room.
Chen Shu was speechless. Oh, this minister is not all right. He couldn't handle it with just that much. His words were a direct blow to the minister's pride. After that day, Chen Shu's desk was confiscated. When he got bored, Chen Shu could only practice in the hotel. Soon, a week passed, and the MC continued the competition. The first round of the competition had concluded perfectly. Next, the 16 teams will compete for a spot in the top 8. I asked the teams to come up on stage and draw lots to determine their opponents. On stage, the teams walked up in a line. Chen Shu closed his eyes, drew a lot, and muttered to himself. I'm willing to trade 20 years of the contestants' lives from other cities so I can draw a weak team. Xiaobing and Su Xiaoyu, hearing this, were left speechless, not knowing where to look. As he opened the paper, it seemed that his wish had come true, and his eyes lit up with excitement.
Damn, it actually worked? Next, I'll crush them thoroughly. The paper read, Nankin No. 3 High School.
The moment Nankin No. 3 High School heard this, they were terrified.
The MC announced, Nanjiang No. 2 High School will compete against Nankin No. 3 High School. The match begins.
As Chen Shu's team stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted in cheers.
The fierce champion from Nanjiang, go for it. Beat them. Fierce champion.
The Nankin team looked at Chen Shu's team as if they had seen a ghost. Xiaobing, confused, asked,
Why do you seem so fired up? Chen Shu, full of confidence, replied. It's all basic stuff. No need to get obsessed with me, I'm just a legend. Ha ha ha. Seeing his smug expression, the two girls didn't know what to say. The members of the Nan canteen couldn't tolerate these words either. Stop talking nonsense. Chen Shu initiated the match. Alright, no more tricks. Let's start already. The arms of the three of them were about to cast their spells. They saw the massive slime behind them, but Cold Ice Wolf stood small and blocked the way in front. They pondered for a moment. B-Class Cold Ice Wolf, it seems like we have hope this time. After a while, Chen Shu summoned his three giant beast tamings and instructed. Xiaoyu, you hold the leopard down, Xiaobing, let Cold Ice Wolf go behind the slime. The two obeyed the orders. Su Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with fire. Blazing Flame Bird. The Blazing Flame Bird obeyed and charged toward the leopard beast taming of the southern canteen. At the same time, Xiaobing also gave an order. Cold Ice Wolf. Cold Ice Wolf was already behind the beast taming monkey. The leader on the other side shouted loudly. Little monkey, attack the slime. Little monkey grinned slyly. It raised both hands, controlling the earth from beneath, launching a direct attack toward the slime. The slime was surrounded by earth. Little monkey quickly advanced to attack. Chen Shu commanded. Xiaobing, melting water ice abyss. Xiaobing complied. Little wolf, ice abyss. Cold Ice Wolf growled a few times, then unleashed its power. A vortex of ice was created. The captain of the opposing team shouted loudly. Little monkey, use your skill. Little monkey, surrounded by lightning, activated its control skill to latch onto the slime. Chen Shu wondered. Is this a control skill? The three members of the southern canteen thought they had already won and were about to claim victory. But Chen Shu sneered, what's there to be happy about? It's nothing special. The slime, using its powerful form, gently removed Little Monkey's control skill from itself. It frowned in annoyance, starting to bounce around, using sheer force to press down directly on the monkey's head. The large slime stood in front of the monkey, blocking it. The team leader's face darkened, wanting to keep his beast taming skill, but, out of fear, he retracted it. Little monkey, come back. The monkey narrowly escaped disaster, while the other two teammates were stunned by the way their comrade turned his back. This is Chen Shu, astonished. Is he that decisive? Well, then change to another name. He then turned and looked at the bison. The slime attacked the crazy buffalo. The slime immediately changed direction. The crazy buffalo, unfazed, exhaled fiery energy, using its two horns to face off against the slime. With a whoosh, blood spurted out. The crazy buffalo was defeated, and the remaining cat trembled in fear. Su Xiaoyu noticed, Chen Shu, did you use some kind of skill? Why has the hunting leopard suddenly become like this? Seeing the leopard now as docile as a puppy, Chen Shu pondered for a moment, feeling the overwhelming sense of replacement. It was as if the wild deer had become afraid of him. So, are you still going to fight, my friend? The others had to admit defeat. Forget it, we won't compete anymore, we concede. The host announced. Nanjiang Second High School versus Nanjiang Third High School, Nanjiang Second High School wins. The audience was incredibly excited. Fierce, fierce, fierce. Chen Shu snorted coldly, putting on a cool, aloof demeanor. Being truly unbeatable was so lonely. Xiaobing and Su Xiaoyu beside him just wanted to bury their heads in the ground to hide because they were so embarrassed. Later that night, Chen Shu instructed the two girls. Let's call it a day, see you again. Xiaobing and Su Xiaoyu waved their hands. See you. After the two girls left, Chen Shu went to his room to prepare for bed. He was taken aback, his hand reaching into his pocket to pull out his phone. Sister Fong Si, why is she calling at this hour? Hello, Sister Fong Si, what's up? What do you need? Fong Si responded. Well, I have something I want to tell you. Do you still remember Lu Ping? Chen Shu jumped in surprise. Who? The one who owes us money? Fong Si snapped. The beast tamer Black Iron Rank who attacked us last time. Chen Shu flinched at the shout. Fong Si continued, I've managed to gather some information. They're from an international organization and might have a base in Nanshang City. You're still there competing, right? You must be extra careful. Chen Shu panicked. What? At your place? Fong Si nodded. Yeah, I just called to remind you a bit. Remember, don't cause trouble there, don't attract their attention. That's all, I'm hanging up now. Before she could finish speaking, Fong Si hung up the phone. Chen Shu shook her head, really impatient. The system then issued another instruction. Option 1: Be modest and return to Nanjiang City after the match ends, with the reward being an average amount of beast taming power. Option 2: Report directly to the Imperial Dragon Guard, investigate the base of this organization, with the reward being a 10% increase in all attributes of the slime and a large amount of beast taming power. Option 3 was to upgrade the slime in conjunction with Option 1. Chen Shu turned her head, cautiously looking out towards the base Fong Si had mentioned. Could it be here? Fong Si had once mentioned that the base was located in the center of Nanshang City. Chen Shu thought for a moment and suddenly realized that it wasn't that she wanted to cause trouble, it was all because the system was forcing her into it. He took something from behind him. It was a burning pill, the reward for completing a previous mission. The office building was full of people, and if he launched it directly, it might accidentally hurt someone. He should clarify the situation before setting it off. Chen Shu called Mr. Xie. Hello, Mr. Xie, send your drone over here so I can borrow it for a bit. After that day, while there was still some time before the second round of the competition, Chen Shu sent the drone to investigate the situation of the office building. Chen Shu quickly investigated the situation under the office building. On Thursday, with a sharp turn of his head, followed the instructions on the piece of paper. It was here. Holding a burning cigarette in one hand, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang loudly. Rang, rang. Chen Shu became alert, fearing that he had been exposed. Hello, Xiaoyu, what's going on? The draw is done for today, are the matches about to start? So, the opponent only has one S-level wish? Then let them wait. I'll finish burning down this building first, and once I'm done, I'll be there. Xiaoyu was taken aback upon hearing this. What? What building? Chen Shu suddenly noticed someone passing by who looked very familiar. This person was a member of the criminal organization, so he quickly hung up the phone. I've got to go, I'll hang up now. A plan to follow him had already formed in his mind. The person suddenly noticed a wallet lying on the ground. What a greedy man, he had just stepped out and already found some money. As he bent down to pick up the wallet, thinking it was his, Chen Shu spoke from behind. Hey, brother, I lost my wallet. Did you pick it up? Seeing Chen Shu approaching, the man denied it. How can you prove this is your wallet? Chen Shu replied. It has my ID card inside. Just check and you'll know. The man hesitated and opened the wallet to check, only to find a piece of paper inside. Your sack is gone. Suddenly, the sky around him darkened, and he panicked. Damn it, why is it so dark all of a sudden? It turns out that Chen Shu had thrown a sack over his body, then used his fist to punch strongly right in the middle of the man's chest. From a distance, there was a scream coming from the building. A gunshot, there was a gunshot. Chen Shu turned his head and saw a person trembling, staring at him. Had he been spotted by a passerby? He used his terrifying expression to intimidate him. What are you looking at? The person immediately begged. I'm sorry, I didn't see anything. Then he ran off. Chen Shu smiled. Ah, youth these days. He directly dragged the man's legs away.
After a series of strange noises from inside the room, 10 minutes later, Chen Shu stepped out of the door, now dressed in the man's clothes and carrying his briefcase, disguised as him.
I'm here, dark organization. The man, stripped of his clothes, lay in the bathroom. Chen Shu confidently walked into the building. Based on what Lu Bingfan had said. Now this office building has people from the dark organization, so I can. A person blocked his way. Stop.
Chen Shu tensed up, he had been recognized. But the man had mistaken him for Mr. Lu, the same man who had been stripped of his clothes in the bathroom.
Mr. Lu, how's the progress for tonight? Chen Shu paused to think. And he was also a beast tamer black iron rank. Yet the man didn't notice anything unusual. Have you arranged an escape route for the operatives? What about the tasks after that? It's not that I'm saying you're the contact person, but at least you should be a little more cautious. If you make any mistakes, it could cause trouble for the enforcer. Last time, Lu Ping's failure to properly investigate the contact led to an assassination attempt that failed, attracting the attention of the Imperial Dragon Guard. That's not right, why are you so quiet today? Chen Shu turned his head to look at the man, only to realize that it was not Mr. Lu. He sighed, it seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. Chen Shu took out a small vial from his pocket, which had been extracted from a bottle of incendiary medicine, and threw it directly at the man. Boom! A loud explosion echoed.
Flames erupted fiercely, smoke billowed thickly, and the figures of the people were no longer visible. Chen Shu ran, enjoying the fury of the situation. On the other side, the man stood there, gaping, seemingly unable to react. Chen Shu laughed heartily, then left the room filled with flames.
This is the price you pay when you want to take revenge on the vicious Nanzhang. The slime was summoned and immediately took Chen Shu out of the building. Only then did the man react, stopping in his tracks. He didn't expect that it had been an illusion created by Chen Shu. In reality, Chen Shu was hiding right next to the building, intending to chase after the vicious Nanzhang. Me? In your dreams. By the way, here's a little gift for you. It was done.
He sent something through his phone, then casually slipped his hands into his pockets and left. Now that the task was finished, it was time to head to Douling School. The explosion earlier, caused by Chen Shu, echoed loudly. The person on the observation screen jumped in shock as he looked at the camera. He reported, "Boss, it's the savage Nanjiang setting fire." The boss pondered for a moment, his face darkened. Is the savage Nanjiang that Chen Shu? At the underground base of the office building, one of the subordinates analyzed. It's probably him. Fang Xi's mission was involved with him. Another man swiped his finger across his neck. Should we take revenge? The boss thought for a moment. Not yet. Let's retreat for now. We'll deal with Chen Shu later. At the entrance of the underground base, they were secretly moving goods. A voice came from behind. Lu Wuji, why the rush? Lu Wuji turned around, startled. It's you. Wang Qing smiled. No wonder you were able to escape the pursuit of the Imperial Dragon Guard back then. It turns out you joined Dark Form. Hunting the White-Silver level King level savage beasts, and even crazily leading them to the Spirit Sealing Division's base. While the Spirit Guardian General and the Savage Beasts fought, you took the chance to eliminate the remnants of the Spirit Guardian General. It's been 10 years. Finally, I can repay this debt. Lu Wuji, full of confidence, sneered. You are no match for me. Wang Chang remained unfazed. I'm just buying time. Your real opponent is above. Governor, you can strike now. Lu Wuji was drenched in sweat. The Heavenly Ice Phoenix King, a massive bird, stood right in front of them. This was the governor of Nanshan Province, the only king-level beast tamer in the entire province. Lu Wuji was horrified as he saw the bird charging towards him.
No, we must run. The minister frowned. Run, huh?
Immediately, the area around Lu Wuji was sealed off, trapping him. Lu Wuji was furious but helpless, as if a glass barrier had appeared right in front of him. The governor's beast taming even let out a few mocking meow meow sounds, teasing him. At Douling Square in Nanshang City, Xiaobing and Su Xiaoyu had been waiting for Chen Shu. He had just won the full attribute reward from the slime, adding 10 more beast taming power, in bulk. The two girls' faces were filled with unspeakable expressions, their faces darkened.
Chen Shu was taken aback. What's wrong with you guys? Are you stunned by my handsomeness? Su Xiaoyu was furious. Was it you who set fire to the skyscraper just now?
The area near the building is now covered in ice, and all of Lu Wuji's accomplices have been trapped in the ice block.
The governor said. Finally, we have captured them and brought them to justice. By the way, do you know who reported the crime and who set the building on fire?
The minister thought for a moment.
Was it him?
He had thought of Chen Shu. Each block of ice contained a criminal inside, all of whom had been brought in by the governor's men. But as soon as the minister thought of Chen Shu, he quickly dismissed the idea.
It couldn't be him, he was just a high school student, how could he be so powerful? Currently, I don't know, but I will investigate. The governor doesn't suspect anything further. Yeah, leave the rest to me.
After that, he mounted his beast taming and flew away.
As soon as he left, the minister secretly ordered an investigation into Chen Shu.
Back at the school, the two girls were still puzzled about him.
The thing in that building. Was it really him? I feel like it was definitely him. Chen Shu chuckled. Huh? What? What are you two talking about? Which building? I don't understand anything. Xiaobing turned to look. You came? Wasn't it really you? Su Xiaoyu frowned. Xiaobing, are you stupid? He's the fierce one from Nanjiang, and you believe his words?
Besides, he just said he wanted to burn down the building earlier. Chen Shu downplayed the situation.
Don't joke around, it's cold. I just wanted to make it a little warmer. Alright, we should go compete now, or they won't wait for us. As long as I don't admit it, no one can come after me.
At the competition venue, the male and female MCs began the match.
Next, we will witness the match between the fierce one from Nanjiang and Nanshang High School's number 5. Let's look forward to this performance by the fierce one from Nanjiang. Please welcome the fierce one.
The three of them confidently stepped onto the stage.
The audience cheered, Fierce One. Fierce One. The female MC announced. The match begins.
The three of them summoned their beast taming of ice, fire, and lightning.
The audience was dumbfounded. Damn it, why is it so big? Did it eat hormones?
Even if it ate hormones, it couldn't grow that fast.
Did he pump it with gas or something? It's clearly not that big.
The three guys from the 5th school, Nanshang, were shaking with fear, while the one at the front, with an unbelievably confident expression, looked rather amused.
Chen Shu, please go ahead and start.
They were about to summon their beast-taming creature when the leader raised his hand.
Wait, I want to duel with you. Chen Shu thought, is this person about to reveal some incredible skill? Alright, let's have a duel then.
The leader stepped forward.
Thank you.
He was ready, and then began to summon his beast-taming creature. It was a girl. Around her radiated an astonishing power.
Chen Shu furrowed his brow. A shadow elemental spirit, rank S.
What a shame, you might have won against another team, but against me.
He raised his hand, preparing to summon a slime. Still, it had to be a demon.
Then, a bolt of lightning emitted from his hand.
The opponent, however, remained enthusiastic. Is that so? Well, let's see then.
The girl prepared to attack. the slime faced off against her. Her face suddenly darkened, as though something was emanating from her mouth. The leader, still confident, believed he was about to win. A brilliant purple light engulfed the slime. But Chen Shu remained unshaken.
Is this your trump card? Well, it's nothing special. Slime, charge skill.
The slime dodged that darkness.
Chen Shu's face darkened.
It was a rare sealing skill, and he wanted to wait for the slime to exhaust all its skills. The slime kept running, and the spirit kept chasing, sticking closely.
Chen Shu shouted, "Stop!"
The slime froze, turned around, and faced the spirit.
The guy on the other side was confused. Why did it stop? Did he give up?
I'm about to win, I'm going to win, I'm going to win.
Chen Shu gave Xiaobing a glance, signaling, "Xiaobing, you know what to do."
Xiaobing frowned, catching the signal.
Xiaobing Lan, go. Cold Ice Wolf took the hit for the slime, instantly weakened, and coughed up blood.
Chen Shu was startled, so getting hit by that beam weakens you.
This summoner really came prepared. The other guy was shocked. Wasn't this supposed to be a one-on-one match? Su Xiaoyu joined in, Blazing Flame Bird.
The Blazing Flame Bird launched blazing fireballs into the sky toward that girl. The slime seized the opportunity, smashed down on her, and she immediately vomited blood.
The audience was dumbfounded. The guy shouted angrily, "Chen Shu, you're cheating." Chen Shu feigned innocence. Cheating? Me? Not at all. It's clearly a one-on-one. The three of us against just you, completely fair.
The two girls blushed so hard at his words, he might as well have been a devil.
He looked towards the male MC. "MC, what do you think?"
The MC frowned, unsure how to handle the situation.
"What do you all, the audience, think? Please, unleash all your energy." The audience cheered, "The savage is too awesome. The savage is too awesome."
Reluctantly, the MC followed the majority's response.
Looks like everyone has already made up their minds.
The Nanxiang No. 5 High School faced off against the Nanjiang No. 2 High School.
Nanjiang No. 2 High School won. Chen Shu shouted, throwing hearts towards the audience. Xiaobing asked, "Are we really that strong?"
Chen Shu replied confidently, "In a fight, sometimes it's just that simple."
"Well, goodbye then." He skipped off towards the resting area.
But suddenly, he stopped, clearly seeing someone ahead, Wang Qing, who was waiting.
Chen Shu raised his hand in greeting, "Hello, Minister." Wang Qing immediately asked, "Did you send me a message?"
Chen Shu was puzzled.
"Ha? A message? What message?"
Wang Qing narrowed his eyes at Chen Shu.
"Did you start the fire in the skyscraper?"
Chen Shu thought for a moment before beginning to fabricate a story. "I was nearby, using the restroom, and I felt a little heat on my backside. I thought it was hemorrhoids, but it turns out there was a fire burning."
Wang Qing immediately raised a hand to stop him. "Stop, what are you talking about? I don't have time for jokes. Tell me the truth."
Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively.
"What do you mean? I saw that big battle. If the flames were strong enough that even the governor couldn't put them out, do you really think it was just a normal fire? Moreover, my slime is fully attributed, and full attributes are equivalent to having no attributes. It can't cause significant damage, so it couldn't have such a strong fire. This fire, just by looking at it, you can tell it has nothing to do with me. You may falsely accuse me, but I believe righteousness will never fade."
Wang Qing was speechless, placing a hand on Chen Shu's shoulder and reminding him carefully.
"All right, do your best in the competition." Then he walked away. Chen Shu sighed. Even if he managed to deceive him for now, he couldn't wander aimlessly outside anymore.
He had to check the effectiveness of the system's 4 strength reward.
Just after he left, Wang Qing's phone rang. He took it out and dialed. "Mr. Li, I heard Chen Shu is your student?" At the beast taming pavilion, Chen Shu happily walked in. The system displayed evolutionary bloodline, granting me an SSS rank. He and the slime were both incredibly eager, so he pressed the button to use the reward. The slime closed its eyes in enjoyment. As it fell into a deep sleep, the energy released grew even stronger. Chen Shu clasped his hands in prayer. Great Supreme Elder, with urgency as per your command. If I can truly ascend beyond S rank, from now on, I will cleanse my heart and no longer be a ruthless figure of Nanjiang. The sun began to set. By night, Chen Shu opened his eyes. The energy smoke surrounding the slime began to dissipate. He was stunned. Is it really over? Isn't there supposed to be some kind of celestial tribulation or something? He clicked to view the attributes. Name, Giant Slime. Color, golden. Personality, kind, simple, honest. Attributes, all around. Race, special type creature. Natural talent, sleep induction, thick armor, resistance. Skills. Charge, level 9. Violent aura, level 5. Wind breath, level 2. Countershock force, level 3. Power of wind control, level 1. Terrifying roar, level 2. Colossal body, level 2. Summed up to a total of 14 specialized skills. Evaluation, invincible, dream killer. Pact, belongs to the contractor Chen Shu. Beast tamer, level 9. Beast taming talent, normal. Resistance, elemental resistance increased by 10%. Notes, when in a sleeping state, effectiveness is tripled. He mumbled, so it's just an increase in potential evaluation? I was given a chance to purify my soul. Unfortunately, fate doesn't allow it. He sighed. Luckily, the basic attributes have leveled up, and I've gained a new natural talent. My combat power has increased by about 15%. At least taking on 2S level contract spirits shouldn't be a problem. He decided, it's time to head back now. Then, he left the beast taming pavilion. At the hotel. Seeing Mr. Li waiting for him, Chen Shu was stunned. Oh my, Mr. Li, his gaze was unusual, it seemed like he was really angry. Chen Shu's face darkened. Could it be about the skyscraper? He was about to turn around and run, but Mr. Li immediately raised his hand and grabbed Chen Shu tightly. He was flustered. Li teacher, what wind brought you here? Mr. Li frowned. It's not wind, it's fire. Chen Shu gave a silly laugh, but inside, he was trembling with fear. Sure enough, it was about the skyscraper. Mr. Li sat opposite Chen Shu and asked. Chen Pai overheard and offered a suggestion. Confess. I've already looked into it, you didn't cause any casualties, only disrupted public order, and set fire to someone's building. The most you'll get is 20 to 30 years. By then, you'll be just over 40, and we can start over, okay? Really, I'll hire the best lawyer for you. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale. Forget it, I'll tell the truth to the teacher. The story is like this, like that, the situation is like that, I am doing this to protect the people. The words righteousness stood out clearly in front of him. But Mr. Li stared blankly. Protect the people? I think you're the one causing the biggest disaster. Chen Bai, can you agree to one thing with me? Chen Shu asked. What is it? Mr. Li's eyes were teary. Because if one day you really go off the rails, don't tell me I'm your teacher. I don't want to be disturbed when I grow old. Chen Shu glared at him angrily. Just then, the phone rang loudly. It was a call from Fong Si. Mr. Li smiled. Did you see that? Your sister is also advising you to be a good person, but who would have thought that? Fong Si said, Little brother, did you burn down the city center of Nanshang? Well done. Mr. Li gaped, not understanding what was going on. Chen Shu proudly replied, this is exactly what a model citizen should do: defeat the forces of evil. Of course, I, Chen Shu, will not let it go. Fong Si reminded him, but how did you manage to find He Ye's base? Even the Imperial Dragon Guard couldn't uncover it.
Mr. Li perked up his ears, seemingly trying to gather more information, but to his surprise, Chen Shu deliberately shared the secret just to irritate him. Fong Si smiled, be careful, the He Yi organization might come after you for revenge.
Chen Shu replied confidently, don't worry, Imperial Dragon Guard couldn't find it, and neither will He Yi. Fong Si immediately hung up the phone. Alright, let's leave it at that.
Chen Shu was startled to see Mr. Li gradually sitting further away from him.
Why are you sitting so far away? Mr. Li frowned. Did Fong Si tell you to do this? Chen Shu stood up. Alright, Li teacher, don't overthink it.
I still have to participate in the competition.
Well then, good night.
Mr. Li pondered, that bastard, no, this is a big issue, I can't just pretend I don't know about it.
He took out his phone and called someone. Hello, Minister Wang, let's meet up.
After that day, because Mr. Li was around, Chen Shu behaved very obediently and didn't cause any trouble. A month later, besides Chen Shu, Xiaobing, and Su Xiaoyu, there were 3 other teams in the competition.
Mr. Li knocked on the door and entered. Xiaoyu, Xiaobing, where's Chen Bai?
Su Xiaoyu replied, maybe still sleeping.
Mr. Li was taken aback. Sleeping? With such an important match, he's still sleeping? He immediately went to look for him.
When the two saw Mr. Li's angry expression, they were speechless. Inside the hotel, Chen Shu was still sound asleep. The large shadow behind him made him feel uneasy. Why does this feel so strange?
Mr. Li appeared with a fierce expression, waking him up. Chen Shu was startled. Oh my God, Mr. Li.
Mr. Li directly grabbed him by the collar and dragged him towards the competition floor.
The male MC began the match. Next, Nanjiang High School No. 2 would compete against Nanshan High School No. 2. The contestants, please step forward.
Mr. Li urged, hurry up, it's starting. Chen Shu sighed, don't rush, if I'm not here, they won't make a move. Mr. Li became even angrier, kicking him towards the stage, go already. Chen Shu had no choice but to follow. Suddenly, he slipped and yelled loudly, move out of the way. The 2 girls didn't have time to react, and Chen Shu fell right onto Xiaobing.
Her face turned bright red. Chen Shu awkwardly asked, Xiaobing, are you okay?
Xiaobing was startled.
Chen Shu.
Su Xiaoyu pulled both of them back to reality.
What are you waiting for? The match is about to start. Hurry up.
Chen Shu then reached out his hand.
Come on, let's get up first.
Xiaobing stared at him, and after a moment, she finally took his hand. Her head was spinning, and then she quickly ran towards the competition area. Oh, Chen Shu didn't understand what was going on, but for some reason, he felt like something was strange about Xiaobing. The Nanjiang High School No. 2 team was facing off against the Nanshan High School No. 2 team.
The MC announced, the match begins. The leading girl asked, ready? Are you prepared to admit defeat?
Chen Shu smiled without saying a word. She arrogantly declared, your stream is strong, but it's no match for our teamwork.
He asked back, is that so?
The 3 people on the other side immediately summoned their beast tamings, all of them incredibly fierce.
So, what now? Chen Shu and Su Xiaoyu exchanged glances, signaling each other.
A rare plant contract spirit.
A healing contract spirit. Come out.
Both of them summoned their beast tamings, a slime and the blazing flame bird. The 2 smiled, if they hadn't leveled up their attributes, they might have really been in trouble this time. Unfortunately, their slime had gotten stronger.
The people on the other side were confused. Aren't you going to summon the last one?
Chen Shu raised her hand, 2 are enough to beat you. She was furious, you are too arrogant.
This time, we won't let you off.
She then summoned her beast taming to fight. The beast taming roared, and armor began to appear on its hands and body, activating its metal armor. It charged toward the slime. The flame condor glanced at the slime, and it seemed like it had already fallen under the control of the main character. It turned around and attacked the slime from behind.
Chen Shu commanded, Dreamkiller, why is the blazing flame bird attacking the slime? Damn it, Xiaoyu, are you betraying us? Su Xiaoyu realized the problem. My contract spirit has been manipulated.
Look at its eyes, the flame condor's eyes are spinning.
It's lost its mind and is now just attacking the slime. What should we do now? Chen Shu raised her hand, it's okay, I'm here.
Xia Bing nodded, understanding the command. She moved behind the slime and activated its body technique.
Everyone panicked. My god, it's getting bigger again?
The girl, seeing the slime activate its ultimate form, seemed quite smug. Perhaps her plan had worked. It was at this moment that an energy source surged directly into the slime's mouth.
Chen Shu shouted loudly, commanding, go.
The slime turned, its enormous body slamming against the beast taming creature. The beast taming stared in shock at the giant figure before it.
The leading girl finally tensed up, is this beast really that strong? No, charge at it.
The beast taming's eyes turned a fiery red, and it screamed, unleashing bolts of lightning. The two forces collided, and everyone eagerly pulled out their phones to record the scene. Wow, what a spectacular moment! The slime dodged the beast taming and shifted its focus to the green beast taming. The green beast taming stared in panic.
This isn't good, its target is my little pet. The girl smiled, it's fine, leave it to me.
She then controlled her beast taming, stomping its foot down on the ground. It roared loudly, preparing to attack the slime, but was unexpectedly struck back by the slime. Chen Shu showed a sinister expression, finally, it's unleashing its trump card.
Wind control technique.
Beneath me, a large tornado suddenly appeared around the slime. Its gaze locked directly onto the purple beast taming creature. The butterfly was attacked unexpectedly, but the girl still tried to resist.
Is that all? You must be greatly underestimating my purple-winged butterfly.
The purple-winged butterfly spread its wings wide, releasing a purple energy. The slime tilted its body, dodging the attack. Chen Shu spoke confidently, yes, I did underestimate it.
So what? Xia Bing.
Xia Bing raised her hand, and instantly, the purple butterfly was frozen.
Everyone stared in disbelief. What? Is the slime affiliated with Xia Bing? That's not it. Look at its mouth, it's an ice wolf. To everyone's surprise, the slime's mouth revealed a cold ice wolf.
The slime quickly crushed the purple butterfly. The brilliant light returned to the second high school team of Nanjiang.
We won.
At the grill stall, Teacher Li and the three of them arrived, as if they were choosing a restaurant. The four of them raised their cups to celebrate the semi-finals of the day. Su Xiaoyu praised, Chen Shu, you really have talent, much stronger than us. Chen Shu modestly replied, oh, this isn't what I would call talent.
You all know my true talent. Teacher Li awkwardly added, talent in crime, right? Chen Shu mumbled in displeasure, why call it a crime? That's an unpleasant way of putting it. That's right, when is the final?
I want to go back to Nanjiang City already. I miss my friends, but this kind of longing makes everyone frown. I remember when he was still in Nanjiang, always teasing his friends, scaring classmates, even putting a sack over their heads. It was really unpleasant to watch.
Su Xiaoyu laughed, your friends might not miss you that much. Chen Shu ran his hand through his hair, how could they not miss me?
I was the heartthrob of Nanjiang High. Su Xiaoyu and Li Teacher were at a loss for words. Xia Bing smiled, the final might have to wait a while. Right now, the losing teams still need to compete against each other to determine the rankings.
According to the schedule, the final can't start until mid-May.
Chen Shu thought for a moment. By then, the time left until the exam won't be much. With my current progress, just by sleeping every day to gain beast taming power, I should be able to reach Black Iron rank before the exam. The matchups at my level are settled, and the exam should be fine too. These past days have been really smooth. By the way, Lee teacher, I want to buy some laxatives. Do you have any recommendations? A good power booster can't take care of itself. Lee teacher was startled. What are you planning to do? Are you trying to drug the people from Nanshan High School? Chen Shu waved his hand. No, not at all. Lee teacher was furious. Damn it, why are you being so unreasonable? Can't you use your intelligence and talents for something righteous? Why do you always act like you don't want to be a decent person? Chen Shu pouted. I think there are countless ways to win. I just want to use a special method. What's wrong with that? Creating a completely new path is no problem at all. Teacher Lee kept complaining. No, you can't do that. If you do, I'll bury you right now. Chen Shu felt awkward and quickly nodded. All right, I'll listen to you completely. He smiled. Teacher, let's have some grilled skewers. Seeing his innocent face, Teacher Lee became even more worried. It seemed that this time, he would have to keep a close eye on Chen Shu. On the way back, Teacher Lee whispered to Xia Bing, I'll need to step out for a bit. Xia Bing, you must not let me down. Xia Bing agreed. Yes, teacher, I understand, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. Teacher Lee thought that whether he could restore the image of Nanjiang City depended on this moment. At the hotel, Chen Shu was anxiously staring at his phone screen. He was looking up the route to the hospital, and finally found it. According to the coordinates, there was a laxative here. Ha, Mr. Lee was temporarily out, let's see who can stop me now. Chen Shu stood up, grabbed his backpack, and at that moment, Xia Bing appeared. Xia Bing, why aren't you asleep yet? Xia Bing blushed. Teacher told me to keep an eye on you, so I've been listening for any movements here. Chen Shu frowned. Are you watching me? Why is your face so red? Are you not feeling well? Let me check if you have a fever. Chen Shu was about to raise his hand to touch Xia Bing's forehead, but she quickly dodged. No, I'm fine. Chen Shu was surprised. Oh, why are your ears red too? He then touched her ear, and Xia Bing turned even redder, almost fainting. Chen Shu was startled. Xia Bing, he reached out and supported her. Be careful. Xia Bing mumbled, unable to think clearly. Where do you want to go at this hour? Chen Shu lied. I'm a little scared being alone in the room. I want to go outside and look at people, feel the warmth of humanity. Xia Bing was stunned and scared. If you're scared, why don't you stay with me tonight? Xiao Yu and Teacher Lee went out. I'm the only one left in the room. Chen Shu smiled. Xiao Yu's not here? Xia Bing didn't dare to look Chen Shu in the eye. Yes, Teacher Lee asked him to go with her. A sinister look appeared on Chen Shu's face. So Xiao Yu isn't here today. Humph, it's like the heavens are helping me. Xia Bing blushed deeply, covering her eyes. But Xiao Yu and I sleep on the same bed. Chen Shu grinned. Well, that's even better. Xia Bing added, then let's rest. The two of them stood close together, and suddenly Chen Shu wrapped his arms around her waist. Xia Bing startled and turned her head to look directly at him. Chen Shu hinted, resting this early isn't really in line with the energy of young people like us. How about we do something else instead? Xia Bing was suspicious of something else. She looked at Chen Shu, hesitated, and asked, what do you want to do? Upon hearing this, Chen Shu winked suggestively and wrapped his arms around her waist. Something good. This felt like a loud strike to Xia Bing's heart. As soon as he closed the door, she shyly nestled into Chen Shu's embrace and said, actually, my room might be a bit better. Chen Shu felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. He then shifted into a confused state, puzzled as he asked, what do you mean, your room? He then looked at her with suspicion. Why should they go to her room? This question caused Xiaobing to freeze for a few seconds, unsure of how to answer.
Then, as if understanding something, Chen Shu's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Does your room have laxatives?" Xiaobing, embarrassed, asked, "Laxatives?" Her tone shifted to one of growing frustration as she continued, "Why would we need laxatives?"
Chen Shu's expression turned dark as he smiled faintly and replied, "We need laxatives to do something."
Upon hearing his answer, Xiaobing froze like ice, and with deep disappointment, she muttered, "So, the thing you want to do is use laxatives?"
Chen Shu nodded, then placed his hands on her shoulders with an air of complete trust, smiling as he said, "Xiaobing, I consider you a good friend, which is why I want you to help me with this." Then, his eyes gleamed with a silent hope, as if to say, "Please don't betray me." The three words "good friend" felt like a direct stab to Xiaobing's heart, leaving her with no choice but to silently weep in sorrow. Chen Shu continued to talk non-stop.
"Xiaobing, you're not going to tell Li teacher, are you?"
Ignoring the fact that her face was getting darker by the second, Xiaobing looked up at him with an annoyed expression but still replied, "I won't. I'll change clothes first, then I'll go with you." Upon hearing this, Chen Shu was delighted. He patted her on the shoulder and smiled brightly, saying, "You're truly a good friend." This was a term that Xiaobing was sensitive to, and her face darkened even more. A moment later, the two of them walked out of the room. Chen Shu was holding something white in his hand, looking visibly excited. He even patted Xiaobing's shoulder and said with a grin, "Thanks for today, good friend.
I've got the stuff. Shall we call it a day?"
Xiaobing looked at him and sighed sadly, letting out a quiet, "All right." As they parted ways, Chen Shu realized something felt off. He turned to look at Xiaobing, silently thinking, "Why does Xiaobing seem so strange?" Then, he furrowed his brows and reassured himself, thinking it was probably just his imagination. He looked back at the item in his hand, clicked his tongue, and muttered, "Never mind, business comes first." Back in his room, Chen Shu was fiddling with something. After a while, he placed a glass jar on the table, inside of which was a pitch-black liquid that looked rather eerie. He stared at it and let out a long breath, finally finishing the task. Then, he got even more excited, raising the jar high, with a victorious look on his face as he said, "Don't tell me even the basic beast tamer at the golden level won't be totally amazed by this." Just thinking about how the other person would feel miserable from the frequent trips to the bathroom, he couldn't help but laugh with sheer delight.
"Ha, this medicine is only found in heaven, how many can you find in the human world?"
At this point, his gaze turned deviously as he stared at the bottle and said, "I'll call it the bandit's laxative." Over the next few days, Chen Shu began to meditate and cultivate, going through a cycle of eating, sleeping, and practicing. Before long, May had arrived in the blink of an eye. That evening, in his room, holding the laxative he had personally made, Chen Shu was filled with excitement. Thinking about tomorrow, he was eagerly anticipating the day. He thought to himself, tomorrow is the competition. It's time for the bandit's laxative to show its true power. As he was lost in thought, there was a knock on the door, and a voice called out, "Chen Shu, open the door." Hearing the voice, Chen Shu startled, wondering who could be coming at this hour.
Do they know I'm about to drug someone?
With that thought, he quickly hid the bottle in his pocket and, while calling coming, he hurried to open the door. As he opened the door, he asked, "Who's there, knocking at this hour?" When the door opened, it was Li Teacher standing there with his arms crossed. Seeing Li Teacher, Chen Shu jumped in surprise but tried to remain calm and asked, "Li Teacher, what's the matter?" Li Teacher looked at Chen Shu's guilty expression and furrowed his brows, saying, "You seem a little odd." Then, he entered the room, scanning every corner as if looking for something. Feeling nervous as the teacher came in to check on him, Chen Shu broke into a cold sweat but still tried to remain calm and called out, "Li Teacher." Suddenly, the teacher looked at him with sharp eyes, making him flinch. As if noticing something, he approached Chen Shu, scratched his chin, and said, "Why do you seem so guilty?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shu couldn't help but think to himself, could Li Teacher have figured it out? But he's still saying nothing. "Li Teacher, what exactly did you come here for?"
Li teacher responded, I came to remind you not to sleep in tomorrow.
Upon hearing this, Qinshu let out a sigh of relief.
That's it?
He thought. He then regained his confident demeanor and replied, Yes, I promise I'll wake up early tomorrow. He then subtly ushered Li teacher out, pushing him towards the door while saying, Li teacher, I'm feeling sleepy now, I'm going to bed.
See you tomorrow. Li teacher, turning around as he was being pushed out, frowned and asked, What are you so nervous about?
But before he could say more, he was already pushed out of the room, and, feeling irritated, he stomped his foot and muttered angrily, How rude, this brat. Inside the room, Qinshu let out a deep breath, his mind thinking, Phew, finally gone. He then took out a small bottle of medicine, which he had been holding onto for a long time, tightening it in his hand with determination. Seizing the chance before Li teacher noticed, he quickly opened his contacts list and searched for the name Xiafengyu. He thought to himself, good thing Xia Bing gave me the number to call ahead. Then, the mischievous face of Chen Shu began to appear. He was twisting the bottle of medicine in his hand while speaking in a friendly tone, but in reality, his words were full of scheming intent.
Hello, Xia Fengyu from Nanshan First High School.
I'm Chen Shu, and I'd like to invite you for a late-night meal.
One by one, they entered.
Li Wuxuang led the group and turned around to ask.
You're not giving them laxatives, are you?
Chen Shu felt a bit helpless. He would like to, but right now, he was happily chatting on the phone with someone, waving his hands around. Last night, the people from both of our teams had a meal together, just as friends. Seeing that no one on the other end of the line replied, he continued.
Hey, can you hear me? The phone is still working.
Beep beep beep. He angrily gripped the phone, his face turning grim. He had just been recalling the previous call, which had irritated him, and he responded.
No. How could Chen Shu be someone who secretly spiked drinks like a villain?
Li Wuxuan looked at him suspiciously and said.
Ha! I don't believe it.
Chen Shu's smile froze, unsure of how to respond.
Wu Xuan continued. I know your character well enough.
Before we set off, the principal gave me a special privilege.
If you cause any trouble, I can directly eliminate you and cooperate with the police.
Chen Shu's eyes widened at this, his mouth hanging open, while the two women below them giggled in amusement. Everyone had taken their seats, and the host began the introduction.
Today is the long-awaited beast taming duel.
He was dressed in a formal suit, his hair slicked back with gel, holding a microphone and wearing a pair of black sunglasses, looking quite professional, and continued speaking. On one side, we have Nanshan First High School, the team that has consecutively won the championship in recent years. On the other side, we have the strongest dark horse of Nanjiang City.
Will it be King's Crown once again, or the newcomer, Everlasting King? Let's wait and see.
At this point, the host smiled and said, Please welcome the two most dazzling teams of the day to the stage.
The crowd below cheered enthusiastically, shouting loudly. Go Nanshang First High School, go the number one genius Xiefengyu.
It seemed like the cheers were overwhelmingly in favor of one team, making the scale slightly unbalanced.
The Nanjiang Bandits rushed in and defeated Nanshan First High School.
They took them down completely. A man with green hair made a gesture with his hand, inviting them. Chen Shu simply nodded in response.
The
rivalry between the two teams, with their respective leaders at the forefront, was about to begin. The host announced to the two teams and the entire auditorium.
The match begins.
The team led by the man with purple hair began summoning beasts, combining their strength and personal inner energy to call forth powerful creatures. 3 beasts appeared, and from their colors, one could sense the mystique of the night, the wrath of celestial thunder, and the coldness of snow-capped mountains.
Chen Shu observed these beasts, and he assessed.
Extreme ice-horned deer, dark phantom blood-eyed bird, and even the celestial thunder beast. His face showed no fear, on the contrary, he seemed more eager. With a flick of his hand, a beam of golden light shot out, and he continued, These are all rank S spirit contract agreements. They are indeed very difficult to defeat, no wonder you dared to reject my invitation. The 3 beast tamers on Chen Shu's side have also been summoned.
Xia Fengyu said, fight according to the plan, your teammates are ready.
The celestial thunder beast began to roar loudly, releasing dangerous bolts of lightning. In response, Chen Shu's yellow beast taming stepped forward to face the thunder. The fierce shocks from the lightning made the yellow beast taming writhe in pain, its eyes closing tightly. At this point, the stage was divided into 2 opposing sides, the atmosphere thick with tension and a sense of imminent battle. Xia Fengyu spoke to his teammates, assuring them that the situation wasn't critical and to continue following the plan. Chen Shu, on the opposite side, sneered in challenge, do you think I won't dare to retaliate?
Xia Fengyu issued the order, initiating an attack.
A beast taming named Extreme Ice Horned Deer seemed to be triggered, letting out a sharp cry.
Hello!
Chen Shu quickly sensed the change, noticing that Fengyu had activated the Ice Lance skill, which trapped the slime beast taming in a block of freezing ice, rendering it immobile.
Its expression was one of frustration.
The audience, now fully focused, commented, slime is stuck, the bandits are finished. Xia Fengyu's voice was filled with encouragement, fortunately, it really doesn't know how to retaliate. Chen Shu turned to his teammates and said, Xia Bing, Xiaoyu, help me. Both girls agreed simultaneously. Xiaoyu summoned the Flamefire Bird, a fiery red beast taming with an elegant and majestic appearance, but not easy to deal with.
It sent small flames flying towards Sim.
The ice blocks surrounding the slime began to melt. Seeing this, Xiaoyu joyfully said, it's working, just give me a little more time, and the Flamefire Bird will break through the ice prison. Fengyu saw the ice gradually melting, but he was not afraid.
He laughed, you want to break my ice prison? The 2 behind you think only you have teammates?
Phantom Bird, the beast taming with a mysterious dark hue that Fengyu's team had summoned, was sent to deal with Xiaoyu's beast taming. An internal beast taming battle broke out, and Flamefire Bird was injured. Fengyu's other 2 beast tamings charged towards Xiaoyu's Cold Ice Wolf.
Outnumbered, they launched a coordinated attack, leaving Cold Ice Wolf severely wounded.
It fell to the ground, blood staining its once bright fur. Its owner, Xia Bing, was visibly worried. She cried out, Cold Ice Wolf. Chen Shu suggested, withdraw it. He held Xia Bing's arm tightly as she was still calling out. Cold Ice Wolf stood up. He spoke gently, if this continues, Cold Ice Wolf is likely to suffer chronic severe injuries, and that would be a significant loss. Xia Bing realized the gravity of the situation. Not stubborn, she frowned and said, all right. The 2 beast tamings from Fengyu were still eyeing them with fierce expressions, so Xia Bing immediately recalled her beast taming. The Flameleaf Bird and the Dark Phantom Blood-Eyed Bird are still facing off in mid-air. Chen Shu turned to call out, Xiaoyu, I'm worried. Xiaoyu seemed to understand, placing her hand over her chest, and said, don't worry, I can hold on. With a determined gaze, she gave the command. The Flameleaf Bird, understanding its master's intent, flapped its wings with all its might, and the flames continued to burst forth, breaking apart the ice beneath it. At this moment, the ice gradually began to melt and shrink. The slime gritted its teeth, trying to twist and move. From behind, beast taming, Dark Phantom Blood-Eyed Bird launched an attack towards the Flameleaf Bird, which was spitting fire, while the Extreme Ice Horned Deer also moved to strike it. But the shining Xia Bing screen rushed in, with the Celestial Thunder Beast also joining the fray, unleashing lightning aimed at the Flameleaf Bird. 3 forces of damage simultaneously targeted it, causing the Flameleaf Bird to be struck, its body covered in wounds. Its wings seemed to be frozen in place, stiff, with the sharp Xia Bing screen on its back. Under the combined assault of the 3 attacks, it raised its head and cried out in pain. Chen Shu watched the scene in front of him and anxiously said, maybe we should stop. Xiaoyu, standing beside him, was no better, her face full of anger. The slime watched everything unfold, and it seemed the ice surrounding it had thinned considerably. Chen Shu shouted in surprise, I can't believe it actually worked. He cheered, as if fighting alongside it, his hands clenched into fists, and he let out a roar. The Flameleaf Bird used all its strength to shatter the ice covering its body, breaking free like a warrior escaping a siege.
It let out a sharp chirp.
The three beast tamings under Fengyu stared at the vicious slime, finding themselves trapped in a deadlock.
Instead of showing any fear, the slime launched a full-scale attack.
Beast taming, dark phantom blood-eyed bird, beast taming, extreme ice horned deer, beast taming, celestial thunder beast. The sight of these three beast tamings left Chen Shu in shock.
This is bad, they've woken up.
Beast taming, celestial thunder unleashed a massive amount of lightning, crackling, and hissing. It felt excruciating as the lightning wrapped around its face, causing it some painful and pitiful discomfort. Beast taming, dark phantom blood-eyed bird swooped in close, releasing dark energy, some of which took the form of sharp needles, attacking the head region of the beast taming. Extreme ice horned deer wasn't outdone, tossing sharp shards of xiaobing toward the slime. 3 attacks simultaneously struck, leaving the person covered in wounds. The 3 beast tamings in front of him were intact, while the slime here was trembling, in agony. Seeing his beast taming being attacked like this, Chen Shu cursed.
Damn it, these 3 want to go for endless control.
Cold Ice Bird and Flameleaf Bird were both out of the fight, relying solely on the slime wasn't enough to break through.
Was he really going to lose this time?
Hearing this, Su Xiaoyu stepped forward and patted his shoulder, her eyes locked on the center of the arena, her gaze determined.
No, we won't lose. She shouted loudly, Flamefire Bird.
The beast taming Flamefire Bird, as if understanding its master's command, turned its head. The flame of death was hurled towards the extreme ice-horned deer. The 2 beast tamers confronted each other with full defensive measures. Fire Demon controlled the flames, sending them toward the Xiaobing formations, melting them away. The slime was also hit by these Xiaobing formations. Chen Shu called out, Slime, continue attacking. Hearing this, the slime made a chirping sound as if responding, its gaze shifting towards the other 2 beast tamers. Fengyu's teammates noticed something unusual and immediately said, not good. Seeing his teammates' concern, Fengyu turned around and ordered, hold your ground.
The dark phantom blood-eyed bird's eyes grew wilder, and the celestial thunder beast continued to roar, its mouth crackling with lightning in front of the 2 beast tamers on Fengyu's team. The slime summoned more avatars, reversing the tide of the battle.
The slime approached the dark phantom blood-eyed bird at an astonishing speed, causing it to startle. Using its power, the slime bared its teeth at its prey, causing beast tamer, dark phantom blood-eyed bird to scream in pain. The dark phantom blood-eyed bird was struck, its face contorting in agony. The slime observed how the previously ferocious beast tamer was now fleeing without looking back. The slime opened its mouth wide, inhaling deeply, pulling beast tamer, dark phantom blood-eyed bird back into its grasp with its technique. The blood extreme ice horned deer, sharp-eyed, noticed the danger faced by its beast taming team. It charged forward, with the flamefire bird also rushing in, forming 2 pairs of beast tamers facing off. Above, there was the dark phantom blood-eyed bird. It wanted to run, but couldn't escape due to the chest-sucking move of the slime. On one side was the extreme ice-horned deer, attempting to attack with the Xiaobing move, but was melted away by the flamefire bird's firepower. The slime made a sharp chirp, its face full of malice as it looked at the dark phantom blood-eyed bird, which was trembling in fear. The slime shot golden lights at the beast taming in front of it, causing its eyes to bulge and its entire body to feel excruciating pain. The slime used its gravity to press down on the beast taming, numbing the dark phantom blood-eyed bird. Chen Shu observed the situation ahead and suggested, both of your flameleaf birds should retreat. The 2 others, with confident expressions, said, slime can handle it. Xiaoyu raised his hand to withdraw the beast taming. Retreat, flameleaf bird. The slime observed the 2 beast tamings in front of it with a predatory stance. Chen Shu, hands in his pockets, said to the opposing team, the perfect control of the cycle is no longer there. Looks like you guys are going to lose. Xie Fengyu's team, upon hearing this, was both angry and confused. Chen Shu signaled to his beast taming. The slime sought vengeance for the flamefire bird. With a sharp chirp, it launched its body towards the 2 beast tamings. The first target the slime locked onto was the extreme ice-horned deer. Then, the slime turned its gaze toward the beast taming, celestial thunder beast. The celestial thunder beast, with its sharp, long teeth and claws, was eager to take down any who dared to cross its path. The slime shot forward, resulting in the beast-taming novice beast also getting hit. Its entire body trembled violently, covered in wounds, and it squeezed its eyes shut in pain. Everyone gasped in astonishment. The match had been incredibly intense. The crowd began looking towards the stage, chanting loudly, "Bandit champion, bandit champion." The slime ran to its master, and they both celebrated together. The young beast-taming student seemed to turn into a child, laughing with joy. Li Wuxuang clenched his fists, excited. "Damn it, that's so impressive." The outcome of the match was clear. The host officially announced, Nanjiang 3rd High School wins. Xiaoyu looked over at Chenshu and said, "Chenshu, we owe this to you." He had no intention of taking all the credit alone and grinned widely, saying, "If it were just me, we definitely wouldn't have one. You two did great as well." His words made Xia Bing blush, feeling embarrassed. Chenshu looked over at the three defeated opponents who were hanging their heads in dejection, then smiled brightly and raised his hand to cheer them on. "Don't lose heart, life is always uncertain, full of ups and downs." The three of them were left standing there, looking confused. Chenshu continued to cheer them on more enthusiastically. "Keep going." Fengyu managed to force a smile, speaking to his teammates, "All right, let's go." He then thought to himself, clearly a well-meaning remark, but why did it sound so sarcastic? The program continued, with the MC announcing, "Today, we've witnessed history, as three people from a small town defeated the reigning champions. Next, I'd like to invite the teacher from Nanjiang 3rd High School to come up and accept the award." Li Wuxuang walked out from the stands at this moment, and the crowd loudly cheered, "Impressive bandits, great bandits." The four of them stood in a row, holding a shiny golden trophy. They all smiled at the same time. The cameraman noticed everyone was ready for the shot and said, "Get ready, let's take the picture." He counted, 1, 2, 3. In the photo, 4 smiling faces were directed towards the camera lens. Chen Shu turned his head and said, "Let's go." After the photo, it's time for the champion interview. He thought about the scene where everyone would surround him, making him the center of attention, feeling elated, and thought to himself that the champion interview was his favorite part. But what lay ahead was an entirely different scene. The reporters, one by one, told each other to leave. Let's go, it's over, it's over, it's over. What do you want to eat tonight?" "I'll treat you." Chen Shu was dejected. "What? Damn it, wasn't it supposed to be the champion interview?" He squatted down and reached out, calling out, "Then give me the money. Give me the money. Don't leave." He felt heartbroken, his eyes slightly misty. Was the champion not popular? Suddenly, a female voice came from behind. "Hello." She shyly covered her mouth with her hand. "Could I interview you?" "Chen Shu, the student?" Chen Shu spun around 180 degrees, his eyes lighting up. "Of course." He snatched the microphone from the host's hand. Frowning in discomfort, he said to the cameraman, "What are you all staring at? Start filming." Seeing this, everyone quickly turned the camera towards him. At this moment, he began holding the microphone confidently and said, "First of all, the city of Nanjiang can win the championship primarily due to my extraordinary strength, immense intelligence, and an irresistible charm that no one can resist." He proudly smiled and continued, "Of course, my two teammates are very skilled as well." Upon hearing this, Xiaobing blushed, while Su Xiaoyu and Teacher Li could only remain speechless. Xiaobing looked at him with admiration, as if seeing the true love of her life. Ignoring the judgmental stares, Chen Shu continued, "As for my teacher, it's fine if I don't mention him." Hearing this, Teacher Li was incredibly angry but couldn't say anything. Then, Chen Shu continued with even more flair, "I am skilled in all things, like a bomb ready to explode. Anyone who wants to form a partnership can come to me. I am the Nanjiang Bandit, and I represent myself." Afterward, he winked and asked, "By the way, is there anyone who wants to sign a contract for future arrangements?" Then he raised his hand and shouted, "Each part is 990,000. The reporter next to him could only tear up, pleading with him to stop his reckless behavior. Then, unable to use the microphone, she had to shout at him, "Turn off the camera quickly." Chen Shu, unwilling to relent, pushed the reporter aside and continued speaking loudly, "Wait, don't rush, let me say a few more words." He raised his oversized button and said, "Is there no wealthy person who wants to buy this glorious prize? Just 1 billion nation H, and you can bring the championship glory home." Despite the reporter beside her fuming with rage, she had to speak out to snatch the microphone back from Chen Shu's hand. Chen Shu, who had his microphone stolen, looked aggrieved, with an expression full of grievance, and said, "I really don't understand the charm of this." Li teacher, unable to watch any longer, immediately pulled him away. As she dragged him along, she spoke angrily, "All right, let's go. This is really embarrassing." As he was being dragged away, Chen Shu let out a sigh and said, "You all just don't understand me." A while later, at the restaurant, four glasses clinked together as everyone cheered loudly, "Congratulations to Nanjiang for winning this time's championship." Li teacher smiled and asked everyone, "By the way, how are we dividing the prize?" Chen Shu grinned and replied, "The bonus should be split equally, and each person can have a skill set." Xia Bing and Su Xiaoyu exchanged glances and smiled, nodding in agreement. At this point, Xia Bing, looking a little embarrassed, spoke up, "You take the bonus, and we'll each get one skill set." Hearing this, Chen Shu turned to look at her, smiling as he replied, "All right. Then, what skill sets are you two getting?" Su Xiaoyu laughed and said, "I'm not getting any skill set. I plan to pay someone to fake it." Chen Shu frowned and asked, "Pay someone? Isn't your company the 666 pharmaceutical company?" He continued without realizing, "How did you end up in such a dire situation?" Su Xiaoyu, feeling furious, restrained her anger and didn't argue with Chen Shu. Instead, she explained with a smile, "It's not that. It's because of the competition. My family has already spent nearly 2 billion nation H." Hearing this huge number, Chen Shu was stunned and exclaimed, "Your family bribes officials." Upon hearing this, Xia Bing felt discouraged and didn't want to speak, while Su Xiaoyu hated that he couldn't sew his mouth shut. Li teacher also held his head and explained to him, in order to prevent Nanshan First High School from dealing with his slime. "I told him to buy a skill, otherwise, do you think a random A-grade contract could last this long?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shu seemed to have understood the truth. He turned his sparkling eyes, full of gratitude, toward Su Xiaoyu and clasped his hands, saying, "I'm so sorry to trouble you." In the bustling city of Nanjiang, everyone was busy with their own work. Chen Shu said with interest, "Ah, this familiar feeling, indeed, Nanjiang is the best." The three people behind him were also very pleased. Chen Shu bent his knees towards Li Wushuang and said, "Mr. Li, your lecture last night was really good. I truly miss home, I miss my friends from Nanjiang Second High School." Wu Shuang frowned as he looked at the young man leaning on his shoulder. "Are you missing how to bully them?" Chen Shu, adopting a harmless kitten-like demeanor, replied, "Ah, what are you saying, teacher?" The three people ahead urged, "Home, home." As their feet reached the stairs, suddenly many people appeared ahead of them. Both men and women were holding red banners that read, "Congratulations to the Nanjiang Second High School team for winning the championship." Everyone shouted in unison, "Welcome the champions home. Champions! Champions!" Chen Shu happily scratched his head and said, "It's nothing big." The mayor, standing nearby, smiled warmly and modestly. "The city of Nanjiang is proud of you." Chen Shu leaned in and asked, "Mayor, do I get a few million or something?" Seeing the young man eyeing the money, the mayor felt a bit exasperated. He thought to himself, "This is troublesome." The mayor quickly deflected the issue by responding, "Let's all welcome the champion." This move worked like a charm, as Chen Shu was soon surrounded by people congratulating him, unable to escape for the moment. "Welcome, champion! Welcome, champion!" Chen Shu couldn't get away. He cursed inwardly, but if they didn't want to give him the money, then fine. With a laugh, everyone tossed him into the air, causing him to break into a light sweat. The sunlight poured down on the city, bathing the towering urban landscape.
Chen Shu walked beneath the tree branches and muttered, "Finally, it's over."
He thought about how he had been signing autographs non-stop, his hand almost ready to fall off from exhaustion. As he reflected on his earlier mood from just a few hours ago, looking melancholic, he put on a dramatic expression of heartache.
But, above all, it was free.
With that thought, he shook it off and continued walking home to rest. He opened the door to his house and cheerfully called out, "Mom, Dad, I'm home." His mother rushed over, grabbing his shoulders tightly.
"Son, you're finally home."
She looked worried and flustered as she said, "Go see Dad quickly.
He seems delirious." "What?"
Hearing that, he jolted.
He walked into the room and called out, "Dad."
The man sat still, motionless, staring at the goldfish in the tank. When he noticed his father did not respond, he called again,
"Dad."
Suddenly, his father stood up straight, holding 3 incense sticks in his left hand, with a piece of yellow paper in his right, muttering,
"Why aren't you turning into a dragon? It's been so many years now, stop hiding."
His father's actions left Chen Shu frozen, a question mark hidden somewhere within him. Chen Shu gaped at his father, who, in a neat suit, bowed his head before the fish tank while holding 3 incense sticks. The sight before him made his face blank, beads of sweat forming on his forehead.
Chen Shu asked, "Dad, what are you doing?"
His father, holding the piece of paper like a spiritual master, answered that he was awakening his contract spirit bloodline to reach the peak of his life. His father's bizarre actions startled him. His mother approached from behind, patted his shoulder, and said with concern, "Seeing how powerful your slime is, your father firmly believes that your talent comes from him, and he feels that his fish must be a mythical beast." He and his mother shook their heads, and he said,
"If this isn't delusion, then what is it? We need to talk him out of it."
He calmed himself, saying,
"This is madness."
"Mom, don't worry, I'll go talk to him." He put a hand to his chin, a look of indecision on his face, unsure how to handle his father's current behavior. Suddenly, he rushed outside, calling back to his family behind him,
"Wait for me."
A few minutes later, he returned to the room, holding something called the Dragon Gate in his hand. He raised the item high and smugly said, "It's here." He presented it in front of his father and said to him, "Dad, this won't do, you need to let it pass through the Dragon Gate." The thing called the Dragon Gate looked like a small rectangular box, fitting perfectly in Chen Shu's palm.
"Could it be that the two of you really are sick?"
His mother, seeing her son's strange behavior, grew even more anxious. Unable to bear it any longer, she turned and left, unwilling to get involved with the two of them.
The father and son stared at the Dragon Gate box and the goldfish in the water tank. His father furrowed his brow in doubt. "What's going on with this slime? Did you feed it some kind of strange elixir? Otherwise, how did the slime end up like this?" He replied in frustration, "What do you mean end up like this?" He put a hand to his chin, thinking deeply. "This thing."
At that moment, his father interrupted, raising his hand, "Stop." Seeing the look in his son's eyes, he knew he was about to make something up.
"Tell me the truth."
Chen Shu was overwhelmed by his father's commanding presence, breaking into a cold sweat, his body slightly leaning back.
"All right, I admit it."
His father's sharp gaze pressed for a quick answer.
Chen Shu clasped his hands together, trembling slightly, and said, "It really has bloomed."
His father's eyes narrowed again, as if seeing straight through his intentions, sending a chill down his spine. Suddenly, his father grabbed a broom and swung it toward Chen Shu, shouting, "So you're not telling the truth, huh?" Chen Shu hastily dodged the broom's blow in panic. He quickly waved his hand in surrender. "All right, you take the medicine that Sister Fong Si gave you." He frowned, stopped his actions, and then said, "That's more like it." Speechless, his expression turned weary as he fell into thought. "Hayes, these past few years, no one believes my lies, and the truth is the same." Suddenly, his father looked at him and asked, "Right, son, you're about to take the exam, when are you going back to school?" This question caused him to hesitate a bit. The system had given 3 choices regarding his studies: rest, study, or give up the exam. Each option came with its own pharmaceutical reward. He stared at the system's interface in front of him, exasperated, saying, "What the hell is option 3? The person in the opposite direction of Chen Shu pressed the system interface, selecting the second option, starting rest mode, with a double pharmaceutical reward. Once done, he looked at his father and said, "Teacher said I'm too tired, let me rest for a few days." Then he waved his hand and added, "I'm going to rest now, Dad." He quickly walked towards his room. Father Chen Shu watched him go aside, muttering, "That brat." He then picked up his phone, searched for Li Teacher's number, and mumbled, "Looks like I'll still have to discuss this with Li Teacher." The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, lighting up the entire space, Chen Shu was still sleeping soundly, only waking up when his phone displayed Li Teacher is calling, and the ringtone rang continuously. It rang so loudly that it seemed like the phone was about to explode. Only then did Chen Shu reluctantly open his eyes, groaning, "It's so noisy," while his hand reached out to turn the phone off. But before he could take it, his father snatched it away. Then, he pressed something on the phone, smiled, and said to him, "Do you want to answer the phone? Let me help you." Suddenly, Teacher Li rushed past his father from behind and yelled at Chen Shu, "Chen Shu, what exactly do you want to do?" Meanwhile, his father, standing behind, smiled, handed the phone back to him, and said, "Here you go." Chen Shu was startled by the yelling and snapped awake. Seeing his father cheerfully say, "I'm off now," he immediately realized who was behind this, but all he could do was angrily mutter, "You're being too much, Dad." Teacher Li, hearing that, became angry at being ignored, and shouted again at him, "Still not paying attention? It's the second day, and you're not going to school?" Chen Shu wiped his face and asked, sounding confused, "Go to school? What do you mean? I'm on vacation." Hearing this, Teacher Li, like a demon, rushed toward him and threatened, "Vacation my foot! Hurry to school. They're making the exam registration cards today. If you miss the exam, I'll bury you." Upon hearing this, Chen Shu was shocked and quickly responded, "They're doing it today? I'll be there right away." He quickly grabbed his phone and clothes, freshened up, threw on his clothes, and rushed out the door, but not forgetting to inform his father, "I'm going to school now." As the door slammed shut, Chen Shu's father chuckled quietly to himself and muttered, "This kid, I just wanted him to get some rest." At the school, the sunlight was warm, and the leaves rustled in the wind, creating a scene of peaceful tranquility. Chen Shu walked to the classroom door, and all the female students' eyes followed him. Many of them turned red with admiration upon seeing him and said, "Hello, class leader Chen Shu." Even the male students looked at him with admiration. "Hello, champion." Everyone looked at him, smiling warmly, which made Chen Shu feel very proud. At home, he might be a little disheveled, but at school, he had to be neat and stylish, exuding the aura of a champion. He stuffed his hands in his pockets and slowly walked into the classroom, not forgetting to flash a perfect smile and say, "Hello everyone." As he was in high spirits, a figure appeared behind him and slapped him on the head, causing an immense pain. His mood shifted from joy to anger, and he immediately turned around, shouting at the person, "Who is it? Dare to mess with the fierce Nanzhang?" But when he looked again, it was Li Teacher, with a stern face, and he immediately froze. The teacher's voice turned cold as he said, "Just making the exam card, what's there to be so proud about? You're the only one left in the whole grade. Are you even taking the exam?" Realizing he was about to be scolded, Chen Shu quickly forced a smile and said, "I'll take the exam, I'll take it." Afterward, he followed Li Teacher to the room to make his exam card. Once the card was ready, Chen Shu intended to leisurely return to his seat, but Li Teacher announced, "You all can revise freely, Chen Shu, come with me to the office." The words made Chen Shu freeze on the spot. He looked at the teacher, silently thinking, could Mr. Li be planning to bury me? But in reality, you couldn't defy the teacher's orders. So, there was a trip to Mr. Li's office for tea, just like now. The atmosphere was incredibly tense.
Li teacher silently poured the water, and he could only remain quiet. When Li teacher placed the cup in front of him, a warning continuously echoed in his mind, "This is poison, this is poison, this is poison." As if understanding what he was thinking, Li teacher smiled and said, "Don't worry, there's no poison." Upon hearing this, he happily drank the cup empty. Li teacher smiled at him, thinking to himself, "I can read you like a book." Then the teacher continued, "Ah, right, here's a treasure for you." Hearing this, Chen Shu froze, stopping his drink, and glanced at Li teacher. He saw that the teacher was holding a strange white card in his hand. Li teacher handed the card to him and spoke in a tone as if coaxing a child, "This is a pass. For the time being, you need to behave a bit more, don't interfere with the other students' studies. You can go anywhere, but no trouble." Upon hearing this, Chen Shu's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, "So, you're really letting me take time off?" Then, with excitement, he grabbed the card, his eyes shining, "In that case, I won't be polite." The next day, at the black market, since he had the pass, Chen Shu started to roam everywhere. This was probably the happiest time for him, traveling wherever he wanted, no need to attend classes. His only task was to heal, though the healing sessions were often quite short. Before he knew it, only 10 days remained before the exam, and that was when he finally arrived at the beast-taming pavilion. Standing in front of the school gate, Chen Shu flashed a wicked smile, muttering, "It's been a few months since we last met, it's time for you all to start trembling again." As he spoke, he cheerfully walked into the premises. In the training ground, everyone was diligently practicing with their beast tamings when Chen Shu opened the gate and stepped into the field, acting very condescending, saying to everyone, "You're all doing very well with your training." He then stepped into the center of the training area and continued, "As the class president, I feel deeply ashamed for not paying enough attention to everyone's studies until now." His words left everyone stunned. At the same time, a golden magical vortex appeared in his hand, and he declared, "Today, I will personally guide you all." With a loud explosion, Chen Shu summoned his giant golden beast-taming slime. He then addressed everyone, saying, "Perhaps your beast-taming levels have risen by now, so you can all join in together." With a very confident expression, Chen Shu told them, "If you can defeat me, each of you will receive 5 million coins from the H country." Upon hearing about such a generous reward, everyone's eyes lit up, eager to try. Seeing the excitement, Chen Shu quickly added, "Of course, the registration fee for the challenge is 100,000, but if you win, you'll get 50 times that amount. Don't miss out." Upon hearing this, everyone felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured on the flames of their enthusiasm. Soon enough, they started to disperse. Seeing that his plan was not working, Chen Shu immediately lowered the price. "Oh no, wait, it's just a 50,000 registration fee, is that okay?" Seeing that everyone was still leaving, he quickly dropped it by 30,000, then reduced it to 10,000. But people still didn't pay attention, so he decided to shout loudly, "Fine, I won't charge anything anymore. Is it free enough for you now?" Hearing this, 2 students suddenly approached him. One of them looked at him, smiling with a not-so-trustworthy expression, which made Chen Shu cautiously step back. He pointed at the student and shouted, "Don't mess around." He spoke loudly, but inside he was trembling, his limbs stiffening as he silently thought, "Recite the Buddha's name, I don't want to suffer the consequences." Xia Sunan put on a flattering expression, smiled sheepishly, and said, "We're brothers, how could I do anything to you?" He moved closer, throwing his arm around Chen Shu's shoulder as if they were very close. With a shameless grin, he said, "For this exam, we're relying entirely on you, bro." Chen Shu suspiciously asked, "You're not planning to cheat, are you?" He stood facing Sunan, his left hand pointing at his chest as he questioned. "That would be illegal." Sunan quickly raised both hands, forming an X shape, signaling, "What are you talking about? How could I possibly do something illegal?" He continued, "This year's exam is about testing our ability to work. The group will consist of 3 or 4 people." Chen Shu responded, puzzled. "How come I didn't know about this?" Xia Sunan said that Mr. Li announced it yesterday. Maybe you didn't come, and he forgot to send you a message. This response confused Chen Shu.
His face broke into a sweat as he thought to himself, maybe it wasn't that he forgot to send me a message, but that I had blocked him. This realization left him speechless, and he stammered.
Well, the three of us can be a team.
Xiao Jing's Thunderbird speed is unbeatable, you have the ability to scout, and with my combat skills, we'll be invincible.
He continued with a sense of pride. However, the exam results will be based on individual performance. If you want to achieve good results, you must win.
His gaze shifted, becoming more sinister as he suggested.
I recommend we just blow it up.
This suggestion left the two in front of him dumbfounded, their heads full of question marks. Sunan and Su Jingjing simultaneously made a gesture in front of him, their eyes sharp with visible veins. Sunan threw an arm around Jingjing's shoulders, turning to leave while chatting, feeling they could find someone more reliable to form a team with.
I agree. Seeing them leave, Chen Shu quickly called out.
Oh, no, I was just joking.
Finally, the two stopped.
He hurriedly suggested.
Let's form a team.
Sunan and Jingjing turned their heads in unison and said.
Really? Chen Shu smiled awkwardly and said, really?
Xia Sunan and Jingjing let out a light sigh, as if a heavy burden had just been lifted off their shoulders. Sunan spoke up, in that case, let's spend the next 10 days training together.
He extended his hand, hopeful.
This time, we'll win big. The other two placed their hands on top in agreement and said in unison, a great victory. Slime and his beast-taming teammates trained together. Over the next 10 days, Chen Shu, Su Jingjing, and Xia Sunan practiced their coordination, regaining the chemistry they once had. 10 days later, Chen Shu walked in front of the large red banner announcing the university entrance exam. Bathed in the sunlight, he calmly said, the time for the exam has finally come. With his hands in his pockets, he walked with ease.
Upon seeing Chen Shu approach, several exam supervisors from the school kindly asked, "Are you the student, Lak Tang?" He crossed his arms confidently and replied, "It's not a task for an ordinary person." He pulled out a peculiar item and said, "Let me introduce this wooden card." The supervisors saw this and requested, "Where did you pull that out from? You are strictly forbidden from bringing extra items." He hung the card around his neck, where it was clearly marked, Beast Taming Tournament Champion, the fierce Nanjiang is none other than Chen Shu. The two supervisors were puzzled and reminded him, "This card, Chen Shu, you're about to start the exam." Chen Shu grinned widely and asked, "How did you know I was the champion of the Beast Taming Tournament?" The two supervisors froze, looking at him with confusion. Clearly, he had taken out the card for them to see, hadn't he? Chen Shu walked over, patted the shoulder of a proctor, and smiled, "Don't worry, I will definitely not disappoint your expectations." He stuffed his hands into his pockets and swaggered forward. As they watched Chen Shu enter, the two proctors stood there dumbfounded, both confused about the person wearing the wooden badge. "I don't even remember when I told him I had expectations." Chen Shu walked as if illuminated by a halo. Everyone around him, upon seeing the characters on the wooden badge, immediately recognized him. With a mix of worship and admiration, they whispered, "Great deity bless us, great deity bless us, oh my god, it's Chen Shu, damn it, it's Chen Shu. Am I really taking the same exam location as great deity?" Surrounded by a group of classmates, Chen Shu felt like the center of the universe, which greatly pleased him. Oh, being invincible is really fun. The campus was quiet. The proctors were walking down the hallway searching for their class numbers. Everyone sat quietly in their seats, not speaking to each other. A friend sitting in front of Chen Shu passed the exam paper to him. "Here, your exam paper." The system presented 4 options. Option 1, the exam score meets the admission threshold of regular universities, with a large quantity of beast taming rewards. Option 2, the exam score meets the admission threshold of key universities, with a violent skill reward and an additional seat. Option 3, the exam score meets the admission threshold of prestigious universities, with an enemy confrontation skill reward.
Option 4, the exam score meets the admission threshold of a flower academy, with a skill book on cloning as the reward.
He looked at the information board and thought to himself, if I add one more gigantification, could the slime crush everything again? His face beamed with joy and pride. This time, the reward was a divine technique, and he was certain he would get it. Numbers, letters, and images constantly appeared in his mind as he worked at a rapid pace. His hand, holding the pen, eventually stopped. He adjusted the paper to his satisfaction, thinking it was already quite good. He raised his hand, smiling with squinted eyes, and called out, "Teacher, I'd like to submit my paper." The invigilator was startled and asked in disbelief, "It's only been half an hour, and you already want to submit your paper?" The students around him were just as shocked, staring at the person wanting to submit his paper. In their minds, they were thinking, "Submit your paper now?" He stood up hastily and said, "Yes, I'm really in a hurry." He handed the paper to the teacher, saying, "Here you go, teacher." The invigilator was sweating in disbelief. He even managed to stir up anxiety among the other students, making a waving gesture as he said, "I'm off now, good luck, everyone." This action irritated some of the students in the exam room. A bright red banner was hung at the school gate, reading, "Congratulations to all students who have successfully completed the university entrance exam." As he reached the gate, he ran into Li Wuxuang. Seeing Chen Shu already outside before the exam time was over, Li Wuxuang frowned and thought to himself, "That guy, Chen Shu." He was furious, pointing directly at Chen Shu's face and shouting loudly, "Chen Shu, how dare you submit your paper early?" From the beginning, a stick appeared. Li Wuxuang, holding it, chased after Chen Shu, who was running ahead while clutching his head and shouting loudly, "I will beat you to death." Li Wuxuang took a stance as if preparing for an internal conflict. Watch this. Chen Shu, tears streaming down his face, avoided a strike from Wuxuang. Seeing Chen Shu's evasive actions, Li Wuxuang became even angrier, his eyes bloodshot like a predator. "Dare to dodge, huh?" Chen Shu, terrified, cried as he spoke, "Teacher, I'm not running away, I've finished it already." Li Wuxuang stopped, asking suspiciously, "Really?" Seeing that his teacher had stopped, Chen Shu hurriedly raised his hands in surrender and said, "Really, I swear." Li Wuxuang calmly replied, "All right, I'll trust you this time." Chen Shu cautiously asked, "Teacher, where did you put the stick?" Li Wuxuang did not answer his question but instead asked, "How did you do in the exam?" Chen Shu smiled confidently and replied, "Let's put it this way, if anyone in the whole country does better than me, Mr. Tang will get diarrhea." Li Wuxuang was speechless with his student. "You even mentioned someone else, really?" He struck a defensive posture, preparing to write a memorial essay for Chen Shu. The teacher then said, unaware that two other students were approaching from behind. It was Su Nan and Jing Jing. Both greeted in unison, "Li teacher." Seeing the other two students, Li Wuxuang had to temporarily stop his argument. "Ahem, why are you two out so early?" He crossed his arms and asked with concern, "How did the test go?" Looking at Su Nan and Chen Shu high-fiving each other in celebration, Su Nan raised his hand thoughtfully, furrowing his brows. "How should I put it?" Su Nan placed his hand on Jing Jing's shoulder and said, "If you and Xiao Jing score lower than the average, Du Long will have diarrhea." Seeing the response wasn't any different, Chen Shu gave them a thumbs up. "You guys are truly roommates." Teacher Li sighed and said, "All right, don't stand here anymore, go back now." Standing before the three students, he instructed, "Remember to gather at school in the afternoon. Tomorrow, I'll take you to another space for the beast taming competition." The three of them responded in unison with a smile, "Yes, got it." Li Wuxuang's gaze shifted toward the young people in front of him, chatting animatedly, their arms around each other's shoulders like close brothers. In front of this scene, Teacher Li still had some doubts. Cheating? In another setting, several red buses were lined up one after another on a windy road, filled with many students sitting inside. Chen Shu was among them. He said, "After so many days, we finally arrived at another space." Li Wuxuang, ever keen, overheard. "Ha!" He turned to look at Chen Shu, startling him. He asked in confusion, "Mr. Li, why are you looking at me?"
Then he laughed and continued his conversation with Jing Jing. "Never mind, the road ahead will lead us to the mountain." The bus came to a stop, and Chen Shu stood up excitedly, saying, "We're here."
Everyone got off the bus with a rustling sound. Chen Shu turned to say, "Let's get off too."
Su Jing Jing hummed in response.
Suddenly, Teacher Li called out loudly, "Chen Shu, stay behind."
Li Wu Shuang crossed his arms and walked up to Chen Shu with a frown.
He thought darkly, "What does Mr. Li want?"
Li Wu Shuang pointed at Chen Shu and shouted, raising his hand, "Everyone has gotten off the bus, and only Chen Shu and Mr. Li are left on the bus."
"What does he want to do?" Chen Shu swallowed nervously, feeling uneasy.
Li Wu Shuang moved forward and began searching his body, not even sparing the backpack.
"Give it back!"
Chen Shu yelled when he saw Teacher Li snatch the suspicious-looking sack from his backpack. Mr. Li stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought.
"You can go now." Confused, Chen Shu took his backpack back and asked, "Teacher Li, why did you take my sack?" "This is a special time, and I'm not supposed to do anything wrong."
Li Wu Shuang seriously warned him, "Don't forget, this is a very sensitive time."
Chen Shu sighed and reluctantly gave in.
"All right, I'm just pretending on the outside, but inside, I'm smirking. After all, without the sack, I still have other things." He got off the bus and reunited with his friends.
"Sorry to keep you waiting, let's go,"
Chen Shu said cheerfully, throwing an arm around their shoulders.
It's nothing, Su Jing Jing answered casually.
"Remember to go to bed early tonight," Li Wu Shuang reminded the three of them.
Chen Shu happily responded, "Got it."
Back in the resting room, Chen Shu lay down on the bed, preparing to sleep, but not forgetting to encourage himself, "Rest easy, and make sure to try your best tomorrow." The next day, the student convoy continued to move through the fiery Sun Mountain. The group of students got off the bus, eagerly looking around, and the atmosphere was noisy. They had finally arrived. Chen Shu's face was full of excitement. "Students, this year the beast taming department only has 2 subjects, actual combat and potential level assessment. Now that you've lined up, please proceed with registering for the potential assessment," the teacher standing at the starting line announced, outlining the rules of the competition. After hearing this, everyone began to line up to complete the registration process.
The male lead couldn't hide his surprise. "Are there only these 2 subjects this year?"
Chen Shu looked towards the examiner.
"Ha! That's Mr. Yi."
He recognized a familiar face in the group. Chen Shu stepped forward but hesitated, unsure whether to greet him. He was startled when he heard the system's announcement. The system provided 3 options. Option 1, obediently line up and wait for the potential assessment to end.
Reward, completed beast taming power, large quantity. Option 2, skip the exam. Reward, completed black iron rank 200 intelligence potion.
Option 3, throw an explosive device on sight, become a hero for a second. Reward, completed beast tamer, white silver level.
Chen Shu's eyes lit up, filled with excitement.
It was finally here there was a way to level up. He reached into his pocket, searching for something. Chen Shu stepped up, smiling confidently, ready to cause some trouble. He pulled out a strange potion from his pocket, but then remembered something important.
Such a pity.
So Chen Shu put it back, and according to the plan, he still chose the 3rd option. Unfortunately, he glanced back at the 3rd option on the chart and sighed deeply.
What a pity.
Aside from Mr. Yi, the other 2 members of the jury were also at the golden rank. Chen Shu seemed to be contemplating something. Even if he became a white silver rank, he would undoubtedly be reincarnated right there on the spot.
He imagined a not-so-favorable scenario ahead.
In the end, Chen Shu decided to obediently return to his team. Suddenly, a white smoke and a flash of yellow lightning wrapped around him, releasing a large quantity of beast taming power rewards. The system notification rang.
"Damn it, Mr. Xia, Xiaojing, why is there smoke?"
Chen Shu shouted in panic, his face filled with distress.
His two teammates quickly ran off as well. Teacher Lee appeared out of nowhere, asking irritably, "What trouble are you causing now? What kind of artistic act is this? Chen Bai, are you trying to self-immolate?" Su Jingjing turned pale and asked Chen Shu. This voice seemed familiar in aggressive tone, "Jiang Nan." The students around them gathered, murmuring in discussion. Damn it, is it really Chen Shu? Finally, even heaven has subdued this monster. Another student couldn't hide their delight, as if they'd met a savior. Mr. Yi had noticed what was happening and quickly summoned the Red Bear to assess the situation. The group of students was terrified, and no one dared to say anything. Lo Yi was exuding a murderous aura, hands on his hips, interrogating. "Chen Shu, what's going on here?" He waved his hand hesitantly, asking. "A hen?" The female judge pointed forward and spoke. "Old Ji, why do I feel like this is a breakthrough?" He caught the information and quickly thought to himself. Breakthrough ceremony power beast taming is a reward from the system. Old Ji raised his head and asked. "Where's Xia Tan? Is he not cultivating?" He immediately frowned, realizing. No, wait, this is really a breakthrough. No need for cultivation to break through. The two people standing below were stunned, their mouths hanging open in shock. In front of a crowd of students, Chen Shu was surrounded by brilliant yellow streams of energy, breaking through. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, as Chen Shu grinned triumphantly. Olji looked at Chen Shu in front of him, his expression deep in thought, and said, "All right, the others can line up now." The proctor announced for the next to proceed. At this moment, Chen Shu sat down, hands clasped together in a meditative posture. The sound of a camera click from the short-haired girl echoed. Following that, a series of phones were raised to capture this rare moment. At that time, the students in line below heard the proctor announcing the test scores. 3 level C, 20 level B. 3 hours later, Chen Shu was still in the same state, causing Olji to worry. Why isn't it over yet? It's been so long. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Proctor approached and asked, "Chen Shu, can you begin now?" Golden rays of brilliant light radiated around him, his aura overwhelming. With full confidence, he said, "Yes." He pressed his hand against the spirit slime contract system on his E-rank beast taming badge, his gaze wild with arrogance. He thought to himself, "Ha, let me show you something." His classmates were bewildered by the rank. Even Proctor was startled and quickly asked, "You're the champion of beast taming, yet your rank is so low? How is that possible?" A pink-haired girl covered her face and said, "What? Are all our high-ranking contract spirits from ABC about to be defeated by an E-rank?" Old G, standing behind Proctor, remained calm and instructed, "Record this carefully." The supervisor replied, "Understood." Chen Shu hurriedly raised his hand to stop them, his face beaming with a bright smile. "Wait a moment." He put on a gentle smile and continued, "Let me break through first, just a moment." Hearing this, the students were once again shocked. "Ha? He can still break through?" Xia Sunan and Su Jingjing stood dumbfounded, while the rest of the class below looked just as stunned. Chen Shu closed his eyes, assumed the Yuming posture, and white mist along with radiant golden light began to flow from both his hands. Not only that, streaks of violet lightning started to appear across his body and head. Olji sensed the instability and, fearing it might affect the others, shouted loudly, "Everyone, fall back!" Chen Shu's body hovered in the air. The surrounding forces were unclear, with streaks of purple lightning like thunder, bright golden light like fire, and white smoke from afar. He suddenly opened his eyes, along with the slime behind him. His classmates were focused, gazing in one direction, astonished and mesmerized. Wow! The slime behind him is getting bigger and bigger. A thin classmate was staring at Chen Shu in shock. Damn it, has he really broken through? The other students weren't any better. Unanimously, they felt the situation was extraordinary, whispering in excitement and discussing in hushed voices. Contract spirits are this strong? The cultivation speed is this fast?
And he's evolving due to his bloodline upgrade.
Damn, I don't want to study anymore. The difference between people is just so huge.
Listening to these students, the proctor could only shake his head in silence. A circular space, like a separate dimension, appeared.
Chen Shu stood on top and said, "It's not over yet, the spatial passageway has appeared."
Old Yi smiled.
Chen Shu's second contract spirit after the black iron rank was about to arrive.
From the thick smoke, a strange black creature suddenly emerged.
Its face was fierce with sharp fangs, and its blue eyes exuded a cold, emotionless aura.
It tilted its head and let out a roar that startled everyone.
Everyone began to speculate about what would happen next. The green-haired classmate said, "What kind of contract spirit will the vicious Nanjiang have? Is it a rank, or D rank? Could it possibly be SS rank?"
The student with brown hair raised their hand and expressed their opinion. Very likely, after all, their monster's dung was a Super S level. The student with black hair was more excited, directly shouting, "Come out, hurry up."
Suddenly, the anticipation grew.
Jing Jing raised both arms in an excited gesture and said, "Shenbai, use more strength, it's almost out." Chen Shu answered dejectedly, "I'm using all my strength."
He patted the slime's head, hesitating as he said, "But is a divine beast really going to appear?" After the white smoke cleared, another beast appeared, revealing its head.
Old Yi was excited, watching closely. It seemed to be a contract spirit type wolf, not too shabby.
Chen Shu happily said, "It's out."
The beast taming creature emerged from the white smoke, sporting black and white fur, wagging its tail as it approached. At this moment, Chen Shu hesitated. Wait.
He looked at it more carefully, thinking to himself, these thoughtful eyes. Why does it feel like a husky?
Chen Shu was startled by his own thoughts and broke into a cold sweat.
The beast-taming creature happily barked, "Wolf, wolf." The people below also realized, here it is, isn't that a husky? The dog barked "Wolf, wolf," which only confirmed their suspicions. He placed his hand on his forehead, thinking, is this a joke? Forget it, let's check the attributes first. He clicked on the system.
The system displays the information of the contract spirit.
Chen Shu cried out, thinking, this isn't the script. Where is the dragon phoenix divine beast, or at least something like the white tiger Qilin? He glanced over at his beast taming, painfully thinking, this is still just an elemental husky.
Seeing Chen Shu like this, Jing Jing stepped forward and patted his shoulder.
He spoke in an attempt to comfort him, "Shenbai, it's all right. Cheer up." Xia Sunan threw his arm around his shoulder and said, the contract spirit must be an otherworldly creature, not like the huskies from Blue Star. Its intelligence is much higher as well. Chen Shu pointed towards the sad-looking dog and asked, "Are you sure?"
The beast taming in front of him was rolling around, unsure if it was sleeping or just playing by itself.
Xia Sunan and Su Jingjing remained silent, unsure of what to say next.
Knowing that they were trying to comfort him, Chen Shu walked over to the beast taming and said, "Forget it, I'll recall it first." As a beam of light appeared in his hand to recall the beast taming, the husky quickly turned its head. Suddenly, its expression changed, taking on a predatory stance, and it sprinted forward, ready to fight. It was a beast taming bear, its entire body crackling with electricity and firing off explosive power. Its attack speed was so fast that it moved in an instant. The classmates were astonished, the skill release speed is too fast. Old Ji was secretly shocked, thinking to himself, even my black bear almost couldn't avoid it. Chen Shu smiled brightly, a joy that came unexpectedly. Old Ji saw that he seemed overjoyed and said, "All right, stop showing off, pull it back." Chen Shu responded with the demeanor of a cat, "Okay." He reached out his hand to retract the two beast tamings and turned to leave. At that moment, Proctor was about to pick up his pen and write, preparing to set the exam level. Chen Shu rushed forward like an arrow, getting close to Proctor to stop him. "Wait a moment."
The Proctor frowned and asked, "Huh? You've evolved to the next level, haven't you?" He smiled and replied, "No, it's just that I have 2 kids, right?"
When you add 2D together according to Chen Shu's calculation method, it's equivalent to an SSS level.
Got it? The proctor was dumbfounded by the answer and reasoning, full of question marks. He continued.
Old Yi, who had also heard the conversation, walked over and frowned, saying, "Stop causing trouble, it's time to start the 10-day practical exam now."
He looked at the students below and announced, "Students, please form your teams." Everyone scrambled to separate.
Form teams, the three of us are enough, we're done forming," Chen Shu said with a sigh. From a distance, Xiaobing noticed him. Chen Shu and she began to walk toward each other, as if to say something. But at that moment, Chen Shu was focused on figuring out that he might need a stronger push to earn full points for this practical exam project.
Xia Sunan stepped forward and suggested to Chen Shu, "Chen Shu, you're here."
Chen Shu responded, "Three brothers are essential."
Oh, Xiaobing immediately knew that her plan had failed the moment she saw the three of them.
At this point, Old Yi picked up a megaphone and announced, "The teams have been formed.
Each team will have a teacher monitoring their exam." Chen Shu and the others were chatting away, not noticing someone from behind calling his name. "Chen Shu."
Old Yi shouted, "Start." Teacher Du Ming pointed at himself and introduced, "Chen Shu, I'll be your exam proctor."
"I'm Du Ming, I've heard about you, and I'm really looking forward to it."
As he was speaking, a creature flew up. Its entire body was a brilliant green, with wide wings that looked back. Du Ming sighed in frustration, saying, "The examiner can't leave, so quickly bring out the beasts." He called on his beast taming, which stood out with sharp claws on its feet. Two beast tamings soared through the sky. On the back of the green beast taming were three people, with Chen Shu flying ahead.
The beast taming behind must have been teacher Du Ming's.
Su Jingjing turned her head to ask for his opinion.
"Chen Bai, what do you think? Where should we go?"
Chen Shu closed his eyes and said, "I think I have decided."
The system's interface then displayed the options.
Option 1, go directly into the deep area of the fiery sun mountain, with the reward being a skill book for the orb force board. Option 2, stay in the east and start a holiday, with the reward being a 5% bonus to the fire element attribute. Option 3, engage the remaining contestants in battle, the more people, the more power, let's act together.
The reward would be 3 vials of black iron rank fireflower pills. The distant view was of a fiery red volcano.
At this moment, Chen Shu was lost in thought. The danger level of the fiery sun mountain was even lower than that of Qingyuan forest, most of the threats being of the ordinary level. For him, it was completely without pressure. It would be better to go deeper in to get a higher score. He looked at the information displayed on the system, resting his chin on his hand, and suddenly made a decision, let's fly deeper inside. Su Jingjing excitedly replied, and beast taming let out a hissing sound, soaring into the sky while accelerating. Du Ming's beast taming still trailed closely behind. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong and thought to himself, why do I have a bad feeling? He quickly shook his head, brushing off the feeling, deciding to ignore it and just follow for now.
The two beast tamings kept a consistent distance from each other, neither too close nor too far, approaching the volcano.
They abruptly stopped, and the three of them spoke up.
"What's that sound?"
Xia Sunan summoned his beast taming, "Xiao Dai, go down and check." Chen Shu turned to say, "Xiao Jing, lower a bit." "Got it," Jing Jing replied, and beast taming slowly descended. Sunan's beast taming returned with the news, and he said, "Xiao Dai says it's a level 9 mutated fierce beast."
Chen Shu pointed downward and said, 3 mutated burrowing beasts.
The burrowing beasts growled, one of them having a sharp horn on its head. Chen Shu grinned in delight and said, "Just in time for me to try something."
"Xiao Jing, lower a little more." Beast taming continued to descend, getting closer to the burrowing beasts.
He raised his hand and summoned,
"Come out, husky."
Beast taming appeared with a gentle appearance.
It growled wolf wolf, revealing its razor-sharp teeth, a stark contrast to its initial cuteness. Its barking made the burrowing beast's father angry, his eyes gleaming with fury.
Chen Shu smirked mischievously, letting them see what the presence of a black iron rank was truly like. The husky assumed a combat stance, its eyes glowing red as it stared at the burrowing beast's father.
Seeing the burrowing beast's father raise its fur in fear, he smugly said, "Now you're scared, huh? Come at me, husky."
Suddenly, the husky turned its head in the other direction, leaving the three beast tamers confused.
Aren't they about to be dealt with?
The husky walked towards the beast taming space gate, getting so close that its nose almost touched, before entering without waiting for a command.
Seeing his beast taming act outside of his control, Chen Shu cursed, "Damn it, what is this situation?"
At that moment, Chen Shu slumped, feeling discouraged and helpless.
He muttered, "Why do I have this kind of spiritual bond?"
Sunan stepped forward and patted his shoulder, pointing, "Chen Shu, the burrowing beast is about to lose it from your disregard." The burrowing beast evolved, its eyes turning pitch black as it opened its mouth and screamed. Its hands emitted a strange light, forming a newly upgraded burrowing beast entity.
Chen Shu, with an indifferent expression, said, "Really, you just don't get it, do you? Can't you see I'm a little frustrated?"
Jing Jing also stepped forward and patted his shoulder, saying, "All right, let's go then."
Chen Shu replied, "Let's turn back."
Suddenly, his pupils contracted.
"Ha! Something's wrong."
The three immediately became alert and scanned their surroundings. Chen Shu said to them, "Hurry up." The three quickly mounted their beast-taming steeds. Debris rained down from somewhere, and the ground cracked open. Beneath the earth, right at the crack, a huge head emerged. The three of them looked astonished. Jing Jing said, "Damn it, it's the ferocious Beast King." Chen Shu furrowed his brow, thinking about the situation.
He pointed to the three beast tamings below. Could those three mutated burrowing beasts be the descendants of the Beast Lord?
The classmates who were running screamed, "Damn it, we really shouldn't have gone in the same direction as that fierce Nanjiang.
We've just stepped outside and are already facing a pack of beasts." Upon hearing this, Chen Shu grimaced, "I never told you to follow me."
The creature that was emerging from the ground caused dust and sand to scatter everywhere. It screeched, "Cree cree cree," and as its massive body fully emerged, its terrifying size and sharp fangs seemed capable of flattening the entire mountain.
Jing Jing turned around and asked, "Shenbai, which way should we run?" Du Ming looked at these students and was speechless. "Seriously, you three troublemakers still want to run away?" Chen Shu patted his chest, "What are you running for? We've caused trouble, so of course, we have to take responsibility and solve it. If we run, what will happen to the others?"
Du Ming, upon hearing this, praised him. "It seems Chen Shu is a good person. I misjudged him." Chen Shu suddenly turned to his two friends. Jing Jing and Su Nan approached, raising their hands to their chins as if studying new material before looking at Chen Shu.
Jing Jing asked with suspicion, "Did you grab the wrong script?" Su Nan also couldn't believe it. "Or were you influenced by the husky?"
He pushed Su Nan's hand away, saying, "No, it's mainly because I want to score high." Du Ming was left speechless, his face as if to say, "You're done for too."
Chen Shu continued, "Besides, we strike first. If we can't win, it's not too late to run."
The beast-taming slime was summoned, immediately taking up a fighting stance, causing the few headstrong beasts to stare intently. The ferocious Beast King let out a sharp screech, commanding the burrowing beasts to attack. The innate skill of tearing tore through the air, as the burrowing beasts screeched loudly, filling the surroundings with chaotic, ear-piercing sounds.
Swish! The slime immediately wound up its spring, ready to engage. "The dreamy radiance awakes," Chen Shu observed and gave orders.
The slime fell into a deep sleep, as dreamy radiance awakes triggered, causing the surrounding rocks and earth to rise.
The burrowing beasts suddenly burst into tears. "Ho ho 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 ho." Su Nan swore in astonishment, "Damn it, even burrowing beasts know how to throw a tantrum?"
Chen Shu looked below to assess the situation. Indeed, the slimes were not actively attacking. The burrowing beasts were howling, as if they were throwing a tantrum. Below, the scene was chaotic, with the burrowing beasts surrounding the slimes, but no real battle was taking place. Suddenly realizing the instability,
Chen Shu furrowed his brow and thought again. This wasn't right. Clearly, the slimes had activated Dreamkiller, so why was there blood? The slime emitted a squelching sound, with a pool of blood beneath it. Chen Shu was alarmed. Damn it, there's this trick too? He quickly gave an order. Slime, violent massacre. Immediately, the slime, using its earth-digging ability, displayed unusual behavior. Chen Shu evaluated the burrowing beast Lord Black Iron as 1 star. He frowned. Sure enough, the slime shot up into the air, performing a violent massacre. The burrowing beast king observed the situation and unexpectedly drilled into the ground. The slime landed forcefully. Chen Shu grinned in satisfaction. It's countered now. Then I'll crush your little junior. He commanded, slime, charge. The slime responded to the command. It fired bright golden beams towards the burrowing beasts, causing them to shriek in chaos, chip 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 chip. They cried out in pain, chip chip, and then one by one fell to the ground, blood spreading across the leaves. At this moment, the burrowing king cried out, chip chip chip, commanding them to scatter and run. The burrowing creatures sped off in all directions, rushing forward. Seeing these burrowing beasts, the classmates were terrified and rushed toward us. Run quickly, they shouted in fear, running for their lives. The sound of footsteps echoed. The burrowing beast king panted heavily, showing signs of exhaustion. It had been targeted by the slime, and around it lay the corpses of the burrowing beasts. Chen Shu's group was still observing the situation from above. The slime frowned. Du Ming was not far off either. Looking at the situation ahead, he thought, it seems like a major battle is about to break out. Observing the situation ahead, Chen Shu thought to himself, frozen in place. If this continues, it's not going to work, it seems I have to lure them a bit. Standing atop beast taming, Chen Shu called out to the slime, which responded with a chip. There was movement from the beast king, it angrily cried out chip chip, and began to drill into the ground with its sharp horn. Seeing it preparing to escape, Jing Jing nervously said, it's drilling into the ground again. Suddenly, Jing Jing shouted, slime, the beast king is about to attack from behind, its claws are raised, it's ready to pounce. The slime quickly noticed, its eyes shining brightly. A protective circle formed around it, preparing to deal with the beast king's sneak attack. Chen Shu said with malice, want to run? He called the husky. The dog quickly responded to the command, mouth wide open. Loud thuds rang out. Beast King, struck, let out a cry of pain. Husky, realizing its success, struck a pose as if saying, hurry up and praise me. Chen Shu, from behind, said, finally, it's doing some work. Chen Shu issued another command. Slime. A terrifying growl sounded, and the slime quickly followed the command, its eyes glowing red as its mouth gaped wide. Beast King froze, collapsing backwards. Chen Shu stepped forward, tapped Jing Jing's shoulder, and locked eyes. Xiao Jing, catch it. Jing Jing confidently responded, got it, hold on tight. Jing Jing's beast taming skill targeted Beast King. Using its claws, it struck the horn on Beast King's head, lifting it into the air. Suddenly, Beast King performed an unusual movement. Jing Jing immediately noticed, hurriedly warning, Thunderbird, release it, it's about to unleash its skill. Thunderbird responded with a cry. It released Beast King into freefall. Chen Shu said with delight. The slime collided. It let out a sound, preparing to attack. Beast King's eyes widened in fear. The slime charged forward, slamming into Beast King's stomach. Beast King took the full brunt of the attack, sent flying, accompanied by the gleeful laughter of the yellow slime. The slime showed no mercy, charging forward again, using its head to slam into Beast King like a ball, causing it to spin wildly. Then the slime creature laughed joyfully. High above, Du Ming was observing the battle and let out a sigh of relief. This brat certainly knew how to surprise others. The teacher couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect that he could defeat a lord of the same rank so easily right after becoming a beast tamer at Black Iron rank. The younger generation is admirable.
Chen Shu, controlling from a distance, commented. He was fighting while hovering mid-air with minimal damage. He turned to give instructions. Husky, fire a fireball. The dog, distracted by a flower, suddenly reacted and forcefully shot out fire, but it hit the little slime instead. The main character cursed loudly. Damn it, this stupid dog. He shouted, follow my orders. Boom! The Beast King fell heavily to the ground. Its side finally landed. Just as it caught its breath, the slime charged forward and performed a meat slam attack. Once again, it was the slime helping. Chen Shu praised proudly, well done. The Beast King lay motionless, and the battle ended. Ice Bird landed. Su Nan looked at the pile of food in front of him and thought he should show off a bit. He pulled out a weapon and got to work. What are you doing? Why are you carrying a slaughtering knife around? Can this even cut down a Lord-level killer? Du Ming said, stunned. With a few quick chops, the food for tonight was ready. He announced, we've got food for tonight. Du Ming stood there, mouth agape, in shock. The group was grilling meat for dinner. Su Jingjing eagerly asked Chen Shu, what's the next plan of action? Chen Shu ate as he spoke, when suddenly, the system announcement rang out with its contents. Option 1, kill one villain lord, reward, completion of beast taming, large quantity. Option 2, kill two villain lords, reward, completion, obedience of the elemental guardian increased by 5,300. Option 3, kill three villain lords, reward, completion of two contract spirits, all attributes increased by 5%, and every additional one beyond the limit grants an extra 2%. The male lead was excited to announce, originally there had been no plan, but now there was one. The next day, the three of them continued riding their flying birds. To complete the mission, relying solely on the slime wasn't enough. I need to train the husky a bit, he said to his teammates. Chen Shu quickly made calculations and then summoned the dog. Come out, Husky. Husky joyfully pounced on him, while Chen Shu, with his bright eyes, grabbed the sack in his hand. Wasn't this sack already taken by Mr. Li? Xia Su Nan asked in surprise. How is it still here? Su Jingjing's eyes widened. Returning to the morning at home before departure, recently, Mr. Li had been quite cautious around him. Chen Shu looked at the two sacks placed on the table, contemplating something. He picked up a sack, just in case the teacher suddenly wanted to take his sack back. He folded it neatly and stuffed it inside his clothes. He raised his hand, pointed, and said, "It's a secret." Then he continued his work. The husky spat out a fireball. The dog ignored the command and lay down, wriggling and whining. Chen Shu grinned mischievously, grabbed the sack, and stuffed it inside. The husky spat out another fireball. He tightly grabbed the sack's head. The husky, trapped inside, cried out pitifully. It struggled and wriggled, but couldn't escape. Chen Shu threw the sack with the dog aside, laughing wickedly as he pulled the sack out and ordered again, "Suck." Fireball. The husky looked resentfully at the sack, wondering what this was about. Chen Shu pointed at the sack and said, "Boom." The dog reluctantly obeyed the command, opened its mouth, and blew fire. The main character looked at the scene and proudly patted the dog's head. Really knows how to follow orders. Su Jingjing had been watching from start to finish, letting out a sigh. Another kid with a sack obsession. The next day, the three of them rode the flying bird across a chasm filled with red-eyed shadows. They must have been very far from the entrance to this space. Chen Shu thought for a moment and then said to his companions, "Let's stop here. We'll rest here today." Chen Shu and the group landed. Then I'll set up the tent. Su Jingjing received the order and began setting up camp for the night. Su Nan's dragonfly flew back to deliver the news. What? Su Nan received the information, his face filled with shock. He quickly reported, "Chen Bai, there's danger around." Chen Shu, however, remained confident, speaking as he held a strange bottle of medicine in his hand. "It's fine, don't worry."
Let's rest tonight, and we'll officially go hunting tomorrow. The two looked at him, their faces turning pale with fear. Chen Bai, what are you doing? Damn it, don't mess around.
Chen Shu reassured them, don't worry, I'm just getting a little restless.
You're free and have nothing to do, so you're playing with nuclear bullets, right? The two were speechless at him.
Husky, seeing the strange object, eagerly lunged at him, but Chen Shu quickly noticed.
He grabbed his sack and, seizing the opportunity, the dog charged toward him. He swiftly enclosed it in the sack and tied it tightly. Do you dare mess with me? Chen Shu tossed the sack aside. Stay there. Now they could go to sleep. He exhaled.
Chen Shu entered his tent, and the other two quickly went to rest as well.
Jing Jing and Su Nan replied.
Meanwhile, Du Ming had already set up surveillance on their group, lying down with the beast to rest. The next day, the three began packing up their things, preparing to move on.
Yawning. Oh.
Teacher Ming was startled as he looked down at the students.
What's going on? Are these three crazy? Why are they wearing patient clothes here?
Du Ming gaped as he saw the three wearing striped outfits like prisoners.
Xiao Jing, this fabric is good, has it been improved?
Su Nan touched the fabric at the collar inside.
Definitely. Now that the temperature is 40 degrees, wearing this will keep it cool. Su Jing replied.
The three of them climbed onto the ice-bird.
Chen Shu spoke to the other two, Mr. Xia, look for mutated beasts. Right now, we only hunt at the mutated rank. Xia Su Nan released a dragonfly to scout ahead, no problem.
There's a mutated black iron rank beast 1,000 meters ahead, he informed the others.
Then, the group continued moving forward. We're getting close, Su Nan announced. Xiao Jing gave the order for Icebird to follow in a zigzag pattern.
After a while, the group spotted a beast covered in flames lying below. As expected, it was a mutated black iron rank flame beast, and Chen Shu was thrilled. He raised his hand to signal for Thunder Bird.
Thunder Bird descended. The group landed quickly and immediately started advancing.
Get ready, Chen Shu ordered. The flame beast seemed to have sensed their presence and quickly let out a few roars before retreating.
Damn it, is it really that alert? Chen Shu was surprised. If you're making the move, then I won't hold back either. Husky, come out.
Husky appeared at the command.
Go, go.
The dog sat in front of the flame beast, barked a few times, and then started circling it, scouting the area.
Chen Shu summoned the slime.
The flame beast, caught off guard, was suddenly pinned down from above by the slime.
Su Nan, this is quite unexpected. Chen Bai, your skill is fast.
The gigantification skill is almost done already, and the fight has just begun.
Take a look yourself. Chen Shu smiled lightly.
The slime is shrinking, and it can even adjust its own size.
Plus, it can control exponential skills. This is the advantage of black iron. Level what? Su Nan asked, impressed.
The main male character waved his hand, indicating that it was time to deal with the mutated firehound. He ordered the husky to charge forward.
The husky ran up to the fire beast.
The fire beast howled, wanting to seek help, but the husky opened its mouth and unleashed a fiery attack. The blow hit the fire beast directly, causing a massive explosion that made the beast cry out in pain. Seeing this, the husky seized the opportunity, concentrating its strength for a decisive strike. As the blow struck the fire beast, its body quickly stiffened. Observing the entire scene, Chen Shu smiled and said, "Roast it and freeze it, the husky really knows how to strategize." The two people beside him sighed in relief, holding a cross in their hands, and muttered, "Amen." Chen Shu ignored them and bent down to search for the beast-taming gem from the fallen creature.
He urged them, stop with the amen and get the beast-taming pearl first.
After searching for a while, Chen Shu retrieved a sparkling green gem from the fallen beast-taming creature. He held it up and said to the two of them, "Let's go to the next location." Hearing this, both of them were thrilled and responded in unison, "All right." A little later, in a place surrounded by volcanoes, the lava streams meandered through the cracks in the rocks, creating an almost unbearable sense of heat. It seemed as though the place would be engulfed by a terrifying silence, but from one corner, the smoke from a cooking fire and the laughter of the three of them still echoed through the air. It seemed that there was nothing dangerous threatening them here. Chen Shu, holding a skewer of meat in one hand, spoke with a slightly slanted mouth, "The powerful beasts are a bit challenging. We've been searching for this lord for an entire day, and all we've found are 3 mutated beasts with bloodlines." At this point, he looked toward the other two and suggested, "Perhaps we should continue moving forward and see what happens." Mr. Xia, with furrowed brows, listened and felt a little fearful, adding a touch of hesitation. He said, "Venturing deeper doesn't necessarily guarantee we'll find it. It would be great if we could get lucky like we did at the ice gorge." Su Jingjing sighed and immediately refuted, "No way. That time we attracted so many beast lords." Mr. Xia, still frowning, turned to him and hesitantly said, "But what about the ice gorge?" Before he could finish his sentence, Su Jingjing interrupted him. "The beast lords of the ice gorge were completely wiped out because they liked to gather in hordes." Upon hearing this, Chen Shu stroked his chin and thought for a moment before standing up and announcing to everyone, "Let's change location. Tomorrow, we'll start hunting ordinary beasts." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately responded cheerfully in unison, "All right." Over the next 6 days, the three of them began their hunt, slaughtering ordinary beasts. The slimes, along with Xiao Jingjing and Mr. Xia's beast taming skills, quickly swept away the beast taming rabbits. But this very task had also left the 2 beast tamers nearly exhausted from the relentless shaking of the slimes. After 6 days of territorial expansion, the three of them sat leisurely on the beast taming swings, eating and discussing matters. Chen Shu looked at the other two and said, "Mr. Xia, Xiao Jingjing, do you think there's still a chance for us?" Upon hearing this question, Mr. Xia appeared a little anxious, but still replied, "Of course, we've done our best, but we really couldn't find the Lord." Chen Shu sighed upon hearing this and muttered, "Oh." Then he looked up at the sky and spoke with a tone full of arrogance, "Is it wrong to be strong in this world?" Hearing this, the other two stiffened, feeling a sense of helplessness as they had to endure being with a delusional person. Meanwhile, over here, Slime was still rolling and crushing the rabbits. Husky joyfully barked a few times to cheer on Slime. But upon seeing this scene, Chen Shu immediately frowned and shouted loudly. Slime stopped, shook itself a few times. Hearing his command, Slime looked very sad, its face downcast, lips tightly pressed together, shaking its body to let the group of rabbits escape. As soon as they saw Slime shake, they panicked and dashed away with their tails between their legs. Husky also slid off Slime's back, happily putting a rabbit in a bag, wagging its tail as it did so, its eyes gleaming with obvious pride. Then, Husky grabbed a large bag, jumped onto the beast taming's back, and pushed it toward Chen Shu. Chen Shu took the large bag, showing an unwilling but resigned attitude, pretending to sigh, though his lips were full of a smile. Another tough day. But then his attitude changed. He looked towards the other two and said, "Oh, right, let's stay near here tonight." As he said this, his gaze gradually became sinister. He added, "What if those rabbits lead the Lord over here? If they do, then it turns out we didn't spare the rabbits because of Chen Shu Ren, but because you wanted to bring the Lord to him. Who would have thought?" And inevitably, once Chen Shu made a decision, the other two would agree. So, both the people and beast taming decided to stay here and roast the rabbits. The smell of the roasted rabbit filled the air, making everyone extremely hungry, their stomachs growling. As for Husky, it was already drooling. Watching the rabbit meat slowly turn golden and delicious, it excitedly ran back and forth, jumping up and down with great joy. It even let out loud wolf sounds, as if trying to show the world the fruits of its battle. Husky, happily watching, suddenly froze, realizing that Chen Shu's face had darkened, and he was glaring at it. Immediately, it cowered, ears drooping and sitting still, silently crying a river inside. Once the rabbit meat was ready, everyone began dividing the food. Chen Shu took a large leg, chewing noisily as he spoke to the other two, "If this continues, the exam will be a bit too calm."
Could it be that I can't show the fierce demeanor of Nanjiang? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingjing replied, "It's already great. Our battle was a complete victory, and we've definitely earned more than enough extra points." Swallowing the last piece of meat, Xiao Jingjing continued, "With 25 points, at least you can still score 185 points. Upon hearing this, Qinshu was stunned and shouted, "Only 185? It still felt like there was more to be said when the husky suddenly rushed over, rubbing against him with a pitiful, sparkling look in its eyes, then opened its mouth, dripping with saliva, wanting to beg for food. Qinshu was speechless but still handed it a large rabbit, all the while grumbling, "Good for nothing." However, when he offered the rabbit, the husky blocked him, barking a few times and pointing at several jars of spices. Qinshu sighed and cursed, "Damn it, you're picky too." That said, he still sprinkled some seasoning on the rabbit for it. Only after that did the husky accept it and begin chewing. Xiao Jingjing also handed a rabbit to beast taming bird Qianbai and said, "Qianbai, you've reached Black Iron rank, so you need to pay attention to the food suitable for your contract spirit." Then, Xiao Jingjing turned to look at Qinshu and said, "The beast taming space isn't enough to sustain the energy consumption of Black Iron rank. They need to eat every day. A proper diet and high-quality food can enhance the strength of a contract spirit." Qinshu smiled and replied, "Got it. When we get back, I'll ask Dali to prepare a suitable menu." Mr. Xie also fed a small piece of meat to the pink butterfly-like bird next to him, mumbling, "Come on, eat a little too." Seeing this, Qinshu looked at the situation in astonishment, eyes wide and mouth agape, asking, "Does it eat meat?" Mr. Xia immediately replied, "Nonsense, it doesn't like anything without meat. Do you understand?" Suddenly, the little butterfly's eyes grew wide, as if they were about to pop out, but then it quickly shook its head and began flying around the beak, continuously flapping, leaving the three of them utterly confused. Qinshu looked over at Mr. Xia with a skeptical expression and asked, "Are you sure it doesn't like anything without meat?" Mr. Xia glanced at the roasted rabbit meat and asked, "This meat isn't poisonous, right?" Then, as if receiving information from the little butterfly, Mr. Xia suddenly shouted, "No, something powerful is approaching." The butterfly's eyes flashed as it continuously murmured something. Mr. Xia stared at it, stunned, before shouting again, "It's not just one." He then quickly ran toward the bird and shouted to everyone, "Everyone, get on, follow me." After hurriedly mounting the bird, things settled down a bit. Qinshu began to think silently. Could it be that in the past few days, our constant slaying of ordinary beasts has led to the beast lords uniting? At that moment, Mr. Xia and Xiao Jingjing, full of energy, asked in unison, "What should we do?" Qinshu, seeing this, waved his hand dismissively, frowning as he said, "What to do? At most, the slime can only deal with one of them." Xiao Jingjing then pointed at the husky happily munching on food nearby and said, "Isn't there still the husky?" Everyone's gaze turned to the husky. Looking at its confused, food-craving expression, Qinshu, feeling defeated, said, "Are you trying to make a joke?" Xiao Jingjing and Boss, with no hint of expectation, said, "Sorry to trouble you." But suddenly, something flashed through Qinshu's mind, and he immediately said, "Wait a minute." Then, Qinshu took out the terrifying diarrhea medicine he had prepared earlier. Seeing this, Mr. Xia quickly intervened, "Damn it, don't get too excited, we can't let those beasts get to us." Xiao Jingjing also added, yes, it's not necessary, not necessary." Qinshu smiled at the two of them, "It's just a normal medicine, don't overthink it." The other two immediately retorted in unison, "Normal medicine, my foot." Qinshu tightly gripped the bottle and reassured them, "Don't worry, I'll keep it under control." He then jumped off the bird, grabbed a few roasted rabbits, and put the laxative into them. Afterward, he turned to Mr. Xia and said, "Mark the rabbit meat a little." Mr. Xia immediately handed the task over to the birdmouth butterfly, which used a bean to mark the rabbits with the laxative. Qinshu's expression darkened, and he let out a wicked smile. "Now, let's go, and wait for the show." The three of them, along with the husky, hid behind the large rocks, waiting for their prey to fall into the trap. Meanwhile, the flame claw leopard, the lord of the light-winged bird, the white-chicken, and the black crow charged forward.
But when they arrived, all that was left was a pile of empty ashes. They cautiously scanned their surroundings. Just then, they caught a whiff of an enticing fragrance from afar. It was the delicious smell of roasted rabbits. Knowing that the opportunity was approaching, all three of them, Chen Shu included, joyfully said in unison, "It's almost here." As expected, they moved closer, starting with the flame claw leopard, followed by the white-chicken, radiant lightbird, and black crow, who all joined in to feast. The powerful beasts were greedily devouring the meal that Chen Shu's group had prepared. The radiant lightbird and flame claw leopard happily tore into the meat, while the white-chicken and black crow were no different, eagerly eating as well. Su Jingjing kept her eyes fixed on the scene in front of her and asked, "These lords aren't going to blow up, right? Won't they die if they swallow nuclear missiles?" Chen Shu replied, irritated, "Are you colorblind or something? Nuclear missiles are gray, honestly, it's hard to even talk to you." Mr. Xie and Su Jingjing both glared at Chen Shu. Mr. Xie asked, "Huh?" Su Jingjing cursed, "God damn it," while Chen Shu's head spun, utterly confused as to why. Chen Shu grinned slyly, "But even though they won't explode, it will still be uncomfortable. I've made up my mind, so tonight we'll take action." The beasts, now full and satisfied, all tilted their heads back toward the sky and burped, their stomachs bulging. Suddenly, they looked at each other, as if it was time for something to happen. Without warning, they rushed off. From Chen Shu's side, he smiled and said, "The signal has already been ingested by them." He raised his hand as a signal and said to Su Jingjing and Mr. Xie, "Follow me." A moment later, Chen Bai drove the three of them, following Radiant Lightbird and its flock. Radiant Lightbird Yuming flapped its wings and let out a loud cry to command its flock. "Follow me." The large bird flying at the front cried out with sharp chip 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 sounds, and the smaller birds followed closely behind. Suddenly, Radiant Lightbird felt extremely uncomfortable, its eyes bulged, blood vessels appeared around its eyes, its face turned pale, and a puff of air escaped as it released waste in a large stream right in the middle of the air, falling down onto the smaller birds. The flock of birds flying lower were startled and panicked. Radiant Lightbird, exhausted, no longer had the strength to flap its wings and slowly descended to the ground. Chen Shu's team rejoiced. "It's starting." Radiant Lightbird hid behind a rock, its eyes wide open, its feathers standing on end, and the sound of continuous pft echoed steadily. The large yellow bird grimaced, crying bitterly. Radiant Lightbird trembled violently, groaning, and slowly moved away from its hiding spot. The foul stench began to rise from behind the rock, and another violent stomach cramp hit Radiant Lightbird. The yellow bird flinched, tears flowing from its eyes. Radiant Lightbird immediately turned back behind the rock with a rustling sound, and the birds following it covered their beaks with their wings to avoid the foul odor. Suddenly, the Radiant Lightbird gathered all its remaining strength, opened its beak wide, closed its eyes, and emitted a hissing sound. The bird had no more energy left and collapsed to the ground, crying inconsolably. Chen Shu let out a smug laugh, which made Su Jingjing turn to look at him. Chen Shu said, "Let me go first, then he'll sneak along the ground, inching forward little by little." The Radiant Lightbird puffed out air, struggling to get back on its feet. Chen Shu hid behind a rock, watching as the bird staggered, each step a challenge. He thought to himself, "Damn it, I thought it was already defeated." A stream of gas shot out from the bird's rear. Chen Shu smelled it, his face turning pale as he inwardly cursed, "Damn it, it stinks so much." Even so, he triumphantly pulled out a gray sack with some red words written on it. "Luckily, I still have this bag." He quickly adjusted and wore it, covering half of his face. Then he sighed, "Perfect." He continued to lie flat on the ground, creeping forward inch by inch. When he was close enough to the Radiant Lightbird, he judged the distance and then swiftly swung his hand, creating a flow of energy that surrounded his right hand. A large tear appeared in the sky, with slime falling directly above the Radiant Lightbird, which still had no idea what was happening. Immediately after that, the slime pinned the Radiant Lightbird to the ground, causing it to panic and let out a sharp squeal. The Radiant Lightbird was crushed against the earth, flapping its wings desperately, but unable to break free. Chen Shu smugly wiped his hands and laughed, it was truly effortless.
He raised his hand and called to his teammates, "Come out, stop hiding." Immediately, Su Jingjing, riding on Chen Bai's back, waved her hand and said, "Come here." Chen Shu climbed onto Chen Bai, gazing toward the flock of golden birds flying in the distance. He said, "They haven't noticed yet. Let's go up first." Chen Bai guided everyone toward the spot where the slime was pinning the radiant light bird, ignoring its thunderous attempts to break free. Chen Shu patted his dog's head and said, "Husky." Husky quickly understood the command and barked several times, "Wolf, wolf." Multiple golden orbs suddenly appeared and sped forward. These orbs struck the radiant light bird's head, creating loud, resounding noises. The radiant light bird gasped, closing its eyes in apparent agony. The flock of birds seemed to have noticed their leader's weak attempts at breathing, hastily turning back. Upon seeing the radiant light bird pinned down, they were stunned and quickly flew toward their leader. One of the birds angrily cried out, "I'll fight them." Immediately after, the entire flock headed towards Chen Bai's position, ready to attack. The birds gathered together, flapping their wings and launching attacks towards Chen Bai. Chen Shu shouted loudly, "Move out of the way, don't confront them. There are too many birds, if they group together, something bad could happen." Chen Bai heard the command and quickly flapped her wings, soaring higher. The attack from the golden birds nearly struck Chen Bai, but with just a slight delay, it would have been too late. Seeing that they missed, the birds signaled each other, "Chip chip," ignoring them. Then, they surrounded the slime that was pinning Radiant Light Bird to the ground. The leader of the flock cried out, "Chip chip chip, kill the thing on top of me first." The slime, taken by surprise, responded immediately, unleashing its skills all at once. With a swift motion, the winged slash, 1,000 blades, shot directly at the slime. Chen Shu chuckled, "This beast is a bit clever, knows it needs to run first." The slime created a protective layer around itself, called Dreamkiller. Most of the bird's attacks were blocked by Dreamkiller. The sounds of impact echoed relentlessly. The assault ended with loud bangs and a cloud of dust. The smoke dissipated, and a slash wound appeared on the slime's body, losing fluid. Chen Shu was stunned. The wing slash, one in hundreds of thousands, could break through Dreamkiller's defense. It seemed the only way was to strike fast and end it quickly. Chen Shu ordered, "Husky, charge in. If we're going to catch the enemy, we go for the leader first, kill the Lord first." Husky aimed at the Lord of the light-winged bird and launched an attack, a block of ice shooting out like a speeding arrow. In an instant, the radiant light bird's head was completely frozen. Following that, Husky blew out blazing fireballs into the sky. The fireballs flew quickly toward the radiant light bird, crashing into it. A massive explosion followed, accompanied by a loud, thunderous sound. The Lord of the light-winged bird was defeated, its blood pooling into a puddle. The remaining birds, terrified, screeched in long, drawn-out cries. In the blink of an eye, they fled high into the sky. Chen Bai landed near the radiant light bird. Mr. Xie stepped down holding a large knife, grinning with satisfaction. "Haha, another pile of good materials." Su Jingjing turned to ask, "What do we do next?" Chen Shu smiled and answered, "Of course, we go after the other three." A while later, Chen Bai took off again. Which beast would they hunt this time? Chen Bai flew across the lava lake, where the flame claw leopard was sleeping. At noon, Chen Shu's group continued to take care of more birds. In the evening, everyone took a selfie with the husky as it bit the white slash chicken. Chen Shu held his phone and laughed, saying, "It's going pretty well, we've already killed 4 lords, so we can find a place to rest for a bit." Chen Bai led Chen Shu's group away, leaving the corpse of the white slash chicken on the ground. A dark figure with red eyes suddenly appeared. Under the starry sky, Chen Shu's group camped by the lake, with the distant eruption of lava in the background. Chen Bai and Husky lay drowsily next to each other in front of a pile of firewood. Chen Shu woke up with his eyes half closed. He stretched and said, "Ah, that was a good sleep." Mr. Xie turned toward Chen Shu and said, "We should find some food now." The three of them, full of excitement, walked together. Su Jingjing raised both hands to the sky and said, "Let's eat." Mr. Xia asked Chen Bai, can you smell something?
Chen Shu closed his eyes, sniffed, and said, there's a foul odor in the air.
Chen Shu shouted, damn it, who hid the beast manure here? Mr. Xia and Su Jingjing were confused, sweating profusely.
Chen Shu glanced behind and, excited, rushed toward the source, shouting, wolf! Wolf! The three of them were puzzled as they looked at the husky in front of them.
Mr. Xia asked, Chen Bai, is this the diarrhea medicine you were talking about? Did we not handle the corpse of the vicious beast, or did another vicious beast eat it?
Chen Shu scratched his head, hesitating as he replied, maybe not, it's also the first time I've used it. Chen Shu pushed Mr. Xie and Su Jingjing forward, saying, find something to eat, I'm so hungry I can't stand it anymore. They hopped onto Chen Bai's back and soared into the sky. Su Jingjing said, all right, we'll let you off for now.
Mr. Xia raised his hand to his nose and remarked, doesn't this smell a bit too strong?
The three of them quickly covered their noses, and Su Jingjing cried out, I can't stand it anymore. Chen Shu remained calm, smiling as he raised a finger and said, don't panic, I brought something along. Chen Shu pulled out all sorts of things from his bag, a frying pan, a hammer, a phone, and a flashlight. Mr. Xie and Su Jingjing were both puzzled about how he managed to stuff all these things in there. Chen Shu reached into his pants pocket and with a joyful shout, said, found it.
He pulled out some transparent face masks. He handed one to himself and offered the other two to Mr. Xie and Su Jingjing, saying, here, take them. Mr. Xie and Su Jingjing were surprised, speechless. Mr. Xie lowered his voice and said loudly, you even brought gas masks? Did you plan on getting diarrhea medicine from the start? Chen Shu waved his hand, how could that be? It's just that I don't have much survival experience. What if we end up in a place with poison, what should I do?
Mr. Xie and Su Jingjing crossed their arms and made faces, who would believe that? Chen Shu had put on a gas mask, happily handing one to his two friends, saying, all right, hurry up and put it on, let's go quickly. Mr. Xie quickly put his on, and Su Jingjing also took one, it seemed the foul smell had disappeared. The three of them comfortably sat on the back of Chen Bai. Mr. Xia relaxed and said, finally, the air is normal again. Chen Shu heard someone calling, Chen Shu bro, turns out there's someone riding on a big purple bird, and that person is waving their hand enthusiastically. The group had to turn their heads. Proctor Duming scratched his head awkwardly and said, could I borrow a gas mask? Chen Shu had an idea, and a sly smile appeared on his face. He said, teacher, it's a good thing you're our proctor. If it were someone else, I might have lent it to you. Duming glanced at Chen Shu, his heart full of doubt. Chen Shu said, the ruthless Nan Jiang never speaks in circles. He spread out one hand as if presenting a deal, one sentence, 500,000. The proctor stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape at the price Chen Shu quoted. He thought it was absurd. Is there really someone bold enough to take advantage of a teacher during an exam? Chen Shu repeated, Master, just 500,000 and the air will be incredibly fresh. Proctor declined, forget it, I don't have the money. Proctor flew off on his mount. Seeing this, Chen Shu shouted, you have to seize the opportunity. Master, Chen Shu saw through Master Duming. He said, he wants to follow us, so we'll fly a little further in the opposite direction. Mr. Xie and Su Jingjing, delighted with the plan, raised their hands in agreement. Without another word, they soared far away. About half an hour later, Proctor was still tailing Chen Shu's group. Proctor pinched his nose and trembled as he bargained with Chen Shu, can you make it cheaper? Will 50,000 work? Chen Shu and Su Jingjing chuckled merrily. Chen Shu grinned widely, rubbing his hands together as he shouted, deal. Chen Shu tossed Proctor a gas mask, saying, catch. Proctor put on the mask and sighed in relief, able to breathe normally again. A few red birds flew past the master. As they flew, the birds made a series of spitting noises, their expressions one of satisfaction. The substance they released fell into the water with a splashing sound. Suddenly, there was a noise from beneath the water. The water swirled violently, splashing up toward the sky. The red birds from before let out surprised hissing sounds. The birds were attacked by an incredibly terrifying strike, vanishing instantly. The blow caused water to splash everywhere, with water spilling down onto the surface of the lake. A beast appeared with the head of a lion, a green mane, and pure white fur. It let out a roar that shook the heavens. The creature was furious, roaring again, its voice echoing throughout the vast area. A blue bird plunged its head into the ground, covering itself with its wings, trembling violently while crying. Hoo-h! Two white rabbits with sharp horns also cowered and knelt in the same way. A group of longhorn goats was no exception. Chen Shu's group was extremely stunned, and the proctor couldn't help but exclaim, "The pressure is too terrifying." A massive wave of energy shot straight up into the sky with a loud boom. Mr. Xie and Su Jingjing simultaneously asked, "It looks like a huge one, at least black iron rank." "Chen Bai, what should we do?" Chen Shu, unfazed, said, "Let's observe first. If we can't win, we'll run." Chen Shu commanded, "Little Thunder, let's go." The proctor, seeing this, shouted, "Damn it, are you crazy?" He raised his hand to stop the students. "Don't go, I'm not even sure I can win." Chen Shu's group anxiously asked, "You can't win? Why?" The proctor replied, flustered, "That's right." Chen Shu's group all thought about the 100 points they could earn and their eyes gleamed with excitement. The whole group shouted, "The final exam day is here." Some even offered points, rushing towards the maximum score. "We've made it here." Chen Bai charged at the beast, swoosh. The beast was still growling fiercely. Meanwhile, Chen Shu's group was flying towards the scene, ready to fight. The Black Crow group, with their purple lightning, gathered together, all attacking the white lion in the lake below. The students below curiously looked on, wondering what was happening. Everyone's face showed shock and concern, and someone yelled, "Did the beasts take medicine too?" A young man with purple hair, his face filled with panic, sweating, said, "Damn it, it can't be this bad, right?" In front of Li Wu Shuang, Chen Bai was racing ahead like the wind, an ominous feeling rising. Mr. Li muttered to himself, "Damn it, it's Chen Shu again. With such a big disturbance, what has he done? Did he dig up the beast's den?" Li Wu Shuang turned to the others and ordered, "Disperse, evacuate the students in the other spaces." Upon hearing this, the others quickly rushed to evacuate the students in the different spaces. Chen Bai continued to soar through the sky, his speed unchanging. A system panel suddenly appeared before Chen Shu, offering 4 choices. Choice 1, let Duming take action, give up on high scores, prioritize safety. Reward, complete beast taming in large quantities. Choice 2, think of an escape plan, calmly flee. Reward, complete. Increase elemental beast damage by 5%. Choice 3, jump straight into the lightning. The battle with the monarch, the reward is the completion of a tombstone. On the tombstone, it is written that a brave person chose to give up 4 treasures in order to seek forgiveness for the fierce monarch. The reward for completion has been obscured. At this moment, Chen Bai is facing off with the white lion. For a brief moment, Chen Shu thought to himself, this time, the choices the system offers are all about giving up. It seems this beast is truly powerful. Chen Shu's face showed a contemplative expression as his hand rested on his chin, thinking. But to give up like this? At that moment, an image suddenly appeared in Chen Shu's thoughts of a medicinal herb growing from a crack in a stone, an herb of strange quality. Chen Shu's eyes lit up, and he broke into a wide smile. His hand suddenly emitted a golden aura as he said, "Then, let's give it a try." A golden orb suddenly flew out, and Chen Shu raised his hand and shouted, "Slime." The slime looked at the enemy with eyes like bullets. It let out a loud cry and rushed directly towards the white lion, which was growling. The white lion emitted a powerful, bluish-white aura, and its strength radiated out fiercely. The slime charged at breakneck speed. At the same time, Chen Shu commanded, "Slime, gigantification." Its body immediately began to grow exponentially, resembling a giant ball that slammed into the white lion's back. The impact made the white lion open its mouth wide and stare in surprise, waiting for the moment the lion would let its guard down.
He immediately ordered Chun Bai.
This was the moment, thunder bird. From above, Chen Bai blew out a fierce gust of wind downward, while the white lion and the slime were still dazed from the collision. The lion temporarily stopped its attack.
Chen Shu quickly raised a hand and ordered, "Slime, retreat."
With a smug expression, Chen Shu held 2 tubes in his hand.
He said, "Now, let's proceed." The white lion tried to shake its head a few times to regain its focus. Once it recovered, it immediately took a deep breath and roared. Even Chen Bai's ice and snow couldn't hold it back any longer. Chen Bai quickly ascended and looked down. With all this commotion, had the pack of beasts arrived?
Suddenly, 2 more beasts appeared beside the white lion. Chen Shu, full of confidence, held 2 chemical tubes in his hand, a mischievous smile on his face.
He said, "You can only cause trouble once."
Without hesitation, he swung his hand forcefully and threw the glass tube down below. As the small tube hit the ground, a loud explosion erupted with a boom boom sound. Taking advantage of the chaos created by the explosion, Chen Shu said, "This can only explode once, let's quickly return to the base."
Chen Shu looked at Su Jingjing and said, "As long as we get back to the base, we'll be safe."
Su Jingjing nodded in response. Chen Bai shot upwards like an arrow, heading high into the sky, far from the mountain ranges. The white lion, filled with rage, shouted loudly.
"Yes, there are many other beasts around the white lion now," it ordered. "Yes, continue chasing."
Elsewhere, Mr. Yi, while sipping his tea, felt his hand tremble with each passing wave. He placed the teacup down, his eyes scanning the surroundings with suspicion.
"What's going on here?"
As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Yi saw a pack of savage beasts charging towards them. They were chasing Chen Bai, and the sight was so shocking that he spat out his drink. Chen Shu and Mr. Xie were frantically running away when suddenly a sharp ice pillar shot up, blocking their path.
Chen Shu screamed, "Mr. Yi, help!"
Mr. Yi, seeing the little brat leading a pack of spirit beasts toward them, was about to lose his temper.
Damned brat, always causing trouble. The white lion had arrived and unleashed its electric power with a violent roar.
Mr. Yi stood ready across from it, gathering his spiritual energy, preparing to make his move. A second later, Mr. Yi summoned a massive black bear.
The lion's eyes widened in shock upon seeing it.
The bear was far larger than the lion, and it let out a mighty roar that shook the entire area.
No wonder it was the spirit beast of a powerful cultivator.
As its roar echoed through the air, it unleashed a terrifying force. In an instant, all the spirit beasts near the white lion were sent flying backward, as light as a feather. Mr. Yi turned back, his demeanor calm as he picked up his teacup and took a sip. Around him, the sound of the spirit beasts crashing to the ground could be heard. Li Wushuang, standing behind, was also fuming at his students.
"Can't go one day without causing trouble, huh?"
He also released a burst of purple spiritual energy toward the front.
"Go!"
Immediately, a giant serpent with spotted markings appeared. It opened its massive mouth, revealing a set of sharp fangs.
The white lion, which had been so majestic earlier, now looked utterly pathetic.
It had been repeatedly struck by the leopard and the black bear to the point where it couldn't even open its eyes.
At that moment, the 3 young leopards finally sat down, sighing in relief. "Finally, we're safe."
Chen Shu turned to ask Teacher Li.
"That's right, I see everyone has returned. Did the exam end early?"
Li Wushuang was so angry he could have smashed his student's head open. He yelled furiously, "If you keep talking, you'll be the reason the other dimension became unstable, forcing us to end the exam early."
Hearing that, Chen Shu was stunned.
He looked at the teachers in confusion.
"I didn't do anything, why is it my fault?"
At that moment, Teacher Du Ming walked over and handed Li Wushuang a recording device. It was the recording of the exam. Mr. Yi and Mr. Li watched the small screen intently, their faces tight with tension. Chen Shu had a bad feeling and whispered to his companions, "Let's go quickly." But as he turned around, he was immediately blocked by Mr. Li's leopard. It seemed there was no way out now. Mr. Ye's cold voice echoed from behind. "You've stolen the treasure of the king of bandits, and now, where do you think you're going?" Feeling frustrated, Chen Shu broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself in fear, so they're going to settle the score now? Chen Shu tried to force a reluctant smile and replied, "What is it?" "Let me explain." What followed was a very familiar scene of talking nonsense. Chen Shu used all words and body language to try to explain things to Mr. Yi and Mr. Li. Finally, she concluded, "That's the main point." After talking for a while, Chen Shu silently chanted a mantra to herself. In the end, Mr. Yi just waved his hand and said, "All right, you go back to the hotel and rest first." Upon hearing this, Chen Shu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that she had managed to deceive them. Su Jingjing beside her was equally nervous, indeed. Xia Sunan directly clung to Chen Shu's arm, crying, "Ho-hu, you scared me to death just now." Xiao Jing and Chen Shu couldn't stand the sight of the tough guy crying, so they both kicked Mr. Xia away. Go! The moon had risen high, and the night had enveloped the entire competition area, where countless pairs of red eyes were lurking in the dark, preparing to hunt. The scene was dark and quiet, with the shadow of someone glancing furtively from side to side. If you looked closely, you could see it was Mr. Yi. He was walking alone in the dark, as though searching for something. This action was highly suspicious. The school bus carrying the students was nearing the school. At the school gate, the parents had been waiting for a long time. Chen Shu looked happily at the familiar scene outside the window, realizing that they were almost home. He turned to ask the other three girls, "That's right, what about the three of you?" Xiao Yu replied, "Average level, you can still apply to a prestigious university like Jingdu University." Qing Han and Xiaobing also shyly answered, I will also study at Jingdu University." "Me too." Upon hearing that, Chen Shu smiled and gave the three of them a thumbs up. "That's great, if anything happens, you can come find me at Huaxia Academy." Xiaobing was stunned, her face filled with an incredulous joy as she asked, "So, the male lead won't disappoint us?" He cheerfully responded, "Everyone's a friend, I'll give you a 10% discount." Hearing this, all five of them simultaneously displayed an expression of utter disdain towards Chen Shu. Finally, the bus came to a stop, and the parents began calling out to each other to pick up their children. "We've arrived, finally home." Before getting off the bus, Su Jingjing thoughtfully patted Chen Shu on the back and said, "My bro, there's a reason you're still single." The person in question, however, did not understand the implication and looked at Jingjing in confusion. "What do you mean by that?" Su Jingjing knew that Chen Shu's emotional intelligence had reached freezing point, so he didn't bother explaining. He went ahead and said, "Let's go, we've arrived, get off the bus." Chen Shu awkwardly responded, "All right," and the matter was promptly forgotten. Every student was met with their parents carrying inquiries after the long trip. "How did the exam go?" "I heard there was an unexpected situation at your exam location." "Were you injured?" Those were the questions the parents asked their children. Chen Shu's father was also one of them. He eagerly asked his son, "Son, are you okay?" But there is one flaw, he also likes to inquire more broadly, "Are your friends okay? Is the other space okay?" Chen Shu was left speechless by this barrage of strange questions. What kind of issue is this? Logically speaking, shouldn't a father ask about his son's situation? And, while it's understandable that he's concerned about my friends, why is he worried about another space? Chen Shu's father, a close confidant, threw his arm around his son's shoulder. "Isn't it because I understand you so well? Come on, let's go. Now, I'll take care of you, and we'll go home to enjoy some delicious food." Nearby, Su Jingjing was preparing to get into the car to go home. As soon as Chen Shu saw him, he suddenly remembered something and called out to his friend.
Xiao Jing.
Su Jingjing turned around, curious.
What's up?
Chen Shu pulled out a bag that looked like birdseed. Seeing it, Chen Shu's father was startled.
Where did you get this from?
The people nearby, noticing the suspicious bag in Chen Shu's hands, instinctively stepped back a few feet.
What was that thing?
Seeing their over-the-top reaction to his bag, Chen Shu felt a bit helpless.
What's there to be afraid of? I don't plan to do anything.
Saying that, he happily walked over to Su Jingjing and handed it to him.
This is what I got this time, you handle it.
Handing it over to Su Jingjing was actually Chen Shu's plan all along. Besides, as for the treasure of the white lion, I'm not sure either. His family runs a beast-taming business, so it might fetch a good price.
Hearing that, Su Jingjing didn't hold back anymore.
The young man accepted it and happily replied, "All right, all set." Chen Shu, goodbye Su Jingjing, see you later, and then they each went their separate ways home. It was a full moon evening in the city, and its light shone down on the buildings. At Chen Shu's house, he was having a very lavish dinner with his father and mother. His mother, kind-hearted, smiled and asked him,
"Son, how's everything?"
Chen Shu raised 2 fingers in a victory sign, his face full of joy as he replied,
"It's fine."
His father couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and throw a sarcastic remark.
"Fine, huh? Fine at your house?" Hearing that, Chen Shu immediately pouted and retorted, "What do you mean, at my house?"
"Your son will be accepted into Huaxia Academy." His mother smiled and agreed.
Huaxia Academy sounds great. By then, Fong Sidili will have a friend.
It was at this point that Chen Shu suddenly remembered, oh right, he forgot to tell Fong Sidili. That night, in Chen Shu's room, he was lying on his bed scrolling through his phone before going to sleep.
The tapping sound came, like someone's exam results, not his own.
It turned out he was chatting in a group.
Chen Shu sent a message to everyone. "Everything's going smoothly, and soon, I'll be heading to the capital."
Mr. Xie and Jingjing both sent 2 got it emojis. While texting, suddenly, a notification appeared on the screen. "Dear Chen Shu, congratulations on successfully advancing to Beast Tamer Black Iron rank.
You can now log into the Beast Taming Guild account. The login method is below."
Seeing this notification, Chen Shu was also a bit stunned.
That was fast?
I'd just become a Black Iron rank not long ago, and I didn't expect the association to already send a message, truly worthy of being a government website. The screen displayed a mailbox, and upon clicking to open the link, Chen Shu tapped it. The camera appeared, starting to scan his face, a security step for the account. After the system matched the information, the screen displayed, "You have successfully logged in." The interface then showed the 3 ranks of Beast Tamers, the Golden rank, White Silver rank, and Black Iron rank. Chen Shu selected his current rank, which was Black Iron rank, the lowest of the 3. Then, a series of items appeared on the screen, with options like buy and sell treasures, exchange information, and beast taming experience. However, every item had a price of at least 7 digits or more. Seeing the values, the protagonist felt like his eyes were about to pop out.
Damn it, why is everything so expensive?
He could only silently shed tears.
Chant the mantra, "Can't afford it, can't afford it."
Suddenly, Chen Shu thought of something, and his eyes immediately lit up as he said,
"I just remembered I have a customization skill."
He seriously scrolled through his phone, realizing that he would need to calculate things carefully. But after a while, Chen Shu began to feel dizzy and overwhelmed. He weakly pulled away from the screen and stopped looking. "This website's items are too complicated, I'll just ask Mr. Li tomorrow." Chen Shu tossed the phone aside and went to bed. After that grueling exam, he finally had a peaceful night's sleep on his familiar bed. A quiet night passed by without a sound. Chen Shu had drifted off to sleep, but his phone suddenly vibrated beside him. It was a call from Su Jingjing.
Still half asleep, Chen Shu grabbed the phone, groggily answering it while frowning. Who's this? It's so early.
On the other end, Su Jingjing's excited voice rang out.
Chen Shu, we're about to get rich. Chen Shu felt as though Su Jingjing was practically jumping through the phone with excitement.
After the call from Su Jingjing, Chen Shu and the two friends immediately met up at a restaurant.
As Su Jingjing was about to eat, Chen Shu casually asked, "What did you mean by getting rich over the phone just now?"
Su Jingjing put his bowl of noodles down and leaned in close to Chen Shu, speaking in a mysterious tone, "That stone of yours is worth nearly 100 million. Chen Shu was so shocked that his hand shook, dropping the bread he was holding.
He looked at Su Jingjing with wide eyes. 100 million, nearly 100 million?
Su Jingjing explained, that stone is called Qin Biao, it's black iron rank, and it has only one function: permanently increase attributes.
There are two stones, one has fire attributes, the other light attributes. They can increase around 10% of your attributes. Chen Shu's eyes lit up.
He thought about his silly dog at home, and the attributes seemed to be a perfect fit for a husky. Excited, Chen Shu slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, "I'll sell it." He said clearly to his two friends, "With the 200 million from selling it, we'll split the money evenly."
Once everything was settled, Chen Shu stretched his arms comfortably and said, finally finished handling the evidence. "Where are we going next?" His companion let out a bored yawn.
Xie Sunan, who had been silent until now, spoke up, "Mr. Li is hosting a party for the class." He looked at Chen Shu with concern.
"But I can see you're really sleepy. How about you head home and get some rest?"
Chen Shu waved it off, "It's fine, I slept at 4 a.m. and woke up at 7. King of Hell praised my health." He stood up and said to the others, "Let's go, it's getting late.
Time to head out."
Mr. Xie clapped Su Jing on the shoulder and replied, "All right then." The place they arrived at was another quite popular restaurant, easily recognizable by its sign. Inside, there were people coming and going, and every table was full. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed loudly. Chen Shu and his friends entered the restaurant, looking slightly out of place, but oh well. When the rest of the class saw the three of them, they seemed a bit excited. It looked like Chen Shu's appearances always left a deep psychological impact on them.
Chen Shu quickly said, "Don't be nervous, today I'll pretend I'm not here. I won't bring out the bag of tricks. You guys continue with your conversation."
Then he noticed Li Wuxuan carrying a tray back to his seat and called out, "Li teacher, I have something I'd like to ask you." Seeing the male lead heading in a different direction, the entire class let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that he really wasn't going to do anything to them after all. Back on the other side, Chen Shu asked Li Wuxuan, "Li teacher, do you know of any skills that would suit my husky? I want to set up a skill for it. It seems like this is a bit of a problem." Li teacher pondered and replied, "Let me think about this." In Mr. Li's mind, he was listing a series of skills like Elemental Burst, Divine Bow, Great Primordial Path, Elemental Pressure, Elemental Shock, Elemental Bullet, and Elemental Magic, but then he scratched them all out. The scene changed, and the grand entrance of the university appeared in a room inside that building. The professors were holding some sort of meeting. On the large screen in the room, the footage of Chen Shu fighting that day was being played. Even the image of them doing something bad, mixing laxatives into the food, was clearly shown. And of course, the scene of fighting the high-level white lion as well. After watching the video, everyone fell into a deep existential doubt. Only Mr. Yi remained calm, sipping his coffee, seemingly accustomed to such images. One of the professors, outraged, spoke up, "Is this something a high school student can actually do?" After the professor voiced his opinion, another professor, wearing glasses, chimed in theory, this doesn't look like something a high school student would do, and in practice, it looks even less like it. Have we investigated his identity? The blonde-haired guy next to him replied, "We've compared him with the list of domestic wanted criminals and found no issues." The bespectacled professor still seemed uneasy. He asked again, "What about international wanted criminals?" The blonde-haired guy looked at him and answered helplessly, "Surely it hasn't come to that?" However, the bespectacled professor didn't seem satisfied with the result.
He snapped, I feel like it has. Let me take a look. The blonde-haired guy had no choice but to scroll through the records again. I'll check it one more time. There really isn't any record. Mr. Yi also seemed to lose his patience with the professor's stubbornness. He interjected, I already said there's nothing. The professor who had spoken first now addressed the group. What do you all think we should do now? How many points should he get, or should we give him the full score? The bespectacled professor still wouldn't let it go. I don't think that's appropriate. His behavior was too reckless, and it seemed like he didn't consider the consequences at all. Fortunately, this was an exam under supervision. If it had been a real-life situation, who knows how much damage it could have caused. I propose a score of 180. It's quite a low mark, said the professor with a bald head. I don't see it that way. I think both his combat experience and beast-taming abilities are excellent. He's worthy of recruitment. The person next to him nodded and said, I also agree with Professor Zhang Yun's opinion. Though a bit mischievous, a student bold enough to provoke a ferocious beast, just that kind of fearless mindset alone deserves a full score. Moreover, he turned to question the bespectacled professor. Since when did Huaxia Academy become afraid of accepting troublesome individuals? Initially, the goal was to cultivate talent. Honestly, admitting ordinary people is nothing but a waste of resources, isn't it? The bespectacled professor was left speechless, jumping up in frustration. Then, let the professors reach a consensus. If that's the case, let's settle on this, 254 points as the intermediary score. Professor Zhang Yun and Mr. Yi both simultaneously agreed with this proposal. All right. The blonde-haired guy also smiled and nodded. Okay, it's decided then. As for the bespectacled professor, he darkened his face and snorted. Outnumbered 4-1, he had no chance of winning. Back at the restaurant, Chen Shu's class was having a celebration. While the kid happily played his game, Li Wuxuang furrowed his brow as he looked at his phone. Li Wuxuang spoke up and asked, Chen Shu, do you think the Flame Ragebug Overlord's talent skill, which maintains attack, could suit Husky? He handed his phone over so that Chen Shu could see the information on the screen. It was a skill that sustained attacks. Every time a skill was released, the damage of the next skill would increase by 1%, and the duration could be extended for an additional 3 minutes. After pondering for a while, Li Wuxuang's brow remained furrowed. He still didn't think it was right. The skill only adds 1% damage when a skill is unleashed, and the battle wouldn't last long enough for it to be effective. Li teacher decided to overlook the skill practiced earlier. Your Husky doesn't have many skills to add either. How about we check something else out? Chen Shu, the person in question, felt a little hesitant about the teacher's perfectionism. He replied, then, I'll go with what you suggest. Suddenly, a system screen popped up in front of Chen Shu, displaying 3 options. Option 1, learn the skill Maintain Attack, completion reward, increase maintain attack by 1. Option 2, learn the skill Thunder Strike Release, completion reward, increase Thunder Strike Release by 1. Option 3, learn the skill Bone Rate Attack, completion reward, increase Bone Rate Attack by 1. Chen Shu's mouth curved into a wide grin, and he thought excitedly, isn't this the skill upgrade I've been waiting for? Thoughts became actions. Chen Shu waved at Li Wuxuang and said, wait, teacher, I want this one. The next day, Chen Shu made custom requests and happily worked through the system's parameters, selecting Maintain Attack. A few days later, Chen Shu continued researching new medicinal materials, and the results weren't bad. Judging by his grin, you could tell just how happy he was. Life continued to be hectic, and soon enough, it was time to announce the results. In an internet CAF, the excited voice of someone checking the scores rang out, damn it, there's a great deity, come see, 605 points. A few people gathered in front of the computer screen to check their exam results. Everyone marveled, saying, over 600 points? That must be a student from the special class, right? At another machine, a girl, after checking her results, joyfully exclaimed, oh my god, I passed. I passed. Behind them, a familiar figure shook his head and sighed. Young people really don't know much. The one who sighed was also one of the young people. Chen Shu turned to ask his two friends, Xiao Jing, Mr. Xia, how many points did you get? Xia Sunan, looking like a bold and excited young man, glanced at the screen and answered, 62 points. Su Jingjing, holding the mouse, stared at the screen in disbelief. He responded, 642 points. After hearing the shocking scores of his friends, Chen Shu finally moved the mouse to check his own score. Very good, next is my turn. The cursor moved across the screen and stopped at the Click to View button. Immediately, the screen displayed the candidate's information along with the score: Chen Shu, cultural score 400, potential evaluation score 20, combat score 245, additional points for exceeding provincial exam limits 20, total score 685. As the results appeared, the entire internet CAF erupted in a stir. Damn it, is the cultural score really the maximum? Is this still a person? Now, this is the great deity. The total score of 60 years ago is nothing at all. Chen Shu, the person in question, was so admired by everyone that his face beamed with pride. He waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, nothing at all, just a perfect score, don't get too excited, I'm just a mediocre student." Someone recognized him and exclaimed excitedly, "Damn it, this is the fierce Nanjiang." Chen Shu, stepping up to become the great deity, with many people around eager to approach him. "Fierce one, yes, it's the fierce one, I love you, please sign for me." As he saw the crowd rushing towards him, Chen Shu's smile immediately faded. "Damn it, this situation is not good, we need to get out of here." Chen Shu hurriedly squeezed his way out of the frenzied crowd. The one who bore the brunt was Su Jingjing, who was being overwhelmed by the crowd, causing a panic. Xiao Jing helplessly shouted, "I'm not the fierce one, don't kiss me, don't pull down my pants, let go of me." The entrance to the internet CAF seemed to be the calmest place at that moment. Chen Shu looked at the crowd dispersing from the CAF and sighed in relief. Finally, they're spreading out. Maybe it'll be fine now. A mournful voice rose. Chen Shu saw that Su Jingjing had finally been released and stepped outside. However, looking at this body, it seemed that what he had just gone through wasn't easy. Xiao Jing was covered in love bites, his clothes disheveled. Xiao Jing whined, "I was kissed to death by a group of men." Chen Shu knew that whatever he said would be pointless, so he chose not to comment. He asked, "Where's Mr. Xie?" Su Jingjing wiped his face with a towel and replied, "It was so chaotic, I couldn't see clearly." Maybe he's feeling a bit desperate. He's still in the car, too afraid to come out. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Sunan's voice rang out, "Who said that?" Chen Shu and Xiao Jing turned to look. Their Mr. Xia was immaculate, without a single stain, stepping out, completely different from Su Jingjing, who was a mess after the cold wind just now. Chen Shu smiled and complimented him, "Well done, Mr. Xie. You really have some skills." But Su Jingjing just laughed awkwardly, walked over to slap Mr. Xie, and said, "If you're fine, then why are your legs shaking like that?" Xia Sunan smiled with a sense of depth, a quiet stillness in the slight shake of his head. 2 long tears streamed down the corners of his eyes. Soldier Xia Sunan reported, "My pants got torn by someone. Hoo-hoo, I'm so angry." This answer seemed even more pitiful and cold than Su Jingjing's body covered in kisses. Both of them fell silent, staring at Mr. Xie's torn pants, silently mourning for them. The pants were already torn, but the sight of the two in front of him struggling to hold back their laughter forced Xie Sunan to urge them on. "What are you looking at me for? It's already midnight, let's go home." Xiao Jing and Chen Shu covered their mouths, trembling with laughter, and after a while, they managed to utter a word. The streets were deserted, and the three of them walked, but Xia Sunan had the most peculiar gait. Suddenly, all three of them stopped walking. Xiao Jing threw his arm around the shoulders of the other two, and they exchanged knowing glances, looking back and forth, before bursting into loud laughter, breaking the silence of the streets. They continued walking arm in arm, laughing all the way. The moon tonight was crescent-shaped, and Chen Shu's house was immersed in silence,
but he was still awake. His achievements might just be enough to get him into Huaxia Academy.
The husky excitedly barked "Wolf, wolf," chasing the slime around the room.
Unless something unexpected happened, Chen Shu guessed that tomorrow the admission letter and the customization skills would arrive. It was great. He remembered the senior he had met. Everyone at Huaxia Academy was a genius, just like Senior Feng Si. Chen Shu looked at his silly dog, and suddenly remembered that aside from leveling up Husky's skills, he also needed to prepare some items in case they were needed.
A mischievous look appeared on Chen Shu's face.
He had to make a bit of laxative medicine. He wondered who would be fortunate enough to drink it. Chen Shu closed his eyes, and electric currents began to flicker around him. Numerous vials of medicine appeared around him. Chen Shu kept his eyes closed, concentrating on concocting his medicine, his hands moving swiftly and deftly.
Finally, morning arrived, and a new day began.
Chen Shu stretched, yawning, relieved that he had finished his training. His desk was cluttered with dark, ominous vials of medicine.
He couldn't keep going anymore.
No, he needed to sleep a little.
Chen Shu tiredly crawled into his bed.
At that moment, his mother walked over, knocked on the door, and said, "Chen Shu, the Imperial Dragon Guard has delivered the materials." Hearing this, Chen Shu felt like he had been injected with a burst of adrenaline and immediately sprang up, his eyes shining brightly.
"Is it the skill customization materials?" he asked excitedly, rushing to open the door. A young man, smiling brightly, greeted Chen Shu.
"Hello, Chen Shu. I'm Xue Wu, responsible for escorting the materials from the Fish Dragon Guard." He handed over a box and said, "These are the materials for skill customization." Chen Shu took it, smiling and constantly thanking him.
Thank you, thank you."
After handing over the materials, Xue Wu immediately slammed the door and left, while Chen Shu stood there grinning foolishly by the door. His eyes were sparkling like stars as he quickly ran back to his room, holding the box. Finally, he could give his husky a permanent new skill. The dumb dog, hearing its name mentioned in something about a permanent skill, looked even more confused. Chen Shu didn't say much, grabbing his dog with one hand and dragging it away. The male lead grabbed the husky, opened the door to his room, and went inside. Soon after, a blinding light flashed through the crack of the door. Something on the husky's body made a sizzling sound before shutting off. Chen Shu asked impatiently, "Did you fail to comprehend?" But he wasn't worried. "Fortunately, I bought 80%. I don't believe you need to use everything to comprehend." The husky was startled. He pinned it down and shoved the medicine into its mouth. "Take it." The husky was once again surrounded by a surge of power, which then faded, making him clench his fist and hold back before trying to feed the medicine again, only for it to cut off amidst Chen Shu's frustrated sigh. The husky didn't understand any of it, only sitting in a corner, crying. The male lead was also crying. He had already used it 7 times, but it still didn't work. He looked at the 8th bottle of medicine, with only one more chance left, shoving it into the husky's mouth with a threatening tone. "If this doesn't work, I'll kill you." This time, the husky went through a rough ordeal. A system notification popped up, "System selection completed, reward obtained, attack increase +1. Please note, maintain secondary attack level." Each time a skill is unleashed, the damage of the next skill increases by 3%, and an additional 3 minutes of duration can be added. Chen Shu sighed with relief this time. He had finally succeeded. He almost felt like killing the dog. A book titled Divine Technique, Clone suddenly appeared in his hand. He read the explanation from the system about the level 1 clone skill, actively used it, and created a clone that would last for a certain period. The clone inherited all the skills of the original body, except for the clone itself. He stretched with joy. Finally, it was over, and there was still some time left to try making a new diarrhea medicine. He started laughing happily as he crafted the medicine. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed on the door. Chen Shu, open the door. He recognized the voice. It was old Yi. His admission notice had arrived. "What's up?" He hurried to open the door. Before he could finish his sentence, Olji stormed into the room.
I'm so thirsty.
Without a second thought, he grabbed the glass of water from the table. Olji gulped it down before Chenshu could stop him.
After finishing, Olji turned around and asked curiously, "What's going on? Is something wrong?" The male protagonist scratched his head, showing confusion. "It's nothing, nothing," he quickly replied. He changed the topic. "Mr. Yi, did you come to deliver the admission letter for me?"
Olji handed him the letter.
"Yes."
Chenshu took it with joy.
Mr. Yi then asked, "Where are your parents?"
Chenshu replied, "They just went out."
"I can read it by myself." He opened the letter.
Inside was the admission notice from Huaxia Academy.
He jumped up with joy. Mr. Yi suggested, "That's right, brat, do you want to make some money during the vacation?
I have a student who has a mission in another dimension.
Would you be interested in going along? The male protagonist is truly someone who loves money like you. It doesn't matter what the mission is, what matters is the reward."
Olji immediately mentioned a figure, dividing it by 1/9, you get 5 million.
The man's face clearly showed disdain. What kind of mission is worth only 500,000? Didn't Olji get this attitude? Once he understood, he scolded, "Is your brain working normally? Do you really think you'll get the remaining 90%? He asked, "Isn't that right? The ruthless Nanjiang has always eaten the meat, when did he switch to drinking soup?" Then he thought again, "Let me think.
If I get so bored that it gives me a stomachache, I'll take it."
Olji was confused. "What do you mean by bored to the point of a stomachache?"
Suddenly, his stomach growled, interrupting the conversation. He held his stomach in confusion. Damn it, how could my body, being at the golden rank, still have a stomach ache? Chenshu looked at the cup of water, not taking any medicine. She secretly sighed, not expecting that this diarrhea medicine would still work on a golden beast tamer.
"I can't let him know I did this." Chenshu kindly asked, "Mr. Yi, are you all right?"
He waved his hand, a little uncomfortable. "I'll leave now.
If you really want to take the job, just give me a call."
Suddenly, his footsteps faltered.
"This isn't right. I am a golden tier beast tamer. How could I have a stomachache? Could it be?"
He remembered the cup of water he had just drunk when he entered the room.
He looked worried. "Damn it, is Mr. Yi going to find out soon?"
Olji stared at him. "That cup of water of yours."
Chenshu quickly changed the subject. "What water? Was it chicken broth?" Olji's face turned red with anger. "How could you not know?
Back at the fiery Sun Mountain, it was all you who poisoned it, causing the beasts there to go berserk." The two locked eyes, sparks flying between them.
The male lead finally gave in. "Fine, I admit it, I was conducting an experiment."
Olji, hearing this, was on the verge of exploding, but Chenshu quickly added, "But I need to clarify this, I didn't mean to poison you."
"You drank it yourself, didn't you?"
The old man was speechless, at a loss for words.
You're making my stomach hurt too much." With that, he staggered off. "Brat, I'll deal with you later."
Chenshu thought the old man was being unreasonable. Next time, he wouldn't introduce that woman who dances in the square to him. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket rang. He picked up the phone and greeted the person on the other end.
"Hello, Sister Fong Si."
The woman on the other end was sitting in a daze.
"Chenshu, do you have any plans for the holiday?"
He sat down comfortably on the sofa, preparing to make some money.
He had already bought the socks, and when the time came, he would put them on his head.
Fong Si couldn't help but mutter 2 words to him, "Bastard, the holiday's here, go meet your sister." The beast taming team had a teammate who encountered some issues and needed a replacement. "Just in time, you've reached Black Iron rank, so come over and help your sister out." The system presented 4 options. Option 1, agree with Fong Si and go to another space together.
Completion reward, lost skill book.
Option 2, agree with Yi Ching and carry out the mission with other students. Completion reward, large amount of beast taming power.
Option 3, stay in the black market shop and make money by brewing potions.
Completion reward, 2 extreme level 2 fruits.
Option 4, travel with Xie Sunan and relax. Completion reward, additional husky intelligence.
The protagonist was confused.
What the hell is option 4? Husky intelligence or skill book selection?
In the end, the protagonist said to Feng Si, "Alright, I'll go over." After finishing the task, he turned off the device. Long thought to himself, before going, he should meet up with Xiao Jing and the others. He called Xiao Jing, "Let's go out tonight, I'll treat everyone to dinner." Looking at the restaurant, which resembled a castle, Chen Shu was stunned.
"I told you to pick a place, not to try to squeeze me dry."
Even more so, he was pissed. He pointed to the person behind him and questioned his teammate, "Why is he here too?"
Holding the menu in his hand with shocking prices, pork trotters 66.66 yuan, longfin tuna 68.88 yuan, chicken salad 59.66 yuan, phoenix tail 29.99 yuan. The male lead's face darkened. Is it really that expensive?
While he was sighing, his companions had already started ordering this, that, and more.
Jing Jing quickly folded the menu.
"Let's do it like this, and then go comfort the friend who's crying."
Chen Shu, stop looking at it.
"I'll treat today." His tears froze in place.
Jing Jing explained, "I'm preparing to go abroad, and before I leave, I wanted to treat everyone to a meal." The male lead happily tossed the menu aside. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Why suddenly want to go abroad?"
Jing Jing sat down at the table. "My father said he's found a skilled beast tamer abroad, and wants me to study under him for a while."
"What about you guys? What are your plans for the holidays?" Sunan answered, "I've been a bit tired these past years, so I plan to travel." The male lead said, "I plan to go to Jingdu University." Teacher Li expressed concern, "Are you planning to change your place of crime and go with Feng Si?" He was speechless. Why call it changing the place of crime? This is called contributing to Jingdu University.
Jing Jing raised his glass. "No matter what kind of contribution it is, let's eat and drink our fill today.
Tonight, we drink until we drop, and we won't leave until we're completely drunk."
The male lead and Mr. Xie enthusiastically raised their glasses, vowing not to leave until they were drunk.
The scene of 4 people dining at a 10-seat table was truly warm and cozy. The 4 clinked their glasses together and drank up. Outside, the streetlights had come on.
The trio staggered along noisily.
"Xiao Jing, when are you coming back from abroad? Don't forget your brothers, okay?" Hoo. "Xiao Jing, I'll miss you." "Oh right, do you still have a patient uniform? Give me a set." Teacher Li looked at them and sighed inwardly, "Youth really is a wonderful thing."
The teacher reminded Chen Shu, "Slow down, don't fall and die."
Chen Shu, "Well, you rejected me." "Teacher, don't worry, I'm not drunk, you don't have to hold me." The teacher actually wanted to say more, but just as he was about to speak, the phone rang.
The male lead, like a drunk ghost, picked up the phone. "Hello."
Teacher Li quickly snatched the phone and answered instead, "Xiaobing, I'm with Chen Shu on Jiangjing Road. He's drunk, sorry to trouble you to come pick him up. The riverside isn't far from the restaurant. He's lying on the sidewalk." "Mr. Li, I'm sleepy, I want to go home." The old man replied, "Go home, I'll let you go home in a bit, but before that, I have a surprise for you." Hearing this, Chen Shu's eyes lit up like stars. "Just give me money, I don't need a surprise." Seeing Xia Bing and Xiao Yu approaching, Mr. Li confirmed, "You still need it. Teacher can only help you up to this point." Xia Bing, wearing a light blue dress, stepped forward. Mr. Li pushed him toward her. Xia Bing caught him and asked with concern, Chen Shu, how are you?" He seemed to be drunk, and Mr. Li quickly ran away. Xia Bing supported the male lead. "Xiao Yu, let's take him home."
Xiao Yu, seeing Mr. Li hide behind a street lamp, immediately understood.
From a distance, Mr. Li spoke. I can only help you this much.
The three quickly arrived at Chen Shu's house. Xiao Yu rang the doorbell repeatedly, but no one answered.
She guessed that no one was home.
Xia Bing, seeing that Chen Shu was fast asleep, asked.
So what do we do now? This is just what Xiao Yu wants. I have a solution.
Xia Bing was happy to hear that, her eyes lighting up.
What solution? Xiao Yu offered an idea.
There's a hotel nearby.
Why don't you take him there? Xia Bing blushed at the suggestion.
This. Xiao Yu pushed them both and said.
Don't hesitate anymore, I have to go home soon. She emphasized.
If you don't make proper arrangements for him, he'll be left alone soon, and he might end up sleeping on the street.
Xia Bing looked at him, thought for a moment, and then decided. All right, then let's take him to the hotel.
The three of them helped each other to the hotel door. The male protagonist was supported on both sides by Xia Bing and Xiao Yu, right in front of this hotel. The city had grown late, with several tall buildings brightly lit. Inside the room, the two women were preparing to put Chen Shu to bed.
Su Xiaoyu, with a playful smile, teased, It's getting late, I'm heading back now.
Xia Bing, flustered, quickly looked up. Wait, I'll go back with you. Just as the two of them were about to leave, Chen Shu suddenly collapsed, his head hitting the ground.
Xia Bing panicked, turned around, and shouted, Chen Shu, try to help him back onto the bed.
Su Xiaoyu stood outside the door, arms crossed, teasing with a soft chuckle, winking with hidden meaning, good luck. Then she slammed the door shut and left, leaving the couple some privacy. Xia Bing, flustered and embarrassed, wanted to call after her, but the other girl had already disappeared. Looking back, she saw him soundly asleep, unaware of anything. She hesitated, her face turning red, her heart suddenly racing. She gazed intently at him, his sleeping form bringing their faces closer and closer, their lips nearly touching. At that moment, Chen Shu opened his eyes, and their gazes met. She froze, startled, and quickly sat up straight, shouting in explanation, I just wanted to check if you were awake. Suddenly, he grabbed her arm, struggling to sit up, and leaned his face toward her. She gasped, You. Before he had the chance to do anything, before he could even think about being romantic, Chen Shu had already thrown up all over the place. Xiaobing's face turned pale, her teeth clenched in frustration, her eyes widened in fury, unable to say a word. She was completely helpless. The next morning, as the sunlight streamed into the room, Chen Shu sat up in bed, shirtless, holding his head and letting out a soft groan, ugh. Looking down at his body, he froze in panic. Damn it, where are my clothes? He glanced around the room and suddenly realized, wait, is this a hotel? His eyes widened in shock. After getting drunk, he couldn't remember a single thing from the night before. In a rush, he yelled in terror. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and he nervously stared at it. The person opening the door right now is Xia Bing. She, seeing that he was awake, happily asked, Chen Shu, you're up? She lifted a bag of clothes. Here are your clothes. Chen Shu's face turned red, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. In her mind, Xia Bing was already imagining what had happened, thinking she'd somehow been eaten alive. She pulled the blanket tightly around her, screaming in panic as though someone had attacked her. Don't come near me! Xia Bing, who had just returned, was completely clueless, her head full of question marks. Finally, they both left the room together. As they walked, Chen Shu scratched his head awkwardly and said, About last night, I'm really sorry. He smiled nervously, I was so drunk I didn't know what was going on, so I misunderstood you. I apologize. Xiaobing's face also flushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed as she replied, It's fine, you've been very thoughtful. I've already taken your clothes to the laundry. Once they're done, I'll call you to let you know. Suddenly, he turned to look at her seriously, By the time the laundry's done, I might not be home anymore. I was planning to go away for a while, and I'm only telling you now. Xia Bing was taken aback,
her eyes widening in surprise as she asked, "Huh? You're not going to be home during the whole holiday?"
She suddenly felt a bit down, looking away, her hands tense and tightly clasped together, gathering all her courage to speak up.
Chen Shu, she looked him straight in the eyes. I also want to go to Imperial Capital. Could we go together?" That evening, at the tea house, the two girls were sitting and talking, their voices filled with astonishment. "What?" Su Xiaoyu, looking at Xiaobing in disbelief, asked, "You and Chen Shu are planning to go to Imperial Capital together?"
Blushing, Xiaobing admitted, "Yes, we'll meet in Dixing City and then fly together to Imperial Capital."
Su Xiaoyu's face lit up with excitement as she cheered. "Wow, Xiaobing is making the first move now?"
Then, as if thinking of something, she paused and hesitated. But soon, she shouted, "Got it!" After saying that, she jumped up, grabbing Xiaobing's hand and pulling her along.
"Let's go, I'm taking you to buy some things."
The other girl hadn't quite grasped what was going on, feeling flustered as Su Xiaoyu pulled her into a clothing store. She seemed quite excited, these were all weapons for the final battle. She took a red bra and held it up in front of Xiaobing to try it on. Xiaobing stood still, not moving an inch, her face as red as a tomato. Not just one, the two girls tried on several sets of bras.
"How about this one?"
Xiaobing shyly squeezed her eyes shut and screamed. "They're all fine," the other girl, addicted to shopping, picked out whichever one she liked, tossing it into the shopping cart.
"Perfect, take them all." Everything was seductive lingerie.
Su Xiaoyu teased Xiaobing, everything was ready, just waiting for the eastern wind to blow. On the Qinshu side, he was also preparing his stuff, putting everything into his bag and double-checking, flashlight, mental patient uniform, sack, and then the admission notice, and this too. Seeing that everything was enough, he was satisfied and put on his backpack, giving a light smile.
"Done, we can leave now." He went outside and saw his parents sitting there.
"Mom, Dad, I'm going to the Imperial Capital to hang out with Sister Fong Si." His father only gave a reminder, "Be careful."
He smiled reassuringly, "Thanks for your concern, I know."
But unexpectedly, his father added, "I'm talking about everyone, even the beasts stay safe."
He left in disappointment, opened the door, showing his dissatisfaction.
At the end of the sentence, Chen Shu had already seen the gloomy face outside the door. He jumped in shock and screamed loudly.
"Damn it, trouble has found me."
Looking at the large old man standing at the door, he nervously called out to Mr. Yi. Trying to appear calm, he stepped backward into the house, closed the door, and reassured himself that he must have opened it the wrong way.
But how could the old man let him go?
The old man grabbed his collar and stopped him, then threatened.
"Want to run?"
The two stood facing each other, the old man folding his arms with a stern expression.
"Where can you run to now?"
In this situation, Chen Shu could only kneel and beg loudly. "Mr. Yi, I was wrong, please, I beg you, forgive me." The old man's face turned dark, and his voice grew deeper.
"The diarrhea medicine."
Chen Shu panicked and raised his hand to cover his face, terrified.
"Don't hit me in the face."
Unexpectedly, the old man's attitude changed 180 degrees, his face turning red as he laughed with delight. "This is really too refreshing.
Give me some more."
Chen Shu stood frozen, his brain not able to catch up.
He couldn't believe it, shouting into the old man's face. "Damn it, Mr. Yi, are you a pervert?"
The old man cleared his throat and corrected himself.
"Ahem, what are you talking about? I'm making a very normal request."
Sweat started to form as he felt embarrassed. "To be honest, I've been constipated lately, and unfortunately, regular medicine hasn't worked." "Fortunately, your medicine has been very effective, so I'd like a little more." He listened in shock, his mouth agape and his mind spinning.
Even at the golden level, he's still constipated.
The old man, helpless, said, "At the golden level, eating a lot of fierce beast meat and having slow digestion, what's wrong with that?" Seeing that the old man truly just wanted to ask for more medicine, he chuckled and immediately agreed.
All right, as long as you're not here for revenge, everything is easy." With that, Lu rummaged through his bag. Wait a moment. Finally, he took out a black box. Found it.
The old man looked on in disbelief, his face full of confusion.
Are you using this bag to hold the medicine?
He smiled and explained.
I find it practical. The old man didn't ask for anything more, extending his hand to take it. That was it, he got what he needed and happily left. Well, I'll take this home and use it. If anything comes up, I'll contact you later.
Chen Shu waved him off with satisfaction. But once the old man had left, he suddenly realized, oh no, he forgot to tell him the dosage. But it wasn't that important. Worrying wouldn't help. Forget it, he'd leave it be.
The golden body might just be able to handle it. If it really couldn't, when it was time to visit, he'd go personally. No more issues now. He was ready to grab his backpack and head out.
Now, he needed to catch a bus quickly. In the city of Dixing, Chen Shu got off the bus, and before he could even take a proper look around, he saw a crowd of people holding banners. One person was standing, directing them, instructing to lift the banners a little higher. He couldn't make out the details clearly. As soon as he saw the scene, he immediately realized it, silently speechless, thinking to himself that he never expected Ouyang Bao to be so flashy, even promoting it all the way to the bus station. It seemed he would have to put in some effort.
He walked towards him and called out, Ouyang Bao. He immediately turned around, smiling brightly, Chen teacher.
Chen Shu approached him and enthusiastically started the conversation, brat, not bad, same level as me. He grinned like a flower, please take care of me in the future, teacher. He then placed his hand on his chest and politely asked, by the way, teacher, what made you think of Dixing City? A few people around them overheard their conversation and began whispering in admiration.
Wow, an outstanding student. The teacher of such an outstanding student must be even stronger.
Hearing these comments, Chen Shu felt quite pleased, smiling smugly, not bad, the effect is good. I want to fly to Jingdu University, I replied with a smile. Unexpectedly, after hearing him, he laughed even more happily, please do. Teacher, you can just tell me directly, you can ride my private plane.
Chen Shu was stunned, sweat breaking out on his face, and asked in astonishment, you have a private plane? He nodded firmly, yes.
Chen Shu waved his hand to decline, well, maybe just this time.
I'm leaving tomorrow, let's save it for next time.
Hearing that, his eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly extended an invitation.
Tomorrow, then. Can you come to my party tonight?
At that moment, the system displayed three options, agree, directly decline, and reveal one's identity. He quickly scanned through them, calculating the possibility of upgrading the beast taming space. This reward had never appeared before, could it be because he had reached Black Iron rank? Suddenly, he realized with a start that he had never seen this reward before, and it clearly appeared only after reaching Black Iron rank. So, he immediately chose the first option, threw his arm around Ouyang Bao's shoulder, and laughed as he said, well then, I'm sorry, where are we eating? A large, imposing villa stood under the sun, with a small car pulling up. As soon as the car stopped, someone came to greet them.
Young master has returned. Chen Shu smiled and replied, you're too polite, too polite. A few elegantly dressed people gathered around the two, greeting them. Young Master Ouyang, this is.
He casually introduced him, this is my master. After saying that, he invited him inside.
Master, let's go in.
The two entered the house, when suddenly a voice called out.
Xiao Bao.
Turning around, a young man appeared. Upon seeing him, Ouyang Bao immediately greeted him. Chen Shu, on the other hand, recognized the young man, and with a start, shouted.
Damn it, it's you.
Chen Shu was equally startled upon seeing him.
Damn it. Xie Fengyu, from Nanshang High School No. 1. Ouyang Bao looked at the two of them in confusion and asked. Brother Feng, master, do you two know each other?
Chen Shu, embarrassed by the question, lay down awkwardly. Suddenly, he remembered, slapped his hand, and his eyes lit up as he exclaimed.
Ah, right, I forgot, back then, Master hit my cousin. Xiaofengyu, even more embarrassed, stood still for a moment, unsure of what to say. Finally, he scratched his head, smiled awkwardly, and said, "Well, I guess we can say that we were acquainted because of the fight." He extended his hand for a handshake and introduced himself. "Hello, Chen Shu, I am Xiaofengyu, Yang Bao's cousin."
Chen Shu took his hand and smiled in response.
"Hello, Chen Shu, no one had mentioned it, and you brought it up yourself."
Rubbing his hands together, he continued.
"I was in a rush back then, I had actually wanted to invite you for a meal, but what a coincidence today."
The other man could only give a light chuckle.
"Ha, thank you."
With that, he pushed Chen Shu into the house.
"Well then, let's head inside."
Chen Shu agreed immediately.
"No problem.
Let's start the party a little earlier." The three of them then walked inside.
The old man, sitting in the room, stood up quickly when he saw them and greeted them with a bright smile. "Xiaobao and Fengyu, you both are here?"
Seeing Chen Shu with them, the old man was surprised and asked, "This is?"
Chen Shu, slightly nervous, extended his hand and introduced himself. "Chen Shu, I'm from Nanjiang City." Trying to remain calm, Chen Shu's expression showed some nervousness.
Yang Bao, looking at him, seemed a bit taken aback and exclaimed, "Master!" Suddenly, a piece of paper fell out of his pocket. It turned out that he had been trembling all this time because he wanted to drop this paper. Now that it had just fallen out, he immediately returned to his usual self, feigning surprise and clearly saying,
"Ah, my admission notice to Huaxia Academy accidentally fell out. You must be laughing at me."
That being said, he had purposely dropped it, his face shining as he bragged. "The exterior of Huaxia Academy is too grand, to be honest, it needs some adjustments.
Otherwise, I wouldn't even want to go."
The other three people in the room were speechless, staring at him with frozen expressions, not understanding where he got all that confidence from, unsure of what to say.
It was Yang Bao who quickly reacted with a smile, stepping forward to introduce him to the old man. "Father, this is my teacher. Chen Shu has taught me so much.
Without him, I wouldn't have been able to pass the entrance exam for Huaxia Academy." Upon hearing this, the old man politely stepped forward and shook his hand. "Hello, truly a hero among the youth, so young and already at the black iron rank." The old man rummaged through his coat pocket as he spoke.
"You've helped Xiaobao get into Huaxia Academy, so of course, the Yang family should repay you."
What he pulled out was a business card.
"Xiao Chen, please take this card.
If you ever need to go shopping, you can visit the Tianhua store at Jingdu University." Hearing this, he was startled, his mouth hanging open in astonishment.
"Tianhua store? Uncle, are you the owner of the beast-taming Tianhua group?" Chen Shu raised the card, staring at it in disbelief.
He couldn't believe that Yang Bao was actually the prince of the beast-taming Tianhua Corporation. It seemed that accepting him as a disciple was a wise decision after all. He thought to himself, indeed, talent and strength can bring status. He took out a glowing thunderball, then thought, forget it, I shouldn't dwell on this. I need to check what effects my inner beast space can offer after leveling up. A husky appeared. He called it, "Do you feel any difference?" But the dog showed no reaction, only panting with its tongue out, staring at him. Its face made him sigh deeply, and he put it away. Feeling frustrated, he thought, the IQ of a husky is too low, I should switch to something else.
With that, he summoned something else and asked, "Is there any difference with the slime?" A golden glowing ball-like creature appeared, its eyes squinted in a smile. This time, it wasn't much better either.
Chen Shu could only sigh and say, "Sigh, I don't understand what it's saying. How wonderful it would be if I could awaken a contract spirit." He decided to put both of them away and continued to observe.
Suddenly, he remembered something.
He took out his phone to check. I need to call Xiaobing to find out what time we're meeting tomorrow. The phone kept ringing but no one answered. He became somewhat pensive, curious as to why no one was picking up. In the end, he decided to stand up and go outside. It was already night, so he thought it would be good to step outside for a bit. Walking down the corridor, a loud shout suddenly rang out. "Xia Bing, don't challenge my limits." In front of him was a crowd, a group of men surrounding the girl. The oldest man frowned and pressed her with a question. "Xiao Bing, today is your younger brother's top scholar celebration. It's a coincidence we met. How could you not join?" At his words, she remained indifferent, showing her displeasure. "I was just passing by." All the men present were furious upon hearing that and were about to rush over to bully her. Good heavens, how dare this girl speak to her father like that? Others joined in, shouting, "Exactly, she's so disrespectful." Their voices rose in a clamoring buzz. Oh dear, seeing this scene, he thought to himself that it was time to act. At that moment, the system displayed three options: act directly, shout to stop them, or run away with Xia Bing. He took out his bag, grinning mischievously, just as he liked. His gaze fell on the man with purple hair who was standing with his arms crossed, laughing in the crowd. "Ha, Xia Bing, let's see what you'll do this time." The man had his back to him, so he didn't notice anything until he suddenly felt a chilling presence. When he looked up, he saw the bag being thrown over his head. Surprised, the man realized it was Chen Shu, grinning smugly as he replied, "It's me." In the blink of an eye, Chen Shu had used the bag to cover the man's head, his hand sealing his mouth to prevent him from screaming. "Help, help me!" Chen Shu threatened. "Stop struggling. Your father's situation is even more interesting. No one will notice us here." After speaking, he kicked him into the corner, stepping away from the crowd, his eyes shining with excitement. Next, the guy in the bag can only scream, "Help, help me." But before he could even finish a few words, he received a punch straight to the stomach, spitting blood from his mouth. The others didn't know what was happening and just stood there, saying, "Father knows that back then, when he left, it made you hate him." Chen Shu stood behind, continuously punching the man without stopping. The old man pointed and scolded Xia Bing, "Today is your younger brother's top scholar celebration. I hope you can attend." One of them joined in, saying, "That's right, Xiao Bing, now that your younger brother has been accepted into Huaxia Academy, you should apologize. Family harmony is the most important." She was still upset when, all of a sudden, she was taken aback. It turned out she had seen Chen Shu wildly punching the guy in the bag. She unconsciously smiled with pleasure. The old man thought she agreed with him, and smiled broadly. Exactly, what grudges could there be between sisters? "Xiaoyan, go say a few words to your sister." It was only then that he suddenly realized his son was nowhere to be found, and he yelled in panic, "Where is my son?" Only now did they notice the guy was being beaten by Chen Shu right behind them. The old man was furious, shouting, "Who are you? Who gave you permission to beat my son?" Chen Shu had already finished his beating, kicking the man as a response to the old man. The old man quickly reached out to support his son. Xia Yan, completely uninterested, stepped forward and extended his hand toward her. "Xia Bing, let's go." Her face turned red, and she shyly nodded. Grabbing his hand, Chen Shu simply pulled her along. The old man was furious, of course, he wouldn't let it slide. He glared and shouted, "Stop right there! You hurt my son, and now you want to leave? You've crossed the Wu family. Don't even think about leaving Dixing City." Hearing this, Chen Shu laughed even more gleefully and turned to question them. "Wu family? If I remember correctly, isn't your surname Xia?" The old man was rendered speechless with anger. Xia Yan quickly grabbed the old man's shoulder to stop him. "Father, let them go. Don't say anything more. He's the ruthless guy from Nanjing." The old man grew even angrier upon hearing that and pointed at them, continuing to curse. "What ruthless guy from Nanjing? This is Dixing City. What can a Nanjing thug do here?
If you provoke his hometown, you'll be in trouble. Chen Shu glared back. Nanjiang is useless? Then when a card fell to the ground, you kneel down and pick it up, that says it all. Confidently smiling, he held up the card. Sorry, my card dropped. As soon as they saw the card, the group froze, immediately realizing that this was a distinguished guest of Tian. They were scared, and he played it up, taking out his phone. Guess I need to call old brother Ouyang now. After finishing his words, he pressed the number immediately. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Chen Shu, don't. A well-dressed man walked up from behind and said, he knows you too. He calmly turned around to look at him. The newcomer extended his hand toward him and shouted at the other two, Xiaoyan, Xiaojing, quickly apologized to Chen Shu. Xiaoyan hurriedly approached, lowered his head, and said, sorry, Mr. Chen. He waved the card in his hand, glaring. One apology, yet it still felt insincere. Seeing the shiny black card, the old man gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly, damn it. I don't want to, but I have to do it. Approaching him, he politely bowed his head and obediently apologized. Seeing this, Chen Shu didn't make things difficult, smiling and nodding. That's acceptable. After a moment, he touched his chin and looked at the man. By the way, Xiaoyan, when I arrived, I heard you say something about don't challenge my limits. Chen Shu stepped forward and shot him a sharp look, his eyes piercing. Now that I've challenged your limit, what are you going to do? Such a question was too hard for him. He could only lower his head, trembling in fear, and awkwardly replied, then I'll change to a different limit. Hearing that, Chen Shu was satisfied. He propped his hand on the table, nodded, and showed approval. Very good, very immediate. Just when he thought it was over, he pointed at the man, turned to Xiaobing, and asked, do you want to give them a beating? She immediately shook her head in refusal, no need. Saying that, she grabbed his hand and pulled him along, let's go. Chen Shu agreed to follow her without hesitation, not forgetting to glance back and give the two guys a warning glare. The two of them walked out hand in hand, with her leading the way and him following behind. Suddenly, the man in the brown coat from earlier blocked their path, smiling and waving goodbye to Chen Shu. Then he turned sharply to the other two and scolded them, you two idiots, get out of here. In the elevator, Xiaobing's face turned red as she shyly said, Chen Shu, thank you. He smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, just doing my job. Hearing that, she became even happier. Ha? Job? What do you mean? Thinking that she might be special to him, she was surprised when Chen Shu casually replied, to deal with the bullies. She was speechless and sighed in disappointment. Never mind. Chen Shu didn't understand where he had gone wrong, scratching his head in confusion. What? She shook her head, nothing, let's go rest. We have to catch a flight tomorrow. He agreed immediately. Feeling a little embarrassed, he realized they were still holding hands. His face turned red as well, and he dared only to steal glances at her. The plane took off, and Chen Shu rested his chin on his hand, looking out the window. Xiaobing, sitting beside him, curiously asked, Chen Shu, what are you thinking about? I didn't expect you to say that, Xiaobing replied. Xiaobing, tell me, if we throw a bomb from this height, do you think it would turn the entire world into a fireworks display? She froze after hearing this, her face turning pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she imagined the scene of fire and explosions, terrified out of her mind. Are you joking? You're even complaining that you feel a bit claustrophobic, she said, her voice trembling. Her fear intensified, and she panicked, asking, please don't tell me you actually want to open the window and throw a bomb out. To her shock, he seemed to be seriously considering it. He stood up, grinning mischievously, and reached into his jacket pocket, getting ready. Xiaobing was so scared she couldn't find her voice, thinking to herself, is he really going to do it? Seeing her trembling, he sat back down and glanced at her, wondering why Xiaobing was so frightened. Deciding not to tease her further, he sat still, but still felt the need to reassure her. How could I do that? I'm not someone who's looking for trouble. Don't worry. She was speechless, drenched in sweat, and in her head, the words looking for trouble kept repeating. Seeing that she was still in shock, Chen Shu sighed and shrugged. You still don't get me? 2 hours later, the plane landed. She stepped off, clutching her chest and sighing in relief. Finally, the ordeal was over, and nothing happened during the flight. She walked behind him, frowning, thinking to herself, thank goodness we didn't actually open the window and throw the bomb out, or we'd be dead for sure. She dragged her suitcase to where he was and started a conversation. Chen Shu, where are you heading to in a bit? He smiled and replied, I'll take you back to the hotel first. Are you all prepared for this trip to Jingdu University? When it came to preparations, her cheeks flushed, and she shyly thought to herself, there's no real trip to Jingdu University, I just want to go with you. Plus, I remember the lingerie I bought with my friend and I'm determined to make you fall for me. Though she thought this, she didn't dare say it aloud, only smiling and replying, I'm all set. I just want to visit Jingdu University first to get familiar with the environment. He didn't pay much attention, just nodding. All right, then. Just be careful. At that moment, both of them noticed a girl in red waving her hand. Chen Shu told Xiaobing, let's go. Sister Fong Xi's here. We'll head to the hotel first. With that, he waved and walked toward the girl. Sister Fong Xi is at the high-rise hotel. At the door of the room, he instructed her, Xiaobing, I still need to talk to Sister Fong Xi. You can rest for now. He then pointed to the opposite room, I'm in the room across the hall. If you need anything, just call me. You'll get a reply immediately. Flushing red, she watched him walk into the room, and all of this was seen by Fong Xi. She quickly guessed what was going on and silently smiled, interesting. He went in, now get Sister Fong Xi to come in. As soon as she entered, the girl smiled and began teasing. Xiao Shu furrowed her brows, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, and she couldn't help but ask, tell me quietly, what's the relationship between you and Xiaobing? Xin Shu smiled, a bit confused, and replied, it's just a friendship. But she still seemed unconvinced, leaning toward him and asking, friendship? Then why did she come to Jingdu University with you? With no other choice, he stood up, took off his backpack, and honestly explained, she said she wanted to come here to get used to the environment first. Hearing this, Fong Xi still didn't believe it, but didn't press the issue further. She simply frowned and let out a soft "oh." Get used to the environment at Jingdu University, huh? He was tired of the pointless questioning and changed the subject. Let's get to the point, Fong Xi. Do we need to go to another space? That's when she remembered. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Her expression became serious as she announced the existence of another, more dangerous space. Upon hearing this, Chen Shu's eyes lit up with interest. A dangerous level? Doesn't that mean there's a white-silver level lord there? Seeing his reaction, she was annoyed and crossed her arms. Earlier, you weren't this excited when I was with Xiaobing. But now, when this comes up, you're all hyped up? He looked utterly confused. Why are you bringing up Xiaobing? What does she have to do with this? At his bewildered expression, she didn't want to explain anymore. She sighed, holding her head. Forget it, based on what you know, it's probably impossible. We should just wait until we return from the other space. With that, she headed toward the door. You should rest today. Tomorrow, I'll take you to tour Huaxia Academy. The next day, at Huaxia Academy, Fong Xi had driven Chen Shu to the location. As soon as they got out of the car, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. In less than a year, I can't believe you're already attending the country's top beast tamer academy. Suddenly, her phone rang, and she exclaimed. Fong Xi picked up the phone immediately. Hello, it's the teacher. After listening, she immediately left, but not before telling him. Chen Shu, the teacher needs to speak with me about something, so you go ahead and explore on your own. I'll come find you later.
This made him even more excited, and he quickly responded.
Alright, I'll go explore on my own then.
She, still not fully reassured, shot him a stern look and reminded him. The academy has a beginner beast taming course.
You'd better behave and absolutely not cause any trouble.
He raised his hand, responding seriously.
I understand, I promise I won't cause any trouble.
Inside, he was smug, thinking to himself that he wasn't even afraid of legendary level beast tamers. Just then, he noticed a group of young men doing push-ups, a little surprised.
Ha!
Working hard this early in the morning, starting physical training already. At that moment, the system displayed 3 options for him. Chen Shu smiled to herself, secretly pleased the reward was arriving just in time. She pulled out a bag and grinned mischievously.
Let me see who the lucky one is today.
Just then, she spotted a small, bald old man standing there, and without hesitation, she picked him. The golden car sped down the road, and the old man suddenly shouted,
Brat, you're speeding.
After shouting, he quickly dashed off like a lightning bolt. The old man blocked the car in front, preventing it from moving forward. With a simple he used just one hand to handle the entire car. Chen Shu watched, his mouth hanging open, stunned as if struck by a bolt of lightning. The few guys doing push-ups started talking to each other.
Li Shan, have you thought about how to respond to Lu teacher?
The blonde guy, sweat pouring down like he had just taken a shower, replied, I haven't figured it out yet.
If I can't give him a satisfactory answer, I fear we'll continue to suffer.
Another guy, exhausted and dejected, complained, Oh, why did we pick such a supervisor? The last guy agreed, chiming in, Exactly, I really regret it.
At that time, I didn't want to choose him.
Li Shan, on the verge of tears, regretted deeply, That's right.
I regret it now too. If I could choose again, I would definitely not choose this supervisor.
After hearing all this, Chen Shu nonchalantly said, Next time we should be more careful. I don't even know when you started doing push-ups with them.
The person on the other side frowned and asked, Makes sense, but do we even have a next time?
Just then, someone walked over, and one of the guys called out, Lu teacher. Everyone immediately stood up respectfully, greeting in unison, Hello, Lu teacher. One of them frowned as he looked at Chen Shu, who was still doing push-ups. Stop now, Lu teacher is here.
Get up quickly.
He only got up now, smiling contentedly, having won the camouflage joke prize. The man looked at him, startled, then shouted, Damn it, who are you? He simply walked away, waving and smiling as he bid them farewell.
Just passing by, let's talk next time.
And so, he breezed past the teacher. The old man stared at him, but he wasn't intimidated and stared right back. Suddenly, the old man called him, Chen Shu, stop. Chen Shu, being called out, was a bit confused and worried, Damn it, I've been recognized, hope he's not some enemy. Quickly thinking of an escape plan, he pointed in another direction and yelled, Look, there's an idiot over there. They all got distracted, looking in the direction he pointed, leaving him free to turn around and happily run off.
Escape! But how could the old man let him go so easily?
His face turned livid, his eyes blazing with anger, and an aura of killing intent surrounded him.
You think you can run in front of me?
A pressure suddenly rose behind him. Even if Chen Shu wanted to run, it was hard now. He didn't need to lay a hand on him, he was pulled back instantly.
The old man introduced himself first. What are you running for? I'm a professor at Huaxia Academy, Lu Feng.
He looked big and menacing, with a giant magical hand looming behind him.
Chen Shu shuddered, goosebumps creeping up his skin. Honestly, are you sure you're a professor? You look more like a criminal.
Unexpectedly, after speaking, his attitude completely changed, and he pointed straight at me, saying, Enough with the nonsense. It's nothing special that I called you, just wait until you enroll to become my student.
I was stunned.
What? What did he just say? He seemed to like me a lot, smiling and patting me on the shoulder in a carefree manner.
First-year students can choose a professor to be their mentor. I think you're fine, you suit my taste. I was confused. Sir, have you heard about my story?
He nodded and grinned, squinting his eyes as he asked, I saw your entrance exam video and even gave you full marks.
I've been very good to you, haven't I? Hearing this, I felt relieved inside, thinking to myself that if he wasn't an enemy, I could relax.
The students behind us started whispering.
Who is this person? Why is Professor Lu treating him so well?
These whispers reached Lu Feng's ears. He immediately turned around, his face flushed red, pointing at them and shouting angrily, Why don't you all get lost?
Getting beaten by your own classmates really makes me lose face.
The others, frightened, immediately ran off without hesitation. After showing his authority, he turned back to me, his attitude completely different now, asking, So, what do you think?
Do you want to be my student?
Chen Shu wiped the corner of his mouth, his expression just as indifferent.
Being your student isn't a problem, but recently, I'm a bit poor.
His eyes were filled with images of money as he raised 10 fingers to offer a price of 1 billion, ready to transfer the money. Lu Feng, encountering such a situation for the first time, was shocked and exclaimed, 1 billion, I'll give it to you. He then nonchalantly set a condition, Master, accepting a disciple should have some fee, 1 billion is reasonable. The old man was furious, tilted his head, gritted his teeth, and said, I've only heard of a master's fee, but never heard of a disciple's acceptance fee. Chen Shu's nose grew sharp as he placed both hands on his hips and tilted his head back with a smug smile. That's because you don't know me, master.
You want to get to know me. No sooner had he spoken, the old teacher was engulfed in a fiery rage, his eyes turning red. Brat, don't you know my title?
Chen Shu was sweating profusely, fear overwhelming him as he dared not to speak further. At that moment, someone approached and called out Chen Bai. It was Fang Si, drenched in sweat, rushing between the two of them and greeting Professor Lu.
Professor Lu, this boy is my younger brother. Did he do something to upset you? I apologize on his behalf.
The old man then realized that Chen Shu was her brother, and it was no longer a problem. He placed his hand on his shoulder and, still persistent, said, If you perform well after enrolling, the disciple's acceptance fee may not be impossible.
Fang Si stood there, dumbfounded. The disciple's acceptance fee.
Chen Shu shrugged, explaining smugly, he wants me to be his student, I definitely have to charge a little fee, right?
No problem, right?
Old Lu Feng laughed comfortably and followed along. All right, the teacher has something else to do, I'll leave first, we'll meet again later. Only she stood there, dumbfounded, looking at her younger brother, speechless. Watching the old man disappear, she obediently waved, Goodbye, teacher.
As soon as the old man was out of sight, Fang Si immediately turned around and scolded her younger brother, You really don't know what fear is, do you?
Professor Lu Feng has a notoriously fiery temper, and you dare to mess with him.
But you're not even scared.
She glared at him. He still confidently said, Whoever bullies me, I will blow up Huaxia Academy. As soon as the words were out, several students nearby shot him a look of disbelief.
This guy wants to blow up our school?
They were visibly unhappy, walking closer to the two of them, exuding an intimidating aura. Fang Si stared back at them. The group suddenly froze, their faces stiffened, and nervously whispered to each other, This seems to be Fang Si, let's get out of here, we can't mess with her, there's no hint of hesitation in her killing intent. Seeing them retreat, she patted her younger brother on the shoulder, I suggest that when you're choosing a mentor, you should pick Professor Lu Feng. Don't cause trouble for other teachers. He stood there, completely stunned, not knowing how to respond. She didn't care about this anymore, flicked her hair, and turned around. Forget it, these are all things that happened when I enrolled. After saying that, she crossed her arms and smiled happily. There's still some work to do with my team, so that's it for today. Go find Dilly, it's been a long time since the three of us got together.
He agreed right away.
At Lingzhou University, a person was tidying up the room.
He was holding a broom and complaining, So boring, when are Chen Bai and the others going to get here? What he didn't know was that a bald man was standing behind him, about to sneakily kick him. Suddenly, a frying pan flew from behind and stopped right in front of the foot.
He ended up kicking the frying pan, sending both himself and the pan flying. Dilly spun around, looking at the bald man kneeling on the ground, clutching his foot in pain and screaming.
Damn it, what was that pan?
He didn't realize he had almost been ambushed, and sat down beside the bald man to ask,
"Are you okay?"
The bald man looked guilty.
"Oh, Dilly's gotten smarter." Dilly pointed the frying pan at him and shouted angrily, "You were trying to sneak attack me, weren't you?"
Before the man could react, Dilly raised the pan and started hitting him repeatedly. The bald man's head was hit so hard that it swelled and turned purple.
After finishing, Dilly cursed, "Why the hell are you so tough?"
Forget it. Leaving him unconscious on the ground, Dilly turned and walked away.
"I should head back now."
The bald man lifted his head, glaring with hatred, and shouted, "Stop!" His legs moved quickly as he stepped in front of Dilly, pointing and sneering.
"After beating me, you still want to run away?" Dilly, the fat man, was unafraid despite being threatened, and instead, he smirked triumphantly. "I think you're the one who should be running."
On the other side, completely clueless, they looked around, and before they could escape, a frying pan came down on their heads. The bald man glared from behind him, while Fong Si and Chen Shu each held one side of the bag, placing it over his head.
Now, all he could do was scream.
"Who are you people?"
Neither of them answered, they just kept beating him mercilessly.
He glared and loudly threatened the brothers of the vicious Jiang Nan, daring them to intervene. After speaking, he kicked the man a few more times. Dilly looked at the approaching security guard, smiling smugly as he tried to stop him. "Sir, they're not students of our school, just ignore them." After saying this, he gleefully ran over and delivered a few more kicks to the bald man covered by the bag. The security guard, seeing this scene, was speechless.
He didn't say anything or do anything.
Dilly looked at Chen Shu and laughed happily. "Chen Bai, I didn't expect you to make it into Huaxia Academy." After tiring of dealing with the man, Fong Si put his hands on his hips and asked him,
"Dilly, why are you provoking students from outside?"
His eyes lit up with no hint of fear.
"There's nothing to worry about.
I was just walking with a senior from the same school, and this person is just jealous.
He even looks especially proud of himself."
He scratched his head, flustered, and added more explanation. "It's the person who was live streaming earlier, Ling Zhu, the white silver level."
"Don't mind the name on that bag. We were just touring the school, and you can keep talking while we walk."
Dilly gave the bald guy another kick, agreeing immediately, "All right, let's go." The guy, in pain from the kick, lay trembling. He didn't dare to come out of the bag until they had left.
"You're all dead meat," Fong Si threatened with a glare.
"If you want revenge, come to Huaxia Academy." Chen Shu wasn't intimidated either, his eyes bloodshot. "If you cause trouble, I'll make your school blow up.
If you're still within my sight in 10 seconds, I'll keep hitting you."
The guy heard this and immediately ran off, not daring to look back. Meanwhile, Chen Shu stood there, counting down, 10, 9, 8. Seeing the fierce expressions on their faces, even the old security guard frowned and asked, a bit scared, "Dilly, are these two your friends?" The man named MC smiled happily, "Yes, I'm planning to show them around the school." Hearing this, the old man quickly reminded them, "Don't cause trouble on school grounds." After packing up the blood-stained bag, he smiled widely, "Don't worry, Grandpa, we're all civilized young people." "What kind of civilization is this, that fights with blood staining their bags?" The old man was at a loss for words, all he could do was smile bitterly. At Lingzhou University, in the laboratory building, a few people recognized them and waved to say hello. "Hello, Sister Fong Si," the girl politely greeted her.
"Hello, anyone who sees you bows down."
"Hello, everyone," the girl cheerfully greeted back.
"Hello, students."
Chen Shu, walking alongside, grinned mischievously and teased, "I didn't expect Sister Fong Si to be so famous at Lingzhou University." The girl smiled with her eyes squinting and explained, "I've been here a few times, and incidentally, I've had Dilly handle a few people." Upon hearing this, an idea suddenly struck him. Feeling pleased with himself, he turned toward the other students and called out loudly.
Everyone, please stop for a moment.
He slung his arm over Dili's shoulder, looked at them, and pointed at himself with a thumb. I'll say one thing, if you're facing Dili, you're also facing the fierce Nanjiang Qinshu. The others stopped and stared at him with confused and pale faces. Dili's eyes sparkled, moved by Qinshu's words. He smiled smugly. Of course, a beast tamer at the Black Iron rank can disregard me. Dili's expression immediately changed, and he became unsure whether to laugh or be upset. You really are a good brother. Fong Si watched the scene, arms crossed, and irritably reminded them. Don't talk nonsense, you two. She waved her hand, dispersing the crowd. Everyone, go on about your business. The others let out a sigh of relief and left immediately. No one wanted to linger with these three sisters. At the entrance of the experimental building, Dili, carrying a tray, proudly told the two of them, "All right, we're on my turf now. Today, I'll personally cook so you can taste what real noodles are like." Inside the experimental building, several dishes were laid out, looking delicious. The three of them clinked their glasses and enjoyed the meal happily. Fong Si laughed and said, "From now on, all three of us will be at Jingdu University, so we'll be able to meet every day." Qinshu was also very happy. That's right, Xiao Jing and Mr. Xia will also be coming to Jingdu University for their studies. Dili, equally excited, joined in. If they're coming too, the two of us could form a team. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he enthusiastically suggested, then continued, and by the way, when it comes to the menu of contract spirit Dili, you should teach me as well. The others were caught off guard, stunned. When did we start talking about the menu? Weren't we just discussing Mr. Xie and Xiao Ling? He furrowed his brows and casually brushed it off. Don't pay too much attention to Xiao Shui. The chubby one, a bit worried, asked, "What kind of menu do you want?" He was surprised and asked back, "Is there a grading system?" Pointing at himself with pride, he confirmed, "Well, it's definitely the highest level." But Dili was at a loss, scratching his head. "I just started school, and what I make can't really be called a menu. It's more like farming. All I can do is make sure the contract spirit is full." He also told him that the highest and lowest can only be done by my teacher, but my teacher only values geniuses. As he listened, his cheeks flushed with joy, thinking that his teacher only valued geniuses. Full of confidence, he pointed to himself. "Then, how about you read my ID number?" The other two could only stare in disbelief and, in unison, teased, "Shameless." Qinshu slammed the table and decisively stood up. "In that case, let's go meet your teacher later." In the teacher's office, the teacher's voice rang out, "You want me to help you with the menu?" The old man asked, "This is Cheng Qing, a professor from Lingzhou University, Jingdu University." Looking at the man in front of him, the old man seemed somewhat confused. "You're his senior?" He shook his head in refusal. "Go back. I made a menu for Fong Si before, and that was an exception. I absolutely cannot make another exception." At that moment, a system appeared before him. It once again presented him with three choices: use force to compel, empathize, and use a contract to win over the teacher. Qinshu read all three options, stroking his chin and thinking. Although the first option offered a great reward, he still had further considerations. The skill book lost was a reward he had agreed to in a different space with Fong Si. If he could add one, then the senior's choice would be to persuade the teacher. "Teacher, Qinshu is also a student at Huaxia Academy, please help him." He stood silently off to one side, not saying a word, and began to exert his strength. The old teacher furrowed his brows and coldly replied, "Every year, Huaxia Academy recruits 500 students for the beast combat system. If you expect me to make a menu for all of them, I would be incredibly busy." As soon as he finished speaking, his husky dashed forward, barking continuously at the old man. The old man was startled and jumped back, shouting, "Damn it, what is this? The dog is running amok on my desk." He raised his hand, trying to convince the old man, "Why don't you look at my contract spirit first? It's very talented." The old man looked at the husky, surprised.
Contract spirit? He frowned, staring intently at the dog. Finally, he pointed at it and exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't this just a D-class elemental beast? You brought me a D-class contract spirit and expect me to make a menu? If it were SS class, I might still help." He openly sneered.
The man remained calm and replied seriously, "Teacher, it's different." The old man's curiosity deepened.
Different? It looks dumber than a regular elemental beast. Now I'm beginning to suspect this is just a husky from Blue Star.
At that moment, the dog grabbed one of his books, and Old Fourth went wild, cursing, "Damn it, stop chewing on my books." But the dog didn't care and happily tore the book to shreds. The old man's face darkened, his anger boiling over as he growled, "Leave now, or today's menu will be dog meat."
The husky continued to grin, its eyes squinting with delight.
It even chewed on another book, teasingly, its tail wagging non-stop. But suddenly, it tossed the book back and forth, and with a blink, two appeared on the table.
The old man, seeing this for the first time, was shocked and asked, "Do you have two huskies?"
His face darkened, his expression tense.
Wait a minute. He had realized something and turned to ask, "Is this the art of cloning?"
Chung Cheng, his bald head wide-eyed in disbelief, replied,
No, cloning skills? How could an elemental beast learn cloning skills? It's not scientifically possible, but this husky really can do it. He laughed, then asked the old man with a grin, "So, teacher, what do you think?" "My elemental beast is quite talented, isn't it?" Dili also grabbed his shoulder, looking at the old man and trying to convince him, "Yes. Teacher, this friend of mine is truly a genius.
And he just graduated from high school." The old man was even more surprised, sweat pouring down his face like a shower.
"He's just graduated, and already at Black Iron rank?" He furrowed his brows, growing more intrigued, and asked, "Where's the other contract spirit?"
Chung Ching took out the slime, worried the office wouldn't be able to handle it.
"Take a look at this, it's gigantification level 4.
The old man stared at it, utterly stunned as it could enlarge to a monstrous size.
"Damn, both your contract spirits, both D rank, have godly skills?"
He smugly waved his hand, "It's alright, just about decent."
The old man was truly convinced, his eyes sparkling, and he agreed immediately.
"Alright, I'll prepare the menu for Black Iron rank for free. As for your team, go ahead and send them, a week later I'll have Dilly give it to you."
"Can you pay for the food fees?"
Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Chen Shu felt like he could ask for more. His cheeks turned pink as he boldly proposed.
"Master, is there any possibility that you could help me prepare the menu, offer free food for 2 years, or even sponsor me a little?"
Both of them were startled.
Damn it, Fongxi pulled him out of the room, quickly covering his mouth.
Dili hurriedly bowed his head and apologized to Chung Ching.
"Master, he was just joking. We'll leave right now." "Thank you, Master." "Goodbye, Master."
The three of them hurriedly left the room.
Dili seemed angry, pointing at him and scolding. "Why are you so unreasonable? It's hard enough to get Master to make a free menu for you, and now you want to take advantage of him?"
Chen Shu, with no sign of remorse, felt that if you're going to be good, you should go all the way. Sending the Buddha all the way to the underworld wasn't a problem. Just as the words left his mouth, Dili punched him straight in the head. That was a huge issue. At that time, Master had been swayed by Fongxi's extraordinary talent and had agreed to make the food, but still charged a fee of 100 million. Now, Shinshu finally learned this news, his mouth hanging open in shock.
100 million? Ling Zhu earned that much money? Dili patiently explained, "What do you think?"
My mentor is Ling Zhu, a king-level master, among the top ranks in the entire country. He's a renowned expert in menu creation, and his fees are never less than hundreds of millions each time.
Just hearing that makes your whole body tremble in fear. Burning money, huh? Suddenly I feel like I'd been a bit too demanding today.
Fongxi turned back to remind him, "Get ready, it's time to head to Huaxia Academy and start working."
His eyes lit up with excitement finally. He was going to another dimension, wasn't he?
She leaned in and whispered softly into the chubby guy's ear, "Dilly, help me take care of Xiaobing." Then she pulled him away, telling him that she and the others were heading out for a bit. Hearing her words, the chubby fool was left dumbfounded.
Xiaobing?
Why is she here? When he saw Fong Si holding up her phone and signaling something, he immediately caught on. Looking down at his own phone, there was already a message waiting, "That's your future sister-in-law.
Make sure to treat her well." Dali understood instantly, his eyes gleaming with interest. Sister-in-law? Well, this is going to be fun. At Huaxia Academy, the girl Six-Fin Fish strongly objected, shouting loudly, "What? Fong Si, you want to let this guy replace a Ling and come with us to the other dimension?"
The other three girls looked at Chen Shu standing in front of them with expressions that showed clear dissatisfaction. Ning Qingyi spoke up, "Sister Fong Si, are you sure he's up for it?" She took a glance at him from top to bottom, noticing that he seemed a bit inexperienced, his appearance not exactly fitting for someone who could kill a wild beast. "Don't even mention that we might have to take care of him later," Chen Shu said, smiling brightly like a blooming flower, scratching his head as he immediately admitted it. "Your judgment is spot on," she said. "I've never killed a wild beast myself. Personally, I think nuclear ammunition is way better." The three girls widened their eyes, frozen in place, and simultaneously asked, "Huh? Nuclear ammunition?" Fong Si sighed in silence, thinking to herself that she had expected Chen Shu to be an upstanding citizen, but they were just too naive. She turned her gaze to Chen Shu and smiled, confirming, "That's the one." She didn't let them argue any further and made a decision. "Alright, enough talking, let's head to the beast taming pavilion first." The three girls stood up and complied. "Alright, at the beast taming pavilion of Huaxia Academy." Fong Si looked at them seriously. "Xiao Chao, distribute the hunting activities for this time." The girl immediately followed through, opening her computer to reveal the necessary information. Six-Fin Fish suddenly spoke up. "Sister Fong Si, are we hunting in this space?" In another space, the danger level of the living wood swamp is considered medium difficulty. She frowned, looking somewhat troubled. "Right now, a Ling isn't here. If we substitute for your younger brother, I'm afraid." Before she could finish, Fong Si interrupted and reassured her. "It's fine, Chen Shu can handle this position. Just tell me the specifics." She raised her hand to summon first. Fong Si, Beast Tamer Black Iron Rank 3, Contract Spirit Crimson Flame Long of Super S Rank, primarily focused on attacking, Frostbone Dragon of S Rank, primarily focused on controlling. Next were the three other girls, with the brown-haired girl introducing herself first. Ning Qingyi, Beast Tamer Black Iron 2 stars. Contract Spirit Stone Rock Colossus of S rank, primarily focused on defense, Gale Sparrow of A rank, primarily focused on increasing speed. Then came the green-haired girl, Xiaoyu, Beast Tamer Black Iron 2 stars, Contract Spirit Demonic Eye Fruit of S rank, primarily focused on investigation, Healing Green Insect of A rank, primarily focused on healing. The last girl was the blonde one, who always doubted Chen Shu's abilities. Six-Fin Fish, Beast Tamer Black Iron 2 stars. Contract Spirit Enchanting Red Butterfly of Super S rank, primarily focused on controlling, Black Thunder Fruit of A rank, primarily focused on attacking. He watched the performances of the three girls, his mouth hanging open in surprise and admiration. Xiaoyu reminded him. "Little brother, it's your turn." He snapped out of it. "Oh, right." He stepped up, snapped his fingers, and summoned. Chen Shu, Beast Tamer Black Iron 1 star. Contract Spirit Giant Yellow Slime of D rank, primarily focused on attacking, controlling, defending, and being cute. Upon hearing the introduction, all three girls were speechless. It was clearly a less than impressive evaluation. He continued by summoning the Husky. Elemental Beast of D rank, primarily focused on house destruction and attacking. The Husky looked a bit cooler as it flew out, but when it stood together with the slime, both of them playfully and foolishly frolicked, looking like a useless couple. The other three looked on, sweating profusely, not knowing what to say. Ning Qingyi propped herself up and leaned closer to Feng Si. Sister Feng Si, do you really think these two can join us on an adventure? She smiled gently and reassured, no problem at all. Then she turned to him, Qinshu, have them fight and prove themselves. He agreed immediately. Then he suddenly asked her, by the way, Sister Feng Si, can I use medicine? After saying this, he pulled out a bottle of pinkish-purple medicine to show her. Feng Si yelled loudly, her face full of panic, damn it, don't do anything reckless, are you out of your mind? Feng Si scolded Qinshu with a frown. You told me to have the contract spirit fight, Qinshu said, trying to calm her down. Fine, I'll do it. Qinshu ordered his familiar, husky slime, go. Feng Si excitedly said, you two go as well. Wang Chenghan replied in unison, all right. The battle began, and the Thunder Bird was up. Shi Yan, the bachelor, stood ready. Feng Si yelled, let's go. The husky unleashed its ultimate move, causing the opponent to cough up blood. She gasped, is it really that vicious? And a sneak attack too? Qinshu stood aside, awkwardly saying, so polite, so polite. The husky was burning with fiery passion, growling fiercely. The battle was incredibly intense, both sides using their strongest moves to try and defeat the other. She anxiously shouted, commanding her spirit beast. Little Black, quickly dodge. Little Black managed to avoid the attack and countered with a powerful move to strike back. She breathed a sigh of relief. Got away with it. However, Little Black was struck by a blow that completely paralyzed it. She gasped in shock, exclaiming, damn it, what the hell is that? Wang Chenghan unexpectedly spoke up. The ice orb also contains a hidden poison. This inhaled gas is a continuous attribute curse. How can my S-rank spirit, which should be stronger, be suppressed by this D-rank one? The battle was truly brutal, as a slime appeared and devoured all the skills. It ate them all, it swallowed the skills. The clash between Little Black and the slime began to escalate in violence, spreading a deadly aura. Wang Chenghan raised his hand, his face showing confidence. Want to suppress my stone rock colossus? You're still far from it. Level B defense. The sudden enlargement of the slime amazed everyone, growing larger unexpectedly. Oppressive, so oppressive, is it really this big? Wang Chenghan said. This is bad. Wang Chenghan spoke anxiously, my skill has been sealed. The Stone Rock Colossus is supposed to be a 2-star spirit beast, but now it is being controlled by a 1-star slime. Leave this slime to me. The slime had been injured and was exhausted. Qinshu smiled and said, the attack power is too strong. Wang Chenghan placed her hand on his shoulder and encouraged him, you can handle the attack, I can hold off. As long as we defeat the slime, we can win. The battle grew more intense, with Husky continuously attacking, exhausting the slime. All right. Husky shouted. Go go go. Qinshu, feeling proud, said, you want to fight against my Husky? Then you're going the wrong way. If you keep attacking, what hope is there? But I won't let anyone hold on to any hope. Qinshu shouted loudly, giving orders to the spirit beast on the battlefield. Husky. The skillful technique left everyone in awe. Wang Chenghan gasped and said, the clone skill. She couldn't believe her eyes and shouted, no, it must just be an illusion skill. The textbook said that the elemental summoning and the clone skill are completely unrelated. Husky used its ultimate move, making Little Black unable to withstand the attack and overwhelmed by a relentless barrage, eventually exhausting it. Wang Chenghan said in a dull tone, we concede defeat. Qinshu, having won, felt a sense of smugness. Truly, being the champion is a lonely affair. Wang Chenghan sighed and, with a disappointed expression, said, I never expected we would lose. She curiously asked Qinshu in surprise, is your contract spirit really level D? Chen Shu opened his notebook and said, the first battle at the academy, the sub-beast was initially assessed as S, actual rating D, overall rating E, singing was initially rated A, actual rating E, overall rating G. The two of them were embarrassed and simultaneously shouted loudly. Fong Si, feeling shy, said, alright, stop writing. Chen Shu chuckled with satisfaction, alright, I'm quite pleased. Senior sister, Lin's senior sister, why do both of you look so terrible? She blushed and said, the beast. It's fine, honestly, I'm injured. I'm heading to the medical room. I'm injured, I have to go to the medical room, Wang Chenghan said and waved goodbye to everyone. Xiaobing, standing beside her, cheerfully added, Miss Fong Si, you're absolutely right, everything must be based on plants. Fong Si rubbed her forehead and said, in 3 days, we'll officially head to the Living Wood Swamp. Xiaobing waved goodbye, with that settled, see you later. Chen Shu also turned around and said, then I'll leave first. Fong Si said, wait a minute. Chen Shu turned back and said, Sister Fong Si, no need to praise my performance today, it's just basic moves. Fong Si angrily said, praise you? Why do I feel like if I leave you here for a while, my beast taming team will fall apart? Can I see the notification when your spirit contract was made? Chen Shu said, no problem. Departing spirit plum level beast taming. During the beast contract, Husky assessed the potential. Fong Si angrily said, are you sure you didn't Photoshop this friend of yours? Fong Si looked at it thoughtfully and said, this board can't be Photoshopped, but it can't be like this either. Even if you level up a skill each time, you shouldn't be able to have such high-level skills. Chen Shu happily said, that's reasonable. Every time I break through, I double or triple the skills. Who said you can only level up one skill at a time? Fong Si placed her hand on Chen Shu's shoulder and sighed, don't tell anyone about your information. Chen Shu smiled and said, okay, then I'll go now. Fong Si raised her hand and said, hey, you're Husky. Chen Shu turned back and said, it's your Husky. The two spirit beasts bit each other. Chen Shu anxiously said, damn it, are you out of your mind? Hurry up and come back. She sighed and said, such a hassle. Fong Si pondered in her mind, this was the real demon, pretending Fan Dangshan wasn't even as wicked as this. Fong Si placed her hand on her shoulder and said, wait, come back to the hotel with me. Chen Shu replied, okay. Sister Fong Si, what's wrong? Xia Bing asked. Is something wrong with me? Fong Si smiled and replied, no, I just wanted to look at you. Not bad, our little Xiaobing has grown up so much. Xiaobing shyly said, Sister Fong Si. Fong Si sat down, seriously saying, alright, I won't bother you anymore. I came to ask you something. Do you like Chen Shu? Xiaobing shyly replied, yes, I like Chen Shu. Fong Si smiled brightly and said, very good, I'll take care of you from now on. However, Chen Shu doesn't know what love is, this might be difficult for you. Xiaobing said sadly, oh, yes, before, I did sneakily try many times with your sister. Fong Si unexpectedly said, hinting, if hinting doesn't work, then be clear about it. Next, just wait, I've arranged everything for you in these 2 days. Hello, Dili, I need to talk to you about something. Chen Shu happily said, finally, the preparations are complete. Bodybuilding drugs, defensive drugs, flame pills, and thunder pills. It's time to let Husky out. Is the wound from yesterday's duel healed? If it's the effect of the space self-healing skill, then it's healed after. This is too slow, we've saved enough money, let's go take the medicine first. These 4 important medicines can increase the combat power of the 2 Qi Dilin, then we can head to the Swamp of the Living Rain, and rest assured it will be fine. Dili, it's already midnight, why is he still calling me? Dili, what's the matter, why are you looking for me? Hello, get ready, tomorrow evening I want to invite you to dinner. Please free up some time and dress nicely. Dress nicely? Does that mean I usually dress sloppily? Dili happily responded, alright, that's settled then, see you tomorrow evening. It's done, Sister Fong Si. Fong Si thought for a moment and then continued, next, We need to choose clothes so that we can succeed tomorrow.
Dili smiled, definitely.
Chen Shu thought to himself, I wonder what Zhang Dili wants to treat me to. I should buy some food just in case.
What? What the hell is this? How unlucky. What the hell is this? He asked Chen Shu, don't you know me?
Chen Shu responded with a disdainful expression, no, I just simply feel unlucky.
He got angry and shouted loudly, Chen Shu, tell the waiter to bring me a few dishes. He angrily yelled, hello, here's my membership card. I don't want to see any petty people disturbing my VIP area.
The waiter respectfully replied, all right, please follow me.
Chen Shu asked the second floor staff, what's up with that person? The staff responded, this is the area reserved for VIP guests.
But in terms of language, rest assured, we are also serving you just the same.
Option 1 requires you to go up to the second floor to see what the situation is.
The workshop has completed the startup of the image guidance for the storm potion, while option 2 is not concerned.
After finishing your task, leave.
The reward for completing this is an average beast taming power boost.
Option 3 is to find an opportunity to use a bag to greet them. The reward for completion is 5 jars of urgent level shadow potions. I want to go up there too. The second floor recruitment requires. The staff member said, sir, may I check for you? Chen Shu angrily shouted, why don't you check that old man? He's a professor in the Cultural Studies Department of the Auxiliary Faculty.
Chen Shu urged the staff member in the cultural shop.
All right, then hurry up. Okay, please wait a moment. It will be done soon. Sorry for making you wait so long. It's been checked. Now I'll take you to the second floor. Please follow me. Second floor of the Tianhua restaurant.
Chen Shu handed the staff member the menu and said, please help me with this order.
He suddenly asked, huh? How did you come up here? I came up on foot. Huh, did I blow up your family's ancestral tomb? He angrily said, you're insulting me, is this what you call a genius organization? This is really infuriating. Apologies, standing up, I asked, did I blow up your family's ancestral tomb? Chen Shu scornfully said to him, isn't it still not an organization?
Slamming his hand on the table, he angrily said, had I known this, no matter what I would have stopped you from entering to study the Huahuaha and defiling the holy beast taming temple. Chen Shu suddenly asked. Preventing me? Aren't you the judge who scored me? Did I anger you, and now you want to stop me? Based on the scoring standards, am I not qualified to be accepted into the backup class? He didn't bother explaining to him. Well, he even dared to provoke the fierce man who was looking at me. Chen Shu thought smugly, it seems he really hasn't experienced the consequences of messing with me. Diarrhea medicine, nuclear bullets, gloves, there's always something for him. The restaurant staff greeted Chen Shu. Chen Shu, sir. The variety of game meat you require is too much, and it is nationwide. It will take time to gather it. Chen Shu asked curiously. How long? Yes, 5 days will be enough. Chen Shu smiled and asked. All right, do I need to pay a deposit? The staff replied. No need. Does the VIP card offer such great privileges? Chen Shu subtly asked the staff. Besides this, are there any other benefits? For example, allowing credit? The staff answered. We can offer credit, but only up to 5 million. Is that all? Aside from this, the VIP card also provides a 10% discount on all products and allows you to pre-order skills. Chen Shu thought for a moment. Pre-order skills. Then, make sure to note for me the Thunderstrike skill. The staff replied. Got it, sir. Chen Shu waved his hand to bid farewell. Then I'll wait for your news. Xia Bing, feeling down, said. Do you all think Chen Shu will come? Don't worry, we've already scheduled with him. He will definitely come.
When he arrives, it will be as expected. Dilly excitedly said, Chen Shu is here, come on, darling. Miss Fong Si and Dilly came here to eat, but why don't I see anyone? It's so gloomy. Did Dilly call and no one heard? Then I guess I'll head back first. Who is it? Xia Bing? Chen Shu, is that you? Xia Bing shyly said, I have something I want to talk to you about. It's about to begin. Chen Shu, from the first time I met you, I felt you were a really good person. Although you treat this world with a somewhat disrespectful attitude, I know that you're kind-hearted and passionate. You care for others and protect them. Getting to know you has been the happiest thing in my dark life. Even though it's a bit abrupt, I want to tell you that I like you. So, are you doing this to praise me? No, I want to tell you something. Is that it? You want to make me your big brother, don't you? Fong Si angrily squeezed Zhang Dili's hand while sighing. Clearly, this was a confession, so why did the kid think Xia Bing wanted to make him his big brother? Zhang Dili, who had been pinched painfully by Fong Si, was furious. Xia Bing asked Chen Shu in confusion, why do you think I want to make you my big brother? Chen Shu smiled and answered, didn't you say I'm a good person? Xia Bing felt a little embarrassed. Yes, but... Chen Shu interrupted, adding, don't you think I am the light of your life? Xia Bing was a bit confused, that's right, but Chen Shu quickly interrupted, isn't that so? I'm a good person, the light in your life. Didn't you want me to guide you so you could improve? Honestly, you don't need such trouble. We're good brothers, and you're Fong Si's little sister. If you need me to protect you, just say the word. Don't worry, even though we're not sworn brothers yet, we are still close friends. Xia Bing's face darkened after hearing the last sentence. Good brothers, huh? Chen Shu, clueless about the situation, confidently answered, of course, good brothers. Fong Si, standing outside and witnessing this, was so furious that her body trembled. She then vented her anger on Zhang Dili, shouting Chen Bai, before delivering a solid kick that sent Zhang Dili flying. Fong Si wanted to sing a dirge, is there something wrong with your brain? But Xia Bing quickly grabbed her hand to stop her, Fong Si, let it go. Chen Shu, still unaware of the tension, butted in, why is Sister Fong Si hiding over there? Are you trying to sneak attack? Fong Si was truly at her wits' end with this clueless brother, you are really hopeless. With that, she took the poor girl's hand and left. Xia Bing, let's go. Chen Shu watched them leave, completely bewildered. Zhang Dili sighed deeply and muttered, oh, Chen Bai. Then, he hurried after the two of them, Sister Fong Si, wait for me. Chen Shu was still confused, not understanding what was going on. What's happening? On the way, Chen Dili asked curiously, Sister Fong Si, the plan has failed, what should we do now? Speaking of Chen Shu, Fong Si grew angry, if Chen Bai has made a mess of things, then whatever we do now, we should just go all the way. Hearing this, Chen Dili panicked, what? Do you want to finish him off? Fong Si looked at him, speechless at his ignorance, then turned to Xia Bing and said, Xia Bing, we need to use a stronger tactic. Xia Bing blushed and nodded, yes. Chen Dili was left dumbfounded, not understanding what the two of them were planning to do. At the hotel, in Xia Bing's room, both Fong Si and Xia Bing were dressed in sexy pajamas, and Xia Bing shyly asked Fong Si, is this okay? Meanwhile, Chen Shu was still left with a pile of question marks. What's going on with Sister Fong Si tonight? It's midnight, she's acting all mysterious, wants my room card, tells me to go out for a walk, then suddenly calls me back. Suddenly, Chen Shu seemed to realize something. Could it be? Could it be that she wants to take me down? Chen Shu used the key card to open the door, carefully peeking inside the room. All she saw was a lump under the blanket on the bed. Chen Shu smirked wickedly, saying, trying something? Let's save it for next time. She picked up some self-defense items, sneaked over to the bed, and was about to flip the blanket and launch her attack. But what she saw next was truly shocking. Xia Bing, why is it you? Sorry, I can't fulfill this request. Chen Shu blushed slightly. You can do whatever you want? Xia Bing shyly replied, aha.
Then, Xia Bing couldn't help but imagine what would happen next.
Maybe I would cooperate unconditionally.
Hearing this, Chen Shu straightforwardly said, if that's the case, I won't be polite anymore.
Xia Bing was about to take off her inner shirt when she heard Chen Shu say, Spirit Sealing Division? I want to report that someone is harassing me. Xia Bing was stunned upon hearing this. After a while, the sound of a police car honking could be heard outside.
Then, all three of them, Chen Dili, Fong Si, and Chen Shu, watched as the police car took Xia Bing away.
Fong Si and Chen Dili turned pale and asked Chen Shu, just because Xia Bing kissed you forcefully, you're calling the police to have her arrested?
Seeing Fong Si frozen in shock, Chen Shu proudly said, a man must protect himself well when going out.
Fong Si was furious, unable to hold herself back, and slapped Chen Shu on the head. Protect yourself? The most you'll have to do is release her within an hour, or I'll make you regret it. Chen Shu grimaced, holding his swollen head. Fong Si continued to remind him, even if you don't like her, you can't treat her like that. Chen Bai, Xia Bing really likes you. At this moment, Chen Shu seemed to realize the truth. What? She likes me? I thought she was just lusting after my body.
Chen Dili and Fong Si were truly speechless.
Fong Si angrily said, let her go right now.
After a while, Xia Bing was released to go home. Fong Si comforted her, even though Xia Bing had not yet put on her clothes properly. Don't be afraid, children are mischievous and don't understand things.
It's fine now, come on, go apologize to him.
Chen Shu shyly walked over.
Facing Xia Bing, Chen Shu didn't know what to say. Fong Si then urged, apologize.
Xia Bing immediately said, no need, Sister Fong Si, this is my fault, it's not Chen Shu's fault, so there's no need to make things difficult for him. The days ahead are long, and I believe I will have another chance. Upon hearing her words, Chen Shu blushed. Xia Bing, Dili, and Fong Si all looked at each other, their eyes sparkling, thinking that things might be about to work out. But to their surprise, Chen Shu didn't understand at all and spoke, as expected, you're a good brother of mine. Dili and Fong Si were taken aback and nearly fell over. Fong Si could only end the conversation for the day, alright, it's getting late, let's all go rest. Tomorrow, we need to go to another space, any further discussions can wait.
Okay.
As Xia Bing was about to leave to go to sleep, she suddenly stopped and turned around to say goodbye to Chen Shu, good night.
Chen Shu, still confused, replied, good night.
Chen Shu's mind was a mess at that moment. Could it be that she really likes me? That night, Chen Shu dreamed of a spring dream, where he and Xia Bing kissed, then Xia Bing hugged him from behind. Her hands wandered over his body, and Chen Shu blushed, sweating profusely. He suddenly jolted awake, snapping out of the spring dream. On the way, sitting in the car, Chen Shu yawned repeatedly because she had not slept well the night before.
Fong Si, noticing this, couldn't help but ask with concern, why do you have so many dark circles under your eyes? Did you sleep badly last night?
Upon hearing the question, Chen Shu involuntarily recalled the spring dream from the night before, and she was startled, quickly denying, no, I slept very well. However, seeing the deceitful and sleep-deprived look on Chen Shu's face, everyone couldn't help but have their doubts. Chen Shu thought to herself, I have to think of a way to change the subject. So, she asked, Lu senior sister, Ning senior sister, how are your Chi Yuling injuries? That day, I was too forceful, and didn't realize the difference in our levels.
The three senior sisters really thought this person was completely abnormal. Fong Si immediately scolded, shut up. Seeing Fong Si angry, Chen Shu could only obediently comply like a puppy, yes, understood. After a while, the car finally arrived. Chen Shu, extremely happy, said, we've finally arrived. Fong Si, acting like the senior, gave instructions, Lu, you stay here and park the car, and while you're at it, bring our luggage to the hotel. We'll go and receive the mission first. Then, the four of them, Chen Shu, Fong Si, and the two other senior sisters, went to receive the mission. As soon as they stepped inside, Chen Shu immediately said, if the mission has a high level of difficulty, bring it all out. Everyone in the room looked up at them upon hearing that.
Chen Shu, the eldest among them, continued, "If it's a mission that requires a deposit, then don't show it to me." Hearing that, everyone's faces in the room changed 360 degrees.
Fong Si really wanted to punch the kid.
Indeed, the other two senior sisters cautiously distanced themselves, and Chen Shu pretended not to know the boy, too embarrassed to acknowledge him. Seeing this, Chen Shu loudly called out, "Sisters, come look at the mission."
The two senior sisters helplessly responded, saying they'd only come this far. They pressed to view the mission.
The mission was to collect heavenly flower poison, with a normal difficulty level. The mission required collecting 3 1,000-year-old flowers, with the condition that they must be fresh. The time limit was no more than 10 days, and there was no deposit required. The mission's reward was 1 million coins. The name of the mission was Giant Green Frog Tadpole, a mission to hunt poisonous scorpions. Upon seeing this, Chen Shu thought to herself, "Children might choose this, but adults like me would want to do it all." Once she thought about it, she immediately took action. Chen Shu repeatedly clicked to accept the missions hunting poisonous scorpions, catching the giant green frog tadpole, and collecting heavenly flower poison.
Seeing this, Fong Si couldn't help but turn pale.
These were all lords who robbed white silver.
Could we, just a few of us, really pull this off?
Chen Shu confidently replied, "You have to dream big."
What if it really comes true?
Upon hearing this, Fong Si nodded in agreement, "All right.
If that's the case, then let's accept them all." The people around them couldn't help but admire when they saw this.
These were truly masters. Outside the Beast Tamer Guild, the four of them walked out with great poise.
The people around them couldn't help but admire them. Was this the aura of a strong man?
Deep in the small town, Chen Shu was walking excitedly when Fong Si called him back. "Wait, there's toxic gas in the living wood swamp. Although the black iron rank body can withstand it, it's still hard to avoid some effects. You should take this antidote first." Chen Shu obediently took the medicine as instructed.
The group confidently walked in, facing the dense fog.
Chen Shu closed his eyes to sense the surroundings, then suddenly opened his eyes. Chen Shu couldn't help but exclaim at the sight before him.
"Is this the Spirit Guardian General's stronghold?" Fong Si, leading the group, spoke. "Let's go."
As the five entered, they found a long staircase.
Chen Shu looked up and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "There's a joint formation guarding the entrance." Fong Si patted Chen Shu on the shoulder and said, "Get ready for battle."
Hearing this, the group prepared for combat as instructed by Fong Si.
The spirit beasts appeared, ready to face the fight. Fong Si, sensing something odd, spoke up. "Why does it feel like something strange is mixing in here?"
Chen Shu, with his battle spirit, cheerfully responded,
"Never mind, let's go."
So the group continued deeper into the stronghold. At the highest level of the Spirit Guardian General stronghold, the head of the Spirit Sealing Division was speaking. "The situation in the Living Wood Swamp is not good."
"All right, has the geologist arrived yet?"
Meanwhile, Chen Shu's group was in the Living Wood Swamp, in hot weather.
Chen Shu wiped his sweat and said, "Why is it so hot today?" Fong Si responded somewhat hesitantly, "We've already ventured deep into the swamp to obtain the living tree, but all the white bones around have already disintegrated, and it's very quiet here."
"We've reached the edge of this space." Chen Shu asked about the latter part.
Fong Si replied in a flustered manner, "This is a forbidden space, or you could understand it as a spatial barrier. In theory, if we pass through the spatial barrier, we might enter a different space." Chen Shu questioned, "So, the entire space exists within a single dimension, only fragmented into countless pieces by the white bones?" Fong Si continued explaining, "That's what the experts say, but there's no way to verify it.
The white bones are too dangerous. Anyone who enters would be torn apart."
"All right, let's retreat first, we can check elsewhere." Chen Shu quickly agreed, "All right. Sister Fong Si, I want to ask something. Does the forbidden space dissipate over time?" Fong Si answered, of course not. What are you thinking? If it dissipated, wouldn't all the other spaces merge together? Chen Shu, startled, pointed at the fracture in the space and asked Fong Si, are you sure? The others were also in a panic. Fong Si responded, huh? What's going on? This can't be right. The other spaces are all spherical, while the forbidden space is cylindrical, like an infinitely tall cylinder that envelopes the space. In theory, there shouldn't be such a large fracture. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded. Fong Si, in a panic, exclaimed, there's a beast. An image of a white lion wrapped by a tree, continuously discharging electricity.
Chen Shu immediately shouted, damn it, it's the king-level culprit from Blazing Sun Mountain, and now we're getting trampled. Fong Si screamed in fear, merging with a rare space. Everyone quickly moved toward the purple bird to escape. Suddenly, the game system announcement appeared. Option 1, say nothing, run for your life, if you don't die, it's a success. Reward, complete the self-awakening space level up. Option 2, wealth drives people mad. Successfully steal a true treasure from the White Silver King. Reward, increase all attributes of Husky by 10%. Option 3, directly attack, kill both kings. Reward, advance to White Silver Beast Tamer level. Hint, Rage Elixir. Chen Shu stared at the options, hesitated, and said, Option 2 doesn't sound bad. Sister Fong Si, do you think we can do it? Fong Si angrily shouted, stop. Are you so poor that you've lost your mind? That's the White Silver King. Everyone thought that Chen Shu really was fearless, like a young calf not afraid of a tiger. Chen Shu clapped his hands with confidence, saying, no way, the fierce Jiang Nan never returns empty-handed. The White Silver King must have some loot. Fong Si helplessly said, all right, no wonder you're Qingyi's little brother. Bring down the Gale Sparrow, and let your little brother go. Chen Shu was startled when he heard that. Fong Si turned to ask Chen Bai, have you written the will yet? What does the tombstone say? I'm useless, I can't defeat the White Silver King, but I can at least do this. The others spoke in unison, Junior, don't worry. Junior, as for the photo on the tombstone, consider it a little offering from your senior. Chen Shu frowned and said, sisters, why don't you run a funeral business? I'm sure it would prosper. Fong Si smiled and asked, so, you don't want to go and sacrifice yourself anymore? Then let's go, everyone said as they moved and left. Chen Shu continued to ask Sister Fong Si, isn't it just the Bai Tao medicine? Let me try, I'm confident I can win this round. This medicine can be kept with the same type. Sisters, does anyone want to try a contract spirit? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You get to approach two great kings up close, and it's not dangerous. The contract spirits quickly avoided Chen Shu's gaze, looking fearful. Chen Shu's juniors left. Even if there's no danger, we're still young, Chen Shu quickly replied, just try it, who knows what might happen. Fong Si then said, the problem is that no contract spirit dares to try. Chen Shu looked at the husky dog, grinning wickedly. Look, don't we already have one? Haha, idiot. The dog helplessly barked a few times, woof woof. Chen Shu sternly ordered, open your mouth, if you keep stalling, I'll bury you for good. The dog suddenly seemed to come up with an idea and barked, woof woof. Chen Shu patted it and said, huh? Who knew you were improving? The dog opened its mouth to take the medicine. Chen Shu patted it again and said, my little white, go ahead, bring the true treasure of the White Silver Lord back here. With that, the dog suddenly charged forward, heading straight for the White Silver Lord. White Silver Lord saw the husky dog. The husky dog barked, wolf. We are kindred. White Silver Lord growled, grr. Its child is very dangerous, don't go near it. That's my child. It's clearly my child. Let it go, it's my child. What do you want with it? What does it have to do with you? It's mine. Chen Shu and the others were panicked.
This was really hard to believe. The white lion actually thought the husky was its child. Could this be understood at all? That tree thought so too. What was going on? Can a tree give birth to a dog? Isn't this ridiculous? What kind of drug did you take? This is too powerful. Chen Shu replied, I think so too. Husky, the drug is about to wear off, but your identity? Seeing that the husky had safely moved away, White Silver Lord roared, the child is safe now, let's settle this once and for all. The bush also shouted, come here. Chen Shu said, ladies, the drug is about to lose its effect, we need to get ready to run. When the drug wears off, White Silver Lord will realize that we've tricked it. Chen Shu also realized, and panically said, no, the two beasts have realized we've tricked them, we have to run now. Everyone quickly fled, and the two beasts began to rage. Sparks flew out in multiple locations within the space. Chen Shu exclaimed in panic, no, it's going crazy, run. The bushes shot out purple lightning at the other savage beasts. Chen Shu muttered, damn it, wasn't it enough to just not steal the true treasure anymore? Didn't I also avoid blowing up your ancestral tomb? Is it really necessary to be this angry? Fong Si, we can't delay any longer, use the rage elixir. Fong Si responded, alright, speeding up. After using the rage elixir, the bird flew faster at an astonishing speed. Chen Shu asked, Sister Fong Si, what did you feed my contract spirit? Why is it flying so fast? Fong Si replied, calm down. Fierce wind kept running ahead. A man in black stood at a distance, watching as Chen Shu and the others fled. He quickly said, it's no different from what the expert described. This might be spatial fusion? It's the symbol of Chen Ling Pavilion. Chen Shu cried out, Elder, help! The elder spoke kindly, they're just savage beasts, why are you so worried? You all head back to the base, leave the rest to me. Chen Shu and the others hurriedly thanked the elder and left. Thank you, elder. Your power is truly overwhelming, we will take our leave now. The elder then said, the youth, even in moments of panic, you still need to train your composure. Now, let me see what kind of savage beast could make the genius from Huaxia Academy act like this. After seeing elder, everyone was filled with shock and terror. Oh my god, the Beast King White Silver, I hope the boss is alright, Chen Shu silently prayed. Xiaobing, flustered, suddenly exclaimed, White Monarch has appeared, surely the Blue Star side will come to reinforce, they might even send a beast tamer of royal level to attack Sister Fong Si. Did we make too much of a commotion? Chen Shu roared, stepping forward and speaking loudly. You don't need to be afraid, whatever happens, I, Xia Yan, will take full responsibility, Xia Yan declared. So now you're Xia Yan again, huh? Fong Si asked suspiciously. The three of them glanced around. Fong Si suddenly spoke up, saying, it seems the situation over there is not looking good. Elder must have sent a signal to request reinforcements from the Spirit Guardian General, right? Well, then let's not hesitate anymore, we should leave here quickly. Yeah, let's go. The three of them mounted the white/chicken together, finally heading out. Today has been so exciting, Chen Shu shouted, exhilarated. The four sisters looked at Chen Shu, exhausted, who can we blame for this? Fong Si sighed, saying, probably me. I won't be taking you out anymore. At night, all five of them rested at the hotel. Inside the hotel room, the game of League of Legends had taken over, trapping them in a maze of endless strategy. The atmosphere was tense, it seemed like they couldn't relax during this time. We're canceling the plan, this time we're going. Fong Si continued to speak sternly, don't expect to talk anymore. Right now, Captain Wang of the arena team is investigating the explosion at the Living Wood Swamp. He encountered us before. If you cause any trouble, it could very likely lead him to suspect that this is connected to us. Be a little more cautious these days. Fong Si's expression grew increasingly serious. Chen Shu, feeling disheartened, said, alright, I'll rest. Where should we head tomorrow? Everyone reminded Chen Shu, right,
Wake up a little earlier tomorrow, there's a surprise for you.
In front of the hotel, a dazzling blue car appeared.
Chen Shu stood stunned, exclaiming, "Is this the surprise you mentioned?"
"Yes, isn't it a surprise?" Fong Si said happily.
After getting into the car, Chen Shu was taken aback when he saw the driver, the fierce Nanjiang.
"You've grown."
He discreetly observed her, a shy look on his face, but when she glanced back at him, he quickly averted his gaze.
Fong Si looked at him thoughtfully, then suddenly grabbed Chen Shu's hand and asked, "What exactly do you think?" Chen Shu jumped in surprise, saying, "What do you mean?"
"Of course."
Chen Shu suddenly blushed. "You mean that?"
Fong Si moved closer, taking his hand and said, "I don't care what you think, but you need to remember one thing, Xiaobing is very good.
You can't hurt her." After saying that, Chen Shu fell into deep thought for the rest of the journey. "Go and rest, we'll take you sightseeing for the next half-month." "Alright, you go ahead. Let's go back to the room."
After the two girls left, Chen Shu stretched his shoulders and entered the room. Suddenly, he stopped. There was a neatly folded set of clothes, and on top of it, there was a handwritten note, "I've washed your clothes for you, rest easy, Xiaobing." He looked at the writing on the clothes and suddenly felt embarrassed. But then, he panicked, picked up the pajamas, and said, "Wait, maybe it's just pajamas." As he picked up the pajamas, he found a pair of socks, along with a small pair of his own underwear. His face turned red, as if he were a ripe tomato.
"This is Xiaobing, she."
While he was in a daze, the doorbell rang, ding dong. He was startled, fumbling, and hurriedly hiding what needed to be hidden. "She's here, she's here." He walked cautiously toward the door, trembling slightly. When he opened it, Xiaobing was standing there, a girl with captivating eyes, fair skin, and a rosy complexion.
Chen Shu asked gently, "Why are you here?"
Xiaobing sweetly explained, "I thought after what happened yesterday, you might have trouble sleeping, so I brought the diffuser for you."
"Don't worry, I won't bother you." Chen Shu happily replied, "Looks like I was overthinking it." "You can take it back tonight then."
Xiaobing pouted and started to leave, but then suddenly said, "Wait, I feel like I might not be able to sleep well.
How about you just leave it here?"
Chen Shu took her hand and said, "All right, then I'll leave now." Suddenly, Chen Shu spoke up, "Wait a moment."
Xiaobing, puzzled, turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Shu hesitated and asked, "Do you really like me?"
Xiaobing, upon hearing those words, was startled, but replied firmly, "Yes, Chen Shu, I like you."
That night, Chen Shu couldn't sleep.
His mind kept thinking of the girl who had said she liked him. Every time he thought about it, he blushed and chuckled to himself. For the next 2 weeks, Fong Si took the group of 3 Chen Shu, Dilly, and the others on a trip around various places. It was only when the new semester was about to begin that Fong Si took them back to Nanjiang City. While at the swimming pool, Chen Shu accidentally saw Xiaobing in her swimsuit, looking very carefree. He couldn't take his eyes off her. During this time, Xiaobing's gentleness gradually opened the door to Chen Shu's heart. Soon, the holiday was over and the new semester was about to start. The night before the first day of school, Chen Shu kept staring at Xiaobing's photo, lost in thought. He made up his mind to send her a message, "Xiaobing, let's go to the imperial capital together tomorrow to start school." The next morning, in the imperial capital, Xiaobing unexpectedly asked him to go to the imperial capital together and even offered to take him to school.
But why wasn't he saying anything? Did he still just see them as friends?
Maybe it was only because their school was just a street away, and she was being considerate, Xiaobing thought to herself. After arriving at school, Xiaobing felt a bit down, realizing that it had only been because it was convenient for her. "I've arrived at school, so I'll head in first," she said, smiling awkwardly.
Chen Shu suddenly spoke up, "Let me walk you in."
Chen Shu trailed behind Xiaobing with her suitcase.
"I'm here. Thank you for bringing me here.
I'll head upstairs now." Xiaobing turned around and spoke, then began to walk, but hesitated. Suddenly, Chen Shu called out, causing Xiaobing to turn back.
Earlier, you said, "Do you still like me now?" I've been thinking a lot during this time.
You're gentle, lovely, kind-hearted, truly a good person, nothing like the fierce person I am. Chen Shu seemed to want to acknowledge herself as a good person, then officially reject her.
That's right, I'm not as good as you think, so.
She said sadly, as if a fierce person would always want a good one.
It has to be mutual, it has to be complementary, the heavens pair people together, don't they?
Chen Shu spoke seriously, hesitating a little at first but then with determination and sincerity. So, before we start our university life, let's date.
Let's date. Xiaobing was stunned, speechless, staring at Chen Shu.
She was about to say something when Chen Shu suddenly embraced her waist and kissed her lips.
But she didn't push him away, instead, she gradually melted into the sweetness of the kiss.
From now on, no matter whether it's storms or good times, we'll face them together. Both Chen Shu and Xiaobing silently said in their hearts. Under the morning sunlight, they took their first steps together. In the first season, the fierce one bravely passed the exams. In the second season, the fierce one escaped singlehood, causing a stir in the national universities and beginning a new chapter. Please look forward to it.